Chapter 1, Top-Tier Talent That Broke the Entire School's Defenses. The next awakened one, Chen Kailing. The playground of Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School, a giant square that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, is now completely surrounded by students, parents, media, and military personnel. Simply because today is the Spiritual Medium Awakening Conference. After today's awakening, the Spiritual Medium Higher Education Examination, also known as the College Entrance Examination, will be held tomorrow. A momentous day that the entire nation of Xia is eagerly anticipating. Get on stage as soon as possible? Me? What's going on? Chen Kailing sat in the back row of Class 5, Grade 12, and was a little confused as the radio kept calling his name. Shouldn't I be voluntarily working overtime at the company right now? The memories flooding his mind made Chen Kailing realize his current situation. The first thing he could confirm was that he had transmigrated. This is a parallel world of Earth, devoid of peace, filled with strange creatures and ferocious beasts, where humanity has repeatedly faced the brink of extinction. Fortunately, the worlds will awaken, granting humanity the power of spiritual mediums. 9 out of 10 men can awaken a special spiritual medium talent, while 9 out of 10 women can awaken a spiritual weapon soul that can transform into a spiritual weapon. The two complement each other and are collectively known as spiritual mediums. 9 Heavens Emperor Halberd, Reincarnation Mirror, Hearing Bell. Relying on top spiritual mediums, humanity has successfully gained a foothold against the invasion of strange creatures and ferocious beasts. However, the situation is still difficult, with a small war almost every 3 months and a large war every year. Every major war results in the death of countless mediums and ordinary people. No one can guarantee that they will survive the next war. In this world situation, to survive, you must become strong. In my previous life, I was oppressed by capitalism and lived a mediocre life. In this life, I will survive and stand at the pinnacle of the world step by step. Overwhelmed with excitement at being reborn into this world, Chen Kailing couldn't help but shout it out. As a result, the way his classmates looked at him changed. Put. Several nearby classmates burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Haggling, you've been eating expired canned food every day and you're hallucinating, haven't you? Is it funny? All I see is yet another bull or horse with top-tier talent awakened by fantasy. World's top guy, if you don't step onto the stage soon, your chance to awaken will slip away. Someone waved and laughed. Ignorant natives. Chen Kailing glanced at the doubters and mockers, then walked confidently and magnanimously toward the awakening ceremony. As a reborn person, is it reasonable for me not to have some kind of cheat ability? Standing on the awakening formation, Chen Kailing could only see a huge electronic screen directly in front of him, displaying 2 real-time talent rankings. Zhang Yang, the first-place winner in Talent Awakening, with the S-level talent Blazing Heaven Forging Bot. The number 1 in the Spirit Weapon Soul competition is Lu Ran, with the A+ grade 13 Deadly Shots. Among the many talents, SSS, SS, and S are the strongest levels, with the first 2 being extremely rare in the entire history of humankind. With S-rank talent and a contract with a decent spirit weapon girl, becoming the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination would be a sure thing. Chen Kailing's perspective shifted, and he saw his classmate Zhang Yang sitting arrogantly next to the principal, surrounded by admirers. Even though the principal was a high-ranking official, he treated Zhang Yang as an equal. Meanwhile, his female classmates nearby were all dressed scantily and striking alluring poses, all trying to seduce this genius with their looks. Just place your hand on the awakening spirit stone. If you don't understand, you can ask. A voice as cold as an iceberg came at this moment, drawing Chen Kailing's attention back. This is an absolutely beautiful woman, with delicate features like a celestial being in a painting, skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, and a simple white dress that cannot hide her curvaceous figure. Her melancholy eyes are even more endearing. Chen Kailing remembered her. She was Xia Yuning, a senior 2 years his senior and the number 1 beauty of Qingchuan Middle School. She was an iceberg-like beauty, but unfortunately, she failed to awaken her powers for 2 consecutive years, turning from a school beauty into a joke. If it weren't for the principal's consideration for his parents' and clan's past relationships, what merit or ability would he have been to stay at the school as an awakening teacher? Thank you. Chen Kailing thanked him and placed his hand on the spirit stone. The next moment, the awakening formation burst forth with a dazzling golden light, shining like the sun beneath the dome. Xia Yuning blinked, her eyes filled with endless envy. Another genius. In a short time, everyone was drawn to the light. Golden sun. This is a unique mark of S-rank talent. Chen Kailing actually awakened an S-level talent. Holy crap, this kid's really getting a good life. No, bro, are you really going to reach the top of the world? Don't do this, a friend of mine is about to break down. Wouldn't it be better if everyone awakened to F or D rank together? We're all just ordinary people. If you awaken to S rank, let's see who can still laugh. The students who had initially mocked and questioned suddenly began to utter traditional Chinese phrases, and many broke down in tears. Another S class? What's this guy's background? Go investigate. Reporters and media were shocked, and cameras zoomed in to film Chen Kailing's face. What's his name? Chen Kailing? Does he like tall, long-legged guys like me? I haven't done any background checks. This seemingly honest Chunan must like a pure and sweet girl like me. No way, I have to seize this opportunity. The beauties who had been surrounding Zhang Yang immediately turned their attention to Chen Kailing, like hungry beasts. Another S class. Great. My Qingchuan city might not have any business for 3 years, but this one will feed us for 3 years. On the high platform, the principal stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Congratulations, Principal Gu, 2S level awards. Indeed, it's quite impressive. After tomorrow's big exam, your school's ranking will definitely be among the top tier in the entire Great Xia. The colonels from the 4 military regions who came to watch were also pleased to see this. The more S-level spirit mediums there were, the wider the territory of the human race would be. While some were happy, others were sad. Zhang Yang, who was originally enjoying the attention of everyone, suddenly turned gloomy. How is that possible? He's just a commoner, how could he awaken an S-rank talent at the same time as me? Does he even deserve it? Jealousy, a deep sense of jealousy flashed through his mind. With the help of his family's vast resources, he continuously refined his bloodline and underwent a process of self-purification, which enabled him to awaken his S-level talent. Even a poor man like him could achieve this without relying on resources. Doesn't this mean he's even worse off than the poor? They were all 17 or 18 years old, with extremely strong self-esteem, not to mention Zhang Yang, the son of a powerful family. At this moment, a deep chill had risen in their hearts, and they were determined to teach him a lesson in tomorrow's college entrance examination. He was puzzled as to why the golden light had lasted for so long without ending. The next second. Then everyone saw a golden light pierce through the void, and the entire sky was dyed into a vast expanse of crimson gold by the twin suns. Double suns in the sky, that's an SS level talent. Chen Kailing has awakened an SS level talent. The principal and several colonels were the first to react, and they all stood up in shock. Principal Gu was overjoyed. Great! 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 In the history of Qingchuan City, a genius SS level spirit medium has finally appeared. I can say that I have lived up to my duty as principal in my lifetime. After a moment of stunned silence, the coldness in Zhang Yang's eyes gradually turned into apprehension. This was getting a bit tricky. Countless students were shocked and their composure crumbled. Xia Yuning was the closest to Chen Kailing. Staring at Chen Kailing's handsome profile, she was completely stunned. Was he really that amazing? With SS level talent, as long as he continues to grow normally, he will definitely reach the level of a high-ranking officer in one of the 4 military regions or a member of the Internal Affairs Committee. He will leap over the Dragon Gate and achieve the pinnacle of life. Amidst the commotion, another unexpected event occurred. Another golden light soared into the sky. Chapter 2. The hidden panel of the useless school beauty is flashing wildly. It wasn't until they saw the 3 golden beams pierce the sky, the terrifying shockwaves like a tsunami, and the blazing sun scorching the heavens for miles around, that everyone realized what had happened. Sanyang Jintian, the mark of SSS level. Throughout the history of the Great Xia dynasty, any genius with SSS level talent has been a powerful figure worthy of being engraved on the monument of human history, and is the rarest treasure of the human race. Principal Gu was too excited to speak at this moment. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes were filled with tears. To have an SSS-level genius emerge from his teaching career was enough to make his life worthwhile. The colonels did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately relayed the news to their respective headquarters. An SSS-level genius was enough to make all the major military regions fight over him. After being amazed, a host of media outlets immediately began crowding forward, trying to conduct interviews and publish articles as soon as possible to capture this massive influx of traffic. The scene was chaotic, but Chen Kailing, at the center of the awakening formation, had a wildly upturned smile on his face. As expected, the cheat code is never absent. Congratulations, host, on awakening your legendary, mythical level talent, Pantheon of Gods. Abilities: understanding the past and present, comprehending the way of heaven, and accessing the divine path. Looking back through time, gaining insight into a range of specific information about spiritual artifacts, including awakening, upgrading, and hidden evolution paths. Merge with the Heavenly Tao. All types of spiritual artifacts under the contract will receive the favor of the Heavenly Tao, gain original Heavenly Tao skills, have no obstacles to spiritual power absorption, and receive a percentage-based attribute bonus. Current level bonus, 99%. Path to Divinity. After each advancement, you can contract a new, non-type spiritual artifact. Furthermore, once a single contracted spiritual artifact evolves to a new level, it can provide an upgrade experience bonus to other spiritual artifacts. Any one of these three abilities is absolutely top tier. The comprehensive appraisal skill of appraising the past and present can almost perfectly cultivate any spiritual weapon and will not miss those with exceptional talent and potential. This one alone is definitely an SSS level weapon. Leaving aside Heavenly Tao skills and spiritual energy absorption, Rong Tiando's simple amplification skill alone is incredibly powerful. You should know that the highest level S-rank amplification effect recorded so far only has an initial level of 70%, while his is 99%. There are no fancy tricks, only absolute values. As for the path to divinity, it is even more heaven-defying. With the mental strength of a normal spirit medium, one can only contract with a maximum of 3 spirit weapon girls, and it is even more difficult to upgrade all of them to the top level. This ability not only allowed Chen Kailing to overwhelm others with the sheer number of magical artifacts, but also enabled the quality of later magical artifacts to catch up rapidly and become part of their combat power. After Chen Kailing fully understood his innate abilities, the golden light dissipated. As soon as he stepped out of the awakening formation, a group of female classmates surged towards him. These female students were quite formidable. They even managed to pull and shove the media reporters away. "Brother Ling, choose your sister. She's in a great butterfly ice blade with excellent stats that doesn't need any maintenance. I really want you to control her. Brother Kai Ling, look at your sister. This a great ghost trench coat will let you experience the thrill of flying. Make a contract with me. I have 7 sisters in my family. If you sign one, you'll get 6 free. We'll never fight over each other." Seeing their goddesses and crushes being manipulated like this, the men were all clutching their chests and their eyes were red with envy. Chen Kailing didn't speak, but looked at the group of people, or more accurately, at the panels above their heads. Without exception, they were all NPCs who weren't very good. The scene became extremely chaotic due to the frenzy of these female students. The situation only calmed down after a group of soldiers rushed in, took all the female students away, and set up a cordon. Principal Gu strode over, a satisfied laugh escaping his lips, and asked, "Chen, do you have a favorite spirit weapon girl in Qingchuan City? Preferably around a rank. We're entering the abyss of the dead tomorrow, and if the other half of the contractor isn't strong enough, they'll die inside." Principal Gu had his own selfish motives. He hoped that Chen Kailing could make an excellent choice for the spirit weapon girl from Qingchuan City, so that his Qingchuan City identity would be more genuine. However, the mortality rate is too high this year. If you want to pursue a high score while ensuring your survival, your partner must be at least in A level. "Let me take a look first," Chen Kailing said, glancing at the girls wielding magical artifacts. No problem, take your time, look around as you like, sit down and look around," Principal Gu said with a smile, waving to his assistant on the side, who immediately brought over a chair. At first glance, none of them interested Chen Kailing. "Excuse me, shall the awakening ceremony continue?" At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. Chen Kailing turned his head and saw Xia Yuning staring at him, still aloof and indifferent, with a touch of melancholy beauty. Suddenly, Chen Kailing glanced at the panel above Xia Yuning's head and froze. This may sound a bit frivolous, but Chen Kailing admits that at that moment, he fell in love with Xia Yuning at first sight. Spirit Weapon Soul, Heavenly Sword SSS-rank, unawakened. Description: possesses the sharpest sword mark in the world, capable of slicing through any enemy and cutting through any obstacle. It can absorb the purest sword energy of heaven and earth. With a single strike, the 4 seas will submit, and the 8 wastelands and 9 provinces will rise and fall. Awakening advice: do not continuously absorb chaotic spiritual energy within 24 hours. Simply wait for the spirit weapon soul to absorb the sword energy on its own, and it will awaken after 2 hours through the contractor's summoning. SSS rank. Chen Kailing never expected that he would receive 2 big surprises in just a few minutes. This suggestion to awaken him left him with a wry smile. As we all know, before awakening, everyone learns breathing techniques at school to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to purify and enhance their bloodline. Those like Xia Yuning, who were relatively well off in the past, were given a device from birth that allowed them to continuously absorb spiritual energy 24 hours a day to enhance their bloodline power. But for someone with that talent, it's a complete burden. The spirit of this artifact has suffered because of her. If it were a lazy person, it would have awakened long ago. Since he had encountered a spiritual artifact of this caliber, Chen Kailing certainly couldn't let it go. He immediately decided to form a contract with Xia Yuning as his spiritual artifact girl. At this moment, before Chen Kailing could even speak during the spiritual medium ceremony, the female students outside the cordon, whose hearts were pounding, could no longer contain themselves after their gaze had just lingered on him. "You filthy bitch, how dare you, an unawakened piece of trash, interfere with my Ling Gij's selection of a partner? My brother glanced at me 2 or 3 times just now. If you interfere with my brother Kailing's thoughts, I'll tear your mouth apart." Hearing those words, Xia Yuning turned pale and did not utter a word in rebuttal. She had seen and heard this scene countless times. As a scion of a noble family, blessed with glory and abundant resources, yet unable to awaken her powers and fight on the battlefield for humanity, she is a sinner. Even more sinister is that her parents, in their attempt to awaken her, ventured deep into the battlefield of all races to slay ferocious beasts, and never emerged from there. Useless person, Jinx, expelled from the Xia family. Countless people have labeled her as evil. She wanted to end her life countless times, but she persisted in living because of her parents' dying wish for her to awaken to the truth. She worked tirelessly day and night, scrimping and saving to obtain the necessary resources for breathing exercises, never daring to slack off in the slightest, yet still saw no hope. Even now, she feels that every gaze is filled with a heart-wrenching, piercing pain. No one would stand up for a cripple. The 2 people who could do these things are already dead. Is it really meaningful for you to keep going like this? Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Have you said enough? Chapter 3, the commanders of the 4 major military regions begged me to form a contract with their granddaughters. Xia Yuning turned her head and looked at the handsome young man who had spoken, her eyes flashing with astonishment. At this moment, Chen Kailing was still dressed in ordinary clothes, but he was already a prodigy with SSS-level talent. She saw Chen Kailing calmly walk off the stage and head towards the female students. What is he going to do? Clap, clap, clap. Chen Kailing slapped one of the female classmates across the face and said coldly, "From now on, Xia Yuning is my contracted spiritual artifact. Anyone who dares to say another word about her, don't blame me for being impolite." The words fell on her ears, and Xia Yuning stared blankly, muttering a soft "huh?" The others stared wide-eyed, wondering if they had misheard. Chen Kailing, an SSS-level spirit medium, is considered the hope of humanity. Xia Yuning, on the other hand, is nothing but a useless person who cannot awaken. Isn't this like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung? Besides, if I make a contract with her, what will I do about tomorrow's college entrance exam? Go in and die? No. Young man, don't be impulsive. Just then, a series of voices came from behind. Everyone looked up and saw several figures approaching from all directions beyond the horizon, moving so fast that space itself seemed to distort, their surging momentum like a monstrous wave. Upon seeing them arrive, several colonels from the 4 military regions immediately stood up, saluted, and said, "Commander." The visitors turned out to be the 4 commanders of the 4 major military regions. My God, all 4 commanders have come. Aren't the Southwest Army and the Southeast Army fighting on the front lines? I heard this large-scale war is particularly fierce. The Northeast Army is currently conquering an SS-level secret realm, and the commander has even come here. That's the allure of an SSS-level genius. It can be said that these 4 big shots present have almost complete control over the entire army of 8 million spirit mediums in the Great Xia Kingdom. They are beings that no one present will ever see in their entire lives. The Northwest Army commander Hu Jun arrived the fastest, first standing in front of Chen Kailing, patting him on the shoulder and smiling. As expected of an SSS-level genius, you are indeed a handsome and talented person. I am the commander of the Northwest Army. Join us and you can select the most outstanding spirit weapon girls in the entire Northwest. Northeast Army Commander Li Jingguo used superhuman speed to land directly in front of him. Don't listen to him. The Northwest Army has a few capable members who can join our Northeast Army. They'll be given priority access to all the resources you can think of, including spirit weapon girls, spirit stones, and access to secret realms. Just as the 2 were about to stare at each other and start arguing, Li Dayo, the commander of the Southeast Army, came up behind Chen Kailing and took out a photo of a young and beautiful woman with a kind face. Don't listen to these old fogies' empty promises. This is my granddaughter, only 18 years old. She just awakened her SS-level spirit weapon soul half an hour ago. The line of suitors for her stretches all the way to the Great Xia Kingdom. You two are a match made in heaven. As Li Dao spoke, he put his arm around Chen Keiling's shoulder and waved, looking towards the future. You young people must have a lot to talk about. I'll arrange your marriage, and the entire Southeast Army's 1.3 million spirit mediums and the war weapons of the 4 secret realms will be your inheritance. Hey, you old bastard who sold your granddaughter for personal gain. Our entire military region is ashamed of you. After giving a rebuke, Lin Dongsheng, commander of the Southwest Army, turned around, took out his phone, and laughed. These are photos of my granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law. They're just as good as theirs. Pick whichever you like. My Southwest Army is stronger than the Southeast Army. Fuck your ancestors' graves. You're the shameless one. There are plenty of suitable granddaughters among the high-ranking officers of the Northeast Army. So what? If you're so capable, let's see whose granddaughter is prettier. You dare call me dad? I'll fucking kill you. The sight of the commanders of the 4 military regions arguing so heatedly, as if they were quarreling with a neighbor's child, shocked countless people. While everyone was watching them argue, Chen Keiling seized the opportunity to slip away and stood in front of Xia Yuning, smiling as he asked, "Do you want to become stronger? 4 commanders? An SS-level granddaughter? If she goes in, won't she become a live-in son-in-law? I, Chen Keiling, would rather die than be a gigolo." Besides, with an SSS-grade spiritual weapon right in front of them, even a fool would know which one to choose. Ah. Xia Yuning was a little taken aback, staring blankly at Chen Keiling with her crystal-clear eyes. What does he mean by that? You want to make a contract with me? The commanders of the 4 military regions even brought out their granddaughters, who all sound like they possess top-tier SS-level spirit artifact souls. But I haven't awakened the spirit of the artifact yet, so I can't do anything after making the contract. Would you like me to warm your bed? Xia Yuning's voice was cold. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that her mother had said that if a man was unconditionally good to her, he probably wanted her to warm his bed. Warming the bed? Chen Keiling almost laughed. I can pick and choose even the granddaughter of the military region commander, why would I need you? It's not impossible for you to be warm, but anyway, do you want to become stronger? While Xia Yuning was still in a daze, she saw Chen Keiling bite his thumb and use the blood to outline a blood pact formation. Grab it, and you grasp the future awakening, and becoming stronger is not a dream. Awakening? Xia Yuning's mind was struck by this word. For a moment, it was as if all the chaos around her had nothing to do with her. The huge, sweet candy hit her on the head, making her somewhat incredulous. Am I dreaming? If this is a dream, then let me remain immersed in it forever. Oh no! Chen Keiling is about to form a contract with Xia Yuning. At this moment, Principal Gu, who had been watching Chen Keiling closely, exclaimed in surprise and tried to stop him. However, the 4 military region commanders acted even faster than him. What a joke! The spirit medium and the spirit weapon girl complement each other. Before advancing to the spirit communication realm, it is impossible to form a contract with a second spirit weapon girl. Xia Yuning has not awakened her spiritual weapon. If Chen Keiling were to form a contract with her, his life would be ruined. With them around, how could they tolerate such a thing happening? But in the next moment, everyone stopped moving, because they only saw a flash of golden light. In the center of everyone's attention, Xia Yuning held Chen Keiling's hand. The contract is now in effect. The entire audience erupted in uproar, sparking a wave of public opinion. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. The commanders of the 4 military regions personally came to beg him to form a contract with their own SS-level granddaughter. They refused with $1 million dowry, but turned around and tried to form a contract with such a useless person. Foolish, so incredibly foolish. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam, and he's ruined his life. The students who were originally envious and jealous of Chen Keiling racked their brains but couldn't understand how there could be such a stupid guy in the world. After hearing Chen Keiling's choice, Li Dao remained silent for a long time before looking at Principal Gu with icy eyes, regaining his commander's dignity. Principal Gu, I am extremely disappointed with your school's results in the spiritual medium contract course. From now on, the Southeast Army will never recruit students from Qingchuan City. He was the commander of the Southeast Army, a powerful figure in the entire Great Xia dynasty. He even brought out his beloved granddaughter and hundreds of thousands of troops to make a move, but he never expected that Chen Keiling would rather make a contract with a good-for-nothing. If this gets out, the Li family will lose all face at something that would be ridiculed even by the beast leader on the battlefield. Please don't worry, he's just confused for a moment. I'll go and talk to him right away. Principal Gu panicked completely. Chapter 4, The Sword That Changed Her Fate. I abandoned hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the front lines, but I never expected to come here and witness such a farce. Before Go Long could speak, another commander shook his head and said coldly, if we treat contracts so lightly, then from now on, the Northeast Army will not hire anyone from Qingchuan City. The same applies to my Southwest Army. The two commanders of the Northeast Army and the Southwest Army were also extremely indifferent. After saying these words, they turned their heads and disappeared in a stream of light. They all used their granddaughter as bait, and now that they've lost all face, they can't stay any longer. Seeing that the three commanders had already left, Principal Gu, standing beside Chen Kailing, felt as if he had fallen from a dream into an ice cellar, his whole body trembling. It's over, his career is over. Northwest Army Commander Hu Jun remained relatively calm. After all, he hadn't used his granddaughter as bait yet, so he was saving face. He glanced at Xia Yuning. Young man, although I don't know why you chose her, you must have your own reasons. Join my Northwest Army, and the conditions will remain the same. I can even provide you with the Heavenly Stone to help her awaken. However, we must sign an agreement. Your second and third spirit weapon girls in the future must be decided by the military. Although my granddaughter is only S rank, her abilities are special and she is worthy of you. In his view, Chen Kailing's own SSS level talent is still dazzling. As long as he can help Xia Yuning awaken, and then do his best to help him level up, he can awaken the second contract position. Let's consider this contract as a genius's moment of whimsy. Upon hearing this, Principal Gu was overjoyed and immediately grabbed Chen Kailing's hand as if he had grasped a lifeline. Kailing, hurry up and thank Commander Hu Jun. The Heavenly Stone is an immense favor. And there's also the massive resources from the Northwest Army to help you. The Stone of Heaven seizes the creation of heaven and earth. As long as Chen Kailing agrees, Xia Yuning can at least forcibly awaken one talent. Hu Jun believes that he has done more than enough in terms of his conditions. Under Principal Ge's almost pleading gaze and Hu Jun's confident look, Chen Kailing slowly shook his head. Before he could speak, Go Long roared, Chen Kailing. You're too presumptuous. Do you think that just because you have an SSS level talent you can look down on everyone? If you continue to be so stubborn, you will be condemned to the abyss of death in tomorrow's college entrance examination. Our school will refuse to provide you with any assistance. Upon hearing this, all the students and teachers were stunned. It's important to know that the Abyss of the Dead is the most dangerous college entrance examination venue in the entire Northwest Province. Despite the school's various life-saving measures, it still has the highest mortality rate over the years. Unless Chen Kailing doesn't participate in this year's college entrance examination, he will only face death tomorrow. Feel sorry. However, even so, Chen Kailing had no intention of trading himself to the military region and refused on the spot. Young man, you have ruined your life. Hu Jun sighed softly, shook his head, and left. At this moment, Principal Gu felt as if his world had collapsed, and he stood there stunned for a long time. He's really asking for trouble by going against the school. He's been blinded by his own talent, he's risking his life. The students sighed and mocked. He brought this on himself, so who can he blame? Zhang Yang sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes. He admitted that when Chen Kailing awakened his SSS level talent, he was so jealous he wanted to grind his teeth to dust. But now, he felt indifferent. Chen Kailing and his partner would surely die if they entered the Abyss of the Dead. With the contract over, Chen Kailing didn't linger any longer and pulled Xia Yuning's slender arm to leave. Stop! Principal Gu roared, his hand trembling as he pointed at Xia Yuning. You ungrateful wretch, return the breathing bracelet to the school. Oh right, I almost forgot, this is also something that's preventing her from awakening. Chen Kailing turned his head and saw Xia Yuning take off the bracelet and hand it to Principal Gu. Thanks. With a loud bang, Principal Gu smashed the bracelet to pieces, and then angrily rebuked him. What kind of trash wore this? It's bad luck. If your parents hadn't left you a large fortune before they passed away and told me to take care of it, I would have kicked you out of school long ago. I regret it. If I had known this would happen, I should have let you, a piece of trash, die out there. Xia Yuning was struck dumb upon hearing this. She had thought that the principal's willingness to provide her with breathing exercises 24 hours a day meant he had some kind of affection for her, but... Father, Mother, did you already plan that you would never come back when you left? At this moment, tears welled up in Xia Yuning's eyes, and a strong sense of emptiness swept over her. When Chen Kailing saw Xia Yuning's appearance, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Principal Gulong, aren't you going too far? You took her parents' inheritance and still say such things. Gulong angrily rebuked, you are not qualified to teach me how to do things. Tomorrow, our school will not provide you with any assistance. You will either die in the abyss of the dead or withdraw from the college entrance examination and live as a poor person for the rest of your life. Chen Kailing stared at him and said in a deep voice, not only will I not withdraw from the college entrance examination, but I will also help Xia Yuning become the top scorer of the entire Great Xia. You dare to challenge me? If you become the top scorer, I'll resign as principal and apologize to her live in front of the entire nation. Gulong pointed at Xia Yuning, spitting as if he were insane. You'll see. Chen Kailing pulled the dazed Xia Yuning away from the scene. At that moment, the awakening countdown on Xia Yuning's panel had already begun. As the excitement subsided, all the media outlets in Qingchuan City began to mobilize. Shocking! An SSS-level genius rejects the granddaughters of 4 commanders and contracts with the most useless school beauty, Xiaobingning. The principal of the first middle school admitted in person that he made a mistake he deeply regretted 3 years ago regarding her. A bet. Principal Gulong of No. 1 High School and an SSS level awakened have made an earth-shattering bet. On this day, Chen Kailing's popularity was second only to the college entrance examination. And this happened amidst a flurry of media activity. The college entrance examination venue in Qingchuan City, the Abyss of the Dead. This is a vast, ravine-covered land shrouded in black mist, divided into 9 layers. Legend has it that within the deepest, 9th forbidden layer, lies an abyssal passage leading to hell. After leaving school, Chen Kailing brought Xia Yuning directly here. Is this the gathering place of ferocious beasts? It's truly shocking. Gazing at the Abyss of the Dead, a masterpiece of nature, Chen Kailing sighed, but did not continue forward. Even on the first level, ferocious beasts of high-level refined iron could appear at any time. The first 7 stages of both mediums and ferocious beasts are divided into the same levels: refined iron, refined silver, forged gold, jade, amethyst, master, and grandmaster, each of which is further divided into 9 star levels. For example, refined iron 1 star is Chen Kailing's current level. Glancing at Xia Yuning, who was silent and expressionless, but whose heart was already riddled with holes, Chen Kailing knew that all the concern and care at this moment were fake, only changing her fate was real. Let's practice and improve our teamwork on the outer perimeter of the first floor while the exam hall is still open, Chen Kailing suggested. But I haven't awakened yet. Xia Yuning recovered and shook her head. She regretted agreeing to Chen Kailing's request. Just as those people said, she was completely unworthy of Chen Kailing. Just then, on a small mound 100 meters away from the two of them, shadows rose from within the black mist, gradually coalescing into a 2-meter-long, fierce-looking black wolf with sharp teeth. The Gale Black Wolf is a solitary ferocious beast of the 3-star level of refined iron. It is adept at using the terrain and is the first challenge that all candidates must face in this examination hall. At this moment, it moved cautiously through the black mist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the couple. Awakening? Isn't that a minor issue? Chen Kailing glanced at the time on his watch, confirming that 2 hours had passed, and immediately smiled, asking, "Are you ready?" "Prepare what?" Xia Yuning tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, the Gale Black Wolf was already only 10 meters away from the edge of the mist, which was within its attack range. Naturally, we're preparing to awaken and hunt ferocious beasts. As Chen Kailing spoke, a fierce and sharp light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand, and the contract formation shimmered in his hand like a blazing sun. Sword, come! Chapter 5: The Origin Contract, the school beauty who offered her body and soul. Roar! At that moment, the Gale Black Wolf unleashed its flash skill, bursting out of the black mist like a lightning shadow, its ferocious claws heading straight for the two. But in the next instant, it felt its whole body enveloped in a coldness, and to its astonishment, the beautiful woman vanished. Instead, it was a sky full of sword light. It was a gigantic sword shadow that cleaved the entire sky above the dome, causing the clouds and mist to retreat. Within the wolf's gaze, the sword shadow descended like a toppling sword from the sky, causing its heart to stop abruptly. But just as it was about to shatter the earth, it withdrew its power and gradually transformed into a 3-foot-long green blade in the young man's hand. The sword body gleamed with a bronze-like luster, its blade as sharp as frost, its sharpness undiminished by countless trials and tribulations. The winding mountains and rivers within the sword body resembled blood grooves, exuding a fierce and murderous aura. Congratulations, host. The contractor Heavenly Sword has successfully awakened, gaining the skill, Sword Slash, and the Heavenly Dao skills, Heavenly Might and Heavenly Authority. Sword Slash swings the sword forward, releasing a sword aura that cannot be dodged, and its power level is based on its enhanced value can be upgraded to 10,000 sword auras. Heavenly Might ignores defense among enemies of the same level. Tianquan, this skill requires no additional training, the user automatically reaches maximum proficiency. Combat, 1999% stat boosts already applied. The Heavenly Sword makes its debut. The Gale Black Wolf froze for a moment, then turned to flee. This ferocious beast, which usually dominated the outer perimeter of the first level, now felt only endless fear. You come and go as you please? Do you think this is your home? However, Chen Kailing, who was filled with excitement, had no intention of letting it go. Grasping the Heavenly Sword in his hand, a powerful force poured in from heaven and earth. The next second, Chen Kailing swung the sword, and the sword energy poured out like moonlight. Sword Slash. Laugh. Under the sword energy, the Gale Black Wolf was cleaved in two like tofu, its blood splattering across the land. At the same time, a point of azure light appeared and slowly floated into the blade of the Heavenly Sword. Congratulations, host. The Heavenly Sword has been upgraded to refined iron level 2. Skill, Sword Slash upgraded. Sword Slash releases two sword energies simultaneously. Sheathing his sword, Chen Kailing could not hide his excitement. Sword Slash, a simple mechanism, overpowered stats, and unavoidable. In the later stages, the sight of 10,000 sword energies is terrifying. Heavenly Might completely ignores defense, even the most ferocious beast with the thickest health bar can be taken down with a single strike. If combined with the myriad sword energies, a single sword strike can bring all four Cs to peace. Tianquan completely eliminates the need for a break-in period between the two players, allowing them to operate with full proficiency from the start, achieving results far exceeding those of players of the same level. Ignoring skill effects, a combat stat of 19 is already the limit for a 2-star refined iron weapon. Combined with its own talent's 99% boost, it's definitely at the limit of the 4-star category. This is the powerful combination of SSS level talents. And this is just a drop in the ocean of their talents. After the Heavenly Sword is upgraded, it will have new skills, and the numerical increase is just the tip of the iceberg of the power of the Pantheon. Not only have you awakened, but you also just killed a ferocious beast that was several levels higher with a single sword strike. How does that feel? With a heart full of excitement, Chen Kailing looked at Xia Yuning, and at this moment he spoke with more confidence. Have I really awakened? Xia Yuning, still somewhat dazed after transforming into her girl form, stared intently at the wolf's corpse. Yes. Chen Kailing nodded. Did I really kill that ferocious beast? Xia Yuning asked again. That's right. Chen Kailing nodded patiently again, with a smile on his face. Xia Yuning pinched her cheek, and as she reached out, the spirit of the Heavenly Sword appeared. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at herself again and again until she slapped herself hard to confirm that this was not a dream. It's okay, cry if you want to. You've suffered these past 2 years. Chen Kailing reached out and gently rubbed Xia Yuning's face to soothe her pain. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuning, who was always as strong as ice, finally broke down in tears, throwing herself into Chen Kailing's arms and sobbing, I did it, I did it. You did it. From now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Chen Kailing wiped away Xia Yuning's tears, his voice extremely gentle. In this world where strength reigns supreme, no one knows how much contempt and humiliation a vulnerable woman, deprived of her parents' protection, has endured. Xia Yuning responded softly, and after sobbing for a long time, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, broke free from the warm embrace, and looked seriously at Chen Kailing. It was this man before her who led her out of that hellish place filled with demons and gave her a powerful spiritual artifact soul. From that moment on, she regarded Chen Kailing as her savior. Chen Kailing was taken aback when he saw her expression. The next second, Xia Yuning knelt on one knee, stretched out her hand to him, and the image of the Tianyuan sword gradually appeared in her palm, while a red contract appeared on the sword. What's going on here? Chen Kailing was astonished. By the soul of the spirit weapon, I swear an oath to establish a fundamental contract. From this day forward, I will become your sharpest sword, and I will stay by your side no matter where you are. If you perish, my soul will also perish, Xia Yuning's resolute voice echoed in all directions. The soul of a magical artifact makes a once-in-a-lifetime primal contract, offering not only its body but also its heart. There is no more loyal oath than this. From that moment on, Chen Kailing was everything to her. Upon seeing this, Chen Kailing also became solemn. Since you are like this, I will never let you down. In the future, I will become the strongest spirit medium in the world, and you will stand by my side and ascend to the top of the Divine Artifact Hall. The Hall of Divine Artifacts is the ultimate goal that countless girls with magical artifacts strive for throughout their lives. Only divine artifacts that have hunted down ferocious beasts and gods can have their true names engraved in them, so that they can be admired by future generations. Xia Yuning believed him without a doubt. Chen Kailing wasn't just making empty promises. The heavenly sword itself possessed unparalleled attributes, coupled with his mythical talent, the Pantheon. If you can't even reach the goal of becoming the top of the Divine Artifact Hall, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Red light flashed in all directions, like a grand ceremony, and the contract was now complete. In the ensuing hunt, Chen Kailing and his partner proved to be an exceptionally strong duo. With its powerful attributes and skills, combined with the 5-point stat boost from the Pantheon, the heavenly sword is virtually invincible against any ferocious beast of the same level. In just one afternoon, it has already been upgraded to 5-star refined iron. In the middle school training grounds, cages containing ferocious beasts were opened one by one, and these tamed beasts were becoming nourishment for the newly awakened ones. At this moment, Zhang Yang was undoubtedly the center of attention, because just now, he and Lu Rant's deadly 13 shots, along with 4 teammates, had defeated Gale Black Wolf and advanced to 3 stars. As expected of an S-level talent, his strength is evident. With the Zhang family's resources, I really look forward to seeing what kind of performance he will deliver in tomorrow's college entrance examination. On the stands of the trial arena, Gu Long's assistant smiled. Gu Long said with relief, "With him here, at least our school can be guaranteed a minimum score in this year's college entrance examination. It's a pity that Chen Kailing is a scoundrel, otherwise our school." A teacher sighed. Ahem, the assistant hurriedly reminded him. The teacher then realized what was happening, and seeing Gu Long's gloomy face, immediately shut up. Heh, what an ungrateful piece of trash. Tomorrow's college entrance exam will make him understand how wrong his choice was. Gu Long said coldly. Chapter 6: Sharing a Room? The aloof school beauty wants to warm the bed. As night deepened, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning left the abyss of the dead and returned to a 2-story bungalow. This is the inheritance left by Chen Kailing's parents. Although it hasn't been renovated much, it's enough for them to live in, at least they won't have to be homeless. After settling Xia Yuning in her room, Chen Kailing headed towards his own. The room was covered with posters by the original owner, and Chen Kailing looked at them one by one. They were all famous magical girls from history. So you like this type? A cold voice suddenly came from beside him, startling Chen Kailing. That's not true. Who wouldn't want to have a magical girl? Under Xia Yuning's cold gaze, Chen Kailing coughed lightly and asked, "Why aren't you resting yet?" Xia Yuning shook her head and said, "That room is too dirty, it's not good to sleep in." Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing thought about it seriously and said, "Indeed, it's been too long since anyone has lived here, and you're a girl, so I'll go." "Wait, warm the bed." Xia Yuning reached out to stop Chen Kailing, tilting her head back and speaking coldly. "What?" Chen Kailing didn't hear clearly the first time and blinked. "You said it during the day, to warm the bed." Xia Yuning's voice was cold. Before Chen Kailing could react, she had already started unbuttoning her coat and shirt. Instantly, Chen Kailing was captivated by the magnificent scenery, and by the time he realized what was happening and tried to stop it, Xia Yuning had already taken off her trousers, revealing her long, alabaster-like legs. She was now only wearing a thin white shirt that covered her buttocks. Really warming the bed? Chen Kailing was stunned. Xia Yuning nodded, agreeing decisively. The two exchanged a glance. Chen Kailing reached out and grasped Xia Yuning's slightly cold, soft hand, leading her to sit on the bed. He then placed his hands on the girl's smooth, fragrant shoulders and gently pushed her away. Lying on the bed, Xia Yuning's delicate face looked calm, but her hands kept tugging at the hem of her clothes, her ears were bright red, and her rapid breathing was clearly audible. Xia Yuning stared at Chen Kailing's face and slowly closed her eyes. "My mother once said that once you decide on a soulmate, you have to give everything to bind their heart. It will benefit both of you." If it were Chen Kailing, she would be willing. But after a long time, there was still no movement. Xia Yuning opened her eyes in confusion, but when she looked around, Chen Kailing was nowhere to be seen in the room. They ran away? At this time, Chen Kailing, who had retreated to the next room and locked the door, breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, Yuning actually wanted to repay kindness with enmity. Luckily, I was smart enough to use a trick to escape. Women will only slow me down the speed at which I draw my sword. In this day and age, becoming stronger is the only way. Sleep. 8 o'clock in the morning. Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning, carrying their school bags, entered the venue on time. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the Abyss of the Dead is already crowded with people, including countless parents and media, making it impossible to move. The entrance is even guarded by the military. The rules for the college entrance examination are being played repeatedly through speakers. The college entrance examination lasts for 3 days. The entrance time to the examination room is from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. You have plenty of time to prepare mentally and decide whether to withdraw from the college entrance examination. The examination venue is the first 3 levels of the Abyss of the Dead. Every ferocious beast you hunt will be counted through the scoring bracelet, and the score will be calculated as the product of the level and the level of the ferocious beast. In addition to the base score, anyone who can kill the lords of the first 3 levels will receive an additional coefficient, which will be multiplied by 2 in the total score. However, no one has ever accomplished this so far, so don't overestimate your abilities. In addition, the rules are as above. If you don't understand, ask your homeroom teacher. In the noisy environment, the school began distributing life-saving items to each class. Locator, Swiftness Talisman, Shield Talisman. These are the guarantees for the lives of every student. Those who have received the equipment, please pay attention and make sure your locator is working properly, otherwise if you die, your body will never come back, said class teacher Li Liani, distributing the equipment to each person according to the list. When the message reached Chen Kailing, he didn't skip it. Just as Chen Kailing stepped forward, wondering whether he should take the equipment, Golong's voice came. Teacher Li, didn't I already say that our school will not provide him with any props? Seeing that the principal had come in person, Li Liani looked troubled. Principal, that is, after all, the Abyss of the Dead, the examination hall with the highest mortality rate in the entire Northwest. Do as I say, Golong said, then turned to Chen Kailing and said coldly, Chen Kailing, do you regret it now? Chen Kailing looked at him and asked in return, what is there to regret? Fine. Fine. Still no repentance? Then you can just wait to die in the Abyss of the Dead. Golong waved his sleeve and left in a rage. Following behind Golong, Zhang Yang, who was preparing to give a speech on stage, did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning and revealed an arrogant smile. Kid, you're at least an SSS level talent. How about this, you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, and you'll become a servant of the Zhang family from now on. Also, let me play with Xia Yuning for 2 more days. I can guarantee you won't die when you enter the exam hall, how about it? A servant with SSS level talent, plus a beautiful plaything, TSK. Zhang Yang raised his head, closed his eyes, and fantasized, feeling a sense of joy in both body and mind. Bang! Just then, a punch landed on his face, and Zhang Yang fell to the ground, losing 2 teeth. The change was too fast. His contractor, Lu Ran, was shocked, and everyone present was stunned. Looking at Chen Kailing, who stood in front of Zhang Yang with a cold gaze, no one could have imagined that he would dare to make a move. Hee, why don't you lend me your mom for a couple of days? Chen Kailing scoffed. You dare hit me? I'll kill you, Lu Ran. A murderous intent surged in Zhang Yang's eyes, and he got up to summon the spirit of the magical artifact. Just then, a hand grabbed him. It was Li Liani, Chen Kailing's homeroom teacher. Enough! Do you still want to kill your classmate in front of so many media outlets? Zhang Yang looked at Li Liani and angrily rebuked him. Teacher Li. He's already made a move, can't you see it? Or are you going to side with him? He's my student. If I don't favor him, why should I favor you? Li Liani stared coldly at Zhang Yang, his immense aura descending. Zhang Yang initially wanted to resist, but remembering the rumors about Li Liani's identity, he finally gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Good, very good. You can protect him here, but I'm watching to see how you protect him once he's inside the exam hall. He turned and gave Chen Kailing a murderous look before leaving with Lu Ran. After Zhang Yang left, Li Liani glanced at Chen Kailing and said, Come here. Are you really going to take the college entrance exam? In the corner, Li Liani frowned and asked. After 12 years of hard work, how could I not participate? Chen Kailing countered with a question. Seeing this, Li Liani sighed and said, Since you insist on participating, I suggest you go in now, otherwise you will either die at the hands of the ferocious beasts or at the hands of Zhang Yang. Here, take this. Upon seeing the shield talisman handed to him, Zhang Kailing was surprised. Li Lianyi laughed and said, "Take it without worry. I bought it myself. Whether you are a genius or a good-for-nothing, you are first and foremost my student." Hearing this, Zhang Kailing felt a warmth in her heart and no longer refused. "Teacher Li, I've been scolding you for 3 years, but I never expected to find out you're actually a good person. When I become the top scholar in the Great Xia dynasty, I'll definitely include your name in my thank you speech." Li Lianyi laughed heartily. "If you can live, then I will." Before he finished speaking, he saw the spirit of the heavenly sword appear in Xia Yuning's palm at Zhang Kailing's signal. Li Lianyi looked at Xia Yuning in astonishment. She awakened? Zhang Kailing smiled and nodded, then led Xia Yuning through the examination admission ticket inspection and security check. The security guard opened Chen Kailing's backpack, revealing a strange expression, but still handed over the backpack and the bracelet. After making all the preparations, the two stepped into the black mist of the abyss of the dead. Xia Yuning has awakened, and the spirit artifact's soul looks to be of a high grade, coupled with Chen Kailing's SSS level talent. Li Lianyi watched the two figures as they walked away, murmuring softly. "Originally, I just admired his courage in refusing the 4 major legions and wanted to help him out, but now it seems." After thinking for a moment, Li Lianyi took out his phone and dialed a number. After the freshman speech and the principal's speech, Zhang Yiyang came over again and found that Chen Kailing had already entered the examination room, so he immediately followed her in. At this moment, the signal was connected on several large screens in the venue. Apart from a few signal lights representing the examination room situation and a cross-sectional map of the 3-story area, there was no other image. Their location signal will only appear when a student in the examination room chooses to give up. Everyone is hoping that their children, their students, won't appear on this screen. Chapter 7's score increase is terrifying. The expert has already followed. Within the abyss of the dead, the endless black mist resembled a man-eating behemoth. Even ordinary people felt a bone-chilling cold simply by standing there. We've already explored the first level yesterday. Let us go straight to the deepest part of the first level, the territory of the savage bears. Chen Kailing immediately devised a plan after entering the abyss. The abyss of the dead is divided into 9 levels, forming an inverted pyramid shape. To reach the next level, you must pass through the most dangerous part of each level. The first level of the savage bear territory is occupied by the 7 stars of refined iron, which is an insurmountable barrier for ordinary examinees who have just awakened. The college entrance examination lasts for 3 days. In terms of strategy, most candidates only dare to risk their lives to fight in the wild bear territory after nightfall on the first day, once they have reached a certain level. Good. Upon hearing this, even though it seemed like a wild idea, Xia Yuning felt that anything Chen Kailing said made perfect sense. Just then, the black mist beside the two seemed to wriggle. Chen Kailing glanced sideways, shook his head, and sighed. "These ferocious beasts are really like rats in a stinking ditch. No matter how many you kill, you can't get rid of them all. In that case, we might as well just cut them down all the way." The contract array flickered, and Xia Yuning's figure changed in a burst of light, transforming into the heavenly sword in Chen Kailing's hand. Whoosh! Just as the swift-winged wolf, its fierce glint flashing from the black mist, was about to hunt, it saw its prey raise its weapon. In the next instant, its biological instincts sensed the danger. But it was too late. The 4 sword energies, upgraded in succession, exuded an incomparably domineering aura, shattering all obstacles in their path and directly reducing the Gale Wolf to dust. "Let these ferocious beasts along the way experience what fear is," Chen Kailing said calmly. As he moved forward, the number of ferocious beasts on the entire first floor began to decrease rapidly. Below the 5th level of refined iron, there was no one who could withstand his sword strike. After each ferocious beast dies, the score bracelet on Chen Kailing's wrist flashes once, transmitting the score. All candidates' scores will be transmitted to the central control room responsible for the college entrance examination in their respective regions immediately. Now, inside the control room of Xintian University, one of the 4 strongest universities in the Great Xia dynasty. The huge room was equipped with monitors on all 4 sides to synchronize the live footage, and nearly 100 staff members were working intensively to verify the information. Over the next 3 days, they will work intensively to ensure that scores and rankings are available on the day the college entrance examination ends. "Hey, Director Li, Director Wang, there seems to be a problem with some of the data here." A teacher responsible for checking grades frowned slightly as he looked at a signal point inside Qingxuan Middle School. Wang Kai's, the deputy director of the admissions office, who was over 60 years old, glanced at the area and said calmly, "Qingxuan is an unknown middle school. Any problems can be dealt with directly without reporting them. No, it's a candidate named Chen Kailing whose scores have improved dramatically since the beginning of this month. As of now, they're at 580, 590, 600. As the data analyst spoke, his pupils widened in shock. The data was soaring at a rate that even outpaced his speech. 600 points? Wang Kai's frowned. The data team should double check. How could this score possibly appear in a small place like Qingchuan City? Yes. The staff began checking, and a few minutes later, report, checking complete. How many? It's already 715. Wang Kai's was slightly surprised. The progress is so fast? Chen Kailing from Qingchuan City? What a coincidence. Let's use the little heavenly eye to capture the signal from his bracelet. Director Li Kaming had just hung up the phone when he heard this. He paused for a moment, then spoke decisively. The staff members were slightly taken aback. The little heavenly eye is a fragment of the divine artifact, the Eye of Heaven. It can observe its respective jurisdiction from high altitude, but it requires a lot of resources. In the college entrance examination, it is generally used to observe potential top scorers in the capital city. But when the director gives the order, who dares to disobey? As the staff moved, the image on the central large screen rotated, moving from the bustling capital city towards Qingchuan City, and finally to the source of the signal. In the scene, Chen Kailing holds the Tianyuan sword. With each swing, 4 sword energies accurately hit 1 or even 2 ferocious beasts. Those 3-star and 4-star ferocious beasts couldn't even last a single round against him. No wonder his score is rising so fast. This kid has some talent. A glint flashed in Wang Kai's cloudy eyes. He hadn't seen such a sharp student outside of the 3 major high schools in the capital for a long time. Judging by his speed, he's off to fight the 7 stars of iron. Li Kaming glanced at the map. They knew better than anyone the difficulty of the Undead Abyss exam. I was a bit impulsive. The safest approach is to go to that place with other students from the same school, otherwise, it's easy to end up in a situation where one person is outnumbered by many. Wang Kai's crossed his arms and tapped his fingers on his arms. Impulsive? But I feel like he's very confident. Li Kaming glanced sideways and said with considerable confidence. Wang Kai's glanced at him. Oh, it seems you trust him a lot? If he keeps this momentum going, I even think he can compete with the top students from the 3 major high schools in the capital for the top 5. Li Kaming nodded, making no attempt to hide his high regard for the young man. In that case, how about we take a small gamble? Wang Kai scoffed at these words. He admitted that the combat strength was not bad, but could a remote middle school really produce students who could compete with the geniuses in the capital? Joke. Since we've already made the bet, what's the big deal about a small bet? How about we bet on the right to support the Battle of Torres Canyon 2.5 months from now? Li Kaming smiled slightly. Each small-scale war is the best stage for universities to test their students. Whether they are participating students or leaders, they will receive massive resource support. Wang Kai's raised an eyebrow, trying to scare me? I'm afraid your old bones can't handle it anymore. I'll take the gamble. I'll lead the team to support the battlefield, so don't regret it. Good. Li Kaming nodded in agreement, smiling to himself. Old one, don't blame me this time. This little guy is an SSS-level talent holder. Just now, he received a call from his nephew, who wanted him to keep an eye on his student who possessed SSS-level talent. Li Kaming thought he was just bragging. After all, how could a student with such talent not be reported? Now it seems there's more to the story. Congratulations, host. The heavenly sword has been upgraded to 6-star refined iron. Skill, sword/upgrade upgradable. Sword/new effect, releases 5 sword energies simultaneously, randomly upgrading one of them to a strengthened sword energy with 150% of the base sword energy effect. After a series of battles, Chen Kailing reached the 6th level of the refined iron realm before even reaching the territory of the Savage Bear. At this moment, the vast majority of 1-star and 2-star candidates across the entire Great Xiao region had just entered the examination hall. This upgrade speed is enough to leave everyone speechless. We're in the territory of the Savage Bears ahead. Let's go and increase their strength. Chen Kailing looked at the tall rock wall in front of him, but still did not feel any pressure. The moment he stepped into this territory, he was met with 2 fierce gazes. Chapter 8, Slaughtering the Savage Bears scared away the Bear King. A crack on its chest indicates the presence of 2 fierce bears with 7 stars of refined iron, which are not to be trifled with. Xia Yuning's voice flowed directly into Chen Kailing's mind through the contract. This was a unique communication method among contractors. Before them stood two savage bears, each 5 meters tall, their bodies a deep brown black, with a blood-red crack running diagonally from their left shoulder to their waist, the very same hierarchical characteristic of the savage bear race that had been taught in theory class. The two savage bears showed no mercy to the intruders, unleashing tremendous power from their legs as their entire bodies charged forward like blocks of iron. Is this the key knowledge points that the teachers have been emphasizing for the exam? Chen Kailing focused his gaze and swung his sword to defend, but the enormous impact still forced him to retreat repeatedly, his hands and feet going numb. Roar! The bear on the left raised its claws high, and those sharp claws slammed down, sharper than steel, enough to easily pierce through a human's ribs. Chen Kailing flicked his wrist, and the heavenly sword drew a semicircle, releasing 5 sword energies directly at his face, colliding head-on with the savage bear. Ah! The powerful numerical force directly sent the bear on the left flying, and one of the enhanced sword energies even severed one of the bear's arms, causing the bear to howl in pain. The power of the enhanced sword energy is so fierce? Seeing this, even Chen Kailing himself was surprised. After a rough calculation, he confirmed that the enhanced sword energy could damage the 7-star refined iron, but he did not expect the damage to be so high. It's important to know that the wild bear's defense stats are consistently among the best in its class, let alone those of higher levels. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Kailing, who now had a clearer understanding of his own abilities, completely dropped his pretense. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Chen Kailing charged forward and swung his sword at the bear again. Although the bear immediately leaped up to try to dodge, it was too big of a target. Another arm has been cut off. Roar! At this moment, the bear on the right, seeing its companion injured, went completely berserk, clenching its fists and pounding its chest violently, letting out a long howl to the sky. Not only did you not run away, but you also dared to call your teammates. Was I so focused on taking down the enemy that I forgot to take down you? Chen Kailing's sharp gaze fell upon him. The bear's pupils contracted, and in that instant it felt immense pressure as 5 sword energies suddenly appeared before its eyes. With a loud bang, the bear slammed its fists into the ground, causing layers of earthen walls to surge up, but it still couldn't completely block the sword energy. Laugh. This wild bear was unlucky, it was pierced through the chest by the enhanced sword energy. Killing the 7-star iron bear with a single blow, that was awesome. Seeing the savage bear fall directly under the enhanced sword energy, Chen Kailing became even more excited. The ground began to shake the next moment. Earthquake? No, wait. Chen Kailing looked toward the horizon and saw a group of wild bears charging toward him in response to the call. Despite their enormous size, they were not slow at all, and they were not stupid either. They surrounded Chen Kailing, their prey, in an attempt to kill him and give him no chance to escape. Interesting, there are tactics involved, but it's still uncertain who the prey is and who the hunter is. Chen Kailing's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He raised his sword and killed the armless bear that was looking on expectantly. Then he gradually quickened his pace and rushed out. 5 sword energies flashed like streaks of light, slashing towards one of the wild bears. Before the bear could react, a bloody hole appeared in its chest. These bears never expected that this human, whose cultivation level seemed low, would have the courage to face their encirclement. Any other human would have already fled in terror. The sword energy returned in the next instant. The sword energy was dazzling yet restrained. Only when these savage bears caught it with their bare hands could they feel the bone-breaking pain caused by its terrifying power. Their formidable defenses were like tofu in the face of that enhanced sword energy. Chen Kailing approached with his sword, and with a whoosh, he pierced the bear's chest with his sword and kicked it away, sending it crashing into another bear. The moment the bear caught its companion and its view was blocked, a cold sword flashed and pierced through the bear in front of it, piercing its heart and killing it instantly. With a loud boom, the other 2 wild bears seized the opportunity and leaped in from the side. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing dropped the heavenly sword and retreated. Upon seeing Chen Kailing without his weapon, Man Xiong strained his muscles, the skin on his fists intertwining like metal cables, unleashing a terrifying cohesive force. In the eyes of the bear, this blow was beyond human power to stop, and it was determined to make a name for itself today and kill the intruder with its fist. But just as its heavy punch was about to touch Chen Kailing, its body suddenly stopped. It looked down and saw that the heavenly sword had pierced through its chest. On the other side, Zhang Kailing made a move, and the heavenly sword pierced through the bear's body and returned to his hand. With a smile, he finished the bear's job by slashing its neck. Before the sheer power of amplified sword energy, this was a massacre. In just a few encounters, more than 6 wild bears had already been killed. This brutal battle caused the remaining 2 wild bears to hesitate. As the two bears stared at each other, their minds filled with thoughts of retreat, a bear roar was heard, followed by the earth shaking. The king has arrived. The two bears perked up and excitedly pounded their chests. 2 cracks, 8-star refined iron, the boss of the first floor, is it? Chen Kailing watched the rapidly approaching savage bear king with high fighting spirit in his eyes. He was in excellent condition and would go after the savage bear king even if it didn't come to him. The savage bear king roared as it approached, but upon seeing the horrific scene, it suddenly fell silent. The great bear king stared intently at Chen Kailing, its surging aura just beginning to build, and then, it turned and fled, running even faster than when it came. Chen Kailing was stunned. Inside Shintian University, everyone was stunned. Wang Kai's frowned and said, "He's supposed to be the bear king, yet he just ran away like that. The lord of the first level is a bit incompetent." Li Kaming laughed and said, "It is a bit spineless, but killing a lord who avoids battle is much more difficult. Isn't it better for you that he can't get the bonus points? Hee, it's just a bet. You underestimate me, Wang Kai's. Besides, if he can't kill the bear king, it's because his strength is limited." Wang Kai's crossed his arms and said, "That bear king has survived 5 years of college entrance exams. He thinks he can hunt it down by himself? That's wishful thinking." "Really? I don't think so." Seeing that Li Kaming remained confident, Wang Kai's just shook his head and laughed at him for being so naive at his age. But soon, Chen Kailing's actions caught his attention. What is he doing? Chapter 9, Roasting Bear Paws in front of the Bear King. The Bear King couldn't stand it anymore. "What are you looking for in this pile of wild bear carcasses? Materials and such are only available after you reach the silver forging level." Xia Yuning, who had reverted to her girl form from the sword, stared at Chen Kailing's actions with some surprise. Chen Kailing laughed and said, "Yuning, this is what you don't understand. That bear king is timid, so we have to make it come out on its own." Next, Chen Kailing revealed his plan to grill bear paws. Xia Yuning stared at Chen Kailing's backpack and suddenly realized, "No wonder you went to the store this morning and bought those things. You had already made preparations." "That's right," Chen Kailing said, picking out a strong bear arm. "This one will do." "Okay, I'll carry it. You can also help me with the barbecue later. I've learned how to do it in the last 2 years." Xia Yuning stopped Chen Kailing's movements and reached out to grab the bear's arm, which was even bigger than her. Upon seeing this, Chen Kailing was also deeply moved, thinking, "Who says women are inferior to men?" The man and woman carried the bear by the arm and walked forward. As Chen Kailing deliberately slowed his pace, the smell of the bear's blood began to spread. Nearby, a number of wild bears followed from a distance, but out of fear, none dared to approach. Soon, the Bear King's territory. This place is located at the deepest part of the first level. Below the cliff behind is the second level, which is why the Bear King often retreats to the second level when he encounters a strong enemy. Chen Kailing was prepared for this and took out his secret weapon directly from his bag. Lighter, cumin powder. Although the area was mostly rocky, there were also quite a few dead trees. Soon, Chen Kailing had built a campfire. Xia Yuning simply placed the bear's arm over the fire to roast it. This series of actions left everyone at Shintian University dumbfounded. Li Kaming's eyes lit up. "Barbecue? This guy, he was prepared." Wang Kai's asked, "It's just lunchtime, right? It's time, it's normal, isn't it? Even if the Bear King could, wait." He suddenly thought of something. Li Kaming nodded with a focused gaze, "That's right. Due to their racial characteristics, the savage bears have an extremely strong sense of cohesion. Each savage bear is like a family member to each other. Perhaps the Bear King could witness his loved ones die before his eyes and flee in terror, but what if his loved ones were roasted alive within his territory, even seasoned and made into lunch? Faced with something so unacceptable, if it does nothing, it will definitely lose the trust of its tribe. For both reason and emotion, it has no choice but to take action." Wang Kai's exclaimed in astonishment, "This kid is quite clever, but if the Bear King dares to make a move, wouldn't all the bears in the entire bear territory swarm him? Possibly? Look around him, there are at least 20 wild bears." As soon as Li Kaming spoke, everyone held their breath and looked at the screen. Roar! Sure enough, as the bear paws, simmering with the rich aroma of cumin, began to cook, the Bear King leaped down from its cave. This time, it did not try to escape. "Do you dare to come out face to face now?" Xia Yuning's gaze sharpened, and she immediately said, "Be extremely careful this time. There are quite a few wild bears nearby, we." As she was speaking, she heard Chen Kailing chew and say, your roasted bear paw is really delicious. Your cooking skills are impeccable. We are so lucky to have you. Seeing Chen Kailing eating so contentedly, Xia Yuning felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and blinked as she asked, "Is it really that delicious?" Praise. Chen Kailing gave a thumbs up without hesitation. Roar. This scene thoroughly enraged the surrounding wild bears. For a moment, the roar of the bear could be heard throughout the entire first level, even by Zhang Yiyang and the others who were on the outer edge of the first level. What's going on deep inside? Have those bears gone mad? A student asked fearfully. Will this affect our afternoon's raid? Are we really going to start planning this afternoon? Or would it be better to do it tonight? What's the panic? We have young Master Zhang. He just advanced to the 4th level of refined iron. By this afternoon, he'll be at the 6th level without a problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang laughed and said, "That's right. I'm confident I can hunt down the savage bear then. The sooner we go, the more time we'll have to set a trap for the Bear King. As long as the lords on the 3 levels inflict damage, the scoring bracelet will also contribute to the auxiliary score, which is no less than killing a beast of the same level." Upon hearing that there were auxiliary points available, many people became interested. Zhang Yiyang smiled outwardly, but was indifferent inwardly. Heh, a bunch of idiots. The Bear King is an 8-star iron refined star. Trying to kill it on the first day with sheer strength is a pipe dream. You can't do without the cannon fodder to grind it down. Laugh. The moment Chen Kailing put down the barbecue and grasped the heavenly sword, his gaze turned icy. After slaying a wild bear with a single sword strike, the sound of air being pierced rushed past his ears. Chen Kailing quickly retreated to avoid the explosion of dust in front of him. At this moment, the spot where he had just landed now had a bear paw and a huge pit that spread in all directions. This was the power of the Bear King. As expected of the Bear King, Chen Kailing said, his eyes narrowing. Besides the Bear King, there were more than a dozen wild bears entrenched around him, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on him, waiting for him to reveal a weakness. Let's change our target. I feel like I only need to hunt 2 more wild bears to level up. Okay, then let's start with 2. After hearing Xia Yuning's reminder, Chen Kailing charged toward the nearest wild bear, but the Bear King had already abandoned its cowardly nature and roared as it charged toward him, faster than him. Boom! With a single punch, Chen Kailing was sent flying several meters away. And the Bear King showed no sign of stopping, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches as it moved. Boom! This time, Chen Kailing's body crashed directly into a piece of broken rock. Despite being a level 6 refined iron, he was not afraid of facing a level 8 refined iron. But with a group of ferocious bears providing cover, it was indeed quite difficult. As Chen Kailing rose with his sword, he dodged the attack while simultaneously unleashing 5 sword energies that shattered the rocks in front of him and slashed forward. Roar! The Bear King bent its legs, and the ground beneath its feet seemed to suddenly soften and gradually sink. But upon seeing this scene, Chen Kailing understood that it wasn't that the soil had softened, but rather that the Bear King had become heavier. At this moment, the Bear King's skin was constantly evolving into extremely hard rock. Boom! The Bear King was prepared to withstand Chen Kailing's sword energy head-on, but after successfully catching 1 sword energy, it discovered that the remaining 4 sword energies were heading straight for the other 2 wild bears. Because Chen Kailing had previously demonstrated that the 5 sword energies were always focused on a single bear, it mistakenly believed that the target of these sword energies could only be 1 unit. Roar! The Bear King was furious, but it was too late. After the 2 unsuspecting bears died, a prompt appears. Congratulations, host. The Heavenly Sword has been upgraded to 7-star refined iron. Skill, sword/upgrade upgradable. Sword/new effect, releases 6 sword energies simultaneously, with 3 of them being enhanced sword energies. Sword/new effect, the area where sword energy cannot be dodged has been increased to within 3 minor levels. Battle level, 79. Seeing the panel clearly, Chen Kailing smiled in relief. Due to its inherent brute strength, the Bear King's stats, after being amplified, would be around 130 or 140. With its current base attack stat and the amplification effect, it already possesses the power to fight. More importantly, the main skill, Sword Slash, has been greatly enhanced. If a single sword aura is already so terrifying, what about 3? Furthermore, given the current level difference, these sword-wielding Bear Kings cannot dodge and can only withstand the attacks. Now, it's time to settle the score for that punch we just received. Looking at the Bear King, Chen Kailing drew his sword and stepped forward. Chapter 10, Setting the Forest on Fire, the Enraged Firewing Nightbird King. Roar! In the ensuing battle, the Bear King was astonished to find that every move the young man made was sharper and heavier than before, and for a moment, it once again had the idea of retreating. But Chen Kailing had no intention of letting it go. Sword slash! After creating some distance, Chen Kailing's spiritual energy surged forth, converging on the heavenly sword. The 6 sword energies were as fast as lightning and as heavy as an iron mountain. The Bear King stood firm on its legs and tried to withstand the attack head-on as before, but the result was beyond its expectations. Laugh! The Bear King's petrified body, which was capable of dominating the defensive level of its class, shattered under the first sword strike. Before it could react, 3 sword energies attacked in succession, slashing at the same spot repeatedly. Then, the 5th enhanced sword energy struck, completely shattering its petrified body shell. At the same time, the 6th sword energy struck. Laugh! The sword pierced right through the Bear King's waist, leaving a shocking wound from which a large amount of blood splattered. The Bear King stared blankly as the human approached step by step, a tremendous sense of fear gripping its heart. You're going to die. It used all its strength to turn around and try to escape, but Chen Kailing would not give it that chance and sent it flying with a sword. Laugh! The cold, noble blade pierced through the Bear King's head from behind, passing right through his right pupil. The only thing the Bear King could remember from his bloodied left eye was the magnificent blade. Thump! The Bear King collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Upon seeing this, the other wild bears, who had been frenzied, immediately calmed down. Their eyes, which had turned from scarlet, became clear. After exchanging glances, they fled. Should we go after them? Xia Yuning's voice came through. Chen Kailing glanced at them and shook his head, saying, "No need. They don't give any extra points, and chasing them would be time-consuming and exhausting. It's better to go directly to the second level. Besides, we need to save some strength to deal with the second level's lord, the Firewing Nightbird King. Okay, shall we go now?" Xia Yuning reverts to her teenage form. Chen Kailing shook his head and said seriously, "That won't do. You haven't finished eating the bear paws you roasted yet, we can't waste them." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuning, who was usually cold and aloof, pursed her lips and softened her voice. "If you like, I'll bake for you every day. It's a deal." Hold head high. Okay, then forget it. Let's go, second floor. Shinten University. Silence fell over the control room. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Kai stared intently at Li Kaming. 3 hours into the exam, hunting a Bear King, do you know something to dare bet with me? Li Kaming shrugged and handed over his phone. I only know a little more than you do. What's the meaning? Wang Kai took out his phone in surprise. Chen Kaming. The dumbest SSS level talent possessor in history. Chen Kaming, a disgrace to Qingxuan, refuses the contract request from the granddaughter of one of the 4 military region commanders. After scanning through those posts, Wang Kai asked in astonishment, an SSS level genius, why haven't we received any news even though the commanders of the 4 military regions have already gone there? The military region itself has the first choice. We have to wait for the school to report. After this incident, it would be a miracle if Qingxuan Middle School even reported it. Li Kaming frowned, his words tinged with dissatisfaction. Refusing the conditions of the 4 major military regions, this kid is interesting, Wang Kai said with a light sneer as he looked at the young man in the picture. But he really is stupid. If there were an award for stupidest person of the year, I would vote for him. I used to share your idea, but now I think he has his own ideas. Li Kaming shook his head. Heh, what are your thoughts? He's just a self-righteous genius. I admit he has some potential, but when faced with absolute resource allocation, a genius is nothing special. This land has never lacked geniuses. Wang Kai looked at the screen and saw Chen Kailing heading to the second floor, his expression revealing his emotions. Just watch, the next Lord Firewing Nightbird King will have a hard time. Are we really going now? Before nightfall? At the entrance to the second level, Xia Yuning asked. The second level is ruled by the Firewing Nightbird, whose territory is located in the outer forest. During this period on the first day, they are virtually invincible, which is the challenge that all candidates must face. Only after passing through the Firewing Nightbird forest can one truly enter the second level. However, it is only in the second level that you can farm enough experience to clear the level. It is impossible to do so with the level of the ferocious beasts in the first level, unless you solo the wild bear territory. But this is simply unrealistic, creating a vicious cycle. Fortunately, due to its lifestyle, the firewing nightbird enters a deep sleep at night to replenish its energy. Therefore, almost every year's candidates would enter the second floor on the first night and sneak around it without disturbing the animal's rest. However, given the terrain of the Abyss of the Dead, once you go deep into it, the return journey will take twice as long. Therefore, the firewing nightbird king has never even been challenged in any of the previous college entrance examinations. To save time, the lord of the third level, the blue lake viper, is the toughest nut to crack. We must set aside at least a day and a half to deal with it. Chen Kailing didn't care about any of that, he just wanted to hunt them down. Good. Hearing this, Xia Yuning nodded. Looking down at the precipice below, the two jumped off. Although it's called a cliff, it's only about 20 meters high, which is nothing to the two of them now. After landing, the two were greeted by a towering, lush forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, shrouded in thick black fog. Should we fight our way in? Xia Yuning asked. Chen Kailing shook his head. The firewing nightbirds are relatively scattered, and this forest is quite large, making it easy to get lost. In the end, it will take a lot of time, which is not worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuning glanced at Chen Kailing's backpack and said, if I remember correctly, there are other things in the bag, which are for the firewing nightbird king, right? That's right. With this, we can wait for the firewing nightbird king to come to us. Chen Kailing smiled and then took out the secret weapon from his bag. Lighter and gasoline. Seeing this, Xia Yuning was stunned for a long time before she smiled and said, setting fire to the forest? I guess you'll have to face the entire tribe. No, didn't the theory class say that this group generally prefers one-on-one combat? Once the bird king makes a move, the other ferocious beasts will just watch. As Chen Kailing spoke, he began to pour gasoline, and then set it on fire. Fire! Caw caw caw! Before long, the entire firewing bird forest was engulfed in flames, and heart-wrenching cries echoed from the woods. Look, there's no need to look for it at all, it's right here. Hearing the commotion from the outer edge of the woods, Chen Kailing happily put away his lighter. Chapter 11, 2 birds slain in a row. This must be Zhang Yiyang's achievement. Gah! The entire forest echoed with sharp cries as firewing nightbirds burst forth from all directions, like clusters of suns in the black mist. The firewing nightbird king is entirely red, with its wings being exceptionally sharp, resembling two blades. Its crest of feathers blazed with crimson flames, making it stand out among all the firewing nightbirds. In just a moment, the firewing nightbird king in the sky had already locked onto Chen Kailing and his companion, its eyes practically overflowing with killing intent. As the firewing nightbird king flapped its wings, it was like a volcanic eruption, with countless sparks of fire bursting down and gradually transforming into countless firewing nightbirds in the air, like a firestorm. The remaining firewing nightbirds, just as the textbook described, circled and cheered overhead, without making a move. What a temper! Sword, come on! Chen Kailing raised his hand and the heavenly sword appeared in his grasp. In that instant, streaks of sword energy were unleashed, slashing through the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Along the way, all the firewing nightbirds were torn apart by the sword energy, and the powerful heat source exploded in mid-air, stirring up a spreading hurricane. Fueled by the wind, the burning forest blazed even brighter. Gah! Seeing this, the firewing nightbird king became even more furious. Sizzle! Suddenly, a silver light flashed behind the firewing nightbird king, breaking through the raging flames almost instantly and slashing towards its neck, aiming to sever its head. This was the enhanced sword energy of the heavenly sword, with power far exceeding Chen Kailing's level, soaring straight into the sky, indestructible. Wow! As the firewing nightbird king flapped its wings to dodge, its entire body transformed into flame armor, enveloping it within. Then, Chen Kailing below continued his movements, continuously swinging his sword to enhance his sword energy, which was unstoppable and rushed straight towards it, unleashing a huge sonic boom. Gah! The firewing nightbird king let out a miserable cry, rolled in the air, and then regained its footing. The flames on its wings had dimmed and lost their luster. If it hadn't been for the timely coverage of its fire armor, it would have been cut off by now. Staring at the human below, firewing nightbird king found it hard to understand. The human's level didn't seem high, yet the power of his moves was ridiculously strong. Since that's the case, then I won't confront you head-on. Call out. Thinking this, the firewing nightbird king quickly circled up to conceal itself. With each flap of its wings, feathers carrying flames shot down, stirring up waves of heat that even raised the surrounding temperature. The flaming feathers contained the purest fire energy from within the firewing nightbird king. Once that burning power comes into contact with something, it has no chance of being extinguished unless it is burned to the bone. Faced with the sky full of fiery feathers, Chen Kailing dodged aside, raised his heavenly sword to parry continuously, and began to look for a suitable opportunity to counterattack as he swung the sword. It must be said that among the 9 stars of refined iron, the Fire-Winged Nightbird King is not only strong, but also possesses aerial superiority. For anyone else, there's only one option against such an air superiority: escape. But the heavenly sword is different. Its blade possesses the ability to flash black, completely negating the Fire-Winged Nightbird King's agility advantage. After Chen Kailing shattered a fiery feather, seeing that the Fire-Winged Nightbird King had relaxed its guard, he didn't hesitate and unleashed a series of sword slashes. The Fire-Winged Nightbird King didn't pay any attention to the initial sword energy, swaying left and right with a relaxed expression. What the Fire-Winged Nightbird King didn't expect was that the sword energies it had dodged had already triggered the black flash ability, and collectively turned around to slash directly at its back. Laugh! In that instant, the Fire-Winged Nightbird King exploded behind him, leaving a bloody mess. His wings trembled, unable to maintain his balance, and he plummeted downwards. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Kailing took a step forward, and the heavenly sword in his hand burst forth with a sword like 3 zhang long, its power astonishing. Gah! The Fire-Winged Nightbird King screamed, but no matter how much it flapped its wings, it could not dodge the attack. Laugh! The Fire-Winged Nightbird King was cut in two with a single stroke. The Fire-Winged Nightbirds all around screamed and scattered like startled birds. Phew, the Lord-level Fire-Winged Nightbird King has been hunted down. Now, all that's left is to kill a Blue Lake Viper to get all the coefficient points. Holding the heavenly sword in his hand, Chen Kailing felt relaxed and happy. I'm just a little more experience away from breaking through to the 8th level of refined iron. Let's go, keep hunting, and rest in front of the 3rd level entrance tonight. At the same time that Chen Kailing finished hunting down the Fire-Winged Nightbird King. Outside the Abyss of the Dead. The crowd at Qingchuan Middle School erupted in cheers like a landslide. Everyone was extremely excited. The reason is simple: just within the past hour, 2 of the signal lights representing the 3 Lord-level entities went out in succession. It must be Zhang Yiyang, only he has that kind of ability. My god, is this a god descending to Earth? He actually killed 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts in one go. So this is what an S-class talent is like? It's terrifying. On the high platform, Golong stood up in surprise and laughed loudly. Well done. With this momentum, Zhang Yiyang has a good chance of becoming the top scholar in the entire Northwest 4 provinces. Yes, this time Qingchuan Middle School is going to make a name for itself. Zhang Yiyang's homeroom teacher, Lu Qing, with a smug look on her face, had already stood next to Golong and was sighing. He has lived up to my years of careful training. Unlike some people, he can't even teach the course on contracted spirit artifacts properly. Among the teachers below, everyone glanced at Li Liani, and those who were close to him patted him on the shoulder and sighed. It's a pity for Teacher Li this year. He finally produced a genius, but he turned out to be that kind of person. Li Liani shook his head and said, Really? I think Chen Kailing is quite clever. Ha! Everyone frowned, surprised, but in the end they just thought it was Li Liani's words to comfort them. After all, if Chen Kailing were truly smart enough, he wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exam. He could be directly recommended for university. Li Liani should have been promoted and given a raise. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Li Liani smiled without saying a word. At this moment, seeing that Golong was in a great mood, Lu Qing on the stage suggested, Principal Gu, why don't we just gather the admissions officers from the 4 major universities and have them compete for admission? Upon hearing this, Golong hesitated for a moment. As the name suggests, competitive recruitment involves recruiting students through a competitive process. When outstanding students emerge from the school, professors from the top 4 universities can be invited to the site to present their applications. Based on the selected students' college entrance examination scores, competitive conditions will be set on the spot to complete the recruitment process. If the bidding is successful, the school will receive a substantial joint resource subsidy from the 4 universities. Under this rule, schools gain more resources, while the 4 major universities also guaranteed their right to recruit talented students from the other 3 proctoring districts. However, if the teachers from the 4 major universities make a wasted trip, resulting in a waste of teaching resources, they will be directly blacklisted and have their resource supply reduced, which is very risky. Yi Yang has already hunted down 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts. If he gets one more, the score will be absolutely terrifying, Lu Qing whispered in Golong's ear when he saw Golong hesitate. Upon hearing this, Golong became confident and waved his hand. All right, send out the invitation to apply. At this moment, inside Shintian University, the big screen was also playing footage of Chen Kailing killing the Fire-Winged Nightbird King. The user is decisive and ruthless, and the magical sword is strange and powerful. This is the consensus of everyone. To be honest, when they saw Chen Kailing burn down the Firewing Nightbird forest, they only had one thought: this kid was courting death. Trying to kill the second boss after only 3 hours of the exam is wishful thinking. But Chen Kailing actually did it. This guy's talent is even greater than I thought. Li Kaming sighed, then looked at Wang Kai's and smiled. How about it? Still think he's stupid? Wang Kai's lips twitched, but he remained stubborn. Stupid. This land has no shortage of geniuses. Resources are the key. Just as Li Kaming was joking, a staff member reported, Xingchuan Middle School has sent an invitation to compete for admission and the candidate's information. Should we send a teacher? I'll go myself. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's immediately stood up and grabbed the printed candidate information. Didn't you look down on him? Li Kaming said with a smile, arms crossed. Wang Kai's raised an eyebrow. Who said that? I said resources are more important. Come to our Shantian, and he'll have resources, won't he? Just as Wang Kai's was about to take action, he glanced at the name and froze. Shang Yiyang? An S-level genius who killed 2 lords? What rubbish! Are these people stupid? Li Kaming immediately understood what had happened, and smiled after taking the candidate's information. Alright, I'll go myself. You stay here and watch over things. Chapter 12: Chasing Chen Kailing? Even working day and night won't catch up. At this moment, Zhang Yiyang, who was highly anticipated by everyone at Xingchuan Middle School, was stunned when he saw the empty savage territory in front of him. What's going on? Where's the Bear King? Everyone who saw the desolate territory before them was completely bewildered as to what had happened. Hey! Look here! Just then, a classmate made a discovery. He picked up a bear arm sprinkled with cumin powder from the ground. Holy crap, which gourmet has come to the abyss of the dead to have a barbecue? When they saw that bear arm, everyone was stunned. Was this even human? How could someone who had entered the abyss of the dead have the time to make barbecue? Are they still eating the lord race of this level? Zhang Yiyang took the bear arm, his brows furrowing. Impossible. We were almost the fastest of the dozen or so classes. No one should have surpassed our pace along the way. Damn it, now that the savage bear territory is destroyed, let's go check out the second level. Zhang Yiyang gritted his teeth and said. Going now might not be the right time, a classmate suggested. Then let's wait until tonight to set off. Although Zhang Yiyang was very unwilling, he dared not go and provoke the group of Firewing Nightbirds outside of nighttime. Night falls. Not long after dark, Zhang Yiyang led the group deeper into the area, but when they reached the second level, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. The once lush Firewing Nightbird forest was completely burned to ruins, and there was no trace of the Firewing Nightbirds left. At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong with this college entrance examination. There was an incredibly powerful guy who had hunted down 2 lords before any of them. How is this possible? We were clearly the first to enter the exam hall, and we didn't see anyone overtake us at all. Zhang Yiyang said dejectedly that all his preparations for killing the 3 lord-level ferocious beasts had come to nothing. If I remember correctly, Chen Kailing came in before us, right? At this moment, Lu Ran looked at Zhang Yiyang and reminded him. Chen Kailing? Humph, he doesn't deserve it. If it weren't for Li Lian's status, I would have killed him just now. Zhang Yiyang covered his cheek and said coldly, if he hadn't come in early and been hiding in some corner, I would have shot him a dozen times. Squad leader Zhang, what do we do now? At this moment, a student asked a question. Chase them. I refuse to believe that person can move that fast. Zhang Yiyang had a premonition that the person wouldn't go too far, but he didn't realize that by the time he ventured deeper into the second level at night, he was already half a day behind. Congratulations, host. The Heavenly Sword has been upgraded to the 8th star of Refined Iron. Skill, sword/upgrade upgradable. Sword/new effect, releases 7 sword energies simultaneously, with 4 randomly selected enhanced sword energies. At night, before the entrance to the 3rd level, after hunting down the Tiger Clan here, the Heavenly Swords level was upgraded once again. Prior to this, thanks to his 7-star Refined Iron level and the Heavenly Might characteristic, Chen Kailing had annihilated almost every ferocious beast along the way. After the upgrade, Chen Kailing felt an even more surging power coming from his hands. 7 sword energies in 1 strike, as expected of you. Upon seeing the information on the panel, Chen Kailing became excited and couldn't help but praise Xia Yuning. Xia Yuning shook her head. It's all thanks to you. After enjoying two of Xia Yuning's signature grilled tiger paws, Chen Kailing found a tree hollow, looked around, and nodded. This place is nice, I'll sleep here tonight. Then, under Xia Yuning's puzzled gaze, Chen Kailing picked up large stones and divided the tree hole into two sides. Tonight you'll sleep on the left, and I'll sleep on the right. Neither of us can cross the line. That's it, time to sleep. Seeing that Chen Kailing was treating her like a thief, Xia Yuning blinked but didn't respond. Chen Kailing was awakened by something heavy pressing down on him the next morning. It's so heavy. Chen Kailing opened his eyes and was about to get up when he was greeted by a sweet breath. Looking down, he saw a delicate, pretty face facing him, sleeping soundly. No? Why did it post here again? Chen Kailing turned his head and saw that the stones that served as the dividing line had long since been thrown away somewhere. Xia Yuning was curled up in his arms, her collar had slipped down to her shoulders, revealing her fair collarbone and rich, snow-white skin. At this moment, she was pressed tightly against Chen Kailing's chest, moaning, her saliva soaking his clothes. It is said that the personality of the spirit weapon girl is similar to that of the spirit weapon's soul. It is hard to imagine that this docile and innocent girl, who is as cute as a kitten, is the sharpest sword in the world. Noticing the change in the source of heat, Xia Yuning also woke up. When their eyes met, Xia Yuning paused for a moment, then simply pursed her lips, stood up, said good morning, and got up to straighten her clothes. Good morning, aren't you going to explain what happened last night? Where's the dividing line? Chen Kailing squinted and replied. I don't know, I didn't notice, maybe it rolled away on its own. Xia Yuning remained aloof, but Chen Kailing really couldn't do anything about her because of her demeanor. Watching the girl tidying her clothes in front of him, occasionally revealing glimpses of her skin, he had a feeling that Yuning was definitely doing it on purpose. After tidying themselves up, the two walked out of the tree hole. Not far from the tree hole is the entrance to the third level. Let's go, this is the last hurdle. Once we take down that blue lake viper, this college entrance exam will be a success. Zhang Kailing stretched his body and headed directly to the third floor with Xia Yuning. And less than 10 minutes after they left, Zhang Yiyang finally led his men here, all of them looking exhausted. They had barely slept all night, trying to catch up on the progress. As they ventured deeper, they became increasingly alarmed. That night, they encountered almost no decent ferocious beasts along the way. Besides the corpses of beasts, there were only empty beast territories. This proves that person really fought his way up. Even now, having reached the entrance to the third level, they still see signs of ferocious beasts being hunted, and they all become numb. This grilled tiger claw is definitely that person's work, even the cumin powder tastes the same. At this moment, someone discovered the leftover tiger claw and was shocked. Damn it! Who is it? Zhang Yiyang roared, looking at the entrance below, and said fiercely, let's go, to the third floor. Should we still chase after them? We haven't rested all night, and the beasts on the third level are on a completely different level. Should we stay on the second level for a day and rest? Upon hearing this, everyone was terrified. Take a break? If we rest any longer, that guy will have cleared out all the beasts on the third level, and you won't even get a sip of soup. I have a feeling he's right ahead. Absolutely. Zhang Yiyang was now almost insane. The exhausted group exchanged glances, all regretting following Zhang Yiyang. At their current level, the first level was the safest. But seeing Zhang Yiyang recklessly continue on his way, many people gritted their teeth and followed him. Chapter 13 Swamp Flower Fairies arrive in full force, a grand welcome ceremony. The third level of the Abyss of the Dead is a depression. The third level is different from the first two levels. It only has two areas, the Flower Fairy Depression and the Blue Lake. Swamp flower fairies may appear in the depression under our feet at any time, so we must be careful at all times. Stepping through the muddy puddles, Chen Kailing glanced at Xia Yuning, who immediately understood and transformed into a spirit weapon. But a group of flower fairies probably won't cause any trouble. Chen Kailing chuckled as he held the heavenly sword, but after taking only 2 steps, he already felt something was wrong with the soil beneath his feet. Bang! Just as Chen Kailing dodged, a flower demon 3 meters tall with more than a dozen vine tentacles lashing wildly rushed out. Above the flower fairy's head, blue flames floated. That is the signature feature of the swamp flower fairy, the blue poison flower flame, which possesses powerful toxins that can easily paralyze creatures within the iron realm. Your welcoming ceremony is truly astonishing, but one of you alone is not enough, Chen Kailing said calmly, raising his sword. Humph. Whether the flower demon understood Chen Kailing's meaning or sensed the powerful sharpness of the heavenly sword, it screamed shrilly. Chen Kailing frowned and instantly unleashed 7 sword energies. The flower fairy opposite her pupils contracted, completely unprepared for Chen Kailing's swift action, and it was too late for her to escape. Laugh. Under the 7 sword energies, it was directly cut into several pieces. Something's not right. After dealing with the flower demon, Chen Kailing did not leave immediately, but jumped onto a boulder. Plop plop. The endless swamp in front of us seemed to be boiling water, and began to bubble wildly. Then, blue flames bloomed from it like flowers. A flower. 2 flowers. 4 flowers. 8 flowers. The darkness before his eyes was completely dispelled by the flames, and it seemed as if a blue sea of flowers was blooming before Chen Kailing's eyes, but in this sea of flowers, he did not feel any warmth or affection. Instead, a tingling sensation shot from the feet to the top of the head. This guy has called out all his distant relatives. Chen Kailing clicked his tongue, glanced at the surroundings, and then at the cliff behind him. He knew that the only way to leave this place was to fight his way out. But this massive lineup puzzled Chen Kailing, since even a random flower fairy here had reached the level of 7 or even 8 stars of refined iron. If the slightest disturbance triggers a full-scale attack, how could previous high school graduates possibly survive? Let alone the 3rd day, even if they were given 3 weeks or 3 months, they would definitely be able to hunt them down. This place is not just about 1 or 2 animals. Unless something's wrong with the blue lake deep inside. Chen Kailing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the blurry expanse at the far end. Beyond the swamp lies Blue Lake, the territory of the 3rd-tier lord, the Blue Lake Viper. Humph. Seeing Chen Kailing's calm demeanor, and his unwillingness to even look at them, the swamp flower fairies became utterly enraged. The flower demon closest to Chen Kailing took a step forward, and its dozen tentacles shot out like arrows, unleashing incredible speed and agility. Chen Kailing merely raised his arm slightly, and with a flick of his sword, 8 sword energies were unleashed, stirring up a muddy wave in the swamp in front of him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In front of Chen Kailing, the flower demon's tentacles were as easy as tofu, and were cut in 2. The flower demon's pupils widened as the speed of the sword energy far exceeded its expectations, cleaving it in 2. Your attacks aren't strong enough, your speed isn't fast enough, and your defense isn't solid enough. What can you rabble do besides wasting your lives to give me experience points? Chen Kailing shook his head with a sigh. The moment he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened like a sword. He stepped off the boulder like a general charging into battle, and directly entered the horde of flower fairies with his sword drawn. In that instant, it was as if boiling water had been poured into ice and snow. In that instant, the flower fairies melted away like ice and snow, and their corpses fell down at an extremely fast speed. Compared to the heavenly sword, which ignores defense and has a 99% increase in base attack, plus enhanced sword energy based on that increase, these flower fairies are utterly vulnerable. Giggle giggle. Screams and angry shouts mingled, as if praising their courage to face the might of the heavenly sword, but their only fate was death. All they could do was use their bodies to delay Chen Kailing's journey to Blue Lake. Tread. Chen Kailing stepped into the mud, and his body suddenly trembled. Tentacles wrapped around his feet. Whoosh. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Kailing plunged his sword into the mud and slashed out with a reverse grip. That moment. The entire swamp seemed to split into 9 sections, as the sword energy forcefully sliced through the muddy land. With a scream from a flower fairy, Chen Kailing drew his sword and swung it down with both hands. No flower fairy could withstand the swift sword energy. Crush them. An absolute crushing defeat. Under the unreasonable instant kill of the heavenly sword of the same level, they were completely reduced to experience points. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly sword's talent level is high and the experience points required far exceed those of other swords of the same level, this vast army of flower fairies would easily be enough for several examinees to break through to the 9th level of the refined iron realm. Just as Chen Kailing was wielding his sword to kill the flower demon, behind him, in a corner that no one had noticed, Zhang Yang and his group finally caught up. However, they were almost scared to death as soon as they landed. Holy crap! So many swamp flower fairies. Are you kidding me? These flower fairies are having a team-building activity here? You're still in the mood for jokes? Run! Any flower fairy here could easily kill us in an instant. The group of people had just come down when they were terrified by the scene before them. They cried and begged to go back, but climbing that cliff was not so easy. Laugh! Not far from them, several timid swamp flower fairies spotted them. In just a moment, the fear in their eyes for Chen Kailing changed to a ferocious crimson. If we can't beat that person, can't we at least kill you? The flower fairy's eyes turned cold, and dozens of tentacles attacked at once. Their powerful aura alone terrified the students. Laugh. 2 students even forgot to use their shield and speed talismans before they died under the tentacles. It's understandable that they are not blamed after all, only a minority can remain calm under such circumstances. The only one left who could fight back against the flower demon was Zhang Yang. He held the 13 deadly spears, the spear shaft wreathed in flames, and slashed out a crescent moon of light and shadow in the air. Bang! After being repelled, the flower fairy glanced at the raging fire on its tentacles, its coldness deepening. Sure enough, compared to the one wielding a sword, this was just a bunch of trash. The next moment, it felt a tingling sensation on its tentacles, paused for a moment, then revealed a sinister look and collapsed to the ground. Hee, my flames have a burning poison. What trouble do you think you, little flower fairy, can stir up? When Zhang Yang saw this, he burst out laughing. What swamp flower fairy? She still had to kneel down in front of him. Seeing this, everyone saw Zhang Yang as their hope and rushed towards him. Just as Zhang Yang raised his gun, preparing to finish off the swamp flower demon, a sudden change has occurred. Suddenly, the flower fairy, who had been paralyzed, became lively again, and her tentacles reached into the ground, wrapping around Zhang Yang's legs and hanging him upside down. Clang! The 13 deadly shots in his hand were all shaken and fell to the ground. Run! Run! Zhang Yang can't even handle a swamp flower fairy right now. Why, I should have stayed on the first floor, I shouldn't have come down. Upon seeing this, all the trainees trembled with fear. Seeing that several more flower fairies were surrounding them, those who had already used their props collapsed to the ground, weeping. Whoosh! Just then, a sword light flashed from the darkness, appearing before the students' eyes. Chapter 14. Who gave you the audacity to point a gun at me? Laugh. To everyone's astonishment, the terrifying flower demon that had so easily defeated Zhang Yang was actually cut in half at the waist. With a thud, Zhang Yang fell into the mud and rolled around in it, eventually managing to stand up with the help of Lu Ran, who had regained her human form. Who is it? Is he the one who killed 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts? At that moment, everyone was staring intently at the black mist, trying to make out a figure emerging from it. Laugh. Sizzle. The crowd couldn't see the figures clearly, but they heard the sound of something cutting through the air getting closer and closer. Soon, they saw more than a dozen flower fairies rushing towards them. Ah! The 2 examinees closest to the group of flower fairies screamed, and one of them even fainted from fright. No, they seemed to be running for their lives. Another examinee was also terrified, but he noticed that the flower fairies' expressions of fear seemed even more exaggerated than his, as if death was chasing them. Upon hearing this, everyone looked behind the flower fairy, and a figure holding a sword gradually became clear. Sword! That man is holding a sword. The one who unleashed that powerful sword energy just now. Everyone's expression changed, their hearts leaping into their throats, eager to see who this powerful figure they had been chasing for a full day and night was. Chen Kailing? At that moment, the candidate who was closest to the candidate called out the name in a trembling voice. Chen Kailing. How is this possible? Before anyone else could speak, Zhang Yang's sharp voice rang out. He quickly ran over, shoved the examinee aside, and looked into the black fog. But that one glance sent a chill down his spine. Oh, I was wondering why I thought I heard wailing. So many people, it's quite lively. In the black mist, Chen Kailing carried a sword in one hand and put the other behind his back, strolling leisurely as if he were wandering in his own backyard. How is this possible? Zhang Kailing? Is it really him? That doesn't make sense. Isn't he Xia Yuning from the contract? Is it possible that the sword in his hand belongs to Xia Yuning? Everyone was stunned by Chen Kailing's powerful demeanor. Upon seeing Chen Kailing arrive, the surrounding flower fairies immediately resumed their wary posture, neither daring to make a move nor exposing their backs to Chen Kailing. After everyone saw their weak appearance, it confirmed their belief that Chen Kailing was indeed the strong one. In the ensuing silence, only Zhang Yang's incredulous roar could be heard. Impossible. It couldn't possibly be him. That sword energy just now saved me. How could he possibly have saved me? His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Chen Kailing, trying to find any clues. Save you? Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing looked thoughtful, then suddenly realized and shook his head with a click of his tongue. Oh, now that you mention it, I do seem to have sent a sword aura at me just now. After all, the flower fairies here are all too weak to be defeated, so it's normal for the extra sword aura to miss. Vulnerable? Is this spoken in human language? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, some even doubting whether they had misheard. Any one of the flower fairies here, if you just randomly pick one, would be at the level of a first-tier lord. Even if they were all tied together, they might not be able to hunt down a single animal even if they fought in shifts. In Chen Keiling's words, they were utterly vulnerable. You mean, that sword energy was just something you casually released? And it just happened to save me? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yang burst into laughter. Do you know what you're saying? You have no idea how terrifying these swamp flower fairies are. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Yang was laughing, a swamp flower demon broke out from the black mist on the left, its dozen tentacles intertwining and forming thorns that pierced towards Chen Keiling. Careful! Before anyone could even utter a word of warning, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Chen Keiling didn't even move his feet, but simply raised his arm and swung his sword. 8 sword energies radiating terrifying power flashed by, and the flower demon didn't even last until the 5th sword energy before it became a corpse. Whoosh! The remaining 3 sword energies, as if guided by their own will, flew straight towards the flower demon closest to the flower demon's corpse. The flower fairy's pupils contracted, never expecting that it had been marked by the black flash that had lost its target without having done anything. Laugh! With a single sword strike, 8 sword energies were unleashed, killing 2 swamp flower fairies. This horrific scene shocked everyone and made Zhang Yang's earlier doubts seem like a joke. Clearly, Chen Keiling hadn't even paid attention to this place before, and the sword that saved Zhang Yang was just the residual power after casually hunting down the flower demon. In that instant, a strong sense of disillusionment and shame surged into Zhang Yang's heart. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was clearly the genius. Impossible. I don't believe it. This powerful force is definitely not yours. Tell me, who is behind you? Just then, Zhang Yang raised his hand and saw that Lu Ran had resumed her gun stance, pointing the gun blade directly at Chen Keiling. He shouted, and spitting a long way. He's gone mad. Seeing that Zhang Yang still dared to cause trouble for Chen Keiling, everyone shrank back. Chen Keiling stared directly at Zhang Yang, who was trembling all over, and his calm words gradually took on a hint of coldness. First, if you go blind, you can see an ophthalmologist, provided you can get out of here alive. Secondly, who gave you the audacity to point a gun at me? The moment he finished speaking, Chen Keiling moved like lightning, appearing 3 steps in front of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's pupils contracted, and he was about to draw his gun when he suddenly felt an immense, mountain-like force surging towards him. When? The 13 deadly shots sent Zhang Yang flying dozens of meters away, and his entire arm trembled as if struck by lightning, feeling immense pain throughout. It seems you haven't grasped the current situation yet, but that's alright, I can give you a chance to beg me to save you. Chen Keiling glanced indifferently at Zhang Yang, then calmly sheathed his sword and slowly retreated. Zhang Yang hadn't reacted at first, but soon he realized that as Chen Keiling got further and further away from him, the nearby flower fairies began to stir again. Whoosh! Seeing that the god of death had moved further away, one of the flower fairies could no longer suppress her killing intent and brandished her tentacles. More than a dozen tentacles, like deadly chains, wrapped around her from all directions. Zhang Yang was startled and immediately waved his hand in an attempt to recall the 13 deadly shots, but just as the guns were floating and spinning in the air. When? A familiar sword light appeared before his eyes. Last time, the sword light saved him, but this time, the sword light pinned Zhang Yang's spear firmly to the mud, rendering it immobile. Chapter 15, University places are predetermined, and Principal Gu is extremely excited. Chen Keiling, you. Without a magical artifact, Zhang Yang was completely unable to use his talent and was immediately in danger. Soon, his hands and feet were entangled by vine tentacles. Laugh. The flower demon crushed his limbs with just a little effort. Ah! Zhang Yang's agonizing screams chilled everyone's hearts. Having lost his limbs, he didn't even have the chance to use his shield talisman. The intense pain took a toll on him both physically and mentally. Zhang Yang, who had been pampered since childhood, had never suffered such torment before. He gave in after only half a minute. Save me, please save me. Zhang Yang looked at Chen Keiling, his eyes filled with fear. You're not being sincere. How about this, you're an S-level talent, so kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, and become my servant from now on. Chen Keiling paused for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, Alright, let me play with your Lu Ran for 2 more days, and I can guarantee you won't die, how about it? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword trembled. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expressions varied. These were the words Zhang Yiyang had used to mock Chen Kailing before they entered the examination hall. Back then, Zhang Yiyang was the student representative handpicked by the principal, an S-level genius enjoying immense prestige, unlike now, lying paralyzed in the mud like a dead dog. Please. Please save me. I haven't even touched Lu Ran yet, you can play around with her without worry. Blood was flowing from his limbs and he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. His head, which didn't hurt, hit the muddy ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran, who had reverted to human form and was covered in mud, wanted to curse him as a piece of trash. She hadn't expected Zhang Yiyang to sell her out so easily. "Oh right, didn't you want to borrow my mom to play with? If you can save me, she'll definitely agree." Zhang Yiyang seemed to remember something, and with an extremely awkward smile, he said in a fawning manner. "Heh, so this is the genius everyone's been raving about?" Seeing Zhang Yiyang's demeanor, Chen Kailing made no attempt to hide the disgust in his eyes, picked up his sword, turned around, and walked deeper into the area. "It's too late to beg me now, but you'll have to beg me in your next life." Without Chen Kailing's suppression, the flower demon moved even faster, quickly dismembering Zhang Yiyang into a pool of flesh and blood, forever burying him in this abyss of the dead. After Zhang Yiyang died, the flower fairies nearby all turned their attention to this place. As the flower fairy approached, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. For Chen Kailing, the flower demon was just a large experience pack, but for this group of examinees, it was the final boss, and an invincible one at that. "Help! Brother Chen, please save us. We can't handle these flower fairies. Are you just going to watch us die here?" Chen Kailing ignored their pleas for help. Everyone turned pale and sprang into action, using whatever tools they had: locators, teleportation talismans, shield talismans to forfeit their turn. Outside the abyss of the dead. After those people pressed the locator, the large screen outside finally showed the image again. At first, people thought it was just a normal cry for help, but when the swamp succubus appeared in the video, everyone became restless. Swamp Banshee. It's the Swamp Banshee from the 3rd level. Who is she? How is she progressing so fast? There are a lot of people in the picture, they all seem to be from Lu Qing's class. I know, this must be Zhang Yiyang leading the team. My god, they reached the 3rd level by the early morning of the 2nd day, and there were still several swamp banshees hunted on the ground. The quality of Lu Qing's class is off the charts. Everyone looked at Lu Qing with envy. With such a strong teaching resume, he would probably be promoted to vice principal in less than 2 years. Lu Qing looked at Golong with a proud expression, as well as the admissions officers from the 4 major universities beside him. To be precise, it was Li Kaiming who was surrounded by Golong and admissions officers from the other 3 major universities. No one expected that Li Kaiming, the director of the admissions office of Xintian University, would come in person for this competitive recruitment. It's important to understand that these 4 top universities differ from other schools in that their admissions offices wield absolute power. Unless the university president speaks up, the words of the 2 admissions directors are the final decision. Countless talents have passed through their hands and received favors from them. The number is simply innumerable. Any one of the directors of the 4 major universities wields immense power. Based on the current data analysis, as long as they maintain this momentum, they should at least be in the top 5 of Great Xia. It's a pity that it's out of our reach. Director Li, your personal visit must have caught Xiao Tian's attention long ago. Sai, if we had known you were coming, we wouldn't have come. The 3 admissions officers looked at Li Kaiming, showing absolutely no intention of competing. Li Kaiming had come in person, a competitive recruitment? What a load of rubbish. Li Kaiming smiled, hunting 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts in 1 day and entering the 3rd level on the 2nd day with such potential, our divine heaven is naturally determined to acquire it. His words were quite interesting. He didn't specify who it was, but only addressed the behavior in question. Unfortunately, no one present understood what this meant. Upon hearing this, Golong was extremely excited and even began to call people to make banners, preparing to spread the name of Zhang Yiyang from Qingchuan City. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was beaming with excitement. His gaze swept across the screen, taking in the fleeing students and the flower demon. After pausing briefly at the pile of rotten flesh, he exclaimed with emotion. It's a pity that we can't see Yi Yang's dashing figure in the picture. He must have gone to a deeper place. As his teacher, I miss him very much. TSK, loading up. All the teachers secretly gave each other disdainful looks. Night fell the next day. This is the third level of the Abyss of the Dead, at the end of the swamp. It was a lake hidden in the black mist, so vast that it could not be measured by sight. When Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning arrived here after hunting their way through the monsters, there were no more traces of ferocious beasts to be seen in the surrounding area. Is this the deterrent power of the Blue Lake Viper? We haven't encountered a single ferocious beast within several kilometers, Chen Kailing said, gazing at the vast blue lake with a furrowed brow. Something is unusual. Normally, Blue Lake is the territory of the Viper, and the swamp is the territory of the Swampflower Fairy. Even if the Viper is a lord creature at the peak of the 9th star of refined iron, it should not have such a deterrent force. As Chen Kailing murmured, a guess suddenly formed in their minds. Unless, the Viper has advanced to the alchemist level. As the two were talking, deep in the lake, a ferocious viper with blue scales all over its body, more than 20 meters long and nearly half a meter thick, opened its eyes, revealing its ferocity. Silver refining grade. Chen Kailing looked down at the bottom of the lake, and Xia Yuning followed suit. Both of them could feel a surging power coming from below, a power that was definitely not contained in refined iron-grade energy. Something's not right. According to the regulations, there shouldn't be any silver-level ferocious beasts in the examination room. Xia Yuning frowned and looked at Chen Kailing. What do we do next? Silver grade and refined iron grade are no longer on the same level. There has never been a case of a silver-level ferocious beast appearing in the examination room during the National College entrance examination. This is equivalent to putting university exam questions in the National College entrance examination. Wouldn't that be too difficult for Fat Tiger? What to do? Chen Kailing's gaze was fixed on the waves below, which were gradually creating huge ripples, and a smile appeared on his lips. Just do it. Chapter 16, A Major Exam Mishap? No problem for my kite viper. At this time, inside Shinten University, Wang Kai's was angrily rebuking his subordinates. A ferocious beast of the silver refining level has appeared. Why haven't you dealt with it? Do you know that your negligence could even affect your ranking in the top 5 of the college entrance examination? The teacher who was scolded said with a pale face as director, when we closed the examination room, we confirmed that the Blue Lake Viper was a 9-star refined iron serpent. It should have broken through in the last 2 days. That makes sense, but the fact is that the strength of the Blue Lake Viper is now seriously affecting the balance of the exam. Wang Kai's paced back and forth, unable to make up his mind. After all, there had never been a precedent of someone reaching the silver refining level in the college entrance examination. In previous years, it would have been fine, but people might not even set foot in the Blue Lake area. But Chen Kailing's situation is different. He is aiming for the bonus points of the 3 lords. As long as he gets the bonus points, he will definitely be in the top 5, and may even be able to reach the threshold of the champion. After much deliberation, Wang Kai's dialed Li Kaiming's number. Inside Qingchuan Middle School. As everyone was discussing the college entrance examination, the surroundings immediately fell silent when Li Kaiming's phone rang. Li Kaiming answered the phone and frowned instantly after hearing the contents. You mean that Blue Lake Viper has already advanced to the silver level ferocious beast? The voice on the other end of the phone said, that's right. Regardless of the reason, that's the situation. What do you think is the best way to handle it? Li Kaiming was silent for a moment, then asked, what about him? Is he planning to give up? On the other end of the phone, on the contrary, they've already started fighting. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiming was slightly dazed. He'd only been awakened for 2 days and already dared to fight a silver-level ferocious beast. What would his future achievements be like? Since he wants to fight, let him fight. If he fails, we'll hold another meeting to discuss it. If he succeeds, we'll inform the principal that Shintian has secured the top scorer this year. If we simply say that the bonus points from the 3 major lords only give Chen Kailing the potential to break into the top 3 of Great Xia, then a single silver-grade Blue Lake Viper would be enough to secure his place as the top scholar. There's no need to question it, and questioning it wouldn't make a difference. At this moment, everyone around, after hearing the conversation clearly, stared wide-eyed. A silver-level ferocious beast? Is that something that can appear in the college entrance examination hall? Principal, did you hear that? Yi Yang is preparing to hunt down a silver-level Blue Lake Viper. If he succeeds, Qingchuan Middle School will produce the top scholar. Lu Qing's face flushed with excitement. To have produced a top-scoring student was an honor that he could live on for a lifetime. Golon, like him, was breathing rapidly, tense yet excited. A silver-level ferocious beast is not something a fine iron-level beast can handle. He must keep his composure. Meanwhile, the admissions officers from the other 3 universities quietly retreated to a corner and began to discuss their case in hushed tones. We can't just let the top-scoring students go like that. Shouldn't we each notify our respective directors? I don't think it's necessary. After all, it's a silver-level ferocious beast. Letting a spirit medium who has only been awakened for 2 or 3 days deal with it is a miracle if he survives. Hunting it, that's too much of a challenge. Agreed, let's wait and see. Li Kaming glanced at the group of admissions officers and couldn't help but chuckle. I've come in person, and you're still just watching? On the 3rd level of the Abyss of the Dead, the once calm lake surface was now turbulent with undercurrents. The enormous body of the blue lake viper had emerged from the water, its pupils radiating boundless killing intent. Blue lake vipers generally don't leave the lake, which is good news for us. Let us kite it. Chen Kailing raised his hand, his eyes fixed on the blue lake viper. Be careful of its venom, its corrosiveness is enough to penetrate bones of the same level, Xia Yuning warned, transforming into the heavenly sword. Good. The moment Chen Kailing grasped the sword, he launched an attack. With each swing, 8 sword energies slashed directly towards the blue lake viper's eyes, revealing their sharpness. The blue lake viper's pupils contracted slightly, and it swayed its body to dodge the sword energy at great speed, but under the effect of the black flash, it couldn't dodge it at all. Laugh. One of the blue lake viper's pupils was pierced, and the pain fueled its boundless rage, causing it to lash the lake's surface with its tail. The lake surface churned, and the overflowing waves were enveloped by power, gradually forming arrow-like shapes that shot towards Chen Kailing like a torrential rain and gale. Chen Kailing moved nimbly, dodging left and right on the shore by using the gaps between the arrows. The arrows that landed beside him tore open a huge crater under the power of the silver refining level. Even the harmless lake water became the sharpest weapon. It's unimaginable that an arrow of this power could easily pierce through flesh and bone. Even more terrifying is that these arrows, imbued with the power of the blue lake viper, also possess extremely potent venom. Chen Kailing could clearly see that the lake water remaining inside the large pits on the ground was constantly eroding outwards, emitting a faint, hissing blue light. Do not touch it, or you will die. It freezes briefly when it releases the water arrows. We can seize that opportunity and strike directly, Xia Yuning's voice came through. As the heavenly sword itself, she could sometimes see the details of the ferocious beast targets more clearly. While dodging, Chen Kailing took a closer look, and indeed, as Xia Yuning had said, the blue lake viper's body would sway briefly during its continuous attacks. And this is precisely his best opportunity to attack. Whoosh! As he dodged the water arrows, Chen Kailing swung his heavenly sword, unleashing a burst of sword energy and seizing the opportunity to leave several bloody marks on the blue lake viper. Judging from the level alone, the 8-star refined iron has absolutely no chance of winning, but unfortunately the heavenly sword combined with the Pantheon illustrated manual amplifies the value too much. With its excessive stats, combined with its overpowered multiple sword aura attacks and unavoidable attributes, the blue lake viper in the lake is a sitting duck. Chen Kailing's actions immediately surprised Wang Kai's, who was still within the scope of Shintian University, and the worried teacher who had made the mistake. This kid is really good at kiting his opponent. He's turned melee magic weapons into ranged magic weapons. Interesting, Wang Kai's laughed. The teacher who made the mistake immediately breathed a sigh of relief, patting his heaving chest. As long as Chen Kailing could win, his mistake wouldn't be so serious. Chen Kailing's attack power is ridiculously high. If he can maintain this output, he might actually be able to hunt down this blue lake viper. As Wang Kai's was laughing, he noticed on the screen that the blue lake viper seemed to be showing signs of wanting to retreat. What's going on? Is this silver-grade blue lake viper going to give up and run away so quickly? Everyone stared wide-eyed. If it escaped to the bottom of the lake and didn't come out, how could Chen Kailing kill it unless he drained the lake dry? Chapter 17, Fighting monsters way above your level requires coaxing them to fight. It's too difficult. It looks like it's about to escape. Xia Yuning's voice rang out, reminding her. I know. Chen Kailing also noticed the problem, his brows furrowed, and he cursed, I really can't hold back anymore. A ferocious beast of the silver refining level is beating an ordinary person like me, an 8-star refined iron level cultivator, and I have to coax it into fighting. How do I coax him? Xia Yuning was somewhat puzzled. Then he'll definitely have to shoot us with an arrow first, Chen Kailing said, but his footwork suddenly went astray when facing what could be the final round of water arrow attacks. Boom! A water jet slammed into his chest, the force of the impact instantly knocking him to the ground and creating a large crater with his body. Hiss! The blue lake viper was about to dive into the lake to escape when it saw this scene. Its pupils, which had been shrinking back, froze for a moment and then turned fierce. Without hesitation, the Blue Lake Viper increased its attack speed, even getting closer and closer to the shore, trying to close the distance between them. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. It vows it will not become the lord of this region until it avenges a single glance. This scene caused gasps of surprise from everyone at the Divine Heaven Academy. From their omniscient perspective, they could almost all see that this was Chen Keiling's strategy to lure the enemy. Too impulsive. The Blue Lake Viper's skill arrows not only possess powerful impact but also contain terrifying venom. Did he sleep through his theory class? Wang Kai slammed his hands on the table, his expression somewhat grim. Pure strength might be able to withstand the attack if it were enhanced by the attributes of the magical artifact. The venom of the Blue Lake Viper is an unparalleled chronic venom among its kind. Within 5 steps, it can cause serious injury or even death. In the scene, Chen Keiling got up with a pained expression, and it seemed that his movements to dodge the arrows were not as nimble as before, and he missed them many times. As the frequency of the arrow attacks increased, Chen Keiling began to rush towards the swamp. Is he trying to escape? He must have realized he can't hold out any longer, but if that's the case, he'll have wasted his remaining day. Sigh. Wang Kai's paced back and forth anxiously, somewhat angry at Chen Keiling's impulsive decision. Director, something's not right. He's not running fast. It seems, he's luring that Blue Lake Viper. The person watching most intently at this moment, besides Wang Kai's, was the teacher who had made the mistake. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's began to analyze the situation and realized that it was indeed the case. This speed, if to be reasonable, was indeed the appearance of someone who had been poisoned. But if someone is truly poisoned, how can they possibly run? Wouldn't that just accelerate the spread of the toxin? Unless, he's faking it. Inside the lake. Seeing the intruder about to escape, the Blue Lake Viper didn't hesitate and went ashore to give chase. It thought it could get away after blinding one of its eyes? No way. But just as the Blue Lake Viper had walked 100 meters ashore, it saw the human stop in his escape. He's probably going to die from the poison. But just as the human turned around, its pupils contracted. It saw it, the human was laughing. Laugh? What are you laughing at? The next moment, it saw the human raise his longsword high, and the powerful swordlight instantly illuminated the dark swamp. His imposing appearance showed no signs of injury. Was he faking it? Insidious humans. The Blue Lake Viper was enraged, and then, in a fit of rage, it turned and tried to flee back into the lake. Having finally managed to trick it into coming up here with her acting skills, how could Chen Keiling possibly miss this good opportunity? On land, the Blue Lake Viper's speed is not even as fast as a flower fairy's. The offense and defense have become different, Snake Brother. I will take good care of your corpse, Chen Keiling laughed, his heavenly sword continuously bursting with sword energy. The sword energy slashed straight ahead, 1 strike, 2 strikes, and the muddy swamp was cleaved in 2 by this indestructible sword energy. Blue Lake Viper cannot dodge the black flash ability even on the lake surface, let alone on land. Laugh. Sizzle. Now it really became a sitting duck. 100 meters is an insurmountable barrier for the Blue Lake Viper. It finally escaped to the shore when it collapsed, covered in blood. But that 1 meter is its death line. Chen Keiling gripped his sword, spiritual energy coiling around his legs, muscle fibers coalescing to unleash powerful force, and he thrust forward with the sword at lightning speed, like a charging chariot. Laugh. The heavenly sword pierced straight through the Blue Lake Viper's head. Thump. The Blue Lake Viper is dead. Congratulations, host. The heavenly sword has been upgraded to 9-star refined iron. Sword slash can be upgraded, unlocking the evolution encyclopedia route. Sword slash releases 8 sword energies, 5 of which are enhanced sword energies. After advancing to the silver refining level, all sword energies become enhanced sword energies. Battle 101. Evolution Pokédex route. Tianyuan sword power, materials required for advancing to the silver refining level: Titan Mithril, Yuang Soilstone. After advancing along this route, the Tianyuan sword will gain a powerful boost in strength. Heavenly sword speed, upgrade with Mithril and required materials: Broken Wing Silver, Dark Current Stone. This upgrade path grants the heavenly sword an increased agility speed. A notification and updated data popped up on the panel. Chen Keiling glanced at the upgrade values and sighed inwardly, as expected of the heavenly sword. Although its level is still at the refined iron level, its stats are already at the silver refining level. For example, some newly upgraded silver refining magical artifacts have a single stat of over 100, which is already quite excellent. With the 99% boost from the Pantheon, it's no exaggeration to say that with his current stats, Chen Kailing can kill the blue lake viper directly in the lake without even having to lure it ashore. After focusing his attention on the advancement path, Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow slightly and thought to himself, they all look good, can't I have them all? Sensing the host's request, this is theoretically feasible, but requires double the amount of advancement materials. Please proceed with caution and do not delay the overall advancement progress. The system popped up another reminder. After seeing it clearly, Chen Kailing couldn't help but smile. Being able to improve in all aspects, wouldn't that be awesome? That attack didn't hurt you, did it? After Xia Yuning returned to her girl form, her brows furrowed, and her slender hand immediately slipped under Chen Kailing's t-shirt to caress his attacked chest. Chen Kailing waved his hand and took out the shield talisman that Teacher Li had given him from his pocket. Don't worry, that attack was blocked by the shield talisman. We really have to thank Teacher Li, otherwise this blue lake viper would have been really difficult to deal with, and you're still touching it? Chen Kailing looked down and saw Xia Yuning leaning close, her hand still wandering inside his clothes. No, I need to check if you're injured myself, Xia Yuning said seriously, her hand unconsciously squeezing her fist. The next moment, Chen Kailing gritted his teeth and said, that's enough. If you touch me again, believe me, I'll touch you too. He regretted it as soon as he said it, because after hearing those words, Xia Yuning's crystal clear eyes sparkled, and she pulled up the hem of her white shirt, revealing her slender waist and abs. Want to touch it? Chapter 18. The college entrance examination is over, and the time of great anticipation has arrived. Chen Kailing's face darkened. He grabbed Xia Yuning's hand and pulled it out of his clothes. Alright, what kind of behavior would it be if someone saw this? Her hand was brushed away. Xia Yuning murmured softly, you already have me, yet you still want to play with someone else's spirit weapon, girl. What did you say? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, not having heard clearly. It's nothing, Xia Yuning shook her head and pointed to the blue lake viper carcass on the shore. I'll roast the snake for you. I've heard that the meat of the blue lake viper is even more delicious than the fish in the lake. That works. Let's eat, sleep, and tomorrow we'll fight our way back from the third floor. Seeing Chen Kailing's happy expression, Xia Yuning felt much less unhappy and immediately started peeling and washing the skin to prepare for grilling. Xia Yuning has been aloof since childhood. After losing her parents and being abandoned by the world, she has frozen herself up, which has become her rule of conduct. But with Chen Kailing, she was willing to give her all and show her most gentle side. Chen Kailing was everything to her. Her interaction with Chen Kailing was being watched by dozens of teachers at Xintian University. However, the crowd, stunned by the incredible achievement, paid no attention to the flirting between the young couple. Killed, really killed. That was a silver-level ferocious beast. This kid is truly a treasure. Wang Kai's muttered a couple of words, then his eyes lit up, and he immediately relayed the message to Li Kaming. At the same time, after thinking it over, he immediately made a phone call. Hello, Secretary Wang, what's the principal doing right now? Taking a nap? Okay, I have some big news here, please pass it on later. Outside the abyss of the dead. The moment the news of the blue lake viper being hunted spread, tens of thousands of people at the site erupted in excitement, their expressions filled with elation. My goodness, I heard from teacher Lu Qing that the blue lake viper has advanced to the silver refining level. How can it be hunted? That's too ferocious. Top scholar. This is absolutely the appearance of a top scholar. All three lords have been hunted down, and the coefficient of 200% is terrifying. The murmurs below surged like a tidal wave, while on the platform, school leaders and admissions officers were visibly excited. The admissions officers immediately became much more lenient, showing Gulong even more respect, with one of them even secretly slipping him a gift. Lu Qing was now surrounded by teachers, all offering their congratulations. Li Kaming glanced at the group of people, feeling a little amused, and then walked off the stage, where a figure happened to come up to him. Uncle, Li Liani bowed respectfully. Li Kaming smiled and said, Shaoyi, you've given me a really big surprise this time. Upon hearing this, Li Liani's expression immediately became excited. So, that person really is a spiritual being? Who else could it be but him? Only someone with SSS-level talent would have the ability to do something like this. Li Kaming sighed slightly, this time, I've truly found a treasure. Amidst the anxious waiting of countless people. It was the afternoon of the third day. The examination room had not yet opened, but three more distinguished guests had already arrived, the admissions directors from three other top universities. Without exception, they all came to negotiate terms. After all, the significance of a top scholar is immense. Sitting in front of the three polite admissions directors, Gulong recalled the scene 3 days ago when the commanders of the 4 legions gathered together, and felt that his luck had not run out. So what if Chen Kailing left? We still have the top scholar. The college entrance exam is about to start. The exam venues will be open soon. Suddenly, a commotion broke out below. As a dazzling white light shot into the sky, the formation that had completely sealed the entire abyss of the dead began to dissipate, allowing free entry and exit. I wonder who will be the first to come out. Will it be Zhang Yiyang? It's definitely him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, time passed by, and soon, 2 figures appeared, a man and a woman. The man was dashing and heroic, while the woman was beautiful and aloof. Is it Zhang Yiyang? On the high platform, the 3 admissions directors could no longer sit still. Gulong's eyes were initially excited, but when he saw the figure clearly, his face instantly turned cold, and he said coldly, "No, they're just too good for nothings who don't know what's good for them. They probably went in and found a place to hide, then came out at the right time." Upon hearing that he was just a useless person, the 3 directors lost interest and continued to wait. Li Kaming, who had been sitting to one side, got up and walked toward Chen Kailing. He smiled to himself, thinking, "You can't even see the jade in front of you? You still want to compete with me?" In the crowd. After fighting their way back from the 3rd floor and leaving the examination hall, Chen Kailing, holding Xia Yuning's hand, weaved through the crowded throng and found Li Liani at the back of the classroom. At this moment, Li Liani was full of excitement. After exchanging a few words, he immediately pulled Chen Kailing aside and introduced Li Kaming behind him. "This is Li Kaming, the director of the admissions office of Shintian University. He is also my uncle. He came here specifically for you." Chen Kailing looked over and saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a square face, around 60 years old, and a very energetic appearance walking over. "Hello, Director Li," Chen Kailing said first. Li Kaming smiled kindly and said, "Hello Kailing, I've come to invite you to join Shintian University." Upon hearing the name of his home, Chen Kailing guessed the purpose of their visit and nodded immediately, saying, "Okay." The speed at which this was agreed surprised Li Kaming. Agreed so quickly? No conditions? Chen Kailing shook his head, "There's no need. Teacher Li's timely help is more important than anything else. Since he's the one who introduced us, I trust him. Without the shield talisman given by Li Liani, dealing with the Blue Lake Viper on his own would definitely not be so easy." Upon hearing this, Li Kaming burst into laughter. "All right, just for your loyal and righteous nature, you can come to me for anything in Shintian in the future. In addition, I have also inquired with Xiaoyi about your bet with Gulong, and reported it to the principal. If needed, we will stand up for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing's eyes lit up, and he bowed in gratitude. And on the stage at this moment, Gulong and the 3 admissions office directors grew increasingly anxious as they waited. "Principal Gu, hasn't Zhang Yiyang come out yet? This is unusual. Generally speaking, students should leave the examination room within an hour after the college entrance examination ends. This is common sense. Yes, is there a problem?" Seeing that the director of the admissions office was getting impatient, Gulong himself was also very anxious. "I don't know." At this point, Lu Qing said, "How about we ask some of the returning candidates about the situation?" "Okay, go quickly," Gulong waved his hand. Lu Qing immediately walked down from the platform. Just as she was about to walk into the crowd, she saw Li Liani and Chen Kailing. Lu Qing paused for a moment, then walked over arrogantly and said sarcastically, "Oh my, Teacher Li, your SSS level student is really more resilient than a cockroach. He's still alive." Zhang Kailing glanced at him and said, "Isn't it good to be resilient? Does it have to be like Zhang Yiyang, dying young?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was startled, and her gaze became blank as she turned her head. "What did you say?" Chapter 19 The Great Xia Scholar, Chen Kailing Xia Yuning. "Are you hard of hearing? I'm telling you, Zhang Yiyang is dead." Chen Kailing said calmly. "Heh, you think I'd believe you? Yiyang was the top scholar who defeated a silver-level ferocious beast. How could he die in an examination hall like this?" Lu Qing's expression gradually turned cold. Chen Kailing was too lazy to say anything and simply ignored him. Because Li Kaming was right there, Lu Qing didn't dare to make a scene. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Qing spotted a familiar figure from her class and immediately waved, "Li Peng, where's Zhang Yiyang? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Yiyang is dead," the student said, trembling. These words struck Lu Qing like a bolt from the blue, leaving her petrified on the spot. After a long while, she finally screamed, "My Yi Yang!" The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the people on the stage. Golong strode over and asked worriedly, "What happened to Yi Yang?" At this moment, Lu Qing was completely stunned and could not say a word. Golong could only look at the student. Dead, dead. He died yesterday morning at the hands of the flower demon on the 3rd floor, the student stammered. What? Golong, like Lu Qing, trembled all over, unable to believe it. Impossible. If Yi Yang is dead, then who killed the Blue Lake Viper? No one but Yi Yang could possibly have that kind of strength. He had already negotiated prices with the 3 major universities. Now that Zhang Yiyang is dead, what was the point of his haggling just now? That top scholar actually died at the hands of a flower demon? Wait a minute, it died yesterday morning, but the Blue Lake Viper was killed last night. Everyone was astonished. Just then, on several large screens, the scores of the top 100 students in this year's college entrance examination, compiled by all the staff of the admissions offices of the 4 major universities over the past 3 days without sleep, were prominently displayed. At the very top, a line of text caught everyone's attention. First place top scholar of the Great Xia Dynasty, Chen Kailing Xia Yuning. Base score, 2986, score for hunting a silver-level ferocious beast, 1000, bonus points, 3986, total score, 7972. Breaking the historical college entrance examination record. The entire venue fell silent the moment the first place score was announced. Glug. The sound of swallowing saliva was clearly audible. After a brief silence, a roar like a landslide or tsunami erupted. My God, am I seeing things? Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning are top scorers? How did they do that? Didn't Xia Yuning not awaken her spirit weapon soul? 7,972 points? Is he even human? I only scored around 600 points, not even a fraction of his. Does it have to be this difficult? Who says otherwise? A score of around 1,000 is enough to get into a top university. He's truly phenomenal. His previous college entrance exam score was only 5,000. After all this time, the genius who killed 3 Lord-level ferocious beasts was not Zhang Yiyang at all, but Chen Kailing. I can't even imagine how many ferocious beasts he hunted down in the abyss of the dead. Everyone stared at Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning, their eyes overflowing with astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. No matter what, the college entrance examination rankings can never be wrong. Chen Kailing is the top scholar. You were the one who hunted down 3 Lord-level ferocious beasts? Golong looked at Chen Kailing, his whole body trembling. Chen Kailing calmly said, "Can't you see the list? If your eyes are useless, you can donate." Hearing this, Golong took a deep breath, but did not immediately get angry. Instead, he looked at Xia Yuning and asked, "You awakened? Relying on his talent?" Xia Yuning coldly replied, "What's it to you?" Several admissions directors felt a sense of unease, but they still came over, each with a smile, and tried to introduce themselves. "I'm sorry, I've already decided to go to Shintian University." Just now, Chen Kailing directly rejected their offer. Upon hearing this, the 3 admissions directors were immediately enraged and glared at Golong. The competitive admission process hasn't even started yet, and Shintian University has already secured the top scorer. So what's the point of these 3 coming here? It's all Golong's fault. He can't even tell who the real genius under his command is, causing them to miss out on a great opportunity. Principal Gu, the deal we discussed before is hereby void. In addition, someone will take over the teaching staff lost due to your failure in this recruitment. We are too. Same here, you'd better watch yourself. The 3 admissions directors left disappointed. Upon hearing this, Golong still wanted to persuade Chen Kailing to stay and make amends, but Chen Kailing had already left. In the end, he could only look at Chen Kailing angrily. Chen Kailing, are you doing this on purpose? Xia Yuning has awakened, why didn't you report it? Golong said through gritted teeth, looking at Chen Kailing. I think you're getting senile. I hope you haven't forgotten our bet, Chen Kailing said. What bet? Golong's expression changed. It's very simple. Apologize to Xia Yuning in public and resign from your position as principal of Qingchuan Middle School. A sharp glint appeared in Chen Kailing's eyes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him varied. They knew about the bet, but at the time they just thought it was a joke. After all, back then, the probability of a boar giving birth was higher than when Chen Kailing won the championship. Chen Kailing, you've gone too far. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you won the championship? The principal's appointment was decided by the higher-ups. Go Long roared, his chest heaving violently. I think it's okay. Just then, a voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw an old man in a gray trenchcoat with his hair neatly combed, riding a sword. The moment they saw him, everyone seemed to feel a chilling sword intent. Principal, you arrived so quickly. Li Kaming looked up from the crowd and spoke with a smile. This is an urgent matter. Yan Tian landed, and the two exchanged a few words to share the situation. Headmaster? He is Yan Tian, the president of Xintian University, a legendary top expert who is said to be comparable to the commanders of the 4 major legions. Upon hearing this, everyone who looked at the old man felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. This man was a genuine big shot. It is no exaggeration to say that throughout the entire Northwest, in all the middle schools within the jurisdiction of Xintian University, Principal Yan Tian has absolute power of appointment and dismissal. This is terrifying. Even the president of Xintian University has been mobilized for Chen Kailing. This is too awesome. This kind of treatment is something even the geniuses in the capital have never experienced. I'm so envious I could grind my teeth to dust. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Principal Yan? At this moment, Go Long was utterly terrified. Go Long, you have to accept your loss. Yan Tian only said this one sentence. Upon hearing this, Go Long turned ashen-faced, filled with resentment. He could only pale-facedly apologize in front of all the media, parents, and students present. I'm sorry for my previous actions. I apologize to you all, and effective today, I will resign from my position as principal of Qingshuan Middle School. In just one sentence, Go Long's self-esteem and future were completely crushed. Go and hand over your work to the vice principal, Yan Tian said, glancing at Go Long before turning his gaze to Chen Kailing and the other man. His cold expression vanished, and he smiled. Chen, may I speak to you in private? Chen Kailing nodded, glanced at the distraught Go Long, and then followed Xia Yuning towards the exit of the venue. Chapter 20, Rewards from Xintian University War Quotas. May I ask about your special skills? As they walked, Yan Tian asked questions, since SSS-level talents all possess unique characteristics, and he had never heard of many of them before. Can. After Chen Kailing finished introducing his talents in the Pantheon, Yan Tian's pupils contracted and his breathing became rapid. Principal, are you all right? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. It's nothing, Yan Tian took a deep breath, his eyes shining. He had seen many geniuses and many powerful talents, but compared to Chen Kailing's talent, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon, not even in the same league. Would it be convenient to take a look at your spirit weapon, soul? Yan Tian asked Xia Yuning after adjusting his mindset. Xia Yuning did not respond, but turned her head to look at Chen Kailing. After seeing Chen Kailing nod, Xia Yuning opened her hand, and a sword spirit appeared in her palm. Such a sharp sword intent. Yan Tian glanced at it and exclaimed, it really is a top-tier spirit weapon, soul. Your talent is truly remarkable. Even those 4 old fogies couldn't see it, but you did. Yan Tian glanced at Xia Yuning again and smiled inwardly. This kid has really struck gold. Under these circumstances, this girl would probably give him her life. Standing at the edge of the field, Yan Tian stopped. I'm here today mainly for 2 things. First, regarding the scholarship award for you joining Xintian University as the top scorer. Second, a special spot. Special quota? Chen Kailing stared at Yan Tian, pondering in his mind, Xintian University shouldn't have made me sign any kind of mandatory contract, right? Yan Tian noticed Chen Kailing's wary gaze and said with satisfaction, you're very cautious, that's good. Would you like to hear about the details of the reward? Chen Kailing nodded, please go ahead. Yan Tian Dao said, rewards, first, you will receive 100,000 points within Xintian University. Second, a skill forging blueprint, which you can freely choose from in the collection after enrollment. Third, eligibility to participate in the Tower of Gods. Fourth, 1 million yuan in cash. The rest not much to say about these things. My main purpose in coming here is to confirm the second matter, Yan Tian said, his gaze gradually becoming serious as he stared at Chen Kailing. You will be given a spot to represent Xintian University in the Battle of Tolstoy in 2.5 months. To participate in the war? Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning were shocked. The battlefield is a place that everyone avoids. It is a great crucible where no matter how strong you are, you will be forged like raw material, a place filled with bloodshed and death. Even a powerful legion could face the risk of being wiped out by a ferocious beast group at any time, but the purpose of a spirit medium is to expand territory. Yen Tian felt satisfied as he watched the fighting spirit gradually emerge in Chen Keiling's eyes. When Wang Kais initially reported information about Chen Keiling and expressed his hope to include him in the competition, Chen Keiling refused. That's why he came to see for himself. Despite only meeting a few times, Chen Keiling had already left a very good impression on Yen Tian. In terms of talent and temperament, he was absolutely top-notch. This made him think that it was acceptable to give out the spot, and Yen Tian even started to talk about the benefits of war. War is indeed cruel, but the enormous risks bring even more terrifying benefits. First, experience. The ferocious beasts on the battlefield provide more experience points than those in normal secret realms. On the East Sea battlefield, there was once a genius who crossed an entire realm in a single day. Second, battle merits. As long as you can gain enough battle merits on the battlefield, there are almost no items in the entire Great Xia that you cannot exchange for with your battle merits. Including my position as principal, and the positions of those 4 commanders, all of them were earned through their outstanding military achievements. Upon hearing this, Chen Keiling's pupils dilated. The prestige of these military achievements is terrifyingly high. Yen Tian liked Chen Keiling's reaction very much, as it showed that Chen Keiling was ambitious, and then joked. Military personnel receive 50% more combat merits than ordinary people. Now that you know the importance of military merits, do you regret not joining one of the 4 major legions? Chen Keiling shook his head. I never regret what I've done. It's a good thing you didn't join. If you had joined, they would have planned out your entire future path for you. As Yen Tian spoke, he took out a golden admission letter. Then, Chen Keiling, welcome to Shintian University. Chen Keiling took the admission notice. It was a bit heavy, obviously made of pure gold. He couldn't help but secretly call it old landlord. In that case, I'll be going. Call Li Kaming when you arrive at Shintian University in 3 days. 3 days later? Chen Keiling was taken aback. The start of the school season coincides with the start of the war. Before entering the battlefield, you must at least reach the forging gold level. Therefore, I am prepared to grant you a special spot for early enrollment, Yen Tian said. Upon hearing this, Chen Keiling thought about it and realized that it was indeed true. In the past 2 months, he might not even be able to find all the necessary materials to make a breakthrough in Xingchuan City. Take good rest for the next 3 days. We'll be waiting for you at Shintian, Yen Tian and Li Kaming said as they left their contact information before departing. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Keiling never expected that he would gain the qualification to step onto the battlefield so quickly. I'm actually a little excited about starting university life soon, Chen Keiling said with a smile, looking at Xia Yuning beside him. Xia Yuning nodded. I heard that all the cultivation resources at Shintian University are at the forefront of the Great Xia dynasty. It's a place that countless people dream of. Their dreams are our reality. Let's go through the procedures and go home. When Chen Keiling and his companion returned, they were already the center of attention, attracting envious and admiring glances from everyone. At the award ceremony, since Gulong had resigned, the scholarship should have been awarded by the vice principal, but the vice principal played a trick and had Li Liani do it instead. Congratulations to Chen Keiling and Xia Yuning on winning the top score in this year's college entrance examination. On behalf of Qingchuan Middle School and Qingchuan City, I present them with a villa in Qingfeng Bay and a scholarship of 500,000 yuan. Li Liani handed Chen Keiling a check and an urgently printed property certificate, and said with a smile, I know you're going to Shintian soon. Come back and visit often. Okay, Chen Keiling agreed. The teacher and student embraced on the podium, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Keiling and Xia Yuning left. Although this part has ended, there is no doubt that the news about the top scholar from Qingchuan will soon spread throughout the entire Great Xia. It was evening, and the moon and stars were few. Chen Keiling and Xia Yuning arrived at the Qingfeng Bay Villa with their luggage, where they were quickly greeted by the property manager. Hello, you are Chen Keiling? Could you two please sign your autographs for me? My son will be taking the college entrance exam in 2 years. The property manager clearly recognized Chen Keiling's identity and was quite excited. No problem, Chen Keiling nodded. After obtaining the signature, the butler immediately called a servant to fetch the luggage and led the way, leaving only after the luggage was placed down. The villa has a minimalist style, and the entrance opens into a very bright and spacious hall, which is almost larger than the previous house. This will be our new home from now on, Chen Kailing exclaimed. It looks really nice. After looking through each room, Xia Yuning returned to the living room and said, "It's really nice. There's even a huge bathtub in the bathroom." A big bathtub? Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing's eyes lit up immediately. "I've been exhausted for 3 days, a bath will definitely feel great. Why don't you go first?" "No need, I'll go pack my luggage, you go ahead." Xia Yuning shook her head coolly, but blinked more frequently. "Good." Chen Kailing didn't think much of it and happily walked into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Xia Yuning, wrapped in a bath towel and revealing her fair skin, walked to the bathroom door. She was a little dazed when she heard the sound of dripping water inside. She didn't know why Chen Kailing kept rejecting her, but this only fueled her competitive spirit. "Now that I've decided that he's the one for me, I can't leave myself a way out." After calming herself down a bit, Xia Yuning grasped the doorknob. "I twisted it. It won't turn." A flash of sword light. It's turned. Chapter 21 The Great Xia's Top University, the dream of countless people. Xia Yuning covered her chest with her hand, feeling the intense throbbing beneath her skin, and tiptoed onto the floor. Amidst a misty haze. Thinking about what might happen next, the girl, who had never experienced love, felt conflicted. She knew nothing about it. Would he be unhappy? When Xia Yuning opened the sliding door to the bathtub area in the bathroom, she was stunned. The shower head was still running water, and the bathtub was full of water, but where was Chen Kailing? "Are you looking for me?" As Xia Yuning looked around, a voice came from behind her, and she froze instantly. Turning around, she saw Chen Kailing standing at the door, his clothes intact and his hair dry, just quietly watching her. Their eyes met. Xia Yuning's heart pounded, but after blinking, she maintained her composure and strode out, saying, "Sorry, I forgot you were inside." Etc. Snap. Chen Kailing grabbed her hand. Xia Yuning's heart pounded faster and faster. She turned to look at Chen Kailing, a glimmer of hope and nervousness in her eyes. Could it be that? A smart lock costs over 1,000 yuan. "You're not allowed to do such a wasteful thing again," Chen Kailing said seriously, pointing to the broken lock. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuning was stunned. A huge sense of frustration welled up in Xia Yuning's heart. Even though she was used to being cold, she couldn't stand this blunt rejection. Her chest heaved uncontrollably, and she quickly walked barefoot out onto the floor, muttering to herself. "Chen Kailing, you big idiot." "Idiot? I." Chen Kailing chuckled inwardly. "I had already anticipated your schemes. How many men in the world are smarter than me? Bathtub, bathtub, here I come." That night. The topic Qingchuan City produced a top scholar has become a trending topic on various platforms. The picture posted above is the one from the day of his awakening, showing Chen Kailing rejecting the commanders of the 4 legions for Xia Yuning's sake. In the picture, Chen Kailing is full of vigor and attracts everyone's attention, while Xia Yuning's lonely figure reveals endless sorrow. Wow! Chen Kailing is so handsome. What a photo that exudes a sense of destiny. He must be a god sent by heaven to save Xia Yuning. Although he is indeed amazing, managing to lead Xia Yuning to the top score, it was still foolish of him to refuse the 4 major legions. What terrifying talent! I heard he broke the historical record for college entrance exam scores. I wish I were half as good as him. The comments section under the article was filled with diverse opinions, with all sorts of things being said. However, Chen Kailing and his companion, as the main characters, didn't pay attention to these things and enjoyed 3 very relaxing days. 3 days later. After packing their luggage, the 2 boarded a special train at Kyosan Station bound for Canton University in Canton City. That's right, a city named after a university, with a train station that goes directly to the school gate. This is the facade of Xintian University, one of the 4 top universities in the Great Xia Dynasty. Xintian University. As soon as I got out of the car, a huge gate, tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide, came into view. As stable as Mount Tai, unbreakable. This was Chen Kailing's first impression. The moment anyone saw this gate, they could feel the extraordinary nature of the entire academy and the terrifying sense of oppression emanating from it. On both sides of this tall wall, silvery white rays were directed directly at the gate, and Chen Kailing could feel the abyss-like, heavy spiritual power within them. Anyone who tries to force their way through will be riddled with bullets by this armed formation. "Kailing, Yuning, over here." At this moment, a voice came, and Chen Kailing turned his head to look. He saw Li Kaiming, dressed in black, standing on the left side of the gate. Led by Li Kaming, the two entered the school through a side gate after verifying their identities. Upon entering, it felt like stepping into a vast wilderness, stretching as far as the eye could see. The buildings here were not tall at most, they were only 2 or 3 stories high. The school occupies almost 1/10 of the entire city, which is quite large. Therefore, to facilitate travel, we have set up teleportation arrays on all floors. As Li Kaming spoke, he led Chen Kailing and the other person toward a building that looked like a telephone booth. Teleportation array? Chen Kailing's eyes lit up. Ding! Identity confirmed. Please select a destination. After entering the teleportation pavilion and swiping his identity, Li Kaming activated the teleportation array. Chen Kailing felt a dazzling light flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, the scenery outside the phone booth had changed. Registration area. With Director Li Kaming present, the teachers worked quite efficiently, and Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning quickly obtained their student IDs. Class of 51 freshmen, Chen Kailing, Xia Yuning. Welcome again to Xintian University. In our school, the points on your student ID are the hard currency. All transactions require Xintian points. Li Kaming smiled and said, your student IDs currently have a total of 100,000 points, which is a huge sum for freshmen. In addition, you can use the teleportation array and the restaurant for free before the official start of school, as a kind of welfare subsidy. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing sighed inwardly, as expected of a top-tier university, it truly exudes grandeur. Stepping into the teleportation array again, the three arrived at the residential area, a vast cluster of villas. This will be where you live from now on. Someone will show you around later, Li Kaming said, pausing before continuing. Then, I want to make one thing clear in advance. Starting tomorrow, all trainees who participated in the Tolstoy War will undergo intensive training for 2.5 months. During this period, you will participate in various competitions and obtain ranking records. Only the top 50 trainees will be able to obtain the final qualification to step into the battlefield. Chen Kailing nodded. Li Kaming explained, it's not that the teachers are making things difficult for you. In a place like the battlefield, the most important thing is to survive by virtue of your strength. Chen Kailing didn't care about the procedure at all and replied directly, don't worry, Teacher Li. Since you've given me this opportunity, I will definitely seize it. Li Kaming smiled and nodded, then I'm relieved. Also, you can take some time to go to the Tower of Gods today. It has all the materials needed for upgrading your spiritual artifacts. Director Li. Just then, 2 female college students wearing dormitory supervisor armbands jogged over from a distance. They were still sweating, and their clothes clung to their skin, outlining their slender figures. Chen Kailing looked over in astonishment. This was actually a pair of female spirit mediums, a very rare combination. Only a very small number of women possess this innate ability. He had only ever seen it in books before, and he never expected that Xintian University would actually have it. As expected of a top-tier university. Li Kaming nodded, he's in your hands now. Get some rest. We'll meet at the Weishui Hall at 10 a.m. tomorrow, Li Kaming said before leaving. It's the busiest time for the admissions office right now, and Chen Kailing is already grateful that he could personally take the time to guide her. Hello, are you Chen Kailing? The high ponytailed spirit medium asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. What kind of student checks into the dormitory at this time? What's even more outrageous is that the director of the admissions office personally picked them up and dropped them off, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions. Yes, Chen Kailing nodded. My name is Zhong Xiaoqian, you can just call me Xiaoqian. Which type of dormitory would you like to live in? We have a lot of options. Zhong Xiaoqian led the way, explaining as she went. We have 2 types of accommodations here. One type is a large dormitory where spiritual mediums live separately in pairs. There are 8-person rooms and 4-person rooms. Another option is for 2 spiritual mediums who have a close relationship and choose to live together in a shared room. This can be either a shared apartment or a detached house, but these are generally more expensive. Which type would you like to live in? Chapter 22 Living Together in a Villa, How do you have so much money? We'll choose the kind where we live together. Xia Yuning spoke up. Zhong Xiaoqian glanced at Xia Yuning, and was stunned by her stunning beauty before she realized what was happening. Oh, we have multi-room and detached houses, and the prices vary greatly. Dormitories are rented monthly, 5,000 points for a 4-bedroom apartment, 6,000 points for a 3-bedroom apartment, 8,000 points for a 2-bedroom apartment, and 12,000 points for a detached house. Are dorm rooms really that expensive? Chen Kailing frowned. Zhong Xiaoqian nodded. My personal suggestion is that a group stay is the most suitable option, since there are many places to spend money and points are hard to earn. Chen Kailing understood the meaning. Points should be used sparingly. However, he would rather be remembered by Xia Yuning than live with a group of strangers, and he was also not comfortable letting Xia Yuning live with other people. I want a standalone dormitory building. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoqian was stunned. Since Chen Kailing was brought by Li Kaiming personally, Zhong Xiaoqian kindly reminded her of the situation. Chen, although I don't know why you're only now applying for dormitory accommodation, you should understand how valuable points are. Chen Kailing shook his head and said, I really don't know. You. Seeing Chen Kailing's arrogant attitude, Zhong Xiaoqian's face immediately turned cold, and she said, Since that's the case, come with me. If you don't realize how valuable your points are now, you'll regret it later. After entering the dormitory building in the residential area, Zhong Xiaoqian led the two directly into the office, where a large sand table was placed, with blue and red colors on it. The blue one is unoccupied, take your pick. After a brief discussion, Chen Kailing and his companion quickly chose a location that was somewhat central and then took out their student IDs. Ding! This purchase costs 12,000 points. After swiping her card, Zhong Xiaoqian handed her student ID back, but after glancing at the card reader, her eyes widened. Class of 51? You're a freshman next year? Shouldn't the class of 51 have just finished the college entrance exam? Chen Kailing nodded, that's right, freshman. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoqian immediately regretted her actions and clasped her hands together in apology. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you really didn't understand how valuable points are. If I had known, I would have definitely tried to persuade you. I'll treat you to dinner later. Chen Kailing refused. Hey, don't be shy. I made a profit of 1 point on this deal, a full 120 points. You can't earn that in a day if you're doing any other clerical job. As she waved her hand and spoke generously, her gaze swept down to scan Chen Kailing's balance, and she was immediately startled. 88,000 in balance? You're that rich? Chen Kailing nodded and said, reward amount. Zhong Xiaoqian looked at him with eyes full of nouveau riche and said, no wonder you didn't know how precious points were. You're really rich. When I first entered the school, I had a total of 1,000 points. Alright, this little villa is yours from now on. Let's go put our luggage away. After putting away his luggage, Chen Kailing received a clearer introduction to Shantian University thanks to Zhong Xiaoqian's enthusiastic explanation. Shantian University operates completely independently, possessing its own economic system and an independent legion entirely controlled by the university's board of directors. It's less like a school and more like a giant, independent fortified city. The war in the Tor's war zone will begin in 2.5 months. I really want to participate, but unfortunately, the students who can be selected are already at the top of the heavenly ranking. As she introduced herself, a hint of envy flashed in Zhong Xiaoqian's eyes. The heavenly ranking? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. Yes, each year has its own heaven and earth ranking. The heaven ranking selects the top 100 in combat power. Our year is quite terrifying, even the champion from that year didn't make it in. Zhong Xiaoqian sighed. Even the top scorer didn't make the top 100? Chen Kailing was somewhat taken aback. Yes, there are many outstanding students who are recommended for admission without examination, Zhong Xiaoqian shrugged. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhong Xiaoqian offered to treat him to dinner. No need, let me treat you to a meal. It took you quite a while to explain all this to me, Chen Kailing shook his head. Zhong Xiaoqian was about to refuse when Chen Kailing said, I'll pay by card for it, so why not take advantage of it? Free? Is there really such a good thing? Zhong Xiaoqian's eyes widened. Just who is this junior student? Stepping into the cafeteria is like entering a huge church, bright and spacious, with countless windows. Chen Kailing didn't stand on ceremony and ordered 4 of the most expensive dishes. Speaking of which, after visiting so many places, why haven't we seen the Tower of God? After taking a bite of braised pork, Chen Kailing asked. The Tower of Gods? You can't see it unless you're qualified to go in. But I'm going to try it this afternoon. Maybe I can ask the Tower Guardian to make an exception and let you take a look. Zhong Xiaoqian said, chewing her food. Our team seems to be 1 player short, right? Should we go today? Zhong Xiaoqian's contracted girl spoke. Teammates aren't so easy to find. Not only do you need 20,000 points, but you also need to stay on the heaven, earth, and human rankings for more than a month before you can redeem a spot. Zhang Xiaoqian sighed. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and said, "The rewards from the Tower of Gods must be quite generous, right? I happen to have one spot available." "The rewards are definitely generous, but it's hard to get a spot." "Wait, what did you say? You have a spot?" Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes widened, and the chicken leg in her mouth fell out. Chen Kailing nodded. "Yes, it's also a reward quota." "What the hell? What did you do?" "Top Scholar Reward." "You're this year's top scorer?" "No, even the top scorers in previous years didn't get this kind of perk," Zhang Xiaoqian said, puzzled. She then asked, "What level are you at?" 9 stars of refined iron." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqian murmured, "Compared to our top scorer this year, it's about the same." "Okay, you'll definitely have an advantage if you join our team to conquer the tower." After finishing the meal, Zhang Xiaoqian immediately contacted her teammates and led Chen Kailing and the other person to a building that resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. "This is the entrance to the Tower of God. We need to verify our qualifications here," Zhang Xiaoqian said as 2 men and 2 women walked over. "Here." Zhang Xiaoqian waved and called over a few people, then introduced them. "These are my new teammates, their identities are quite special." Upon hearing this, the 2 young men's eyes lit up. The young man in red on the left stepped forward. "Hello, I am Zhang Wu, ranked 18th on the human ranking, silver refining level 4. The young man on the right frowned and said, "Li Xing, ranked 9th on the human ranking, 5-star silver refining level. I don't seem to have seen you on any ranking list." Chen Kailing calmly said, "Chen Kailing, a 9th-star refined iron grade, is not on the list." Zhang Xiaoqian's expression remained unchanged. But the other 2 immediately frowned. "Only a 9th level refined iron grade? Are you kidding me?" "That's right, what's the difference between joining the team at this level and tethering a dog? It's completely useless." Zhang Xiaoqian immediately became displeased. "Show some respect. Chen Kailing is the top scorer in this year's class. He was admitted to school early with special permission from Director Li." Upon hearing this, the 2 were stunned for a moment, then mocked even more. "Top scholar? What's the use of being the top scholar? Our year's top scholar is so bad, he can't even get into the top 100 on the heavenly ranking. Compared to those of us who are admitted through special admission programs, this top scorer is a joke. If we were to take the college entrance exam, what chance would they have?" Chapter 23 Tower of Gods, Overwhelming Tower Climbing Efficiency. "However, you can also join our team if you wish." Zhang Wu looked at Zhang Xiaoqian and revealed a greedy smile. "The profit-sharing ratio needs to be changed. The 3 of us will get 451 points. After all, if we include him, Li Xing and I will have to put in even more effort." Li Xing nodded in agreement. "That's right, and your magical artifact is more of a support item, so it won't be of much help." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqian turned pale with anger and pointed at the 2 people, saying, You've gone too far." "What? Is there a problem? Can you find a second teammate at this time? Without a teammate, you'll have a hard time even getting to the 4th floor. Or are you expecting this good for nothing to carry you up?" Zhang Wu and Li Xing looked like they had Zhang Xiaoqian completely under their control, arms crossed and heads held high with arrogance. Zhang Xiaoqian clenched her fists, but couldn't say a word. She couldn't possibly get through the Tower of God on her own. This spot was so hard-won, but agreeing to this kind of profit-sharing would be no different from being a slave. Suddenly, she felt like crying. "I can take you to farm the tower." At this moment, Chen Kailing spoke, his gaze towards Zhang Xiaoqian calm. Zhang Xiaoqian was stunned for a moment. "Ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You're really fearless, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. Do you know how dangerous this Tower of God is? 9-star refined iron? At your level, you can't even get past the 1st level." Zhang Wu burst into laughter. Li Xing also looked at Zhang Xiaoqian with disdain. "You have 1 minute to think it over. If you agree, you can still get the tower climbing reward, but we won't be keeping a dog like him that barks." Chen Kailing looked at Zhang Xiaoqian quietly without saying a word. After all, the 2 were not close, and it was her business how she made her decision. If she's willing to follow me, then I can put in more effort to help her out. Under the confident gazes of Zhang Wu and his companion, Zhang Xiaoqian gritted her teeth and said, "I refuse your request. I'm not entering the Tower of God today." "Heh, stupid woman. You'll regret this." The 2 snorted coldly, then took out their student IDs and verified them on the stone platform in the center of the arena. A black portal then appeared. Before stepping into the Tower of Gods, Zhang Wu cast a sneer at Chen Kailing. "Kid, the Tower of God has no shortage of ignorant and arrogant corpses like you." After the two figures disappeared, Zhong Xiaoqian squatted down in grievance, and only after being comforted by the spirit weapon girl did she regain some composure. "Forget it, those two scumbags aren't worth it. Let's find some other teammates, Chen, let's go." Just as Zhong Xiaoqian looked up, she saw Chen Kailing already standing on the stone platform, verifying his student ID, and the black portal opened. "What are you doing? Once it's activated, you have to enter." Zhong Xiaoqian exclaimed in surprise. Chen Kailing glanced back at her, shrugged, and said, "Didn't I say I'd take you to the tower?" "You, sigh." Zhong Xiaoqian had no choice but to follow. The four figures disappeared at the same time. Chen Kailing's gaze shifted, and the arena in front of him disappeared, replaced by an endless plain and hundreds of ferocious tigers and beasts in the distance. "See those ferocious beasts? They're all at the 8th level of refined iron. If you take one step, they'll rush over immediately," Zhong Xiaoqian sighed. With this number, even a silver level, 1-star spirit medium would be nearly exhausted if they ventured alone. This opportunity was wasted next time. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a cold voice in her ear. "You talk too much." She turned her head in astonishment, and the next second she saw Xia Yuning, who had been standing quietly beside Chen Kailing, reveal her spirit weapon soul form. It was a sword that radiated endless cold light. "Tread." Chen Kailing raised his hand and gripped his sword, taking a step out of the safe zone. Hundreds of ferocious tigers and beasts immediately pounced on him as if they had been injected with chicken blood, creating an incredibly fierce scene. In response, Chen Kailing only swung his sword once. In an instant, the terrifying sword lights, like shooting stars, swept across the battlefield with unstoppable force, their boundless sharpness making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Sizzle! The ferocious beasts charging at the front were like wheat and rice stalks in a field. All of them were cut down by the sword energy, without any power to resist. Chen Kailing continued his actions, each step he took unleashing a dense barrage of sword energy at a speed that was almost imperceptible. 1, 2, 4. Countless ferocious beasts surged forward one after another. But just 2 minutes later, only a handful of tigers remained standing in the once densely packed herd. A sword strike was unleashed. The sword energy precisely locked onto the last few ferocious beasts, ignoring their evasion and defense, and accurately slit their throats. This was an absolute and brutal crushing. Zhong Xiaoqian stared in shock at the sea of ferocious beast corpses before her. One sword to the throat. They were all fatal blows. She couldn't imagine what level of delicacy and skill it took to wield sword energy to such a masterful degree. Among the people on the human ranking, there are indeed those with sword spirit weapons, but their fighting style is nowhere near as decisive and efficient as Chen Kailing's, even though they have already reached the silver refining level. At this moment, she finally understood why Chen Kailing received such treatment: personal escort from the director, 100,000 points, and qualification for the Tower of God. It was all due to his talent. This efficiency is truly terrifying. The next second, a strong wind rose up around them, and a line of large characters condensed in the sky above the plane. First floor Tiger Zone record new, Chen Kailing Xia Yuning, Iron 9-star, 1 minute 59 seconds. Congratulations on receiving one opportunity to exchange for refined iron materials. This has been accumulated. At the same time, the tiger corpses dissipated and gradually transformed into a black portal. As expected, the record was broken. Zhong Xiaoqian stood there dumbfounded. It wasn't her first time at the Tower of Gods, but the previous 2 times she had to grit her teeth and bear the pressure to get up there. It was never this easy. She didn't even lift a finger. Speaking of which, where are those 2 guys? I haven't seen them. Sheathing his sword, Chen Kailing turned his gaze away from the cloud-based prompt. Zhong Xiaoqian realized what was happening and immediately replied, "No, the first 3 floors of the Tower of God have many areas, and behind each door is a different area. Only from the 4th floor onwards do they all belong to one domain." Understood, Chen Kailing nodded, then gripped his sword and walked towards the door. "Let's go to the next floor." Seeing that Chen Kailing had already stepped through the door, Zhong Xiaoqian followed without hesitation. This layer is also a plane. The sticky slimes in the distance exuded a harmless aura, but only Zhong Xiaoqian knew that they were anything but simple. These 9-star refined iron slimes will go berserk for a moment, spraying out a sky full of slime. Once you get it on your skin, your movements will immediately become sluggish. Within the entire 2nd level area, the slime zone is the most difficult to deal with. Just as Zhong Xiaoqian was about to remind him, Chen Kailing had already stepped out of the safe zone. Chapter 24. The support forgot about the support role, he was just too overpowered. Upon discovering the intruders, the slimes all went berserk, spraying a thick, blue liquid in this direction. But the liquid could not stop the sword's aura in the slightest. With a single sword strike, the sword energy cut through all obstacles and directly struck the slime's main body. With a deafening sound, 2 minutes later, only a gust of wind remained at the scene. Second floor slime zone record new, Chen Kailing Xiaoyuning, Refine Iron 9 stars, 2 minutes 0 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to exchange for one piece of refined iron grade material. This has been accumulated. Having experienced this instant kill and record-breaking moment once again, Zhong Xiaoqian was already numb. She suddenly felt that Chen Kailing might be faking it. In reality, he wasn't some newcomer champion at the 9-star refined iron level at all, he was a top expert from the heavenly ranking who had come down to experience life. Of course, this is just talk. But this made Zhong Xiaoqian even more puzzled. Wasn't Chen Kailing a 9-star iron refined star? The opponent was also a 9-star iron refined star, so how could he be killed so easily? This reward is redeemed when we leave, right? Chen Kailing asked, turning his head. Zhong Xiaoqian nodded and said, that's right, and the rewards for breaking the record, hunting, and tower climbing are all calculated separately. So many rewards? Chen Kailing's eyes lit up. Although the Tower of God requires 20,000 points to exchange, it's still a drop in the ocean compared to the rewards it offers, Zhong Xiaoqian said with some pride. We at Xintian are never stingy with talented students. Now that you say that, I'm really excited. Let's go to the next floor. Chen Kailing was the first to step through the door. Zhong Xiaoqian followed closely behind. The third level, the Stone Wolf Zone. The leading Wolf King and several Wolf Vanguards were all at the Silver Refining Level 1, and they were resting on the hill. Below them were about 20 more wolves, all of the 9-star level. Why has the number of floors decreased, and the levels haven't all been upgraded? Chen Kailing wondered. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaoqian's lips twitched. No, you're only a 9-star refined iron cultivator, and you're already looking down on these silver level teams? It's important to know that most first-year students are in the silver refining level range. If each level involves directly jumping to a higher level, then apart from those who team up on the heavenly ranking, it would be impossible. What about the rest of them? Are they still alive? Are they still going to try to climb the tower? Ultimately, Zhong Xiaoqian felt that Chen Kailing was simply too extraordinary. How could a normal person instantly kill hundreds of ferocious beasts of the same level? Being able to kill 3 to 5 without relying on teammates already demonstrates considerable combat power. Of course, although she thought this in her heart, Zhong Xiaoqian did not say it out loud. Level 1 silver refining, and this is our first time fighting. Are you nervous? Chen Kailing asked himself in his mind. Xia Yuning's cool voice rang out, they are the ones who should be nervous. That makes sense. Our current stats are in no way inferior to those of a 4-star or 5-star silver refining level. With a 99% increase in stats from the Pantheon, even without using the same level ability that ignores defense, Chen Kailing was still not afraid of these ferocious beasts. With his body exerting force, Chen Kailing changed his tactics this time. Instead of directly using his sword energy to deplete the wolf pack from a distance, he went straight for the Wolf King after hunting down the surrounding wolf pack. Roar! The Wolf King rose in shock and anger, leaped into the air, and lashed out with its forelimbs, the green claw marks as heavy as Mount Tai. Whoosh! Chen Kailing swung his sword forward, and the burst of sword energy at short distance directly severed the claw marks, piercing through the Wolf King's abdomen in the Wolf King's astonished gaze. Blood spurted out, but the Wolf King did not hesitate and quickly retreated, while calling several wolf vanguards to charge forward. Chen Kailing was surrounded by several wolf vanguards, but he remained fearless in the face of danger. He twisted his body and slashed out with his Tianyuan sword, the sword energy directly severing the body of one of the wolf vanguards. Roar! The remaining wolf vanguards also failed to escape Chen Kailing's sword energy. If at a distance, the sword energy still had a brief reaction time or a chance to escape. At a distance of less than 5 meters, the sword energy struck Wolf Vanguard almost instantly, leaving him no time to react. Sizzle! Amidst a series of mournful howls, all the Wolf Vanguards were killed, and the Wolf King was now completely alone. Filled with intense resentment, the Wolf King charged forward, but before he could even touch Chen Kailing, he was cleaved in two by the sword energy. Third layer Stone Wolf Zone record new, Chen Kailing Xia Yuning, Refine Iron 9 stars, 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Congratulations on receiving one opportunity to exchange for refined iron materials. This has been accumulated. Another record broken. Zhong Xiaoqian pursed her lips, feeling that it was really wise of her not to speak just now. Chen Keiling's combat power could not be judged by common sense. A new portal opened, and a notification appeared. Please note that you are about to enter the silver refining level open area. An open area, that means everyone can go in. Chen Keiling glanced at the notification. Zhong Xiaoqian nodded, that's right. The fourth floor is an open area for silver refining level 1 to 3 stars, but to get through it, you need at least a team of silver refining level 4 stars. So what was your original plan? With your strength, were you capable of getting there? Chen Keiling raised an eyebrow. Zhong Xiaoqian touched her nose, a little embarrassed, and said, no, we just want to get the rewards for the first 3 floors of the tower and the kill reward for the 4th floor. For a company to be this bad, it's a disgrace that they even offered to help others conquer the tower. Okay, let's give it a try. Speaking of which, you're the support, right? Why haven't I received any buffs or anything? That way you can get the kill reward? Chen Keiling raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoqian blushed. I forgot. She was also very sad because she didn't get a single kill, but Chen Keiling was too fierce in killing her. They entered the 4th level in less than 10 minutes. Before that, who else could do it besides the 4-person team on the Heaven and Earth ranking? Don't forget the next floor, Chen Keiling reminded him. If he had realized earlier that Zhong Xiaoqian could use her assistance to get kills and earn higher rewards, he would have warned her long ago. Unfortunately, the first 3 levels were far too easy, posing no challenge whatsoever. The 4th floor. This area is not large, it is a desert, and on the surface, it seems to be devoid of any ferocious beasts. Upon seeing this, Zhong Xiaoqian's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, oh no! Our teleportation point is right in the center of the desert. Don't leave the safe zone. Chen Keiling asked, what happened here? Zhong Xiaoqian swallowed hard and pointed to the desert beneath her feet, saying, a highly venomous desert scorpion could jump out from under here at any moment. If we had been teleported to the edge of the desert, we might have been able to hold our own. This is just incredibly unlucky. Chen Keiling's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. A desert scorpion? I wonder if its venom is faster, or if Yu Ning's and my swords are faster. Please note, you are about to enter a silver refining grade area. Chapter 25, he stretched out his arm and let Chen Keiling cut it? Wait a moment. This time, Zhong Xiaoqian didn't forget to provide assistance and called out to Chen Keiling. Chen Keiling then saw that Zhong Xiaoqian's magical artifact girl transformed into a string of Buddhist prayer beads in her hand, but there were only 2 beads on it. My magical artifact ability is simple, it increases attribute values. But its strength lies in its ability to enhance a second time. In other words, your skills can be further enhanced on top of the initial enhancement. As Zhong Xiaoqian spoke, she clasped her hands together, and soon the 2 beads transformed into 2 streams of light, entering the blade of the Tianyuan sword. The next instant, Chen Keiling saw the values on the panel rapidly increasing. Combat, 159. It looked quite ordinary, but Chen Keiling was even more shocked by the unseen part of the data. In other words, his sword strike, after being boosted by a base combat stat of 159, can be further amplified. With such a simple calculation, the pure value of sword slash is already close to that of a 5-star or higher alchemy silver level, and this is without adding the 99% talent boost. Under this powerful chain reaction, Chen Keiling suddenly had a feeling that he could easily break through this layer. Subsequent events proved that his feeling was correct. After the amplification was applied, Zhong Xiaoqian decided to wait for Chen Keiling in the safe zone, since as a support, she had done all she could. Chen Keiling stepped out of the safe zone. As soon as the foot landed, the sand began to sink like a funnel, revealing a desert scorpion the size of a foot. The desert scorpion may look small, but it is a genuine silver level 1-star ferocious beast, and its venom is quite terrifying. Chen Keiling had seen this ferocious beast before during a theoretical course. Seeing the scorpion leap up and extend its pincers, Chen Keiling did not hesitate at all and swung the Tianyuan sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, an even more powerful sword aura slayed the desert scorpion and then split the sand beneath their feet in 2. Instantly, the sandy area appeared as if it had been forcibly divided, revealing a 2-meter-long anatomical section. When her gaze fell upon the anatomical surface, Zhong Xiaoqian got goosebumps all over her body. Desert scorpion. Countless desert scorpions. The entire anatomical surface was covered with the brown silhouettes of scorpions. Realizing they had been exposed, the desert scorpions headed straight for Chen Kailing. Even more terrifying is that, under their command, more and more desert scorpions emerged from the sand, seemingly endlessly attacking. This power was in no way inferior to a small beast tide. Most people would be terrified and run for their lives just by seeing this spectacle. However, Chen Kailing remained silent, only continuing to wield his sword. His sword swings became faster and faster, the sword energy almost forming a continuous line as it swept towards the desert scorpions in all directions. With his already strong stats, coupled with Zhong Xiaoqian's unparalleled support attributes, Chen Kailing possessed stats that far exceeded those of a normal 3-star silver refiner. The sword slash's unavoidable nature was still at play, and no matter how the desert scorpions moved, they couldn't dodge it. Gradually, the once golden gravel area began to be stained with the corpses of desert scorpions and their blood. At this moment, Chen Kailing was like a meat grinder. These desert scorpions charged forward fearlessly, but they were only there to give away hunting points. Squeak! The elite of the desert scorpions, the 2-star silver level deputy leader, moved through the land, his beastly eyes radiating a cold, sinister gaze. This human in front of it hunted down a large number of its people, and it must punish this human severely. Blending in with ordinary desert scorpions, the scorpion's deputy leader attempted to dodge an attack before launching a surprise strike to take Chen Kailing's life. But just as it was preparing to withstand the first blow and launch a counterattack as planned, the second sword energy arrived. Suddenly, its expression changed drastically. It forced its pincers to charge towards the sword energy, even though its pincers were almost useless and its body was trembling. It was still happy. Next, take that human life. Before it could act, the third sword energy arrived. This time, its eyes widened in terror, and it had no chance to resist. It was directly cut in two. Chen Kailing didn't react at all in his view, it was just killing a desert scorpion with a relatively hard shell. Even the later deputy leaders of the scorpions, including the scorpion leader, were killed in the same way. Fu Xiaoqian, your support skills are amazing. It's been so long since I've had this much fun killing. If these were real ferocious beasts in the secret realm, I can't even imagine how many levels I could have gained. Seeing that the area within half a mile was filled with the corpses of desert scorpions and there were no more reinforcements, Chen Kailing breathed a sigh of relief and also expressed his approval of Zhong Xiaoqian's support abilities. It's alright, it's mainly because you're very capable. Zhong Xiaoqian's lips twitched as she looked around at the scene, inwardly astonished. This junior of mine is suddenly acting like he's not even human. He's completely tireless, and his spiritual energy reserves are terrifying. If it were Zhang Wu or Li Xing in this situation, they would have run away and retreated immediately. Fourth floor, hopefully a good spot. Just as Zhong Xiaoqian was thinking this, a voice came from beside her. She turned her head and saw that it was Zhang Wu. After the light flashed, Li Xing's figure appeared. The two glanced around the safe zone and, realizing they were in the heart of the desert, turned pale. But when they saw Zhong Xiaoqian, they were shocked. Zhong Xiaoqian? How did you get to the fourth floor? Hey! Look over there! Compared to Zhang Wu's surprise, Li Xing noticed Chen Kailing first, as well as the corpses of the desert scorpions surrounding Chen Kailing. Did you kill all of these people? Li Xing frowned and asked. Did you bring Zhong Xiaoqian up to the fourth floor? Did you have some secret passage? He and Zhang Wu had good luck in the first 3 levels and didn't encounter any particularly difficult ferocious beasts. They had only just entered the 4th level when Chen Kailing and the other person were actually ahead of them. How could that be? Chen Kailing ignored him and prepared to continue forward. As long as he hunted down the remaining desert scorpions in this area, he would be considered to have cleared the level. Stop! I'm talking to you. And these desert scorpions on the ground, you couldn't have hunted them yourself. Do you have other teammates? Zhang Wu stepped forward and blocked Chen Kailing's path. Chen Kailing glanced at him and said calmly, "Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu immediately laughed and stretched out his arm, saying, "You're welcome? Heh, come on, cut me here. You mere 9-star refined iron, I'd rather you kill me than." Laugh. Blood spurted out violently. Li Xing looked at his severed right arm, his brain quickly processing what had happened, and then he let out a violent wail. Ah! My hand! Chapter 26, Exchanging Materials, Subtle Tactics During Promotion. You both saw it. He stretched out his arm and let me cut it. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Kailing shrugged, then looked at Zhong Xiaoqian in the safe zone with his sword in hand. Let's go. Zhong Xiaoqian snapped out of her daze and said, Oh. Stop. Just as she and Li Xing passed each other, Li Xing also realized what was happening. The magical gauntlets on his hands burst forth with light and he grabbed directly at Zhong Xiaoqian. Zhong Xiaoqian also noticed the attack, but as a support character, how could she possibly dodge it? Whoosh! Just when she thought she was about to be controlled, a sword light suddenly flashed over and slashed straight at her. Upon seeing this, Li Xing clicked his tongue inwardly. He originally planned to use Zhong Xiaoqian to blackmail Chen Kailing into revealing the secret to quickly clearing the tower, but seeing that he had been discovered, he immediately prepared to stop and dodge. But soon, he realized that he couldn't dodge the sword energy. With a startled expression, Li Xing could only raise his fist and strike back. The fist and sword collided, and the intense impact sent Li Xing flying several meters away, leaving him completely astonished. Who exactly are you? Is this the power that a 9-star refined iron expert can possess? At this moment, Li Xing felt a tingling sensation throughout his entire arm. The power of the sword energy even broke through the defense of his spirit life stone fist. So what if you're a 9-star iron master? Just because you can't achieve that power yourself, does that mean no one else can either? Chen Kailing said, raising his sword and walking towards Li Xing, his gaze gradually turning cold. You were just about to attack her, weren't you? Trying to use that to threaten me? Li Xing sneered, threaten you? Do you think you have the right to be threatened? I know, you must have some kind of enhancement method and then use her auxiliary ability, right? As he spoke, Li Xing unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, rapidly attacking Chen Kailing with immense force and incredible speed. Watch how I wear you down. But Chen Kailing's sword was faster than his. With just 2 swings, the dozen or so sword energies put immense pressure on Li Xing. How is that possible? How can he be so strong? Li Xing's eyes were filled with disbelief. He glanced at the desert scorpions again, and a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. There are no shortcuts in the Tower of Gods. In other words, Chen Kailing truly relied solely on his 9-star refined iron realm to unleash power far greater than theirs. They fought their way up. My God, what terrifying potential! Wait. Perhaps we can negotiate and get through this together. Li Xing immediately cowered. Even as a 5th-level silver refiner, he was completely overwhelmed by Chen Kailing's aura. Peace talks? No interest. This is a piece of cake for me, Chen Kailing said calmly. Don't push me. Li Xing roared, but he quickly regretted it because he found that Chen Kailing's sword was even faster. Ah! Under the dense barrage of sword energy, Li Xing could not hold on any longer, and one of his arms was severed, causing intense pain to assault his head. Whoosh! With the sword tip pointed at Li Xing's neck, Chen Kailing said calmly, I'm forcing you now, what are you going to do about it? Thump! Without hesitation, Li Xing knelt down and pleaded for mercy, please, spare me. This is the territory of the desert scorpion. If I lose another hand, I will die. At this point, he finally began to regret it. If he had known this would happen, he and Zhang Wu should have lined the street to welcome Zhong Xiaoqian when she spoke, and tried to build a good relationship with Chen Kailing as soon as possible. But there's no going back in life. He and Zhang Wu, the 2 Anjus, had no choice but to crawl back to the safe zone, forcibly exit, and give up all the rewards. Are you all right? After walking a distance, Chen Kailing glanced at Zhong Xiaoqian. Zhong Xiaoqian shook her head, it's nothing. But you, after fighting for so long, aren't you tired yet? If you put it that way, it seems that because Yu Ning and I are highly skilled, each move is very energy efficient. Chen Kailing felt the warmth of the sword hilt and said this with a smile. The next half hour, Chen Kailing spent some time searching for the ferocious beast, but fortunately, the result was good. 4th level record new, Chen Kailing Xia Yuning, 9-star iron, 45 minutes and 15 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining 1 silver grade material for exchange. You have accumulated enough. Another record broken. Zhong Xiaoqian looked up at the 2 lines of large characters, completely numb. After the next portal was formed, Chen Kailing did not choose to continue, but instead withdrew directly from the Tower of God. After all, the materials have already been given to the silver refining level, which is not very useful to him now. It is more appropriate to ensure the materials needed for the breakthrough to the refined iron level first. Since Director Li Kaming gave a special reminder, it must mean that tomorrow's training course will not be so simple. The higher the level of understanding, the better. Back on the stone platform, Chen Kailing could clearly see his information and a list of rewards on the table. Kill rewards, based on the 9-star refined iron, a total of 15,930 points, 3 refined silver shield talismans, and 1 swift travel talisman. Tower clearing rewards, a total of 4 floors. You will receive 3 chances to forge a fine iron grade spiritual weapon and 1 chance to forge a silver grade spiritual weapon. Rewards, 3x refined iron grade material exchange qualifications, 1x silver grade material exchange qualification. Ignoring the other rewards for the time being, Chen Kailing quickly found the breakthrough materials he needed with the help of Zhong Xiaoqian's experience. You need 4 materials to break through? Isn't 1 material enough to break through to the silver refining level? Zhong Xiaoqian exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Kailing nodded and used the silver level forging qualification he had obtained on the refined iron level materials, which allowed him to collect all the materials. I didn't spend a penny, and it was great. Seeing that Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning were about to go back to advance, Zhong Xiaoqian decided to leave first and prepared to use her tower climbing rewards. Building 501. After returning to his detached villa, which would be his for the next 4 years, Chen Kailing rested briefly on the sofa before taking out the upgrade materials. Following the spiritual artifact advancement course he had learned from memory, Chen Kailing began to activate the spiritual artifact contract. After the contract formation touched the material, it gradually extracted the power of the attributes within it that could be used for advancement, transforming it into a halo containing power. When all the materials come together, the halo is already colorful. This is quite interesting, Yuning. You should be promoted. As Chen Kailing turned to speak, his gaze froze. Xia Yuning had already taken off her coat, leaving only a white lace bra. The girl's jade-like skin and undulating whiteness were like a priceless treasure. Even with Chen Kailing's strong will, he couldn't help but take a second look. What are you doing in broad daylight? Isn't it a promotion? Others absorb the aura of advancement using their foreheads. Do they need to take off their clothes? Oh. But we have a fundamental contract, and my contract is located in my heart. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing paused for a moment, then glanced at the conspicuous V, turned his gaze to the snow-white figure, and immediately and decisively extended his hand. Who? I'm doing this for cultivation, don't overthink it. Chen Kailing's Tao heart remained unchanged, but the softness and warmth from his palm still made him turn his head slightly away. More importantly, Xia Yuning herself was leaning forward towards him. As the sensation in his hands intensified, Chen Kailing realized something was wrong. Was he now the one needing her? Chapter 27: Stealing Your Spot? I'll give you a chance. After the promotion was completed, Xia Yuning looked normal and began to get dressed. Chen Kailing glanced at his right hand, realizing he hadn't done it on purpose. However, Yuning's is really soft, as for the taste. He glanced at Xia Yuning, who was dressing sideways, and quickly raised his hand to his nose to sniff. As a fragrant breeze wafted into his nose, he glanced to the side again, as if he had done something wrong. Xia Yuning was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Chen Kailing froze on the spot. What does it taste like? Xia Yuning's voice was cold, but her bright eyes betrayed her triumphant heart. The scent of lavender. Chen Kailing answered awkwardly, while inwardly roaring, damn it, I lost this time. She predicted it. However, at least the promotion was successful. With his gaze fixed on the panel, Chen Kailing examined it carefully for a while, and his heart was filled with renewed excitement. Congratulations, host. Your contractor, Heavenly Sword, has advanced to the silver refining level. Your skills have increased, Sword Slash, Heavenly Might, and you have gained the new skill, Sword Draw Slash, and the new Heavenly Dao skill, Heavenly Judgment. Sword Slash New Effect, releases 10 enhanced sword energies simultaneously. Sword Slash New Effect, the ability to dodge sword energy has been upgraded to a complete trait, unaffected by level. Heavenly Might, ignores the opponent's defense within 3 minor levels. Sword Draw Slash, within close range, unleashes a powerful slash with the sharpest sword energy, its power equal to the sum of 10 enhanced sword energies. It can be enhanced twice, but will consume a large amount of spiritual energy. Heavenly Judgment, eliminates all amplified combat power of the opponent. This trait ignores level and can be used once per 24 hours on a single target. After use, it enters a cooldown period. Battle level, 157. Speed new, 45. After looking at the panel, Chen Kailing became excited. The Sword Slash can unleash 10 enhanced sword energies simultaneously, and this has become a skill trait, unaffected by any level, which is quite terrifying. This characteristic, combined with his current numerical amplification, means that even a single sword slash is a terrifying combat technique. The new skill, Sword Draw Slash, takes the characteristics of the sharpest sword to the extreme. It is an attack that combines 10 enhanced sword energies and can be enhanced a second time. What an overpowered number of stats. With just one sword drawing slash, Chen Kailing felt he could take on an opponent of the forged gold level. The celestial judgment mechanism takes its powerful characteristics to the extreme. It's worth noting that its ability to instantly kill ferocious beasts of higher levels relies on numerical amplification. It gains the amplification itself and then erases the opponent's amplification. As one gains at the expense of the other, the gap will narrow infinitely even when facing a high-level spiritual medium. Putting aside skills, the basic combat stats alone have increased by almost 50%. The speed increase value has also been added. With this numerical advantage, the combination of sword draw and heavenly judgment would force even a gold-level spirit weapon girl to put her hair up in a single move. Just thinking about that scene made Chen Kailing laugh. Your smile is a bit off. Are you thinking about other spirit weapon girls? Xia Yuning's gaze turned cold. No, Chen Kailing said, his smile fading. At night, there was only one bed in the villa. Chen Kailing was having some trouble when he saw Xia Yuning take the initiative to draw a line between them and lie down properly on the inside to sleep. Perhaps more energy is consumed during the day? Chen Kailing slept on the other side, glancing at Xia Yuning from time to time, somewhat surprised that she hadn't moved closer. Never mind, time for bed. The next morning. After washing up, the two went straight to the Weishui Hall. Name, real-time level. After entering the room, the middle-aged teacher at the registration desk calmly asked. Chen Kailing said, Chen Kailing Xia Yuning, silver refining level 1 star. The middle-aged teacher glanced at Chen Kailing with surprise, then flipped through the list and said, number 300, find a place to sit. 300 carefully selected people competed for 50 spots. Chen Kailing felt that the requirements were still a bit harsh. As the two looked for seats, quite a few people had already taken their seats, but the tiered hall, which could accommodate 1,000 people, still seemed sparsely populated. And every time a new person comes in, it attracts attention. Hey, that guy looks a bit unfamiliar. He doesn't seem like a regular on the heaven and earth ranking. I don't know, but his spirit weapon girl is so beautiful. Ah, it hurts, Yenner, I was wrong, I won't look anymore. Oh dear, panic. There are only 50 spots, and 300 people are competing for them. I doubt even the students on the top rankings can stay calm. The surrounding chatter was still quite clear. Chen Kailing walked up the steps and sat in a window seat in the back row, enjoying the quiet. But as more and more people arrived, he soon discovered that a conflict seemed to have broken out at the registration area, with a young man and his magical girl making a ruckus. Lu Yang, your spot should have expired 4 days ago. What are you doing here? The middle-aged teacher's eyes flashed with coldness. The young man called Lu Yang spoke as if he had gone mad. Why? I went through so much trouble, almost died, to get such good results in the preliminaries. My number has already been assigned to me, so why can it just become invalid? As he spoke, Lu Yang reached out and grabbed the report on the table, his eyes flashing quickly before locking onto a name. After reading the information, his eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he shouted while holding up the report. Look everyone, it's a cover-up. This is a blatant cover-up. As everyone knows, the training camp spots were decided a month ago, but this guy named Chen Kailing took my spot 4 days ago. And guess what? This guy is only a silver refining level 1 star. Upon hearing this, everyone looked surprised. Silver refining level 1 star? Our lowest combat strength standard here is silver refining level 5 star. Could it be the son of some important figure, here to gain experience and prestige? Damn it, they used connections to get onto the battlefield where we're going to bleed and die. This is treating our lives like they're nothing. A thorough investigation is needed, a complete investigation is required. By this time, almost all the students had arrived, and the vast majority of those ranked lower began to protest. Boring. As for those ranked at the top, they simply watched the commotion indifferently. After all, they were all top-notch in terms of both background and talent. Where's Chen Kailing? Chen Kailing! Get out here! Do you dare fight me? If you lose, give me back my spot right now. Lu Yang's gaze swept over everyone. This is truly unsettling. Chen Kailing shook his head slightly, then stood up and looked down at him, asking, how do you intend to fight? That's him? No wonder he looked unfamiliar, he must have come in through the back door. He's still putting on an act. No matter how bad Lu Yang is, he's still a 5-star silver refining level, ranked 2nd on the human ranking. Although his S-level talent isn't impressive, the spirit weapon girl is also S-level, so his overall level is alright. This Lu Yang is a bit stupid. He was able to get here through connections, so his background is obviously very strong. Isn't he afraid of getting a sack over his head if he walks alone at night? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang sneered, "The arena of life and death will determine the spots." These words immediately shocked everyone. The death arena was a place where contracts could be signed and people could be killed directly. Chen Kailing should back down now, right? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Kailing glanced at his watch and walked towards the area below. No need for all that trouble. There are still 2 minutes until the opening ceremony. I'll give you a chance. If you can handle it, you can have a spot. Chapter 28: The Mystic Realm of Illusions, the first ranking competition. One move? Has this guy gone mad? I see. This is an attempt to give himself a dignified exit. Good for you. I've learned something. You know what, this second-generation leader actually has some talent. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. There was no other way. After all, Lu Yang was 4 levels higher than his opponent and had the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. In a head-on life or death duel, he had no chance to fight back. However, when he says something like "I'll take this one on" in a flash, he can not only show off but also gracefully exit the situation. He's practically a natural talent. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan laughed 3 times. He didn't feel annoyed at being looked down upon, instead, he felt cheerful. He was afraid of the young master's background, but things were much better now. He only needed to make his move a little more difficult to counter. The other party's face was saved, and my own spot was also regained. Lu Yang and the other onlookers shared the same thought. This was just a tactic used by Chen Kailing to leave gracefully. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged teacher decisively threw out a domain talisman, covering a 5-meter radius around the 2 of them to prevent accidental damage to the hall's architecture. Center of the hall. Lu Yang was ready, and the flaming greatsword in his hand emitted a scorching heat, making the entire hall even hotter. Come on, let me see how difficult it is to block your move. After saying that, he moved his legs apart, swung his arm horizontally with his sword, and made a blocking motion. I suggest you don't take this sword lightly. As Chen Kailing reached out, Xia Yuning transformed, and the sharp sword energy of the Tianyuan sword instantly enveloped the entire hall. Immediately, everyone sensed that something was amiss. This guy's sword spirit weapon seems to be more than just a simple artifact. Many people frowned, their eyes fixed on the heavenly sword, and could feel a strong sword intent emanating from it. Lu Yang also sensed the pressure, but he still didn't take Chen Kailing seriously. After all, the difference in their levels was obvious. Cut. Chen Kailing calmed his breathing slightly, then his eyes flashed with swordlight, and he felt the spiritual power in his body slowly gathering. As he swung his sword, 10 enhanced sword energies slashed out at a speed that Lu Yang could not match, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. It wasn't a sword-drawing slash, just a simple sword slash, but this one move alone was enough to shock many people. Not good. Lu Yang was shocked. At this moment, he finally realized that he was wrong. The other party was not a backer at all, but someone who really had the ability. Flame slash. With his extensive combat experience, Lu Yang immediately swung his sword, and the raging flames transformed into a wall of fire, which he attempted to use to block the opponent's sword energy. But Chen Kailing's sword energy was enhanced in every way, so it was not so easy to block. Laugh. The sword energy broke through the wall of fire and landed directly on Lu Yang. Instantly, he was covered in several deep wounds and collapsed to the ground unconscious. The entire venue fell silent. No one had expected it to end so quickly. The entire fight between the two lasted no more than 10 seconds before Lu Yang was defeated. Anyone with eyes could see that the gap between the two was huge. Wow, this guy is ruthless. Being ruthless is one thing, but isn't his strength a bit off? There's a 4-level difference between them. Judging from the outcome of this battle, it feels more like Chen Kailing is 4 levels higher than Lu Yang, which is defying the heavens. Everyone was shocked. Chen Kailing glanced at Lu Yang indifferently, then looked at the middle-aged teacher. Should we call an ambulance for him? The middle-aged teacher shook his head. No need, someone will come and handle it later. Sure enough, a group of medical staff rushed in and took him away. At Shintian University, as long as someone's head isn't directly chopped off, they can be cured. The only consequence is incurring a huge debt of medical treatment points. But what does this have to do with Chen Kailing? The other side is about to fight to the death, so it's already very kind of me to offer a word of advice. Let's go, Chen Kailing said, taking Xia Yuning with him back to the back seat. However, he was clearly no longer able to stay quiet there. Wow, bro, you're pretty amazing. You actually killed Lu Yang in one hit. Are you really a silver refining level 1 star? A young man wearing glasses came over with a big smile on his face. Chen Kailing nodded and said, yes. That's really impressive, but I don't seem to remember you at all. Are you a transfer student, or did you take a break from school for a while? The young man was still asking questions, which annoyed Chen Kailing. Just as he was about to wave his hand to interrupt him, a teacher dressed in a black robe and wearing a wizard's hat walked up to the podium below. Damn, this year's training camp is led by Old Wu. They can't hold back anymore, the young man cried out in despair upon seeing the teacher. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when he saw the teacher on the stage giving him a cold look and glancing over. The next second, the young man floated up and took off, hanging upside down from the ceiling, begging for mercy repeatedly. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiglai, a master of the magic staff, a 9-element magic staff. Most of you should know me. During my mentoring process, I do not allow any whispering, disrupting order, or other such behavior. If anyone does, they will be severely punished. If anyone disagrees, come up and challenge me to a duel. If I win, I will listen to you. Next, I will introduce the process of the 2.5-month intensive training course, which is in the form of assessment training assessment. You will be assessed twice, once today and once on the 75th day. These two assessments together account for 60% of your ranking. Your usual training over the past 2 months will account for 40% of your ranking. On the 76th day, the top 50 will enter the reserve team and go to the battlefield. Is there any problem with that? As the master of the shaman's gaze swept over them, everyone nodded in agreement. Very good, then let me explain today's assessment content. You need to enter the illusionary spirit realm, one of the school's 10 secret realms, and pick the illusionary fruits on the 5th floor. The ranking will be determined by the number of fruits picked, and the student who picks the king of fruits will be the champion. Now, everyone follow me. Following the master of the shaman's movements, everyone started to stand up from the front row and followed in an orderly fashion. Ah! The youth who had been floating on the ceiling returned to normal and fell down. He didn't try to stabilize himself, but his magical artifact girl remained motionless. Bang! His head slammed directly into the floor. The young man scrambled to his feet, looked at his magical artifact girl, and said aggrievedly, Yenner, why didn't you catch me? Lin Yenner glanced at him, then at Xia Yuning, and snorted coldly, shaking her head. Ahem, the young man touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly, turned to look at Chen Kailing who was about to set off, and immediately followed. Hey classmate, my name is Lin Yuan. Should we team up for this trip to the illusionary spirit realm? If we go alone, we might easily get shrouded in the black mist. As Chen Kailing walked, he asked, Black mist? Lin Yuan nodded repeatedly, that's right. In addition to the illusionary spirit clan, there is also a black mist beast hidden in this illusionary spirit secret realm. Once you touch the black mist, you will face the thing you fear most. Without external help, it will be difficult for a person to get out. At this moment, a young man walking in front stopped, turned around, and sneered. Lin Yuan, you're really getting more and more depraved. Have you really sunk so low as to seek out companions who are only at the first level of silver refining? He was the top scorer in our year, and he used to be in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. He has really fallen from grace. I also want to give you a piece of advice, don't team up with that silver level 1-star guy. His strength fluctuates wildly, and you might get yourself killed in the process. Lin Yuan opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Lin Yenner stepped forward, blocking his path, and said coldly, What's it to you? Heh, you'll just hide behind women your whole life, the young man scoffed, then turned and left. Are you the top scorer in your year? The conversation between the group piqued Chen Kailing's interest. He had previously heard Zhong Xiaoshan say that their year's top scorer hadn't even made it onto the heavenly ranking. Now it seems there's more to the story. Lin Yuan touched her nose, looking embarrassed, and said, I'm sorry you had to see this. I used to be, wait. Your year? Aren't you from the class of 50? Chapter 29 Fear Magic, Confronting Inner Vulnerability. What? You're a freshman? Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise, doubting that she had heard correctly. Chen Kailing nodded, let me introduce myself. I am Chen Kailing, the top scorer of the 51st cohort, and I was granted an early admission spot by the principal. You're also the top scholar? How come your treatment as the top scholar is too high? Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. That's true. When I was the top scholar, I hadn't broken through to the silver refining level yet, and my combat strength was not even in the same league as yours. The four followed behind the group and soon arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Like the Tower of God, this is an arena-like building. All the secret realms of the school are sealed by the previous principal's artifact, the Eye of Heaven. Whenever you encounter an arena, it represents a secret realm. Lin Yuan explained from the side. Chen Kailing nodded, amazed. As expected of a top-tier academy, it could even seal a secret realm. Boom! Not long after, accompanied by a loud bang, a pale golden light began to appear on the four sides of the stone platform, and then a huge portal materialized. The moment the door opened, a strong aura rushed out. I will keep an eye on your movements, but I will not interfere with anyone. The fifth level is dangerous for you, so please make a careful decision. Also, don't underestimate any area that you think might be safe. After the shaman finished speaking, he opened the door. However, the entire group did not move because the bald young man at the front blocked everyone's path. The bald young man turned around, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone. The illusion fruit king is mine. Anyone who dares to contest it shall die. After saying this, the bald man turned and walked towards the door. Who is he? He's so arrogant, Chen Kailing asked, turning his head. Lin Yuan said, the number one on the heavenly ranking is Xian Yuan Haoan, a 9-star silver refining expert. You can tell from the name that he is from the Xian Yuan family of the capital. He has an SS level talent called 100 Refinements to Heaven and a magical artifact called the Kungsu 8 Trigrams Mirror, which has an SSS level talent. Chen Kailing nodded and silently made a mental note of the person. As for the Fruit King, well, whoever snatches it first gets to keep it. Once everyone had entered the secret realm, the wizard waved his hand, and a large number of images flashed across the entire arena, representing the God's eye view of all the students. Almost everyone was running at full speed. I already warned you, but you still dare to venture into the secret realm like this. You're such a naive fledgling. The shaman shook his head in disappointment. Are you going to pretend to be a ferocious beast again? If so, a lot of people will get stuck on the first level. The voice of the shamanic girl came from behind the staff. If we don't do this, how will they understand the importance of vigilance? The battlefield is ever-changing, there is no safe zone that remains unchanged. The shamanic master said calmly. Within the secret realm. After Chen Kailing stepped through the gate, a dense forest appeared before him. By the time the four of them entered, the other students ahead had already unleashed at terrifying speed, leaving only a few silhouettes behind. The first level is full of tree spirits of the fine iron level. They basically don't dare to attack us first. We can just charge straight in. As Lin Yuan spoke, she glanced at Lin Yenner beside her. The next second, Lin Yenner changed her form and transformed into a silver-black armor, which attached itself to Lin Yuan's body. Me, a thief? Armor? Chen Kailing's eyes widened. No one at this age could refuse a set of armor. Ha, my Yenner spirit weapon is the Dawn armor. Let's go, getting on the road is the priority. Lin Yuan rushed out first, and the speed she burst out in an instant made Chen Kailing's eyelids droop. Holy crap, is his armor speed type? It's so fast. Chen Kailing believed that with the attribute enhancement, if his speed were to be fully unleashed, he would rank among the top in the entire training camp. But she is still no match for Lin Yuan. It's better to be cautious. That sorcerer's warning won't be unfounded. When Xia Yuning transformed into the heavenly sword, a clear, cold voice rang out. Then let's slow down. Chen Kailing gripped the heavenly sword and maintained a steady pace as he moved forward. There were indeed no ferocious beasts blocking the way, and the more this was the case, the more strange Chen Kailing felt. Just as he was about to speed up and remind Lin Yuan to be careful of the surroundings, a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared less than a palm's width in front of him. Without any warning, it seemed like some kind of trigger trap. Chen Kailing's pupils contracted, and the heavenly sword in his hand suddenly burst forward with 10 sword energies. The powerful recoil relieved his forward momentum, and he leaped into the air, narrowly missing the black mist. Looking back at the fog, Chen Kailing remembered what Lin Yuan had said about the randomly appearing ferocious beast within the illusionary spirit's secret realm. Will touching it cause you to see your greatest fear? Chen Kailing murmured, then turned his gaze and saw that Lin Yuan, who had become a small black dot in the distance, had clearly disappeared into a cloud of mist. Without exception, this was true for everyone further ahead. Such a sudden attack is impossible to avoid unless one is like Chen Kailing, who constantly controls his movement or has special methods. This black mist doesn't seem to be the work of a ferocious beast. I haven't sensed any beasts nearby, it's more like. Xia Yuning stopped speaking. Chen Kailing stroked his chin. Master of the witchcraft staff. Magic. Is this also part of the assessment? What should we do? If there are any assessment points, should we give it a try? Xia Yuning's voice came through. Chen Kailing pondered. If there were assessment scores, there should be some hints, or perhaps this is just a simple obstacle. Chen Kailing stepped around the black mist. After taking a few steps, he glanced at the people trapped in the black mist around him, and without hesitation, turned his head and reached out to touch the black mist. Who cares if it's an assessment or not, I'll finish it in a second. I want to see what's so scary about me. Chen Kailing's actions also stunned the wizard master who was casting fear magic outside the secret realm. What's wrong with this fledgling? Out of 300 people, only he in the top 5 on the heavenly ranking stayed alert and avoided it. What a great opportunity, how did he manage to sneak back in? The girl with the shamanic staff guessed, perhaps she mistook this for some kind of test? Master Wu Zhang nodded, that's very likely. Unfortunately, his cleverness backfired. If he gets trapped inside and can't get out, he'll already be eliminated from the initial top 300. Fear magic is a magic I learned after escaping death from the hell of fear. Those with weak hearts will never survive. At this moment, images are flashing around him. One of the noble young women screamed as her hands were brutally bound, her gorgeous clothes being torn apart by the ferocious beast. Interesting. 10th on the heavenly ranking, the second daughter of the Zhao family. It is said that she was born in a war zone, but she has no courage at all and is easily frightened when facing ferocious beasts. So this happened when she was a child. The shaman's gaze shifted. In another scene, a young man wielding a giant hammer lies in a pool of blood, his eyes reflecting the image of his father's decapitated body. Huang Yu, who ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking, was present when his father was beheaded by a military court for delaying a battle mission. With their talent, if they can overcome their fear, they have the potential to be in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking, the witch-wielding girl said. Talent is one aspect, but when talent reaches its limit, only mental strength can help them stand out. But unfortunately, even those with exceptional talent and background are deeply trapped in their own fears. As the sorcerer sighed, another patch of black mist automatically coalesced into an image beside him, which was the terrifying illusion that Chen Kailing had experienced. But the content of the image left this master, who had often spied on others' fears, stunned. Chapter 30 Lofty Ambitions, Master Shaman, I Become a Sparrow. In the scene, Chen Kailing, dressed in a suit, is furiously typing on a keyboard in an office in a high-end office building, with a red Muan coffee next to him. He looked completely like an ordinary working person who hadn't yet awakened his talent. What's going on? Shouldn't a normal person's fear be a ferocious beast or death? The shaman had seen countless people, but he had never encountered such fear before. That's really strange. He hasn't witnessed any battles between ferocious beasts. Besides, what is he afraid of? The witch doctor was also puzzled. In this era of war, almost everyone's fears were related to ferocious beasts and death. For most people, living a peaceful life like Chen Kailing in the picture is a luxury. Their confusion was quickly resolved. In the video, Chen Kailing was first stunned, then smiled faintly, and his voice came through the screen. Are you afraid of being ordinary? That's interesting, but my future certainly shouldn't be here. Chen Kailing smiled slightly, his gaze as scorching as the blazing sun. Upon hearing this, the sorcerer was dumbfounded. Countless people spend their entire lives cultivating their skills just to survive the waves of ferocious beasts. Even he, at first, only wanted to escape the border. But what about Chen Kailing? For a moment, he seemed to recall a sentence his teacher had once said, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" The master of witchcraft was somewhat dazed when he realized that he was actually shocked by Chen Kailing's fear of the ordinary. So, I am the sparrow all along? In the scene, Chen Kailing glanced back at his own figure one last time, reached out and swung his sword. In that instant, the sword light pierced through the entire world. Light from outside streamed into the dark office, gradually engulfing the gloom. The black mist dissipated, and Chen Kailing returned to the secret realm. At this moment, less than 10 seconds had passed since he entered the illusion. This time, does this count as a victory? Chen Kailing looked up at the sky, smiled slightly, and then walked towards the edge of the forest in the distance. Outside the arena, the shaman was taken aback at first, then laughed. Interesting, very interesting. He is the first person to leave the illusion of fear in such a short time since I mastered this magic. Those scions of noble families, who have stood on the shoulders of giants since childhood, do not possess such a mindset. Fearing his own ordinariness, in an era where heroes are as numerous as fish crossing a river, what would it take to be considered extraordinary in his heart? Seeing the Witchmaster laughing so happily, the Witchmaster girl said irritably, "Still laughing? You've been looked down upon. You've lost." The wizard with his staff waved his robe and laughed, "My fear magic has indeed lost. But this also means that he might have a chance to solve the Fear Hell, one of the 10 SSS level ferocious beast secret realms, in the future, doesn't it?" In the secret realm. Chen Kailing approached Lin Yuan and saw that his face, which was exposed outside the armor, was covered in cold sweat. After observing for a while, Chen Kailing pondered, "Speaking of which, he only said that having someone with you would make things much easier, but he didn't say how to dispel the illusion, did he? If it's due to external forces, should we slap him?" Xia Yuning guessed. "That makes sense." Snap. Chen Kailing slapped him hard, sending Lin Yuan spinning like a top as he left the black mist, rolling several times on the ground. Lin Yuan opened her eyes, looking utterly shaken. She glanced at Chen Kailing, then at the black mist, and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap! Did I just enter a terrifying illusion?" Chen Kailing nodded, "That's right." Lin Yuan shuddered. "In that kind of situation, it's really impossible to come out on your own. Luckily, you were there outside." Looking around, Lin Yuan asked in surprise, "Is the scope this time so wide? So many people have been infected. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone is a target," Chen Kailing said. Lin Yuan nodded, "Judging from the situation, it's very likely. You're quite lucky you weren't targeted." Chen Kailing said, "I've been infected too." Lin Yuan was taken aback, then exclaimed, "You left the illusion on your own? Did you prepare some special soul-related item?" Chen Kailing nodded, "We don't need any props when facing this kind of fear magic." Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap, I've never heard of anyone being able to regain consciousness on their own without relying on a special magical artifact under the spell of this terrifying beast." Chen Kailing shrugged, "Now you see it." As Chen Kailing walked forward, Lin Yuan calmed herself down and immediately followed, her eyes bright. She secretly decided that she would stick close to this powerful figure from now on. Along the way, almost all the students were still shrouded in fear and confusion. Only a very few students managed to escape with special tools and then offered help to some of their close friends. When Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan arrived at the second level, they were greeted by a dense thicket of bushes and thorns. Not far away, many students stood on high alert, not daring to speed up, for fear of entering the terrifying illusion again. The second level is full of hidden radish demons, which usually hide in these bushes and may launch a surprise attack at any time. Lin Yuan whispered, "Facing the carrot demon alone is fine, but if I fall into the illusion of fear right now, by the time I realize what's happening, I'll probably be dead." "Don't worry, the fear beast has only shown itself once, it won't appear again." Chen Kailing glanced at the wary students and already understood. "Huh? Why? Wait. Are we running this fast? What if we encounter danger again?" Seeing that Chen Kailing had already sped away and widened the distance between herself and the others, Lin Yuan was puzzled, but she could only bite the bullet and follow. The nearby students glanced at them but didn't follow, continuing to advance cautiously. "I'm cautious when others are greedy, and greedy when others are cautious. I think I understand now why Li Kaming and the principal made a special exception for him." Offstage, Master Wuzhang kept his eyes fixed on Chen Kailing, filled with admiration. At his pace, he has already entered the top 10. As long as his luck is not particularly bad, even if his strength is not enough, the number of illusion fruits he picks will definitely not be small. The witch doctor analyzed. The sorcerer asked with amusement, "What if he has designs on the illusion fruit king? How could that be?" With Xian Yuan Haohan involved, the vast majority of people wouldn't dare to compete for it. Probably only the top 5 on the heavenly ranking would go. The shamanic girl was speaking when she suddenly froze. "No, if it were him, he might actually do it. Let us see. I'd like to see if his strength can support his ambition," said the shaman. With almost no difficulty, Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan crossed the second and third levels. The fourth level was a snow-covered hilly plateau. When Chen Kailing looked over there, he paused slightly. What they saw on the opposite winter hills was not snow at all, but an army of skeletons covering the entire mountainside. The fourth level is the territory of the skeleton army, with an average level between 5 and 7 stars of the silver refining rank. The safest approach is to wait for the main force to engage together. "Should we wait?" Lin Yuan turned to look at Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing's pupils flashed with a sharp light. Wait. These are all experience packs, so it's best to take them all. Experience pack? Lin Yuan was stunned. The lowest level skeleton here was a 5-star silver refining level skeleton, which was 4 levels higher than him. Even if you can fight opponents of higher levels, it's not so outrageous as to treat all these skeletons as experience NPCs to farm, is it? Chapter 31 Skeleton Warrior Race? That's just an experience pack. Those people ahead of us seem to have already entered the 5th floor. I don't see them here, Chen Kailing said, scanning his surroundings. Lin Yuan nodded. The top few on the heavenly ranking are already at the level of silver refining 9 stars. The ferocious beasts here will basically not provoke spirit mediums who are stronger than themselves. Chen Kailing chuckled. Oh, so you're still the bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. Let's go, the hunt begins. Lin Yuan followed closely behind. As soon as the two approached the hill, they could already feel the oppressive atmosphere of the skeletal beasts that covered the entire mountainside. Lin Yuan was about to remind Chen Kailing, we'd better proceed cautiously. Whoosh! Chen Kailing had already unleashed 10 sword beams upon the hill. The next second, countless skeleton warriors were startled and scrambled to their feet in a row, their empty skeletons glowing with ghostly fire. One after another, skeleton warriors crashed down like waves, their momentum quite terrifying. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed what he was about to say and immediately charged towards the fastest skeleton warriors. A surge of powerful spiritual energy enveloped his fists atop his armor, and he slammed them down like heavy hammers. Bang! The first few skeleton warriors were smashed to pieces, and the powerful impact even sent many of the skeleton warriors behind them flying. The skeleton warriors were also quite strong defensively. Before Lin Yuan could make his second move, the skeleton warriors behind him quickly got up and charged forward again. Some of the higher-level elite skeletons even began to automatically repair the cracks that had appeared on their bodies from the attacks. It has self-repair capabilities. If you can't kill it in one hit, it's just a waste of spiritual energy. After witnessing Lin Yuan's battle, Chen Kailing quickly assessed the abilities of these skeleton warriors. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing took a step forward, and the heavenly sword in his hand flashed with a dazzling sword light. Lin Yuan had just repelled a few skeletons when he heard a piercing whooshing sound. The next instant, 10 sword lights slashed out from his side, directly shattering the heads of 10 skeletons. Holy crap, that's incredible! Lin Yuan turned around in astonishment and saw Chen Kailing unleash a continuous stream of sword energy with a wave of his hand. Each of these sword strikes was enough to instantly kill a skeleton warrior. The heavenly sword's current sword slashing power is undoubtedly a top-tier area of effect skill, with each sword aura receiving exceptional enhancement after amplification. Roar! A 7-star silver-level skeleton leader lunged forward, wielding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Lin Yuan immediately shouted, "Be careful! That's the skeleton leader, his combat power is astonishing." But before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, Chen Kailing paused slightly, then gripped his sword and began to sheath it. What is he trying to do? Is he going to confront us head-on? Lin Yuan was getting anxious. Even if the skeleton leader was a regular top-ranked player on the Earth ranking, it would be difficult to deal with him, let alone Chen Kailing, who was just a newcomer. Draw your sword, and strike. Facing the skeletal leader who was inches away from him, Chen Kailing drew his sword fiercely, and in that instant, a massive sword aura surged forth. Click! In an instant, the skull leader's head was severed by the sword and rolled on the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes widened at this sight. The silver-level 7-star skeleton leader was killed in an instant? However, the matter was far from over. After the death of one of the skeleton leaders, the remaining skeletons went berserk and charged towards Chen Kailing and his companion. When Chen Kailing saw that thousands of skeleton warriors were all rushing forward at once, he immediately swung his sword and tore open a gap in the skeleton formation ahead, shouting, "There is a narrow passage ahead, go that way." Good. After responding, Lin Yuan called out, "You can follow behind me, I'll clear the way." Lin Yuan, clad in armor, charged decisively into the skeleton ranks. His hard shell meant that almost no skeleton warrior's swords could leave a mark. Many skeleton warriors grabbed Lin Yuan's legs and arms, opened their mouths and bit down, but apart from breaking a tooth, they got nothing. With Lin Yuan clearing the way and Chen Kailing's powerful sword strikes, the two moved very quickly and easily arrived at the narrow passage where the two hills met. Once we exit the passage, we'll fight outside. We'll use the passage to limit their numbers and try to avoid the skeleton warriors' line of sight inside the passage, waiting for them to keep coming and giving us experience points. Chen Kailing told Lin Yuan his strategy. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then said incredulously, "Are we really going to hunt down all those skeleton warriors? Any normal person would be thinking about how to get through this level with the fewest casualties, right? Normally, even a small team of 5 or 10 people would adopt a strategy of fighting and retreating when facing these skeletons, because there are simply too many of them. Generally speaking, among those of the same level, dealing with 10 times the number of ferocious beasts of the same level as a medium is already a terrifying number. However, the skeleton army here was already more than 100 times larger than him and Chen Kailing, not to mention that Chen Kailing was only at the silver refining level 1, yet he dared to set such a big goal. Aside from Chen Kailing, Lin Yuan felt that no one else would dare to do something so crazy. Chen Kailing said calmly, "Just a bunch of skeletons." "Damn it, if that's the case, let's do it. I'm a top scholar after all." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately agreed to the plan. In an instant, a magnificent scene unfolded. In the narrow passage between the two hills, hundreds of skeleton warriors surged forward like a raging torrent. At the end of the narrow passage, Lin Yuan and Chen Kailing were swiftly hunting down the approaching skeleton warriors. The passage was limited in size, allowing only a maximum of 5 skeleton warriors to pass at a time, yet Chen Kailing possessed 10 sword energies. Each of Chen Kailing's attacks effectively killed nearly 10 skeleton warriors. Meanwhile, many skeleton warriors in the narrow passage also fired arrows, spears, and other weapons. However, protected by Lin Yuan's armor, he couldn't get close to Chen Kailing at all. Chen Kailing is now more like a fortress turret than a swordsman, possessing astonishingly powerful firepower. The skeleton warriors inside the passage kept falling, gradually becoming experience points for Chen Kailing, before collapsing outside the passage. "Congratulations, host. The heavenly sword has been upgraded to silver refining grade 2 star, sword/upgrade. Sword/ releases 12 enhanced sword energies, 2 of which are attribute boosting sword energies currently. No attribute boosting power is felt. Please refine your sword to replenish it. Combat, 162. Speed, 47. Halfway through the battle, the heavenly sword advanced, its sword strike ability steadily improved, and it even developed new effects. The ability to enhance sword energy is extremely rare for sword-type spiritual weapons. If one can develop targeted elemental powers such as water and fire, it will exert a powerful restraining ability against certain ferocious beasts. Most importantly, Chen Kailing remembered that he would have 4 more forging opportunities after the tower challenge, which he could redeem immediately after the assessment. Ahead, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the sword energy was becoming more frequent, and compared to Chen Kailing, whose aura was becoming increasingly powerful, the skeleton warriors opposite him began to retreat. Lin Yuan was thrilled. To hunt down most of the skeleton warrior race on his own was an incredible feat. Just as the remaining skeleton warriors in the passage were preparing to retreat, Lin Yuan took a step forward, but was stopped by Chen Kailing. "Don't waste time chasing those who escaped. Let's hurry to the 5th floor and seize the illusionary spirit fruit king." "Ah. Okay." As the two stepped into the 5th floor, the main group, which had been cautiously advancing on the first 2 floors, finally caught up. When they saw what was happening before them, everyone was shocked. Chapter 32 Lin Yuan's predicament. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Holy crap, which big shot is so powerful that they wiped out all these skeleton warriors? Tisk, competing with this kind of person really makes it impossible to feel any competitive spirit. That's good. It will be much easier for us to get to the 5th floor now. Normally, it would take us at least several hours. Almost every group of people who reached the 4th floor were shocked by the mountain of skeletons piled up before them. After all, this terrifying scene not only amazed them, but also the shamanic master who watched the whole thing from outside the secret realm. If we didn't know beforehand that he was only a 1-star silver refining expert, anyone who saw the scene would have thought it was the work of a 9-star silver refining expert. The shamanic girl, who had already reverted to her girlish form, also nodded in approval. His skill enhancement is terrifying. In terms of numbers alone, he has already surpassed too many people. Top-level medium talent combined with top-level artifact talent, the sky is falling for the next batch of students. Master Wozhan nodded and said, "That's right. By the time the 51st batch of students register, he will have grown to an unimaginable extent. However, we are the 50th class, not the 51st. This class has its own unparalleled genius, Xian Yuan Haohan. The 5th floor. This was a huge valley terrain. When Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan arrived here, they had already seen many ferocious beast corpses around them. The king of illusionary spirit fruits is deep in the valley. You probably won't go to fight for it, will you? We can't possibly defeat Xian Yuan Haohan. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Kailing and asked tentatively. No normal person would be foolish enough to compete with Xian Yuan Haohan, but based on his understanding of Chen Kailing's journey together. Since we're already here, why not fight for it? Chen Kailing asked with a smile. Is that really how it is? Lin Yuan sighed, then gave some instructions. Since you insist on fighting for it, I won't stop you. But remember, Xian Yuan Haohan's spiritual weapon is the 9 arrows of immortal slaughter. He has 9 main arrows at his disposal each day. The power of the first arrow is enough to kill a first-star gold forging level expert instantly, and each arrow is stronger than the last. Among those who have challenged him so far, the most they have managed to get past his 8th arrow is the highest. His overall combat strength is quite terrifying. Remember not to take an arrow head-on. What, aren't you going to give it a shot? Chen Kailing asked, raising an eyebrow. Lin Yuan gave an awkward smile. I'll pass. I have no chance of becoming the king of fruits. There are so many illusionary spirit fruits around here, and the ferocious beasts have been cleared out. Now that no one is competing with them, I can take this opportunity to pick more. Okay, then be careful, Chen Kailing nodded, saying no more. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kailing left. A dozen seconds later, Lin Yenner's voice came, weren't you going to cling to my leg? Why aren't you doing it anymore? Watching Chen Kailing's retreating figure, Lin Yuan sighed softly, let's just forget about it. I can't get involved in those battles between geniuses. Upon hearing this, Lin Yenner remained silent for a long time before saying, you used to be a genius too. That's right, before. After seeing Lin Yuan and Chen Kailing separate, outside the secret realm. The girl with the shamanic staff sighed, it's a pity about Lin Yuan. I remember you used to think highly of him. The shaman nodded. Yes, he was the first genius in the 50th class to break through to the 6th star of the silver refining level, but who knew that his spirit artifact girl would be stuck at the 6th star and just couldn't get past it? The shamanic girl recalled. I remember he consulted many top experts for analysis, and even the principal helped him with research, but the results were not very good. The master of the shaman said, there's nothing we can do. His magical maiden is unique, and her attributes are too rare. There are no precedents to solve this problem. In his entire life, unless he receives help from a benefactor, he will never be able to meet the graduation requirements for the forging gold level. In the narrow road in the middle of the 5th valley. After Chen Kailing killed a ferocious beast with a single sword strike, he heard Xia Yuning's voice in his mind. It seems that Lin Yenner has some problems. I can sense that her attribute power is very unstable. Chen Kailing calmly said, yes, it's hindered by bloodline limitations. If it were a different spirit weapon girl, Lin Yuan would probably have already reached the 9th level of silver refining. After learning that Lin Yuan was the top scorer in the previous year, Chen Kailing was curious as to why he was doing so poorly, so he took a look at Lin Yenner through the pantheon of gods. You won't know until you see it, and once you do, you'll understand why. Is there a solution? You two seem to get along quite well, Xia Yuning asked. Chen Kailing nodded, yes, but Lin Yenner's situation is complicated, and resolving it might not be a good thing. Since Lin Yuan has no ambition, I won't get involved in this matter. I thought you were afraid of being suppressed by him after you solved his problem. After all, that armor has a very strong overall strength, Xia Yuning joked. Chen Kailing immediately retorted, hey, you think I'm afraid? You're underestimating the bond between us. If he's ambitious, I'll help him solve it for free. The two chatted as they hunted the ferocious beasts, and had already walked out of the narrow passage and arrived at the end of the valley. This is a basin. Deep in the basin, Chen Kailing could clearly see a tree king that was tens of meters tall. On the tree king, hundreds of unripe purple fruits grow, and these illusion fruits account for almost half of the total number on the entire 5th floor. When the color of the illusion fruit turns completely black, it becomes the king of illusion fruits. In the entire 5th level, only this one tree king has enough nutrients to support the appearance of the illusionary spirit fruit king. At this moment, Chen Kailing could clearly see that on the eastern branch of the tree, a phantom spirit fruit was almost completely covered in black, and in 2 hours at most, it would become the fruit king. On the boulder closest to the fruit, Xian Yuan Haohan sat quietly, carrying his 9 arrows of immortal slaying on his back. 500 meters away, an arrow was stuck in the ground. That single arrow acted as a dividing line, isolating the remaining dozen or so people outside. The remaining dozen or so people were not idle either. They each divided up their territories in their own way, occupying positions second only to Xian Yuan Haohan. After all, even if they can't snag the king of fruits, the ordinary illusion fruits on the tree are enough for them to get a very good ranking. Want to grab a spot? Xia Yuning's voice came from behind. Chen Kailing shook his head, no need. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The further back we are, the better. Everyone noticed Chen Kailing, but no one considered him a rival. They simply glanced at him and then looked away. After all, Chen Kailing was very weak in their eyes, just a mere silver level 1-star guy. So what if he could defeat Liu Yang? Anyone present who could fight Liu Yang would be instantly defeated. He didn't even bother with him. As time passed, no one else came here. After all, everyone knew what was going on here, and there was no need to join in if you weren't strong enough. 2 hours later. Whoosh! A black light flashed 3 times, a sign that the illusionary spirit Fruit King had ripened. At that moment, the top 5 on the heavenly ranking made their moves almost simultaneously, and the entire basin resounded with a series of attacks. A glint flashed in Chen Kailing's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's time to snag a bargain. Chapter 33. You've said the word impossible far too often. Shen Yuan Haohan was closest to the king of fruits, but just as he was about to pick it, a blade flashed and slashed at his back. Call out. Shen Yuan Haohan immediately turned around and shot an arrow. The surging power around him gathered and piled up on the tip of the arrow like 1,000 waves, attacking the attacker. Shen Yuan, we are indeed no match for you in a one-on-one fight, but this is not a one-on-one duel. Are your 9 arrows enough? Just as Shen Yuan Haohan forced one person back, 3 more appeared beside him, launching attacks from different angles. You 4. Shen Yuan Haohan's eyes turned cold. He never expected that the 4 people in the top 5 of the heavenly ranking would choose to join forces in order to subdue him. Boom! In an instant, the 4 of them were fighting, while the others did not dare to pick the king of fruits and could only quickly pick the remaining illusionary spirit fruits. You 3 hold off Shen Yuan, I'll go pick that king of fruit. Below, Li Huai, ranked second on the heavenly ranking, withstood Shen Yuan Haohan's second arrow and charged towards the fruit king. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan Haohan drew his bow and knocked an arrow, but was blocked by the other 3. Just when everyone thought Li Huai would get the king of fruit, an unexpected change occurred. Chen Kailing, who had been keeping a low profile in the corner, suddenly unleashed terrifying speed. He pushed off the tree trunk, reached out and picked the king of fruits, then turned and ran out of the valley. Damn it, where did this little bird come from? Chase it! Li Huai was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted loudly. Boom! Before they could give chase, Shen Yuan Haohan had already drawn his bow and fired a 3rd arrow, aimed directly at Chen Kailing. This time, no one stopped them. After all, it doesn't matter which of the 5 of them the Fruit King falls into, but they can't let it be taken away by such a weak guy. Hiss, what a greenhorn! He thought he could get away with this. This arrow will either kill him or seriously injure him. What an idiot! If they had just settled for collecting these illusion fruits like us, they could have gained something. Now. Heh, just a clown. Near the Tree King, the remaining heavenly ranking members who dared not compete with the top 5 on the heavenly ranking spoke up, mocking Chen Kailing's ignorance of his own limitations. Is this arrow too powerful to withstand? Chen Kai felt a stinging pain in his back, and Lin Yuan's words echoed in his mind. Turning around and drawing his sword, Chen Kailing's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. I'm going to give it a try. He mobilized his spiritual energy, channeling it all into the heavenly sword. Draw your sword, and strike. In that instant, a violent sword aura poured forth like a surging tide, slashing towards the arrow. Boom! The moment the sword energy clashed with the arrow, a deafening roar erupted throughout the basin, shattering the surrounding stone walls and sending a gust of air swirling through the center. Chen Kailing was knocked back more than 10 steps by the arrow, his blood and chi surging, and even the tiger's mouth holding the arrow began to bleed. That attack just now almost consumed half of Chen Kailing's spiritual power, but the result was that he withstood that arrow. Is this the number 1 student on the heavenly ranking, who's a year ahead of me? Nothing special. Before we go to the battlefield, I'll definitely crush him head-on. Chen Kailing gave Shen Yuan Hao a deep look, smiled inwardly, and turned to continue running out of the valley. Holy crap, he actually blocked Shen Yuan Haohan's arrow? Is this the level of a silver refining stage 1? Even an ordinary gold forging stage 1 would be dead. He seems to have leveled up judging by his posture, he's at the 2-star level. What difference is there between 1 star and 2 star in the eyes of Shen Yuan Haohan, who is at 9 stars? Is this guy even human? Not only were these people surprised, but even Shen Yuanhan and Wang Huai were stunned on the spot. They only reacted when they saw that Chen Kailing was about to run out of the basin area. Chase after them! Once they get past the 5th level, the ownership of the Fruit King will be determined. The top 5 on the heavenly ranking, currently the strongest 5 freshmen at Shintian University, actually managed to briefly cooperate to deal with a silver refining level 2 student. No one would believe this if it got out, but it's actually true. At this point, nearly 100 students had gathered on the 5th floor. Since the valley was shaped like a straight line, all the students who picked the illusion fruit were on this path. Did you hear that? There was a huge bang coming from inside. That goes without saying, those guys stole the Fruit King. I wonder who got stronger. That goes without saying, it's either Xianyuan Haohan or Wang Huai. Near the basin's exit, several students were searching for the illusion fruit. Lin Yuan was also there, but soon they felt an immense pressure approaching. Turning my head, I saw that they all looked at me with surprise. The stranger who had killed Lu Yang and become number 300 was running wildly at an incredible speed. Hundreds of meters behind him, Xian Yuanhan, Wang Huai, and others were in full force, looking furious. What's Chen Kailing doing? Lin Yuan was stunned and hadn't figured out what was going on when she heard someone exclaim beside her. Holy crap, look at that guy's hand, isn't that the illusionary spirit Fruit King? How did he manage to snatch the Fruit King from those monsters? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at Chen Kailing's hand, his pupils contracted, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The King of Fruits? He actually snatched the King of Fruits? How is that possible? Lin Yenner said, look at his skin, there are countless tiny bloodstains. Among the top 5 spiritual weapons on the heavenly ranking, only the 9 arrows of immortal slaughter can cause such sharp wounds. Lin Yuan was even more shocked. He actually took a direct hit from Xian Yuan Haohan's arrow? At this moment, Lin Yuan stood still like a passerby, staring blankly as Chen Kailing got closer and closer to him. But soon, he noticed that Xian Yuan Haohan behind Chen Kailing had once again drawn his bow and knocked an arrow. A massive tornado of spiritual energy roared through the valley in an instant. Kid, try catching another arrow if you dare. Xian Yuan Haohan's eyes were filled with icy malice. The moment he released his grip, the arrow exploded with a deafening roar, and immense spiritual power pressed down like Mount Tai. Chen Kailing, give up on the Fruit King. You can't possibly withstand that arrow. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing frowned, stopped in front of Lin Yuan, and gave him a deep look. You've said the word impossible far too often. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Kailing turned around and swung his sword. Dozens of powerful sword energies surged out instantly, forming a violent barrier in front of him. The immortal slaying arrow was unstoppable despite the repeated depletion of its sword energy, its power was still stronger than the third arrow. However, Chen Kailing was not afraid at all and swung the Tian Yuan sword again. Draw your sword and strike. The moment the sword clashed with the arrow, a surging wave of wind lashed Lin Yuan's face. He was stunned as he watched Chen Kailing fight to the death. I used to be just as spirited and fearless, but alas, those glorious days are gone forever. Take Chen Kailing, for example. He kept saying it was impossible, but he couldn't possibly handle that attack. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, Chen Kailing's voice came again. Lin Yuan, watch closely, nothing is impossible. Before Lin Yuan could even react to these words, Chen Kailing's heavenly sword shone brightly, and a powerful sword aura descended, enveloping Xian Yuan Haohan. Innate skill judgment. In that instant, Xian Yuan Haohan's expression changed drastically. He felt that all the attribute enhancements he and the 9 arrows of immortal execution had disappeared, and the power of the 4th arrow was also weakening infinitely. As Lin Yuan watched, Chen Kailing's sword strike landed, and Xian Yuanhao's arrow was directly severed. Chen Kailing, however, remained firmly in place. This scene instantly shocked Lin Yuan's heart. Chapter 34. You think you did well on the exam? A complete disaster. Xian Yuan Haohan, a member of the Xian Yuan family in the capital, possesses top-tier talent and background. Chen Kailing had only cultivated for 1 college entrance exam period, how could he possibly catch 2 arrows in a row? Nothing is impossible. Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled the words Chen Kailing had just said. Quick, he must be at his last gasp. Reclaim the illusionary spirit Fruit King. Noticing that Xian Yuanhan was not in a good state, and that Chen Kailing was also pale, Wang Huai immediately spoke up, and the 4 of them rushed out. To their surprise, Lin Yuan, who was also weak in their eyes, hesitated for a moment and then walked towards Chen Kailing first. Oh no, Lin Yuan is going to steal the Fruit King. Lin Yuan, how dare you? Wang Huai and the others made threats, but what happened next left them stunned. Instead of snatching the Fruit King, Lin Yuan picked up Chen Kailing and rushed towards the exit of the 5th floor. The speed at which it exploded in that instant was beyond the reach of everyone else. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with Lin Yuan? Whatever madness he's going through, chase him. The group quickly gave chase, but Xian Yuan Haohan moved even faster, as he had already returned to normal. Along the way, Lin Yuan swayed left and right, dodging attacks, his adrenaline surging. He had never been so crazy since he had his problem. Behind him, Chen Kailing exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Yuan, that's fast." Lin Yuan, on the verge of tears, said, "My brother, what time is it? How can you still be chatting like this? How can you be so brave?" Chen Kailing laughed and replied, "Really? You're not much less skilled." Boom! A fireball shot from behind, and Lin Yuan immediately dodged to the side while continuing to accelerate. Soon, the exit of the 5th floor was in sight. Call out. Suddenly, a tremendous whooshing sound exploded from behind. It was Xian Yuan Haohan's arrow. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan put Chen Kailing down and said, "Go out quickly, I'll block that arrow." Chen Kailing asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" Lin Yuan shouted, "A man can't say no. You're so handsome, let me pretend for once." Chen Kailing gave him a deep look, nodded, and rushed toward the exit. Boom! Lin Yuan's armor gleamed brightly as he blocked the arrow. Amidst the anxious gazes of Xian Yuan Haohan and the others, Chen Kailing finally left the 5th level, bringing this assessment to a close. Below, Lin Yuan, covered in blood and severely injured, covered his eyes with his hand. "Damn it, this arrow wasn't as hard to catch as I thought. It's just a pity to waste so many illusion fruits. Yenner, I'm going to quit. After the assessment." In the large square outside the Phantom Spirit secret realm, all students, regardless of whether they were injured or not, were gathered there for on-the-spot treatment by the medical team. Ahead, the Master of Witchcraft had already tallied all the results, his gaze sweeping over everyone with a broad smile. How did everyone do on the assessment? Many people dared not look him in the eye, especially the bottom-ranked student who had been trapped in the fear magic throughout the entire assessment. Xian Yuanhan, Wang Huai, and the others remained silent, their gazes fixed coldly on Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan, who was lying on a stretcher beside them. "Aren't you going to say anything?" "Then I'll say a few words," the shaman master said, his smile vanishing and his eyes turning icy cold. "A bunch of useless trash. You all failed this simple test terribly. The 105 candidates who have not yet escaped the spell of fear by the end of the assessment are eliminated." Upon hearing this, the group of students immediately panicked. "Teacher, why is this? Isn't this just an assessment? My initial ranking was over 100. Me too, we all still have a chance. An opportunity?" The master of the shamanic staff sneered, "On the battlefield, you would have died countless times." Upon hearing this, the group of people trembled and could only lower their heads unwillingly. Master Warjiang's gaze shifted, then fell upon Xian Yuan Haohan and the others. Top 5 on the heavenly ranking, but they didn't even make it into the top 5 in the assessment. It's even more shameful. There were still people who wanted to object in the first 5 miles, but Xian Yuan Haohan and Wang Huai didn't say anything and just held back. Still not convinced? Keep it to yourself. A bunch of trash. The sorcerer looked at him with disdain. "In my eyes, you are not even as good as those students who are ranked in the middle. At least they know their own worth." The student who ranked in the middle was taken aback. It felt like he had been praised, but he still felt uneasy. "Teacher, I just don't accept it. If we really got down to business, the Fruit King would never have fallen into Chen Kailing's hands." Zhang De, who was ranked 4th, could no longer hold back and angrily retorted. You're not convinced?" The shaman chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the other 4, and said, "None of you are convinced?" No one spoke, but their eyes said it all. "All right, in that case, let me introduce myself to everyone." Master Warjiang waved to Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and stepped forward with Xia Yuning. "This is Chen Kailing, and his contracted girl Xia Yuning, currently at the silver refining level 2. Hearing this, everyone remained unmoved. They were the top scorers of the 1951 class, whose admission notices were personally issued by the principal and who were granted special permission to enroll early. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Haohan, Wang Huai, everyone's pupils contracted in disbelief. Looking at Chen Kailing, a terrifying pressure immediately enveloped them. Holy crap, are you kidding me? The 51st champion? That means he's only been awakened for less than a week? What kind of joke is this? Even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast. How can one break through in cultivation so quickly? That's not a matter of rank, his combat power is terrifying. He actually withstood 2 arrows from Xianyuan Haohan. Everyone was stunned. Xianyuan Haohan clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving violently, but he didn't care that he had caught both arrows. But Chen Kailing is a whole year younger than me. What does that mean? A whole year of cultivation. Still not convinced? Master Wuzhang glanced at Xianyuan Haohan, then fixed his gaze on Zhang De and reprimanded him. I'm ashamed of you. Real work? You think you're worthy? If you were from the same year, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry Chen Kailing's shoes. I. Zhang Da's face flushed red, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. That's obviously true. Let alone him, if Chen Kailing were given a year, unless he had the same problems as Lin Yuan, even Xianyuan Haohan would just be a nobody. Chen Kailing's excellence is beyond doubt. Of course, besides Chen Kailing, there is another person I also want to praise today, Lin Yuan. Master Wuzhang looked at Lin Yuan and said, You did a great job today. Don't worry about your ranking. It will be based on the number of illusionary spirit fruits you picked before protecting Chen Kailing. You have a total of 89 fruits, so you are ranked 2nd. Teacher, isn't this inappropriate? A student with a good ranking immediately spoke up anxiously. What, are you saying that you don't want to meet a comrade in arms on the battlefield with whom you can entrust your back? Master Wuzhang interrupted. The man was taken aback and immediately fell silent. Everyone suddenly found it reasonable. Master Wuzhang glanced at the setting sun and said, All right, since everyone has no objections, the first round of assessment is now over, and we will officially enter the 2nd stage. From now until 75 days from now, everyone will have an initial score of 100, and scores will only be deducted, not added. During this period, I hope you will treat yourselves with the same awareness as if you were on the battlefield. If you fail any daily test, points will be deducted. Once your score reaches 0, you will be automatically eliminated. Do you all understand? Everyone nodded. Understood. Have you heard me? Meeting adjourned. It's getting late. You should all have dinner and rest early. The results will be published later. The shaman waved his hand. Xianyuan Haohan walked up to Chen Kailing and said coldly, Next time, I will defeat you with an overwhelming advantage. Wang Huai and the others also gave Chen Kailing a deep look before leaving, all of them feeling the heavy pressure. After almost everyone had left, Lin Yuan, supported by Lin Yener, walked toward the shaman who was communicating with Chen Kailing. The group looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, teacher, I'm going to withdraw from this selection. Chapter 35 Lin Yener, 2nd upgrade successful. Upon hearing this, Master Wuzhang frowned, Withdraw? Why? Your injuries will heal in half an hour at most once the head of the infirmary arrives. Lin Yuan shook her head, It's not because of the injury. I plan to take a break from school for a while and continue to look for a way to solve Yener's problem. Upon hearing this, the sorcerer remained silent for a moment before saying, Since you've already made your decision, then. Wait a minute, Chen Kailing interrupted their conversation and looked at Lin Yuan. Why go through all that trouble? I can solve your problem. Lin Yuan's eyes dimmed, and his face was full of bitter smiles. Brother Chen, don't lie to me. Even the principal and his team couldn't solve my situation. Yours is impossible. Chen Kailing said, Then let me ask you, when you are trying to break through, do you feel like you have no direction? It's as if your overflowing experience is being swallowed up by some kind of force. Lin Yuan was astonished, How did you know? I only discussed the specific details with the principal and the others, so what's going on? Chen Kailing said confidently, It's very simple. Your Yener spirit weapon soul is about to undergo a 2nd upgrade. A 2nd upgrade? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. That's right, my situation is exactly the same as a 2nd upgrade, but I'm only a 6-star silver refining rank. The 2nd upgrade, as the name suggests, is an evolution and upgrade based on the original spirit weapon soul, which greatly improves all aspects of the attributes and has a chance to produce special skills. This is a situation that only occurs with a very small number of special spirit artifact souls, and according to cases, it almost always happens only during a major breakthrough. Chen Kailing said, Your Yener's situation is special, so her level is naturally different. Anyway, the school has all kinds of materials, so we can just let her level up now. Upgrade? Now. Lin Yuan was stunned. Chen Kailing nodded and said, I'll tell you a few materials, you just need to prepare them. These materials are sun-blooming fruit, phoenix tree, and morning dew. Following the instructions on the panel, Chen Kailing read out the 5 ingredients in one breath, and then looked at Lin Yuan. With these materials, your Yenner's Dawn armor can be upgraded to the Blazing Sun armor. Chen Kailing spoke so casually that anyone who didn't know better would think he was reciting the names of dishes while cooking. After much hesitation, Lin Yuan decided to take the plunge and said, "Let's do it." "Fuck you, that's pure nonsense. Do you think you can just do a second upgrade whenever you want?" The shamanic master, unable to bear it any longer, slapped Lin Yuan on the head. Lin Yenner's Dawn armor possesses a unique and special spiritual artifact soul, and there is no record of its upgrade path to date. In this situation, even if it's a second upgrade, we should first deduce all the possibilities and then match the upgrade materials with the database to ensure they are suitable for our needs. Lin Yuan clutched his head, winced in pain, and looked at Master Wozhang, gritting his teeth as he said, "This is not nonsense. I have thought it through carefully. Brother Chen is someone who can create miracles, and I believe in him." Seeing this, the sorcerer raised his hand, ready to slap him again. But recalling Chen Kailing's performance in the secret realm, it seems he's not the type to talk nonsense. Looking at Lin Yuan's hopeful eyes, Master Wozhang finally sighed. "You can try, but only under my watchful eye. If there are any problems, I will immediately stop you." "Thank you, teacher." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately opened the I'm on Campus app on her phone. Open the online store, select the materials, place your order and make payment. 5 minutes later, a flying sword flashed by, and the campus delivery man brought the goods. After obtaining the materials, Lin Yuan found a quiet place, took a deep breath, and began to upgrade. The shaman stood at a distance, watching with a furrowed brow. "Are you worried?" The shaman girl raised an eyebrow. The master of the shaman shook his head. "It's not that I'm worried, but the second upgrade is not something to be taken lightly. If the materials are different, the spirit of the artifact will suffer an indelible price. Isn't this just worry? Then why don't you try to stop her?" The witch doctor glanced at Chen Kailing, who was standing not far from the edge of the forest. "Actually, you trust him a lot?" Master Wozhang shook his head. "How can we trust him? This is a problem that even the principal and many top experts cannot solve. But as Lin Yuan said, he might really be able to create some miracles. Isn't this trust?" The shaman girl rubbed her forehead. On the other side. After Lin Yuan's second upgrade, his strength should increase significantly, Xia Yuning said. Unlike the tension of the witch doctor, Chen Kailing nodded with a relaxed expression and said, "We should be able to become the first tier, second only to us." As Lin Yuan began his second upgrade, he transformed into a source of light, radiating brilliance. 10 minutes later. Whoosh! A ray of flame flickered and shot straight into the sky, its light visible throughout the entire Xintian University. Lin Yenner has successfully completed her second upgrade. It really worked? The shaman looked utterly astonished. At this moment, Lin Yuan was fully armed with armor. The armor was powerful and domineering, with flames emanating from its surface. A hollowed-out crimson core was also visible on his chest, surging like the sun. Lin Yuan's every move could attract the core power, and ripples of flames shone throughout the entire area. "I did it! I really did it!" Lin Yuan cheered, overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. The master of the shamanic staff immediately stepped forward to examine it, then exclaimed in amazement, "Excellent! Excellent! The basic stats of this armor are already comparable to the peak of the silver refining level. Does it have any other abilities?" Yes. After the second upgrade, Lin Yenner's spirit weapon soul has been promoted to SSS level. "Brother Chen, I love you to death. You're my god. Wa'ada." Looking at Chen Kailing, Lin Yuan hugged him tightly and then kissed him. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, Chen Kailing covered his face and exclaimed, "Holy crap, my first on-screen kiss." Xia Yuning stared wide-eyed, unable to recover for a long time. "Brother Chen, I am deeply grateful. In the future, when you create a war squad, I will definitely join your team and follow your lead." Lin Yuan released Chen Kailing, knelt down on one knee, and looked extremely serious. War squads are teams formed by every outstanding graduate of Xintian University, and they can take on special missions that only the military is authorized to know about. The military equipment and rewards are extremely generous, but the missions are also quite dangerous and will severely test the team's overall strength. Chen Kailing said indifferently, "You helped me, so it's only fair that I help you. I don't expect anything in return." Lin Yuan shook his head. To us, you gave us a second life, so it is only right that we do this. Seeing Lin Yuan's persistence, Chen Kailing said no more, only saying, it's up to you. If you want to come, I'll accept it. If you don't want to come, I'll respect your decision. Good. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan became even more determined in her mind. The shaman, standing to the side, saw the growing admiration in Lin Yuan's eyes for Chen Kailing and knew that Lin Yuan had been completely captivated by Chen Kailing's personal charm. He could tell that Chen Kailing meant what he said, and that was the most terrifying thing. Having a recipe that can upgrade an SSS-level spirit weapon soul twice would be a good bargaining chip for anyone, yet he didn't ask for any reward. Or, it's a sincere heart. Alternatively, they may be absolutely confident in their own abilities and not lack the help of an SSS-level companion. According to Chen Kailing's observation, both are present. This child is terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 36. An unexpected test ended up tying up the instructor. After saying goodbye to Lin Yuan, it was already 8 p.m. After dinner, back in the detached dormitory, Chen Kailing noticed that Xia Yuning seemed a little off. Why haven't you said a word the whole way? Chen Kailing asked in surprise. Xia Yuning shook her head. It's nothing, I just feel a little unwell all over. What? Feeling threatened? It's all right. Even SSS grade spirit artifacts have a gap, not to mention my talent. Chen Kailing smiled. Xia Yuning stopped talking clearly. This wasn't the point. Chen Kailing guessed again. Is she sick? A spirit weapon girl shouldn't be sick, right? No. Xia Yuning turned her head away. We got first place in the assessment today. If this isn't enough, what is? Chen Kailing was filled with questions. As soon as he finished asking the question, Xia Yuning looked over, staring intently at Chen Kailing's face, and then said in an ethereal voice. Kiss so good. Cough cough cough. Chen Kailing almost choked on his own saliva. He never expected that Xia Yuning would care about this. It's all Lin Yuan's fault. Before Chen Kailing could speak, Xia Yuning leaned over, grabbed Chen Kailing's shirt with both hands, tilted her head back, and slowly closed her eyes. It looked completely at ease, as if it were ready for anyone to pick. The girl's delicate fragrance filled his nostrils, and as he gazed at her glossy lips, a mental struggle began to unfold in Chen Kailing's mind. No, wine and women are the greatest taboos for men. My son Fengxian lost his life because of them. But then again, cultivating a bond with the spirit weapon girl is also very important, isn't it? No, I must control myself. Bower. Chen Kailing lowered his head, closed his eyes, and kissed her. The gentle and sweet touch made him linger. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Xia Yuning looking at him with a smug look in her eyes, and calmly said, I didn't say I wanted to kiss you. Chen Kailing's eyes widened. Why are you closing your eyes if you're not going to kiss me? You did this on purpose? I don't. You're doing this on purpose. Chen Kailing gritted her teeth, feeling that if this continued, she would be toyed with. I don't. Xia Yuning tried to argue, but her pupils contracted as Chen Kailing forcefully embraced her, then lowered his head again and kissed her fiercely. After a long while, the two separated. Chen Kailing coughed lightly and said, Since you didn't do it on purpose, then I did it on purpose, okay? Xia Yuning's clothes were a little disheveled, and her face remained calm, but her ears were already blushing. Night. The two lay back to back on the same bed, unable to fall asleep until 1 a.m. Chen Kailing, oh Chen Kailing, how could you be so easily tempted, wasting your energy like this? How can you possibly rule the world? Chen Kailing gazed at the moon outside the window and sighed softly. Just as he was about to cover his head with the blanket and go to sleep, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Under the moonlight, through the window screen, two dark figures could be vaguely seen flashing rapidly in this direction. Furthermore, they seemed to be covered by a thin layer of gauze, which concealed most of their figures, and they made no sound. If he hadn't happened to see it, he probably wouldn't have noticed even if the person had walked right up to his face. Theft? How could there be thieves at Shintian University? They might steal takeout food. External intrusion? No, that's not right. Given the security at Shintian University, it's impossible. In this direction, there's only my dormitory building, so, they came for me? Chen Kailing shook Xia Yuning beside him without making a sound and said, Yuning, it looks like there's another unexpected test coming up. Two dark figures stood at the foot of the detached dormitory building. Captain Long Yi, this is the place. What's the situation with the target? A silver level 2-star student, and a freshman in the class of 51, who was personally recruited by the principal in advance. TCH, turns out she's still a fledgling. Even without the spirit weapon girl, you could easily complete such a simple test. It's a waste of her talent. Captain Long, Master Wuzhang warned us not to let our guard down, and we must follow the procedure of infiltrating, releasing the hypnotic smoke, binding, and taking them away, with full monitoring. TSK, what a damn nuisance, that old geezer. Shoo. Captain, the spell inside the shadowless robe is being monitored the entire time. Let's go, let's quickly capture these two guys and bring them to the central square, then end the mission and go back to sleep. The two figures moved swiftly and almost silently, opening the side window, climbing over, and arriving at the target's master bedroom. Then, Long Yi gave a hand gesture to his teammates. You, release the hypnotic smoke. Receive. The team member nodded, and then launched a needle-sized object from under the door into the room. 30 seconds later, the hypnotic smoke should have taken effect. The two exchanged a glance and broke down the door. The team members charged ahead and quickly pulled back the blankets on the bed, but there was no one there. Is there a problem with the intelligence? The team members were dumbfounded, and Long Yi also frowned. Whoosh! In the next instant, the door behind the master bedroom opened, and a dazzling sword light burst forth, slashing towards Long Yi with the speed of lightning. Long Yi was about to dodge, but realizing that his teammates were behind him, he immediately threw a punch, which was covered with a terrifying metallic sheen. A mere silver level 2-star spirit medium, be careful not to die when facing the power of my punch. Even without the spirit weapon girl, he can still unleash the power of the spirit weapon, a level forging expert. Chen Kailing instantly assessed the strength of the person in front of him, and then, without the slightest hesitation, increased the power of his sword strike. Even a 9-star expert at the forging gold level can only unleash the strength of a high-star silver level when the spirit weapon girl is not around. Just cut her down. Boom! As fist and sword clashed, to Long Yi's disbelief, he was forced to retreat repeatedly by this force. The sword strike was like a tsunami, with layers of power accumulating. Bang! Long Yi suddenly stopped, his fist flashing, finally shattering the sword shadow. Looking at Chen Kailing opposite him, Long Yi asked with great curiosity, "How did you discover us and prepare in advance? Your reconnaissance capabilities are so strong?" Chen Kailing snorted softly and didn't say anything. "Did you think I would tell you that I couldn't fall asleep because I was too excited about my first kiss? Since you're unwilling to talk, then I'll beat you until you do." Long Yi gathered spiritual energy within his body, and the faint projection of dragon claws could be seen on his fists. On the other side, the sword shadows were even faster. Bang bang bang! A contest between fists and swords erupted in this room. Tread! Just as Long Yi rushed forward, preparing to unleash his spiritual technique, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Immediately, Long Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Holy crap, a sleeping potion! That old shaman tricked me!" Bang! After a moment of confusion, Long Yi collapsed, while his teammates had already fallen, but the sword light was too intense for him to notice. Covering her mouth and nose, Xia Yuning dragged the two out of the room, then, having reverted to her girl form, asked, "How do we deal with them?" "I don't know, but since they have ropes on them, let's change their clothes first and tie them up." The two changed into shadowless suits and tied up Long Yi and all his teammates. As soon as Chen Lin stepped out of the dormitory building, he saw people in the distance wearing the same shadowless suit, carrying other students in one direction. "Come on, follow them." Just as Chen Lin caught up with the group, little did he know that the scene here had already been transmitted to the magic screen in the central square. Chapter 37: An Unfair Test? It's just that you're not strong enough. At this moment, in the central square, the wizard master in charge of monitoring the spells had a strange expression, while a dozen or so school officials beside him looked astonished. This student is something else. Is he really that vigilant? He even managed to outmaneuver Captain Long Yi. This must be the student the principal personally selected to enroll early. He's certainly fierce. Minister Zhang, your right-hand man is tied up. Does he have anything to say? At this moment, Li Kaiming, the director of the admissions office, looked at a burly old man beside him and said with a smile, "Humph. What capable assistant. He just added a couple of extra steps to the process and didn't bring the spirit weapon girl." The dignified captain of the Flying Dragon Squad, a 9-star alchemy level spirit medium, was actually taken down by a freshman. It's a disgrace to our school's defense department. Zhang Zhe, the head of the school's defense department, angrily rebuked them. "Hey, you can't say that. Long Yi has a distinguished record, but one defeat shouldn't negate him entirely. Yes, and it's not entirely his fault. This student is indeed outstanding. Just his level of alertness alone surpasses that of 99% of the students. The other high-ranking officials seemed to be offering comfort, but in reality, they were quite pleased to see Zhang Zhe suffer a setback. While everyone was chatting, several teams had already returned from the central square. Without exception, they were all carrying people on their backs. Oh, the first batch of prisoners has been delivered. With a wave of his hand, the shamanic master caused the numerous images that had been floating above the square to dissipate. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the square, and Chen Kailing returned with them. Upon seeing the master of the shaman's staff and the others, his suspicions were immediately confirmed. It was indeed another surprise test. What's going on? How did I get here? What's with the ropes on me? Are you kidnapping me? Something's not right. Look ahead, it's a shaman. Damn, this must be another surprise attack. About half an hour later, the more than 100 students in the center of the square woke up, their expressions varying. Clearly, they had guessed that this was a surprise attack and that they were on the losing side. Everyone, did you sleep well? The master of the shaman stepped forward, looked at the students who were gathered together, surrounded by members of various teams, and smiled. But no one in the crowd dared to look directly at that smile, because they knew what kind of storm they were about to face. As they expected, the shaman master's smile vanished the next second, replaced by a gloomy expression. A bunch of dead pigs. Useless trash. If this were a battlefield, you would have died 800 times over. I said this 8 hours ago, all your actions will be conducted according to the standards of a battlefield. Is this your attitude on the battlefield? Everyone was silently being cursed at, and no one dared to speak up. Tonight's emergency operation, everyone who is tied up will have 50 points deducted from their performance score. The sorcerer coldly replied. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. Why deduct 50 points? There are only 100 points in total. Doesn't this mean we've already stepped 1 foot out of the qualification battle? I refuse to accept this. 50 points is too much, I absolutely refuse to accept it. Everyone became restless. You're not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, then let's change the punishment. Everyone will be disqualified from the competition, how about that? The sorcerer sneered and strode toward the group, his eyes radiating murderous intent. I'm telling you, I made the rules, and in my eyes, you're all a bunch of substandard products. If this were a battlefield, you would have disobeyed orders just now, and I would have killed you without hesitation to demonstrate the might of the army. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Report. At this moment, someone looked up and said fiercely, I just don't accept it. I know some of them. They are all members of the school defense team who went to the battlefield in their sophomore or even junior years. The lowest level is at least 1-star gold forging level. Given this extreme disparity in power, they also possess the invisible cloak that can conceal their presence and the strategic level resource, the bewitching smoke, while we have just endured a fierce battle during the assessment and are currently in a period of rest. Excuse me, wasn't this test an unfair test in which you maliciously trampled on our dignity and deducted our points in order to demonstrate your authority? If I have to lose 50 points because of this test, I'd rather withdraw from this training camp. With one young man taking the lead, many others immediately echoed his sentiments, each filled with righteous indignation and utterly unconvinced. The shaman looked at the man and said, I know you, Huang Kai, ranked 11th on the heavily ranking 9-star silver forging level, and your spiritual weapon is also SS level, right? Huang Kai raised his head, that's right. Can you count? Look around you. Do you think this is the entire training camp? The shaman asked. Upon hearing this, Huang Kai counted around, and by the time he reached 142, there was no one else left. So, if this is truly an unfair test, why aren't there 55 other people here? The shaman asked. They must have been lucky to escape. Huang Kai felt a chill in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Really? What if I told you that someone could escape and even use the environment to their advantage? The shaman asked again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Kai exclaimed incredulously, with such a huge gap, how could they possibly turn the tables? Not just him, nobody believed it. Is that so? Chen Kailing, Xia Yuning, step forward. The shaman shouted. Chen Kailing? Xia Yuning? Aren't they here? The prisoner's eyes swept over everyone, their expressions surprised. At that moment, 2 figures dressed in shadowless suits walked out. Luckily, Chen Kailing said with a smile as he took off his shadowless cloak, with Xia Yuning standing quietly beside him. Chen Kailing? Xia Yuning? How did they manage to infiltrate the school's ranks? Etc. A terrifying thought crossed everyone's minds. Master Wuzhong rebuked, strong is strong, there's no such thing as luck. Long Yi, what are you still hiding in there for? Aren't you ashamed enough? Long Yi? The captain of the Flying Dragon Squad, that 9-star gold forging level expert? Is that the third-year student who has maintained the top spot on the annual rankings for 3 consecutive years? Upon hearing Long Yi's name, everyone was shocked. Report. I am a prisoner and cannot move around freely. The voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and froze when they saw Long Yi, who was bound with ropes all over his body. They never expected that Long Yi would be tied up in the prisoner group just like them. Those who dealt with you were just a group of ordinary school security team members, while Chen Kailing was facing the captain of the school security team's ace team, the Flying Dragon Squad. Do I need to explain the difference? The sorcerer's gaze swept over everyone. But the result is that you all became prisoners, while Chen Kailing killed Long Yi and infiltrated the school's forces. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Chen Kailing, their eyes filled with disbelief. To kill Long Yi with such a disparity in skill, is he even human? Tell me, is there a problem with this test, and whose problem is it? The shaman looked at Huang Kai, his voice echoing in all directions. Report. My problem. I'm willing to withdraw from this training camp. Huang Kai gritted his teeth and spoke up. The stark result was right in front of him, leaving him no room for dissent. See you next year, the shaman calmly glanced at Huang Kai. Yes. Seeing that Huang Kai was really gone, a gloomy atmosphere hung over everyone's hearts. As time went by, the escaped trainees received the notification and all came over. When they saw the captured trainees, their eyes were filled with arrogance. When Xian Yuanhao and Wang Huai saw Chen Kailing at the front of the crowd, they were first stunned, and then their eyes flashed with excitement. They were all stunned when they heard what the shaman master said. Apart from Chen Kailing, everyone who successfully escaped will have 5 points deducted. Xian Yuanhao? Wang Huai? Chapter 38 New Attribute Adding Ability Bleeding. Master of the Witchcraft Staff, didn't we all successfully escape this test? Why are we still being penalized? Yes, this is clearly unreasonable, we disagree. Wang Huai took the lead, while the others frowned and disagreed. Master Wuzhang glanced at everyone and nodded, saying, according to the original testing standards, you really don't need to lose points. Then why? But, the shaman interrupted, the rules have been changed by Chen Kailing. He killed the assassin who came to ambush him, but since there's no bonus point policy, I have no choice but to deduct your points to ensure a fair result. Upon hearing this, all the top experts on the heavenly ranking were shocked. What the heck? He performed too well, so we have to lose points? Damn, did they send a loser to deal with Chen Kailing because he's a low-level player, someone complained. Shoo, Captain Long is in charge of Chen Kailing, a captured student immediately reminded the man, telling him not to speak carelessly. Captain Long Yi? That Long Yi is in charge of Chen Kailing? You must be joking. The man wanted to laugh, but after only 2 laughs, he saw that no one in the room objected, so he immediately shrank back. I didn't say anything. Xian Yuan Haohan and the others looked at Chen Kailing, completely numb. They thought they had done enough, but they never expected Chen Kailing to be even more extraordinary. If it weren't for the presence of so many important figures, they would never have believed that Long Yi would actually lose to Chen Kailing. This surprise test is the opening event for our intensive training. I wonder if everyone is satisfied. Next, everyone go back to sleep. Meet here at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Remember to keep your phones on at all times. We can't guarantee there won't be any unforeseen circumstances. For every minute you're late, you'll lose 5 points, understand? The shaman looked at everyone. Understood. Everyone nodded. All right, let's dismiss this group. The shaman waved his hand. As the team disbanded, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning were about to leave when Long Yi stopped them. Long Yi said with a forced smile, Chen Kailing, right? I'll remember you. You're quite good. After saying this, Long Yi walked towards the school security team. Boss, he's got his eye on you, Lin Yuan said, leaning closer. Chen Kailing didn't notice Lin Yuan's change in address and raised an eyebrow, saying, so what if you're targeting me? A junior in college, how can you possibly affect my training camp? After everyone left, Master Wu Zhang's gaze swept over the group of high-ranking officials. At today's opening ceremony, all of you prospective team leaders should have seen some excellent students, right? Everyone present will be a leader from Shintian University for the next war, and the 50 available spots will be allocated to them. Indeed, both Xian Yuan Haohan and Wang Huai are excellent, but I like to challenge myself. I'll reluctantly accept a student at the silver refining level 2 when the time comes. You have a big face. An abacus bead jumped into my face. Without a doubt, Chen Keiling's performance tonight left the deepest impression on all the team leaders. After leaving the central square, Chen Keiling did not return to his dormitory immediately, but instead went to the Tower of God. He had originally planned to go for attribute enhancement the next day, but now it seemed that improvement was urgent. No one knows when the next test after the training camp will be held, so we must seize every opportunity to improve our skills until then. Tower of God, stone platform. After Chen Keiling swiped his student ID, the remaining tower climbing rewards were right there. He no longer needs the 3 opportunities to forge refined iron-grade spiritual artifacts. He can sell them to new students for points later. The opportunity to forge a silver-grade spiritual weapon was exactly what he was after. Forging is a process that uses special materials to enhance the basic attributes of magical artifacts or to add attributes. Let's choose the right attribute forging ability first. I don't know which ones are left. Chen Keiling clicked redeem and expanded the menu. At a glance, there are still more than 300 kinds of special forging consumables left, but the pictures of many more consumables are blacked out and marked with the word out of stock. These consumables are all manually forged and are disposable. They are only replenished when there is stock, so sometimes getting a good set of forging materials requires a bit of luck. Chen Keiling and Xia Yuning stood on either side of the stone platform, their eyes constantly scanning the forging materials. A power stone to increase strength? No way, the boost from the combat zone is already terrifying, adding more wouldn't be cost-effective. Probability triggered double attack? That won't work either. For extra sword energies won't make much difference. I need an attribute that reliably provides damage boosts. At a glance, many of them are either unsuitable for sword-type magical weapons or not very useful. This seems to work. Just as Chen Keiling reached out to swipe the screen, Xia Yuning pointed to a piece of forging consumables. Chen Keiling looked over, then his eyes flashed. Blood-forbidden stone restricts the use of sword-type spiritual weapons and can add the attribute effect, bleeding. Bleeding, when an attack touches an enemy, it will restrict the enemy's wound healing ability, and the more damage is inflicted, the greater the bleeding effect will be. After reading the effects, Chen Keiling exclaimed with delight, "This is great. Our sword energy has a guaranteed hit effect, and bleeding can be triggered reliably. Furthermore, our attack frequency is high, and the cumulative effect is no less powerful than a single sword strike. Furthermore, as more and more sword auras with different attributes are added later, the bleeding attribute effect will be maximized, creating a perfect match." Without hesitation, Chen Keiling chose this forging material. After spending half an hour studying the instructions, the hammer forging was successful. Chen Keiling focused his gaze on the panel and could already see the bleeding attribute bonus. It looks like we'll have to come to the Tower of God more often, but the quota requirements are a bit of a pain. With a sigh, Chen Keiling and Xia Yuning returned to their detached dormitory to rest, and this time, they fell asleep quickly. The next morning, all trainees received the message and proceeded to the combat zone on the east side of the school. The combat zone, as the name suggests, is an area specially set aside by the school to organize various battles. When Chen Keiling and Xia Yuning arrived, they found that many people still had red eyes, obviously having stayed up late the night before and not sleeping well. "Boss!" Lin Yuan pulled Lin Yener over, and even after a whole night, their excitement hadn't subsided. "What did you call me?" Chen Keiling raised an eyebrow, finally noticing Lin Yuan's problem with how she addressed him. Lin Yuan decisively said, "Boss, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll acknowledge you as my boss. Wherever you go, I'll go." "Whatever you want," Chen Keiling said, seeing Lin Yuan's fanatical appearance. He knew that nothing he said would make a difference, so he simply let him be. Taking on followers was really not his intention. 7 o'clock. The shaman arrived on time, followed by 5 men and 5 women, all dressed in military uniforms, 1 captain and 4 lieutenants. "Holy crap, boss, look." Lin Yuan looked at those people and her expression changed drastically. She immediately tugged at Chen Keiling's sleeve. Chen Keiling's gaze swept over them and he was stunned. Weren't these the senior students who had ambushed them last night? Moreover, the captain leading the group was none other than Ryuichi, whom he had captured. At this moment, Long Yi glanced at everyone and then gave Chen Kailing a smile. Their eyes met. A sense of foreboding crept into Chen Kailing's heart. Chapter 39 Factional Clash, a cat-and-mouse game with a 5 to 194 ratio. To ensure the effectiveness of our training program, I specially borrowed 5 instructors from the school's defense department. The shaman stepped aside, gesturing for Long Yi and the others to come forward. To avoid some students not knowing, let me introduce the team leader. Long Yi, a junior, completed his university courses ahead of schedule. He was ranked first on the Heavenly ranking for 3 consecutive years in the 48th cohort. He is currently the captain of the Flying Dragon Squad, a war squad directly under the school's defense department, and is a 9-star gold forging level expert. At the same time, he was also the Rookie of the Year in the Herka's battlefield last year, and he has received 2 third-class merits and 1 second-class merit. You should have no objection to this instructor's abilities, right? As the shaman spoke, his gaze swept over the crowd, lingering particularly on Chen Kailing. Well, nothing more to say. Chen Kailing's eyebrows twitched. Who would have thought that his prisoner would turn into an instructor? The other 4 are all vice-captains of the Flying Dragon Squad, and all are 9-star level gold forging experts. Over the next 73 days, you will build a very strong bond with each other. The Master of Witchcraft had just finished his introduction when he revealed his familiar devilish smile. Well then, without further ado, everyone have 5 minutes to eat breakfast, and then we'll begin our first training session. Breakfast? Where is breakfast? Everyone was puzzled. Oh, I almost forgot, I didn't remind you to bring breakfast, the shaman said, feigning realization. In that case, let us get right to training. Holy crap! You're really inhuman. Are we going to train on an empty stomach today? Everyone wanted to drag the shamanic master over and beat him up, but unfortunately, they couldn't win. Slap. Slap. At this moment, Long Yi and her high ponytail spirit weapon girl stepped forward, clapped their hands, and calmly said, "Without further ado, let me introduce this first training camp to you." Everyone immediately stopped discussing. The training theme is very simple, cat and mouse. We, the 5 instructors, will act as cats, and you, the 194 trainees, will act as mice. Within 48 hours, the cat's task is to catch all the mice, and the mice's task is to survive. If all the rats are wiped out within 48 hours, everyone will lose 50 points. If even one rat is still outside after 48 hours, everyone will only lose 25 points. Everyone? Are you going to deduct points no matter what? Or should I just give them to you directly? Long Yi continued, I know what you want to ask. It's simple to avoid losing points, the mouse just needs to catch more than 3 cats. Everyone couldn't hold back any longer. Holy crap, are you kidding us? With such a huge gap in skill, do we even have a chance of winning? This is ridiculous. Hiding for 48 hours and still getting results, and then catching more than 3 cats. This is just to deduct 25 points from our score, isn't it? They're doing this on their very first training session. They're really racking their brains to squeeze every last drop of our potential out of us. Every instructor is a 9-star expert at the gold refining level, while the highest level among the trainees is only the 9-star silver refining level. The difference is a whole major level. Putting aside the damn difference in cultivation level, the coordination and combat experience between the 2 camps are worlds apart. Their team is an impregnable fortress, forged in the crucible of life and death on the battlefield. As for the trainees, I can't even remember all their names, and I don't know their abilities. They're like a lump of mud mixed together. This kind of factional confrontation is like throwing an egg against a rock. At most, it'll just mean a reduction of 25. At this moment, a perceptive student raised their hand and asked a question. Report, I have a question. The combat zone is a 360 surveillance area. Can you access those surveillance cameras? Long nodded. Of course. Upon hearing this, everyone doubted that they had heard correctly and began to discuss it amongst themselves. This is fucking ridiculous. How are we supposed to play this? Quiet. Seeing the chaotic formation, Long Yi shouted a reprimand and restored discipline. Don't worry, we don't have any intention of bullying newbies. In order to make up for the gap in skill level, we have specially added rules. First, the 5 of us will use the restriction spell of the Witch Master to limit our realm. In a 1v1 situation, we will only retain the first star of the forging gold level. For each additional person, we will restore 1 star of the realm. Secondly, we will set up rat traps here to imprison the rats. You can come and rescue your companions. After 48 hours, the number of rats in the traps will be used as the basis for determining who was captured. Third, when you catch cats, all you need to do is activate the elimination device on us to permanently eliminate a cat. With these rules in place, do you still think it's difficult? Upon hearing this rule, everyone pondered it and felt that if it were implemented this way, they might have a fighting chance. For the next 20 minutes, you can arm yourselves with magical artifacts, find a good hiding place, or prepare for a direct confrontation. We will not make any moves during these 20 minutes. After Long E finished speaking, he glanced at his watch and said, 20 minutes, start now. In an instant, everyone equipped themselves with magical artifacts and began to form teams quickly. Almost no one would fight alone in this kind of training match. Boss, what should we do? Confront them head-on, or play hide and seek? Lin Yuan asked aloud. A direct confrontation is definitely not an option, but we have plenty of time, so let's assess the situation first. Chen Kailing glanced around and saw that nearly half of the people had already disappeared using the power of their magical artifacts. But some people did not leave. Whenever 3 people get together, a brilliant idea is bound to emerge, just like right now. Led by several of the top 20 on the heavenly ranking, nearly 50 people, armed with magical weapons, quickly surrounded the 5 instructors. Clearly, they were prepared to strike at the very last 20 minutes of the countdown to seize the initiative. After all, magical weapons also need time to be equipped, and this time is the key to their victory. Looking at the innocent faces of the trainees, Master Wu Zhong, standing behind them, couldn't help but chuckle. What a bunch of naive newbies, actually wanting to face the full-strength Tianlong team head-on. The speed at which the two sides could switch between their magical weapons, the coordination between the magical weapon girls, and their grasp of the details of the battle were on completely different levels. Go outside. When there were 3 minutes left on the countdown, Chen Kailing spoke. Lin Yuan followed closely behind him. Aren't we going to join their ranks? If we want to confront them head-on, the time difference created by our magical weapon armor should be our only chance, right? Chen Kailing shook his head and said, You're thinking too simply. Our real opportunity is to limit their level to below the 2nd star of the Forging Gold level. That group definitely can't win, but it's good that it lets us understand the abilities of the 5 members of the Flying Dragon Squad. At this moment, many people shared the same thought as Chen Kailing and stood at the very edge of this area. The 20-minute countdown is about to end. The group surrounding the 5 instructors exchanged glances, their spiritual energy began to circulate, and their spiritual techniques were ready to be unleashed. The magical artifact was pressed against his neck, but Long Yi calmly glanced at his watch and then said, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. The instant the countdown ended, a terrifying fist burst forth in the arena, its massive sound of tearing through the air deafening. Chen Kailing looked at the scene, his pupils contracting. Chapter 40. The cat is coming, so let's wait and see. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they were still shocked by what they saw. In an instant, the 50-odd people were blasted away, and those of slightly lower level were even knocked unconscious and coughed up blood. Those in the top 20 of the heavenly ranking were barely able to maintain their composure, but before they could react, an overwhelming attack was launched. Long Yi was like a war fortress, with a massive reserve of spiritual power dormant in his body, containing terrifying power. He could easily increase the pressure on those around him with just one punch. No one could withstand his punch. Bang! Anyone he targets will be taught a lesson instantly by that punch. Even if they manage to block it, they will be blasted away like a cannonball, hundreds of meters away. By this time, the remaining people realized that things were going badly and wanted to leave, but it was too late. Long Yi twisted his neck, and the powerful spiritual energy on his body pressed down like dark clouds, rapidly covering the entire area. Trying to run now? It's too late. Long Yi revealed a devilish smile and raised his hand in a gesture. Behind him, the 4 vice-captains of the Flying Dragon Squad all revealed contemptuous smiles, and then exploded into the crowd like lightning. The aura emanating from the 4 was somewhat inferior to that of Long Yi, but it was still an insurmountable gap in front of the newcomer. In the blink of an eye, the vast spiritual energy had already occupied the entire area, and no one escaped. Holy crap! Is this the Flying Dragon Squad's full strength? This is definitely going to result in a point deduction. Forget about fighting 3 people, they'll have a hard time even getting on the bed. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. That's why they're so confident, being instructors. Let's hurry up and leave, or they'll start targeting us. Chen Kailing patted Xia Yuning on the shoulder. The next second, with the heavenly sword in hand and his speed boost, Chen Kailing was the first to rush out of the open space. Lin Yuan and Lin Yener, also armed with magical artifacts, followed closely behind. Xian Yuanhan and the others, who had been watching nearby like Chen Kailing, also chose to flee without hesitation. At this moment, in the conference room of the teaching area, the dozen or so prospective team leaders were busy with their work while watching the live broadcast from the combat zone. For them, reviewing and selecting trainees who are suitable for their respective task systems is also a key part of these 70-plus days. 48 hours, only 2 minutes have passed, and 58 people are already gone. It's really hard to judge. What a bunch of idiots. Even a fool would know that the Flying Dragon Squad are all elites at the 9th level of the Forging Gold realm. Do you think these little tricks will work? Both senior officials from the school department wore expressions of disdain. It's not that they're stupid, it's just that the Flying Dragon Squad is too strong. They're the strongest team below Emerald, not to mention they have Dragon 1, a bug-level character. Indeed, his talent destined him to be unstoppable among his peers unless he and the Spirit Weapon Girl were separated. Actually, it's not that exaggerated at this moment. Zhang Zhe smiled again and said easily, "Hey you, Chen Kailing, right? Didn't he escape? Now, those who can be caught are all useless people." This guy still remembers what happened last night. Everyone glanced at Zhang Zhe, wanting to laugh at him. At his age, he still cared so much about saving face. After reviewing a document, Li Kaming looked up and said, "I think Minister Zhang is right. The few people who could really compete with the Flying Dragon Squad have all escaped, and the outcome is still uncertain." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, so Director Li really thinks these newcomers can win?" Li Kaming calmly said, "I never said they could win. With Long Yi around, they can't win. But if the outcome is already predetermined, wouldn't setting so many restrictions be superfluous? Let's see if they can find a way to win." The combat zone is vast, covering nearly 2,000 acres, and includes training grounds, abandoned warehouses, unfinished administration buildings, and more. At this moment, led by Chen Kailing, the two arrived at an administration building. "Let's rest here for a while." Chen Kailing sat on the dusty chair, deactivated his magical artifact, and casually wiped the chair clean for Xia Yuning. "Ha? A break? Won't the instructors come knocking on our door at any time?" Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Chen Kailing calmly replied, "They will definitely come looking for us, but they certainly won't come to us first." "Why?" Lin Yuan asked, somewhat confused. Chen Kailing glanced at him and said, "Isn't that simple? Aren't the big prizes always saved for last? Of all these people, who do you think Long Yi is most interested in?" "It must be you, boss. You were the one who got tied up last night," Lin Yuan said without hesitation. Chen Kailing shrugged, "That settles it then. If he wanted to catch me first, he wouldn't have let me escape just now." "Ha? What should we do then? Should we find a hiding place while we have the chance?" Lin Yuan asked. Chen Kailing shook his head, "Forget about finding a hiding place. Except for the interior of the building, this place is under surveillance from every angle. Even if we can avoid being watched, there is a Spirit Weapon Girl among those 5 who is good at reconnaissance. From the very beginning, there were only 2 paths in this training, either go all out or be completely wiped out." Oh, Lin Yuan nodded, giving a thumbs up, "It has to be you, boss, you're so clear-headed." Chen Kailing looked at Lin Yuan and frowned, saying, "You kid, you're not pretending to be stupid just to flatter me, are you?" Cough cough, nothing of the sort. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky. "Stop this nonsense. Tell me, what are your thoughts? As the underling, I have to give the boss advice." Chen Kailing crossed his arms and calmly looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan coughed lightly and said, "Actually, I think we can give it a shot against the other 4 people who are at the 2nd level of the Forging Gold stage, apart from Long Yi. If they're looking for someone, we'll look for someone too. Then we can just wait and see?" Chen Kailing gave him a deep look. "We share similar views." Inside an abandoned warehouse. According to the surveillance footage, those 6-star silver refining level guys escaped over here. Long Si, one of the vice captains of the Flying Dragon Squad, walked in and scanned his surroundings. Behind him, his Spirit Weapon Girl was eating a lollipop, looking completely listless. "Brother, I'm hungry. We're not being fed while on a mission. Master Wu Zhang is inhuman." Long Si turned around and said indulgently, it's all right. After we catch these rats here, we'll take you to eat first." Turning his head, Long Si said coldly, "Listen up, you people inside. Come out on your own and you'll get a better beating. Otherwise, if I drag you out, you'll be in big trouble. Click click. A voice came from the scrap metal barrel on the west side. Long C's eyes sharpened instantly, and at the same time, his magical weapon girl changed form, transforming directly into a thunder hammer. The hide-and-seek game is now over. Holding a thunderous hammer, Long C headed towards the pile of scrap metal barrels. Standing in front of the barrels, he swung the hammer and smashed it into the ground. A massive electric current blasted upwards in a fan shape, sending all the iron barrels flying. And just as his figure was exposed under the iron bucket, a flash of sword light appeared instantly. Long C's pupils contracted. Chapter 41, First Encounter. Instructor, you're under arrest. Boom! The moment the sword and hammer clashed, a strong wind swept through the entire abandoned warehouse, and even the ceiling swayed precariously. Chen Kailing. Interesting. Did you wait for us here specifically? As the hammer struck the sword, in a contest of strength, Long C's gaze passed over the heavenly sword and went straight for Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing smiled and said, "It's all fate. If there's a cat, we'll catch it. If there isn't, we're not at a loss." Looking around, Chen Kailing shouted, "You can escape now, but don't forget to smash the surveillance cameras along the way." Then Long C saw his original targets immediately appear from their hiding places and run away. What, you want to let a newbie at the silver refining level 2 face off head on? Are they going to hide themselves? What a bunch of useless trash, Long C laughed, while pressing down heavily with his hammer. As the thunder erupted, Chen Kailing did not hesitate to use the force to retreat and create distance. But aren't you mistaken? I could easily kill a silver refining level 2 before they even escaped the warehouse. Lightning erupted from Long C's eyes as he raised his lightning hammer high. Instantly, lightning flashed around him like a torrential downpour, creating a powerful spectacle. It is no exaggeration to say that even though Dragon 4's level is currently at the first star of the Forging Gold level, the sense of oppression is 10 times greater than that of ordinary Forging Gold. Lin Yuan. Facing that hammer blow, Chen Kailing did not hesitate at all and shouted loudly. What? Long C frowned, and then Lin Yuan, dressed in crimson armor, rushed out from the abandoned steel ring, his body bursting with a dazzling radiance like the blazing sun. Blazing Sun Fist. The core of Lin Yuan's armor on his chest spun rapidly, and a surge of spiritual energy converged towards his left arm, which he then punched directly at Long C. Long C narrowed his eyes, about to counterattack, when Chen Kailing suddenly flashed in front of him and slashed out with his sword, blocking his giant hammer. That's interesting. Long C's lips curled up, and then his spiritual power erupted. His cultivation level also rose to the second level of the Forging Gold realm with the appearance of Lin Yuan. A violent surge of lightning struck Chen Kailing, steadily suppressing the sword energy. At the same time, his arms swelled up like those of a giant, and the lightning hammer immediately drew a crescent moon. After Chen Kailing was repelled, Lin Yuan followed closely behind. Boom! As their fists collided, Long C's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt an immense force, like a mountain pressing down on him, and his whole body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into a row of abandoned machinery. That's great, Lin Yuan. You've already brought out the full potential of the new armor so quickly. Chen Kailing praised. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Yenner's spirit weapon soul skill is still the most powerful. Equal rights when facing an enemy stronger than yourself, your numerical power increases by 20% for each level stronger. The values of a synergy force speed can be converted. Once a single value is converted, it has already reached the level of Forging Gold. Awesome, Chen Kailing gave a thumbs up, then looked at the pile of discarded machinery and said, You'll be in charge of the direct confrontation later. Boom! A pile of mechanical scrap was blasted away. Long C got up and walked out, his clothes torn and covered in tiny bloodstains, looking quite disheveled. Instructor, be careful of tetanus, Chen Kailing said with a smile. Good, very good, excellent, you have successfully provoked me. Long C's eyes hardened with coldness. One is a silver refining level 2 star, and the other is a silver refining level 7 star. If I can't handle you, I don't deserve the codename Dragon 4. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning emanated from Long C's body, and purple lightning flashed across the giant hammer. Lin Yuan, stop him. Chen Kailing's gaze turned serious, and he beckoned Lin Yuan to act as a human shield in front of him. Good. Lin Yuan charged out fiercely. Both of them were head-on fighters, and every punch and every hammer blow they delivered unleashed terrifying power. Chen Kailing was not idle either, constantly wielding his Tianyuan sword, unleashing a storm of sword energy towards Long Si. It's just a tickle. In an instant, the lightning blazed fiercely, ravaging the entire warehouse and directly shattering a significant amount of sword energy. However, with Lin Yuan blocking the way, attracting most of Long Si's firepower, at least half of the sword energy still hit. Damn it! Long Si roared in fury and rushed over, trying to deal with the annoying Chen Kailing first. Lin Yuan stood fearlessly in front of him, while the core of his armor roared like the heart of a giant, and his spiritual power erupted once again. Boom! Lin Yuan was able to parry every single one of Long Si's attacks, albeit with some difficulty, but he still managed to prevent Long Si from advancing any further. Here you go. Chen Kailing praised him, while silently calculating the impact of the bleeding damage on Long Si. Although Long Si still holds an absolute advantage in his fight against Lin Yuan, he is visibly covered in blood. On his body, sword wounds were constantly causing secondary bleeding, and the intensity of this damage was higher than Chen Kailing had imagined. Indeed, bleeding is an attribute that accumulates, just like poisoning. The first and second layers still show some reaction, but as the poisoning deepens, reaching the 10th or 100th layer, it becomes incurable. In a normal battle, it is quite difficult to successfully inflict bleeding on an enemy because the opponent is not a target they will defend and move. However, the Heavenly Sword's sword-slashing characteristic is that it cannot be dodged. The combination of the two attributes is like a chemical reaction, causing uncontrollable damage in a very short time. Wait, something's not right. For example, Long Si has already discovered the problem. He looked down at himself and saw that his wounds showed no signs of healing. The loss of a lot of blood had greatly deteriorated his condition. Boom! In a head-on confrontation, Lin Yuan gained the upper hand for the first time. His sword aura is poisonous. Long Si's face was pale, filled with disbelief. What was the situation with Chen Kailing's spiritual weapon? Were its abilities too varied? No, if this keeps up, I'm going to lose, and then I'll be utterly humiliated. Long Si was already considering leaving, but how could Chen Kailing let him go? Lin Yuan. Good. Lin Yuan is currently in top form, and under his relentless pressure, Long Si is almost completely powerless to resist. Blood was still flowing out, physical strength was dropping drastically, and spiritual power was out of control. Long Si gritted his teeth and unleashed a thunder dragon, briefly repelling Lin Yuan before using the recoil from the thunder to turn around and flee out of the warehouse. Draw your sword and slash. The door was right in front of me, but a voice came from behind me. Suddenly, a terrifying sense of oppression swept over him, and Long Si turned around to swing his hammer to resist. Bang! The giant hammer was knocked out of his hand and sent flying. The sword finally stopped in front of Long Si's neck, shaving off a few hairs. Chen Kailing smiled, sword in hand. Instructor, you're under arrest. Long Si was stunned. He couldn't believe that he, the vice captain of the Flying Dragon Squad, who was still at the 2nd star level of the Forging Gold level, had actually been defeated by two newcomers. Chapter 42. No, my performance must surpass Chen Kailing's. Dragon 4, eliminated. Eliminated, Chen Kailing, Lin Yuan. A voice echoed throughout the entire battle zone, and everyone who heard the announcement was stunned. At this time, inside the abandoned hospital, Xian Yuan Haohan, Wang Huai, and a few others were gathered together. In the past, Xian Yuan Haohan would have disdained associating with them, but under pressure from Chen Kailing, he agreed to cooperate as soon as Wang Huai invited him. Just as they were arguing about how to hunt down the instructor, the broadcast came on, and everyone was taken aback. Chen Kailing again? How did he do that? He alone could never be a match for the instructor. But the only person he gets close to is Lin Yuan, who is also a good for nothing. Damn it, this guy is ahead of us again. Xian Yuan, what do we do? Wang Huai gritted his teeth and looked at Xian Yuan Haohan. Xian Yuan Haohan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Now that he has taken down one instructor, we must do something that surpasses his achievement. They didn't want to experience being pinned down by Chen Kailing again. Battle zone, large plaza. A huge iron cage stood steadily in the middle of the field. It was the rat trap the instructor had mentioned. At this moment, nearly 100 trainees are already being held inside. Only 2 hours have passed, and we've already caught 100 people. There are still 94 left. It's really getting boring. The quality of this year's competition is rather poor, especially since there are some idiots among them whose actions are truly laughable. Outside the iron cage, Long San and Long Wu, after bringing back a group of trainees, leaned against the cage and chatted idly. Inside the rat trap, many trainees, upon hearing these words, couldn't bear the humiliation and wanted to go out and kill Long San and his companion. Long San and his companion didn't care. They didn't even lock the door to the rat trap. After all, as long as one of them was on guard, the students wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. But when the announcement came on, the people in the rat trap were stunned for a moment, then immediately became excited. Holy crap, Chen Kailing and Ling Yuan are awesome. They actually took down an instructor. It's only been 2 hours and we've already taken down an instructor. Looks like we still have a chance. Was Long Si killed? He was taken down by 2 trainees? Long San and Long Wu exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They all knew Long Si's fighting style, ferocious and unmatched. He could fight anyone above his level, let alone someone of the same level. Yet now he had been killed by 2 students of a much lower level working together. No, we need to bring the captain and Ruji back. The situation has changed. The 2 immediately sent a message. Half an hour later. Look who I've brought back, you 2. Long Air has returned, carrying in his hands a young man with a bruised and swollen face and a girl wielding a magical artifact. Wang Huai, ranked 2nd on the heavenly ranking? Isn't that one of the big prizes later on? How come he was arrested so quickly? Long San and the other man asked in surprise. Long Air calmly said, I didn't intend to capture him, but he overestimated himself and teamed up with a few idiots to try to ambush me from behind. So why not capture him? Bang! Wang Huai and his magical girl were like chicks, tossed into a cage by Long Air with a single hand. I guess we've dealt with a troublesome guy. His ghost-controlling bell is no ordinary weapon. Long San glanced at Wang Huai, then said, the captain is still on his way back. What should we do about Long Si's matter? This 4th brother is usually quite easy to manage, so why is he messing up during this kind of training? Long Air pouted. Although the captain said he would deal with Chen Kailing personally in the end, we have to bring him back ahead of schedule now. If you come, who will come with me? Let's draw lots. After drawing lots, Long Air and Long San left. Long Wu sighed softly, turned around and sat down in a chair. Why did I have to be the one to stay behind? 10 minutes later. A strong wave came from afar, and Long Wu's eyes sharpened instantly. Interesting, is it here to raid the rat cage? Judging by its appearance, it's a big fish. Call out. An arrow shot from afar, its powerful shockwave awe-inspiring. An arrow? Is that Xian Yuan Haohan? Well, I never expected that I, the one who stayed behind, would run into the biggest prize. Well then, I won't be polite. Long Wu laughed loudly, the 2 daggers in his hands emitting a dark purple light, and suddenly swung the arrow. In an instant, 2 blades of light swept across 100 meters, slashing directly at the arrow with a speed that was impossible to catch. Boom! Arrows and blades exploded in the center of the field, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within the dust, another arrow shot out, its power and momentum even greater. So these are the 9 arrows of immortal slaughter, each one stronger than the last? Interesting. Long Wu's lips curled up, but as soon as he took a step, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A chilling aura wafted over, causing him to freeze in place, as if he were carrying a heavy ghost on his back. Immediately afterwards, extremely negative thoughts welled up in his mind. What am I doing? Why don't I just lie down quietly? If they want to save them, let them. I'm here to be an instructor, not to fight. The thought had barely crossed Long Wu's mind when he was immediately jolted awake by the sharp, piercing light. Bang! As the arrow approached, Long Wu immediately swung his blade to block it, but caught off guard, he was still knocked away by the violent force. Bang bang bang! He rolled several times on the ground before finally getting up, looking at the open rat cage with some surprise. Did you deliberately let Long Air capture you? At this moment, inside the cage, Wang Huai was no longer the weak man he had been before. His spiritual power surged, and he held the ghost-controlling bell in his hand. That's right, that bastard Chen Kailing is too competitive, forcing us to keep up. As Wang Huai spoke, he glanced at the rat trap and said, Go on, everyone. Remember to hide it well this time. Oh. Xian Yuan is invincible. Wang Huai is invincible. Hurry up, hurry up. Seeing that the rats were about to escape, Long Wu immediately wanted to make a move, but at that moment, another arrow was shot over. In the distance, Xian Yuan Haohan also appeared, his eyes slightly narrowed. Let everyone go first, then deal with you. That should surpass Chen Kailing's performance, right? Half an hour later. The broadcast came on again. Dragon 5 is eliminated. Eliminated, Wang Huai, Xian Yuan Haohan. Within just half an hour, 2 vice captains of the Flying Dragon Squad were eliminated. The sound immediately gave the others who were still hiding in the area a great deal of confidence, and at the same time, it made some people restless. Inside the teaching building. Long Yi. What are you doing? Do you know that 2 of your teammates have been killed? By breakfast? Are you kidding me? You guys are in training, and you still have the mood to buy breakfast. 2 teammates were eliminated because they skipped breakfast? Let me tell you, I'm giving you 24 hours to end this training session. Zhang Zhe was furious. He never expected that Long Yi, the pillar of this training session, would not be keeping up with the progress but instead go to buy breakfast. Standing to the side, Li Kaming smiled and said, Minister Zhang, don't be angry. This batch of new recruits is very intelligent and capable. Isn't that a good thing? Zhang Zhe clicked his tongue but didn't reply. Combat Zone. Just as Wang Huai and Xian Yuan Haohan finished off Long Si and were about to leave, they heard a voice. You guys are making me lose face by messing things up like this. Ryuichi appeared. Upon seeing Long Yi, Xian Yuan Haohan's pupils contracted, and he immediately shouted, Run! But clearly, it was too late. When Long Er and Long San heard the broadcast and turned around to rush back, Xian Yuan Haohan and Wang Huai had already been tied up and thrown into a rat cage. Looking at the cage with only 2 people inside, Long Yi calmly said, You 2 stay here and guard the cage. I'll go catch the person. Long San and Long Er nodded. They knew their captain was angry. Inside an abandoned warehouse. Chen Kailing and Long Er and Long San, who had almost run into each other, were surprised when they heard the broadcast. Oh, it seems that Xian Yuan Haohan wasn't just sitting around doing nothing. He is actually quite useful. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly, We've already caught 2 cats. Just 1 more, and we'll win. Chen Kailing glanced at him and said, You don't actually think that all we need to do is deal with Long Er or Long San, do you? Lin Yuan asked doubtfully, Isn't that right? If I'm not mistaken, we either have to face 2 people directly, or we have to face Long Yi directly. Clearly, he guessed correctly. Chapter 43, he self-destructed right at the start of the fight, leaving Long Er stunned. For the rest of the day, Long Yi began a carpet-bombing rampage. Hundreds of students who had been released were captured by Long Yi again, and the immense pressure he exerted was like a shadow, covering everyone. It was midnight. A broadcast shattered the silence of the entire battle zone. Notification, there are 10 people remaining until the end of this training session. The rat traps that were already crowded with people in the square were a symbol of Long Yi's strength. Before the end of the first day, he had almost completed the test on his own. Long Yi is just too terrifying. How can we possibly play this game? Damn it, our only chance was to take down everyone except Long Yi and Long Er. Not only did we fail to do that, we also angered Long Yi. Oh no, I'm definitely going to lose 50 points. I don't want to quit like this. Some trainees complained and wailed, but more than anything, they expressed despair over the existence of the dragon as a single entity. Once Long Yi discovers the location, the only option left for the trainees is to enter the rat trap. No one can escape it even once. This enormous gap made it impossible for them to imagine how their side could possibly win. A group attacking Long Er and Long San? You're kidding, those 2 combined aren't pushovers either. Relying on the remaining 10 people outside to deal with Long Yi? Ha, they should consider attacking him as a group. Hey, wait a minute, Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan are still outside. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Someone discovered this information. You guys are overthinking it. That's Long Yi. If he really goes berserk, even if the remaining 4 vice captains of the Flying Dragon Squad all come at him together, they still wouldn't be able to win. That's right. If even Long Yi can be beaten, then it's better to let Chen Kailing come and fight Long Er and Long San. Hearing what everyone said, the group felt even more desperate. Damn it, Chen Kailing, you better hold on. Xian Yuanhan and Wang Yi stared intently outside. Although they didn't think Chen Kailing could win, they had to cheer for their rival in their hearts for the sake of 50 points. Inside the teaching building, Zhang Zhe was completely relieved, while the others praised Long Yi's strength. This training session has gradually evolved into Long Yi's personal show. Edge of the combat zone. Inside a pile of abandoned shipping containers, Chen Kailing and 3 others were sitting inside one of the containers, discussing something. What should we do? Besides us, there are only 8 students left outside. Could it be Xian Yuan Haohan and the others? Should we go and join forces with them? Lin Yuan asked, frowning. Chen Kailing shook his head, hard to say. They are currently extremely lacking in information, including the enemy's combat strategies, who is left outside, and whether they can unite. These are all unknowns. As they were talking, the broadcast came on again. Notification: there are 5 people left to take the exam. Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan's expressions hardened. This progress was far too fast. Boss, actually, if we really have to face off against Long Yi, I have a plan, Lin Yuan said, looking at Chen Kailing. My Yenner's new form currently has a total of 3 skills, and the remaining one should be able to come into play. What? Chen Kailing asked. Lin Yuan said, the solar flare can instantly create a pseudo-self-destruction, releasing the power within the body. I try to find opportunities at the very beginning of the battle to unleash the full potential of my self-destruction. Self-destruction? Chen Kailing's eyes widened, then he asked, what about the aftereffects? Lin Yuan said, it will require a lot of reforging materials, which means it will cost a lot of points. Okay, I understand. Let's go all out then. Don't worry about points, I still have tens of thousands here. Damn, boss, you're from a wealthy family. That's not true, my points are hard-earned too. After discussing their strategy, the group waited quietly inside the container. The moon hangs high in the sky at night. Half an hour later, a voice came from afar outside the container. Are you going to come out on your own and crawl into the rat trap, or should I turn this place upside down, find you, and then give you a good beating? Long Yi stood on the outermost container, his gaze sweeping across it. There was no audio response. It seems you've chosen the latter. As he finished speaking, the 8 directions suppressing god gauntlets on Long Yi's hand emitted terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, spreading like waves across the entire container area. These spiritual energy fluctuations are an essential skill for the military. They only react to the spiritual energy of a medium and are the best way to conduct reconnaissance. The spiritual energy rippled across half of the container area, causing a commotion inside one of the red containers. Is it here? Long Yi took a step forward and traversed a large area in just a few steps, unleashing a fierce punch as powerful as Mount Tai pressing down. Bang! The entire container was instantly pierced, revealing the crimson armor inside. Bang! Lin Yuan threw a punch, his spiritual power surging throughout his body, but he was still sent flying by the punch, smashing through several containers before barely coming to a stop. Oh, your armor is quite interesting. It's only at the 7th level of the silver refining stage, but the power it unleashes is no weaker than that of the 1st level of the gold refining stage. Long Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled slightly. I wonder how many punches you can withstand from me? The moment Lin Yuan regained his footing, a barrage of fists rained down upon him. Bang bang bang. Faced with Long Yi's attacks, Lin Yuan could only passively take the blows, with little chance to fight back. Whoosh! Just then, 12 sword energies slashed down. I'd been on guard against you for a while now, Long Yi said indifferently, glancing only at Chen Kailing on the opposite container before his steps faltered, his figure moving with lightning speed. But in the next second, Long Yi's pupils shrank slightly. He realized that the sword energy, which he had dodged, had changed direction and was slashing towards him again. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Yi threw a punch, the force of his fist clashing with the sword energy, and in the blink of an eye, several sword energies were blasted apart. However, several sword energies still left wounds on Long Yi's body. Long looked down at the wounds on his body. He was certain that his dodging was not the problem. He would have definitely dodged a normal attack. This can only mean one thing: Chen Kailing's sword energy is unavoidable. Interesting, a skill that possesses the will of rules? Just as Long Yi was about to step forward to deal with Chen Kailing, he saw Lin Yuan rush over. Lin Yuan roared, "Don't hurt my boss." Then I'll cripple you first. Long Yi took a step forward, and golden light suddenly erupted from his fist, unleashing a surge of immense power. Lin Yuan did not dodge, but instead changed his fist into a palm, taking the blow head-on. At the cost of his armor shell being shattered, he caught the punch. The result was that Lin Yuan now had Long Yi's arm locked tightly, and even Long Yi couldn't break free immediately. But Long remained completely calm and said, "You think that by restricting my movements, he can hurt me?" Lin Yuan grinned. "Who said I was going to have the boss take action?" Long Yi raised an eyebrow. Just as he noticed something was wrong, he felt that the enormous spiritual power within Lin Yuan's body had overflowed from the armor's outer shell. At this moment, Lin Yuan was like the blazing sun in the night, radiating a terrifying and powerful aura. Self-destruction? Are you crazy? You're not a junior? Long Yi was completely dumbfounded. How could he self-destruct after only 2 punches? Shouldn't this be his last resort? Boom! A loud bang completely woke up the entire Shintian University. Everyone who was awake could clearly see that, in that instant, the entire school seemed to return to noon, bright and hot. After the grand display, Chen Kailing looked at Lin Yuan and Lin Yener lying on the ground. And then there was Long Yi, covered in blood, holding the heavenly sword horizontally, its light flashing everywhere. Well then, it's my turn to make a move. Chapter 44. I know your fists are powerful, but my sword is no less formidable. Long Yi had just recovered from the explosion when he was already enveloped in crisscrossing sword energy. Chen Kailing's sword energy was fast and ruthless, and in the blink of an eye, it had already left a large number of sword wounds on Long Yi's body. You guys, you really know how to surprise me. At this moment, Long Yi's body was covered in blast wounds, and the luster of the spiritual weapon in his hand had dimmed. I know your magical weapon, the 8 directions suppressing god gauntlets, which have almost absolute suppressive power at close range, but you must have been in bad shape after withstanding that attack just now. Chen Kailing said. Suddenly, streaks of white sword energy surged forth from the tip of the heavenly sword with overwhelming force, slashing fiercely towards Long Yi. Chen Kailing's sword strike is powerful because it is long range and unavoidable. Once unleashed, it is as tight as barbed wire and difficult to break through. Any normal person, when seriously injured, would not dare to be careless in the face of such a sword strike, but when Long Yi looked up, he laughed. Do you think you can win by pushing me to the point of serious injury? Seeing Long Yi actually smiling, an ominous premonition arose in Chen Kailing's heart. He suddenly realized that the terrifying power of the 8 directions suppressing god gauntlets had been widely discussed. However, few people in the entire freshman year knew about Long Yi's talent. Everyone only knew that it was an SSS level talent, but they didn't know its specific effects. Since you've pushed me to this point, as a reward, I can introduce you to the special characteristics of my spiritual weapon. Spiritual potential. The more abundant the spiritual power within the body, the stronger the amplification value, increasing exponentially. And my talent, unyielding, means that all the damage I receive will be converted into spiritual power, and the worse my condition is, the stronger the amplification of the spiritual weapon's stats. The next second, Chen Kailing felt a gust of wind brewing. Long Yi, on the other side, was like a volcano about to awaken, with his powerful spiritual energy overflowing outwards. In just a moment, he threw several punches. The fists, like a storm, hurtled towards Chen Kailing, their terrifying power almost crushing his bones. If you think this punch isn't powerful enough, you're welcome to keep going. I won't even try to defend against it. The sword energy was instantly torn apart by the fist wind. Chen Kailing's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The fist gusts that had withstood the sword energy slammed into the container, instantly leaving an empty steel hole. Teaching building. Under the spellcasting of the shamanic master, everyone's attention was focused on this battle. Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan are capable, but unfortunately, they encountered Long Yi. Indeed, among the students of the class of 48, Long Yi's brilliance was simply too dazzling. Several senior executives sighed in amazement. An SSS-level offensive spirit weapon soul, an SSS-level spirit medium talent born for battle, Long Yi is indeed a born war god. Zhang Zhe sighed slightly, then smiled. It looks like this 48-hour training session can end early, and we should head out. Everyone nodded. After all, Long Yi had already shown his full strength, and it was only a matter of time before it ended. Oh, Director Li has another idea? At this moment, someone noticed that Li Kaiming hadn't spoken and was just staring intently at the screen. Li Kaiming stroked his beard and said, "What's the rush? The results aren't out yet." Everyone raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. Well, they still had fantasies about Chen Kailing. Does a worse condition mean a better condition? Chen Kailing glanced at Long Yi without the slightest panic. Instead, he continued to press down with his sword energy to avoid directly confronting Long Yi. Heh, trying to wear me down by distance. At this moment, Long Yi frowned, realizing that something was wrong with him. He is very sensitive to the extent of physical damage and the rate of increase in spiritual power. Even though there's no intense fighting going on, his spiritual energy is still rising at a rate exceeding normal levels. Are these wounds unable to heal? Or are they causing the bleeding to accelerate? Long Yi looked down at the sword wounds on his body. We've been discovered. Chen Kailing noticed Long Yi's movements and, without hesitation, swung his sword again. Looks like I can't keep wasting time with you. With sharp eyes, Long Yi took a step forward and charged towards Chen Kailing like a cannonball as he faced the sword energy. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy sliced through Long Yi's body, but it did not hinder his movements at all. In fact, it made his aura even stronger. With a single punch, Long Yi's fist slammed down at incredible speed, like Mount Tai pressing down. Chen Keiling's pupils contracted slightly as he parried with his sword in both hands. He was immediately sent flying dozens of meters away, smashing 2 containers before finally coming to a stop. Before he could catch his breath, Long Yi's figure reappeared before him, his fists flashing and falling with terrifying force. Bang bang bang! Chen Keiling dodged left and right, but he still had no ability to resist Long Yi in this state. In just a few moments, Chen Keiling had multiple fractures and was covered in blood. Upon seeing this, everyone in the teaching building sighed inwardly. This was the most terrifying fighting force of the 48th cohort. Long Yi's suppressive power would inevitably continue throughout the entire university period. Outside the container, seeing that Chen Keiling's momentum had been suppressed, Long Yi did not hesitate at all, mobilizing all his spiritual power and gathering it in his fist. This fist is for suppressing the gods. Prepare to receive my strongest amplification power. If you can withstand this punch, you win. A surge of power, like a flood, rushed from his fist and slammed towards Chen Keiling, causing Long Yi to roar. The amplification effect of this punch was more than 10 times that of other punches of the same level. Even if his cultivation level is limited to the first star of the Forging Gold level, there are very few people in the entire 3rd year and below who can safely catch him. Running away is the safest way to deal with this punch. Alright, then I'll welcome you and show you. To Long Yi's surprise, Chen Keiling, who had been passively taking hits, did not continue to dodge at this moment, but instead made a gesture of drawing his sword. What does he want to do? Such doubt arose in Long Yi's mind. His fist slammed down, only to be met with a sword. Draw your sword and strike. Chen Keiling unleashed a dazzling sword strike, its sharp sword energy layering upon layer like ocean waves. Just a second before the light of fists and swords shone brightly in the night, and they were about to clash like dragons and tigers, Chen Keiling slightly curled his lips and uttered 2 words. Divine Judgment. The next moment, Long Yi's expression changed drastically. He felt all the amplification around him disappear, leaving only severe injuries and basic stats belonging to the first star of the Forging Gold level. Boom! As fists and swords clashed, a tremendous sound erupted, sending dust and metal fragments flying throughout the container area. A figure flew out of the smoke and dust and crashed heavily into the abandoned container. It's over, you can go now. Inside the teaching building, Zhang Zhe glanced at Li Keiming and smiled. I know that Chen Keiling was specially recruited by you and you have high expectations for him, but it's okay. Losing to Long Yi is not shameful. Li Keiming nodded and stood up, then glanced at the spell screen one last time before freezing in place. Some teachers, curious about his reaction, looked at the screen and, like Li Keiming, were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Wait, it seems that Chen Keiling wasn't the one who lost. Chapter 45, Second Round of Training, Level Catching Mechanism. What? Everyone was astonished, and Zhang Zhe immediately stared at the spell screen. On the screen, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Chen Keiling, panting heavily, slowly leaned against the container with Xia Yuning support. Opposite him, in the pit, Long Yi was covered in blood and had completely fainted. Lost? Zhang Zhe found it unbelievable. It should be noted that Long Yi not only possesses great talent, but has also completed 3 years of intensive study at university, achieving excellent results in all aspects. Chen Keiling was just a prospective freshman who hadn't officially enrolled yet. The two were on completely different starting lines. It's alright, Minister Zhang. The younger generation surpasses the older generation, this is normal, Li Keiming patted Zhang Zhe on the shoulder. He said he was fine, but he was probably secretly overjoyed, right? Everyone stared at Li Keiming, feeling a mix of emotions. However, if any specially admitted student had this level of ability, wouldn't they be excited to post it on social media and promote it? Long Yi is eliminated. Eliminated players, Chen Keiling and Lin Yuan. In the dead of night, when that sound echoed through the combat zone, it was like a bombshell, instantly waking everyone up. Holy crap, did I hear that right? What did I just hear? Long Yi? That Long Yi got eliminated? Chen Keiling and Lin Yuan must have done it, right? They definitely did it, they actually managed to eliminate Long Yi. You idiot, you're not happy that Long Yi was eliminated? We won, so we don't have to lose points. For a moment, all the more than 100 trainees inside the rat trap were overjoyed. Many people excitedly hugged their partners, and some even kissed them. Chen Keiling, how did he do that? Xian Yuan Haoan found it hard to believe. He had fought against Chen Keiling before, and while Chen Keiling possessed strength, he was far from having that terrifying combat power. Could it be that the key lies with Lin Yuan? The captain lost? Among those who felt the same disbelief as Xian Yuan Haoan, Long Air and Long San were undoubtedly the most incredulous. They don't understand Chen Kailing, but they do understand Long Yi. They knew better than anyone what Long Yi's strength was, but the reality was right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe it. This round of training has ended. The school medical team will enter the field and begin centralized treatment, with a time limit of 5 hours. Accompanied by the broadcast, a group of school doctors and medical school interns ran into the factory and began treating the wounded. Half an hour later, Long Yi, covered in serious injuries, was carried back on a stretcher by medical staff. Seeing Long Yi's gruesome state, his body riddled with holes and suffering from excessive blood loss, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. To think that Ryuichi could be beaten to this state, just how brutal was this battle? But what about Chen Kailing? Everyone was puzzled and curious about Chen Kailing's condition. 5 minutes later, Chen Kailing, Lin Yuan, and Lin Yener were also carried back on stretchers. Why does Chen Kailing's injury seem lighter than Long Yi's? How come Lin Yuan's spirit weapon girl is also seriously injured? You shouldn't hit a spirit weapon girl when you're just hitting a person. Amidst the discussions, the intensive treatment began. 5 hours later. Under the leadership of the vice president of the school medical department, the injuries of the vast majority of students have almost fully recovered. By this time, it was already dawn. Everyone, the results of this training are already obvious, aren't they? The master of witchcraft appeared, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. We won. No points deducted. The trainees were full of enthusiasm, while the Flying Dragon squad remained silent. The trainees performed very well in this training session. Apart from the vast majority of idiots, the remaining few all demonstrated their abilities. The shaman offered a rare compliment, but to most people, it was a compliment that made them feel ashamed. I hope that in the training sessions to come, those idiots will feel ashamed and then strive to improve. Training is meant to help you break through your limits. Those who are stuck in the same place should get out of here as soon as possible. The master of witchcraft swept his gaze over everyone, his imposing eyes making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. In addition, in view of the outstanding performance of Chen Kailing, Lin Yuan, Xian Yuanhan and Wang Huai, I have decided to award everyone else 10 points each. Alright, for the 3 people who weren't caught, just deduct 5 points from each of them. These words immediately dampened the spirits of the crowd, who had been excited. Holy crap, wait, is this how you play it? Did you just renege on the rules after they were announced? The crowd was filled with resentment. Ignoring the curses in everyone's hearts, the master of witchcraft said directly, "Now, I will announce the next round of training plans." Upon hearing about the new training, everyone fell silent. For the next week, you are free to enter the 10 secret realms on campus to hunt ferocious beasts. The ranking will be based on the points earned from hunting these beasts. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. Why was he dreaming about the college entrance exam? It looks familiar, doesn't it? That's right, this is the content of the college entrance examination, but the underlying logic for calculating integrals is different. Master Wuzhang said, in order to encourage students with lower cultivation levels to level up as quickly as possible, we have added a level catch-up system. 1 star represents a 0.5x multiplier, with the highest being 9 stars at a 4.5x multiplier. If you upgrade by 1 star, the multiplier increases by 1. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. If you are a 7-star character, you only need to upgrade to 8 stars to get the same multiplier as a 9-star character. In the final ranking of this training, the top 5 will not have any points deducted, the top 5 to 50 will have 10 points deducted, the 50 to 150 will have 20 points deducted, and the rest will have 50 points deducted. As the master of witchcraft finished explaining the point deductions, many people turned pale, especially those students who only had 40 points left. Alright, everyone come and collect your points bracelets. The bracelets will be automatically activated at noon and will have the functions of points assessment and points leaderboard. Everyone went up on stage to receive their prizes, and they all received them quickly. Dismissed. After the shaman announced the disbandment, Chen Kailing, Xia Yuning, and the other 3 headed towards the restaurant to have breakfast. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Haohan and the others gathered together. We've only gone through 2 rounds of training, and only Chen Kailing hasn't lost any points yet. I think we should form a 5-person team. Wang Huai's eyes flickered. I think it's possible. Chen Kailing has the lowest level and the lowest points multiplier. If we're together, it should be easy to suppress him, Zhang nodded. Immediately, the four of them turned their gazes toward Xian Yuan Haohan. Xian Yuan Haohan nodded in agreement. Dining room. Damn, my whole body aches. Boss, it seems we really can't use this move carelessly. Lin Yuan looked pained. Lin Yenner glanced at him and said coldly, coward. Lin Yuan's expression stiffened, and she looked aggrieved. Good Yenner, it's one thing if you don't give me a massage or rub my back, but why are you doing this? Go back and press it, Lin Yenner muttered, turning her head. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. What? Lin Yenner frowned slightly and raised her fist. You want a beating, don't you? Lin Yuan chuckled. This guy is definitely going to be henpecked. Chen Kailing thought to himself, taking a sip of porridge when his phone received a message. Zhong Xiaoqian, Jr., how about we go explore the Gale realm together today? I managed to snag a hidden quest. Hidden quest? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard this claim. Chapter 46. Dare to touch me? I have someone above me who won't let you get away with this. Hidden quests? They are usually advanced quests of certain types, and the rewards are quite generous. After hearing Chen Kailing's question, Lin Yuan began to explain. However, getting it is purely based on luck. Whoever sees it first gets it, and at most only 3 people can claim it at a time. Understood, Chen Kailing nodded. In that case, I'll go and ask about the situation first. With your abilities, boss, these hidden missions at school are a piece of cake. After having breakfast and saying goodbye to Lin Yuan, Chen Kailing arrived at the dormitory area. From afar, Chen Kailing saw Zhong Xiaoqian and the other person standing there waiting. Hello, juniors, you're up really early. Zhong Xiaoqian saw Chen Kailing and the other person and immediately ran over to greet them. Do you want to go have breakfast first? Chen Kailing asked. Zhong Xiaoqian shook her head. No need, time is of the essence, let's talk as we walk. With that, Zhong Xiaoqian hurriedly led Chen Kailing toward the teleportation array. The mission I've been assigned to this time is in the Gale realm, one of the school's 10 most dangerous secret realms. The mission area is in the Valley of Raids on the 4th level. We need to find the Raid Wolf King, which is good at hiding, and get its claws. The rewards are quite generous, including 10,000 points, a special potion pack, a combat power pack, and a chance to obtain master-level tactical guidance. Zhong Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled. That's master-level guidance. With someone like that giving you pointers, you can really avoid a lot of detours. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing nodded. Then the reward is indeed very generous. I feel like I can take on some missions this week. Since you're going to run dungeons anyway, why not complete the quests first and then run them? Wouldn't that be doing one thing and getting 2 rewards? That felt great. After entering the teleportation array, Chen Kailing swiped his student ID and arrived directly outside the Gale secret realm. It takes 3,000 points to enter this Gale secret realm. It would be a disadvantage for you to go with me, Junior. I'll pay for it for you. As Zhong Xiaoqian was speaking, she was about to transfer money to Chen Kailing, but Chen Kailing stopped her. Need not. Zhong Xiaoqian then saw Chen Kailing swipe his student ID, and the payment was approved without any pop-up page. My God, Junior, is this a preferential policy? You can even get free entry to the 10 great secret realms, Zhong Xiaoqian exclaimed, her eyes wide. Yes, let us go. Chen Kailing didn't explain much, but he also realized the benefits of this training camp, free access to the secret realm. Just as the 4 were about to step into the secret realm, they heard a voice behind them. Zhong Xiaoqian? You haven't given up on this hidden mission yet? Are you trying to compete with me? Chen Kailing turned around and saw a glamorous woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes swaying her hips as she walked over, followed by 2 male classmates. When Zhong Xiaoqian saw her, her smile vanished instantly, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Chen Yi, whoever gets the hidden mission gets it. Why should I give it to you just because you say so? Oh, is it not enough that I'm Li Zhonghua's girlfriend? The other guy has already wisely given up, the woman sneered. If my Zhonghua Hen Ti just finished training and was resting, he would have been the one accompanying me here to make my way. Upon hearing Li Zhonghua's name, Zhong Xiaoqian gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently. After struggling with her thoughts for a while, she looked at Chen Kailing and forced a smile. Junior, I'm sorry, but perhaps we should give up on this task. Chen Kailing glanced at the stone platform in the secret realm and said, the money has already been spent, don't you want it back? Hee hee, kid, don't you know Li Zhonghua's reputation? Our brother Zhonghua is ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking. When Zhonghua wakes up from his nap, he'll also be entering the secret realm. When he finds out you're competing with your sister-in-law for the mission, you'll be in for it. Behind Chen Yi, two 5th level silver refining level underlings sneered, their attitude arrogant. Li Zhanghua, who is ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking, I really don't know him. Chen Kailing can't even recognize all 5 of the top 5 on the heavenly ranking now. He can only distinguish between Xian Yuan Haoan and Wang Huai. The remaining people were of average combat strength and I have no recollection of them. You bastard! Chen Yi suddenly got angry and ordered her 2 henchmen beside her, saying fiercely, Go, beat him up, I'll pay for his medical expenses. Don't want. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoqian immediately panicked, but she wasn't worried about Chen Kailing, she was worried about the other person. But she spoke too slowly. In a flash, Chen Kailing obtained the heavenly sword and unleashed a thunderous strike. In an instant, 12 sword lights descended upon the 2 men, severely injuring them and sending them flying. Clang! With a sword resting in front of Chen Yi's neck, Chen Kailing calmly said, Get out of here while I don't want to hit a woman. Chen Yi panicked for a moment, then calmed down and said, Do you dare to make a move? If you really dare to make a move, someone higher up won't let you off. Snap! Without saying a word, Chen Kailing slapped Chen Yi across the face, knocking her to the ground. Half of her face swelled up, and her teeth were knocked out. Sister-in-law! The other 2 panicked and scrambled to their feet, rushing over to help Chen Yi away. You just wait. Once my Zhongwei gets here, you're finished. Chen Yi covered her face and ran away with a sob in her voice. Junior, you were too impulsive. Li Chongwei, who was above her, is only 10th on the heavenly ranking, Zhong Xiaoqian said regretfully. It's all my fault. I thought that if I came earlier, I could avoid her. It's okay, senior. She has someone above her, but I don't have anyone above me, Chen Kailing said with a smile. Xia Yuning smiled slightly as she listened to Chen Kailing's confident words. Hey, never mind, it's all the same whether you stick your neck out or not. The money's already spent, let's get the hidden reward first. Zhong Xiaoqian gritted her teeth and walked towards the secret realm. Chen Kailing smiled and said, That's right. What, Zhenghua, I've already brought up your name, but that guy said that the 10th place on the heavenly ranking is trash in his eyes, and that he can defeat you with 1 sword. On the phone, Chen Yi cried and said, He slapped my face until it was swollen, but he also made you lose face. Li Chongwei had just returned from training camp and gotten into bed when he received a call from Chen Yi. He was quite annoyed and asked, Didn't Li Er and the other 2 come with you? Chen Yi said, he followed, but was defeated by him. Li Chongwei frowned immediately. Is that person on the heaven and earth ranking? Or is he a sophomore or junior? Doesn't look like it. Very young. Uses a sword. Sophomores or juniors? There aren't many who use swords, are there? Chen Yi pondered. Young? With a sword? Li Chongwei thought for a moment, then his eyes widened and he exclaimed inwardly, Holy crap, could it be Chen Kailing? Doesn't this king sleep? It's not time to earn points yet. Damn it, he's always causing me trouble. Wait there, I'm coming right now. Li Chongwei immediately summoned his magical artifact girl and rushed towards the Gale secret realm. I hope it's not Chen Kailing. The top 5 on the heavenly ranking all formed teams to resist Chen Kailing, but he was only 10th and didn't even qualify to join one of those teams. If this offends Chen Kailing again, the subsequent training. Beyond the secret realm of the raging winds. As soon as Chen Yi hung up the phone, her henchman immediately asked how things were going. Chen Yi gave a cold laugh. Hee, Zhongwei will be here soon. Those 2 bitches are finished. Chapter 47 Sweeping through the land, more ruthless than ferocious beasts is the human heart. The first level of the Gale realm. As soon as Zhong Xiaoqian entered, she had already given Chen Kailing a buff, and her actions were extremely swift. Junior, let's hurry. The top 10 on the heavenly ranking are all terrifying monsters. If we encounter them head-on, we're doomed. Chen Kailing smiled calmly, It's alright, at worst we can just have a fight. Oh dear, you shouldn't do that. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. You'll see once you enroll. There are many powerful people here. Zhong Xiaoqian advised, even if you are a genius who was 1 in 10,000, there are tens of thousands of students in this school. Knowing that Zhong Xiaoqian was concerned about him, Chen Kailing just smiled and let it go. Thank you, senior. Zhong Xiaoqian sighed softly, knowing that Chen Kailing hadn't listened, but she thought it made sense. As the top scorer, Chen Kailing must have been praised for 3 years in his high school and hadn't yet been put through the ringer in university, so it's normal for him to be a little arrogant. Before enrolling, she believed that she had been admitted to Xintian University and that her talent was unparalleled. The mission is on the 4th floor, so we don't need to stay on the previous floors, right? Chen Kailing asked, turning his head. Zhong Xiaoqian nodded, no need, so let's be careful and skip the first 3 floors. Let's speed through it then. Before she could finish speaking, Zhong Xiaoqian saw Chen Kailing rush out like lightning, his sword energy crisscrossing in all directions. Before the ferocious beasts nearby could even get close, they had already been killed by Chen Kailing. In the first level of the 10 Great Secret Realms, the ferocious beasts are generally between 1 and 3 stars of the silver refining level. This floor is basically the main training location for each year's freshmen, and it will be very lively after the start of the semester in 2 months. However, for Chen Kailing, this was a bit too simple. It should be said that after playing too many high-level games, he might even overdo it when dealing with these low-level monsters. Especially now with Zhong Xiaoqian's buff, his stats have risen to a whole new level. No wonder most war squads are equipped with medics and support with support, their strength is indeed much greater. Chen Kailing sighed inwardly, his hands moving without stopping. Under the swift sword energy of the heavenly sword, the surrounding ferocious beasts were quickly wiped out. Let's go to the next floor. Chen Kailing turned and looked at Zhong Xiaoqian before calling out. Zhong Xiaoqian stared blankly at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around her, and exclaimed in astonishment, Junior, have you gotten a lot stronger again? She remembered that the last time Chen Kailing challenged the tower, he was only at the iron level 9 star, but now he has not only reached the silver level 2 star, but his combat power has also skyrocketed. Really? Not really, Chen Kailing smiled and walked down to the next floor. Is this what you call ordinary? Zhong Xiaoqian's eyes widened, but her confidence in completing this hidden mission grew even stronger. It was almost noon. The 4th level of the Gale Realm. The energetic Chen Kailing and the exhausted Zhong Xiaoqian appeared. It should be upgrading soon, Xia Yuning's voice came from within the Tianyuan sword and directly into his mind. Chen Kailing nodded, I feel it too. Once this layer is cleared, it should be almost done. Junior, don't we need to rest for a bit? Zhong Xiaoqian asked breathlessly from behind. Along the way, although it was Chen Kailing who was the one slaying the ferocious beasts, her physical abilities were actually starting to fall behind. Applying a buff to Chen Kailing inexplicably consumes a huge amount of her energy. She had also given support to 5-star and even 6-star silver level alchemists, but the consumption of those was not this great. Do you want to rest? Chen Kailing then noticed that Zhong Xiaoqian's condition was not right, and then looked around. How about this? I've cleared out most of the ferocious beasts here. I'll go level up first, then come back to pick you up, okay? Don't worry, I still have tools to protect myself, Zhong Xiaoqian said with a smile. I'll recover my spiritual power in a while, I'll be fine. Okay, I'll be right back. Chen Kailing headed straight for the Valley of the Raging Assault. As soon as they entered the valley, 2 wolves pounced down from the mountain walls on both sides, viciously biting at Chen Kailing. Laugh! With a flash of swordlight, the 2 wolves were instantly cut in half at the waist. Roar! In the distance, a wolf howled, immediately attracting a number of ferocious wolves to come over. Good thing you came, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Chen Kailing smiled slightly and began a slaughter feast, killing dozens of berserk wolves in just a few minutes. Congratulations, host! The heavenly sword has been upgraded to silver refining grade 3, Sword Slash. Sword Slash releases 13 enhanced sword energies, 3 of which are attribute boosting current amplified attribute, bleeding. Battle, 172. Speed, 57. As the upgrade panel popped up, Chen Kailing felt an even more surging surge of spiritual energy. Sword Slash has steadily improved, and so have its stats. It seems that if the Sword Slash is upgraded 1 or 2 more times, it will be able to add amplification attributes again. It looks like I need to find a way to obtain a silver grade forging opportunity. Chen Kailing pondered, Yuning, what do you think? Why don't we just go and hunt down that berserk wolf king, and let our senior rest there? Xia Yuning's voice came through, I think it's fine. All the ferocious beasts in the vicinity have been cleared out, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chen Kailing nodded, but after taking a few steps, he felt something was amiss. Forget it, let's take them with us. Ferocious beasts aren't scary, people are. 4th floor entrance. Seeing that Chen Kailing hadn't come out yet, Zhong Xiaoqian asked in surprise, could he be in danger? Her magical artifact girl replied, don't worry, in my opinion, with his combat strength, he won't have any problems even if something happens to you. TCH, what could possibly happen to me here? Just as Zhong Xiaoxian finished speaking, she heard a noise behind her. Sister-in-law, my brother hasn't arrived yet. Should we wait for him? What's the panic? With the two of you here, you're not going to die here. I can't wait to deal with those two. At the entrance to the fourth floor, Chen Yi, whose head had swollen into half a pig's head, appeared with two henchmen. Their eyes met, and Chen Yi paused for a moment before sneering maliciously, "Oh, you ran pretty fast. Where's your sugar daddy? Why isn't he here? Did he abandon you? You're not allowed to insult your junior." Zhong Xiaoqian said through gritted teeth. "Ha, she dares to be arrogant all by herself. You two, restrain her." The two underlings hesitated, somewhat wary of Chen Kailing. "Aren't you going to do it yet? What were Brother Zongwei's orders to you?" Chen Yi shouted. Two henchmen immediately stepped forward and, after a struggle, subdued Zhong Xiaoqian. "Heh, you dare to mess with me, Chen Yi?" Chen Yi stepped forward, ran her fingers across Zhong Xiaoqian's delicate face, and said viciously. "You used that face to hook up rich guys, right? Not bad, huh? I'll beat your face to a pulp today, or I'm not Chen." Snap. Chen Yi slapped him across the face. Zhong Xiaoqian looked at the slap and instinctively closed her eyes, not daring to resist. Snap. The expected slap did not fall. Zhong Xiaoqian opened her eyes and saw Chen Kailing, who had rushed back, standing in front of her. Indeed, what is more terrifying than ferocious beasts is the human heart. Chen Kailing stared coldly at Chen Yi and waved his hand without hesitation. Snap. Chen Yi also received a slap on the other side of her face, which swelled up completely. Chapter 48 Ranking Pressure. A few words terrify the 10th ranked person on the heavenly ranking. Junior. No. Zhong Xiaoqian exclaimed in surprise. You're finished. Like a shrew, Chen Yi pointed at Chen Kailing and yelled, "When Zongwei comes, I'll kill you. I'll feed you both to the beasts here." Enough. Just then, a voice came from behind. A flash of light appeared at the entrance, and a young man with a knife walked over. It was Li Chongwei. Upon seeing Li Chongwei, Chen Yi's fierce gaze instantly softened, and she quickly scrambled to her feet and ran over to him. "Wah, Zongwei, look at my face. That guy beat me up. You have to avenge me." Li Chongwei completely ignored her, his gaze sweeping over her and instantly landing on Chen Kailing. He thought to himself, "This is bad." The next second, Li Chongwei took a deep breath and looked at Chen Kailing. "Brother Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Please give me some face and let's just let this go, okay?" Chen Kailing calmly asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that the other person really didn't recognize him, Li Chongwei just smiled awkwardly. Li Chongwei, 7th in the first round of assessments. Misunderstanding? Is this also a misunderstanding? Chen Kailing turned and swung his sword, instantly injuring two of his underlings and sending them flying. He then helped Zhong Xiaoqian sit down to rest. Having witnessed all of this, Li Chongwei dared not make any rash moves. After a moment of thought, he looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi was still confused and didn't understand what had happened when she saw that Li Chongwei, who usually treated her well, had a completely different attitude. Snap. Li Chongwei slapped Chen Yi across the face without holding back, knocking her to the ground, and said coldly, "Go and apologize to Brother Chen." Chen Yi was completely stunned by the beating, and upon hearing this, she burst into tears. "What did you say? Your woman was hit, and instead of helping her, you expect her to apologize?" Li Chongwei said coldly. "Stupid woman, do you know who he is? He's the top student of the 1951 class, admitted early with special permission from the principal. He's currently ranked first in both the assessment and training results at this war training camp." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was struck dumb, completely stunned, and couldn't believe her ears. The training camp was an event that only the top students in the entire freshman class were qualified to participate in, representing the cutting-edge strength of Xintian University. For an operation of this level, this young man is currently ranked number 1? How terrifying must he be? If she offends someone like that, she will find it impossible to move an inch at school in the future with just a word from him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yi rushed forward and knelt down before Chen Kailing, tears streaming down her face, saying, "I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness, I was wrong, please forgive me." Chen Kailing said calmly, "The person you should be apologizing to right now is not me." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately knelt down in front of Zhong Xiaoqian and cried out, "Sister Xiaoqian, please forgive me, you are a magnanimous person." Zhong Xiaoqian was also completely bewildered at this moment. She remembered that she had just been in charge of Chen Kailing's enrollment 2 days ago, so how come Chen Kailing had suddenly become the top student in the training camp? Even the 10th ranked person on the heavenly ranking has to give him face. This progress is like a rocket. Looking at Chen Yi, Zhong Xiaoqian didn't say anything, but instead glanced at Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing nodded slightly. Zhong Xiaoqian took a deep breath and immediately slapped Chen Yi across the face, knocking her over without any hesitation. She slapped her several times before stopping. "All right, get out of here." Chen Yi was not angry at all. Instead, she thanked her and said, "Thank you, thank you." At this moment, she had lost all her previous arrogance and looked like a stray dog. "In that case, Brother Chen, we'll take our leave," Li Chongwei said with a sigh of relief, preparing to depart. "Wait," Chen Kailing called out to him. "Brother Chen, is there anything else you're dissatisfied with?" Li Chongwei gripped his broadsword tighter, and cold sweat poured down his body. If he's not confident of winning a fight, and assuming he gets seriously injured here, then the next 7 days of assessment. Chen Kailing shrugged and said, "Don't be nervous. What I meant was, you still have 2 underlings over there. Get them out of here." Upon hearing this, Li Chongwei relaxed and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for the reminder." After helping his 2 underlings up, Li Chongwei turned around and reminded them. "As far as I know, Xian Yuan Haohan and the other top 5 on the heavenly ranking have formed a team to deal with you. They should stick to the top 5 for the next 7 days." "Understood," Chen Kailing nodded. "Farewell." After watching Li Chongwei and the others leave, Zhong Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. To slap the girlfriend of the 10th ranked person on the heavenly ranking, I really am quite brave. Looking at Chen Kailing, Zhong Xiaoqian asked excitedly and curiously, "Junior, who exactly are you? Are you really just the top scorer of the 1951 class?" Chen Kailing shrugged, "Anyway, I don't know what other identity I have." Over the next hour, Chen Kailing, along with Zhong Xiaoqian, hunted down hundreds of ferocious beasts in the valley of the raging storm, almost sweeping through the area. Roar! The Berserker Wolf King could no longer contain itself and revealed itself, attacking Chen Kailing. It was met only by sword energy. 11:30. Outside the Gale realm, Zhong Xiaoqian, holding the blade of the Wolf King, said excitedly, "Thank you so much, Junior. We can just go for 91 points for those rewards." 91? Chen Kailing was taken aback. "Why 91? Oh dear, I didn't do anything. I got 91 points because I got a free pass." "Junior, don't argue. That's settled then. I'm going to redeem my reward now." Zhong Xiaoqian was about to leave when she turned back, her face flushed, and said, "Junior, it's lunchtime. How about I treat you to a meal first to thank you for standing up for me in the secret realm earlier?" "No need, we're not hungry, thank you." Before Chen Kailing could respond, Xia Yuning pulled him aside and politely declined. "Ah, okay, then I won't bother you anymore." Zhong Xiaoqian gave an awkward smile and immediately pulled her magical girl away. After Zhong Xiaoqian left, Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and said, "It's almost midnight. Should we call Lin Yuan to go straight into the secret realm?" Xia Yuning shook her head, "I'm hungry, let's eat first." Chen Kailing asked in confusion, "Didn't you just say you weren't hungry? You really don't understand?" "Cough, it's just a meal, are you jealous?" "Then you go eat with her, I'll go to the restaurant by myself." Xia Yuning turned her head and walked towards the restaurant. "Hey, I was just kidding." Chen Kailing quickly caught up with Xia Yuning, reached out and massaged her shoulders, and gave her an apologetic smile. Since the kissing incident during his last advancement, Chen Kailing's Tao heart has become somewhat wavering. In the restaurant, Lin Yuan, still half asleep, carried 2 trays and sat down with Lin Yenner. "Boss, you really didn't sleep this morning and went straight to do the hidden quest?" Chen Kailing nodded, "It's done. We'll go straight into the secret realm after we finish eating." "Wow, boss, you're a real Iron Man," Lin Yuan exclaimed. "Which secret realm are we going to? Which secret realm has the most ferocious beasts?" The Cave of 10,000 Bones has an average of more than 500 ferocious beasts in each territory, so it is probably the place with the most people going there, making the competition very fierce. "Let's go there." Chapter 49, Stealing Chen Kailing's Head? You'd better watch out. The Mysterious Cave of 10,000 Bones. One of the 10 secret realms of Xintian University, it has the largest number of ferocious beasts and is only accessible to a small number of students who have completed the mission or are senior students. 12:30. When Chen Kailing and his group arrived, they found many familiar faces nearby, waiting for their teammates. It seems there are quite a few students in this 10,000 bones cave, Chen Kailing said, glancing around and noting at least 20 students nearby. Lin Yuan nodded. They probably all have the same idea as us, wanting to save time searching for the ferocious beast. Just as Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan were about to enter the secret realm, a voice came from behind them. Brother Chen, Brother Lin, would you like to team up with me? Chen Kailing turned his head and saw that the person speaking was actually Wang Huai. What's going on? Didn't he form an alliance with Xianyuan Haohan and the others to compete for the top 5? Chen Kailing was puzzled and said directly, I'm not interested. After saying that, Chen Kailing beckoned Lin Yuan and the others, and they headed towards the secret realm. Rejected, Wang Huai remained smiling and beckoned his spirit weapon girl to follow. The secret area of 10,000 Bones Cave. There are no hierarchical distinctions here, only differences in power within different domains, and different ferocious beasts will appear in different domains. Right now, Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan are in the territory of the ferocious beast Bone Dry Bat, in a vast forest of dead trees. Roar! As soon as the two appeared, a skeletal bat leaped down from the dead tree branch above, its sharp claws slashing down like a guillotine. The skeleton bats are all of high level, with the worst being 6 or 7 stars of the silver refining grade. They are also extremely fast and have strong vitality, making them a race of medium strength in the entire 10,000 Bones Cave secret realm. Yu Ning. Faced with that claw, Chen Kailing did not hesitate to arm himself with a spiritual weapon. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out with his sword, sending 13 sword energies toward the withered bone bat. Laugh! Sword energies left deep bloodstains on the skeletal bat, but just as the last few sword energies were about to finish it off, a shadowy black mist appeared beneath the feet of the skeleton bat. Several chains shot out from the shadowy black mist, piercing the head of the skeletal bat, causing the sword energies to lose their target. Chen Kailing paused for a moment, then frowned and looked to the other side. Wang Huai was hunting down the skeleton bats around him, not even glancing in their direction. So they were after kills, Chen Kailing realized, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Ha, do I look like an idiot? How could I not tell who did it? Lin Yuan frowned. Boss, should I kick him out? Chen Kailing's lips curled up, and he said, there's no need. If he can come and steal mine, why can't I steal his head? On the other side, Wang Huai smiled inwardly when he saw that Chen Kailing did not react much. According to their plan, as long as you hunt down ferocious beasts here and score points, you can also steal some of Chen Kailing's prey. This will not only slow down Chen Kailing's pace but also increase your own score, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. His magical artifact, the ghost-controlling bell, has a skill that allows him to attack over extremely long distances. Just as Wang Huai was about to hunt down the next ferocious beast, sudden, a flash of sword light appeared in front of him, startling him. Laugh! The sword light struck Wang Huai's target beast precisely, killing it. Inside the teaching building. Seeing this, the school's senior officials couldn't help but chuckle. These little guys are really interesting. Instead of improving themselves, why don't they destroy their opponents? Wang Huai's ghost-controlling bell is quite powerful in combat, especially against these ferocious beasts, where it is twice as effective with half the effort. That's hard to say. Chen Kailing's heavenly sword is also undeniably powerful. It'll probably be a fierce battle. Logically, it's quite possible that the two would exchange blows, and then the issue of the beast's head would escalate into a full-blown fight. But in reality, the outcome was already decided the moment Chen Kailing decided to steal the kill. Under Chen Kailing's unavoidable sword energy attacks, those fast-moving skeleton bats were still just live targets. As a result, Wang Huai hasn't gotten a single kill since the beginning of the game. As long as Wang Huai cannot kill them before he swings his sword, then almost all the heads of the ferocious beasts here will belong to Chen Kailing. On the leaderboard, Chen Kailing's points began to increase significantly, jumping to 5th place. The top 4 were none other than the other 4 people in the top 5 of the heavenly ranking, excluding Wang Huai. The top scorer is Xianyuan Haohan, with 590.5 points. Zhang Kai, who came in second, has 580 points. Zhang De is third with 570.5 points. Wu Yi is in 4th place with 562.5 points. Their scores were almost identical, indicating they were clearly cooperating. Wang Huai's score has dropped out of the top 20 on the leaderboard due to Chen Kailing's influence. Wang Huai started to panic. If things continue like this, even if Xianyuan Haohan and the other 3 come to help him make up for the lost points, it will be impossible for him to overtake them. Damn it, how can we interfere now? I don't know which idiot came up with this idea. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Huai gritted his teeth and headed towards another area, which was the hunting ground for Xian Yuan Haohan and the others. Boss, he has gone, we can focus on the hunt now, Lin Yuan laughed after seeing Wang Huai forced to leave. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, focus on hunting? Don't you think stealing other people's kills is much more interesting? What? Lin Yuan was stunned. Come on, I'll take you to steal other people's kills, Chen Kailing said, following Wang Huai with a smile on his lips. Wang Huai continued forward until he arrived at a wide plain. This place is home to some of the most powerful and ferocious beasts in the entire 10,000 Bones Cave secret realm, bone mammoths. Each bone mammoth possesses the strength of a 9-star silver-level cultivator and defensive capabilities comparable to a gold-level cultivator. The bone mammoth's powerful overall capabilities result in a very high score. Many people work hard for 7 days and still don't get as many points as a single mammoth. At this moment, Xian Yuan Haohan and his 3 companions were working together to hunt down the most imposing bone mammoth. Although it was called a joint effort, it was actually mainly the other 3 who took action. Xian Yuan Haohan was only responsible for the final arrow to kill the bone mammoth and get that part of the points first. Roar! Facing the 3 attackers, the bone mammoth roared, its cracked white bone shell emitting a dark firelight, and it spewed out a massive breath of spiritual energy. Get out of the way! The 3 were thrown back, but then quickly surged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the bone mammoth. Faced with so many opponents of equal strength, the bone mammoth collapsed in extreme resentment, its breath fading away. Xian Yuan. Zhang De called out to Xian Yuan Haohan. Xian Yuan Haohan drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming the arrow at the skeletal mammoth. Call out. An arrow was shot out, its powerful aura surging forth. Just as the arrow was about to hit the bone mammoth, more than a dozen sword energies struck with lightning speed. Boom! The arrow struck the skeletal mammoth, but by then the mammoth was already a corpse. Who? Xian Yuan Haohan was furious and looked in the direction from which the sword energy came. Within sight, Wang Huai, who had just arrived, looked bewildered. It wasn't me. Wait, could it be? Wang Huai turned his head in surprise and saw that Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan had followed him without him noticing. Helping my classmates kill the ferocious beast was just something I did casually, so you don't need to thank me. In the distance, Chen Kailing held the heavenly sword and smiled slightly. At this moment, Chen Kailing's points soared by 80, placing him in second place. Chapter 50, Unknowingly, I secured first place by stealing kills. Chen Kailing, what do you mean by this? Wang Huai gritted his teeth and said. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled, and said, isn't this just reciprocity? Does this mean you're allowed to steal my kills, but I'm not allowed to steal yours? He. Wang Huai was about to go crazy, and he roared, I only stole one of your heads, but don't you know how many you stole from me? It's not about how many kills you get, it's about the fact that you've already done it, Chen Kailing said, walking towards the crowd with a calmer gaze. Since you want to pull these kinds of tricks, then I'll play along. Let's see who can outmaneuver whom. With his unavoidable sword strikes, Chen Kailing was absolutely confident in his ability to secure kills. Boss, why waste words with them? I'll just self-destruct. Even Long Yi couldn't withstand it, let alone them. Lin Yuan stepped out, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and he snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the pupils of Xian Yuan Haohan and the other 4 contracted. Self-destruction? Even Long Yi couldn't withstand it? It was only then that they noticed that Lin Yuan's level had climbed to the 7th star of the silver refining level, and even the appearance of his armor had undergone a huge change. Could it be that the explosive injuries on Long Yi's body were caused by Lin Yuan's self-destruction? Suddenly, everyone felt that things were making sense. It really was related to Lin Yuan. At that moment, everyone unconsciously took a few steps back. No one wanted to risk a self-destruction. You think I'd believe you if you said you'd just self-destruct? At this moment, Zhang De jumped out, his eyes full of mockery. Lin Yuan, do you think we don't know what kind of person you are? If you want to threaten us, you should at least come up with a different excuse. That idiot. Xian Yuan Haohan clicked his tongue lightly and continued to retreat. I'm standing right here. If you're so capable, go ahead and self-destruct. Let me see. Zhang De didn't take Lin Yuan seriously at all. Clang. Before Lin Yuan could make a move, Chen Kailing had already taken the lead and rushed out, the Tian Yuan sword in his hand emitting a dazzling sword light. When Chen Kailing was less than 10 meters away from Zhang De, he unleashed a burst of sword light from his Tian Yuan sword, with 13 dazzling sword beams flashing. This is the new application of the sword strike that Chen Kailing discovered. Although sword slash is a long-range attack, it doesn't mean it can't be used at close range. Conversely, at such close range, the sword energy can reach the target more quickly and inflict the bleeding debuff. For example, right now, almost in the blink of an eye, Zhang De already has more than a dozen sword wounds all over his body, including 3 bleeding sword wounds. Laugh. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhang De was still trying to dodge, Chen Kailing continued to unleash his sword strikes, preparing to eliminate one person in the shortest possible time. After just a few rounds, Zhang De's shoulders, arms, abdomen, and thighs were covered in sword wounds. Chen Kailing, you've gone too far. Realizing that the sword energy was unavoidable, Zhang De unleashed his full power as a 9th-level silver refining expert, his crescent-shaped blade flashing with icy light as he slashed towards Chen Kailing. When? As the swords clashed, Zhang De immediately felt a powerful force, judging solely from the sheer amount of spiritual energy involved. Chen Kailing was actually no weaker than him. How is that possible? Zhang De was stunned. He hadn't expected that in a 1v1 situation, he wouldn't be able to defeat Chen Kailing immediately. But only 2 days have passed since Chen Kailing was chased and beaten by Xian Yuan Haohan and his group, and finally escaped the illusionary spirit's secret realm with the help of Lin Yuan. Isn't this a bit too big a leap? Wait, no, he got stronger, but I got weaker. At this point, Zhang De finally noticed the abnormality in his body. Some of his sword wounds began to bleed profusely, severely affecting his strength. When? After forcing Zhang De back with a single sword strike, Chen Kailing did not continue his attack. If you want to die, I can continue to play with you, Chen Kailing said indifferently as he looked at Zhang De. You. Zhang De wanted to make another move, but at this moment he was already pale and severely injured. If he didn't leave the secret realm now, he estimated that he wouldn't even be able to make it to the infirmary. Not daring to delay any longer, Zhang De immediately rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Haohan and the others felt even more apprehensive. Chen Kailing's sword energy clearly possesses the attribute power to spread wounds. Once this attribute power is applied, he will inevitably need to go to the infirmary, which will seriously affect the progress of these 7 days. Should we focus fire on him? Just as everyone was thinking this, their gazes turned to Lin Yuan, who was also a ticking time bomb. Compared to Zhang De, they were more willing to believe that the explosion damage on Long Yi's body at that time was caused by Lin Yuan. For a moment, no one was willing to step forward and confront Lin Yuan. It was true that everyone had formed a team to suppress Chen Kailing, but they also had to ensure their own ranking first. Moreover, now that Zhang De has left the scene, Chen Kailing's ranking can no longer be suppressed. Damn it, we can't win, let's retreat. Wang Huai gritted his teeth and made this decision, but clearly, he underestimated the patience of Chen Kailing and the other person. For the rest of the time, Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan followed the 4 of them within the territory of the Bone Spirit Poison Scorpion. When Xian Yuan Haohan and his companions arrived, they immediately attracted a large number of Bone Spirit Scorpions to attack. The Bone Spirit Scorpion's shell can protect against most physical damage, but it cannot defend against elemental damage. While Xian Yuan Haohan and the others were making their move, Chen Kailing was even faster. His sword strikes were like a storm, covering the group of Bone Spirit Scorpions. With each strike, 3 Bone Spirit Poison Scorpions were afflicted with the bleeding debuff. Thinking you can kill the Bone Spirit Poison Scorpion with this is obviously wishful thinking, but this beast hunt, just like hunting Lord-level beasts in the college entrance exam, has bonus points. As long as his negative buff effect is active, no matter who kills the Bone Spirit Poison Scorpion, it will increase his score. With just this one move, Chen Kailing successfully turned Xian Yuanhan and the others into his employees. Xian Yuanhao and the others also discovered this matter, and they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They went through all the trouble of hunting, only to have to give some of it to Chen Kailing in the end. But that's not all. What's even more incredible is, if some attacks only cripple the Bone Spirit Poison Scorpion, the bleeding effect can even finish them off, allowing them to gain auxiliary points instead. Not only that, Chen Kailing himself was also keeping an eye on things, preparing to use his sword energy to steal the kill. Apart from Lin Yuan, who was killing enemies one by one to get full points, the rest of the people on the scene were all working for Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing, what exactly do you want to do? Wang Huai couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Chen Kailing with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. At this point, his ranking points had reached 49th, and if this continued, he might even fall out of the top 50. Hunting ferocious beasts, huh? Can't you tell? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and asked, while casually applying the bleeding effect to the 3 Bone Spirit Scorpions. Chen Kailing, With another prey snatched away, Xian Yuan Haoan instantly knocked an arrow and aimed it at Chen Kailing. Given his temperament, he'd love to fight Chen Kailing right now, but putting aside the bleeding effect of Chen Kailing's sword strike, what if Lin Yuan just went up and self-destructed? They dared not fight, and could not win the fight. This perfectly describes the current situation of Xian Yuan Haoan and his three companions. They suddenly regretted it. If they had known, they should have focused on forming a team to refresh their points. With Chen Kailing's low score multiplier, it would have been more secure to snatch the ranking. Now, by stealing their kills and assist points, Chen Kailing's score has soared, making him the undisputed number 1. Chapter 51 Emergency, the war begins ahead of schedule. Haha, those guys from Xian Yuan are probably kicking themselves now. Of course, I originally wanted to suppress Chen Kailing's performance, but I didn't expect to suppress myself instead. Inside the teaching building, the senior executives couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Chen Kailing is indeed talented and courageous. Given enough time, he will definitely have a brilliant debut on the battlefield. It's a pity. Zhang Zhe sighed, then glanced at everyone present and said, "Have you all received the news that a third of the Tor's defense line has been breached?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the previously relaxed meeting room suddenly became tense. Someone said coldly, "Those bastards actually launched an attack ahead of schedule this time. It seems that the frequency of the war is about to escalate again." Li Keiming said, "After all, war is not child's play. The situation changes every day, which is normal. But this is bad news for these fledglings. The war will break out in a month at most, or half a month at least. Their strength will probably be severely lacking by then. Should we cancel their war quota for this year?" This viewpoint has been raised by a high-level official. Many people nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable, but others felt that the students at Xintian University were not so fragile. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the master of witchcraft, who was in charge. The shaman had anticipated this question and said, "Getting them into the battlefield early to hone their skills may not be a bad thing. As for their strength, we can streamline the training process, start the subsequent stages earlier, and try to even out the time." Looking at Long Yi, Master Wu Zhang said, "Long Yi, you'll be in charge of the Thor's training camp. Inform them that the combat drills will start ahead of schedule and they'll arrive tonight. Begin preparations immediately." Long Yi replied solemnly, "Yes." The secret area of 10,000 Bones Cave. Xian Yuan Haohan and his companions could no longer tolerate Chen Kailing and finally decided to hunt ferocious beasts in the deeper, gold forging level area. And not long after they left. "Congratulations, host. The heavenly sword has been upgraded to silver grade, level 4, and its sword slashing power has increased. Sword Slash releases 14 enhanced sword energies, 4 of which are attribute boosting current attribute boost, bleeding. Battle, 182. Speed, 69. After a day of intense hunting and some kill stealing, Chen Kailing advanced. At my current level of enhancement, my combat stats can only be increased by one more level to be on par with a regular 9-star silver alchemy rank. With the added attribute power, I can face a 9-star silver level opponent head-on without having to draw my sword and use a slash. With the added power of the sword draw slash, Chen Kailing was confident that he could face the forged gold level head-on without using heavenly judgment. Boss, isn't your leveling speed a bit too fast? I've only just reached the 8th star of the silver refining level. Lin Yuan, who was standing to the side, looked bitter upon learning that Chen Kailing had leveled up again. There was no way around it. Chen Kailing's level and combat power were seriously mismatched, giving him a far greater advantage in gaining experience than the others. "It's alright, your silver refining level 8 stars isn't low either," Chen Kailing patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and comforted him. Lin Yuan sighed and said, "So, should we still try to take their heads?" Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and said, "Why not rob us of free, cheap labor?" Not long after he finished speaking, a mechanical voice came from the bracelet. "Notice, all trainees are to proceed to the combat zone immediately. All training is now concluded. Repeat, all trainees, please proceed to the combat zone immediately. Training is now complete." Upon hearing the voice from inside the bracelet, Chen Kailing and Lin Yuan frowned. "What happened? Is there another urgent mission?" Lin Yuan asked in surprise. Chen Kailing shook his head, "I don't know, we'll find out when we get there." Combat zone. All the trainees who arrived were completely bewildered, not knowing why the situation was so urgent. Xian Yuan Haohan and the others were even more displeased. They had just entered the territory of the forging gold level ferocious beast and hadn't even started when they returned. In front of the crowd, The shaman and the dragon squad stood there quietly, their gazes solemn, and the aura they exuded made everyone unconsciously tense. Is everyone here? Master Wu Zhang asked Long Yi. Long Yi looked at Long Wu, and after Long Wu nodded, he replied, everyone's here. Good. The master of witchcraft nodded, took a few steps forward, his gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a serious voice. Gentlemen, the situation has changed. At 2:30 this morning, the Ghostly Beast Legion launched an attack on the northwestern defense line of Torres Canyon. At 12:21 today, the northwestern defense line was declared to have fallen. At 12:35, the 3rd Regiment of our school's garrison launched a counterattack on the defense line and is still in the midst of a fierce battle. The news came as a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's pupils to contract in disbelief. What's going on? Has the war started ahead of schedule? Wasn't it supposed to be over 2 months away? These damned beasts. It's only been less than a month since the last war. Thor City is right behind Thor Canyon, which is my girlfriend's hometown. Will there be any problems? The crowd suddenly became noisy. Everyone thought they had at least 2 more months to train before entering the battlefield, but they didn't expect things to happen so suddenly. Everyone, the battlefield is not a murder mystery game. Events will not happen at a set time. Since things have already happened, we have to respond accordingly. There will be no changes to the number of personnel entering the battlefield, but we will start some combat training ahead of schedule. Now, you have 1 hour to pack your things. In 1 hour, the Flying Dragon Squad and I will take you into the training camp in Thomas Canyon to begin combat training. Everyone, disperse. After the shaman master finished speaking, everyone hurriedly left. We're going to the battlefield training camp already? I'm not ready yet, Lin Yuan said nervously. War training camps, as the name suggests, are environments that allow everyone to quickly adapt to the battlefield. Chen Kailing comforted him, it's alright, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll adapt. Phew, that makes sense. Those damned beasts, I'll deal with them when I get my hands on them, Lin Yuan nodded, his eyes gleaming. After all, the ultimate goal of all mediums is to fight for the rise of humanity. Even now, large swaths of territory are still under the control of ferocious beasts. Those are all precious treasures belonging to humankind. Everyone acted quickly, and an hour later, not a single person was missing. Are you scared? Chen Kailing looked at Xia Yuning in the queue and asked softly. Xia Yuning shook her head and said, the mission of a spirit weapon girl is to go to the battlefield to hunt ferocious beasts. There is no such thing as being afraid. After saying that, Xia Yuning leaned closer to Chen Kailing and whispered, if you're scared, you can hold my hand. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, who said I'm scared? It's you who's scared. Smack. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Yuning took his hand and stared at him with her bright, sparkling eyes. Yes, I'm scared. Chapter 52 Tor's base, Chen Kailing was set up by Capital. Xia Yuning's expression remained calm, but this contrasting cuteness caused Chen Kailing's heart rate to soar. Boss, line up. Lin Yuan called out from the side. Ah, okay, Chen Kailing said, clearing his throat. Let's go, we need to get on the teleportation array. The two held hands and walked towards the teleportation array. Torres Canyon. As one of the most important strategic locations in the northwest region of Great Xia, it has always been under the direct command of the Shantian University's Legion. As one of the 4 top universities in the entire Great Xia dynasty, the Divine Sky Legion possesses the most advanced combat power, and in terms of talent reserves, it is second only to the military academies directly under the 4 legions. Meanwhile, the training base in Torres Canyon also undertakes training tasks for the entire Kanda University. At this moment, outside the training base, the teleportation array glowed, and batches of students stepped out from it. Is this the Torres Canyon? It doesn't look like a place where a war has broken out. Are you crazy? This is a training base. If the ferocious beasts have already attacked here, it won't be us coming, but rather Legion-level combat forces from other areas. The newly arrived trainees were filled with curiosity about the battlefield, but all they could see were steel buildings that seemed no different from other buildings within the school. At this moment, standing outside the teleportation array was a colonel dressed in the uniform of the Divine Heaven Legion. The officer ignored the group of students, only approaching them when he saw the Flying Dragon Squad and the Witchmaster. Colonel Wu Zhang, Captain Long Yi, the officer saluted. The shaman and Long Yi both saluted. Is everything arranged at the training base? If it is, we can start the trial training today. The sorcerer glanced into the distance, then looked at the officer before him and gave him instructions. Remember, time waits for no one. Your mission is to get them adapted to the battlefield in the shortest possible time. Not a minute can be wasted. Report, everything is ready and we can begin at any time, the officer replied with a salute. Master Wu Zhang nodded and then asked, what is the current situation of the battle? Is the command post located in the east or the north? Report, Donnie, would you like me to take you there? No need, you just need to take care of these students. Long Yi will cooperate with you, Master Wu Zhang instructed before walking eastward. Seeing that Master Wu Zhang had left, many students looked on with confusion. Are they just going to ignore all of them? Everyone, line up. Just then, the officer's cold gaze swept over everyone, and a chilling aura swept over them. The chaotic discussion immediately ceased. Everyone, wait where you are. Officers from your respective areas will come to pick you up shortly. After that, all your practical training will be the responsibility of the officer you are assigned to. Do you understand? The officer's voice was deafening. Understood. Everyone responded unconsciously, with exceptional energy. Even Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning experienced this feeling, unique to the battlefield, for the first time. My heart was pounding with excitement, but I was also a little nervous. 5 minutes later, a burly officer drove up at high speed, stopped, and strode over. Battalion Commander Xia, how many heads? The officer replied, 194, you get 40. The burly lieutenant's brow furrowed and his eyes widened, 40? My goodness, that's a lot. The officer frowned, you're the first to choose and you have a problem with that? Then you stand there and wait for them to finish choosing. Whatever's left is what you get. Upon hearing this, the burly lieutenant immediately said, no need, I'll choose. As the burly lieutenant's gaze swept over them, everyone's hearts tightened. Is there any information? I'd like to know at least their combat strength, the burly lieutenant asked tentatively. The school officer did not respond. Then, can I directly pick the top 40 on the heavenly ranking? The burly lieutenant asked with a grin. The officer squinted and began to count down, 3. Choose. I'll choose. The burly lieutenant immediately began to muster his men. Those ranked 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 on the heavenly ranking, step forward. The rest, those at silver refining level 7 and above, step forward. I'll pick them. You, and you, come with me. After selecting half of the top 10 combatants and some others who caught his eye, the robust lieutenant left. Soon, another lieutenant arrived. After learning the situation, he couldn't help but spit out, damn it, they've let that muscle brain eat the good stuff. Those ranked 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th on the heavenly ranking, step forward. Those at the silver refining level of 7 stars or above, step forward. The second lieutenant once again selected a group of top combatants, and this time, Lin Yuan, as an 8th-star silver level alchemist, was among them. Boss, it looks like we can't be on the same team anymore, Lin Yuan frowned. Chen Kailing shrugged and said, wherever you are training, it's still training. After saying goodbye to Lin Yuan, Chen Kailing was also waiting for the officer position he was assigned. Next, 2 more officers arrived and selected some members again, leaving only more than 30 people behind. All of these people are not even at the 7th level of the silver refining stage, and Chen Kailing's 4th level of the silver refining stage is at the very bottom. The crowd waited and waited, for nearly half an hour, but no one came. TSK, that guy, the officer ahead frowned, took out his phone, dialed a number, and then roared angrily. Yang Qinshin, where the hell have you been? Don't you know what mission this is? You have 5 minutes, or you'll lose a month's salary. For a moment, everyone was a little skeptical. I heard that the training here is also divided into levels. The stronger the supervising officer, the more resources you can be allocated. That's right. A cowardly soldier is a coward, and a cowardly general makes a whole bunch of cowards. It sounds like our commander isn't very reliable. What's the panic? Isn't Chen Kailing here too? He was also left behind. Shouldn't we be paying close attention to him? As the crowd was whispering amongst themselves, a loud voice rang out, who gave you permission to speak? If you keep this up, all of you, get back here. Everyone fell silent. 4.5 minutes later. A short man with a scarred face and an empty eye, dressed in military uniform with loose collar and sleeves, walked over. That's all, right? The man yawned, glanced at Chen Kailing and the others, then waved his hand and said, then come with me. Yang Qinshin, remember this is your last chance. If you're still like this. Before leaving, the officer said this meaningfully. However, the man did not seem to hear or respond. The officer watched the man's retreating figure for a long time before sighing and taking out everyone's information. Chen Kailing's battle record was prominently displayed on the first page. I've reserved my best talent for you, Chen Kailing. I hope he can awaken your dormant ambition. On their way to the dormitory, they saw Xian Yuanhan and the others, all dressed in military uniforms, looking spirited as they walked toward the steel building. At this moment, seeing that the man didn't seem stern, one of the trainees mustered up his courage and said, "Sir, what is that steel building for?" Yang Qinshin yawned and said, "Oh, there's equipment inside that allows your consciousness to enter a slice of the battlefield, giving you an immersive experience and helping you adapt better." "Wow, this is amazing. Will we all get to experience it later?" the student asked with anticipation. "Wait a minute." Yang Qinshin pointed to the sky and said, "It's getting dark. Let's go to sleep and talk about it tomorrow." Chapter 53 S-rank War Slice, Dark Ruins. Everyone initially thought Yang Qinshin was joking, but to their surprise, after leading them to the large dormitory, Yang Qinshin actually stopped paying attention to them altogether. The first night passed just like that. The next day. "Damn it, I just went out to relieve myself and ran into Xian Yuan Hao Han and his group. My friend told me they did practical training all night last night. Furthermore, I've heard that our practical training scores greatly affect the pass rate, and that 3S rank evaluations in practical training are a strict requirement to become a team leader." A student rushed into the dormitory, his face full of anxiety. Upon hearing this, the others also became anxious. "Looks like our luck isn't so good," Chen Kailing said, looking at Xia Yuning. He also sensed something was wrong. "No, we need to go find our superior. We must begin the practical training as soon as possible. If he continues to drag his feet like this, we'll go to the sorcerer and demand a change of command." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. "Change the commander? Do you need my advice?" "Oh, no need, we..." The man suddenly stiffened and turned to look at the door. Yang Qinshin and his magical artifact girl walked in. The dormitory suddenly fell silent. However, Yang Qinshin didn't seem to care. He simply said, "Put on your uniforms and let's go. We're off to training." Seeing that Yang Qinshin didn't seem to care, everyone felt relieved. The training base building is like an iron fortress. Just swipe your student ID at the turnstile. As long as you're inside the Torsky Air Base, a Kanda University student ID is equivalent to a military ID. As Yang Qinshin spoke, he swiped his ID card to pass through the gate. Curious, everyone swiped their ID cards, and when they saw that the gate actually opened, they couldn't help but feel excited. Upon entering the building, the group followed Yang Qinshin directly to the ground floor. 10 underground floors, sealed off by a huge iron door. Yang Qinshin reached out and placed her hand on the iron gate, and the infrared scanner began to scan. "Beep permission confirmed, Yang Qinshin, captain of the Nirvana squad. Welcome to the S-level war scenario Dark Night Ruins. Please note the training time." Rumble. The door opened, revealing a vast space where 50 capsules were neatly arranged. "I originally wanted you to enter the SSS level war scenario, but I don't have enough permissions, so please bear with me," Yang Qinshin said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "It's over. We're already at a disadvantage from the start. Xian Yuan Haohan and his group are probably facing an SSS level war scenario. Well, since we're already here, let's try to get as many ratings as possible." The group murmured and discussed amongst themselves. Following Yang Qinshin's instructions, they then entered the capsule. Inside the capsule, which was 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, Chen Kailing lay down first, followed by Xia Yuning lying down beside him. After the hatch closed, several mechanical needles were inserted into the two people's bodies, and at the same time, a blue beam of light scanned from top to bottom. Rank, Silver Refining Grade, 6 stars. Combat Strength Assessment in progress. Combat Power Level, Silver Refining Grade 9 stars, Gold Refining Grade 1 star. Overall Evaluation Position, Vice Captain of the Middle Blocker Squad. A mechanical voice echoed in their minds, and the next second, everything went black before Chen Kailing and the other person's eyes as their thoughts gradually sank into the virtual world. Just 2 minutes after everyone entered the capsule, a figure rushed in. "Yang Qinshin. Are you crazy? How dare you skip 4 levels DCBA and bring them into the S-level war slice? If I gave you the authority of a commander, would you dare to take them directly to an SSS level unit?" Xia Dongsheng roared. In his opinion, Yang Qinshin was simply insane, sending a group of fledglings who had never been on the battlefield directly into S-level war slices. You should know that in normal training, the highest level you can achieve is A. Even some veterans can't withstand an S-level war slice. As for the other teams, in order to adapt, they even competed to occupy the simplest D-level slices. In the face of war, what distinction is there between ranks? Yang Chen said calmly. Besides, the ones I was left with were the worst batch. They weren't even qualified to go to the battlefield, were they? I used to think that as long as you have the passion to protect your country, talent doesn't matter. But as you can see, of the 9 members of the Nirvana squad, only I am left standing here talking to you. Yang Qinshin clutched his military uniform, his gaze unfocused, and said, the weak should face reality as soon as possible. Xia Dongxing's eyes were filled with complex emotions, but then his resolve hardened. He pointed to the 50 capsules and said, Yang Qinshin, since that's the case, do you dare to make a bet with me? If anyone inside can survive this war segment and get an S-level rating, you must personally guide them in the subsequent training and combat missions. Yang Qinshin glanced at him and said, what if they all give up? What do you want? Retired from the military. It's a deal. Yang Qinshin didn't think she would lose at all. The Dark Knight Ruins, this slice of war, was one of the more brutal among S-level sites. Xia Dongsheng, without hesitation, went to the central control building to prepare for observation. Resource scheduling in progress. In harmony with the mind. The world has successfully integrated. Please note that the war slice you are experiencing is an S-level Dark Knight Ruins. Background: 20 years ago, on a night when the Flying Giant Beast clan destroyed the Zhongshan War defense line and attacked Zhongshan City, carrying out a 3-hour massacre. What you need to do: complete the basic tasks and the unexpected tasks under the subsequent large model analysis. After the mechanical voice ended, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning opened their eyes. Upon closer inspection, he found himself inside a bunker on a plain battlefield. Ah! Xia Yuning's exclamation came, and Chen Kailing looked down and saw 3 or 5 corpses lying beside him. In an instant, even Chen Kailing felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, a powerful voice resounded in my mind. Comrade Chen Kailing, your unit's mission is to guard the Baya River for 3 days. Within 3 days, you must not allow any ferocious beast to cross the Baya River. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing realized that this must be the mission of these team members in his location. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a stopwatch is beeping on the table, and the screen is counting down. 11 minutes and 59 seconds. Is there still almost 12 hours left? Chen Kailing put away his stopwatch and walked out of the watchtower. But when he stepped out of the watchtower, the scene before him and Xia Yuning froze them in place. On the desolate, blood-red plain, and on the mountain ridges on both sides, there were corpses everywhere, some human, some ferocious beasts. Less than 20 meters away from the watchtower, there is a river, which should be the White Duck River. But now the Baya River has become a river of blood, with corpses and severed limbs piled up in the riverbed, and starving people everywhere. Even though she knew in her heart that this was just a virtual world, Chen Kailing still felt depressed and sad. Seeing so many human corpses for the first time, his body instinctively felt somewhat uncomfortable. Roar! Just then, the roars of ferocious beasts came from the opposite bank of the river. Chen Kailing looked over and was dumbfounded. On the other side, dozens of huge ferocious beasts were charging towards them recklessly. Chapter 54. 12 hours later, a powerful beast squad attacks. Each of these ferocious beasts resembled a bear, exuding immense power, standing at least 4 meters tall, with eyes filled with a blood-red light. Chen Kailing narrowed his eyes slightly. The blood giant bear is a powerful, ferocious beast, a representative creature from textbooks. It possesses combat stats far exceeding those of other beasts of the same level, as well as extremely strong magic resistance, making it incredibly difficult to kill. Judging from their levels, the dozen or so ferocious beasts in front of him were all around the 7th or 8th level of the silver refining stage, which was not difficult for Chen Kailing at his current level. Yuning, it's time to begin our first mission, Chen Kailing said, glancing sideways at Xia Yuning with a slight smile. No problem, let us fight then. Xia Yuning took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening. Although this is a virtual slice of war, it is the first time the two of them have stepped onto the battlefield. The next moment, Chen Kailing gripped the heavenly sword, and a powerful sword aura erupted instantly, crossing the White Duck River and slashing down on numerous ferocious beasts. As the number of sword energies increased, so did their momentum. Those sword energies formed lines like laser beams from fighter jets. Swish, swish, swish. Sword energies struck the giant blood bears, instantly causing their wounds to burst open and blood to splatter across the ground. At this moment, on the top floor of the steel building, in the central control room, The soldier responsible for closely monitoring the trainees noticed the unusual progress in the dark ruins and said, "Report, a trainee has broken the trajectory." Just as the person in charge of the central control room was about to go forward to check, he heard the sound of the door opening. Looking up, I was surprised to see Xia Dongsheng. "Battalion Commander Xia." The person in charge immediately saluted, and the other soldiers also stood up and saluted. "Show me the dark ruins on the main screen," Chen Kailing seen, immediately. The soldier was taken aback. Wasn't this the same student who had just broken the trajectory? He immediately did as he was told. Yes. Xia Dongxing kept his eyes on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Kailing had dealt with the attack in less than 5 minutes. As expected of the key points highlighted by Colonel Wu Zhang, it puts my mind at ease quite a bit. The soldier then asked, "Sir, this trainee has broken the historical record." Historically, White Duck River's defenses were breached by Blood Giant Bear at 11:58 in the countdown. The student has now dealt with all the Blood Giant Bears. Shall we issue an emergency mission? Xia Dongxing shook his head. No need, let him continue to hold the fort. The mission is not over yet, let's wait and see how he performs. The person in charge frowned and said. But, if I remember correctly, about half an hour after the Blood Giant Bear broke through the defense line, 2 special forces companies of ferocious beasts will enter the White Duck River area. If we don't transfer him from the scene, isn't the assessment too harsh on him? Normally, for someone of his level, successfully holding off the Blood Giant Bear's attack in the first wave would already be quite good. Xia Dongxing shook his head. It's not enough. It's good enough for others, but not enough for him. By this time, Chen Kailing had finished dealing with all the Blood Giant Bears and had wandered around the area. Among some of the piles of corpses, he found some still usable light electromagnetic cannons, which were the most powerful standard weapons in the sentry tower camps on the battlefield. In addition, he also found a box of recovery potions, berserk potions, and some talisman items inside the watchtower. These were materials that hadn't been used up when the watchtower camp fell, and now Chen Kailing was able to use them. Defending for 12 hours is still quite difficult, but with these things, it becomes much simpler. Chen Kailing smiled slightly and handed a recovery potion to Xia Yuning. Drink one first, there won't be time if a fight breaks out. Okay, Xia Yuning took it and drank it all in one gulp. Chen Kailing was right. Just as the two of them drank the potion, layers of dust suddenly fell from above, and the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The two men's pupils narrowed as they looked out of the watchtower. On the other side of the White Duck River, a large number of ferocious beasts were marching in formation towards them, representing various species. In the sky, there were icebird beasts exuding an aura of ice, and on the ground, there were giant blood bears that stood like meat shields. Further back, there are the agile crimson serpent and the venomous scorpion, who is proficient in magic. Their abilities are too comprehensive. This must be a special forces unit of ferocious beasts. Chen Kailing's gaze became more serious. Within this group of ferocious beasts, every single one was at the 8th level of the silver refining stage. The Blood Giant Bear at the front possessed an exceptionally strong aura, vaguely approaching the threshold of the gold refining stage. If Chen Kailing wasn't mistaken, then it should be the ferocious beast leading this company. We serve wine to guests and artillery to enemies. Let's give them a few electromagnetic cannon shots first. Chen Kailing strode out of the watchtower, stood in front of the electromagnetic cannon, and pressed the launch button without hesitation. The previous electromagnetic railguns had all been tested and were ready to use. With a loud bang, the once orderly ferocious beast squadron instantly scattered, and several of the venomous scorpions at the rear became corpses on the spot. The surging current exploded like a waterfall, and the enormous impact spread in all directions. Above their heads, the icebird beasts let out sharp cries, about to spew out icy swords, when Chen Kailing directly unleashed a sword slash, the fierce sword energy slashing towards the sky and landing on them. Sizzle! Each sword strike inflicted a bleeding effect on the enemies. In an instant, dozens of swords were unleashed. Chen Kailing remained expressionless, simply continuing to swing his sword. Soon, almost every icebird beast was inflicted with the bleeding effect, and on the other side of the river, a light rain of blood began. Roar! The company's leader, the Blood Giant Bear, roared and began issuing commands. One after another, the Crimson Peak snakes crossed the White Duck River and charged towards Chen Kailing. Whoosh! The sword energy surged forth, striking out with unparalleled brilliance. The Crimson Peak serpents showed no fear, attempting to dodge with their agile bodies. But they soon realized they were wrong. The sword energy directly locked onto them, and not a single strike missed. The speed and venom of the red-horned snake are terrifying. Clumsy mediums are almost helpless against them, and after being bitten, they either need to be injected with antidote serum immediately or die. However, these Crimson Peak serpents were truly helpless against Chen Keiling's unavoidable sword strikes. Sizzle! All the red peak snakes were killed before they could cross the White Duck River, their corpses piling up in the river and adding a touch of blood to the water. Roar! The lead blood bear charged in at that moment, its massive fist crashing down, but Chen Keiling dodged it with a step back. Boom! With a twist of its fist, the blood giant bear smashed a nearby electromagnetic cannon to pieces. Quite intelligent, but unfortunately not very useful. Chen Keiling stopped in his tracks, assumed a sword-wielding stance, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Draw your sword and strike. The next instant, a dazzling sword flashed in the blood-red world, cleaving the giant blood bear in two at the waist. The power boost from leveling up was particularly noticeable at this moment. Having lost their leader, the remaining ferocious beasts stood frozen in place, and after a long while, they completely lost their will to fight and tried to escape. Trying to escape? Have you asked my sword first? Chapter 55, you were tasked with guarding the garrison, but you killed all the enemy soldiers? This formidable fighting power caught not only the remaining ferocious beasts off guard, but even Xia Dongsheng, who was prepared, was slightly astonished by the scene. This kid looks gentle and refined, but he's no slouch when it comes to fighting. Especially that sword strike, which instantly killed the leader of the blood giant bear, was something he hadn't expected. But this was only the beginning of Chen Keiling's slaughter. Now, Chen Keiling, with a sword in his right hand and a box full of medicine in his left, crossed the White Duck River and charged towards the fleeing ferocious beasts. Wait, what's this kid up to? Let him hold the line while he launches a counterattack? Xia Dongsheng was stunned. The person in charge said angrily. Nonsense. This is treating a general's order like a child's game. If this were a real battlefield, and his impulsiveness delayed the battle, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to stop him from losing. Xia Dongsheng glanced at him and said. What's the rush? A general in the field may not obey orders. If he really tries to break through the White Duck River camp, it will only attract the firepower of the nearby ferocious beasts. But battalion commander, he all alone, the person in charge, was stunned. Wasn't Xia Dongsheng the one who hated soldiers who disobeyed orders the most? Just because he's alone, do you expect him to face an organized attack? Xia Dongsheng glanced at him. This. Alright, bring up that half-dead Yang Qinshin downstairs. Yes. Chen Keiling's sword energy hunted down the group of ferocious beasts that were fleeing in all directions, which was quite easy, since the opponents didn't even know how to counterattack or defend. Compared to the human race's spirit of fighting to the death, the ferocious beasts only follow their instincts and will flee immediately once they feel fear. When they meet on a narrow path, the human race will surely emerge victorious. Laugh. With the death of the last ferocious beast, Chen Keiling had already run a mile in pursuit. Have we strayed out of our mission area? Xia Yuning's voice came through. According to orders, we should be guarding the watchtower. Chen Keiling said, there's only one spirit medium left. It would be foolish for us to continue guarding the watchtower. Since we're outnumbered, we should fight guerrilla warfare instead of positional warfare. You're saying I'm stupid? I'm stupid. For the next period of time, Chen Keiling continued to fight a guerrilla war in the vicinity. Although a few ferocious beasts would attack from time to time, they were not very strong. To be honest, they are far less powerful than the previous offensive. What are these ferocious beasts up to? Could it be that they're brewing something big? Chen Keiling frowned. Should we continue with guerrilla tactics? Xia Yuning asked. Chen Keiling pondered, in that case, let's continue forward. If we can find the habitat of the ferocious beasts and hunt them all down, we can solve the problem once and for all. If we simply eliminate the beast strongholds outside the White Duck River, then the White Duck River will naturally be safe. We can give it a try, Xia Yuning agreed with this crazy idea. As the two continued forward, after walking 2 miles, the previously narrow terrain suddenly opened up. In the middle of that plain, there suddenly appeared a ferocious beast stronghold. The stronghold was simple, with only a few ditches dug out. Moreover, there are not many ferocious beasts inside at most, only one company remains, and they are currently resting. Shall we go? Superior. Without hesitation, Chen Keiling used his human size to infiltrate the base. There isn't even a sentry. This outpost is incredibly rudimentary. Even after Chen Keiling had entered the depths of the camp, no ferocious beasts discovered him, which made him sigh with admiration. Little did he know that, in the eyes of the ferocious beasts in this encampment, the White Duck River had already been captured, so there was no need for sentries. The original sentries have been sent to Baya River to confirm the situation. They are the same group that Chen Kailing killed on the way. At this moment, in the center of the camp, a huge blood bear leader was taking a nap, its snoring deafening. Judging from its massive size of over 6 meters and its steel-like skin, it has already reached the forged gold level. However, it was clearly impossible to launch a direct sneak attack on this giant blood bear, as several guards were lying around it. Since a sneak attack was impossible, Chen Kailing didn't say much. He directly drank a recovery potion and a berserk potion, drew his blade, and launched a frontal attack. The berserk potion's effect is to temporarily increase strength by 130% at the cost of subsequent exhaustion, making it a powerful potion for short-term combat. Now, the brilliance of Chen Kailing's sword instantly awakened all the ferocious beasts in the camp. The ferocious beasts awoke from their slumber, their pupils filled with confusion. What's going on? Have humans attacked? How is that possible? When the ferocious beasts saw that Chen Kailing was alone, they all roared in anger. How dare someone trespass on our territory? They really don't know the meaning of death. The Blood Bear leader's guards were the first to rush over, raising their enormous fists high before slamming them down. Laugh. However, Chen Kailing's sword was faster, directly blinding it and severing its neck before it could react. Bang! At this moment, the blood giant bear, at the forging gold level, awoke to find that a human had come to challenge its authority, and that human was not even at the forging gold level. Enraged, it charged forward like a giant tank, each step crushing the ground. Boom! As their fists and swords clashed, Chen Kailing immediately felt a tremendous impact, which made his hands go numb and caused him to stagger backward. Roar! Seeing that Chen Kailing had been easily defeated, the other ferocious beasts stopped their attack and began to cheer for their leader. In their eyes, Chen Kailing had already become a corpse. Whoosh! Chen Kailing stopped and charged forward again, unleashing one sword strike after another. The terrifying sword energy left bloody marks on the blood giant bear's body, but the blood giant bear did not retreat at all. Instead, it threw a punch, and a huge force gathered like a vortex. But just as it threw that punch, the entire bear froze. It felt the amplification power of its own bloodline completely disappear in that instant. The absolute suppression of the Heavenly Sword's Heavenly Judgment skill is terrifying. Under Heavenly Judgment, all beings are equal. Having lost the amplification of its bloodline power, the blood giant bear directly withstood Chen Kailing's sword drawing slash. After drawing his sword and slashing, Chen Kailing unleashed more than a dozen sword strikes in one go, and hundreds of sword energies forcefully severed the head of the blood giant bear. The nearby ferocious beasts were stunned. The next moment, Chen Kailing turned his gaze to the surrounding ferocious beasts. The leader had been killed, so could the remaining underlings still have any fighting power? An hour later, Chen Kailing was covered in blood, having spent a great deal of time chasing these ferocious beasts. With the last blood giant bear fleeing in panic to the White Duck River, where it was killed by Chen Kailing with a single sword strike, Chen Kailing's mission was completely completed. Outside the White Duck River, the entire stronghold of the ferocious beasts has been wiped out. As long as there are no reinforcements, the White Duck River will no longer be in danger of falling. Inside the steel building, everything Chen Kailing did on the screen stunned everyone in the control room. Yang Qianxin, in particular, was completely stunned. Chapter 56. The seedlings are too top-notch. Yang Qianxin can no longer afford to give up. A student at the Silver Refining Level 4 annihilated the entire territory of several hundred ferocious beasts, the weakest of which were at least Silver Refining Level 8. Yang Qianxin calmed down for a long time before gritting her teeth and looking at Xia Dongsheng. You set me up? It's obvious to anyone with a brain that with such top-tier combat power, there's no reason why the other captains wouldn't choose them. There's only one possibility that this could be left for him. Chen Kailing was detained and specifically given to him. What do you mean by scheme? You put it so harshly. Those 4 guys didn't even choose themselves. Who would have thought that a mere 4th-star Silver Refining level kid would have such terrifying strength? Xia Dongsheng smiled slightly. So, do you think his rating for this battle deserves an S rank? Yang Qianxin remained silent. Not only did they hold their ground, they also wiped out the enemy's base in one fell swoop, greatly slowing down the enemy's pace in the war zone. Let alone an S-level rating, even an SS-level rating is very possible. Report, a soldier reported at that moment, there are no suitable emergency missions at this point in time. What should we do? Xia Dongsheng raised an eyebrow. Alright, there are no complete records of the Dark Knight Ruins war slice, so the large model data is not prepared. This kid broke the record for an S-level war slice in just 2 hours. After a sigh, Xiao Dongxing said, then let him wander around and see the real battlefield. Also, speed up the time flow a bit. After all, it's a virtual world, and the speed of consciousness flow can be controlled, but there still needs to be a limit, otherwise it's easy to suffer nerve damage. Yes. Notice, you have received a sudden mission. Please follow the map route to the following 4 locations. After resting in the watchtower for half an hour, Chen Keiling's mission was refreshed, and the timer stopped ticking. Does this mean the White Duck River is no longer under threat? After thinking for a moment, Chen Keiling stood up, patted his butt, and said, let's go then. We're going to 4 places in one go, and who knows how many battles we'll have to fight. Following the route, Chen Keiling soon arrived at a hill at the foot of the Kangnang Mountain. The moment he stood there, a massive fighting force appeared before him in his unobstructed view, a sight that instantly shocked Chen Keiling. Humans and ferocious beasts clashed, blood and flesh mingled, and the battlefield was like a giant meat grinder, shredding all life within it into dust. At that moment, Chen Keiling fully understood the cruelty of war. Just as he was about to make a move and rush into the battlefield, he suddenly discovered that he and Xia Yuning were unable to use their magical weapons. Does this mean I'm only allowed to observe? Chen Keiling was stunned for a moment, then guessed everything. They wanted him to understand the real battlefield as an eyewitness. In the following time, Chen Keiling went to the remaining 3 locations. The last place is Zhongshan City. This place was once prosperous and thriving, but just now, humanity lost on the battlefield, and a city of millions of people was destroyed in an instant. Screams filled the air, corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. Under the onslaught of the ferocious beast army, everything was so fragile. Attention, you have completed the emergency mission. The war slice evaluation is in progress. Congratulations, you have received a rating of 1056 SS level. You are about to exit the consciousness space. Please close your eyes. Chen Keiling opened his eyes and saw that the capsule had been opened. After he and Xia Yuning got up, he felt a little dizzy and reached out to press his head. The flow of time is different in virtual space, which will put extra pressure on your nerves. It's normal to feel dizzy, and it will be fine in a few minutes. At this moment, a voice came. It was Yang Qinshin and his magical artifact girl. Yes, thank you, sir, Chen Keiling nodded in response. However, at this moment, Chen Keiling noticed that Yang Qinshin's face was full of black lines, while his magical artifact girl seemed somewhat excited. What's going on? What happened? I've seen your information. You've been awakened for less than a month, right? Yang Qinshin asked. Chen Keiling nodded, yes. Tisk, Xia Dongxing actually didn't lie to me, Yang Qinshin sighed softly, feeling even more emotional. Such a top-notch prospect, and that bastard just dumped him on me like that. How am I supposed to just give up now? Come with me. Yang Chen thought to himself as he walked towards the door. Where are these trainees? Chen Keiling glanced around. The other trainees were still engrossed in the war slice. Oh, their mission progress and time flow are slower than yours. The mission will take at least another 10 hours, so don't tell them where you're going next, Yang Qinshin said as he walked outside. Is this some kind of special treatment for me? Chen Keiling raised an eyebrow, exchanged a glance with Xia Yuning, and immediately followed. Behind the steel building. This is a small steel building. After Yang Qinshin swiped her ID and walked through the turnstile, she looked at Chen Keiling. The access level required here is quite high. Don't leave. Give me your student ID so I can register. Good. Chen Keiling took out his student ID, handed it to Yang Qinshin, and watched her enter the building. Hey, isn't this Chen Keiling? What are you doing here instead of doing combat training? While Chen Keiling was waiting, several people came out of the building. They were Xian Yuanhan and his group. The speaker was Wang Huai. Although he and Xian Yuanhan were not on the same team, they were now able to keep up, indicating that they were progressing at the same pace. You guys must have won the lottery. Why are you so excited? Chen Keiling asked, raising an eyebrow. Wang Huai chuckled and raised his head, saying, let me tell you, Xian Yuan and I have been cultivating in the B-level spirit domain and have already reached the threshold of the forging gold level. And you don't yet have the cultivation privileges for the spirit realm, do you? Before long, the gap between us will only widen. We've heard that your captain wasn't prepared to give you any proper guidance at all. Xian Yuan Haohan also looked at Chen Keiling and said calmly, if I were you, I would still be able to find Master Wozhang to change the captain in time. No need, Chen Keiling refused. Xian Yuan Haohan frowned and said, there will be a live fire exercise in 3 days, are you aware of that? Chen Kailing asked in surprise, a real combat simulation? So your captain didn't mention it after all? There will be individual and doubles battles. This will be our final assessment, Wang Huai said with a smile. Putting aside individual matches, in doubles matches you can only choose from within the same team. Do you have any decent players on your team? Wang Huai laughed. Xian Yuan Haohan said calmly. Alright, let's go. We don't have time to waste on him. We need to hurry up and move on to the next piece of the war. That's right, you can continue shopping here. After saying that, Xian Yuan Haohan and the others left. Nearly 10 minutes after they left, Yang Chenxin came out and handed the student ID to Chen Kailing. Applying for an S-level domain is quite troublesome and took a bit more time. Come on, let me show you the most cutting-edge upgrade technology in the entire Great Xia. Chapter 57 Hidden Mechanism, Leveling Up Like a Cheat Code. The Spirit Realm possesses the ability to help people quickly break through bottlenecks, and of course, it also has the most basic spiritual energy supply. On the way, Yang Chenxin said. Chen Kailing asked in confusion, powered by spiritual energy? But shouldn't normal spiritual energy be obtained from ferocious beasts? That's right, but this is a battlefield. Do you think we need more ferocious beast corpses? Yang Chenxin replied. Chen Kailing's pupils contracted, could it be? That's right. Thanks to the latest technology, we have retained the experience of those ferocious beasts and will replenish our ranks with at least one master-level ferocious beast every month. It's more than enough for you students. As Yang Chenxin spoke, the two arrived at a secret room. Pushing open the door, a white, shimmering world appeared before their eyes. Just go in and comprehend it. How much your realm improves depends on your own destiny. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning walked away. The moment he entered, Chen Kailing felt a surge of spiritual energy swirling around his body. How should one gain insights? Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Never mind, let's try the spirit weapon armed state, Chen Kailing said, and he and Xia Yuning entered armed state. The moment Chen Kailing obtained the heavenly sword, he felt a massive influx of spiritual energy into his body. It seemed that he didn't need to comprehend it much at all. The spiritual energy entered his body on its own. Congratulations, host. The heavenly sword has been upgraded to silver refining grade, level 5, and its sword slash ability has increased. Sword slash releases 15 enhanced sword energies, 5 of which are attribute boosting bleeding. Please add immediately. Battle 190. Speed 77. Less than half an hour later, Chen Kailing had already leveled up. This terrifying speed of advancement left Yang Chenxin, who was outside, completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Leveling up without any enlightenment? How is that any different from cheating? Wait. I seem to have heard that some extremely talented students trigger a hidden mechanism after entering the spirit realm. Just how talented is he? While Yang Chen was still in shock, Chen Kailing continued to level up, and 2 hours later. Congratulations, host. The heavenly sword has been upgraded to silver grade 6 star, and its sword slash ability has increased. Sword slash releases 16 enhanced sword energies, 6 of which are attribute boosting bleeding. Please add details immediately. Battle count 209. Speed 86. The values increased rapidly, and in a short period of time, they had already reached the peak level of the silver refining level. Chen Kailing frowned slightly in the spirit realm. Only now did he realize that the absorption of spiritual energy was starting to slow down. Is it because you've run out of spiritual power? Looking outwards, Chen Kailing turned to look at Yang Chenxin. Gone? How is that possible? Even though it's almost the end of the month, it should still be enough to support more than 10 silver refining level 9-star cultivators breaking through to gold refining level. Yang Chenxin immediately went to the control room, and after just one glance, he was stunned. Good heavens, Chen Kailing really did drain it all. Such a vast amount of spiritual power was only enough for Chen Kailing to advance 2 levels, which was truly astonishing. Come out. Your spiritual energy is running low. It won't be replenished until 3 days from now. You can come back when you have a new S-rank rating for Warslice. As Yang Chen thought this, he beckoned Chen Kailing to come out. Are the spots here based on the evaluation of the Warslices? Chen Kailing asked curiously. Yang Chenxin nodded. Theoretically, it requires battle merits to redeem, but for newcomer benefits, we only need to look at potential. Chen Kailing replied, understood. After the two left, the trainees trapped in the heart of the war had not yet woken up. Want to take a look at the new war slice? My clearance level is only S level, but I can help you find Xia Dongsheng. Good. Chen Kailing nodded. SS class war slice, Red Knight descends. It was a small room, and Xia Dongsheng and Yang Shenxin walked in front. Xia Dongsheng explained, war slices of S level and above are only available to a very small number of geniuses. Generally speaking, they are not open to the public. Chen Kailing nodded and glanced around. Indeed, it was just a capsule. Go ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, once you finish this piece of the war, your classmates will have finished the previous one as well. Chen Kailing entered the capsule. The familiar routine has begun. Everything went black, and when they opened their eyes again, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning found themselves in a red world. The sky here is red. Is this still within the Great Xia territory? Chen Kailing frowned. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Notification, the war slice you are in is SS level Crimson Knight descends. 100 years ago, the Red Sun alien race descended upon Dandong City, shrouding the city in a blood-red domain. During this time, all magic mediums were restricted and unable to function. In just 3 days, Dandong City fell. Your current mission is to be stationed in the eastern part of the city. If you discover any trace of the ferocious beast, report it immediately. As the mechanical sound ended, Chen Kailing looked around and saw that he was standing on the city wall. Inside the city, all was peaceful and tranquil, and not a single ferocious beast could be seen on the vast plains outside. Although the Red Knight overhead is quite intimidating, it doesn't affect the residents here. With the city garrison there, they were safe. Such a massive city fell in just 3 days. Xia Yuning sighed softly from the side. Humanity is far too vulnerable against the mighty army of ferocious beasts. Losing the war would mean certain annihilation. Yes, it's the same for us on the battlefield of Tours. Once we lose, the city behind us will surely fall. A sense of sorrow welled up in their hearts. Times have changed. Although the human race has become 10,000 times stronger, its top-tier strength is still somewhat insufficient compared to that of ferocious beasts. Ring ring. Just then, a bell hanging on a high wall beside Chen Kailing rang. Instantly, Chen Kailing became alert. This was a warning bell. Once it sounded, it meant that a ferocious beast was on the scene. But when Chen Kailing looked down from the city wall, there was no trace of the ferocious beast. Wrong. Chen Kailing realized what was happening, exchanged a glance with Xia Yuning, and then equipped himself with a spirit weapon. When? The moment Chen Kailing grasped the heavenly sword, he felt a sharp, piercing light approaching. The next second, a dual-wielding mantis appeared beside him, which had been empty before. Roar! The dual-bladed mantis looked puzzled, clearly not expecting Chen Kailing to react so quickly. A normal person should have died from that attack. The dual-bladed mantis beast did not forget its mission, and immediately brandished its twin blades, pouring immense spiritual power into the blades. He unleashed a double slash. One slash was aimed at Chen Kailing, and the other at the warning bell. However, Chen Kailing did not give it a chance to complete the mission. It was just a 9-star silver-level refinement weapon in front of him at the moment. With a flick of the wrist, one can manipulate it. Chapter 58 War always presents more than just external threats. Laugh. With a flash of swordlight, a bloody gash appeared all over the body of the twin-blade mantis. Without giving the twin-blade mantis a chance to react, Chen Kailing thrust out his sword again. With a thud, the sharp blade severed the head of the dual-bladed mantis. Using its stealth ability, the mantis evaded the warning bell and climbed the city wall. If it were an ordinary guard, the warning bell would probably have been destroyed by now. But unfortunately for him, he was facing Chen Kailing. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing reached out and placed his hand on the warning bell, sounding the alarm. Buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, the alarm blared. Tap tap tap. In less than a minute, magic mediums lined up the 4 staircases of the city wall and quickly assembled. Report. The 4th squad of the City Defense Force has completed its assembly. Requesting instructions. Report. The 6th squad of the City Defense Force has completed its assembly. Requesting instructions. Report. Several voices sounded behind Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing turned around and saw that these spirit mediums had firm eyes and were staring straight ahead at him. Prepare for battle, be ready to respond to any attacks from ferocious beasts. This time, it should be the final assault. In front of Chen Kailing, a middle-aged man spoke solemnly, his gaze sweeping past Chen Kailing and over everyone else, before raising his hand in a respectful salute. Behind the city are our wives, children, and elderly parents. If the city falls, no one will be spared. In this battle, we have no way out. Everyone saluted in unison, and a captain shouted, "General, rest assured, in this battle, death is the only outcome. In this battle, only death awaits." All voices converged, piercing the heavens. All the cannons began to be prepared. At the same time, thousands of melee-type spirit mediums below the city donned standard armor and stood behind the city gate, their chilling killing intent permeating the entire street. All of this seemed to have nothing to do with Chen Kailing. "Can't you see me?" Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. "Breaking news. Please take over from the 8th support team in half an hour and complete the evacuation operation. Note, slicing cannot be interfered with while the host is performing its task." Chen Kailing asked in confusion, "Why half an hour later?" "This means a lot will happen in the next half hour," Xia Yuning's voice came as the heavenly sword in her hand trembled slightly. While the two were communicating, boom boom boom, a sound like an earthquake reached his ears. Chen Kailing looked up and felt a wave of intense heat wash over him. Outside the city gates, one after another, giant lava beasts charged towards the city from the plains. The lava behemoths are massive in size, their bodies wreathed in flames, and when they come in groups, they resemble a sea of fire, scorching hot. It's a lava behemoth. 4th and 6th spell squads, prepare for the first wave of tactical suppression. 1st and 3rd long-range attack squads, prepare for the second wave of suppressive fire. 2nd, 5th melee squads, prepare. You have half an hour to go out of the city and hunt. 7th Special Operations Team, prepare for decapitation strike. 8th Support Team, prepare to immediately begin rescue and evacuation. On the city wall, the general guarding the city began issuing orders. War is brewing. Boom! Countless spells rained down from both sides, relentlessly engulfing the lava behemoth outside the city. Faced with such an offensive, the ferocious beasts did not remain idle. A massive wave of lava surged up, splitting the land in two. The magical attacks that struck it exploded with deafening roars. Roar! The ferocious beasts roared, their ferocious cries deafening, their momentum as terrifying as a volcano about to erupt. Behind that enormous wave of lava stood a lava behemoth hundreds of meters tall, its pupils like blazing suns, its body flowing with scalding magma. Prepare for the second offensive. The voice of the city's garrison general pulled Chen Kailing back to reality. Behind the city gate, attacks flew in parabolic arcs, bypassing the city gate formation and heading straight for the outside. Boom! After continuous attrition, the city's general took the lead, charging towards the group of lava behemoths with his melee squad. The brutal war broke out. Chen Kailing didn't sit idly by either. He immediately followed the 8th support team and charged into the crowd. However, at this moment, no one could see him. Time ticked by, and just as Chen Kailing was keeping up with the troops, his eyes suddenly narrowed. "Something's not right," Xia Yuning's voice came at the same time. "Laugh." The next second, a member of the support team who was evacuating the crowd was suddenly stabbed. A dark green blade plunged straight into his chest, and blood splattered before Chen Kailing's eyes. "Oh no, it's the twin blade mantises. The formation is malfunctioning." It failed to stop them. The support team leader cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Within minutes, a large number of team members had died. They also tried to organize a counterattack. However, the moment the ferocious beast entered the city, the support team had already lost. They can retreat, but what about the people around them? The dual-bladed mantises slaughtered the civilians without any regard for reason. The support team could not stand idly by, but most of them were auxiliary combatants and were simply no match for them. Seeing a young support-type team member bravely use his healing ability to protect the people, fighting with his bare fists and refusing to back down even when his body was covered in blood and gore, Chen Kailing was deeply moved. He instinctively swung his sword and charged towards the double-bladed mantis. But the next second, the sword was empty. Note, slicing cannot be interfered with while the host is performing its task. TSK. Chen Kailing clenched his fist, stood still, and felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Even more terrifying was that for half an hour after the attack began, no distress message was sent. The signal was intercepted. With the countdown of half an hour drawing ever closer, the support team had been almost completely wiped out, leaving only the boy behind. Chen Kailing stood beside him, his Tianyuan sword poised to strike, ready to at least save the boy. However, the mission assessment was correct. The moment Chen Keiling's sword shone brightly, the boy also died under the blade. Buzz! The sword rang out, and Chen Keiling's eyes were utterly cold as he swung his sword at the twin-bladed mantis in front of him. Nearly 50 dual-bladed mantises, all of them at least at the forged gold level, exuded an immense and terrifying sense of oppression. Chen Keiling remained silent, only continuing to swing his sword. The sword energy crisscrossed like a dense net, slashing towards the twin-bladed mantises in front of him. The terror of the sword strike is now taking shape. A single swing produces 17 sword energies approaching the level of forging gold. This absolute suppressive force completely made up for Chen Keiling's shortcomings in numbers and cultivation level. Tread! Chen Keiling stepped forward, his sword energy becoming even more ferocious, directly severely injuring the nearest twin-bladed mantises. Many dual-bladed mantises tried to take down Chen Keiling, but under the powerful firepower of the sword energy, they were almost quickly repelled and even inflicted with the bleeding effect. At that moment, the many dual-bladed mantises exchanged glances and split into two groups. One group surrounded Chen Keiling, while another group attacked ordinary civilians. Clearly, they were trying to disturb Chen Keiling's mind. Court Death. Chapter 59. The Judgment of Heaven displays its power again. What can you use to block this sword? A dazzling sword light approached a dual-wielding mantis in the blink of an eye, and the next second, with a hiss, the mantis's head fell to the ground. Several mantises with double blades swarmed in from all around. Draw your sword and strike. The next second, Chen Keiling's heavenly sword unleashed a powerful force, slashing out and almost instantly killing 3 double-bladed mantises. As the level increases, the spiritual energy reserves also increase significantly, and now using the sword draw slash no longer consumes as much energy. At the current level, ordinary 1-star level ferocious beasts are practically as fragile as paper in front of Chen Keiling. Especially for creatures like the mantis with dual blades, their special ability lies in concealment, rather than in combat. In front of Chen Keiling, they were almost certain to die. At this moment, the two-bladed mantises felt fear. They were suppressed by a human of a lower rank. Chen Keiling's movements were continuous, unleashing more than a dozen sword strikes in an instant, with nearly 100 sword energies sweeping across, forcefully severing the heads of several more double-bladed mantises. Roar! The dual-bladed mantises growled, their bodies gradually becoming transparent, preparing to unleash their innate abilities. But Chen Keiling would never give them that chance. With increased hand speed, the terrifying power unleashed by the sword drawing slash was almost equivalent to 2 double-bladed mantises in one strike. Within just a few minutes, almost all of the more than 50 mantises had died. Inside the central control room, Xia Dongsheng clicked his tongue repeatedly. Just by going to the spirit realm with you, I not only jumped from the 5th star of the silver refining level to the 7th star, but I also directly hunted down an entire team of 1-star gold forging level experts. With such terrifying combat power, this one emergency mission alone is enough to earn him an S-rank rating. Yang Qinxin narrowed his eyes slightly. If I remember correctly, there is a second emergency mission here, and that mission is not simple. For any one of their students, it was an absolutely overwhelming quality. Inside the city. After Chen Keiling severed the head of the last twin-blade mantis, a voice rang out. Immediate mission, please defend the city gate. This mission will continue to repeat until it is completed. Hold the city gates? Chen Keiling frowned, looked back into the distance, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He immediately ran towards the city gate. Boom! Not long after Chen Keiling arrived at the city gate, shouts could be heard. Close the city gates immediately and activate the city's protective formation. But in the next instant, a barrage of lava boulders came crashing down. It was as if the world was ending. Under the blood-red night, the defending soldiers were defeated, and a large number of lava behemoths rushed into the city. Guard the city gates? You want me to fight against so many lava behemoths? Chen Keiling's breathing became somewhat rapid. Before him stood towering lava beasts, hundreds of meters tall, with ferocious faces and hard bodies. Clang! The sword was drawn, and the sword energy slashed out, but it couldn't even cause a ripple when it landed on these lava behemoths. The lava behemoth's gaze swept over Chen Keiling, and with a wave of its hand, a lava boulder tens of meters in size condensed and slammed down. Laugh! All Chen Keiling heard was the sound of lava burning his skin, and intense pain swept through his body, causing everything to go black. Huff huff! Chen Keiling suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily, and looked around. Immediate mission, please defend the city gate. This mission will continue to repeat until it is completed. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Keiling immediately understood the meaning of the mission. I have to keep facing those lava behemoths? Are you kidding me? No, I mean, I'm supposed to be guarding the city gates. Is it possible that the mission means we should close the city gates? Xia Yuning continued. Chen Kailing nodded and smiled. That's right, that's what I think too. Let's go, let's give it a try. This time, the two of them rushed to the city gate before the lava behemoth's attack arrived. The city gate operates automatically, so Chen Kailing only needs to find the switch control room. After searching for a while, Chen Kailing arrived at the control room. But the moment he stepped into the control room, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. When swords clashed. Chen Kailing raised his sword, frowned, and looked into the control room, where a middle-aged man was standing. Behind the middle-aged man, a stone platform control button, protected by an array, came into view. Meanwhile, there were 4 or 5 corpses nearby, and the stench of blood assaulted the nostrils. I was just wondering how those twin-bladed mantises managed to sneak in, given the city's defensive formation. Sure enough, there were rats. Before Chen Kailing could finish speaking, the other party had already charged over with a knife. His aura is very strong, roughly at the 3-star level of the Forging Gold realm, Chen Kailing thought after a brief exchange. Comparable to a 2nd-star level gold forging expert, Long Yi. Perfect, I'll use you as a practice subject to see how far I am from Long Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Kailing stepped out. The confined space was perfect for his close combat burst of power. Draw your sword and strike. The moment the sword was drawn from its sheath, it burst forth with a dazzling, terrifying sword light, its sword energy surging in all directions. The middle-aged man frowned in that instant. He sensed an immeasurable crisis. On this silver level, child? How could this be? When? The moment the swords clashed, the middle-aged man was shaken to his core. Blood was drawn from the tiger's mouth of his hand holding the sword, and his entire body was washed by the sword's intent, leaving him covered in wounds. Tread. The middle-aged man took a step back, twisted his ankle to steady himself, and felt a chill run down his spine as he swung his knife to counterattack. The blade was like a black sun, its entire body burning with dark light and flickering with terrifying black flames. That powerful sword intent was enough to shatter even the hardest steel in an instant. But at the very moment the knife struck, the middle-aged man's pupils contracted, and he felt all the amplification effects on his body dissipate. Across from him, Chen Kailing grinned. What will you use to block this sword? The next instant, the sword shadow formed a straight line, the blade piercing through the light of the blade, slashing straight towards the middle-aged man's neck. Laugh. The middle-aged man quickly retreated, avoiding a fatal wound, but a terrible bloody gash was still cut open in his abdomen, and blood flowed out, soaking his entire body. Without the slightest hesitation, the middle-aged man wanted to escape, but Chen Kailing would not give him that chance. The moment the doorway was blocked, another sword strike was delivered. The sword energy shot out and pierced directly through the middle-aged man's body, which is worth mentioning. In that instant, the effect of heavenly judgment disappeared, and the power of the blade in the middle-aged man's hand reappeared. Unfortunately, he had no chance. Laugh. After severing his head with a single sword strike, Chen Kailing walked toward the switch. How do you use this thing? After fiddling around for a while, Chen Kailing pressed the button. Sizzle. Outside the control room, the sound of the city gates closing could be heard, and at the same time, countless boulders of lava rained down from the sky. Boom! However, the lava boulders did not fall into the city instead, they were successfully blocked by the formation. At the same time, the sound of Chen Kailing completing his mission rang out. At this moment, inside the central control room, Xia Dongxing looked extremely surprised. Hiss, this guy's spirit weapon girl has a terrifying rule-level talent, which seems to be able to directly suppress all of the opponent's amplification effects. Why is the information only about the delayed awakening of a spirit weapon girl with such a high level of talent? Yang Qianxin remained silent for a long time. Seeing how easily Chen Kailing had defeated the 3-star forging gold level enemy, he said with some displeasure. Ask me? How could I possibly know? He didn't like Chen Kailing's talent, after all, it was too high, and the higher the talent, the less he could slack off. Chapter 60, Exchanging Battle Merits, the final assessment begins. Attention, you have completed 2 emergency missions. The War Slice evaluation is in progress. Congratulations, you have achieved a rating of 2056, which is SSS level. You are about to exit the consciousness space. Please close your eyes. When Chen Kailing opened his eyes, he saw that the capsule had been opened. After getting up, he saw Yang Qianxin leaning against the door not far away. SSS level. Yang Qianxin looked at the panel of the capsule, her eyes narrowing slightly. Since the training base was established, only 2 people had ever received this evaluation. Instructor Chen Kailing and Su Ruxue got up and walked towards Yang Qianxin. Let's go. With your current evaluation, if you convert it into battle merits, you can get a pretty good reward in the military merit treasury. Ha! Evaluations can be exchanged for military merits? Why not? The champion of the All-Army Skills competition can also get a first-class merit. If you are interested, you can participate in the future. If there's an opportunity, yes. The group of 4 arrived at the military merit warehouse, a semi-circular steel building. Team leader Yang. Upon seeing Yang Qianxin, the soldiers on guard stood solemnly and saluted. Yang Qianxin nodded in acknowledgement, and then led the 2 into the military merit warehouse. The warehouse was like a library, with several huge shelves, each storing various rare materials and props. The administrator had the same rank as Yang Qianxin, and his eyes lit up when he saw Yang Qianxin. Oh, isn't this Captain Yan? What a rare guest. You haven't been on the battlefield for a year, are you here to redeem your medals? The burly, strong-looking administrator smiled. Yang Qianxin ignored the teasing in his words, focusing her gaze on Chen Kailing, and said, "It wasn't me who redeemed it, it was him. How many military merits can I exchange for an SSS level rating in the war slice during the new recruit training?" Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyebrows shot up sharply, and he exclaimed in surprise, "How much? SSS rating?" He immediately looked at Chen Kailing and said, "Give me your student ID." Chen Kailing handed over the documents. The burly man glanced at it, first frowning, then looking at Yang Qianxin with displeasure. "No, Captain Yang, are you trying to make fun of me? Isn't he a student from the next class?" Yang Qianxin nodded. "Your reaction is the same as mine." The burly man was stunned, then clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking to himself, "Damn, another monster." He then began operating the equipment next to him to verify his documents. The SSS level rating of Red Sun descends. Impressive, can be exchanged for 300 military merits. The burly man looked astonished, then began operating the device, before flipping the screen over and saying, "See what you want to redeem. Anything that's lit up can be redeemed." Chen Kailing turned his gaze in that direction. Forging materials. Smelting materials. Props. There were quite a few items that could be exchanged, but what caught Chen Kailing's attention the most were the blacked-out pages at the very bottom. Chen Kailing even saw the qualifications for exchange for lieutenant and colonel, with the former requiring only 1,000 points. As long as you meet the eligibility requirements, you can obtain a military rank, and as long as you complete the job verification process, you can obtain the corresponding job. It's no exaggeration to say that military merit can really buy you everything. I choose this one. After careful selection, Chen Kailing chose a forging material that contained the freezing effect, which provided a bonus to the attributes of swords and blades. Freeze, after a magical artifact inflicts damage, it can apply an effect to the enemy, slowing down various physical abilities, including but not limited to the circulation of spiritual energy. In Chen Kailing's view, this attribute bonus, combined with the bleeding effect, is quite powerful. Imagine, with the sheer number of sword energies you possess, once the effect is applied, the opponent will not only bleed, but their entire body will also be slowed down. That would truly mean a significant reduction in combat effectiveness. I still have 100 military merits left. Shall I exchange them for a spirit realm? The burly man asked directly. Chen Kailing glanced at Yang Qianxin. Yang Qianxin shook his head and said, "The spirit realm hasn't been replenished yet, so there's no need. Let's accumulate it." Chen Kailing nodded. The burly man looked surprised as he watched the 4 leave. No replenishment? When has the spirit realm ever been empty? After saying goodbye to Yang Qianxin and returning to their dormitory, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning used materials to enhance the hammering attributes. Not long after, the students in the dormitory returned, but they all had bitter expressions, and some even went straight to sleep. The battlefield is just too cruel. My supply team was chatting 1 minute, and the next they were all dead. That's war, it's normal, but it's still a little scary. Chen Kailing, how's your performance? Did you get an A? I heard that Xian Yuan Haohan and the others all got an S rating, with over 300 points. At this moment, some people turned their attention to Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing calmly replied, "More or less." Everyone gasped in astonishment and sighed in amazement. As expected, gold shines. S rating. Thinking about it this way, Xian Yuan Haohan and the others are indeed very powerful. Chen Kailing didn't tell them that the secret realm Yang Qianxin led everyone to was of a higher level, and that his S-rank rating was several times higher than that of Xian Yuanhan and the others. The next 2 days. Under Yang Qianxin's continued care, Chen Kailing underwent training in other different war scenarios. Without exception, they all received an SSS rating. He has already accumulated 1,000 battle merits. Day 4. The assessment, originally scheduled to last 75 days, started ahead of schedule. In front of the training field. One by one, the school's senior officials had changed into military uniforms, and Chen Kailing spottedly came at a glance. Major General rank. Without exception, all the other high-ranking officers held this military rank, which demonstrates the formidable military strength of one of the 4 top universities. The opening ceremony of the assessment was presided over by the Master of Witchcraft, who was dressed in military uniform and looked serious as he said, "Everyone should be aware of the situation on the front lines. Special procedures are required for special times. The original 75-day training camp has been shortened to half a month. I know that some people may find it difficult to adapt to such a short period of time. However, this is not an excuse for the poor performance of some of you in practical training. Anyone who scores below 50 points in practical training will be considered unqualified and 50 points will be deducted." Upon hearing this, many people were shocked, especially the crowd around Chen Kailing, most of whom were demanding that he leave. What's even more incredible is that all of their performance scores were less than 50, which means their performance scores were basically wiped out. The other instructors had virtually no worries behind them. Master Wu Zhang continued. In addition, all those who score below 1,000 will have 20 performance points deducted. The entire room fell silent. Then a sound like the ocean waves erupted. No, what do you mean? 1,000 points? An S-level rating only gets a little over 300 points, so you're going to deduct these points? I refuse to accept this. Such high demands, who can possibly meet them? As the crowd cheered, everyone suddenly turned to look at one person. Wait a minute, this situation seems a bit familiar. Seeing that everyone was looking at Chen Kailing, Master Wu Zhang nodded and said, "It's good that you all understand. Chen Kailing's starting score is 1,000 plus. If we can't add points, we can only deduct yours." Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanhan, Wang Huai, and the others widened their eyes. Are you kidding me? I recently got an SSS rating and only had 800 plus points. What's with 1,000 plus points? Report, I have a question, Xian Yuan Haohan shouted. Solve your own problems, Master Wu Zhang glanced at him, then looked at the crowd and said. According to the syllabus, the remaining 129 people are ready. We will conduct the final round of assessments later, which will be practical assessments. After the assessment, the 50 spots for entering the battlefield will be determined based on the overall ranking. Now I announce that the final assessment of the training camp has begun. Everyone, come up and draw lots. Chapter 61 begins and ends at the same time. How can we fight this? While everyone was drawing lots on stage, the shaman master said. The final assessment consists of 2 rounds. In the first round, the individual competition, based on the draw results, all of you will be divided into 4 battle zones, A, B, C, and D, for a free-for-all, and ranked according to the number of eliminations. The top teams from the 4 war zones will advance to the semifinals to compete for first place in the individual competition. After finishing the first round, the shaman continued. The second round is a 2-person competition, in which a support-oriented spirit medium is paired with a combat spirit medium. This round will be scored by judges. The total score after the results of the 2 rounds are combined is the final assessment score. Chen Kailing listened to the rules, reached into the box and randomly grabbed one, drawing area A. He and Xia Yuning headed straight for their assigned area. After the 2 entered area A, it was clear that there were already more than 50 spiritual mediums there. Furthermore, they were basically divided into 4 camps. If we include Chen Kailing himself, then there are 5 camps. After all, there is 1 instructor in 1 team, but Yang Qianxin's men are too bad. After the score deduction just now, there are only 4 or 5 people left. In Area A, there is only 1 pair of partners, Chen Kailing and Chen Kailing. It looks like we're going to become the target of everyone's attention. Xia Yuning glanced around and found that almost everyone's eyes were focused on her. Chen Kailing smiled slightly, just 50 by the roadside. High-ranking military officers took their seats in front of the training ground. Xia Dongsheng, Zhang Zhe called out from behind, how are the training results these past few days? Have you compiled the results yet? Xia Dongsheng immediately stepped forward, saluted, and said, reporting to the deputy commander, everything is ready. While Xia Dongsheng was reporting on the students' grades at the front, Yang Qinshin and a group of instructors were standing together at the back. The robust lieutenant and his companions began to chat. After this assessment, I wonder how many heads everyone will have left. My team and yours should be able to secure at least 30 spots. Damn it, you two picked out all the good prospects first. If it weren't for Captain Yang, we would definitely be at the bottom. Hey, I suggest that the instructor with the fewest people use his authority to apply for some equipment and supplies for us. Someone spoke up with a smile, and everyone's attention turned to Yang Qinshin. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinshin turned around and glanced at the group, calmly asking, why is this of my business? If we're really going to compete like this, why don't I just give you the equipment access directly? There was nothing they could do. Yang Qinshin's team was clearly weak, with only a few people left, and their defeat was already sealed. That works too. If you really want to compete, let's change the conditions. Let's see which team the champion is on. The winner gets all the equipment privileges, Yang Qinshin said calmly. The instructors exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. You can't stand to suffer losses all by yourself, huh? Fine, let's have the competition. Everyone reached a tacit agreement. Regardless of who wins, they only need Yang Qinshin's equipment permissions, as his permissions have been in use for too long and the quantity is too large. Seeing that everyone agreed, Yang Qinshin remained silent, but chuckled to himself. If you want to take my equipment access, you didn't even bother to find out who's left on my side. You've really lost out by not checking this information. On the battlefield, only 2 people are in the top 10 of the A-Zone's leaderboard, Lu Qi, who is 6th, and Zhong Chang, who is 7th. They belong to different camps. However, the two exchanged a glance and reached a consensus, turning their attention to Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing, we don't want to be your enemy. Why don't you go down yourselves? Lu Qi spoke first. While he was speaking, everyone else remained silent. Throughout this journey, Chen Kailing's strength has been evident to all, and it is completely overwhelming. If we don't deal with him first, then the champion of Area A is already a foregone conclusion. Even if you want to quietly take down enemies, who can guarantee that they won't turn their attention to you? Oh, what if I don't go down? Chen Kailing said calmly. Zhong Chang sneered and said arrogantly, you might not be able to kill all of us before your spiritual power is exhausted. Heh, you guys are pretty good. Chen Kailing glanced at everyone, whose basic levels were all above the 7th level of the silver refining realm. In the past, there was no pressure. In today's world, it would be an easy thing to do. So what do you mean? Lu Qi asked nervously. To be honest, he didn't want to fight Chen Kailing. Since you've put it that way, then naturally I will. You agree? Of course I refuse. Come at me all at once. Chen Kailing shook his head, and Xia Yuning immediately understood and transformed into the heavenly sword. Seeing that Chen Kailing was unmoved by reason, Lu Qi and the others exchanged glances and, without hesitation, all began to arm themselves with spiritual weapons. In an instant, all 40-odd people stood in the same direction, their blades pointed at Chen Kailing. This unique positioning instantly attracted the attention of all the instructors. No, what's going on? When the referee gave the order and the competition began, all anyone saw was a dazzling flash of sword light in Area A. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual energy enveloped the entire area, and all anyone could see were countless sword energies attacking. His sword energy has increased again? Lu Qi's pupils contracted. They had already anticipated Chen Kailing's skills, which were a double crushing force in terms of both strength and numbers. But they realized they had oversimplified things. Silver refining level 7? The moment they sensed Chen Kailing's high-level aura, everyone froze, almost losing their will to fight. It should be noted that when Chen Kailing was at the 2nd level of the silver refinement stage, he was already able to withstand Xian Yuan Haoan and fight against Long Yi. At this level, how can you even crack an egg? If they had known Chen Kailing's level would skyrocket to this point, if they had known there was nothing they could do. Either way, Chen Kailing is going to kill him. Damn it, don't be cowards, charge. Lu Qi's spiritual artifact is an SS grade shield, and it is also the only defensive spiritual artifact among the top 10 on the heavenly ranking. The teachers described him as having a shield thicker than his life. At this moment, he took the lead and rushed to the front. His shield shone brightly, and light shields covered Zhong Chang and the rest of the group. His first wave of attacks might not wipe us all out. If we can withstand this wave, we If we can withstand this wave, there will be another one. Chen Kailing calmly replied, his sword unstoppable, and for a moment, the massive firepower even attracted the attention of the other 3 districts nearby. He's already at level 7 in silver refining? So fast? How did he do that? Wang Huai was completely stunned. Xian Yuan Haohan's pupils were also solemn. The two crossed the war zone, exchanged a glance, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. If they hadn't all advanced to the forging gold level, they really might not have been able to deal with Chen Kailing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the top 4 will be me, Xian Yuan Haohan, Chen Kailing, and Lin Long. As Wang Huai pondered how to deal with Chen Kailing if he were to encounter him, the battle in Zone A was nearing its end. That's right, the beginning is already the end. Chapter 62. Forget everything else, let's start fighting. Lu Qi's prize spirit shield gradually began to crack under the continuous slashes of sword energy. He hadn't expected to be defeated so quickly in terms of sheer numbers, his growth had already reached the level of alchemy. Judging from the current situation, Chen Kailing's stats are even higher than his. With a 99% increase in numerical value, coupled with unparalleled base stats at the same level, Chen Kailing achieved absolute numerical dominance. However, Chen Kailing was still not satisfied with the current progress. Seeing Lu Qi blocking his way, he took a step forward without hesitation. This sudden movement startled everyone, causing them to retreat in fear. With me holding the line, what are you afraid of? Let's take him down. Lu Qi turned his head and said with exasperation. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt an immense pressure, as heavy as a mountain. The moment he turned around, Lu Qi's pupils contracted. The incomparably sharp heavenly sword was already approaching from afar, only half a meter away from him. Boom! A powerful sword aura erupted at that moment. Just now, Chen Kailing had unhesitatingly unleashed the sword draw slash. The terrifyingly powerful sword energy instantly tore apart Lu Qi's defensive structure. Lu Qi flew backwards into the crowd like a cannonball, knocking down a bunch of people like a bowling ball. Without the protection of the light shield, everyone else fell like wheat in a field, one by one, under Chen Kailing's relentless sword strikes. Take this! At this moment, Zhong Chang, wielding 2 swords, unleashed a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, and slashed at Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing didn't even glance at him, casually swung his sword and unleashed a slash, instantly engulfing him in more than a dozen sword energies. Laugh! Zhong Chang was covered in blood, but he endured the pain and rushed towards Chen Kailing. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, he felt something was wrong with his body. His spiritual energy was circulating slowly, and his movements were stiff. Even more terrifying, I started losing too much blood. Zhong Chang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Chen Kailing, I must strike you twice today, so you can taste the flavor of my blade. I don't need to fight them head-on, but I must at least hit them. Laugh. No sooner had Zhong Chang uttered his harsh words than a dozen sword lights flashed before his eyes. Not again? Zhong Chang's pupils contracted as he tried to dodge, but he couldn't escape at all. After a few swift sword strikes, he was covered in blood and fell to the ground in the battlefield. Lu Qi and Zhong Chang both failed, and none of the others escaped unscathed either. The battle in Zone A lasted only 10 minutes from the start. Chen Kailing dominated 50 opponents in one-on-one combat, with no dull moments. The moment the battle ended, the top leader's pupils all contracted. They were already mentally prepared for Chen Kailing's fighting prowess, but they still hadn't expected that they were still underprepared. A 7th level silver refining expert, this kid must have had his share of troubles in the spirit realm. Report, he ate all the remaining stock for this period by himself. Can he eat that much? But with such a huge return on combat power, let him finish it. Here's what we'll do, notify the front lines to resupply ahead of schedule, so that Chen Kailing can have one more meal before going to the battlefield. Yes. After Zhang Zhe and Xia Dongxing finished their conversation, Zhang looked at Li Kaming with a face full of emotion. You've really struck gold here. Li Kaming was overjoyed inside, but he remained calm on the surface and said, It's alright, just that as a member of the 51st cohort, I have a chance to win the individual overall score championship of the 50th cohort. TSK, I was just putting on an act for you. The others immediately felt a pang of envy. In this selection process, Chen Kailing's brilliance was undoubtedly the most dazzling, but unfortunately, he was already reserved by Li Kaming. But the champion is not necessarily guaranteed. Xian Yuan Haohan and Wang Huai have already advanced to the forging gold level. That's right. Even putting Wang Huai aside, in terms of pure combat power, Xian Yuan Haohan's 9 arrows of immortal slaying have yet to fire the 9th arrow. At this moment, not only were the senior leaders talking about Chen Keiling's achievements, but the instructors behind them were also in an uproar. Holy crap, what's up with that student? His combat power is way too overpowered, how can anyone compete with him? Something's not right, not even 9/10 right, it's been wrong from the very beginning. The burly instructor stepped forward and pulled Xia Dongxing over. Battalion commander, what's the situation with that guy? You've been hiding information, haven't you? Xia Dongxing feigned ignorance and said, he's probably finally figured it out, his combat power has indeed increased dramatically. Enlightenment? Even his third eye wouldn't have helped, the burly instructor frowned. Xia Dongxing acted as if he knew nothing when asked. He was hiding something, but as long as he didn't admit it, it was as if he hadn't hidden anything at all. Tisk, the burly instructor had no choice but to give up. Back in the ranks, looking at Yang Qianxin, the burly instructor said, no wonder you were so confident, it turns out you were prepared in advance. Yang Qianxin raised an eyebrow and said, what preparations? I haven't prepared anything. It's all right. My subordinate, Xian Yuan Haowen, is ranked number 1 on the heavenly ranking and has already advanced to the forging gold level. His current combat power is enough to break records. The robust instructor smiled confidently, recalling the astonishing arrow that Xian Yuan Haowen had displayed in the war slice. The chaotic battles in the 4 major war zones have ended, and the victor is just as Wang Huai had predicted. Among them, he, Xian Yuan Haowen, and Chen Keling need no further introduction. It is worth mentioning that Lin Long was originally only 11th on the heavenly ranking. However, he was actually the 3rd person in the 50th session to advance to the forging gold level, which was truly astonishing. The second stage of the first round is the semi-final of the individual competition. Area A versus Area B, Area C versus Area D. Please invite the 4 contestants to the stage, the battle is about to begin. As the referee spoke, everyone's attention returned to the stage, mainly to areas A and B. Chen Keling from Area A is currently enjoying great success, displaying his prowess by fighting 50 opponents single-handedly. Wang Huai from Zone B is also among the top 2 on the heavenly ranking. His SS-level spiritual artifact, the Ghost Controlling Bell, has unique effects and has even been upgraded to the Forged Gold level. After advancing to the Forging Gold level, the artifact will definitely awaken a brand new skill, and its stats can be fixedly increased using forging materials. Theoretically speaking, its combat power completely overwhelms the 2 levels below it. However, Chen Keling is no ordinary silver-level refiner, so this battle is quite interesting. Chen Keling, I admit your combat strength is considerable, but unfortunately, you are not mine. In the arena, during the familiar trash-talking segment, Wang Huai didn't disappoint Chen Keling and began to unleash his attacks. However, Chen Keling had no intention of giving him the chance and directly drew his sword, saying, "Stop babbling. Do you think I don't know the characteristics of your magical artifact? The Ghost Controlling Bell takes time to activate, right?" The moment Chen Keling finished speaking, the sword light flashed out with his movement. Wang Huai's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Wait, the referee hasn't called start yet, that's not right." Chen Keling didn't care about anything else, his gaze was already locked on the 2 ghostly figures approaching from his side. Once possessed, the spirit of a person with a bad reputation will be greatly reduced, and their combat power will decrease accordingly. Once possessed, the person named Fear will be naturally restrained by Wang Huai, and their psychological and emotional values will also be greatly reduced. However, Chen Keling acted quickly enough, and in just a moment, his sword energy swept away the ghostly figure. Chapter 63. He is not just anyone, he is Chen Keling. No? So sudden. Wang Huai's pupils contracted. He had already reached the level of forging gold, and normally, the effects of the 3 ghosts would have been several times greater, making it no problem for him to easily defeat Chen Keling. However, Chen Keling doesn't play by the rules at all. His Ghost Controlling Bell is basically ineffective unless it possesses someone. That one move completely stumped him. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Huai swiftly summoned his 3rd ghost, a powerful ghost he had recently contracted. A ghost is coming. A majestic black phantom quickly possessed Wang Huai, instantly making his aura stronger and his muscle fibers grow larger, like an inflating balloon. His ghost looks quite extraordinary, its stats should be several times higher. I just don't know how good its defense is. As Wang Huai's body changed, Xia Yuning's voice came, and she could feel the oppressive feeling of the collision of spiritual energy. Who cares? We'll find out once we try, Chen Keling said fearlessly, his sword energy surging as he waved his hand. A series of sword energies, like cavalry horses, charged towards Wang Huai, their sharpness seemingly capable of slicing through the arena. Hee, my strength ghost possesses both strength and defense. Below the forging gold level, you can forget about breaking my defense. Wang Huai's eyes flashed. Seeing the sword energy approaching him in the blink of an eye, he not only did not dodge, but instead clapped his hands and rushed out. Boom! As the sword energy dissipated, Wang Huai also took a step back. Everyone could see that his right hand trembled slightly, but that was all. Wang Huai's ghost controlling bell was previously more of a support skill, but this forged gold level skill, Ghost, has truly given him the power to launch a strong attack. Yes, it's just that his ghosts are inherently difficult to survive. If this problem can be solved later, his potential will be no less than that of Xian Yuan Haohan. Chen Keiling's potential is obvious to all. It's a pity that he hasn't had enough time to develop. If he had another month, the result would probably be different. Several high-ranking officers observed the battlefield situation and concluded that the outcome of that single attack had already clearly demonstrated the superiority of the opposing forces. Even though Chen Keiling had already killed two of Wang Huai's ghosts, he still couldn't break through Wang Huai's defense head-on, clearly indicating that he was no match for him. The gap in levels isn't something that can be easily bridged, the thin instructor beside Yang Qianxin remarked. Yang Qianxin glanced at him and calmly said, making a conclusion so early, "Be careful not to be proven wrong." The skinny instructor couldn't help but laugh out loud, shrugging and saying, Fine, slap me in the face, I'm waiting for you to slap me in the face. He glanced at Chen Keiling on the stage and chuckled inwardly. This student's ability to challenge opponents of higher levels was indeed impressive, but compared to Wang Huai, who could challenge opponents of higher levels, he was still a bit lacking. Who does he think he is? A peerless genius? A top genius cultivated for a year and only reached the 7th level of the silver rank? Joke. On the stage, Chen Keiling soared into the air, unleashing more than a dozen sword energies with his Tian Yuan sword while simultaneously closing in on Wang Huai. Upon seeing this, Wang Huai's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Chen Keiling possessed special skills in close combat. Want to unleash a close-range burst of damage? I'll make sure you don't get your way. Wang Huai began to actively create distance, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of punches that surged from all directions, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Little did he know that this was exactly what Chen Keiling wanted. He's trying to create distance so he can give me time to stack up his special sword energy, huh? I'm so upset, I could cry. Chen Keiling was secretly delighted, and then decided to play along. On the surface, he kept chasing Wang Huai, but in reality, he was just trying to stack up the special effects of his sword energy. Chen Keiling is going to be exhausted. In terms of spiritual energy reserves, he is definitely no match for Wang Huai. It seems like this isn't the first time the two have clashed. Wang Huai is clearly on guard against some of his tricks. The instructors discussed among themselves, all waiting for Chen Keiling's defeat. Unlike them, Yang Qianxin's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and as time went on, he realized that something was wrong. Boom! Another clash of swords and fists ensued, but this time, Wang Huai's pupils contracted as he was knocked back more than 10 meters. It wasn't that his spiritual power was insufficient, but rather that the circulation of his spiritual power was somewhat lagging behind his movements. What's going on? Isn't his sword aura only supposed to cause bleeding? I'm possessed by a powerful spirit, so I should be able to significantly reduce this negative effect. Wrong. Besides causing blood, his sword energy has other effects. Wang Huai realized what was happening and, without hesitation, decided to engage Chen Keiling in close combat, abandoning his strategy of attrition from a distance. Have you realized it yet? Too late. Seeing Wang Huai charging towards him like a cannonball, Chen Keiling parried with his sword and began to retreat. Damn it! You wanted to fight melee just now, and now you want to fight me ranged? Are you kidding me? Seeing Chen Keiling actively create distance, while he himself was blocked by sword energy and unable to fully unleash his speed, Wang Huai was so angry he almost vomited blood. If I had known this would happen, I should have confronted him head-on earlier. Boom! With a series of sword and fist clashes, Wang Huai's condition deteriorated, his spiritual energy circulation almost completely stopped, and even his movements were not as smooth as before. Even during their long-range exchange of blows, one of his punches missed its mark, leaving him completely disoriented. The audience also noticed Wang Huai's situation and were completely baffled. What's going on? So short-lived? You've only been playing for a few minutes and you're already dizzy? Seeing that the time was ripe, Chen Keiling stopped hiding and took the initiative to attack. When he got close to Wang Huai, he unleashed a powerful sword strike. Draw your sword and strike. Not good. A brilliant sword light flashed before Wang Huai's eyes, but he was powerless to resist and could only be swept away by the sword. Thump! A deep wound was slashed into Wang Huai's chest, and he was sent flying backward. The intense pain made him cry out in agony. With him falling off the ring, Chen Kailing won this battle. Everyone was shocked. Boss! Well done! In the adjacent camp, D-Zone was defeated by Xian Yuan Haowen, so Lin Yuan, who had not advanced, was the first to shout out. This kid's combat power is improving really fast. A student from the 51st class has already secured a top 2 position on the 50th class's heavenly ranking so quickly. He might become the next Long Yi. The higher-ups were repeatedly amazed. He won to become the second Long Yi. Li Kaming glanced at the executive who spoke and smiled slightly. He will be the first Zheng Kailing. Behind them, the instructors. Holy crap, is he cheating? How did he train to achieve this level of combat power? The skinny instructor's pupils widened in disbelief. The burly instructor glanced at him and laughed. Oh ho, you got slapped in the face, didn't you? The skinny instructor gritted his teeth and said, who knew he'd be so strong? You're still laughing? What if he wins the championship? The robust instructor said nonchalantly, Wang Huai only has the ability to fight head-on at the forging gold level. He doesn't have many skills and is not on the same level as Xian Yuan Haowen at all. If he's really capable, let him try slapping me in the face. The burly instructor said this last sentence while looking at Yang Chenxin, his arms crossed, his eyes full of confidence. Yang Chenxin glanced at him and said calmly, indeed, one of them is already number 1 on the heavenly ranking and a 9-star silver refining expert, while the other is only a 7-star silver refining expert. There is no comparison between them. After saying this, he smiled to himself. If we lose even with this initial disadvantage, it goes without saying whose fault it is. Chapter 64. Is his sword energy free? Meanwhile, on another arena, Xian Yuan Haowen has also defeated his opponent Lin Long, but it is worth noting that Lin Long's injuries do not seem to be very serious. At least everyone could see that Lin Long was able to walk off the stage on his own. You didn't use your full strength? On the arena, Xian Yuan Haowen looked at Lin Long with icy eyes. Lin Long stepped off the arena, turned back to look at Xian Yuan Haowen, and said with a forced smile, Brother Xian Yuan, what kind of joke is this? I just happened to enter the forging gold level, how could I possibly be your opponent? After speaking, Lin Long turned around and went to the rear of his instructor's camp. After echoing the praise from his friends, his gaze calmed, and he looked at Chen Kailing, muttering to himself. I heard he was the top scorer in the 51st graduating class, and he's already reached this point in less than a month. It's truly awe-inspiring. After Lin Long finished speaking, his friend smiled and said, what are we afraid of? At most, we're just envious, jealous, and hateful. We should be afraid of those ferocious beasts. Lin Long laughed and said, yes, what we should fear is the ferocious beasts. His friends didn't notice that when Lin Long said those words, a red light flashed deep in his eyes. The referee comes to the stage. The final matchups will be announced. For a moment, everyone's attention was highly focused. Xian Yuanhan stood on the arena, looking at Chen Kailing, who was walking towards him like a champion. As the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, he always believed that he should be the captain and number 1 of this year's war squad. Unexpectedly, Chen Kailing appeared out of nowhere. Judging solely from the first assessment score in daily performance, Chen Kailing had already firmly suppressed him, which was something he despised. He had long wanted to meet Chen Kailing, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. But Chen Kailing's current combat strength has already made him somewhat uneasy. In the first assessment, he couldn't even catch 2 of my arrows and could only barely escape thanks to Lin Yuan. But now, he's able to defeat Wang Huai with only minor injuries. Xian Yuanhao's eyes grew increasingly solemn, but they quickly transformed into a strong fighting spirit. That's what makes it interesting. I, Xian Yuan Haowen, am not afraid of challenges. Wang Huai is nothing more than a match I can defeat with 3 arrows. Looking at Chen Kailing, Xian Yuan Haowen held his bow in one hand and said domineeringly, I have 6 arrows left from my 9 arrows of immortal execution today. If you are still standing after shooting all 6 arrows, I will admit defeat. Chen Kailing glanced at the bow and arrow in Xian Yuan Haowen's hand, which was bathed in golden light and carved with the phantom of a ferocious divine beast, and replied, wouldn't keeping this a secret further confuse the enemy? Xian Yuan Haowen coldly said, I was just afraid that you were still trying to hold back against the arrows that followed, so that I wouldn't have enough fun. My 6 arrows are not so easy to catch. Is that so? My sword isn't so easy to catch either, Chen Kailing said, holding the sword in one hand, his aura surging. The two stood facing each other, the pressure of their magical artifacts spreading out, and they remained locked in a stalemate on the arena. Battle, begin. With the referee's whistle. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from the arena. Xian Yuan Haohan tapped his foot and leaped into the air like an ethereal immortal. The bow was drawn and the arrow was knocked. The movements were executed in one fluid motion. Call out. As Xian Yuan Haohan released the arrow, a tiger's roar resounded from the bowstring of the 9 arrows of immortal execution, shaking the entire audience. The arrow transformed into a tiger, its majestic and powerful form swaying as it charged towards Chen Kailing with its head held high. The tiger's roar echoed in all directions, deafeningly loud. This was the first time Chen Kailing had faced the 4th arrow of Xian Yuan Haohan's 9 arrows head-on, and its power was several times stronger than when he initially defended against it. You are several times stronger, but I am dozens of times stronger. Chen Kailing's eyes blazed, and his sword strikes erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword energies appeared in the sky. In that instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the sword energy. They hadn't expected that Chen Kailing could unleash such a wide-ranging attack in an instant. Rumble! Rumble! The arrow collided with the sword energy, producing a loud explosion. A huge shockwave swept across the surrounding area, and many people instinctively shielded their eyes. The academy's senior officials and instructors stared intently at the stage, remaining silent, but their astonishment was palpable. Because at this moment, Chen Kailing's performance was actually on par with Xian Yuan Haohan. The two continued to unleash their spiritual techniques, and after several clashes, the battle became increasingly intense. Without strategy, it's just head-on collision. As soon as Xian Yuan Haohan fired his arrow, countless sword energies responded, demonstrating that both sides possessed far greater spiritual energy reserves than any of the students present. The spiritual power consumed in just a few minutes of battle was already a number that most people present could only dream of. Damn it, Xian Yuan Haohan is at the forging gold level, but how come Chen Kailing is also so durable? If a 7th level silver refining expert has such a powerful spiritual energy reserve, what will he be like when he reaches the gold refining level? Which genius invented Chen Kailing? If I had known he was this fierce, I would have just surrendered instead of fighting him. Everyone sighed inwardly, realizing that Chen Kailing was still a senior in high school. A high school senior student outmaneuvers a top university freshman. Damn, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. On the field, Xian Yuan Haohan fired another arrow, declaring, "This arrow is named Dragon's Roar." After the arrow left the bowstring, the spiritual energy gradually spread, gathering and solidifying like clouds and mist, transforming into a white dragon tens of meters long. The dragon roared in all directions, its eyes fixed on Chen Kailing, its sharp claws swirling down with immense pressure, no less than a giant mountain falling head-on. Facing the giant dragon, Chen Kailing felt as small as an ant under an elephant's feet, yet he was not afraid at all. The spiritual energy within his body roared to life like an engine, and Chen Kailing slowly gathered his strength before taking a step forward. The sword is drawn. Sword draw and slash. Double strike. In the blink of an eye, Chen Kailing completed 2 sword drawing slashes, a new skill he had developed after accumulating sufficient spiritual energy. Boom! With the first sword strike, the massive numerical increase nearly severed the dragon's head, but the white dragon still pounced down, its claws powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. The second sword strike severed the dragon's head, splitting the entire white dragon in two. The dragon burst out from both sides of Chen Kailing, losing control. Boom! With a loud bang, Chen Kailing charged out before Xian Yuan Haohan could launch his next attack, his sword cutting through everything in its path. In an instant, countless sword energies slashed towards Xian Yuan Haohan, leaving dozens of bloody marks on his body almost in the blink of an eye. Damn it, does this guy's sword energy come free? Who's a decent person who can unleash more than a dozen sword energies with a single strike? Xian Yuan Haohan gritted his teeth and said. Faced with Chen Kailing's wide-range attacks, his magical weapon had a serious flaw. Each of his attacks was extremely valuable. Apart from the 9 arrows of immortal slaying, the remaining ordinary arrows could not completely counter Chen Kailing's wide-range sword energy. Normally, he wouldn't use a second arrow if it could be resolved with one, but he was facing Chen Kailing's tactic of winning by sheer numbers. He's really in a panic, and he can't escape unscathed. In that case, I'll bet you these 3 arrows, you can't withstand them. Xian Yuan Haohan knew that the sword energy was poisonous and that the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. So he decisively withstood the sword energy and bent down to raise his bow. Full draw. 3 arrows fired simultaneously. Chapter 65. Forget about any heaven-defying amplification effects, I'll just suppress them with a flick of my hand. As a bloodline inheritance of a top family in the capital, the 9 arrows of immortal execution are considered top tier among SSS-level spiritual artifacts. The amplification effect of the last 3 arrows, in particular, is almost astonishing. Among those of the same level, few can confidently guarantee that they can withstand it. In a normal battle, each of the 9 arrows of immortal slaying adds to the combat power, but at this moment, in order to eliminate Chen Kailing as quickly as possible, Xian Yuan Haohan made this decision that went against the wishes of his ancestors. 3 arrows fired simultaneously. It not only tests the cooperation with the spirit weapon girl, but also tests the spiritual power of the spirit medium himself. All anyone could see was the 9 arrows of immortal slaying in Xian Yuan Haohan's hand shining brightly on the arena, with boundless spiritual power gathering around his body like a vortex. The moment the bowstring was released, 3 arrows transformed into dragons and shot straight at Chen Kailing. The sheer force of the arrows was enough to overwhelm the students who were closer to the arena. Hiss, 3 arrows fired at once. If I remember correctly, in the previous heavenly ranking competitions, no one could force Xian Yuan Haohan to fire his final arrow. If you remember correctly, this is the first time among people your age. Boss. Go for it. Let's take him down. Amidst a chorus of sighs, Lin Yuan shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many. This guy is still hoping Chen Kailing can win. He's a bit out of touch with the situation. Just mindless hype. Those around Lin Yuan glanced at him, outwardly showing fear of his strength and refraining from open mockery, but inwardly they sneered. This guy, I don't know what his eyes are for. Can't he see such a huge difference in combat power? On the arena. Even before the 3 arrows arrived, Chen Kailing could already feel the tearing sensation. Are you going to use that move? Xia Yuning's voice came. Chen Kailing smiled and said, of course, isn't this where we use our trump cards? The next second, Chen Kailing drew his sword and activated his talent without hesitation. A divine decree. In an instant, a familiar feeling enveloped Xian Yuan Haohan's entire body. His expression changed drastically, as he felt all his talents being suppressed, and the spiritual skill effect of the 9 arrows of immortal slaughter in his hand also disappeared. Wrong. This feeling. Chen Kailing's spiritual skill talent has a problem. He can suppress the amplification effect. In that instant, Xian Yuan Haohan recalled the strange state he experienced when he fired his second arrow during their first encounter. At that time, Chen Kailing was still very weak, and he didn't pay any attention to it, but now he has realized it. It can erase the opponent's amplification effect. This is practically a bug-level talent skill. What's the difference between this and cheating? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword energies materialized and slashed out. The last 3 arrows of the 9 arrows of immortal execution, whose amplification effects had been erased, were simply unable to withstand them. Click. The first arrow shattered. Click. The second arrow shattered. Click. Almost in the blink of an eye, the third arrow shattered. It's over. Xian Yuan Haohan's pupils were somewhat dazed, his heart enveloped in a deep sense of disbelief. In an instant, the sword energy filled the sky like a meat grinder, enveloping Xian Yuan Haohan, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, all that could be seen was Xian Yuan Haohan, covered in blood, lying in a pool of blood. Xian Yuan Haohan lost in a direct confrontation? Holy crap! Xian Yuan Haohan lost? What exactly happened just now? Shouldn't those 3 arrows be Xian Yuan Haohan's strongest move? Why did it all make a lot of noise but amount to little? Who cares what happened? The result is that Chen Kailing won. The trainees were utterly astonished and exclaimed, holy crap! Those guys who had been mocking Lin Yuan were now completely stunned. The instructors were also stunned. No, I can't believe my eyes. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Kailing's attack just now suppressed all of Xian Yuan Haohan's amplification effects. You read that right. It's hard to imagine that a spirit artifact could possess such a high-priority talent skill. Compared to the trainees, the instructors had sharper eyes and immediately analyzed the reasons for Chen Kailing's victory. This was also the reason that shocked them the most. Completely erasing the opponent's buffs is, without exaggeration, a bug-level ability. Currently, his level is low, so he can't do much. But when Chen Kailing reaches the top level, he will undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to those equally powerful ferocious beasts. I don't care about your bloodline or anything like that. Even if you're boosted to the heavens, I'll just suppress you with a single blow. Battalion Commander, the assessments are all over. Can you give us the specific information about these candidates now? At this moment, the burly instructor approached Xia Dongsheng with a cold expression. Yeah, don't tell me that Chen Kailing was just an ordinary student before, I definitely won't believe it. The other instructors echoed this. Xia Dongsheng glanced at them and said, Who said there was information? There's no information. Seeing that the battalion commander was unmoved by reason, the burly instructor walked directly to his own camp, where he received a result that made his pupils widen in disbelief. Shocked, he laughed again and walked back to the instructor team. What's going on? How can you still be laughing? The skinny instructor asked, puzzled. The burly instructor didn't answer, but looked directly at young Qinshin, crossed his arms and smiled. Chen Kailing, the 51st batch of trainees, maintained the #1 ranking before coming to the base. Young Qinshin, this has nothing to do with your education level. It's entirely due to Chen Kailing's exceptional talent. We lost this bet, but you didn't win either. We were completely set up by Xia Dongsheng. Yang Qinshin raised an eyebrow and said, Didn't you win? Don't you all have to give me your military equipment authorization? Upon hearing this, the burly instructor's face darkened immediately, and he said, What use is military equipment authorization if you're not going to the battlefield? Who said I wouldn't go? Yang Qinshin glanced at him back. You haven't always, could it be that? The burly instructor was stunned, and so were the other instructors. Yang Qinshin's gaze was fixed on Chen Kailing, who was the center of attention on the arena, and he sighed. It's not just you guys, I was also set up by Xia Dongsheng. Boss, as expected of you, I knew you could do it. But your level increased too fast, how did you do it? After Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning stepped off the stage, Lin Yuan came up to them, looking very curious. Simple, just go to the spirit realm and absorb it directly, Chen Kailing shrugged and said casually. It's just that I can't breathe very well, I wish I could go again. No problem. At this moment, Yang Qinshin walked over and said, At the latest, the spirit realm will be replenished by tomorrow, at which time you can go again. Freebie? Chen Kailing's eyes lit up. Yang Qinshin replied, Your captain level reward will be issued soon. A captain level reward? Chen Kailing was taken aback. Isn't there also a 2-player battle? Yang Qinshin said directly, Yes, but you don't need to compete anymore. Your score is already firmly in first place. Even if they add the ranking points from the 2 first-place finishes in the doubles competition, they still can't surpass you. Upon hearing this, everyone around looked on with envy. This was practically the same top student who could still get first place in the class even if he missed one subject. All that's left is envy and jealousy. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. There's such a good thing? Okay. In the afternoon, the doubles match began. After the battle, that evening, the list of those who successfully made it into the top 50 and qualified to enter the battlefield was released. Chen Kailing undoubtedly took first place and earned the position of captain. At the same time, he was also given a very generous reward, several of which were exactly what Chen Kailing wanted. Chapter 66 Violations of Military Discipline will be severely punished. Chen Kailing? Never mind then. As the #1, the captain's title and power are just the most basic rewards. In addition, there is a cash reward of 500,000 and 100,000 Shintian University points. In addition, there is one opportunity to enter an SSS-level spiritual domain training room, a complete set of gold forging level breakthrough materials, and 2 opportunities to refine gold forging level materials. As expected of Shintian University, they are really generous, Chen Kailing couldn't help but exclaim when he received the list of rewards. The school has never been stingy when it comes to rewards, but boss, who are you planning to pick for your team? There need to be at least 5 people. Lin Yuan glanced at his reward and was also very excited. He ranked 6th overall. For him, this was an achievement that seemed unattainable. However, since Chen Kailing's help, he is only 1 step away from reaching the 9th star of the silver refining level. Under the same level, he is not afraid of anyone in terms of combat power. Without further ado, from now on, wherever Chen Kailing points, Lin Yuan will fight. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Chen Kailing shrugged and said, No rush, let's see when we need to form a team. If possible, I think Xian Yuan Haohan and Wang Huai are good choices. Ah? Lin Yuan was taken aback. But they should also be at the vice-captain level, and they should be leading their own teams. They shouldn't be able to choose, right? If you can't choose, just find someone else. It doesn't matter if you have more or less of them. Chen Kailing didn't care. However, when his words reached the ears of the surrounding students, they all sensed a rather arrogant aura. But ironically, Chen Kailing really did have that ability. The night passed, and early the next morning, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning had already entered the spirit realm with Yang Qianxin. This time, Chen Kailing roughly understood that it was because his own myriad gods diagram was connected to the heavenly Tao that he could absorb the internal spiritual power without any hindrance. Not to mention obstacles, even the speed of conversion has been eliminated. When others enter the spirit realm, they are first limited by the speed at which they can absorb spiritual energy, and then they must digest it internally. Therefore, those people entering the spirit realm can at most be considered to have stabilized their realm, or to be on the verge of a breakthrough. For them, drinking some soup from the vast spirit pool was enough. They couldn't possibly take the whole basin like Chen Kailing did. Just as Chen Kailing had been absorbing knowledge all morning and had reached the 8th star of the silver refining level, and was beginning to break through to the 9th star of the silver refining level, an emergency order was issued. Everyone, assemble at training ground number 9 within 5 minutes. Upon seeing the order, Yang Qianxin immediately prepared to open the gate to the spirit realm and notify Chen Kailing. However, seeing that Chen Kailing was surrounded by a vortex of spiritual energy and was fully focused on breaking through, and that forcibly interrupting him might affect his next breakthrough, he let go of the doorknob and reported the situation to his superiors. At this moment, at training ground number 9, under the guidance of the instructors, all trainees conducted an orderly emergency assembly, which was completed in less than 3 minutes. Report. Team 1 has assembled. Report. Second team. Report. Of course, only Yang Qianxin's 5th team had no one to report anything, and of course, only Chen Kailing remained in his team. There are only 2 people, including both instructors and trainees, and neither of them is currently available. Damn it, Chen Kailing just got a spot in the actual combat and he's already late? On the battlefield, that's a serious crime of delaying the battle. Even instructor Yang Qianxin isn't here. Maybe he's off on some mission? The students below whispered among themselves, many with a hint of schadenfreude on their faces. Chen Kailing was late for the first day of the emergency assembly. I wonder what punishment he will receive. This is going to be interesting. On the stage, everyone was seated, including Zhang Zhe, the top leader of the training base, and Li Kaming and other high-ranking officials. After completing the statistics, the shaman began to report to his superiors. 2 members from each of the 5 teams are absent? They're late for the first day of emergency assembly. What kind of behavior is this? Upon hearing the report, Zhang Zhe frowned and angrily rebuked, as a soldier, if you can't even do this simple thing well, how can you go to the battlefield? Who are the instructors for the 5th squad? We don't need soldiers like this who don't follow discipline in our Divine Sky Legion's reserves. Report. Master Wu Zhang saluted and said, the absent ones are Yang Qianxin, the instructor of the 5th team, and Chen Kailing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe's expression changed, but he still said sternly, then we must enforce military discipline even more strictly and punish offenders severely. Chen Kailing is first and foremost a reserve soldier, and only secondly a university student. He must hold himself to the high standards of a soldier. What's the situation with those 2? Master Wu Zhang raised his head and said, report, Chen Kailing is currently in the spirit realm, attempting to break through to the 9th star of the silver refining level. Even instructor Yang dares not disrupt his state at this critical moment. Silver refining grade 9 star? No. 9 star? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, wondering if they had misheard. Wasn't Chen Kailing a silver level 8 star just a day ago? Did the shaman master say something wrong? 9 star silver refining level? Zhang Zhe was also taken aback. Master Wu Zhang nodded seriously and said, that's right. Half an hour ago, Chen Kailing broke through to the 8th star of the silver refining level by relying on his spirit domain. Hey, this kid, could he break through to the forging gold level before going to the battlefield? That's interesting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe paused for a moment, then burst into laughter and replied, then let's wait for him. Given Chen Kailing's rapid progress, his performance on the battlefield this time might just shock some people. Zhang Zhe, Li Kaming, and the others exchanged glances, and they could all see the surprise in each other's eyes. This is a military disciplined one, the shaman said hesitantly. Zhang Zhe waved his hand, hey, he's still a student. Appropriate leniency can also show our care for our students. Okay, just wait a bit. Yes. Upon hearing this, all the trainees widened their eyes. No? Double standards, huh? You just said he was a soldier first and then a student, and now it's become student first. Damn it, I'm so jealous. We want special privileges too. Half an hour later. With a loud burst of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy within the entire spiritual realm room suddenly dissipated. Yang Qinshin looked over and could clearly see that the spiritual energy around the two of them had increased. Silver refining grade 9 stars. In just half a day, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning had already reached the silver refining level 9 stars. This rapid promotion truly startled Yang Qinshin, who was outside. Watching Chen Kailing and the other person walk out of the spirit realm, Yang Qinshin sighed repeatedly. You too, your cultivation levels have improved a bit too much. Having entered the spirit realm twice, I have advanced 4 levels. This is an unprecedented record since the spirit realm was established. Chen Kailing sighed, it's a pity. No matter how much spiritual energy I absorb, it's useless if I don't break through. It's a bit of a waste that I didn't absorb all of the spiritual domain this time. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinshin was at a loss for words, so she could only change the subject. Let's go. Half an hour ago, the higher-ups ordered an emergency assembly. We need to confirm the team and mission location today. Now we're just missing you. I'm the only one left? Chen Kailing's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap, doesn't that mean I'm useless? Yang Qinshin raised an eyebrow and said, what's the panic? I've already reported it. Oh, Chen Kailing chuckled and said, then thank you very much, Instructor Yang, for not interrupting my breakthrough. It's not a big problem. The more you break through, the better it will be for our reputation. Of course, for you, improving your strength is more important right now. After all, there's a girl you once hurt who's come here specifically for you. She's not here with good intentions. Yang Qinshin walked ahead, then turned back and smiled meaningfully. The girl I hurt? Chen Kailing was stunned. Before he could react, he heard a cold voice from the side. What, you have this kind of romantic history? Oh no, I'm jealous. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Kailing felt a chill run down his spine. Looking at Xia Yuning, who was smiling slightly beside him, he immediately raised his hands. Slander, he is absolutely slandering me. I have kept a clean reputation for 18 years, and there is absolutely no such thing. Damn it, I hope it wasn't the original owner of this body who caused this trouble. But that doesn't make sense. In my memory, the original owner was also a lifelong single, so if it wasn't a romantic debt, then what was it? Chapter 67, been targeted by the granddaughter of a warlord he had once rejected. Training ground number 9. Report. Yang Qinshin and student Chen Kailing request to return to the team. At the front of the line, Yang Qinshin saluted and shouted. Zhang Zai's gaze swept past him and went straight to Chen Kailing, asking, how is it? Have you broken through to the 9th level of the silver refining stage? Report, we've made a breakthrough. Chen Kailing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zai immediately smiled. Alright, after the conference, you can go to the military merit office to exchange for materials. It would be best to attempt the breakthrough to the forging gold level tonight. Yes. Return to the team. Yes. With everyone present, the pre-battle mobilization meeting began. Everyone has won. Stand at attention. At ease. There's no need for further explanation. I will now announce 2 matters concerning this conference. First, regarding the team division, it was unanimously decided by the higher-ups that the selection of team members has been updated due to changes in some aspects of the battlefield support situation. Chen Kailing, step forward. Yes. As decided by the higher-ups, you, who ranked first in overall performance, will form a special team, directly led by Captain Yang Qinshin. The team consists of 5 people. You can choose anyone, including vice-captains. Vacancies at the vice-captain level will be directly led by the instructors. Yes. After hearing this, Chen Kailing glanced at everyone and then asked, what if I choose all the vice-captain level personnel? That's even better. What we need is a new team with absolutely top-notch combat power. The shaman responded. Okay, Chen Kailing replied without hesitation after receiving an affirmative answer. Lin Yuan, Xian Yuan Haowen, Wang Huai, and Lu Qi. Apart from Lin Yuan, the other 3 were extremely astonished. Xian Yuanhan and Wang Huai never expected that Chen Kailing would choose them as teammates. They fought for an entire training period. Lu Qi found it even more unbelievable. He felt that no matter who he chose, Lin Long was still ahead of him, so how could it be his turn? Although such a top-tier team carries significant risks, the resources he enjoys are also top-notch, making it a windfall for him. No problem, the shaman nodded without hesitation and began to divide the teams. The rest of you, those whose names are called, step forward. You are all vice-captain level combatants selected by the higher-ups. Each of you can choose 4 teammates. The selection process begins. 20 minutes later, all the personnel had been selected. After recording the list, the shaman ordered, each team, line up as a team. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Now, I'd like to announce the second thing, the division of war zones. The master of witchcraft swept his gaze across everyone. As is well known, Torres Canyon is a relatively important front line in the entire Northwest, and it is divided into 10 war zones. At 8 a.m. tomorrow, you will all proceed to your respective war zones according to the war zones under the command of your assigned generals. As the shaman spoke, his gaze gradually sharpened. War is a great melting pot. As long as you hold on, even scrap iron can be turned into gold. Besides, you are gold to begin with. Without exception, all the high-ranking officers of our Divine Sky Legion were selected from the reserves who had war quotas from the first year of college. I hope you can prove with your military achievements in this war that the future belongs to you. Next, all teams except Chen Kailing's team will be disbanded. Soon, only a few people from Chen Kailing's team, Li Kaiming, Master Wuzhang, and Yang Qinshin remained at the scene. Li Kaiming stood up, walked towards Chen Kailing, patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction, and said, "At first, I thought that you were already quite talented to be able to get a spot in the war, but I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise." Chen Kailing smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Director Li's excellent training." I can't accept this credit. I'm keeping you here for no other reason than to introduce the area I'm in charge of. Li Kaiming's gaze swept over everyone, and he reintroduced himself. In addition to serving as the director of the school's admissions office, I am also temporarily serving as the deputy commander of the 7th War Zone in the Divine Sky Legion. The 7th War Zone is currently the main battlefield of the war, and it is very dangerous, but relatively speaking, it is easier to gain military merits. As he spoke, Li Kaiming revealed a kind smile. I have no other requirements for the 5 of you. Each of you must receive at least 1 second-class merit award from the entire army. Of course, Chen Kailing, you need to get a first-class merit award, no problem, right? I've heard that the first-class merit citation is generally awarded to the dead, Chen Kailing said, rubbing his nose. Li Kaiming raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you talking about? It's not that difficult. That's just a rumor. As long as you survive 1 death, isn't that enough? That makes sense. Right, it's very simple. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing about you," Li Kaiming said, patting Chen Kailing on the shoulder. Due to the intense fighting in the 7th War Zone, Hu Jun, the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Army, sent a special forces company to provide support. What does this have to do with me? Chen Kailing asked in surprise. Li Kaiming smiled with interest and reminded him, "Have you forgotten what happened between you and that commander-in-chief?" "Oh no, to be precise, it's those 4 commanders-in-chief." Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Chen Kailing with surprise. "I'm just..." Chen Kailing glanced at Xia Yuning, then suddenly remembered what Yang Qinshin had said, and asked in surprise. "Don't tell me that the commander-in-chief's granddaughter is in the ranks." Li Kaiming nodded and smiled, "That's right. After all, you easily rejected her grandfather in front of so many people back then. The spread of that matter is much farther than you think. Moreover, thanks to the uninterrupted supply from the spiritual realm, her level has reached the forging gold level, and all her stats are top-notch." Chen Kailing's lips twitched, and he said, "This can even be considered a legacy issue? Unbelievable. Judging by the time, you'll run into each other tomorrow. I was originally going to suggest that you avoid the limelight for now, but now it seems that it's not certain who will avoid whom. Alright, that's all for now. Let Yang Qinshin take you to the military merit office to exchange for gold forging grade materials. Xian Yuan and the others, if you need to exchange anything, let's take care of it all at once." Good. On the way, Xian Yuanhao and the others remained silent, all astonished by Chen Kailing's talent and potential, which had caused such a great stir. Since they didn't speak, Chen Kailing naturally didn't intend to speak first. After exchanging their promotion documents at the military merit department, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning said goodbye to Yang Qinshin and returned to their dormitory. With all the trainees from the 5 teams eliminated and sent back to school, only Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning remained in the large dormitory. "Do you regret it?" For no apparent reason, Xia Yuning asked this question. Chen Kailing turned his head, frowned, and looked at Xia Yuning, whose face was calm but lacked the confidence she had shown before, and asked, "What's the meaning?" Xia Yuning stared at him, her expression somewhat fragile, and said, "With your talent, if you had formed a contract with the Commander-in-Chief's granddaughter, with a constant supply from the spirit realm every day, plus all sorts of top-tier resources, you would probably already be." "What are you talking about? If I could regret it now, I wouldn't have chosen you in the first place." "You really don't regret it?" "I have no regrets." "Alright, you've escaped unscathed." "Huh? Testing me? What would happen if I said I regretted it just now?" Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively. Thump. Xia Yuning didn't respond. Instead, she pounced on Chen Kailing and pinned him to the bed. Their breaths mingled, and as they looked into each other's eyes, a passion shone through her cool gaze. "That's for sure, to do something you'll never regret." "For example?" "For example." Hey, just say it, but don't touch me like that." Chapter 68 Advancement to the Forging Gold Rank, a comprehensive boost in combat power. Chen Kailing grabbed Xia Yuning's two hands, which were groping around, with his right hand and coughed lightly, saying, Advance first, advance first." Xia Yuning's eyes were clear as she nodded and said, "Then how can I absorb materials if you're holding my hand like this?" "Ahem, we're talking about Play-Doh, you know?" "Have no idea." "It doesn't matter if you don't know, spiritual connection is the most important thing." "Actually, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask." Xia Yuning stared at Chen Kailing, her gaze complex.
"You don't like the opposite sex?" Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing's eyes widened. "Slander? Who's slandering me?"
"Then give me a kiss," Xia Yuning said seriously, looking at Chen Kailing.
"I don't care about anything else, you kissed me last time too. Will a kiss stop you from fussing?" Splat. Alright, you've advanced."
Looking at Chen Kailing, who had regained his serious expression and was intently working on his promotion materials, Xia Yuning appeared aloof on the surface, but was actually overjoyed inside. Although we're only at the kissing level right now, men always want things to go deeper over time.
The materials are fine. I wonder what top-notch skills will emerge after this promotion. After checking everything, Chen Kailing began to guide Xia Yuning through the promotion process.
In almost 10 minutes, all the materials marked in the encyclopedia had been absorbed. As a burst of golden light shone, Xia Yuning's character panel changed. "Congratulations, host. The contractor Heavenly Sword has been upgraded to the Forged Gold level.
Skills, sword slash, sword draw strike, Heavenly Judgment.
Sword slash new effect, simultaneously releases 20 special attribute enhanced sword energies bleeding, freezing. Sword draw slash, within close range, unleashes a powerful slash with the sharpest sword, its value equal to the sum of 20 specially enhanced sword energies. It can be executed in a 3-hit combo, with each hit granting a 50% boost. Heavenly Judgment, within melee range, removes all buffs to the opponent's combat power. This ability is level insensitive and can be used 3 times within 24 hours, each lasting 3 seconds. Gains new skill, Sword Control gained new Heavenly Dao skill, Heavenly Protection. Sword Flight, during sword flight, speed is increased by 99%, and base stats are increased by 30%.
Heavenly Protection, passive skill. When triggered, grants immunity to any passive negative buffs. Battle, 232-400. Speed new, 187-300. Note, the host has unlocked the second contract slot. The simple description of the skill upgrade effects made Chen Kailing exclaim in amazement. It's so awesome to use cheat codes.
The skill upgrade effects are still super powerful, and the new skills are even more top-notch. It is no exaggeration to say that the speed when flying on a sword is already the limit of the Forged Gold level. The Heavenly Guardian, which can directly grant immunity to negative effects, did not disappoint the Heavenly Dao skills at all, causing countless cursed beasts to retire on the spot. As for the new stat panel, it is well known that after the Spirit Weapon Girl is upgraded to the Forged Gold level, the upgrade conditions become more demanding. One of them is the improvement of combat and speed stats through refinement. All of these must be met in order to advance. The stronger one's talent, the more difficult it is to refine. However, the stronger one's combat power is also. For example, Xia Yuning's combat refinement stat limit is as high as 400, which is already at the Emerald level. In other words, there's no need to advance. Simply maxing out the refinement stats will be enough for Xia Yuning to achieve a significant power boost, regardless of her level. Yuning, our future is also very bright.
Chen Kailing stared at Xia Yuning and couldn't help but laugh out loud. How bright is it? so bright it reflects light. The next day, the troops assembled and began heading towards their respective war zones. Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning boarded their fighter jets on time. As the fighter jets took off, the group began their journey to the 7th war zone. The 7th war zone is the northwesternmost war zone of the Divine Sky Legion, with half located in the Torres Canyon and the other half in the suburbs of Ningbei City. In wartime, fighter jets are not allowed to land at temporary military camps, but can only land in Ningbei City. After the planes landed, the people in charge of liaison drove off-road vehicles directly to the temporary military camp. Please show your identification. Along the way, you'll encounter checkpoints every kilometer to verify your identity. This is my identification. The people in the car are high-ranking reserve officers from Kanda University. This is their student ID. The driver rolled down the window and handed over his documents. The sentries checked carefully before letting them pass. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow at this, somewhat puzzled. It's one thing to be strict with external affairs, but to be so rigorous with internal inspections? Could there have been problems internally as well? Soon, the off-road vehicle drove into the temporary military base, which was originally a plain, but was now covered with green tents. Upon entering the base, the group passed through an area filled with the stench of blood. Looking into the tent, one sees it filled with wounded soldiers, many of whom are so badly injured that there are hardly any spare parts left on their bodies. If people hadn't already seen this scene in war footage, those with weaker mental fortitude would probably have vomited. After passing through this area, Yang Qinshin led the group to a rest area. This is the soldiers' rest area. Take a look around and find a vacant bed. Once you found your spot, register at the door. As Yang Chen thought this, he led the way in searching inside. Hiss, they didn't even prepare a place for us to sleep? Lin Yuan said in surprise. Chen Kailing glanced at him and said, others fight on the battlefield without asking for special privileges, and we haven't even made a single contribution, yet we want special privileges? What the boss said makes sense. Lin Yuan smiled, then pulled Lin Yan'er toward the nearest tent. Let's go, Chen Kailing said, leading Xia Yuning into several tents. As I entered one of the tents, I happened to see a soldier organizing military affairs. Hello, is this bed available? Chen Kailing asked as she stepped forward. The soldier shouldered his pack and nodded, saying, yes. After putting down his luggage, Chen Kailing casually asked, how's the situation at the front? The soldier glanced at him and then asked, are you a new recruit? Right. My job is to sort out the belongings of the fallen soldiers and send them home. This is the 10th time I've been in this tent. After speaking, the soldier left expressionlessly. 1.2.3. After the soldiers left, Xia Yuning started counting the tents, then paused for a moment. There are only 12 beds in this room. They've almost replaced everyone already. Is the situation that dire? No wonder the Northwest Army has to send reinforcements. Just then, Chen Kailing suddenly heard a lot of footsteps outside the tent. Have the soldiers at the front retreated and returned? Just as Chen Kailing was speculating, the tent was opened. TSK, the people from the Divine Sky Legion don't know the rules very well. We came here to provide support, and they didn't even provide us with a separate rest area. No wonder they can't even hold on to Torres Canyon. This kind of strategic location should be entrusted to our Northwest Legion. One by one, well-equipped soldiers wearing special strategic armor walked in, their gazes sweeping around before settling on Chen Kailing. You, come here. Chapter 69 Attacking a Superior? Who is whose superior? Are you calling me? Chen Kailing looked at the person who had spoken. He appeared to be a leader, with a burly build and a fierce look in his eyes, while his spirit weapon girl was dressed equally smartly. The burly man retorted, is there a second person here? I am Zhang Kai, the captain of the 9th Squad of the White Wolf Regiment of the 4th Field Army of the Northwest Army. I now order you to find us a place to rest. Zhang Kai acted completely arrogantly, as if in his eyes, the soldiers of the Divine Heaven Legion were nothing more than menial laborers. How can you treat soldiers from other units so rudely? Chen Kailing frowned. To be honest, he had heard that some people in the 4 major legions had a bad attitude towards the other legions, but he did not expect to encounter it as soon as he arrived. Zhang Kai sneered, heh, do we have any brother units that have suffered defeats? Find an empty bed yourself. Chen Kailing was too lazy to talk to this kind of person anymore, and continued making the bed with Xia Yuning. TSK, a new recruit. Looks like it's necessary to let you know that obedience is a soldier's duty.
Zheng Kai glanced at Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning's military uniforms, and after confirming that they were the uniforms they wore after finishing basic training, he frowned, and the spirit weapon girl beside him actually transformed into a long spear. With a gun in hand, Zheng Kai stepped to Chen Kailing's side, his arm flashing, and the gun was instantly pressed against Chen Kailing's neck. Only 1-star level forged gold. Chen Kailing glanced at the person in front of him and said calmly, "I'll give you a chance. Put away your gun, and we'll pretend nothing happened." Holy crap, this is hilarious. This recruit dares to threaten Captain Zheng Kai? He probably hasn't even been to basic training camp yet. There's no way around it. The quality of the soldiers in these legions varies greatly. Some of them are fresh out of basic training and have no idea how big their own problems are. Give them a lesson, but don't let it really draw blood, or the captain will get angry. Zheng Kai's teammates chatted idly to the side, as if bullying such a lowly soldier was nothing to worry about. "Kid, I haven't put my gun away, so what are you going to do about it?" Deng Kai looked at Chen Kailing with a mocking gaze, completely disregarding his words. He's just a new recruit, what kind of strength could he possibly have? Whoosh! While the group was still waiting to see what would happen, a sword light, as dazzling as the blazing sun, suddenly appeared inside the tent. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Kai was sent flying backward like a cannonball. At this moment, Chen Kailing, who had just unleashed his sword strike, had already disarmed himself and continued making the bed with Xia Yuning. It was as if nothing had happened. Team leader! Everyone stood there stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before exclaiming in surprise and turning to run out of the tent. Outside the tent, Zheng Kai had already landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, Zheng Kai was lying outside, groaning in pain, with a deep sword wound bleeding from his chest. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. They hadn't even seen the young man make a move, yet Zheng Kai, a first-star gold forging expert, had already been defeated. Isn't that guy a new recruit? One sword strike instantly killed Zheng Kai? The commotion quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Knock, knock, knock. A series of footsteps approached, and more than 100 soldiers from the Northwest Army, dressed in Special Forces armor just like them, surrounded them. At this moment, a lieutenant walked out with a frown, glanced at Deng Kai, and then looked at the team members. Who hurt him? The team members looked at each other, then pointed into the tent and said, "It's that soldier inside." "Hey, you hurt someone and you're too scared to come out, huh? Get out here. Do you think this matter can be resolved peacefully?" Amidst angry shouts, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning stepped forward. Facing the angry gazes of hundreds of people, Chen Kailing remained calm and said, "What? Does self-defense also incur liability? Should we take him to a military court and investigate his responsibility for striking first? The era in which excessive self-defense was punishable is over. He's the one who injured Captain Zheng Kai? He looks so young. He's still wearing his recruit training uniform. He must have just come out of recruit camp. Does he have this kind of combat capability?" Everyone looked at Chen Kailing with surprise. "So, you're the one who injured me?" The lieutenant looked at Chen Kailing, his words devoid of emotion. "Yes, it's me." Chen Kailing nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. This man, being a lieutenant in the Special Forces, must be of a high rank. Now, if things really came to a head. "I am Wang Zhe, the company commander of the 3rd Company of the White Wolf Regiment, in charge of the 789th Squad. I apologize to you on behalf of my subordinate's impulsiveness." But to Chen Kailing's surprise, the officer named Wang Zhe actually bowed his head and apologized first. Wang Zhe continued, "I know what my soldiers are like. It must have been him who clashed with you first." Seeing that the other party was so reasonable, Chen Kailing casually said, "It's okay, I forgive them." "You've forgiven us?" The Zheng Kai team members stared wide-eyed. "If you're not even scratched, you'll forgive us. Our captain is almost seriously injured." At this moment, Zheng Kai, who was lying on the ground, began to feel dizzy. He felt that he was losing more and more blood. Something's not right. This guy's sword aura has special properties. Zheng Kai quickly grabbed the sleeve of his teammate beside him, wanting to speak, but his whole body felt frozen, and he couldn't even catch his breath. They exchanged glances. "It's all right, Captain. Don't worry, we will definitely seek justice for you." The man offered a word of comfort. "No, stop hosting just now, I think I'm dying." Zheng Kai stared wide-eyed, only able to hear Wang Zhe's voice. "Now that you've forgiven them, your debt is settled. It's time for us to settle our own scores." Wang Zhe took a step forward, and his spiritual power expanded. The spirit weapon girl beside him also had an icy gaze, and the pressure instantly surged like a flood.
You've wounded my soldiers like this, and you're just going to let it go? That's just too much.
You should know the consequences of attacking your superior officer. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing frowned. With just one sentence, Wang Zhe had characterized his act of self-defense as an attack on a superior. Large-scale joint operations involve strict military discipline. The crime of attacking a superior officer alone is enough to warrant a sentence of several years. This is why Zhang Kai dares to be so arrogant.
Just as Wang Zhe was putting pressure on them, a voice came, attack a superior? It's not certain whose superior is yet.
Chen Kailing turned his head and saw Yang Qinshin walking over, an even more powerful aura instantly enveloping the entire area.
Immediately, Wang Zhe's expression turned serious.
Captain, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
I mean, your soldiers have clashed with captains of our Divine Sky Legion's high-ranking reserve force. You should know the difference in rank between a low-ranking squad leader in a regiment under the Northwest Army and a captain in the high-ranking reserve.
As soon as Yang Qinshin spoke, Wang Zhe was stunned and couldn't help but curse Zhang Kai as an idiot in his heart.
Even though the Divine Sky Legion is one level lower than the Northwest Army in the Legion hierarchy, the Northwest Army only recruits 50 people a year for its high-ranking reserves. As long as you complete the corresponding war mission during your university years and stay in the God Legion after graduation, your starting point will be a university-level cadre. The top-level reserve captains each year are at the very top level, with the highest level being the Legion Command.
The two are not even in the same league. Fighting against such people is just asking for trouble. Let alone beating up Zhang Kai.
Even if Chen Kailing beats up their squad leader, the Divine Heaven Legion will protect him. They might even praise his fighting strength and say that he has a promising future.
Chapter 70 Departure, Guarding the Ancient Eagle Pass.
Disrespecting superiors, if reported to a military court, wouldn't be a good thing for your White Wolf Regiment.
Yang Qinshin looked at Wang Zhe, his words calm, yet they commanded respect.
After pondering for a moment, Wang Zhe finally said, "We were indeed at fault in this matter.
In that case, how about I compensate him with a gold-level fine forging opportunity?"
Upon hearing this, Yang Qinshin looked at Chen Kailing.
Chen Kailing, what do you think? Chen Kailing had originally planned to let them off the hook, but since he could get a free opportunity to refine his skills, why not?
So he naturally agreed.
Then we'll take our leave. You guys, quickly carry Deng Kai to the infirmary and start treatment immediately.
At this moment, Deng Kai, who was already on the verge of death, finally received a rescue.
Look at their expressions just now, are they still as smug as they are now?
At this moment, Lin Yuan appeared out of nowhere and complained. The guys from the 4 legions have always looked down on the fighting strength of other legions. Now that our defenses are in danger, they feel even more superior.
All right, we're all allies.
Yang Qinshin interrupted Lin Yuan, saying, "There are all kinds of birds in a big forest.
A legion has 1,000,000 people.
Don't let a very small number of people affect your judgment of the legion.
Have you found beds? I'll take you to meet the commander at the front."
After finding Xian Yuan Haoan, Wang Huai, and Lu Qi, Yang Qinshin led the team toward the command post. Meanwhile, news of the dispute between Chen Kailing and Zhang Kai began to circulate within the White Wolf Alliance.
Have you heard?
The squad leader of Team 9 was instantly killed by a high-ranking reserve captain of the Divine Sky Legion.
Impossible. The high-ranking reserves of the Divine Sky Legion are all composed of freshmen. Deng Kai is a veteran captain, after all.
I believe he lost, but I don't believe he was instantly killed.
Why wouldn't you believe it?
Even the company commander of the 3rd company went, but he still suffered a setback and was forced to compensate for a gold-level fine forging opportunity.
Holy crap, really? A freshman at Xintian University is this awesome? What's his name?
I heard his name is Chen Kailing.
Chen Kailing? That name sounds familiar. Wait, isn't he the new top scholar who rejected that guy? Inside the command post.
After everyone entered, they waited in the meeting room for nearly 20 minutes before Yang Qinshin and a middle-aged man arrived. After glancing at the crowd, the middle-aged man calmly said,
"Welcome to the 7th War Zone.
I am Pang Bin, the captain of the Special Forces Brigade of the 7th War Zone.
From today until the end of the war, you will be assigned missions by me. Now, listen to my orders. One of your tasks is to provide support in defense."
Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated for a moment.
Assist in defense? Help with defense? Is it such a simple task? Lin Yuan asked bluntly. He thought it was some kind of special mission to penetrate deep into enemy territory and strike at the heart of the enemy. Simple?
After glancing at him, Pang Bin said, since some students find it easy, no problem.
The 5 of you will go directly to Gyeongju later. You don't need to assist in the defense.
You will be in charge of guarding it for 3 days.
Remember, in the Legion, unless ordered by superiors, the front line you guard is your lifeline.
Even if it means your own death, you cannot let the ferocious beasts set foot on it.
Do you understand?
Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. But they still forced themselves to say, report.
We understand.
Understood, disband, Yang Qinshin.
Arrive. After taking them to Gyeongju, come back immediately.
Now that you're back, you must obey military orders and enter the battlefield.
Yes.
After assigning the tasks, Pang Bin rushed to another conference room, where he still had things to deal with. To be honest, before we came here, I thought either Director Li or Instructor Yang would be in charge of us.
This captain seems a bit strict.
Lin Yuan frowned and said.
You talk too much.
Lin Yenner glanced at Lin Yuan, her eyes full of disdain. Lin Yuan looked aggrieved.
He couldn't be blamed for this, he was just curious. Besides, isn't a mouth meant for talking? Alright, I'll take you to Ancient Eagle's mouth. You're in luck with this mission, it's even more challenging than what I did back then.
Yang Qinshin patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, then glanced at everyone with a half smile before walking out first.
Oh no, what about our luggage? We just finished packing it. Don't worry about it. It's only 3 days. If you come back alive, you can stay here. Ha! Don't scare me, Instructor Yang.
Ancient Eagle's Mouth is a narrow pass at the northernmost end of Tor's Canyon.
It is named Ancient Eagle's Mouth because its shape resembles an eagle's beak.
When the group arrived, they discovered that there was no defense line, not even a single watchtower. To be honest, all that's left here is a pole with a wireless alarm bell attached and a few empty tents.
Instructor Yang, are you sure this is where we're supposed to be on guard duty? Chen Kailing asked, somewhat confused. Yang Qinshin nodded and said, that's right, this is it. Do you see the pass on the other side?
Following the direction Yang Qinshin pointed, everyone saw only the pass, which was about 3 meters wide, and the plains on the other side, and they all nodded.
That pass is our defense line.
All you have to do is call for backup as soon as the beasts arrive, and then hold out until they come.
As Yang Qinshin explained, everyone's brows furrowed even more. Wang Huai asked in confusion, don't we have any comrades in arms?
Where are the soldiers who were stationed here before?
Didn't you think the difficulty of the joint defense was too low?
So Captain Pang Bin withdrew all the hundreds of soldiers here.
Yang Chen thought to himself.
Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan gave an awkward smile, not daring to reply. Don't worry, if anything happens, the warning device will issue an alert and synchronize the message, and reinforcements will arrive. Then I'll be going now. Good luck to you.
In the empty canyon, only 5 people and their respective magical artifact girls remained, and the atmosphere became quiet for a moment.
The 2 of you. Chen Kailing spoke first, her gaze fixed on Xin Yuan Haohan and Wang Huai, and said earnestly. Do you know why I chose you 2 as teammates? Xian Yuan Haohan did not answer.
Wang Huai simply stated, probably, because we are strong enough.
Chen Kailing nodded, that's right, I think you can create value in my team, so I chose you.
Regardless of any past conflicts, now that we are on the battlefield, I hope that everyone can put aside past grievances and fight the enemy together. If you have any complaints, I can fight you again before the ferocious beast arrives, until you are convinced.
However, I think you all have no objections, after all. I've already reached the alchemy level.
Xian Yuanhan and Wang Huai exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's unspoken message. I couldn't beat them when they were at the silver refining level 7 stars, and now they're at the gold refining level.
Oh well, it's not easy for anyone. The winner takes all.
I won't bother with anything until I surpass you in strength.
Me too.
Seeing that the 2 were quite sensible, Chen Kailing smiled slightly and gave up the idea of beating them up now.
Alright, then let's hope we can defend Gyeongju well.
As soon as the words were spoken, the alarm bells above everyone's heads blared loudly, and everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking.
An earthquake?
No, it's a large number of ferocious beasts approaching.
Chapter 71. The Ghost Tree Beast has strong defense? But I can ignore defense. The group exchanged glances and quickly walked towards the canyon entrance.
Behind the canyon passage, one after another, ferocious tree beasts, covered in green thorny vines and armored with bodies like trees and numerous tentacles like octopuses, were rushing towards them at high speed. These ferocious tree beasts are enormous, each over 10 meters tall. Just looking at their massive branches, any one of them is estimated to be decades old. Moreover, there are a huge number of these ghost tree beasts at a glance. There are conservatively estimated to be over 100. In terms of grade, they are mostly at the gold refining level, with only a very few at the silver refining level. Among them, the most imposing of the ghost tree beasts reached around the 5th level of the forging gold stage, and were also a head taller than the other beasts. At this moment, it wasn't just Chen Kailing and his group who knew that the ferocious beast was attacking. An emergency message also popped up in front of Pang Bin via the alarm bell. Is the estimate 2 5-star gold forged beasts, 10 4-star gold forged beasts, 101 to 3-star gold forged beasts, plus more than 50 silver refining ghost tree beasts? Pang Bin stared at the image of the ferocious beast on the screen, then glanced at the 5 people who showed no sign of retreating, and gave the order. Prepare the nearest ranged attack squad to provide long-range artillery support at any time. With such a large number of them, Captain, are you planning to only have 5 of them face them? At this moment, Vice Captain Gao Shang walked over, his gaze solemn. Pang Bin glanced at him and said, "Isn't this prepared for remote support? At worst, it's just death. We've all been through this before. But they are still just students. From the moment they step onto the battlefield, they become soldiers. Lu Qi, you hold the pass. Xian Yuan Haoan, you'll be in charge of remote support. Lin Yuan, Wang Huai, follow me and charge forward. Go straight up and disrupt their rhythm, okay? No problem." The 5 people had clearly defined roles. Chen Kailing took the lead and charged out on his sword. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a ferocious ghost tree beast. Whoosh! Before the ferocious tree beast could react, it was pierced by the sword blade, its crown was severed, and it flew high into the air. Wow, what a fast sword! The group was instantly stunned by the sword strike. The sword speed was simply too fast, erasing the hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. At this speed, no one could rival them. But judging from the numbers, they are almost all at the top level of the 9-star gold forging grade, so how can they not be surprising? Damn it, this guy has gotten even stronger. Xian Yuan Haohan gritted his teeth and shot out a 9 arrow of immortal slaying, followed by 3 ordinary arrows, which also instantly killed a ghost tree beast. However, his 9 arrows of immortal slaying were ultimately limited. They couldn't compare to Chen Kailing, who could kill wherever he went. At this moment, Chen Kailing had already rushed 100 meters away. With a wave of his hand, he returned the heavenly sword, and hundreds of sword energy shot out. Several loud booms were heard. The demonic tree beast in the front row had its armor shattered, its body hacked to pieces, and finally exploded into wood chips. Behind them, the other ferocious ghost tree beasts, seemingly oblivious to pain, charged towards Chen Kailing. Whoosh! A sword light flashed once more. With a loud bang, another demon tree beast was cut in half at the waist, its spiritual energy going out of control and exploding. Chen Kailing quickly turned around and swung his sword at the nearest few ghost tree beasts. The sword's edge was as sharp as mud, and the vine armor was instantly severed. While these ferocious tree beasts were indeed powerful in size and strength, Xia Yuning's stats improved significantly after being upgraded to the forged gold level. More importantly, the skills are now much stronger. Every sword strike unleashed now is an enhanced version of its elemental properties, making it exceptionally powerful. After quickly slaying the nearest demon tree beast, Chen Kailing immediately began a rapid fire attack. A barrage of sword energy poured out like a torrential rain, stunning the ferocious ghost tree beasts in front of them. Is that one person on the other side, or a whole company? There are too many sword energies, I can't see them clearly anymore. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came, and one of the 5-star gold forging level ghost tree beasts used its vines to push aside its kin and charged towards Chen Kailing without restraint. It is quite confident in its defense. The vine armor of the ghost tree beast is indeed far superior to that of ordinary beasts, especially against some magical artifacts, which can easily cause blunt damage and cannot penetrate it. It's good that you've come. Chen Kailing laughed upon seeing this. He liked stubborn beasts, especially those that charged recklessly, relying on their defenses. As for why? Is that even a question? The heavenly sword ignores defense. Whoosh! Chen Kailing took a step forward, and the moment he drew his longsword, it unleashed a thunderous power. Draw your sword and strike. Each sword aura condensed and converged into one, ultimately transforming into a dazzling sword light that slashed horizontally. Laugh. With a massive increase in power, and ignoring defense, the sword strike revealed its fangs once again, almost stopping the attack as the blade severed the vine armor. This 5-star level gold-forged ghost tree beast was directly cut in two by a single sword strike. Holy crap! Lin Yuan, who was rushing behind Chen Kailing, blurted out a phrase about traditional Chinese culture, as he had originally wanted to show off as well. But now it seems like he's not doing anything worthwhile. Even if he were to self-destruct and die, he couldn't generate that kind of power now. On the other side, Shen Yuan Haohan remained silent, only drawing his bow and shooting arrows, the 9 arrows of immortal slaying aimed directly at another 5-star ghost tree beast of the forging gold level. His eyes were full of unyielding stubbornness. As for Wang Huai and Lu Qi, they were now out of work. Chen Kailing has already dealt with all the ferocious beasts, so why do they still need to guard the entrance? As everyone's expressions varied, they suddenly felt the earth tremble again, and an even more powerful aura swept over them. Everyone looked up and saw a flash of green light that instantly covered the entire battlefield. After being swept by those green lights, something strange happened. The ferocious beasts that had been dead, except that their cultivation levels had all dropped to the silver refining level, were completely resurrected in that instant. What's going on? Everyone's pupils contracted. Looking into the distance, Chen Kailing saw a few kilometers away, a ghost tree and a demon flower that looked like a blooming, bewitching rose, fiercely scattering pollen from the flowers on its crown. Pollen transformed into green light, reviving all the ferocious beasts. As if sensing the gaze, the ghost tree demon flower's gaze spanned several kilometers, meeting Chen Kailing's eyes. In that instant, Chen Kai felt disdain, mockery, and intense killing intent. On the battlefield, after the ferocious beasts were resurrected, they seemed to hear the order to assemble and began to retreat rapidly. Come and go as you please, do you think this is a vegetable market? Chen Kailing narrowed his eyes and immediately gave chase. Dare to show off in front of me and I'll make you fly. A ghost tree flower fairy of the forged gold level, I think you really want to die. The sword soared into the air, and Chen Kailing took a step forward, flying on the sword and instantly igniting the surrounding air, shooting out like a rocket. Before anyone could react, Chen Kailing had already flown over all the strange beasts in mid-air on his sword, his figure heading towards the ghost tree flower demon. Chapter 72 The Ghost Tree Flower Fairy, The Curse Abilities of Resurrection and Reversal. Even if the others wanted to keep up, they didn't have the speed. They could only watch as Chen Kailing got closer and closer to the ghost tree flower demon. When they were less than a kilometer away from the ghost tree flower fairy, Chen Kailing suddenly sensed something was wrong. The pollen in the air is toxic, and its effect is similar to our freezing effect. I can feel that the state of my spiritual energy armor has changed. Xia Yuning's voice was serious as she gave a reminder. It seems this ghost tree flower demon can not only revive, but also cause death, then it's even more necessary to keep it alive. After saying that, Chen Kailing ignored the negative status and increased his speed again. At this moment, Peng Bin, who was in charge of the command post, suddenly stood up after observing the ghost tree flower demon, his expression one of shock and astonishment. A demonic tree flower? The demonic tree clan actually has royalty? Royal? Upon hearing this, Peng Bin's adjutant looked puzzled. Is there such a thing as a royal family among the ghost tree clan? Peng Bin said with a solemn expression, yes, but they have almost never shown themselves. Now they have been exposed and have entered the battlefield. What exactly is the Ghost Tree Legion thinking? The Ghost Tree clan, together with the Ice Armor Beast clan and the Evil Raven clan, formed the main force for this attack on Tor's Canyon. On the main battlefield, the Ghost Tree clan, with its powerful vitality, formed an ironclad defense line, repeatedly repelling the counterattacks of the Divine Sky Legion. If the royal family of the Ghost Tree clan, the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy with the ability to revive and reverse life, is added to the mix, it would be a huge blow to the entire frontal battlefield. Resurrection is what we just saw, a direct resurrection at the cost of level, right? What about reverse rebirth? Reverse rebirth is one of the most terrifying curse abilities. It can directly revert a medium's level. A high-level Ghost Tree Flower Fairy can directly cause a medium of the same level to drop a major realm. Peng Bin's expression grew increasingly grim. Oh no! Chen Kailing has charged forward, but his level isn't even as high as that Ghost Tree Flower demon. The adjutant exclaimed in surprise. Peng Bin slammed his hand on the table and scolded, doesn't this Chen Kailing know he's the defending general? Anyone who didn't would think someone had sounded the horn for a counterattack. Immediately notify nearby troops to launch an immediate attack and save Chen Kailing at all costs. After the order was issued, the garrison, located only 10 kilometers from Gyanku, did not hesitate to begin calibrating the coordinates in preparation for a long-range fire strike.
Ancient Eagle Mouth.
At this moment, Chen Kailing was unaware that his actions had affected the nearby garrison. All he knew was that
this ferocious beast is not right. If we let it live, there will be endless trouble.
We must nip it in the bud while it's still small. On the other side, the ghost tree flower demon showed no concern when it saw Chen Kailing's sword strike coming towards it.
Instead, its bark-like face revealed a mocking expression. Foolish human, the faster you use your spiritual power, the faster the curse of reversed life will take effect.
Under the gaze of the ghost tree flower demon, Chen Kailing's aura grew weaker and weaker, and the fluctuations of his spiritual weapon began to tremble, as if he might drop in level at any moment and lose control of his current power.
It's over, humanity.
On the other side, Chen Kailing had already felt his own power receding. Just as he was considering whether to retreat, a warm glow came from the heavenly sword. In that instant, the strange sensations on Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning completely disappeared, as if they had never existed.
Passive skill Heavenly Protection activated. So it's a curse-type skill. Well, I'm really sorry. Chen Kailing's lips curled up, and his aura surged instantly.
The next second, the sword light swept across, and the vine armor on the ghost tree flower fairy's body broke into pieces, instantly startling the ghost tree flower fairy.
What's going on? Why didn't his rank drop?
This attack completely stunned the ghost tree flower fairy. Not only it, but Peng Bin and others at the command post were also stunned and immediately ordered a halt to remote support to assess the situation. Opposite Chen Kailing, the ghost tree flower demon suddenly retreated 100 meters, its gaze fixed on Chen Kailing, whose aura was still at its peak, its eyes filled with disbelief.
That's impossible. Why is my curse skill ineffective against him? Could it be that his level is far above mine, and he's playing dumb to take advantage of me? No, if that were the case, I would already be dead. This human is abnormal, he must be eliminated.
In an instant, the ghost tree flower fairy issued a command, and a hoarse roar resounded throughout the entire battlefield.
All ghost trees, heed my command, kill this human. The hierarchy of the ferocious beast clan is quite strict, and bloodline is even above rank.
At the command of the ghost tree flower demon, hundreds of ghost tree troops immediately rushed towards Chen Kailing. At the same time, the ghost tree flower demon's entire body was covered in vine armor as it attempted to distance itself from the battlefield to conduct remote command and resurrection. But Chen Kailing wouldn't give it the chance the moment he caught up with it on his sword.
Draw your sword and strike.
The sword energy, like the light of the bright moon, flashed through the valley, and the boundless sword intent surged out like a waterfall, pouring all over the ghost tree flower fairy.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
Sword energies ignored the defenses and struck the ghost tree flower fairy's body squarely, instantly splattering blue blood all over the ground. The other ghost trees don't have blood, but this one does.
It's definitely a different species. I wonder if headquarters wants it alive.
Just as Chen Kailing had this thought, the ghost tree flower fairy opposite him was flashing with green light, and its injuries were completely healed in the blink of an eye.
Damn it! Damn it! That damned human! He actually made me use up an important chance to revive. Once I command a stronger army, I will definitely kill him.
The demon tree flower's lower limbs suddenly split open, and the tendrils spread downwards into the ground, eventually disappearing completely into it.
Just as Chen Kailing was about to give chase, a large number of ghost trees surged up from the vicinity.
Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of sword energies swept across, and all the ghost trees that had been abandoned died, but the ghost tree flower demons had disappeared without a trace. However, at least I hunted down over 100 ferocious ghost tree beasts, and my level increased.
It wasn't a complete waste of time.
Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 2nd star of the Forging Gold level. Sword slash, attribute increased.
Sword slash, unleashes 30 sword energies enhanced with special attributes bleeding, freezing. Combat, 235-400. Speed, 190-300.
The panel updated, and Chen Kailing glanced at it casually.
It's just a minor upgrade, nothing special. Etc. Something's not right. How many sword energies? 30 dishes? It's been upgraded by 1 level, and the number of questions has increased by 30? Chen Kailing was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Didn't this mean that when he reached the 9th star of the Forging Gold level, he could kill 100 enemies with a single sword strike? This leap in improvement is no less than a major upgrade.
However, the base stats increase very slowly. It seems that after reaching the Forged Gold level, one will have to rely on refined forging. When Chen Kailing returned to Gaianku, he looked at everyone and saw that they were all looking at him with different expressions.
Boss, Your sword control was so cool. I was stunned. I wonder if my Yenner can awaken the flying skill. He's so cool.
Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement. Flying on a sword was a skill that many young people dreamed of.
Captain, how exactly did you train? Isn't your combat power increasing a bit too fast?
Wang Huai coughed lightly and asked the question that he and Xian Yuanhan were most concerned about right now.
A talent you're born with, you don't need to learn it. Chen Keiling's words sounded pretentious, but they also seemed to make sense. Damn it, he set me up again. New effect in Chapter 73. Ignore the resurrected blood poison. The next 2 days.
The Ghost Tree Flower Fairy organized at least 3 waves of attacks, each led by a different team of ferocious beasts, but each time, Chen Keiling repelled them. The most powerful reversal curse was ineffective in front of Chen Keiling. The Ghost Tree Flower Demon was nothing more than an ordinary Ghost Tree beast. As for resurrection, even in his prime before resurrection, he was completely dominated by Chen Keiling, let alone after resurrection, his cultivation level would drop. After 3 days and 4 waves of attacks, Chen Keiling's cultivation level was close to the 3-star level of the Forging Gold stage. Improving one's cultivation level on the battlefield was incredibly easy for Chen Keiling. He even wished he could stay on the battlefield forever.
After the 3rd day ended, Chen Keiling's team received the order to retreat.
At the same time, the troops responsible for guarding the area returned and took over. As soon as the unit leaders returned, they hurried to Chen Keiling's side, warmly took his hand, and excitedly said, "We were a little worried when our superiors ordered us to retreat, but we heard that you, at the 2nd level of the Forging Gold realm, managed to hold off 4 waves of attacks in succession. You even hunted down several 5-star Ghost Tree beasts of the Forging Gold level, and even the 6-star Ghost Tree Flower Fairy of the Forging Gold level was no match for you. Your combat power is approaching that of a 7-star Ghost Tree level." Looking at the lieutenant in front of him, Chen Keiling smiled and replied, "Look, this is just a rumor spread by others.
It's not that weak at all."
Ah? The officer was completely stunned. After Chen Keiling and the others left, they later learned that the reason why the officer was so excited was because if they were the ones guarding these 4 waves. Conservative estimates suggest that more than half of their comrades were killed or wounded. After returning to the temporary command post, Chen Keiling led his team to meet with Pang Bin. Pang Bin patted Chen Keiling on the shoulder and smiled.
"You did a good job, especially your individual combat skills.
Next time the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy appears, I'll call you to go again. The military merits for this defense have been distributed to your back-end system.
Each person will receive 300 merits.
As the captain and main force member, Chen Keiling will receive an additional 100 plus 600 merits. You have half a day to exchange for consumables to improve your strength.
At this time tomorrow, there will be a new mission waiting for you."
After seeing everyone off, Pang Bin looked at his adjutant and said,
"Did you find anything?"
"No, currently, only 1 Ghost Tree Flower Fairy has appeared in the entire battlefield, so we can't be sure what the situation is inside the Ghost Tree clan. Then send people to investigate thoroughly."
"This, who should investigate?"
"Our Special Forces team is all out on missions."
"Didn't one just arrive?"
"Ha?
Them?"
"But this mission requires at least the peak of the Forging Gold level."
"Didn't he say he wasn't as weak as a 7-star gold forging expert? I think he's quite suitable, let's choose him."
Chen Keiling had no idea that his casual remark, recorded by the alarm bell, would directly result in him receiving a top-tier mission. Right now, he and his teammates are exchanging materials at the Military Merit Center to improve their strength.
"Boss, what are you planning to exchange for?"
"I'm planning to break through to the Forging Gold level this afternoon. I feel like I'm almost there."
Lin Yuan was very excited.
He had a premonition that once Lin Yenner advanced to the Forging Gold level, her strength would experience a breakthrough improvement.
"What should I exchange for?" "Naturally, it's the special attribute that can prevent being finished off." "Preventing last hitting? What does that mean? Hard to understand?"
"It means that once you kill someone, you can forget about being resurrected." Chen Keiling was still annoyed that he hadn't dealt with the Ghost Tree Flower Demon yet, but luckily, there were now slots available for adding special attributes.
He decided to create a targeted attribute.
Next time you encounter a Ghost Tree Flower Fairy, or a ferocious beast with similar abilities, give them a surprise. Among thousands of special attributes, Chen Keiling spent a long time selecting and finally chose only a few.
After comparing the options, Chen Keiling chose the special attribute with the strongest functionality. Blood poison.
Blood poison absorbs the toxins of various poisons and transforms them into its own additional toxicity.
A single effective attack can stack the effect by 0.1%. This toxin cannot be cured by death or serum.
Once it reaches 50%, a passive effect is triggered, causing the toxin to spread throughout the body.
Combat power depends on the effectiveness of acquiring the toxin. It's no exaggeration to say that Chen Kailing couldn't help but laugh out loud after seeing this special attribute.
As I said before, as long as an attribute requires stacking effects, even a pile of papers can be turned into gold once it's in your hands. Only a single effective attack can stack 0.1%. For others, it would be remarkable if they could stack 10% in a single battle.
But Chen Kailing is different.
His 30 sword energies in a single attack are guaranteed to hit, and they stack up to 3% at the start. Within 3 minutes, as long as the opponent doesn't have a turtle shell or is too strong, he can simply eliminate all the sword energies. So, 50% of the toxins have already spread, and we can easily control it.
Yu Ning, what do you think of this attribute's effect?
Chen Kailing looked at Xia Yuning and asked for her opinion, since it sounded a bit like something from the underworld.
Xia Yuning nodded and said, "The effect is good, but I don't know if absorbing the toxins will have any impact on the body." I understand what you mean.
Generally speaking, those who like to use poison have a sinister and ugly appearance, but this is just a special attribute, and Chen Kailing thinks it should be fine.
Selecting this attribute cost 850 battle merits. Chen Kailing then spent 150 battle merits to purchase 3 bottles of poisonous, gold forging grade consumable items. Without delay, he immediately returned to his dormitory and began his cultivation.
The dormitory was still empty, which was perfect for cultivation. The 3 bottles of poisonous potion boiled rapidly upon contact with the heavenly sword, and then evaporated immediately.
The Tianyuan sword's interface now includes descriptions of its special attributes. Blood poison effects, destroys hematopoietic tissue, causes mental disorder, and dissipates spiritual energy. It looks pretty good.
I wonder which ferocious beast will be lucky enough to become a test subject for the blood poison. Chen Kailing sighed, and he and Xia Yuning deactivated their magical artifacts, preparing to find someone to spar with, when they heard footsteps outside the door.
"You're back after all.
You must be Chen Kailing.
Our captain who invites you in." 3 men dressed in white special forces uniforms walked in and spoke calmly. "Captain who?" Chen Kailing looked surprised, then realized what he had forgotten.
It turned out to be Hu Jun's granddaughter, who had come looking for him now.
"That's not very efficient." "Oh, I'm busy, let's do it another day."
Chen Kailing decisively refused, as he was still waiting to test the effects of the new skill.
"Excuse me, we're not inviting you."
The 3 men, all at the second level of the Forging Gold realm, turned hostile, and their partners stepped forward. Armed with magical artifacts, a murderous aura surged forth.
"What, you're not going to resort to violence, are you?"
Chen Kailing feigned a somewhat fearful expression.
Hee, if you don't cooperate, then we'll have to take action. Hurry up and do it. You must do it. If you have any issues, go talk to the self-defense expert. Chapter 74. You mean you deal damage using curses? Training ground number 9.
A group of well-equipped soldiers are practicing together. Directly in front of this group of soldiers, a girl wearing a white bodysuit and with a high ponytail sat on a stool, legs crossed, looking at her watch.
"It's been almost 10 minutes, and those 3 guys still haven't brought the person over?"
Beside him, a gentle-looking man spoke up, his voice warm. There must have been some argument.
For no reason, the other party certainly wouldn't want to come. Chen Kailing, how dare you refuse my grandfather in front of so many people back then? Now that you're in my hands, I'll make you regret it. The girl is Hu Jun's granddaughter, Hu Anil. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, 3 voices rang out.
The trainees turned around and saw a boy carrying 2 pig-headed men walking over. He then raised his hand and threw the struggling pig-headed men at them. The boy's spirit weapon, a girl, was also carrying one, making the same gesture.
"Those are our people? What do you mean? Are you here to cause trouble?" He dares to cause trouble all by himself?
I think he's got nothing better to do than have a death wish. Your own brother got beaten up like a pig's head, and the other party even had the audacity to show up right in front of you.
How can you let this go? Damn it!
Just as everyone was burning with anger and preparing to attack him en masse, a voice came from behind.
"You must be Chen Kailing?"
Hu Anil stood up, staring at Chen Kailing with a ruthless intent in his eyes that he wanted to make the man regret it. Chen Kailing looked at Huanel, first sizing her up and down, then glanced at the man beside her, and then smiled.
Ms. Hu, I think your current partner is quite good. Is it really necessary for you to cause me trouble? It seems you know who I am. How dare you speak to me like that? Oh, so am I supposed to kneel and kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times to pay my respects to you? You bastard. I challenge you to a duel. Decisive battle?
Chen Kailing was stunned for a moment.
Is this little girl not quite right in the head?
This is nothing.
They haven't even exchanged many trash words yet, and they're already talking about a showdown? Huanel pointed at Chen Kailing and said fiercely, let's have a showdown.
I'll make you realize how wrong it was to refuse me.
How about we make up now? I happen to have one more contract slot. Chen Kailing responded with a smile.
Huanel was taken aback by Chen Kailing's flexible attitude, and then angrily said,
You're dreaming. That's settled then. I'm ultimately the man you can't have. You can forget about making me regret this.
I, Chen Kailing, have never done anything that I would regret. Are you scared? I'm afraid that if I beat you to a pulp in front of your family, it would be too embarrassing.
You're scared. Provocation won't work on me. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Looking back today, I know I made the right choice. Stop.
Huanel scolded, and was about to continue speaking when he was stopped by the man beside him.
What are you doing? Get out of here. I'll do it.
The man smiled, then looked at Chen Kailing, cupped his hands and said, Brother, I am Zhao from the Zhao family of the capital. As long as you are willing to come up on stage and spar with us, regardless of winning or losing, I am willing to offer you one opportunity for a practice session as a reward for your hard work. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing laughed. You should have said that earlier.
My time is precious too. Where shall we duel? Here? Zhao looked at Huanel. What do you think?
Huanel said directly, okay, but I want to record it. Once Chen Kailing loses, I'll distribute the video throughout the entire army. Let those people gossip behind your back, saying things like the granddaughter of the dignified commander-in-chief of the Northwest Army was rejected.
Open your dog eyes and see. It's because she's not good enough for me. If you want to record a video, that's at a different price.
On the other side, Chen Kailing had a problem with it.
Without hesitation, Zhao replied, twice. All done.
Before long, news of their impending duel spread throughout the temporary base. During this time, a military officer came over and sternly rebuked this kind of wartime civil war. Instead of focusing your energy on fighting ferocious beasts, you're wasting it on your own people. If you have so much energy, go to the front lines and carry explosives.
Who are you? How dare you interfere in my affairs?
If you have any complaints, go tell my commander-in-chief. The officer was speechless for a moment and reported the matter to the temporary command post.
The temporary command post was immediately filled with laughter.
These young people nowadays, just because they didn't have a contract with her, they managed to chase her all the way from the Northwest Army's battlefield to here. If we really make a contract with her, she'll probably look down on the family background and complain that commander-in-chief who arranged the contract.
Let them fight if they want to.
Not only should they fight, but they should fight fairly, justly, and openly. The Zhao family of the capital, along with the granddaughter of the Northwest Army commander-in-chief, got a sound beating here. If word gets out, it will prove that the Divine Heaven Legion has top-notch training and its younger generation is unparalleled.
We must promote this well. What if Chen Kailing loses?
That's because the Northwest Army had overwhelming resources, so their victory was unfair.
The newcomer's talent couldn't be hidden. Did they even need to be taught?
After obtaining approval from higher-ups, everyone except the troops currently preparing for war went to Training Ground Number 9.
Training Ground Number 9.
The originally spacious training space became somewhat crowded after the influx of people, and the publicity department staff stood in front of the crowd, each carrying a camera. Hee, I heard you're the captain of the high-ranking reserve of the Divine Sky Legion.
If you lose, it will be hard to save face.
After saying this, Huanel glanced at Zhao in the newly marked arena. Zhao understood immediately, and with a wave of spiritual energy, he began to arm himself with a spiritual weapon. A blunt long sword appeared in his hand. The blade had no sharpness whatsoever. Instead, it was covered with strange patterns.
That must be the cursed sword.
I've heard that if someone is cursed, there's no way to remove it unless the person themselves or a purification-type spirit medium far above their level intervenes.
That's right.
Although it's only S rank, That's because its combat and speed stats are 0, and it only has the ability of cursing. Leaving aside the curse effect alone, it can be called SSS level. The key is that the Zhao family of the capital has a family talent of numerical devouring and conversion. The flaw of not having numerical values has probably been overcome. With the daily blessing of the spiritual realm, my level has reached the 5th star of the forging gold level. TSK, having resources is really good. Chen Kailing is definitely talented as a reserve captain, but his level is a major disadvantage compared to other SSS level talents. He also lacks resources and items. To be honest, most people haven't heard of Chen Kailing, but Hu Anil, the daughter of the Northwest Army Commander-in-Chief, is someone that many people are paying attention to. Based on the current balance of power between the two sides, no one knows how to win. However, Chen Kailing was completely dumbfounded when he heard that the sword opposite him was the cursed sword. This. Brother Zhao, are you saying that your magical artifact deals damage using curses? Yes, is there a problem? Ah, it's okay, just play normally. Put. Below the stage, Lin Yuan burst out laughing, patted Lucci on the shoulder beside him, and said with a smile. I was a little worried about the boss at first, but now I'm worried that he might not give the other person any face and get beaten instantly. As for curses, Chen Kailing is even immune to the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy's reverse life curse. Fighting other curses is like fighting his pet. Zhuanla, on the other side, had no idea about this. She just kept urging Zhaoisin. Go! We must use the most vicious curse. Chapter 75 Cursed Natural Enemy, Heavenly Dao Skill of Absolute Immunity. Brother Chen, I'm going to make my move. If you feel that your body can't take it anymore, please admit defeat immediately. The next moment, Zhaoisin swung his sword, the blade emanating a dark aura. At the same time, strange patterns, like poisonous insects, rushed towards Chen Kailing. The eerie patterns disappeared from sight almost without warning, and when they reappeared, they were already enveloping Chen Kailing. In that instant, Chen Kailing felt his control over the heavenly sword in his hand weaken slightly. The first curse can disrupt the coordination between spirit mediums, and its impact on combat power is at least 30% or more. On the other side, Zhaoisin saw Chen Kailing looking at his magical artifact with a puzzled expression, and slowly began to explain. That's interesting. Chen Kailing smiled slightly, and the heavenly protection within his body activated passively, instantly clearing the curse. Chen Kailing raised his hand, signaling him to continue. What's going on? Why are we still giving Zhaoisin a chance to make a move? We need to act quickly and eliminate the enemy as soon as possible. Heh, he's not trying to withstand the curse and then turn the tables, is he? Who does he think he is? He's so arrogant. Below the arena, seeing Chen Kailing's actions, both the Divine Heaven Legion and the White Wolf Alliance had different expressions. This isn't just the boss being arrogant, he really has the ability to back it up. Lin Yuan laughed. Only Lin Yuan and a few others knew that these curses meant nothing to Chen Kailing. It looks like it hasn't unleashed its full power yet, but when it does, it'll shock you all. Since Brother Chen is being so kind, then I won't stand on ceremony. This second curse is quite powerful, so please be careful. Zhaoisin frowned, said a few words, and then began to act. He thought he was very polite, but Chen Kailing just thought the other person was being too long-winded. Honestly, with the time it took Zhaoisin to talk, he felt he could have finished off the other party 30 times with his sword. Has this guy ever actually fought a real battle? Little did Chen Kailing know that people with such status and abilities were well protected by their teams, with excellent output space, so they didn't need to worry about safety or time at all. About 3 seconds later, a cloud of black mist descended upon Chen Kailing. In that instant, Chen Kailing felt as if all 5 senses had been lost, his vision blurred, and he was in a state of empty chaos, unable to even perceive the darkness. The second curse can block the other person's 5 senses. As soon as Zhaoisin uttered these words, the Divine Heaven Legion felt that this ability was somewhat heaven-defying. Aside from taste, the other 4 senses are the most basic abilities used to judge combat situations. If you can't see, hear, touch, or distinguish anything, how can you fight under such circumstances? No, Chen Kailing is really tough. He's been cursed twice, isn't he going to make a move? I think you've lost your mind. He's lost all 5 senses right now, he probably can't even tell if he's holding the sword or not. You want him to attack? Indeed, he has missed the best opportunity to fight. This is going too far with the pretense. If I were him, I'd keep going and let Zhaoisin finish off the remaining curses. Some people laughed. However, at that moment, the Heavenly Protection passive ability was triggered. Chen Kailing felt his body enveloped in a warm glow, and in the next instant, his five senses returned, freeing him from the feeling of falling into an abyss.
Brother Chen, shall we continue?
Across the arena, Zhao Yixin asked.
Chen Kailing looked at Zhao Yixin and casually said, either way, it's up to you. Look at me?
Zhao Yixin froze on the spot. It wasn't because of those words, but because Chen Kailing actually looked at him, and her vision was clearly not impaired at all.
Yes, it's up to you, Chen Kailing nodded.
You. Zhao Yixin stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word for a long time. This was the first time his curse skill had failed. He had never encountered this situation before.
What are you all standing there for? Don't you have a new trick up your sleeve? Perfect, let's test it out. Huanel's voice echoed in his mind, fueling his anger. But that move is a killing move. So what if it's a killer move? Do you want to tell everyone that our combined strength is inferior to his?
As a party involved in Chen Kailing's rejection of the granddaughters of the four commanders. Either ignore those gossiping people behind your back, or shut them all up with a swift and decisive move. But if he comes to Chen Kailing himself and ends up losing to him here, wouldn't that prove that Chen Kailing's choice was right?
Then Zhuanle truly became a complete clown.
Zhao Yixin naturally understood what was going on behind the scenes, and immediately nodded, saying, I understand. Looking at Chen Kailing, Zhao Yixin said, Brother Chen, this next move is a killing blow.
If you admit defeat now, it's not too late. It's alright, please come on over.
Chen Kailing was very casual. The passive skill Heavenly Protection is a Heavenly Dao skill provided by his cheat code in the character encyclopedia. It's practically a bug-level rule skill. Faced with the power of the Heavenly Dao, this bit of curse power was completely useless to him.
Good.
On the other side, Zhao Yixin felt relieved and completely released the restrictions on his spiritual power. He released the curse he had prepared, and with a wave of his hand, the dark spell landed on Chen Kailing. In that instant, Chen Kailing's spiritual power was like water in a pool being burned by raging fire. The temperature kept rising and reached the boiling point, but it did not evaporate. Instead, it churned hot in his blood vessels.
This is Zhao Yixin and Huanel's most lethal curse at present, the blood-killing curse.
The person under the spell will enter Chen Kailing's current state, and as time goes by, their spirit will be the first to succumb and descend into chaos. The scalding spiritual energy and blood will penetrate the internal organs, burning the entire body until death. Even more terrifying is that unless the person possesses an ice attribute spiritual artifact to assist them, simply activating spiritual power will worsen the curse. The more you channel your spiritual power, the faster you'll die. Indeed, the power of your curse can indeed make people feel threatened. Chen Kailing nodded, his whole body now resembling a red-hot iron block, with his skin pores gleaming with a fiery sheen.
Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately filled with emotion.
What a pretentious jerk. The other guy's blood curse has already landed squarely on you, and you're still pretending.
Look at you, you're about to burn to a crisp. Brother Chen, if you admit defeat.
Hearing Chen Kailing's words, Zhao Yixin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually panicked a bit when the second curse was lifted. But the next moment, he caught his breath again and looked at Chen Kailing with disbelief in his eyes. Chen Kailing's body, which had been as hard as a branding iron, returned to normal after a flash of cold light.
All curses vanished. How is this possible?
Zhao Yixin exclaimed in surprise, realizing that he had not been able to break the curse. Furthermore, there were no purification-type spiritual artifacts present at the scene. Chen Kailing completely eradicated the curse on his own. You possess self-purification abilities.
Zhao Yixin was completely dumbfounded. He knew what this meant.
In other words, from now on, no matter his level or the nature of his curse, he will always be an ordinary person in front of Chen Kailing. Chapter 76 Returning to Ancient Eagle's Mouth, Hunting the Ghost Tree Flower Demon. The outcome of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Even if it's not spectacular, there should at least be some give and take. Who would have thought that it would be a one-sided crushing victory by Chen Kailing? Not only did the White Wolf Legion not expect this, but even the members of the Divine Sky Legion themselves did not anticipate it. Even after the battle ended, Huanel couldn't accept the outcome. Impossible, this is impossible. Grandpa clearly said that my curse ability is enough to suppress 99% of spiritual artifacts and ferocious beasts under heaven, even those of SSS level. She muttered to herself, her face no longer showing the fierce look she had just had, and she couldn't believe it. That's right, I'm one of the remaining 0.1%. Chen Kailing sighed inwardly, then walked off the stage.
etc.
At this moment, Huanel suddenly looked up and then looked at Chen Kailing.
Chen Kailing turned around and said, "What? You're not convinced?" Huanel bit his lip, then gritted his teeth and said, "When do we need that opportunity for refined training?"
Zhao Yixin looked at Huanel and said apologetically, "Anil, I will give him that forging opportunity."
"What do you mean yours and mine? You won't let me use yours? And mine isn't yours?" Huanel glanced at Zhao Yixin.
Not bad, at least it seems that this brother Zhao didn't exactly bring a wild girl home. Seeing how sensible Huanel was, Chen Kailing didn't refuse and said directly,
"I want it now.
Although you have defeated me, let me tell you, you don't know how powerful one of the people you rejected was. That guy has 100 times more pride than me. She will never let it go after you rejected us."
"Oh." Chen Kailing responded with a calm shrug.
You're that confident in your talent.
Talent can be compensated for when faced with absolute resources. So you lost, didn't you?
I think you lost quite decisively.
You
bastard. Huanel's face flushed red with anger at these words, but he couldn't refute them. He could only pinch Zhao Yixin's waist to vent his anger. Zhao Yixin winced in pain, but only smiled slightly and offered a few words of comfort. At this moment, the high-level circles who were paying attention to this duel were also discussing it extensively.
"What do you guys think? His talent is a bit too overpowered, isn't it? He's actually immune to curses.
We actually noticed something when he dealt with the Ghost Tree Flower Demon last time, but we weren't sure yet. From this perspective, he really is the best person to carry out that mission." Li Keiming, Pang Bin, and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
"What about Guiyingku? Should we transfer troops from other places to deal with it?" "No need, isn't this readily available?"
"I think Chen Kailing and the others have plenty of energy."
"Execute 2 tasks consecutively? It's training, that's the kind of effect it should have.
Besides, give the horse more grass, and it will run."
Li Keiming laughed.
"The trusted team I brought with me naturally needs to be thoroughly trained." After obtaining the opportunity to refine, Chen Kailing immediately exchanged it for materials, gold copper inkstone and flash spirit stone. After using the same method as promotion, Xia Yuning's stats were improved.
Combat, 240-400. Speed, 194-300.
One refinement increased my combat power by 5 points and my speed by 4 points.
The effect doesn't seem very good.
Chen Kailing frowned. This was not the improvement he had imagined. Xia Yuning comforted them, saying, "If a single refinement can max out the stats, then breaking through from the forged gold level to the jade level should be exceptionally easy for those outstanding seniors."
"That makes sense. Longy is still at the 9th level of the gold forging stage.
I suppose his stats haven't been maxed out yet, and he doesn't want to go any higher." Chen Kailing nodded. While the two were talking, a phone call came and it was from Peng Bin.
5 minutes later, lead the team to the entrance of the transportation department. Upon receiving the order, Chen Kailing did not hesitate and immediately went to the next dormitory to inform his teammates. The entrance to the transportation department.
After Chen Kailing and the others gathered, they did not see Peng Bin, but they did see Peng Bin's adjutant, Li Luer. Li Luer looked at everyone, saluted, and solemnly said, "Urgent mission.
Guiyingku has been attacked again.
It's that Ghost Tree Flower Demon again. Captain Peng Bin hopes you can deal with that Ghost Tree Flower Demon within 3 hours."
3 hours? What are the subsequent battlefield arrangements? Chen Kailing asked.
Li Luer shook her head and said, "This is not a battlefield arrangement, but an arrangement for you. In 3 hours, you will be dispatched to carry out a special mission."
Holy crap, aren't they treating us like cattle? One task hasn't even started, and another one is already scheduled?
Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and she spoke her mind frankly.
Headquarters can't do anything about it.
They can't just send an emerald-level general for a single gold-forged Ghost Tree Flower Fairy. There are unspoken rules on the battlefield too. Originally, we wanted you to complete the special mission directly, but due to the urgency of the situation and the trust that headquarters has in you, the merit points for this mission have been specially adjusted to 500 per person. It is our duty to share the burdens of headquarters. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that his combat merits had been increased. The speed at which she changed her expression made Chen Kailing burst out laughing, and Lin Yenner was too embarrassed to look at her.
"Then we'll wait for your good news at headquarters."
Li Lu smiled and saluted in farewell. Standing on the teleportation array, everyone was immediately teleported towards the defensive line closest to Ancient Eagle's mouth.
Captain! We can't hold them off. We have to hold them off, even if we can't.
Reinforcements from headquarters are on their way. We absolutely cannot let the beasts break through our defenses. At the mouth of the Ancient Eagle, a river of blood flowed. There was originally no defensive line here, but as more and more people died, it became a defensive line blocking the valley entrance.
No way. We can't kill them all.
They can revive after they die, there's no way to fight them.
If there's no other way, we'll find one. Throw out everything we can, any usable tools. Outside the valley entrance, hundreds of ferocious beasts charged forward, launching attacks relentlessly, showing no fear of death.
Behind them were ghost tree flower fairies capable of resurrecting them. From afar, the ghost tree flower fairy watched the side, her gaze constantly wandering over the guards, trying to find that nightmarish figure. This time it is confident that it can take care of that person with an army that is twice as skilled.
Are you looking for me?
Just as the ghost tree flower fairy's gaze swept across the sky, a gaze that could travel for miles was cast upon them from the distant horizon, and a voice was carried by the wind. The ghost tree flower fairy's pupils contracted. Immediately afterwards, it saw the person descend on a sword and appear above the Ancient Eagle's beak. The moment he landed, countless sword energies rained down like a storm. Faced with the overwhelming sword energy, those ferocious beasts were like clay, utterly powerless to fight back.
In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Chapter 77. This is a real crack. Reinforcements. It's reinforcements. The reinforcements have arrived. That person looks familiar, it's Chen Kailing. Captain Chen is here. My god, what terrifying sword energy.
It instantly killed more than a dozen ghost tree beasts.
This combat power is too amazing. Captain Chen.
Those ghost trees can come back to life.
No. Those ghost trees revived and then died again.
Chen Kailing's arrival instantly energized the garrison, and they were all in high spirits. They originally wanted to remind Chen Kailing that with the ghost tree flower demon around, those ghost trees could be resurrected. But just as they were on guard, they were shocked to find that the ghost trees, after being resurrected, died again almost in the blink of an eye. This is the new special effect of Chen Kailing's sword energy, the power of blood poison. Under the influence of the blood poison, even the gold-level ghost trees could not resist, let alone after being resurrected, when they were only silver level. That's like a roadside creature, resurrected only to die again. Several miles away, the ghost tree flower fairy was also stunned.
What's going on? Why did my ghost tree army die as soon as it was resurrected? This is the weapon I specifically used to deal with that human. Damn, this human has gotten even stronger. I'm speechless.
Without the slightest hesitation, the ghost tree flower fairy sensed danger to her life and prepared to flee. But this time, Chen Kailing didn't give him any more chances. Without the ghost tree's obstruction, his sword riding speed was far beyond what the ghost tree flower fairy could match. The ghost tree flower demon's lower limbs were split apart, and it was about to use the same trick to escape when dozens of sword energies surged in and, almost in the blink of an eye, completely pulverized its lower body.
You like splitting up, huh? Then I'll let you split up as much as you want.
Now the ghost tree flower fairy has truly cracked open. Arriving before the ghost tree flower demon on his sword, Chen Kailing thrust out his sword. The sword light was as bright as the moon in the sky, and the terrifying aura made the ghost tree flower demon tremble.
Laugh.
A single sword strike pierced through, severing the body of the ghost tree flower demon. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 3-star level of the forging realm. Sword/skill increased, and attributes improved. Sword/ unleashes 40 sword energies enhanced with special attributes bleeding, freezing, blood poison.
Battle stats, 243-400. Speed, 197-300.
The number of sword energies increased by 10 again, perfectly compensating for the slow attribute improvement.
It was solved so easily, won't it come back to life on its own?
Even though it has been upgraded, Xia Yuning is still a little worried.
Chen Kailing smiled and said, that's easy. Just infuse it with more blood poison.
Even if it revives 100 times, it won't matter. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword energies slashed down, not only chopping the ghost tree flower demon's body into mincemeat, but also forcefully injecting blood poison into it. The amount of this blood poison is enough to give any ferocious beast below the level of forging gold a severe headache. Just as Chen Kailing was about to wait and see if the ghost tree flower fairy would be resurrected, the ghost tree flower fairy's body suddenly turned into specks of light and disappeared.
The next second, the pile of corpses completely disappeared, replaced by a drop of green, crystal clear blood. The essence blood of the ghost tree flower fairy? Chen Kailing picked up the green blood droplet. Yes, he picked it up directly. It hadn't melted or diluted, it was like a crystal. Strange, it doesn't feel like material from a ferocious beast. On the contrary, it seems more like. Xia Yuning stared at the green blood droplet, hesitant to speak. It looks somewhat like what? Chen Kailing asked. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Yuning replied, it's somewhat like a drop of blood from a spirit weapon, formed from the spirit of the weapon. A blood droplet, a magical artifact? There are such things? Chen Kailing was completely dumbfounded. Xia Yuning nodded and said, the spiritual soul, to put it simply, is our unified soul, which is usually contained in the blood. If there are special methods, it can be extracted. But once extracted, it will definitely not be preserved as well as this green blood drop. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing stroked his chin and then speculated, why would there be drops of spiritual artifact blood inside the ferocious beast? Could it be? Xia Yuning looked at Chen Kailing, ready to hear his guess. Could it be that the spirit weapon girl in the Ghost Tree clan, you know? What? Xia Yuning was somewhat puzzled. That's right, and then she gave birth to the Ghost Tree flower fairy. Chen Kailing said in a serious tone. Xia Yuning fell silent for a long time before saying, she can't give birth to one. Oh, right. Chen Kailing suddenly realized, then smiled sheepishly, just kidding, to lighten the mood. It's definitely not that I forgot about it. After putting the green blood droplet into their pockets, Chen Kailing and Xia Yuning returned to Gaianku. Captain Chen. The garrison commander rushed forward, saluted, and said, thank you again for your kindness. Chen Kailing saluted and replied, it's my duty, no need to be so polite. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others also arrived and said, we have already checked. There are no other ferocious beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. This place is safe for now. Okay, Chen Kailing nodded, then looked at the person in charge of the garrison and said, we still have a mission to complete, and we must return within 3 hours to carry out our next mission, so we won't stay any longer. Etc. Just as Chen Kailing was about to leave, the garrison commander shouted out and then presented a jet black sphere. These are thunderfire bombs that only the independent garrison is equipped with. They will explode after being infused with spiritual power in 5 seconds. Their power is comparable to that of emerald-grade bombs, but the range is too large and they can easily cause friendly fire. Use them with caution. Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and said, you don't need it? The garrison commander laughed and said, we don't need this. If it really comes down to a fight to the death, we have other methods. Thank you very much. After accepting the thunderfire bomb, Chen Kailing left with his teammates. Boss, following you is so effortless. We finished before we even killed a single beast. Can I show off a bit next time? On the way, Lin Yuan sighed, I've also advanced to the forging gold level, it's time to show my skills. I've also reached the forging gold level, Lucci said weakly, raising his hand. The two were already on the verge of promotion, and with the materials they exchanged from the last military merit, they were just about to be promoted. Seeing Lin Yuan say this, Chen Kailing nodded and smiled, okay, next mission, you go first. Okay. Neither Shen Yuan Haohan nor Wang Huai spoke. But they all had a strong sense of purpose. Next time, I must speed things up, otherwise I won't even get to collect the experience packs. When Chen Kailing's team returned, Peng Bin made time for them to wait in the conference room. Inside the meeting room, Chen Kailing and the others took their seats. 2 minutes later, Peng Bin came in. Captain. Chen Kailing and the others stood up and saluted. Peng Bin returned the greeting, nodded, and sat down. Please sit down. I won't waste any more words. Although I recommended you for this mission, it was actually the decision of the entire 7th War Zone's High Command. Your squad will cross the battlefield and enter the Sea of Ghost Trees under the cover of the army, and deploy the Little Heavenly Eye in the central area of the Sea of Ghost Trees. Chapter 78 Deep into Enemy Lines, Sea of Ghost Trees. The Little Heavenly Eye? Is it the Little Heavenly Eye, the fragment of the divine artifact, the Eye of God? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. I heard that just activating Little Heavenly Eye requires 7 figures in resources. Shouldn't such a precious item be entrusted to Zijing or even a master-level spirit medium? Peng Bin shook his head and said, no. The Sea of Ghost Trees has its own barrier. If a spirit medium with spiritual power exceeding the alchemy level leaks out, it will be detected.
they can only find teams below the Emerald level. Some of the White Wolf Legion members came here as backup candidates, but now it seems that you are more suitable. As he said this, Pangbin glanced at Chen Kailing.
Everyone immediately understood what it meant. Don't be too stressed.
Because of the barrier, as long as you act carefully, you will be safer in the Sea of Ghost Trees than on the battlefield.
The main force of the Ghost Tree clan is now all deployed in the war zone.
In the Ghost Tree Sea, at most some old, weak, sick, and disabled people are left. At least they can escape. As he spoke, Pangbin distributed the 10 talismans to everyone one by one.
This is a fixed-point teleportation talisman.
After entering the Sea of Ghost Trees, you will establish your own base point in the area closest to the exit.
Remember not to cross the barrier when teleporting, otherwise you will be directly attacked.
That is a divine strike, which you cannot withstand. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Pangbin then looked at Chen Kailing.
I'm entrusting the little Sky Eye to you. This is a special version, it doesn't need to be launched into the air.
You just need to reach the designated location and bury it underground. Pangbin handed a piece of glass that resembled a shard of a mirror to Chen Kailing.
You're just going to take it like this? No seals, boxes, or anything like that?
Chen Kailing felt that this was a bit too casual. There's no need for so many formalities.
Just put it in your pocket.
Once you enter the barrier of the Ghost Tree Sea, activate it with spiritual energy, and we will sense it.
At that time, we will directly activate the small celestial eye to guide you to the placement location. Did you understand the mission details?
I understand.
Alright, let's talk about the mission rewards.
High risk, high reward.
The Divine Legion will never mistreat any meritorious person who has made contributions to the revival and survival of the human race.
Upon your return, each of you 5 will receive a third-class merit medal, the rank of second lieutenant, a monthly salary of 12,000, and an unlimited opportunity for advanced training once a year. At the same time, depending on the importance of the information you gather about the Sea of Ghost Trees, you will also have the opportunity to earn additional military merits. After Pangbin finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up.
Pangbin had anticipated this reaction. After all, this reward is incredibly valuable. Putting everything else aside, the rank of second lieutenant is a genuine officer rank.
It would take several thousand military merits plus medals to earn it simply through redemption. Military merits can be accumulated, but medals of honor are not so simple. One must make significant contributions to earn them.
Do you still have any questions about the mission?
No.
Mission accomplished.
Pangbin nodded, then personally led the way, escorting Chen Kailing and the others onto the teleportation array leading to the battlefield.
Be careful on this journey. The teleportation array was activated.
Outside the array, Pangbin saluted and watched the figures of everyone disappear. My god, I've only just reached the alchemy level, and I'm already heading deep into the Ghost Tree Sea. That's the Ghost Tree Legion stronghold, where silver refining is everywhere and alchemy is as common as dogs. The moment the teleportation started, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his body trembling slightly with excitement.
What's the panic? Didn't you hear what Captain Pangbin said? The main force of the Ghost Tree Legion is on the battlefield.
If we go and raid their base now, the success rate is very high.
Wang Huai glanced at Lin Yuan, seemingly calm, but his palms were still sweating profusely.
That's the Sea of Ghost Trees, after all, the Ghost Tree Legion's stronghold. Lu Qi's forehead was covered in cold sweat, which he wiped away repeatedly. Shen Yuan Haohan didn't speak, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit.
Chen Kailing glanced at his teammates and reassured them, don't worry, if there's any problem, I'll cover the rear.
Wah, boss, don't worry, if there's real danger, I absolutely won't back down an inch.
Ah. As everyone was talking, the teleportation array was activated. The other end of the teleportation array.
Have you figured out the targets for this escort mission? A school officer looked sternly at the group in front of him.
Understood.
All 20 team members nodded, exuding an aura that clearly indicated they were all at least emerald level.
The group waited outside the formation. About 10 minutes later,
Chen Kailing and his group appeared. The officer saluted first and said earnestly, "Gentlemen, I am Zhang Sanshan, the Special Forces Captain of the 37th Battalion.
It is an honor to undertake this escort mission." After Chen Kailing stepped off the teleportation array, he also saluted and said, "Captain Zhang, you flatter me."
Zhang Sanshan shook his head and said, "The task of entering the Sea of Ghost Trees to place the little heavenly eye can be said to determine the future direction of the 7th War Zone.
If our levels weren't so high, we would all wish to go ourselves. Chen Kailing shook his head. Without you fighting on the front lines, we wouldn't even have had the chance to infiltrate. Upon hearing Chen Kailing's words, Zhang Sanchen's expression softened, and he said, our team members will cast invisibility spells for you later. Afterwards, we will escort you to the entrance of the Sea of Ghost Trees. After you successfully place the small heavenly eye, we will return to the entrance to pick you up. Please note the location. Good. Immediately, the group set off. Along the way, Chen Kailing and the others could feel that the entire frontline battlefield was being pushed by a force, with each battlefield cleverly bypassing their route. Almost the entire battlefield was making way for their actions. And their missions certainly had that value. If the little heavenly eye is successfully placed, it is no exaggeration to say that it will control the Ghost Tree Legion's every move. In this kind of war, information is the key to victory. Along the way, they occasionally encountered scout teams of ferocious beasts, but with Zhang Sanchen, a purple crystal level spirit medium, leading 20 emerald level 9 star team members, they were almost always instantly killed. The journey was fraught with danger but ultimately safe. One day later, standing before the mountain peak, Zhang Sanchen looked at Chen Kailing and said, 100 meters ahead is the location of the barrier. You'll have to explore the area beyond that yourself. The invisibility spell will expire 1 kilometer away from the caster. Remember this and be careful along the way. Good. After saying goodbye to Zhang Sanchen and the others, Chen Kailing led the team, carefully passing through the entrance to the mountain range. After entering the mountain range, everyone finally learned what the Sea of Ghost Trees was. It's not actually an ocean, it's just that the trees here are so lush and verdant that they resemble a sea, and you can see the tides even with the slightest breeze. It's no exaggeration to say that walking through this Sea of Ghost Trees felt like entering a pitch-black maze. Not only were directions uncertain, but there wasn't a ray of sunlight to be seen. This godforsaken place is no place for a human to stay. Lin Yuan made a comment. Chen Kailing whispered, be careful, try not to make any noise. Let me activate the little heavenly eye first to determine the direction we're going. Chen Kailing took out the little heavenly eye and then poured his spiritual power into it. Shortly after, Pang Bin's voice came from inside. There are 10 ghost tree beasts of the forged gold level guarding the way ahead, kill them as quickly as possible. Chapter 79 Variables, New Challenges in the Sea of Mist. My sword aura is too strong. Wang Huai, Ling Yuan, I think it's okay to leave it to you too. Upon hearing the instruction, Chen Kailing looked at Lin Yuan and the other person. In such a dense environment, Chen Kailing's 40 sword energies would actually make it easier to expose the group's presence. No problem. Good. I can do it too. Xian Yuan Haohan frowned and said, I can do this without anyone noticing, even if I don't use the 9 arrows of immortal execution. Chen Kailing looked at Xian Yuan Haohan, stared at him for a few seconds, and then nodded, saying, alright, Xian Yuan, you go too. Under Chen Kailing's arrangement, the three of them quickly approached and soon spotted the Ghost Tree Beast squad moving through the forest. Wang Huai's 2 negative ghosts attacked first, covering the 4 ghost trees in one go. At the same time, Xian Yuan Haohan drew his bow and knocked an arrow, releasing 4 arrows that instantly struck the 4 ferocious ghost tree beasts. The remaining 2 ghost tree beasts were utterly astonished and were about to flee when a figure darted out like a ghost. It was Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan's armor had completely transformed into crimson, making him resemble a blazing sun. With 2 punches, he pierced straight through the chest of the ghost tree beast, which was 2 levels higher than him. Base. The flames, like lava, melted the 2 demonic tree beasts instantly. At the same time, he also burned the remaining ghost tree beasts. Facing this team of ferocious ghost tree beasts with an average level of around 4 stars in the Forging Gold stage, the 3 of them had already dealt with them all in less than 10 seconds after they made their move. Not bad, you've got some of my style now, Chen Kailing said, nodding in admiration as he stood behind. Lu Qi stood aside, not daring to speak, afraid that the captain would find out it didn't matter whether he was there or not. Good job. Next, head south for 5 kilometers. You will reach the boundary between the outer and inner areas. I will then remind you what to do. Good. Along the way, Pang Bin's voice kept echoing in Chen Kailing's mind, constantly correcting their direction. With the extensive monitoring capabilities of the little heavenly eye and the ability to communicate through divine sense, Chen Kailing's team's operations became much easier. Along the way, the group also discovered many trees that seemed to be brimming with spiritual energy. These trees will eventually become nourishment for the Ghost Tree clan, serving as materials to sustain their advancement. Hey, what do you guys think about setting this place on fire when we leave?
As they groped their way forward in the dark, Lin Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Your captain seems to know this area of burning forests quite well," Xia Yuning said, looking at Chen Kailing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately came over. "Boss, how do you say it? Will it work?" Chen Kailing slapped him away, but before she could speak, Pang Bin's voice echoed in her mind. "If you don't want to be targeted by the king of ghost trees within 10 seconds, I suggest you don't do this." Upon hearing Chen Kailing's account, Lin Yuan immediately waved his hands repeatedly, saying, forget it, let's not burn it anymore." As he was speaking, vines burst forth from the ground beneath his feet, attacking the group directly. "Holy crap, I can't even think about it? Help!" Lin Yuan was so frightened that he jumped 5 meters high on the spot. The others were also intimidated by the title of King of Ghost Trees, but when faced with the vine attack, they quickly realized that it was not at that level. Swish! Chen Kailing severed the vines in front of Lu Qi with a single sword strike, and Lu Qi then used the opportunity to cast a light shield on everyone. Seeing that the vines were not as lethal as he had imagined, Lin Yuan, who had blocked the attack with his light shield, reacted quickly. He punched out with both fists, sweeping away the vines under his feet and landing steadily. "Ha, is this Ghost Tree King really that weak?" Lin Yuan snapped a vine and asked in confusion. Lin Yener couldn't stand it anymore and shouted in his mind, "Are you an idiot? This is definitely just a regular trap, stop embarrassing yourself." Lin Yuan stood at attention, realized what was happening, and smiled sheepishly. "This is a trap set up by the Ghost Tree clan to target blind spots in the barrier, specifically designed for intruders below the emerald level. According to intelligence, this should only exist inside the Sea of Ghost Trees. I didn't expect it to exist on the outer perimeter as well. It even strangely escaped the detection of the little heavenly eye. We need to get through quickly, or we'll soon be surrounded by ghost trees." Pang Bin's voice was urgent, and Chen Kailing instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly told everyone to leave. Before leaving, Chen Kailing glanced at the spot where the trap had been triggered, and found it rather strange. "Why did only 4 vines erupt, but none in front of me? Is the trap only for 4 people, or was I not detected?" The idea flashed through Chen Kailing's mind. He hadn't paid much attention to it initially. However, after encountering 3 more attacks on his journey, he realized with keen insight that he had not actually been attacked by the vines. Not even once. Even on the last occasion, everyone was surrounded by more than a dozen vines with the power of a gold-forged warrior, but he was the only one who was unharmed. After saving Lu Qi with his sword, he used the same trick again. So, in other words, I wasn't identified as an intruder at all? Chen Kailing increasingly felt that this idea was quite reliable. So what is the reason? The boundary between the outer and inner areas is at most 1 kilometer away from you. There are already more than 100 ghost trees heading in your direction. Speed up. Pang Bin's voice interrupted Chen Kailing's speculation. Chen Kailing immediately called out to his teammates and rushed over at top speed. In complete darkness, the group ran at breakneck speed, until gradually, a ray of light appeared before them. As they drew closer, they realized that it was not light, but a white mist. When the group arrived at the outer edge of the Sea of Ghost Trees, they were met with a thick fog that made it impossible to see anything inside. This is the interior of the Ghost Tree Sea, also known as the Mist Sea. According to previous intelligence, the most dangerous thing inside is the unknown vine traps. But now, the external situation has changed, and we can't guarantee the situation inside either. If you decide to retreat now, no one will blame you. Pang Bin's voice came through. Chen Kailing did not speak unilaterally, but relayed his words to everyone. I refuse. Xian Yuan Haohan was the first to disagree. I second that. Wang Huaiyi nodded. I won't reply. Lin Yuan said decisively. Lu Qi was actually a little scared, but seeing that no one was going back, he could only give a wry smile. Going back like this would be too embarrassing. As for Chen Kailing, his idea was naturally to go in and give it a try. Whether the small telescope can be successfully deployed is arguably the most crucial moment for the frontline battlefield, which has deployed over 100,000 troops. The soldiers on the front lines are still advancing, but our special forces team has to retreat? Are you kidding me? Even setting aside the big picture. As long as he still wants to help Xia Yuning become the strongest spirit medium and ascend to the Hall of Divine Weapons, he cannot let any merit go unrewarded, nor can he allow any stain to remain, let alone desertion in the face of battle. Report, we will not back down.
After Chen Kailing relayed the information, Pang Bin remained silent for a few seconds before asking, "Have the base points for the teleportation talismans been determined?" Chen Kailing nodded and said, "It was all settled as soon as we came in, no problem." "Alright, be careful. If anything seems amiss, use the talisman immediately." At the temporary command post 100 kilometers away, Pang Bin stood in front of the docking screen of the Tianyan satellite, with Li Kaming and others sitting behind him. Chapter 80 Mission Failed? The final variable. Looking at the scene on the screen, Li Kaming guessed, "It seems that, just as we thought, something unexpected has happened inside the Sea of Ghost Trees. It's probably related to the ghost tree flower demon that suddenly appeared recently. In the past 10 years, whenever one appeared, it would be raised as an heir. Unlike now, it's been thrown to the front line. Moreover, their levels are not high, the highest being only the alchemy level. They even look like they were cultivated in a garden, from the same batch of species. Even if the Ghost Tree clan truly possesses a method to awaken the bloodline of the Ghost Tree flower demon, little heavily I might not be able to detect it. The current situation is too ambiguous. They are the future of the Divine Heaven Legion. Doing this is too dangerous." A commander suggested that Chen Kailing and the others be brought back. "I also think that, putting aside others for now, Chen Kailing will definitely be a member of the leadership team of the Divine Heaven Legion in the future, and this move is too risky." Some people seconded the proposal. Finally, everyone's attention turned to Li Kaming. Li Kaming did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Which of you can become a gold forging level spirit medium within a month of becoming a spirit medium?" No one responded. Even if they had already reached the terrifying master level, they still couldn't be reborn with their current memories. Li Kaming looked at Chen Kailing on the screen and smiled slightly. He did it, which is a miracle in itself. I have reason to believe that he can create even more miracles. The Sea of Mist. After everyone went inside, they didn't find anything wrong at first, but gradually, everyone felt a strange sensation, as if their spiritual energy was being gradually drained away. This feeling, no. This mist contains a powerful curse of reverse life. Chen Kailing was the first to react. He had experienced this feeling before. When he turned around, he saw that his teammates were in different states. Lin Yuan was the most seriously injured, while Lin Yenner's mecha form seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating at any moment. "Boss. My spiritual power is almost unable to suppress Yenner's armor form. It seems she's about to regress to the dawn armor. The reverse life curse causes life forms to revert to their most vulnerable state, and my strength is about to drop to the silver alchemy level. The power of my 9 arrows of immortal slaying is also declining." Seeing the change in his teammates' expressions, Chen Kailing immediately said, "Let's retreat." At this point, if one stays inside for too long, and the effects of the reverse life curse become increasingly severe, then one will truly be trapped like a turtle in a jar. How is this possible? The reverse life curse is the exclusive talent skill of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy. How can the interior of the Ghost Tree Sea completely cover this ability? Inside the command post, everyone stood up in astonishment, unable to believe it. If they had known this would happen in the Sea of Mist, they would have abandoned the operation no matter what. This is truly unbelievable. You have to know that a skill like the reverse life curse is enough to turn the tide of battle. And now, the Sea of Mist actually possesses this ability. Doesn't this mean that the interior of the Ghost Tree Sea has since become one of the world's top-tier territories of ferocious beasts? With the curse of reversal covering everything, who can guarantee that they have enough strength to invade? Damn it, this operation was clearly well prepared, but I never expected to encounter such a strange thing. Let them retreat using teleportation talismans. In this situation, no one can help them. The higher-ups were unwilling to take action and the situation failed, but the circumstances were clear, and there was no point in saying anything. Within the Sea of Mist. The group did not give up on the mission immediately and were still trying to think of a solution, but now, no matter what, they had to retreat. But the group had only retreated a short distance when a cry of surprise rang out. "Everyone! I think I stepped on something." At the back of the group, Lucci looked flustered, as if he had stepped on a landmine. The next second, in an area that was already almost completely obscured, vines, like octopus tentacles, burst forth from beneath Lucci's feet and began to entwine around him. What's terrifying is that the number this time is so large that it far exceeds the total number in the outer areas combined. Retreat immediately. This time, Chen Kailing dared not worry about the fluctuations in his power and swung the heavenly sword without hesitation. In an instant, bursts of sword energy erupted, precisely dodging Lucci and severing the vines. However, unlike the outer area, the traps here are like the entire sea of mist.
The vines have not decreased, but have continued to increase, constantly pressing in from the inside. Seeing that something was wrong, everyone immediately took off running. Fortunately, these vines didn't come from all directions, otherwise, given their current state, the mission would have been over.
Chen Kailing quickly used the teleportation talisman. This operation is now over. Remember to ensure your own safety. Pang Bin's urgent voice echoed in Chen Kailing's mind. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing and the others did not immediately agree. Just as Chen Kailing cleared the way and escorted his 4 teammates to the inner edge, another unexpected event occurred.
The boundary between the inner and outer areas was already teeming with ferocious ghost tree beasts, each of them at the high star level of the Forging Gold stage.
What's going on? Has the defenses over the sea of ghost trees become this tight?
This scene left everyone in the command post completely dumbfounded.
What exactly happened inside the sea of ghost trees?
Li Kaming frowned, about to speak, when he suddenly froze. Everyone saw what was happening a kilometer away, as monitored by the small telescope. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Kaming urgently shouted, "Chen Kailing!
Teleport quickly!
The barrier of the ghost tree sea is shrinking. Once the barrier crosses your teleportation base point, there will be a big problem."
What?
Startled, Chen Kailing immediately relayed the message to everyone, then said, "Quickly, use the teleportation talisman." Despite their reluctance, the group had no other choice but to take out talismans and perform the teleportation.
With flashes of light, all 4 were teleported.
Just as Chen Kailing took out the teleportation talisman and was about to leave, he suddenly stopped.
Chen Kailing, what are you doing? Retreat at once.
Inside the command post, seeing that Chen Kailing not only did not use a teleportation talisman but was instead rushing towards the vines inside, Li Kaming was first stunned, and then immediately questioned him.
Director, I have a preliminary idea. Don't try something that's not mature enough. Retreat now. They'll be ripe soon.
Just after Chen Kailing approached the vines, something strange happened. Even though Chen Kailing was within the attack range, the vines seemed to have lost their target. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts of the ghost trees on the periphery continued to launch attacks from afar.
The vines have no consciousness, so they can't tell the difference. Chen Kailing's eyes lit up, and he continued to venture deeper into the interior.
The ghost tree beasts behind him did not follow, as they were only responsible for the outer area.
A few minutes later, Chen Kailing was completely out of danger.
All around him was white and utterly quiet. Inside the command post, everyone was completely stunned.
What's going on? Why aren't the vines attacking Chen Kailing? Chapter 81 Ghost Tree Sacred Mountain, Ghost Tree Flower Fairies covering the mountainside.
Those vines were probably traps set for outsiders, capable of attacking anything except the Ghost Tree Beast clan.
But now, they've bypassed Chen Kailing, which means Li Kaming had some guesses in his mind. So, Chen Kailing is actually a member of the Ghost Tree clan? Someone exclaimed in astonishment.
In other words, Chen Kailing possesses some kind of Ghost Tree clan artifact that can conceal his aura.
Pang Bin glanced at the man and said calmly. The man gave an awkward smile. So it really is because of this thing?
In the Sea of Mist, Chen Kailing took out the blood crystal from his pocket. Blood crystals contain the pure power of the spirit weapon's soul, but generally speaking, they cannot be sensed by anyone other than close relatives. Xia Yuning's voice carried a hint of speculation. It seems that the relationship between this spirit weapon girl and the Ghost Tree clan is beyond our imagination.
Never mind that for now. Since it can be used by us, we can't waste it.
We're still more than 10 kilometers away from where we buried the small heavenly eye.
Let's go.
Chen Kailing ran wildly with his sword in hand, bypassing any vines or traps thanks to the effect of the blood crystals. Inside the Sea of Mist, Chen Kailing was traveling even faster than on the outer perimeter. Soon, Chen Kailing arrived at the optimal location for the small celestial eye.
Yu Ning, be alert to your surroundings.
Generally speaking, at such a critical moment, it is easy to be attacked.
Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. 5 minutes later, nothing happened. Chen Kailing buried the little heavenly eye inside, raised an eyebrow and looked around.
At such a tense tactical critical moment, no ghost tree came to stop us. Perhaps the Ghost Tree clan never imagined that a medium could appear who was immune to both the reverse life curse and the vine trap.
That's right, mission accomplished, let's get out of here.
However, just as Chen Kailing turned around to retreat, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his abdomen. Chen Kailing was puzzled. He reached into his pocket and discovered that the blood crystal had begun to emit a faint light.
What's going on?
I guess it's because the blood droplet from the spirit artifact was close to the original owner and sensed it.
So, that spirit weapon girl is very close to us, should we go take a look? I'll listen to you.
With Xia Yuning's support, Chen Kailing immediately rolled his eyes and said, if the magical artifact girl is related to the birth of the ghost tree flower fairy, then we're probably going to make a great contribution this time. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing picked up his sword and headed towards the direction sensed by the blood droplet from the spiritual artifact. His unusual behavior was also captured by the surveillance camera, whose monitoring range was gradually expanding.
Wait, why is he still heading deeper into the area? That's not the direction of retreat. Could it be that he got lost? What a joke!
It's obvious he still wants to explore further on his own.
Has he always been this brave?
That's the core area of the Ghost Tree clan. No, the little heavenly eye has already activated on its own and is no longer within the range where communication is possible, so we can't contact him at all. At the command center, many people were puzzled when they saw the images projected on the screen.
Did he discover something?
After a slight silence, Li Kaming looked at the operators of the little sky eye. Quickly activate the monitoring logic of the little sky eye to see what's in front of Chen Kailing.
Yes.
The scene changed rapidly after flashing on the screen for several dozen seconds. The vast, white sea of mist suddenly opened up. A colossal, awe-inspiring mountain appeared before them. The mountain peaks appear to have been terraced, with each level of flat land containing vine-like organisms resembling giant silkworm cocoons. And in the ditches surrounding these terraced fields, a strange green blood flows, like lake water, irrigating these eggs.
What is that? Everyone was stunned.
Just then, one of the silkworm cocoons split open, and a green sheen gradually emerged from within.
Zoom in on the image.
An ominous premonition arose in Chen Kailing's heart.
Yes.
The operator immediately took action, and the screen changed. Everyone stared intently at the screen, and soon, they were stunned by what happened next, their jaws dropping and they remained speechless for a long time. Suddenly, a ghost tree flower demon emerged from the vine cocoon. It wasn't high grade, only refined iron, but the iconic flower crown proved it was without a doubt. She is the royal family of the Ghost Tree clan, the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy. A single Ghost Tree Flower Fairy can greatly increase the difficulty of the war, and this whole mountain is covered with vines and silkworm cocoons. My God, don't tell me those are all Ghost Tree Flower spirits, this number.
Am I having a nightmare?
Such a massive Ghost Tree Flower Fairy is enough to elevate the Ghost Tree Legion's strength to the absolute top tier among all races.
No, we must destroy these demonic tree flower spirits immediately. How do you destroy it?
Once you step into the barrier, the Ghost Tree Legion at the front will immediately return. We can't just stand by and watch so many Ghost Tree Flower demons be born.
If they appear on the battlefield, we're doomed to defeat.
The appearance of such a large number of Ghost Tree Flower demons frightened everyone present, and an argument broke out.
That's enough. Li Kaming frowned and spoke.
The room quickly fell silent. Communications officer immediately informed the Northwest Army and the Northeast Army of the situation here.
If necessary, the two armies will provide long-range, god-killing strikes.
A god-slaying strike? Upon hearing this, everyone present was initially taken aback, but then nodded in agreement.
What about Chen Kailing?
If a god-slaying attack is used, it might affect him.
Someone asked.
Let's see how things go first.
Chen Kailing isn't the kind of person who acts rashly without thinking.
I believe he can return safely.
Li Kaming wasn't entirely confident either.
Those ghostly trees and flower demons covering the mountains and fields meant that not only Chen Kailing, but even the other elite special forces teams wouldn't have a chance of survival. However, penetrating deep into the Ghost Tree clan's territory is far more difficult than a direct, long-range destruction by a god-slaying strike, unless someone on the front lines can perfectly restrain those few members of the Ghost Tree clan. In such a serious situation, it's not impossible to find someone. Li Kaming suddenly had an idea, but Chen Kailing still needed to protect herself first.
You must hold on until everyone is in place.
At this moment, after traveling for half an hour, Chen Kailing finally arrived at Ghost Tree Sacred Mountain. The moment he stepped out of the fog, he was stunned.
Holy crap, so many seeds of Ghost Tree Flower Fairies, are they having a party here?
Chen Kailing was not afraid of the ghostly trees and flower spirits that covered the mountains and fields, but he knew how huge their impact on the battlefield would be. Xia Yuning, on the other hand, sensed something unusual. At the mountaintop, there exists a very powerful spiritual artifact spirit, no less powerful than mine, no, even stronger. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing's expression turned slightly serious. It was a spiritual weapon soul that could rival or even surpass the heavenly sword. Could it be an SSS-level spirit artifact soul that has already reached the level of a divine artifact? Do we still want to go? Going there would be extremely dangerous, but there's a high chance you'd find out the truth behind the birth of these ghost tree flower spirits. If they don't go, they will be safe, but if these ghost tree flower demons are deployed to the battlefield, the soldiers on the front lines will be in danger. Let's go up and take a look. This whole mountain seems to be full of ghost trees and flower spirits. We haven't seen any other ordinary ghost trees yet. If things go wrong, we'll escape on our swords. Chen Kailing made up his mind and immediately started walking up the mountain, but he clearly overlooked a detail. That is, the newly born ghost tree flower demon here is not a vine, it has no opinions of its own, and it was immediately obvious that it was not one of its kind. Chapter 82 The Truth, the Spiritual Girl Inside the Coffin. Seeing that some ignorant ghost tree flower demon was rushing up, Chen Kailing didn't hold back. If it were high star gold forged or jade grade, I wouldn't say anything. But a bunch of newly born iron grade ones, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Chen Kailing sighed and sent these ghost tree flower demons to their mothers with a single sword strike. The poor ghost tree flower fairies, they were born and then they were gone. To avoid wasting time here, Chen Kailing swept away those blind ghost tree flower demons with a single sword strike and then rose on his sword. Call out. Chen Kailing's figure swiftly swept past the silkworm cocoons of these ghost tree flower demons at a glance. He estimated that there were at least 4 figures in them. TSK, they either don't produce one for years, or they produce thousands at once. They've really struck it rich. Chen Kailing shook his head, constantly scanning the source of the ditches as he climbed. What's in these ditches isn't water, it's blood, the same blood as the blood droplet from the magical artifact in our hands. Xia Yuning's voice came through, sounding somewhat suppressed. Interesting. I didn't expect that the girl with the magical artifact to bleed so much. She single-handedly fed the entire ghost tree sacred mountain. Xia Yuning's previously suppressed emotions suddenly returned to normal, and she didn't know how to respond. Don't worry, I know you sympathize with that girl with the magical artifact. Depending on the situation, we can save her, but what if she? If she has betrayed the human race in a subjective way, I think we should continue to bleed her until the bleeding effect is stacked to the maximum and she dies alive. Xia Yuning replied, her voice calm. Chen Kailing blinked and coughed lightly. Yuning, I'm very pleased that you have such a high level of awareness. I just feel like he has the talent to be a vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. The higher Chen Kailing went, the more cautious he became, almost always ready to escape. However, although they encountered obstacles along the way, almost all of them were low-level tactics. What reverse life curse, resurrection, and resurrection again? In front of Chen Kailing now, those are nothing at all. Before the demonic tree flowers that tried to stop him could even realize that his reversal curse was ineffective, Chen Kailing had already ended their lives with a single sword strike. Soon, the man and his sword arrived at the summit of the sacred mountain. Here, a colossal, towering tree comes into view. Hiss, that startled me. I thought it was one of the powerful beasts among the ghost trees, Chen Kailing admitted. His heart rate soared the moment he saw it. However, it is obvious that this is just a normal tree without any spiritual power. At the entrance of the towering tree, a layer of green light enveloped the area, giving it a sense of danger. Shall we go in? Xia Yuning's voice was alert. Chen Kailing's eyes darted around as he pondered. If I'm not mistaken, this is the truth behind the birth of the ghost tree flower demon. Based on the previous situation, this ghost tree sacred mountain currently contains an extremely powerful curse of reversal, and only the ghost tree flower demon exists within it. Chen Kailing clapped his hands. Since we're already here, let's cheer. After saying that, Chen Kailing turned around, mounted his sword, and headed down the mountain. A dozen seconds later, he returned carrying a 2-meter-tall vine-like silkworm pupa. Draw your sword and strike. After slicing through the outer shell of the vines with his sword, Chen Kailing grabbed the bewildered ghost tree flower demon inside and yanked it out. Ghost tree flower fairy? Did I have a C-section? Under the foolish gaze of the ghost tree flower fairy, Chen Kailing said sincerely. Brother, I'll borrow your shell for a bit, and in exchange, I'll send you to your death so you won't have to experience the pain of this world. Whoosh! A sword thrust out. The ghost tree flower fairy was full of question marks just now, but now it's full of sword holes. As Chen Kailing crawled in from below, he bit down on the heavenly sword, carried the silkworm cocoon of the ghost tree flower demon in his hands, and walked towards the green light barrier at the cave entrance.
Do we need to be this careful?
Xia Yuning's voice unconsciously became a little strange as the food was bitten in her mouth.
Chen Kailing paused slightly, then said haltingly, necessary preparations. The entrance might be used to guard against outsiders.
Just as Chen Kailing had expected, as he passed the cave entrance, dozens of green lights swept over him frantically, but they were all blocked by the silkworm cocoon's outer shell.
Passed through safely. Bang!
Chen Kailing tossed the silkworm pupa out, took a breath of fresh air, and exclaimed, "Phew, there's such a strong stench of the ghost tree and ferocious beasts in here." Before Chen Kailing could finish speaking, he felt a barrage of gazes directed at him, and he scanned them. Inside the enormous tree hollow, nearly 50 enormous ghost tree flower demons, each at least at the forging gold level, were staring coldly at him. "Ah, just kidding, the silkworm pupae are actually quite fragrant inside." Chen Kailing tightened his clothes and gave an awkward smile.
Boom!
Several vines shot out like cannonballs from a tank, and in the blink of an eye, they had already reached Chen Kailing's brow. Whoosh! With a flash of swordlight, the vines shattered, and Chen Kailing's figure had vanished from the spot. He took a few steps and was already more than 10 meters away, at the same time drawing his sword and slashing out. In an instant, the powerful sword light swept through the entire tree hole like a torrential flood, and the 10 nearby ghost tree flower demons were split in two before they could even react.
The other ghost tree flower fairies looked on in astonishment and fear, and scattered and fled. Trying to escape? Chen Kailing had no intention of letting them go.
His figure flickered like a ghost, and the sheer number of sword energies was something they simply couldn't contend with. After several exchanges, all the ghost tree flower demons were killed. Their curse of reversing life is indeed powerful, and their sheer number is enough to give evenly Kaming a run for his money. Unfortunately, they were facing Chen Kailing, who ignored the curse of reverse life. "Hey, next time remember to be smarter and don't mess with people you can't afford to offend." Chen Kailing shook his hand, wiping the blood off the heavenly sword, and looked toward the center of the tree hole. It was a coffin, but it was transparent, and inside lay a long-haired girl whose face was obscured. Two huge medicine barrels were connected to the left and right sides of the coffin. The medicine barrel on the left emitted a strong herbal smell, as if some kind of special nutrient solution had been poured into the coffin. On the right, there was a lot of green blood. After passing through more than a dozen branch pipes under the bucket, it flowed out of the cave and mixed with the original water source of the ditch, becoming diluted spiritual artifact blood droplets. At this point, Chen Kailing thought he had a general understanding of the situation at Ghost Tree Sacred Mountain. It seems that, just as we suspected, the blood of this spirit weapon girl has considerable power, which can help the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy awaken.
Chen Kailing frowned, and without hesitation, activated the Pantheon.
However, seemingly due to the coffin, the encyclopedia failed to recognize the existence of the spirit weapon girl. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing stepped forward, placed his hands on the coffin lid, and forcefully lifted it. A pungent herbal smell filled Chen Kailing's nasal cavity, causing him to instinctively cover his nose. But when he saw the appearance of the magical girl inside the coffin, he was stunned.
Chapter 83 Dreams, the Key to Awakening.
The girl lay in the coffin like a dried corpse, her cheeks like shriveled eggplants, and even her bones were clearly visible. The girl's body was covered with countless tubes, which were used to connect the two large barrels.
After Chen Kailing lifted the coffin lid, the encyclopedia began to work its magic. Spirit Weapon Soul, Shinong Wood SSS-rank, awakened.
Introduction: possessing the purest life force in the world, a single leaf can bring about the revival of all things, while a single leaf can bring about the demise of all things.
Current status: the original life force has been excessively converted and extracted.
The original body has entered a self-protective state and is currently dormant in a dream. To awaken the original body's consciousness, it is necessary to touch the original body and enter the dream to awaken it. Turning his gaze to the illustration, Chen Kailing could not hide his shock and anger after seeing it clearly. Clearly, the Ghost Tree clan is using her powerful spirit artifact soul to aid the evolution and birth of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy.
A bunch of beasts.
After giving a rebuke, Chen Kailing immediately relayed the situation to Xia Yuning.
After a moment of silence, Xia Yuning asked, "Do you want to enter the dream world to awaken her?" "I want to try. Today, we can either wake her up and take her away, or... in any case, we can't let the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy continue to grow," Chen Kailing said. Xia Yuning's tone was serious. "No, it's too dangerous. This is the enemy's lair after all. What if you enter the illusion and can't get out for a while?" Chen Kailing nodded. This was also what he was worried about, and he immediately asked a question. Master, is there any danger in the dream? How long will it take? The system panel flickered quickly. No danger, you can leave at any time. 10 years of fantasy can vanish in the blink of an eye. The system responded. Upon seeing this answer, Chen Kailing's eyes lit up, and he immediately became more determined to awaken her. Putting aside the simple matter of saving lives, such a top-tier spiritual artifact soul is truly a rare find. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing deactivated the magical weapon. Xia Yuning stood beside him, the spirit of the weapon in her hand coalescing. Although its power was far less than when Chen Kailing used it, it could still be used at a normal level. Go ahead, I'll watch over her for you. She's so pitiful. If possible, I really hope you can save her. Xia Yuning's eyes flickered, then she became extremely serious. No, you can definitely do it, just like you saved me back then. In Xia Yuning's heart, Chen Kailing will always be able to create miracles. Chen Kailing nodded emphatically. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing reached out and touched the girl. The scene shifted, and Chen Kailing found himself in an ancient village. His gaze swept around, and the buildings looked much the same as those from decades ago. In the distant fields, young and middle-aged people are working the land, and from the house next door, you can hear the sound of cotton being fluffed. A scene of peace and tranquility. Is this the dream space of the Shinongwood Maiden? It's quite large. How am I supposed to find her? Chen Kailing frowned, his mind filled with questions, when he heard the sound of a children's rhyme about jumping rope. Little ball, banana pear, iris blossoms at 21, 256, 257, 2829 31. Following the sound, Chen Kailing walked over and saw 3 or 5 children playing jump rope in the courtyard of a house. Among them, a cute little girl with chubby cheeks and 2 small braids standing to the side instantly caught Chen Kailing's attention. Is it her? It feels somewhat similar, but not quite. Big brother, who are you looking for? The cute girl noticed Chen Kailing's gaze and tilted her head in confusion, asking a question. Chen Kailing paused, then frowned slightly. How could he possibly awaken the other person? Should we go for a straight shot? Let's give it a try. Chen Kailing placed his hands on the girl's shoulders, their eyes met, and he said earnestly, I came for you. This dream should end now. Girl. The surrounding children. Under that gaze, Chen Kailing was stunned for a moment. No, this reaction. Oh no. It's not this girl. Am I being treated like a weirdo? Help. An intruder is harassing Lanlan. The next second, the children panicked and started shouting. Before Chen Kailing could explain, a group of middle-aged men wielding hoes and brooms quickly rushed into the courtyard and surrounded him. Outsider, do you know that we don't welcome outsiders in our village? Either leave now, or you'll be burned at the stake. So extreme? Chen Kailing looked at the palpable hatred in the eyes of the surrounding villagers and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, I probably won't be leaving anytime soon. Not leaving? Men. Tie this outsider up, gather everyone in the village, and burn him at the stake. Hey, let me explain. Summon everyone in the village? Chen Kailing was about to explain with his fists and feet, but his eyes lit up when he heard what the middle-aged man said. That's great. Now that everyone in the village has been gathered, it will be much easier to find people. 10 minutes later. At the village entrance, Chen Kailing was bound on a cross piled with firewood. Seeing a young man approaching with a torch, Chen Kailing coughed lightly and asked, Brother, has everyone from the village arrived? The young man's gaze was icy. You are not worthy to speak. Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing's gaze swept around, landing on every young woman. To be honest, they all looked pretty much the same. But he doesn't seem like the protagonist. Tisk, could it be that we're going in the wrong direction? Is she not even among this group, but rather an observer? Or, is there something strange about this method of burning at the stake? As Chen Kailing was pondering, he saw the young man preparing to throw down the torch. At this moment, he spoke up and asked, Brother, is this burning at the stake some old tradition? Has anyone been burned to death before? Like a little girl or something? The young man snorted coldly and said, I already said, you're not worthy to speak. Snap. Driven by his spiritual power, Chen Kailing's powerful force instantly shattered the rope. This horrific scene instantly terrified the surrounding villagers, who rushed forward only to be kicked away. Before the young man could react, he was grabbed and bound to a cross. Chen Kailing held the torch in his hand, ready to light the firewood at any moment. Can you tell me now? Chen Kailing asked with a smile.
The young man looked at Chen Kailing in front of him with great fear, and spoke like a machine gun. I'll tell you, yes, a demoness was burned to death last month.
Burned to death?
Yes, it burned for 3 days and 3 nights before it died, and was buried in the back mountain.
Lead the way.
Good. Looking at the empty cemetery in front of him, Chen Kailing glanced at the young man.
The young man was dumbfounded.
I don't know. She's really buried here.
No, don't kill me.
Looking into the fearful eyes of the young man, Chen Kailing knew he wasn't lying.
Chen Kailing remained silent. If we can't even find the people, how can we talk about waking them up? Is giving up on waking me up?
Just then, Chen Kailing remembered something and reached into his pocket, where the blood droplet of the girl's spirit artifact soul still lay. Before he could do anything, he noticed that the blood droplet was emitting a faint green glow and reacting unusually in a certain direction. There's still a chance. Chen Kailing's eyes lit up, and he carried the young man toward the place where the light was most intense. A dozen minutes later, the two returned to the cross where they were burned at the stake.
Chapter 84 Liaonan, a life that was not peaceful.
Looking at the shimmering blood droplet in his hand, Chen Kailing frowned, deep in thought.
Could it be that only through the cross can we return to the point in time when she could be awakened? Since that's the case. Come on, didn't you just try to burn me? Here's your chance, gather the villagers together again.
Chen Kailing put his arm around the young man's shoulder and smiled slightly. This frightened the young man quite a bit, and he repeatedly turned his head and waved his hands, saying, No, I wouldn't dare.
Hey, what are you afraid of? If you don't make a move, I'm going to.
After saying this, Chen Kailing walked up to the cross on his own, then waved and said,
Let's do it.
Youth. The people around exchanged glances. In the end, the old village chief took the blame. After he walked out with the torch in his hand, Chen Kailing asked a question.
What crime did that witch commit that warrants her being burned at the stake?
The village chief stammered, her family are outsiders. We kindly took them in, but they brought disaster to the village. After receiving the answer from the village chief's perspective, Chen Kailing nodded and then glanced at the young man. The young man trembled and dropped the torch. A raging fire broke out, and in an instant, Chen Kailing was in excruciating pain all over his body. Every inch of his skin began to be scorched. However, the pain lasted only a few seconds before everything changed. The cross was still burning, but it wasn't him who was being burned at the stake, it was a young girl.
Chen Kailing had become a bystander.
The girl was pure white and flawless, as full and lustrous as jade, but now she was being burned in the flames. All around, everyone looked as if they had gotten their revenge, as if the girl was some kind of monstrous flood that had caused their families to be destroyed and their lives to be lost.
So, is this cross really the origin of communication?
Chen Kailing's vision flickered, and just as he was about to step forward, the scenery before him changed again. These were 3 earthen houses, the starting point of everything. At that moment, the sound of a baby crying came from inside the room. The girl's name was Liaonan, and nothing happened before she turned 16. At most, it's just because they're outsiders that they're ostracized, and they can't even find anyone to jump rope with. Although they're lonely, at least they're alive. But right after her 16th birthday, the spirit of the artifact awakened automatically, and it was the SSS level Shinong wood. That night, the vegetation in the village grew wildly, especially near Lianan's house, where several fruit trees grew to towering height overnight.
A mere SSS grade spirit artifact soul cannot do something that affects reality so much. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Kailing couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
He had never seen anything like it before, let alone in a village without internet access. It was practically a ghost story. Fortunately, nothing bad happened during this time. A month later, several ferocious beasts from the flowering trees broke into the village and killed many people. However, when they broke into Lianan's house, something strange happened. Upon seeing the girl, the ferocious beasts in the flowering trees actually knelt down, and then, seeing that the girl was frightened, they left on their own.
Another incredible ability. Chen Kailing's eyes lit up.
Without a doubt, this was the special effect of Lianan's Shinong wood on this type of ferocious beast.
This is a suppression skill that countless SSS-rank spirit weapon girls dream of.
However, when the villagers witnessed this scene, they were dumbfounded and assumed that these ferocious beasts were brought by Liaonan. At this point, some villagers had already expressed their intention to drive Liaonan and her family out. Half a month later, some villagers discovered that the ferocious beasts in the flowering trees had not left the village much, but were instead entrenched in an area 5 kilometers outside the village. They were terrified, so one night they took action. Not only did they all die, but they also enraged the flower tree beasts. After the flower tree beasts rushed into the village, it was Lianin who drove them away. However, just as Chen Kailing was wondering why Lianin, who had saved them again, was being burned at the stake, he realized that he had underestimated this group of people. The villagers who had lost their families were terrified of the ferocious beasts, so they vented all their anger on Lianin, saying that everything was caused by her and that the beasts would leave if she was killed. In this panic and fear, Lianin went up to the cross, facing the curses of hundreds of people, and was burned. However, a terrifying thing happened. Lianin was burned for 3 days and 3 nights, yet she was still alive. The villagers became even more frightened and began to intensify the fire. These ungrateful bastards. Chen Kailing clenched his fists, watching coldly, but he was still unable to move and was forced to watch this memory. He finally understood why it was at this particular point in time. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, the images in front of Chen Kailing began to overlap, and he regained his ability to move. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed forward. I am Lianin, but I am not at peace at all. I'm so scared, really scared. I'm in so much pain, my whole body hurts so much. What heinous crime did I commit in my past life to deserve this kind of life? I really want to live. But if the world is so cruel, then perhaps death is the only true relief. The girl slowly closed her eyes. However, just as she closed her eyes, she felt as if someone was hugging her. Immediately afterwards, the intense heat of the flames disappeared. Lianin opened her eyes and could only see the profile of a young man, who was currently holding her. Who are you? What do you want? The nearby villagers were furious when they saw Chen Kailing rush into the fire and rescue Lianin. You don't need to know who I am. Anyway, I'm taking Lianin. Goodbye forever. Seeing that Chen Kailing was about to take Lianin away, the villagers immediately became unhappy. No, she's a murderer, she must be burned. Bang! The sound of teeth breaking rang out. Should we still burn it or not? Burn. Bang! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Are you still going to burn it? Believe me or not, I'll set your whole village on fire. We're not burning it anymore, we're not burning it anymore. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Chen Kailing looked down and saw that the girl in his arms was still breathing. Chen Kailing didn't actually care about the injuries in the dream. What he cared about was why the dream hadn't ended yet. Lianin is definitely not asleep yet. Could it be that there's still some obsession? Lianin? Do you hate these villagers? Do you want me to help you get revenge? Upon hearing this, the nearby villagers immediately panicked. No. No need, don't kill them. Lianin waved her hands repeatedly. In chaotic times, the Holy Mother must be killed first. Mayan, this is not good, Chen Kailing thought to himself, but before he could speak, he heard Lianin say. Could you please lead those ferocious beasts from the flowering trees into the village? You brought the flower tree beast in? Chen Kailing was taken aback. Yes, this time, I won't help them anymore. Lianin's voice was stubborn, but all the villagers around who heard her words panicked and became frightened. Chapter 85 Let your power be used by me. Just as Lianin said, this time she did not take action, but simply watched quietly. After the ferocious beasts from the flowering trees had finished ravaging the surroundings, their gaze fell on Chen Kailing. Roar! Several ferocious beasts suddenly rushed over. Ha! You're so bold? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, then his figure rushed out at lightning speed, sending these ferocious flower tree beasts to meet their great mother with a punch and 2 kicks. After the flowering tree and ferocious beasts were all dead, Chen Kailing had just withdrawn his fist when the surrounding scenery became somewhat blurry. Chen Kailing turned his head and saw that the image of the young Lianin gradually disappeared, and in its place was the thin, pale-faced adult Lianin. Lianin looked at Chen Kailing, her black hair hanging down, and slowly bowed, then said softly. Thank you. Chen Kailing shrugged and said, I came here for you, isn't it only right that I do something? Lianin was taken aback. You came for me? Yes, I need your power, the power called Spirit Weapon Girl. Chen Kailing then began to popularize the concept of Spirit Weapon Girls. A Spirit Weapon Girl. SSS level talent, 1 in a million. After hearing all this, Lianin felt that her worldview had been shaken. She always believed she was cursed. After a long pause, tears welled in her eyes, and she sobbed. So I wasn't cursed after all. But what's the difference between this and a curse? Chen Kailing did not respond, but could only sigh softly. The world is too big, and the popularization of basic education in remote areas is still not comprehensive enough. Come with me, and you can go out and show your true brilliance. Chen Kailing extended his hand. Lianin stared at those hands for a long time before taking a step back. No, I am guilty and do not deserve to live on. You mean these villagers? This is just a dream. If they die, they die. You? No, they are all dead. After I was burned at the stake, even more terrifying monsters came. They slaughtered the village, but took me with them. I was the one who brought those monsters here. Lianin looked up at the white expanse above her head and said blankly. I do hate them, and I regret saving them twice, but I didn't save them just now, and they really died. They died because of me. No, not just them. I can sense that these monsters, through me, created even more powerful monsters. I should be the one to pay for the blood debts of those monsters. After Lianin finished speaking, she gave an awkward smile and said, Thank you. Although it's shameless of me to say this, I still want to beg you, after we get out, kill me. I refuse. Chen Kailing resolutely refused. While this might solve the problem of the ghost tree flower demon, if he wanted to do this, he wouldn't have come in at all, he would have run away long ago. However, he could tell that the girl in front of him was actually very responsible and kind, which made it even more impossible for him to sit idly by. Of course, this is also a good breakthrough point. Do you know how many casualties you caused? Chen Kailing took a few steps forward and asked when he was only a step away from Lianin. Lianin was stunned for a moment, then said, About a few hundred lives? Chen Kailing shook his head, then exaggerated the severity of the battle at the front, saying that all of these hundreds of thousands of people had been thrown into the battlefield because of the Ghost Tree Legion's involvement. How is this possible? How could I possibly possess such power? Lianin was dumbfounded. Her already pale face turned even paler, and she trembled all over. I won't say things like you're also a victim or that this has nothing to do with you. In this war, you were very likely involved, and the responsibility you have to bear is definitely not something that can be repaid with death. If you want to repay your debt, there is only one way besides death. What? Make a pact with me, and from now on, I will share half of your responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Lianin was stunned. She hadn't expected that a man she had just met would be willing to take on such a huge responsibility for her. But this responsibility is too great. Snap. Chen Kailing took out his student ID and slapped it on Lianin's hand, saying earnestly, I'm betting my status as the top student of Xintian University, the captain of the high-ranking reserve team, and the future leader of the Xintian Legion, don't you believe me? Lianin was stunned, not even glancing down at her ID. Are you that amazing? That's right, Chen Kailing nodded shamelessly. Except for the fact that the future leader of the Divine Legion is a bit of a fraud, everything else is genuine. However, despite the obvious use of the tiger's skin, the effect was quite good. After struggling with her inner conflict for a long time, Lianin looked up at Chen Kailing and said, But I have nothing to do for you. Chen Kailing smiled slightly and reached out to pat Lianin's head. Then let your power be used for my purposes. Upon hearing this, the confusion in Lianin's eyes gradually dissipated, and she became more determined. Then I'm willing. Inside the tree hollow of Ghost Tree's sacred mountain. After opening his eyes, Chen Kailing immediately looked at Xia Yuning and asked, How long has it been? Xia Yuning asked in confusion, Didn't you just close your eyes? Sure enough, the flow of time is different. Chen Kailing breathed a sigh of relief, then looked into the coffin and saw a pair of eyes staring at him. Woke up? Come on, I'll take you out. Chen Kailing immediately reached out and pulled the girl towards him, but just as he tried to pull off the connecting tube, a layer of vines wrapped around him, which was exceptionally strong. Resorting to such tricks, Yu Ning. They're here. The next instant, the sword flashed, and its ability to ignore defense instantly severed the vine. Xia Yuning stood beside her and began to observe Lianin. Enin, come here, I'll take you out. Chen Kailing reached out and helped Lianin up, but as soon as Lianin stood up, her legs gave way and she fell down. Fortunately, Chen Kailing answered in time. No, her limbs are completely stiff. I'll just take her out on my sword. Just as Chen Kailing carried Lianin out, a green light suddenly appeared inside the coffin, and a terrifying voice came out. How dare you? In the next instant, a terrifying aura that seemed to reach the heavens emanated out, and the entire sea of ghost trees shook violently as if an earthquake had struck.
Chen Kailing felt his adrenaline surge, as if he might die here at any moment.
It might be the king of ghost trees. Chen Kailing's expression changed drastically, and after realizing what was happening, he immediately tried to fly away on his sword. However, more than a dozen tendrils burst out from the green light, attempting to bind Lianen. These tentacles were incredibly hard. Just by getting close, Chen Kailing could sense the impending death. However, seemingly due to Lianen's presence, the vine tentacles dared not unleash their power.
Chen Kailing instantly grasped this point. You're too scared to use your strength, huh? Well then, I'm going to use mine, Yuning. Xia Yuning did not hesitate and immediately entered the magical weapon armor.
After unleashing over 100 sword beams with the heavenly sword in hand, Chen Kailing followed up with a sword-drawing slash. The vine tentacles were immediately covered with sword wounds.
So you call yourself the king of ghost trees, huh? I'll take you down.
Seeing that his attack was effective, Chen Kailing immediately unleashed his sword energy as if it were free.
You audacious human!
I have returned now and will surely kill you. Within the green light, one could hear the furious roar of the king of ghost trees. The king of ghost trees, who was on the front lines of the battlefield, was furious to see that this human had managed to cut off his attack. He immediately issued an order to the team closest to the ghost tree holy mountain to intercept the human.
Laugh.
After the vines broke, Chen Kailing immediately looked at Lianen and said, "Quickly, let's form a contract first, and then fly away on our swords.
It's no longer safe here."
Even setting aside the king of ghost trees, any random master-level henchman the opponent could easily crush him and grind him repeatedly. At this moment, Lianen was stunned.
A contract? How do we form a contract? Chapter 86, Contracts come with free experience packs. Such offers were rare back then. Now it was Chen Kailing's turn to be dumbfounded.
He sighed and looked at Xia Yuning. After Xia Yuning gave her some instructions, Lianen nodded repeatedly.
Oh, I understand.
Then, Lianen knelt on one knee, stretched out her hand to Chen Kailing, and a miniature image of Shinnong would gradually appeared in her palm. At the same time, a red contract appeared on the Shinnong tree.
The origin contract? Are you sure? Chen Kailing was stunned. He didn't expect Lianen to be so direct, signing the origin contract in one step.
Lianen nodded, her gaze unusually serious. Lianen felt that she had no reason not to respond to someone who had saved her life and was willing to take all the responsibility for her.
Good. Chen Kai felt Lianen's attitude and immediately reached out to sign a contract.
The moment the contract was signed, green light suddenly appeared all around, and a life force filled the entire tree hole. New buds even sprouted from the long dried bark.
The next second,
Lianen entered the spirit weapon armor state, and a phantom of a lush and growing Shinnong tree stood before her, its powerful life force spreading outwards. Congratulations, host, you have formed a contract with Shinnong Wood and gained the skills, Tree God's Protection and Heavenly Tao skills, Rebirth and Tree God.
Tree God's Protection grants Shinnong's blessing, restoring 1% of the user's stamina, spiritual power, and health per second. Note, can be used on others, but requires the user's own spiritual power to replenish when used on another user. Resurrection, can revive a living unit once.
Must be used within 3 seconds of the deceased's death. Note, the revived unit will suffer a significant loss of power for a short period. Tree God, a title for a plant-based deity, possessing an innate 10% suppression ability against plant-based creatures.
The Shinnong tree had no physical form. Instead, it appeared as a phantom behind Chen Kailing. In an instant, the Tree God's Protection was activated, and Chen Kailing could clearly feel that his body was rapidly recovering from its depletion. Just kidding, this is an extremely precious all-around recovery skill.
You should know that even S-rank support-type spirit weapon girls can only recover a single attribute at most. For those magical artifact girls, to fully recover their health, they need to reach at least the master level. But the tree spirit protected them and gave them almost every possible response. And the terrifying resurrection ability goes without saying. In short, it's absolutely awesome. A resurrection skill belonging to humanity itself. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, once the level is increased, this will definitely be the strongest god-level skill. Everyone has someone they need to resurrect. Tree God, needless to say, is a card specifically designed to counter plant-type ferocious beasts.
With a 30% suppression effect, it's ineffective against anything.
While Chen Kailing was studying the panel, outside the tree hole, one after another, ghost tree flower fairies, guided by the ghost tree king, rushed in. None of them are of a grade higher than the forged gold grade.
Have they come to deliver the tree stumps? Chen Kailing's gaze swept over the ghostly tree flower demons. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Lianin's voice. I can sense that my spiritual power is inside them, and it seems that I can extract it. Withdrawal? Chen Kailing was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, it can actually be withdrawn? Then you try it. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory image of Shinon behind Chen Kailing emitted a green glow. The next second. Before Chen Kailing could make a move, several ghost tree flower demons showed expressions of pain, collapsed to the ground, and began to degenerate. In just a few seconds, his body had withered and shriveled, like a dead tree, and his level dropped rapidly. 10 seconds later. Several ghost tree flower fairies have degenerated into ordinary ghost tree beasts, and their level has been greatly reduced. At the same time. Congratulations, host. Shinon Wood has been upgraded to 3-star refined iron. Skill, Tree God's Protection. Tree God's Protection restores 2% stamina, 2% spirit power, and 1% health per second. Chen Kailing was stunned to see that Shinon Wood had actually upgraded. System, what's going on? The spiritual energy supplied by the Ghost Tree clan all belongs to Shinon Wood, so it can naturally be extracted. The system replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood that the spiritual energy supplied by the Ghost Tree clan was first transformed into the spiritual energy of the Shinon Wood. Then it was extracted to activate the life force within the Ghost Tree beast, evolving into the Ghost Tree flower fairy. However, this spiritual power still belongs to Shinon Wood. Ugh. If that's the case, then those ghost trees and flower fairies covering the mountains and fields outside are just easy experience points, aren't they? What a pure and elegant wedding dress. Chen Kailing felt excited. He hadn't expected such a surprise. It was just a pity that escaping was more important right now. On the other side, several ghost tree flower fairies were filled with disbelief. They had finally evolved, but they had regressed so easily. Is there any justice in this world? If Chen Kailing knew what they were thinking, he would definitely respond. There is no justice in the world, but there is sword energy. With a whoosh. The sword energy swept across all directions, directly eliminating all the ghost tree beasts. Whoosh! Chen Kailing rose into the air on his sword, and the phantom of the Shinon tree bloomed behind him, radiating a powerful aura. Putting everything else aside, it's incredibly high class and dangerous. In order to leave before the Ghost Tree King or those Ghost Tree minions with higher cultivation levels returned, Chen Kailing moved forward at almost full speed. Along the way, all the Ghost Tree flower demons attacked Chen Kailing, but their low level and abilities posed almost no threat. Those Ghost Tree flower fairies down there can absorb as much as they can, but it's definitely impossible to absorb them all. Good. Chen Kailing glanced at the Ghost Tree flower demons below, which numbered nearly 1,000. He had a premonition that once Anan absorbed all these ghost tree flower demons, her level would very likely catch up with, or even surpass, that of the Heavenly Sword. Who would have thought of that? Congratulations, host. Your Shinon Wood has been upgraded to 4-star refined iron, 5-star refined iron, 6-star refined iron. Congratulations, host. Shinon Wood has been upgraded to 9-star refined iron, Tree God's Protection can be upgraded, and the evolution guide path has been unlocked. Tree God's Protection restores 3% stamina, 3% spirit power, and 3% health per second. Evolution Guide Path, Shinon Armor Single Support, materials required for advancement to silver refining level Heartwood in Diamond. After advancement along this path, Shinon Wood transforms into Shinon Armor, possessing powerful single target support abilities. Shinon Wood Phantom State Group Support, material required for advancing to silver refining level Cloud Shadow Dragon Wood, Pure Heart Dao Seed. After advancing along this route, Shinon Wood gains more powerful group support abilities. As Chen Kailing flew to the edge of Ghost Tree Sacred Mountain on his sword, about to return to the Sea of Mist, Lianin's level had already reached the 9th star of the refined iron level. And this was only the spiritual power she absorbed from the bodies of more than a dozen Ghost Tree flower demons. To be honest, this leveling up was really awesome. He did almost nothing, just gained experience. Back then, he and Xia Yuning never had this opportunity. Boom! Just as Chen Kailing was sighing, a huge figure rushed out from the Sea of Mist. Almost in the blink of an eye, the shadowy tentacles, like spikes that had traveled across time and space, hurtled straight at Chen Kailing's head. The speed of this attack was comparable to that of a missile. Chapter 87 Panic. The king of the ghost trees is Panic. Chen Kailing's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly used his sword to dodge, but the tentacle turned a corner and caught up with him again.
Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Kailing immediately flew towards the ground on his sword. Just as Chen Kailing landed and gripped his sword, the tentacles still slammed down upon him.
You're relentlessly pursuing me, aren't you?
Then let's see just how much you're worth. Chen Kailing's eyes flashed, and he quickly swung his sword, sending over 100 sword energies hurtling towards the tentacles almost instantly.
Bang!
A massive shockwave swept across the surroundings, and the mist began to rush to both sides, revealing what lay within. A towering, ferocious ghost tree beast stood at the edge of Ghost Tree Sacred Mountain, while behind it, hundreds of other ghost tree beasts were poised to attack. Chen Kailing could tell at a glance that the leader was not a local ferocious beast of the Forging Gold level. A Jade-level boss, leading a bunch of Gold-level underlings. However, it was clear that they dared not set foot on the Ghost Tree Sacred Mountain, where the even more concentrated and powerful Reverse Life Curse was also poison to them. Seeing this, Chen Kailing tightened his grip on his sword, took a step forward, and rushed out before the ferocious beast could make a second move.
With a wave of his hand, sword energy swept down like a torrential rain.
Ordinary sword slashing skills are sufficient to deal with these equally powerful ghost tree beasts, not to mention the logistical support from Shinnong Wood. Chen Kailing's spiritual energy recovered rapidly, and his condition was much better than before. Once the level of Shinnong Wood is fully upgraded in the later stages, it is estimated that the amount of spiritual energy released will not be as much as the amount returned.
That means it's really free.
The sheer number of sword energies instantly stunned the surrounding ghost tree beasts.
Sizzle!
The sword flashed and landed on the ghost tree beasts. Before they could even react, they were cut in two and died instantly.
Sizzle! The speed of the sword energy far exceeded the reaction speed of the ghost tree beasts, and almost in the blink of an eye, another wave of slaughter occurred. In just 2 encounters, more than 10 ferocious tree beasts had already died. But this is only the beginning. Roar!
The ghost tree general opposite roared angrily, his aura emanating from his body, and more than a dozen iron hardvine tentacles lashed out wildly.
Chen Kailing's gaze was solemn.
He took the lead in using the tree god's suppressive power to lower the status of the opposing ghost tree general. Then, relying on his own numerical amplification, he not only dodged the attacks but also did not forget to counterattack the low-level ghost tree beasts nearby.
Draw your sword and strike.
At close range, those ghost tree beasts are completely crushed. Furthermore, it's said that he also has a suppression buff, which makes Chen Kailing even more intimidating. While Chen Kailing was engaged in battle,
the front line, the command post.
Everyone present watched from beginning to end and knew that Chen Kailing had rescued a girl with a magical artifact.
What's going on with this spirit weapon girl? If I'm not mistaken, did she absorb the spiritual power of those ghost tree flower fairies? Is this absorption? It looks to me like the ghost tree flower fairy has completely drained him, turning him into an ordinary ghost tree? Is it possible that this girl is related to the changes in this ghost tree sacred mountain? Pang Bin raised this possibility.
After some thought, everyone present felt that it made a lot of sense, and finally all their attention was focused on Li Kaming.
Should we increase resource supply and contact Chen Kailing remotely to confirm the situation? Can.
Soon, the small telescope established a remote connection.
Kailing, what's the situation now?
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Kaming began to ask questions.
We were actually able to get in touch? That's wonderful.
On the screen, Chen Kailing, who was in the middle of the battle, paused for a moment before continuing his attack with his sword, while his voice came over the screen. To make a long story short, my new contracted girl is the reason why ghost tree flower fairies are being born in large numbers. The king of ghost trees has his eye on me now, and he's probably on his way back. Upon hearing this, everyone in the command post was shocked and stood up, focusing their attention on the Shinnong Wood Phantom on Chen Kailing's body.
Is it because of her that the ghost tree clan gave birth to so many ghost tree flower demons? Just how powerful must the spirit of this artifact be to catalyze the evolution of such ferocious beasts? None of that matters now. The most important thing now is to stop the Ghost Tree King from returning. Just after these words were spoken in the command room, a battle report came in. Report.
Simultaneous updates from the front lines. A large-scale spiritual energy fluctuation has been detected behind the Ghost Tree Legion, suggesting that the Ghost Tree King may be taking action. Clearly, just as Chen Kailing said, the king of ghost trees is in a hurry. Li Kaming frowned, his gaze sweeping across the map, and immediately said, "Contact Minister Zhang immediately and tell him that we must stop the king of ghost trees." After giving the order, Li Kaming looked at Peng Bin. "You go to the Sea of Ghost Trees immediately to meet Chen Kailing."
"No, I will go myself."
Furthermore, contact the 2 defense lines closest to the Sea of Ghost Trees and tell them that they must intercept all the Ghost Tree beasts that are returning to reinforce. Kai Ling, you must leave the Sea of Ghost Trees as quickly as possible. Those guys might go crazy. Good. One order after another was issued. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Zhe, from the 9th War Zone, which is closest to the Sea of Ghost Trees, was overjoyed. Chen Kailing, to be honest, has a bit of luck about him. He actually managed to find the core secret of the Ghost Tree Legion directly. His adjutant and subordinates were utterly shocked by the news they received. Awesome! Chen Kailing has raided our base. I never expected that the reverse life curse, which even the Ghost Tree and ferocious beasts couldn't withstand, could not harm Chen Kailing. Only Chen Kailing deserves this great achievement. Whether we achieve merit or not is a matter for later. What we need to do now is to stop the Ghost Tree Legion, cooperate with Li Kaming, and provide support for Chen Kailing. As they were talking, a towering wave rippled outwards, and then, a huge black shadow rushed towards them from the distant horizon. It's the King of Ghost Trees. The adjutants and subordinates' expressions hardened, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. The Ghost Tree King was a genuine being who had broken through the Grandmaster level and reached the Emperor level. This kind of ferocious beast king is comparable to a demigod-level spirit medium. Even among the Xintian Legion, which is second only to the 4 major legions and directly under Xintian University, the number of experts of this level is extremely small. Seeing the King of Ghost Trees charging towards the Sea of Ghost Trees with almost no attempt to conceal its power, Zhang Zhe soared into the air and let out a cold laugh. Why are you running so fast? Are you going home for dinner? He thrust out his spear, and in an instant, a soaring white dragon, radiating terrifying power, charged through the sky. Get out of my way! The King of Ghost Trees was furious. As the two collided, the immense power crushed everything in all directions. At the same time, the Ghost Tree Legion also retreated to varying degrees on other fronts. Everyone guessed that the Ghost Tree Legion must have encountered internal problems. Could it be that an army or special operations brigade launched the attack? Chapter 88, buffs stacked up to the max, offense and defense transformed. Boom! In front of the corpses of a ferocious Ghost Tree beast, Chen Kailing was fighting against the Emerald-level Ghost Tree General. The Ghost Tree General's tall body was not heavy at all, on the contrary, he moved quite quickly. Upon reaching the Emerald level, not only will the stats improve significantly in all aspects, but even the skill effects will change. Just like those ordinary Ghost Tree beasts, their skills are almost all related to vines. This Ghost Tree General has clearly mastered other skills. When the Ghost Tree General was only a few steps away from Chen Kailing, his entire body flashed with an eerie deep green light. In an instant, the surrounding Ghost Tree corpses began to rot, and streams of scarlet threads flowed into the Ghost Tree General's body. At the same time, Chen Kailing's blood and chi surged within his body, as if they were being drawn out uncontrollably. A skill to extract life, huh? The Ghost Tree clan has quite a few of these skills. Unfortunately, they're useless against me. Chen Kailing was completely focused, the sword in his hand emitting a blazing sword light, its extreme sharpness instantly slashing down. Draw your sword and strike. The Ghost Tree General was surprised that Chen Kailing had ignored its Emerald level skill, so it immediately changed its tactics, and countless vines burst out of the ground. In an instant, it transformed into a cage, attempting to engulf Chen Kailing within it. Whoosh! Just a second before the cage was formed, endless sword light burst forth with immense power, instantly tearing the cage apart. Cut! Sword energies slashed wildly at the Ghost Tree General, causing limited actual damage, but inflicting the negative effects of bleeding and freezing. The man and the tree clashed again, and in terms of direct combat ability, Chen Kailing was definitely no match for him. However, when it comes to waging a protracted war, Chen Kailing has already surpassed the level of the Forging Gold stage. Even the damage inflicted by the Ghost Tree General's front kick was healed in just a few seconds. Roar! Seeing that he, a dignified Jade-level Ghost Tree General, was unable to do anything to a Gold Forging-level Spirit Medium, he was furious. The Ghost Tree General stood still, charging up his ultimate attack, and the ground around him even began to tremble. It intends to use this tactic to eliminate this human. However, just when the Ghost Tree was confident of victory, it was dumbfounded. Chen Kailing actually flew away on his sword. Silly tree, I'm not here to fight. Who's going to stand still and wait for you to build up your power? Chen Kailing turned around and let out a cold laugh. The Ghost Tree General was taken aback, then roared and unleashed his power as he charged out. If Chen Kailing were to leave with Lianen like this, then death would be the only thing waiting for him. Still chasing? If you keep chasing me, then I won't be so polite. Chen Kailing looked at the ghost tree general behind him and this time did not hesitate. After landing, he began to gather his strength. The instant the ghost tree general charged forward, Chen Kailing's gaze sharpened, and the illusory image of Shinnong Wood on his body shone brightly, instantly overwhelming the suppression of the tree god title. At the same time, Tianwei, activate. In that instant, the ghost tree's advantage lay in its suppressed base stats, and even more terrifyingly, the amplification effects of all its skills disappeared. The ghost tree general was terrified. Chen Kailing seized the opportunity, stood with his sword in hand, and his stats soared under the boost from his talent. Draw your sword and strike. 5 in a row. In an instant. With the support of the Shinnong Wood, Chen Kailing transformed a vast amount of spiritual energy. The sword blade was as heavy as a mountain, and its extreme sharpness tore through the ghost tree general's armor almost instantly. 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. 4 swords. By the 5th sword strike, the ghost tree general, burdened by various negative buffs, was completely torn apart and declared dead. The front lines. The king of ghost trees could sense that the ghost tree generals he had dispatched were dead, and he grew even angrier. A general of the emerald level can't even kill a human of the forged gold level. What a piece of trash! Boom! An eerie light emanated from its entire body, and amidst the countless spear shadows, the king of ghost trees split into 2 figures. One of them withstood the gunfire head-on, while the other passed through the gunfire and went straight through the defense line. It's the Ghost Tree Clan's royal level skill, Tree Shadow Clone, which can split its own body, with each split gaining 80% of the original body's abilities. It's trying to escape. The adjutant and his men saw this from afar and became somewhat anxious. Zhang Zhe walked unhurriedly toward the clone and said with a smile, "What's the panic? This is a great opportunity. If we take down one of its clones here, it will take at least a few months for it to recover." The adjutant said, "Is it Chen Kailing's place?" Zhang Zhe said nonchalantly, "I've already said, what's the panic? Li Kaining is gone, there won't be any problems." Just after saying this, Zhang Zhe suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. There, a sword light flashed past swiftly, like the streak of a shooting star. They arrived so quickly? No wonder it's the fastest sword strike below the god level. Zhang Zhe shook his head and smiled, looking at the gloomy-looking ghost tree king clone opposite him. If you hadn't called for backup and were the only one left, then you'd be the one defending and attacking the aliens right now. Along the way, Chen Kailing encountered almost no more threatening obstacles. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Lin Yuan and his group were already extremely anxious. Damn it, why hasn't the boss come out yet? Does he intend to complete the mission alone? That's inside the Sea of Ghost Trees. If he's alone, his chances of completing the mission are extremely slim. Since he dared to stay, he must be confident. Someone who can defeat me won't fail so easily. Shen Yuan Haowen stared intently at the barrier of the Ghost Tree Sea, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Zhang Sanshan and others are also here. They were now silent. Before entering the Sea of Ghost Trees, everyone knew that the situation inside was difficult to judge. But who knew that the entire inner mist possessed the power of a curse of reversal? It wouldn't make a difference whoever went. Another half-hour passed. Lin Yuan couldn't stand still and paced back and forth. Damn it, if anything happens to the boss, I'll wipe out the Ghost Tree Clan in 30 years and avenge him. Whom are we avenging? Just then, a voice came, and everyone looked up to see Chen Kailing, who had just returned on his sword. Boss. Team leader. Captain Chen. Everyone was immediately shocked to see Chen Kailing flying back on his sword in mid-air. Boss. I'm so glad you're alright. Seeing Chen Kailing land, Lin Yuan immediately rushed over, looked him over to make sure he was alright, and then asked curiously, "Boss, you completed the mission all by yourself?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Kailing, and they were all shocked when he nodded. He actually accomplished it all by himself, a crucial mission deep behind enemy lines. Hey, boss, what's that glowing thing on you? Just then, Lin Yuan noticed the Shinnong Wood phantom on Chen Kailing's body. Oh, this is my second spirit weapon girl. We'll talk about this when we get back. Didn't you receive any notification or anything? The King of Ghost Trees is probably on his way back. You'd better evacuate quickly. Chen Kailing urged him somewhat. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. What's the meaning? The second spirit weapon girl? Could there really be a spirit weapon girl in the Ghost Tree Sea, a stronghold of ferocious beasts?
What's going on with the return of the King of Ghost Trees?
Startled, Zhang Sanshan immediately had his teammates contact their superiors, only to receive the message. We just received news that the King of Ghost Trees is attempting to return, but has been intercepted.
A normal retreat is sufficient.
While they appeared to have received the message, everyone was actually even more confused, not understanding what had happened. On the way back, to satisfy their curiosity, Chen Kailing briefly described his actions.
Chapter 89, a first-class merit for living, special treatment for you.
You mean, you not only completed the infiltration mission, but also found out the reason for the birth of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy?
Zhang Sanshan was completely dumbfounded.
Not only did we find the cause, we even solved it, and in the process, we also formed a contract with a top-tier spirit weapon girl. Lin Yuan was so shocked that her mouth could fit an egg.
And then, in a casual move, he took down a Jade-level Ghost Tree general? He overcame a whole major realm to kill him? Xian Yuan Haoan found it outrageous. Everyone found it unbelievable. If Chen Kailing hadn't said those words, they would have just thought he was showing off. Boss. Lin Yuan called out. What's wrong?
Chen Kailing turned his head and saw Lin Yuan asking in a serious tone.
Are you even human? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow. Doesn't it look like it to me?
Lin Yuan shook his head and said seriously, it's far from humans, but very close to gods.
Chen Kailing, we don't give away SSS-level spirit weapon girls here, bro.
Then you're awesome too, Lin Yuan chuckled, glancing at the Shinonwood Phantom on Chen Kailing's body. But boss, the state of your spiritual weapon is actually a phantom, that's a bit strange.
Am I acting strangely? Lian's somewhat uneasy voice echoed in Chen Kailing's mind. Chen Kailing responded with a smile, it's not strange, it's very precious.
The group retreated along the route, taking less time than they had taken to reach the front lines.
Captain Chen, goodbye.
I hope to have the opportunity to fight alongside you again next time. Zhang Sanshan saluted in farewell, his eyes filled with respect.
Chen Kailing returned the salute. There will be an opportunity.
At this moment, outside the teleportation array of the temporary command post of the 7th Front,
Pang Bin was already waiting outside.
When the teleportation array flashed, he immediately straightened his posture. Amidst the light, Chen Kailing stepped out first, followed closely by Lin Yuan and the others.
Pang Bin smiled and said, you're back. Chen Kailing, I'm back.
Pang Bin stepped forward and patted Chen Kailing heavily on the shoulder.
You've made a significant contribution this time.
You not only completed the exploration of the Sea of Ghost Trees, but also solved the problem of the birth of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy. From a strategic perspective, the threat posed by the entire Ghost Tree Legion has decreased by 3 points. A first-class merit is guaranteed for the living, but the specific reward details will have to wait for Vice Commander Li to return and make the final decision.
In addition, your incident has had a significant impact on the entire front.
The propaganda department has already begun to issue a statement, which will also benefit your future entry into the Legion.
Are you trying to make your presence known in advance? Chen Kailing shrugged, either way is fine. In addition,
Pang Bin looked at the thin, bony girl that Chen Kailing was carrying on her back, and fell silent for a moment. Your second spirit weapon girl may need some investigation, after all, she has been in the Sea of Ghost Trees for who knows how long, I hope you can understand. After he finished speaking, Chen Kailing could feel the figure on his back tense up. Chen Kailing patted the slender hand that was wrapped around her shoulder to indicate that there was no need to worry, and then looked at Pang Bin.
May I accompany you during the investigation? In principle, it's not allowed, we must avoid suspicion. But for you, this is a one-time exception. Thank you.
Chen Kailing nodded and looked at Lin Yuan behind him, you guys go back and rest first.
I'll go with Captain Pang Bin. No problem, go ahead, boss.
It's called an investigation, but it's not that serious. The military uses methods like questioning and physical examinations to confirm that he's not an undercover agent, and that's enough.
The process was very quick. The investigation is over. Is there a problem? Lian panicked and grabbed Chen Kailing's clothes tightly.
Chen Kailing frowned, and was about to ask about the test results when Pang Bin laughed.
She's too thin, and her physical exam results aren't very good.
I've already notified the mess hall to prepare a special meal for your team.
You can just go to the canteen. Chen Kailing blinked and replied, thank you. After an hour, the three left. On the road. And my name is Xia Yuning, you can just call me Sister Ning. If you don't understand anything later, you can just ask me. Xia Yuning, who is usually cold to people, actually took the initiative to speak. This made Lianan, who was lying on Chen Kailing's back, feel a little awkward. Thank you, Ning, Sister Ning. Seeing that his two magical artifact girls were getting along quite well, Chen Kailing breathed a sigh of relief. While it's normal for a spirit medium to contract with multiple spirit weapon girls, managing the relationships between them is also something a spirit medium needs to do. Fortunately, my daughter Yuning fully demonstrated the demeanor of a big sister, so I didn't have to worry about her at all. You're too kind. After all, we are all his spirit weapon girls. Xia Yuning smiled slightly, expressing her goodwill. She already knew that Chen Kailing would form a contract with the spirit weapon girl again. After all, this is perfectly normal. So be it, it's a contract. Anyway, I'm the one who has to be his contract girl. I'm not his only contract girl. I'm the only one with a deeper relationship. Oof. Seeing Xia Yuning's expression become more varied, Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, wondering what this girl was thinking again. After enjoying a hearty meal in the cafeteria and introducing their new magical weapon girl to their teammates, Chen Kailing and his two companions returned to their dormitory. However, unlike the previous times, this time he finally saw a living person in the dormitory. The mediums and spirit weapon girls on the other 7 beds were discussing the strange situation on the battlefield. Just then, Chen Kailing walked in with 2 spirit weapon girls. The discussion inside the tent suddenly stopped. Hey bro, you 2 spirit weapon girls, you must have just graduated from some top university and are you new here? Chen Kailing's bunkmate tilted his head and asked curiously. From Shentian University. Wow, a graduate of Shentian University? Doesn't that mean they're already in leadership? I'm so envious. The university I went to was useless, anyone could graduate from it. That guy's eyes lit up with envy. Within the Divine Legion, less than 5% of its members actually graduate from Divine University. Those who do join the Legion are almost always in management positions. Brother, is your spirit weapon girl sick? Why does she look so weak? The guy across the street also poked his head out when he heard about Shentian University. Looks like you're malnourished. Are you hungry? I have some chocolate bars, want some? The round-faced guy across from me handed me a chocolate bar. Chen Kailing was about to refuse, but seeing that Lianan was a little curious, he took it and smiled. Thank you, I will exchange it for something else. The round-faced guy waved his hand and said, it's nothing. In fact, we were able to rest thanks to the people from Shentian University. Hey, do you know Chen Kailing, the captain of this year's high-level reserve team? Old Wu, have you lost your mind? Even if you're not on the same team, you're from the same school, so you must know each other. That's right. The soldier, referred to as Old Wu, gave an awkward smile and then said. According to the captain, it was because of his major actions in the Sea of Ghost Trees that the 3rd Legion of Ghost Trees that we had to retreat urgently. I heard that he went deep behind enemy lines alone and destroyed the enemy stronghold. That's terrifying. Not only that, according to my friend who came back from supporting the 9th Front, even the King of Ghost Trees was enraged and chased him for 1,000 miles. This is terrifying. Shentian University has high-ranking reserve officers every year, but someone as strong as him is unheard of. Only someone like him is qualified to be parachuted in as our superior in the future. Hey, we'll probably only get to see those top-tier figures when they're officially appointed and given their titles in the future. The round-faced brother sighed and looked at Chen Kailing with a smile. My name is Wu Zhen, what's your name, brother? Chen Kailing replied, Chen Kailing. Chapter 90 Assassination Plan, Chen Kailing must die. You're Chen Kailing? A series of exclamations immediately erupted in the dormitory. They never expected that they would be so lucky as to share a dormitory with such a person. Can we take a photo together? I want to show off to my comrades when I get back. Can. One by one, the roommates got excited. Wu Zhen took out his phone and ran over wearing flip-flops. The others were also curious about Chen Kailing's mission, wondering if it was as terrifying as the rumors suggested. It lasted for half an hour until bedtime, when it finally quieted down. But the admiration in their eyes had already seeped into their hearts. At this moment, Chen Kailing discovered a problem. Since mediums who contract with multiple spirit weapon girls are few and far between, dormitory rooms with large communal sleeping areas are generally only customized with single beds. There's just enough room for 2 people to turn over, but it's impossible to sleep 3 people in one. After discovering the problem, Chen Kailing offered, you 2 sleep on the bed, I'll just sleep on the floor. No need, isn't this more than enough? Xia Yuning was quite surprised. Chen Kailing, that's not enough.
Xia Yuning smiled inwardly, but on the surface she remained serious and said, "Come on, I'll teach you."
And then, you sleep inside. Oh, whoa.
Come here, turn to the side,
Bring your hand over, and hug me.
The final result was that Lianen lay on the innermost side, and Xia Yuning lay on her side in the middle. Chen Kailing held Xia Yuning close, the two of them pressed tightly together, able to clearly smell each other's scent on their cheeks.
The girl's soft skin was as smooth as water, and the unique fragrance wafting from her made Chen Kailing's mind unsettled. Ahem, I think I'll just sleep on the floor.
Sensing that his Dao heart might be in trouble, Chen Kailing coughed lightly and prepared to get up.
No, leave it like this, the ground is cold.
However, Xia Yuning firmly refused, her fair and slender arms remaining wrapped around Chen Kailing. A few seconds later, Xia Yuning gently raised her head, leaned close to Chen Kailing's ear, and spoke in a voice as faint as the vibration of a mosquito's wing.
So it's not just me, you have a sword too. Want to practice? Beside.
Lianen leaned against the wall, covering her face with her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Late at night, at the command post.
Upon his return, Li Kaiming immediately convened a video conference with the leadership of the entire Twirl's front. At the start of the meeting, Li Kaiming stated directly,
I think many people have already heard about what happened today.
If nothing unexpected happens, the Ghost Tree Legion is about to launch a general offensive. With the Ghost Tree Legion volunteering to lead the charge, the Lava Dragon Legion and the Blue Giant Bear Legion will not let this opportunity slip by.
On the screen, Zhang Zhe spoke. The King of Ghost Trees should be severely injured right now. Under these circumstances, will it still make a move? Li Kaiming nodded and said.
After all, the Ghost Tree clan is best at recovery, and they now possess a large number of Ghost Tree Flower Fairies, which is a huge asset to the battles in various places. Yes, the difference in troop strength between the two sides is not that great, but the existence of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy greatly affects the battle situation.
How should we deal with it? Someone raised this question.
A single silver-level Ghost Tree Flower Fairy can revive dozens of Ghost Tree beasts of the same level. Those beings with a level exceeding the Forged Gold level can have a resurrection limit that can directly exceed 3 digits. Even more terrifying is that when the number of Ghost Tree Flower Demons increases, it's not just a few hundred, but tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of Ghost Tree beasts appear out of nowhere. As the ruler of a large clan, the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy possesses terrifying talents.
That effect is comparable to the SSS level effect in Spirit Weapon Girl. This is indeed a problem, but perhaps there is a way to solve it.
Li Kaiming mentioned it briefly, without saying more. Pine Bin, who was standing to the side, looked up and roughly guessed what it meant.
At the same time,
within the Sea of Ghost Trees,
in the Holy Mountain,
the King of Ghost Trees stood before the enormous tree hole, his gaze cold and sinister. Behind him, the dozen or so Ghost Tree generals remained silent. Further back, the general in charge of guarding the Sea of Ghost Trees stepped forward timidly.
Your Majesty, this is an accident.
Our barrier can sense fluctuations from all those above the Forging Gold level. Moreover, the area within the Sea of Mist is filled with the Holy Mountain's curse of reversal of life, making it impossible for any accidents to occur.
That person, that human.
Before he could finish speaking, the general suddenly felt his limbs go out of control, and his whole body swelled up violently, as if he might explode at any moment.
Spare me! Spare me, Your Majesty! Now is the time to use the tree. I am willing to atone for my sins by going to capture that human.
A few seconds later, the general fell.
At the same time,
the cold voice of the King of Ghost Trees echoed in all directions.
All-out war is about to begin. Until then, only one of you or that human can survive. Yes, yes, yes. The next morning,
Chen Kailing was summoned to the command post early in the morning. The command post was unusually quiet at this time, with only Li Kaiming and Pang Bin present. Upon seeing Chen Kailing arrive, Li Kaiming, whose expression had been solemn, immediately put on a smile.
The spirit has arrived, please sit down.
Chen Kailing found 3 seats, and the 3 of them sat down.
This must be your new Spirit Weapon Girl, Li Kaiming said, his gaze fixed on Lianen. Hello, I am his teacher, Li Kaiming. Lianen immediately recognized Li Kaiming's extraordinary qualities.
Having not communicated with people for so long, she was still somewhat socially anxious.
Hello, my name is Lianen. After greeting Chen Kailing, Li Kaiming looked at him and asked, how are your attributes, skills, and talents? After Chen Kailing gave a brief explanation, Li Kaiming's eyes lit up. Another SSS level spirit weapon girl, and a rare support type at that. You're incredibly lucky, kid. Chen Kailing laughed and said, it's not just as simple as SSS level.
It also has another function, which I'm sure you'll be interested in, teacher.
Li Keiming stared intently. You mean, its effect against the ghost tree flower demon? That's right.
Chen Kailing immediately began to explain.
Ha ha ha, great. Great.
After hearing this, Li Keiming slammed his hand on the table in delight. Right now, all fronts are worried about the ghost tree flower demon. This has solved a major problem.
Opening the spirit, this is another great achievement.
As for the credit, Anan also deserves some credit in this matter, and I have to take responsibility for it.
Good, you're responsible.
Don't worry, responsibility is responsibility, and your contribution will not be diminished. If you encounter any difficulties that require organizational solutions, please feel free to speak up.
Right now, your role is even more important than that of some generals.
Hearing Li Keiming say that, Chen Kailing didn't hold back at all, immediately rubbing his hands together and laughing. There are indeed difficulties, such as the materials needed for Anan to advance to the silver refining level, and the materials with special attributes for Yuning.
You little brat, you're asking for the moon, aren't you? Fine, I'll help you with whatever I can.
After saying that, Li Keiming added. In addition, during this period, it is hard to guarantee that the King of Ghost Trees will not make any small moves.
Your safety will be guaranteed by Peng Bin. Chapter 91 Discovery. The assassin hidden in the crowd.
After leaving the command post, Chen Kailing moved directly to the private dormitory closest to the command post.
The reason is simple, for easy protection.
Peng Bin, who was originally the captain of the Special Operations Brigade, also put aside some of his work and moved in with Chen Kailing. The reason for such caution is that the lessons learned from the Ghost Tree Sea are still fresh in our minds. It must be said that the military was extremely efficient. Less than an hour after Chen Kailing moved in, Lianen's upgrade materials had already been delivered. After receiving the materials, Chen Kailing immediately locked the door, looked at Lianen, and decisively said,
Take it off. Take off what?
Lianen was stunned, then realized what was happening, and her cheeks turned as red as persimmons.
Me, do I have to practice swordsmanship too? But I'm not ready yet, at least, can I wait until tonight? Practicing swordsmanship? At night?
Chen Kailing frowned, not understanding what Lianen meant, but then he heard Xia Yuning's soft laughter beside him.
He understood. He was immediately speechless. How dare you laugh? Isn't it all your fault for leading people astray? Thankfully nothing happened last night, otherwise it would have been terrible. Anan, that's not what I meant.
At this moment, Xia Yuning took the initiative to explain.
Half a minute later. Ah.
After learning that this was just a ceremony required for promotion, Lianen blushed and buried her head in the blanket, too embarrassed to show her face.
What? I didn't mean that.
Lianen lay sprawled on the bed, her head buried in the blanket, wishing she could disappear into a hole in the ground.
Chen Kailing was amused by this scene. It's okay, Anan.
It's my fault for being too direct.
Let's get promoted first. Ouch. Under Chen Kailing's patient persuasion, Lianen finally crawled out of bed.
At this moment, her hair was slightly disheveled, and her body was still thin, but her face had become much more expressive. Compared to when I just got back yesterday, I've obviously recovered a lot. Chen Kailing guessed that this was related to Lianen's own spiritual artifact soul. At this rate, she would be able to return to her normal size in a few days at most. Under their gazes, Lianen blushed and took off her clothes.
Ha!
Chen Kailing was somewhat astonished despite the lack of nutrition. Lianen's development was still at an astonishing pace. This made him curious, if he got the nutrition he needed, wouldn't he be twice the size of Xia Yuning? Before he could even take a second look, a hand reached out and waved in front of his eyes.
Promotion? Xia Yuning's gaze was unfriendly. Ahem, promotion.
Without hesitation, Chen Kailing immediately picked up the materials and waited for Lianen to absorb them. While waiting, Xia Yuning glanced at Lianen, then looked down at herself, and fell silent. About 10 minutes later, the promotion was successful, and the panel began to change. Congratulations, host.
Contractor Shenanmu has advanced to the silver refining level.
Tree God's Protection, Resurrection, Tree God. Tree God's Protection new effect, increases your maximum physical strength, spiritual power, and health reserves by 15%. Tree God's Protection new effect, grants immunity to one fatal attack per day and enters a berserk state upon activation. increasing all effects of Tree God's protection by 50%.
Resurrection can revive 2 living units.
Must be used within 3 seconds of the deceased's death. Tree God, a title for a plant-based deity, possessing an innate 15% suppression ability against plant-based creatures. After reviewing the panel, Chen Kailing was quite satisfied, especially with the latest effect of the Tree God's protection. In a battle between masters, every move can be fatal. Being able to avoid a fatal blow is equivalent to having an extra life. The resurrected version remains overpowered, with the number of resurrections increased to 2. This involves 2 lives. Moreover, Chen Kailing was confident that with subsequent advancements, the resurrection ability would be usable by himself, and that once it reached the level of a divine artifact, there might be no limit to the number of uses.
I'm really too well-rounded now. Chen Kailing couldn't suppress the urge to smile. He looked at the 2 spirit weapon girls with great excitement. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door.
Chen Kailing opened the door and heard Pengbin say, "The Ghost Tree Legion has begun a large-scale movement, and their target is Ningbei City.
Deputy Commander Li requests your presence at the command post." So fast? Chen Kailing frowned, not expecting that the Ghost Tree Legion would make a move after only one night. On the way, Chen Kailing could see that the surrounding troops were beginning to assemble and were ready to go. He even spotted the Northwest Army's White Wolf Brigade, which was now heading out of the city.
"The Ghost Tree Legion came with great force this time. I guess you really hurt them."
As Pengbin walked, he said, "Now the entire Tor's defense line has gradually been divided into 3 major battlefields. Our Ningbei battlefield is one of the most fiercely attacked areas. In order to deal with it, many troops from the surrounding areas have been mobilized here." As soon as Pengbin finished speaking, Chen Kailing saw several of his classmates, namely Lin Long and his friends. "It's Chen Kailing." The trainees in Lin Long's team spotted Chen Kailing immediately, their eyes gleaming with an unusual light.
They had heard about this operation. It was precisely because Chen Kailing had inflicted significant damage on the Ghost Tree Legion that the enemy launched a counterattack. They could never dream of such a credit. After everyone nodded in acknowledgement, they parted ways. When Chen Kailing first joined the training camp, he had only just reached the silver refining level and had to earn his own spot in the training camp.
Now he's someone we can only look up to.
They didn't achieve it all at once. They took it one step at a time, building their success step by step.
"Captain, shouldn't our next step be to go to the defense zone and repair the fortifications?"
At this moment, a teammate looked at Lin Long. Lin Long turned around and smiled. "You guys go ahead to A79, I still have things to take care of." After saying that, Lin Long walked towards the command post without paying attention to the strange looks from his teammates. Fortunately the Emperor had the foresight to assimilate several bodies within the human race, which allowed me to find an opportunity.
"Chen Kailing, watch how I kill you this time."
Lin Long's pupils glowed with an eerie red, and his smile was chilling. That person from earlier seems a bit suspicious." In front of the command post, Lianen tugged at Chen Kailing's sleeve.
Which one?"
"It's that tall guy in green clothes. He also has the aura of my spiritual power on him." Upon hearing this, the 5 people paused in their tracks.
"Has he been assimilated?"
Pang Bin's pupils suddenly turned serious, and he turned to grab Lin Long.
"Wait, let's not alert them yet. What does assimilation mean?" Chen Kailing stopped Pengbin.
Pengbin explained, "The Ghost Tree King's skill allows him to implant ghost tree seeds into a person's body, making them close to ferocious beasts and become a temporary body for their consciousness. However, this ability is only useful for humans below the emerald level, and the ghost tree beast that occupies the body must be at least Grandmaster level, so I have almost never encountered one." After hearing the explanation, Chen Kailing laughed. "So, even before the war begins, they're already going to lose a Grandmaster level expert?"
Pengbin shook his head. "It's not that simple.
Unless their true forms descend, they are merely clones. Even if the main body descends, unless the combat power is absolutely overwhelming, it will still be difficult to catch if it tries to split into multiple bodies to escape.
However, it's probably after you. Come with me to the command post.
The initiative is now in our hands."
Chapter 92, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. This is your grave. What? You want to use yourself as bait to lure the snake out of its hole? No, I disagree. It's just a Grandmaster level ghost tree beast. You don't need to do this at all.
Inside the command center, Li Kaming immediately rejected Chen Kailing's idea.
A Grandmaster level ferocious beast, no matter what, is still top tier combat power, right? Chen Kailing countered with a question. This is beyond doubt.
After all, with demigod-level spirit mediums and royal-level ferocious beasts not appearing, the Grandmaster level is the peak combat power.
This is different.
Your role is far more valuable than that of a Grandmaster-level combatant.
Li Kaming still refused.
Seeing this, Chen Kailing firmly replied, "Teacher, don't worry, I'm absolutely confident I can withstand one move."
Withstood a Grandmaster's attack?
Upon hearing this, not only Li Kaming, but even Pang Bin found it hard to believe.
Pang Bin immediately said, "Chen Kailing, you know nothing about Grandmaster-level experts. Let alone you, even a Master-level expert might not be able to withstand a single blow. I am confident that I can withstand one attack with my innate magical weapon skills." Chen Kailing's gaze remained focused.
The Tree God's protection provides absolute immunity to fatal damage. It can withstand not only the Grandmaster level but also the Demigod level.
Seeing Chen Kailing's determination, Pang Bin looked at Li Kaming.
He couldn't very well say that he was going to use this move on the spot to verify the truth.
That would be truly idiotic. Are you really sure? Li Kaming asked in a heavy voice. I'm absolutely confident, but I can only withstand one move, so.
In that case, I will make my move when the time is right.
After pondering for a moment, Li Kaming replied. Vice Commander?
Pang Bin still felt something was amiss, but Li Kaming shook his head.
Trust Chen Kailing.
Since he said that, he must be confident. Lin Long stood outside the command post for a while. Upon seeing Chen Kailing and his two spirit weapon girls emerge, his gaze almost instantly locked onto Lianen. In that instant, the killing intent in his eyes almost materialized, but with the command post right next to him, he couldn't act rashly. After changing his expression and looking more amiable, Lin Long stepped forward.
Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing glanced at Lin Long and asked, "Is there something you need?"
Lin Long chuckled awkwardly, "It's nothing much, I just heard you did something big recently and wanted to ask if you could mentor me."
Take you with me? How? I'm wondering if I can join your team and complete the mission with you. You can switch teams? You can't, right? I've already asked, and it's possible.
As long as you're willing to take me under your wing, I can exchange all my recent military merits for yours.
Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing's eyes lit up. Oh, how many military merits do you have?
Lin Long immediately replied, converted to exchange points, it's about 300 points. It may not sound like much, but for this level of gold forging, it's quite good. It should be noted that during the previous training camp, everyone received the same treatment as high-ranking reserve officers, and the rewards and military merits they were given were quite high.
That's fine.
Lin Long initially thought this excuse might not work, but Chen Kailing immediately agreed.
He was immediately overjoyed.
Foolish human, you've been tempted by such a paltry gain.
Once I find the opportunity, your death is imminent.
Let us go exchange our military merits now, Chen Kailing said, and started walking toward the military merit office.
Now. What, is there something else? You can go ahead then. No, right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Long immediately followed and said with a smile, I'm fine, but I was wondering if you're busy? If you're not too busy, would you be willing to come to the training room and give me some pointers?
Oh, of course, I can pay too. Your map of Yen is too short, Chen Kailing thought to himself. However, the fact that it could be resolved so quickly was exactly what he wanted, so he immediately agreed.
No problem, but you have to pay first.
Lin Long's cheek twitched slightly, and he forced a smile, okay, no problem.
Military Merit Office. Chen Kailing searched through the reward list for a while before selecting an item.
Class C Invisibility Sphere can be used 3 times, each time for no more than 3 hours. After use, the user will gain invisibility, concealing all traces of themselves. Since Chen Kailing experienced the invisibility spell of others during his last mission, he felt that if he had the ability to become invisible when going deep behind enemy lines, it would definitely make things twice as easy. Moreover, even in combat, this ability is quite good at saving one's life. After distributing the 300 military merits, Lin Long couldn't wait to say,
shall we find a training room now and spar a bit? Chen Kailing also smiled. Okay, let's go practice a bit. Training room number 9.
Upon entering the room, Lin Long was already itching to get started and said directly, if we're going to practice, we need to make it realistic.
Should we turn off the surveillance cameras? The training room is monitored by human staff, and intervention will be carried out immediately in case of injury. It is intended to protect personnel safety.
If both parties agree that this is unnecessary, the video recording function can be turned off.
Okay, I'm fine with anything. Chen Kailing nodded.
In any case, for a demigod-level expert, whether or not the image exists, they can still sense the situation. As expected of the captain of our high-level reserve team, I admire his confidence.
Unfortunately, you are about to die. Then I'll go.
Lin Long made his move almost instantly, and at that moment, the original spiritual weapon in his hand changed into a strange wooden sword.
Oh, something seems off about your magical weapon.
With the heavenly sword in hand, and the phantom of the Shinelmwood enveloping his entire body, Chen Kailing swung the sword, unleashing an extremely sharp blade of light that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression.
It's nothing, just a little change.
Lin Long sneered, and the strange wooden sword in his hand transformed into dozens of vine tentacles the moment it came into contact with the sword light, stabbing towards Chen Kailing.
At this moment, the aura emanating from Lin Long was approaching that of a Night Star Gold forging level. Clearly, this is the limit it can reach when it splits into multiple forms. If it were a regular 3-star gold forged weapon, it would be truly unable to withstand it. A single strike would be enough to secure the kill and allow the attacker to leave gracefully. Unfortunately, it was facing Chen Kailing. Draw your sword and strike.
Chen Kailing changed his move almost instantly, unleashing a barrage of sword lights that seemed to rise one after another, each one higher than the last. The power unleashed by the 3 sword strikes instantly engulfed everything around Lin Long, and the immense pressure made him realize that something was wrong. Even more terrifying was that a massive suppressive force rushed towards him, instantly causing his level to drop.
Suppression effect? Lin Long's pupils contracted, not expecting Chen Kailing to have this move.
At the same time, the almost tangible killing intent around him made him realize what was happening.
I've been discovered.
In that instant, a flood of thoughts rushed into its mind.
Did Chen Kailing just discover it, or was it already exposed? Has the demigod-level medium arrived? Never mind, if I can't kill Chen Kailing here, my own body will also be punished. Since that's the case, we might as well risk serious injury to escape. The next moment,
Lin Long, who had already been driven to the brink of death by the drawn sword, exploded.
With a loud bang,
blood and flesh splattered everywhere, but the blood that flowed out was an eerie green.
The next instant,
a massive figure, so large it couldn't be concealed by the entire training room, descended, chilling the room to the bone.
Chen Kailing, die. Chapter 93. The Ghost Tree Legion's surprise attack. Anbei City is in crisis.
In an instant, a massive, eerie green fist shadow, overwhelming everything, pressed down like a mountain.
The entire training room couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into dust in an instant. This is the terror of a grandmaster. Ha, not even ashes left? This is the fragility of humanity.
The descending Ghost Tree General laughed as he attacked. After confirming that there was no trace of Chen Kailing's body in the ruins, he rushed out of the training room without hesitation.
Warning! Beast activity detected. The entire camp is on high alert.
An alarm sounded in my ear. At this moment, the Ghost Tree General dared not hesitate for a moment, for this was the command post of the 7th War Zone, rumored to be the residence of the fastest swordsman, the Heavenly Flash Sword God. Without the presence of the principal, the commander-in-chief of the Divine Heaven Legion, the Heavenly Mountain Sword God's combat strength is undoubtedly among the top 3.
Just as it was pondering, a flash of sword light appeared before its eyes. The next second, 10 paths, 100 paths, 1,000 paths.
In an instant, the entire sky was covered by millions of sword lights, and the vast expanse was filled with terrifying sword energy. It was as if the sky had collapsed.
So fast?
The Ghost Tree General's pupils contracted, and he instantly realized that he must have been discovered long ago. The next instant, it immediately prepared to burrow underground to escape.
Stay. A calm and breezy voice came from beside me.
But it was like a thunderclap, which greatly invigorated it. The sky was filled with sword clouds, as terrifying as a storm, and the Ghost Tree General was almost powerless to resist.
Sizzle!
The Ghost Tree descended and was cut down into tree junk in the blink of an eye, but thanks to its strong vitality, it still retained some consciousness.
Humans! You all must die. You all must pay the price for what you have done today. The Ghost Tree General roared madly, his voice echoing throughout the military camp.
In midair, Li Kaming stood with his sword in hand and said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with the corpse."
So what if I'm a corpse?
Your most outstanding student from Shintian University has already been killed by my hand.
Trying to use that guy to stop the Ghost Tree Legion's advance? Naive. I have already informed His Majesty through telepathy that my mission is complete. You can now await His Majesty's army's imminent arrival." Even as death loomed, the Ghost Tree General continued to laugh maniacally. "Oh, who did you say died?" Just then, an unexpected sound rang out, and the Ghost Tree General screamed. "That's impossible. Weren't you reduced to ashes? Why are you still alive?" Looking at Chen Kaling emerging from the ruins, the Ghost Tree General seemed to see a ghost. "Here, isn't this the gift you gave me?" Chen Kaling took out the invisibility sphere that still had 2 uses left. "This is impossible. The invisibility sphere can only make you invisible. It has no way it could block my full force attack. You can't possibly still be alive." The Ghost Tree General was chilled to the bone and went completely insane. It never imagined that Chen Kaling, at the Forging Gold level, could withstand its full force attack. It got up and charged towards Chen Kaling, but the next second, the sword light engulfed everything, and it was truly left without even a corpse. "Are you alright?" Li Kaming landed and began to scan Chen Kaling with his gaze. Chen Kaling shook his head and smiled. "Nothing's wrong at all." The Ghost Tree General's attack was incredibly powerful. It dealt a fatal blow with just 1 strike. The result was that the entire attack was rendered immune. Chen Kaling is acting as if nothing happened. Looking at the countless sword shadows, Chen Kaling had just learned that Teacher Li was actually a girl with a sword-type spirit weapon, just like him. "It's alright, I'll remember this credit for you." Li Kaming gave a few instructions and then left quickly, as he still had many things to deal with. The commotion attracted many people, including Lin Yuan and his group. Holy crap, was there a ferocious beast that just invaded? That's incredibly audacious. "Boss, did you see that beast?" Upon seeing Chen Kaling, Lin Yuan immediately ran over, her expression full of curiosity. "Chen Kaling, they're coming for me, how could they not see me?" "Huh?" Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked Chen Kaling up and down. "Boss, you seem to be alright too?" "Luckily survived." "What's going on with that ferocious beast? How did it get in?" Lin Yuan asked with great curiosity. After Chen Kaling gave a brief explanation, not only Lin Yuan, but also Xian Yuan Haohan and the others were dumbfounded. The methods of assimilation are not the key point. The key point is that Chen Kaling actually withstood a Grandmaster level attack? Let alone resisting, they might not even have the courage to agree to be used as bait. Horrible, absolutely terrifying. On the sacred mountain of the Ghost Tree, thousands of Ghost Tree flower fairies have been born, forming a massive force. They are currently absorbing the dark green liquid from the ditch, and their levels are rapidly increasing. "Your Majesty, is there a need for such a rush? This essence is the culmination of hundreds of years of accumulation." Beside the King of Ghost Trees, the second in command of the Ghost Tree Beast stared at the dark green liquid in the huge vine tub, feeling quite distressed. "We just received news that Aniki has killed that human. Isn't this good? It should have already escaped the enemy camp by now." "No, it's dead." "What?" General Ghost Tree's pupils dilated. "Those humans are developing too fast. To deal with them, we must use blitzkrieg tactics. The original liquid can be replenished, but if we fail to take Tor's Canyon and its spiritual veins this time, we will never have another chance." Upon hearing this, General Ghost Tree's pupils turned serious. The spiritual veins within Tor's Canyon were the common target of their 3 legions. "Your Majesty, shall we attack Ningbei City directly?" "Attack Ningbei City? We will attack, but 30% of our soldiers will feign an attack with my battle flag, while the remaining 70% will use their Earth-Earth technique to turn their guns around and attack on Bay City. But we're not here for revenge. Wait, that human is already dead." General Ghost Tree had just finished speaking when he realized what he was saying and excitedly exclaimed. "Brilliant! Those humans must think we're going to attack Ningbei City. This is the perfect opportunity to catch Anbei City off guard." 1 day later, Ningbei City, which has the strongest defenses, remains unharmed. Meanwhile, on the other side, while the defense line of Anbei City was being attacked by the Ice Armor Beast Legion, the Ghost Tree Legion launched a surprise attack from underground. The defending forces were defeated in half an hour, and the city's defenses were in grave danger. On the support transport aircraft, as the captain of the Special Forces, Pang Bin took on the crucial task of leading the support efforts. But in reality, he knew that there was only one key person in this crucial support mission, and that was Chen Kaling, who was opposite him. The entire support force is expected to arrive 2 hours later than us. During these 2 hours, we have only one mission: to slow down the Ghost Tree Legion's offensive pace.
The Ghost Tree Legion, now relying on a large number of gold forging level Ghost Tree Flower Fairies, is rampaging recklessly.
A lot? How much?
That stuff is from the underworld, weakening enemies and reviving teammates. It's practically not something from the mortal world.
Lin Yuan asked curiously.
Peng Bin glanced at him and said, according to the detection information, there are more than 2,000.
2,000?
At that moment, everyone on the plane felt a strong sense of oppression. Chen Kailing, however, licked his lips, his eyes shining brightly. 2,000 Ghost Tree Flower Fairies.
That's such a huge experience pack. Chapter 94 Taking Action.
Let the scales of victory tip back to Anbei City.
At the same time, outside Anbei City,
the sky was shrouded in a dark green, the earth was covered in frost, and rows of towering icicles, like prison bars, surrounded the entire city of Anbei. At the top of those icicles, perched ferocious beasts, shaped like butterflies and covered in icy armor, or ice blue.
It was the main force attacking Anbei City, the Ice Armor Beast.
They possess a flexible body, hard armor, and devastating icy power. At this moment, the Ice Armor General, who was in charge of commanding this army, stood quietly on the tallest ice pillar. Behind it, the Ghost Tree General stood in the air, its aura surging wildly, sweeping across half the sky.
I never expected you to be so well hidden.
With these Ghost Tree Flower Fairies, you have truly entered the level of a top-tier legion. The Ice Armor General gazed down at the endless expanse of ghostly tree flower fairies, his eyes deep and unfathomable. It was thanks to these Ghost Tree Flower Fairies that its ice-armored beast warriors were fearless of death and tore apart the originally evenly matched defensive line almost instantly.
The Peak Legion?
Once our Emperor breaks through to the demigod level, that step will inevitably happen. General Ghost Tree calmly replied, his eyes revealing absolute arrogance. At that time, you will only need to become members of our clan to enjoy this glory.
We'll discuss this later. Right now, the most urgent task is to take Anbei City before the other legions arrive.
Seeing that General Ice Armor had changed the subject, General Ghost Tree chuckled.
It's just Anbei City.
If my entire Ghost Tree Flower Demon army is deployed, it will be completely overthrown in at most half an hour.
Kishi North City. The last line of defense.
The ice shattered most of the fortress, mines pierced through the bloodied bodies, and the thick stench of blood permeated the entire battlefield.
Captain, the recovery potion is finished, and my spiritual energy is completely depleted. Me too. Captain, it's bad.
The few Ghost Tree beasts we just hunted have come back to life.
Are you kidding me?
Those were lives that the Vice Captain and the others risked their lives for. In the trench, the squad members responsible for guarding the number 7 watchtower looked across the trench. The last fighting spirit in the eyes of the newly resurrected Ghost Tree beast began to dissipate. Instead, a profound sense of despair prevailed. In this war, the existence of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy was terrifying. Although the ghost trees that are resurrected by them will have a lower level, the sense of intimidation they bring is more frightening than their actual combat power. They fought with all their might, risking their lives to kill the ferocious beast, in less than a minute. They will stand up again.
And their fallen comrades will never open their eyes again. Laugh.
Before anyone could react, a vine burst from the ground and pierced through the middle-aged captain's chest.
Team leader. The captain has been attacked.
The team members panicked and immediately launched an attack, trying to cut the vines, but in the next instant, they only felt that their spiritual power level was starting to decline and their physical strength was decreasing.
Oh no!
The reverse life curse.
Quick, retreat.
The middle-aged captain's pupils contracted, and he looked into the distance, where he saw a Ghost Tree Flower Demon with a gold-level aura and a smiling face on its bark.
They are slowly walking over.
This single Ghost Tree Flower Fairy nearly wiped out the entire 7th watchtower.
You bastard, I'm going to kill you to avenge the vice captain.
With the culprit affecting the battle's outcome right before his eyes, a spirit medium wielding a knife roared and charged out.
No! Come back. That's not something you can handle.
Upon seeing this, the middle-aged captain roared with all his might. The wielding spirit medium slayed 2 ferocious Ghost Tree beasts along the way, but just as he was getting closer and closer to the Ghost Tree Flower Demon.
Laugh.
2 ferocious tree beasts revived behind him, their thorny vines piercing straight through his chest. Blood splattered before his eyes, and the knife-wielding medium coughed up a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground, his gaze as fierce as a hawk's, fixed on the front.
He.
The Ghost Tree Flower Demon opposite him walked towards him with a calm and arrogant gait.
Its vines lashed at the corpses of its fallen comrades with unbridled cruelty, as if mocking their powerless laughter. The knife-wielding medium was furious but powerless. He could only watch as the ghost tree flower demon drew ever closer to him like the Grim Reaper. Then, it flung out the vines. This blow will surely kill him. No! His captain and teammates were screaming at the top of their lungs. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a piercing whistling sound rang out. It drew everyone's attention. That was a flash of sword light. Oh no! 2, 3, 4 dozens of sword lights slashed over in a continuous line. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the ghost tree beasts surrounding the entire squad were dead. The vines surrounding the ghost tree flower fairy were cut off, leaving it as a bare ghost tree. Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived! Upon seeing this, the middle-aged captain shouted excitedly. However, the next second, he saw the green light around the ghost tree flower demon reappear. Pupils contracted, and the middle-aged captain exclaimed, "Quick! Kill that ghost tree flower demon, or the other ghost trees will revive. They won't have that chance anymore." At the top of the watchtower, Chen Kailing, holding his sword and enveloped in the phantom of the Shinnon tree, spoke calmly. Under his gaze, the ferocious beasts of the ghost tree, resurrected by the ghost tree flower demon, died again almost instantly. Special effect: blood poison. The ghost tree flower demon was clearly stunned by this scene and, without the slightest hesitation, tried to escape. Anin, do it. The next second, the illusory image of Shinnon would spread outwards, enveloping the surrounding area. The moment the ghost tree flower demon touched the illusory light, like snowflakes being touched by scalding lava, the spiritual energy within his body dissipated rapidly and was reabsorbed by the Shinnon tree. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the ghost tree flower demon was dead. Wow, that's amazing! Everyone stared in disbelief at Chen Kailing's retreating figure. What shocked them even more was that they felt as warm as if they were under the shroud of that phantom. The body's injuries, blood and energy, and even spiritual power are all recovering. It has both extreme combat power and such comprehensive support and recovery. It's amazing. Everyone was utterly shocked. Can you move now? Chen Kailing looked at them and asked a question. Able. No problem. Seeing that the team members had basically recovered to the point where they could take care of themselves, Chen Moran nodded. He took off on his sword and headed towards the next watchtower. Before the main force arrived, his mission was to hunt down as many ghost tree flower fairies as possible to reduce the factors that could tip the scales of victory in the war. Who is he? Although he is only a 3-star gold forging expert, his overall strength is hard to estimate. I'm not quite sure, but the way this sword energy is used is somewhat similar to that legendary figure. Now that you mention it, the levels do match up. Who is it? Who is it? Tell me quickly. Chen Kailing, captain of the high-ranking reserve force. Chapter 95, gaining experience along the way, advancing to the gold forging level on the battlefield. Anin, how much of the ghost tree flower fairy's power can you absorb now? I should be able to absorb it. All that power originally belonged to me. Good. After receiving this answer, Chen Kailing completely let go and focused his attention on those ghost tree flower demons. As long as the phantom of Shinnon wood can touch those ghost tree flower demons, Lianin can draw out the spiritual power within them. It took almost only half an hour. Lianin has already dealt with more than 300 ghost tree flower demons. Although it won't cause much of a stir on the main battlefield. However, for the surrounding peripheral battlefields, this is already a huge change in the battlefield. It has even attracted the attention of the 2 ferocious beast generals on the main battlefield. Upon receiving the plea for help, General Ghost Tree flew into a rage. These useless trash. 300 ghost tree flower demons, why aren't you going to the other battlefields? General Ice Armor frowned. According to the original plan, we should have already taken over the rest of the battlefield by now, and then carry out an encirclement operation. A bunch of useless trash. 300 ghost tree flower demons were wiped out by a mere alchemy level spirit medium. What utter bullshit! General Ghost Tree had just uttered his angry rebuke when he suddenly stopped. Calcium gold grade? Specifically targeting the ghost tree flower fairy? In that instant, a chill ran through its heart. This situation seems somewhat familiar. Could it be that the human who controlled the Shinnon tree did not die? No, impossible. His Majesty has already said that the human is dead, there will be no problem. Could it be that incompetent ghost tree was deceived? Was the human's death just a ruse? No, I must confirm this and then report it to His Majesty.
Once they lose the advantage of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy, they will quickly fall into a disadvantageous position in this battle.
This is extremely important information.
Seeing that the Ghost Tree General's expression was uncertain and somewhat confused, the Ice Armor General was about to ask a question. Then, the Ghost Tree General took to the air, intending to leave the main battlefield and head towards the edge of the battlefield.
Where do you want to go?
Just then, a voice came. It was Peng Bin, and at this moment, his aura was radiating outwards, clearly indicating that he was also at the demigod level. Although he is still far behind Li Kaming, he is still on par with the Emperor-level Ghost Tree General.
That kid isn't dead, right?
General Ghost Tree stared intently at Peng Bin, his aura surging.
Oh, which kid? You should know who I'm talking about. Who knows? Get out of the way. On what grounds? Peng Bin sneered.
As the number one person under the commanders of the various war zones of the Divine Sky Legion and the captain of the Special Forces Brigade, his confidence was beyond doubt.
Presumptuous. The next second, a human and a ghost tree began fighting in mid-air. Ice General, go to the edge of the battlefield.
If all goes as expected, there's a gold forging level kid there hunting Ghost Tree Flower Demons.
Find him and kill him. Good.
Just as the Ice Armor General took a few steps, the demigod-level powerhouse who was stationed in Anbei City also appeared.
Excuse me, comrade, we can't let you get hurt.
The two sides' high-ranking officials engaged in a full-scale battle in the skies above the main battlefield. While they were fighting fiercely, Chen Kailing had already arrived at the main battlefield. At this point, his task was very simple, to eliminate all the Ghost Tree Flower Demons. Before Peng Bin went to intercept General Ghost Tree, he considered that alchemy was as common as dogs on the main battlefield, and jade was not plentiful. They specially hired a security team.
Captain Chen, we are here on orders to protect you and complete the operation to clear the flower demons from the battlefield. The visitor was none other than Zhang Sanshan.
They were ordered to come and provide support, and they happened to be assigned the task of protecting Chen Kailing. Zhang Sanshan saluted and said with a smile, "It's been so long since we last met, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Chen Kailing returned the greeting and solemnly said, "Then I'll leave my safety to you."
"It's an honor.
Unless the enemy steps over our dead bodies, they won't be able to harm you in the slightest." From what I just learned, Chen Kailing was able to specifically eliminate the Ghost Tree Flower Demon. Aside from shock, Zhang Sanshan and the others felt only a sense of mission. Before the outcome of the battle between the top demigods was revealed, the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy was the most unstable factor on the field.
Chen Kailing's priority now is above all else. Boom! Just as Chen Kailing stepped onto the main battlefield, a loud bang rang in his ears.
A ferocious tree-like beast of emerald quality suddenly charged towards him.
Get out of my way!
Without Zhang Sanshan even having to lift a finger, his teammates had already charged out with the speed of leopards. After quickly and easily defeating the emerald-level Ghost Tree beast,
a dark green glint flashed in the distance.
It was none other than the resurrection light of the Ghost Tree Flower Demon, but revealing its location to Chen Kailing would mean certain death.
Ah, none. Good.
A fleeting shadow shot out, and the Ghost Tree Flower Demon died. Seeing this, Zhang Sanshan, who was standing beside him, was first astonished that Chen Kailing had resolved the situation so easily, and then became increasingly excited and cautious.
Chen Kailing must be protected.
A cleanup operation targeting the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy, the main battlefield, was launched. Congratulations, host.
Shinong Wood has been upgraded to Silver Refining Level 2, 3, 4.
Silver Refining Level 8, Tree God's Protection can be upgraded, unlocking evolution guide routes.
Tree God's Protection restores 6% stamina, 6% spirit power, and 5% health per second.
Along the way, Chen Kailing felt like he wasn't even cleaning up the Ghost Tree Flower Demons.
Instead, they came to collect experience points. That's right, it's about picking it up. There couldn't be anything easier.
Along the way, he roughly estimated that he had absorbed nearly 500 Ghost Tree Flower Demons. In other words, there are still about 1,300 people on this main battlefield.
Brother Kailing, I think I'm about to reach my limit.
Lianin was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of spiritual energy. The words had barely left his mouth. Congratulations, host. Shinong Wood has been upgraded to Silver Refining 9 stars, Tree God's Protection can be upgraded, awakening the Gold Forging level advancement plan.
Tree God's Protection restores 6% stamina, 6% spirit power, and 6% health per second. Breakthroughs are as easy as drinking water.
Chen Kailing paused slightly at this moment. He could sense that if he didn't advance, it might be difficult to continue absorbing the energy.
Captain Zhang, I urgently need promotion materials. Could you help me gather them? As for military merits, what materials are they?
I'll notify the command center immediately and have them sent over. Zhang Sanshan almost laughed when he heard Chen Keiling's words. This guy really had no self-awareness at all.
Given Chen Keiling's current position on the battlefield,
let alone the minor alchemy-grade advancement materials, even the stars and moons that Chen Keiling currently needs, are beyond our reach. But as long as the rest of On-Base City can do it, the mayor and the command center will do everything they can to get it done.
I need to.
10 minutes later, the materials Chen Keiling needed were already in his hands.
At this moment, high above. That's the kid. He actually managed to advance in rank on the battlefield.
During a lull in the battle, General Ghost Tree finally discovered Chen Keiling and was furious. However, it was no use in discovering it, because Pang Bin on the other side had already rushed over.
You're distracted. The attack landed the next second.
However, to Pang Bin's and the other demigods' surprise, the Ghost Tree General faced this full-force attack.
They didn't even try to avoid it. Even at the cost of severe injury, it was determined to attack Chen Keiling. Not good. Pang Bin and another demigod-level expert were shocked. Chapter 96 Mobile Fountain, whose healing can match his. Oh no, it's the Ghost Tree General.
In that instant, Zhang Sanshan and the others sensed the danger of death.
Whoosh! Fortunately, a flash of light came, and it was Pang Bin. General Ghost Tree, how dare you expose your back to your enemy? How much do you despise me? The next moment,
a dazzling, gleaming light flashed across the sky, eclipsing everything else around it. The terrifying aura was particularly frightening. The blade flash instantly engulfed everything, including the body of the Ghost Tree General.
Boom!
The Ghost Tree General was smashed into a large crater, his body covered in blood.
But visibly, its injuries began to heal. Damn humans!
The two sides resumed fighting.
While they were there, Chen Keiling pulled Lian into the watchtower, thus completing their advancement.
With the path to godhood skill in the Pantheon, where a high-level spirit weapon girl can guide a low-level spirit weapon girl, Lian's every level up in advancement is exceptionally rapid. Congratulations, host!
Contractor Shenangmu has advanced to the alchemy level.
Skills: Tree God's Protection, Rebirth, Tree God. Tree God's Protection new effect. The protection area is expanded to a radius of 1 kilometer, with no limit on the number of people protected.
Note, spiritual energy consumption is reduced by 30%.
Tree God's Protection new effect grants group immunity to negative effects, and can be active once per day.
Resurrection new effect. Resurrection can be cast twice a month, and the host can revive once.
Tree God, a title for a plant-based deity, inflicting a 20% suppression effect. After seeing the effects of the new skill, Chen Keiling felt energized. The Tree God's protection now extends beyond just him. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as he has enough spiritual energy, he can heal the entire front line all by himself. What a top-notch nanny! As for the resurrection skill that allows one to revive oneself and others twice a month. Needless to say, she's still a supermodel. At least Chen Keiling hasn't heard of anyone being able to resurrect someone else. Even so, the requirement of this 3-second limit is still very strict. It is impossible to do unless someone dies in front of him. The other Tree God skill is also a top-tier powerhouse among plants, with a 20% suppression effect that is no less than cutting off the opponent's arm. Promotion complete, let's get back to work. After leaving the watchtower, Chen Keiling became even more efficient than before, and he was overjoyed with absorbing the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy. At the same time, he also took on some of the tasks related to auxiliary magical artifacts. The tree spirit protects us. The phantom of the Shinong tree expanded, emitting specks of light, like countless glittering stars in the sky. These butterfly-like rays of light automatically search for the injured within a 1-kilometer radius, penetrating their skin and entering their bodies. Above, Pang Bin and the demigod-level powerhouse from Anbei City were greatly shocked, feeling their spiritual energy and blood chi rapidly recovering within them. Under the dazzling starlight, their wounds healed rapidly. Not only them, but all the warriors within this starlight range experienced their injuries gradually disappear. And its spiritual energy recovery speed is comparable to that of a top-grade recovery potion. It's hard to believe that such a powerful healing effect came from an alchemy-level spirit medium. The demigod in Anbei City was stunned for a moment, having never heard of such a bizarre treatment effect.
It must be said that Shinnong truly deserves its top-tier status within the SSS level.
When combined with Chen Kailing's talent, the resulting recovery effect is enough to restore everyone to a perfect state within half a minute.
These are supermodel stats. Chen Kailing even had some doubts about whether the existence of the Shinnong tree was affecting the balance.
Fortunately, it only affected the other side's mental balance.
At this time,
the ferocious beasts on the opposite side of the ghost tree were dumbfounded. Originally, my side not only had its own recovery effect, but also had a top-tier royal family member who could revive me and suppress the opponent. But now the royal family has been almost completely wiped out by a mere human at the forging gold level. Even more terrifying is that the other side has actually come up with a comprehensive healing system.
Let's do it.
The healing effect will be faster than those ferocious beasts.
That's ridiculous.
On the other side, Pang Bin had just used his demigod level skills several times with all his might, and his spiritual power was running low.
Hey, Chen Kailing's support is here. The ability to restore 6% of one's spiritual power in a second left Pang Bin dumbfounded, followed by ecstasy.
He looked down at Chen Kailing and exclaimed in surprise, "You actually have this trick up your sleeve.
How long can you hold out?" Below, Chen Kailing's face gradually paled as he replied, "No. This skill consumes too much of my spiritual power, and I'm already short of it." Although the Shinnong automatically replenishes its spiritual power, the spiritual power consumed when used on others is also reduced. But there were just too many people needing treatment.
If one person takes 1% of his weight, 1,000 people could suck him dry. Zhang Sanshan prioritized supplying all recovery potions to Chen Kailing.
Without hesitation, Pang Bin immediately gave the order to Zhang Sanshan.
Zhang Sanshan acted very efficiently, first feeding all the recovery potions he had brought with him to Chen Kailing. Subsequently, a full search was conducted in the surrounding area. Compared to a potion that can only restore spiritual power, Chen Kailing can restore all aspects of his spiritual power at a speed that is in no way inferior. That's practically a pro-max version of a recovery potion. Congratulations, host. Shinnong has advanced to the second star of the forging gold level, 3 stars. During the period of receiving auxiliary treatment, Chen Kailing did not neglect his mission of hunting down the ghost tree flower demon. Even though Lianen had reached the forging gold level, her leveling up was still very fast until she reached the forging gold level 3 stars, at which point it slowed down. After all, Xia Yuning is still at this level, so there is no level difference, and the effect of the divine path naturally disappears. As the level increases, the restorative ability of Shinnong surpasses that of most top-tier restorative potions. He couldn't control other places, but within a kilometer of his skill range, the soldiers were full of energy, using their skills without restraint. As for injuries, they were all in a bloodthirsty frenzy, and now that someone is treating them, they naturally won't bother with defenses if they can avoid it. The main strategy was to trade blows, but my injuries healed quickly, something the opposing ferocious beasts, which focused on healing, couldn't do. Later, even the other generals had a sudden inspiration and began to ask Chen Kailing to move around. Suddenly, a mobile fountain appeared on the entire battlefield. Most importantly, this fountain can also be used to specifically hunt down the enemy's top-tier royal support players. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? Chen Kailing. On the other side, although General Ghost Tree hated Chen Kailing to the core, he was currently unable to break through Pang Bin's pursuit. However, right now, under Chen Kailing's high-intensity sweep, the number of the 2,000 Ghost Tree flower demons has been reduced to only 200 or 300. This result made it so angry it almost vomited blood. Withdraw the troops. In order to preserve the foundation for the rise of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy, the Ghost Tree General waved his hand, and 2 dark green lights flashed across the entire battlefield. This was precisely their signal of withdrawal. Withdraw troops? Withdraw the troops. Seeing that the Ghost Tree Legion had retreated, General Ice Armor was taken aback but did not intend to linger. In one fell swoop, both armies withdrew simultaneously. All the defending soldiers were stunned, and the whole scene became excited. They've retreated. They've retreated. Why, I thought I was definitely going to die here today. Who says otherwise? My suicide note should have been sent to my girlfriends. Girls, damn it, bro, you'd better stay here. Chapter 97. One wave subsides, another rises. On one side, a top-tier support player entered the fray. On one hand, there was a precipitous exit. The balance of power in this war had already begun to tip after Chen Kailing made his appearance. You think you can just leave whenever you want? Do you think this is your home? In mid-air, Pangbin, whose abilities were rapidly recovering, unleashed a powerful strike, causing his domineering spiritual energy to fluctuate violently in the air. The blade light shattered the clouds and fell, mercilessly slaying the retreating Ghost Tree General. Pangbin moved swiftly, launching a frenzied attack at almost his peak, his blade flashing like massive, precipice-like waves. They surged towards the Ghost Tree General. Click! The Ghost Tree General was shattered, its horrific wounds far exceeding its ability to regenerate. I didn't expect Captain Pangbin to be so strong. This sword-wielding girl is at least SSS level. On land, Chen Kailing sighed aloud. Captain Pangbin is very strong, and his talent is beyond doubt. Zhang Sanshan echoed from behind. Of course, they are still not as good as your two spirit weapon girls. With your potential, you will surpass them sooner or later. This isn't flattery, it's the truth. A flash of light shattered the Ghost Tree General's last vine armor defense. General Ghost Tree has been utterly defeated. Damn it! Emerging with a dark green glow, the Ghost Tree General activated its skill, its massive body beginning to split apart and flee in different directions. Upon seeing this, Pangbin paused, his brows furrowing. Killing a royal-level Ghost Tree beast is no easy task, especially a royal-level beast that is fleeing at full speed. We lost this time, but we will definitely win next time. Despite his defeat and retreat, General Ghost Tree still uttered some harsh words before leaving. We can't lose in terms of momentum, at least not. But it didn't expect that in the short time it turned around and uttered those harsh words, a sword light would suddenly appear before its eyes. It was none other than the heavenly flash sword Li Kaming. The Ghost Tree General's pupils contracted, and it turned to flee, but under the barrage of sword light, it was practically a sitting duck as it was exhausted. With a cracking sound, one of the Ghost Tree General's clones was completely shattered into pieces. It's not over yet. The heavenly flash sword flashed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and when it reappeared, it had already caught up with another clone of the Ghost Tree General. The Ghost Tree General was instantly enveloped in the fear of death. Damn it! Damn it! If I had known this guy was coming, I would have rather died than give up Chen Kailing's head. Ghost Tree General fled like a stray dog, his mind filled with regret for not being able to kill Chen Kailing. In fact, it had no idea that even if it risked its life to kill Chen Kailing, it would be useless. Chen Kailing can now be resurrected. Without the bloodline of the Ghost Tree Flower Fairy, the Ghost Tree General has no ability to revive. As the sword light fell, its last clone shattered. Thus, General Ghost Tree is dead. On the other side, the Ice Armor General, who had fled far away, saw the Ghost Tree General dead and couldn't help but angrily curse him as a fool. If you lose, run away quickly. Staying there spouting threats is just waiting to die. Compared to the Ghost Tree Legion, the Ice Armor Legion, which possesses the ability to fly, can escape much faster. Not long after the two legions withdrew, rain began to fall, as if in mourning for the fallen soldiers. After a heavy rain, the fortifications have been almost completely repaired. The Anbei city defense line and the army suffered heavy losses in this war, but fortunately, the city proper was not greatly damaged. The two beast legions suffered even greater losses, with one even losing a royal-level beast, making it the first royal-level beast to die in this war. As expected of Commander Li, he killed the Ghost Tree General with a single move. It was just finishing up the leftovers, but you deserve a lot of credit too. If we're really talking about credit, the biggest contributor to this war isn't me, but Chen Kailing. As Li Kaming and Pangbin spoke, their gazes simultaneously fell upon Chen Kailing. Although they are the main force, they cannot do without Chen Kailing, the spring of their artillery. Kai Ling, after this war, you'll probably be covered in medals. Li Kaming smiled, seemingly joking, but it was actually very close to reality. Chen Kailing's military achievements are now so numerous that they are difficult to calculate. At this moment, a demigod-level expert from Anbei City walked over and sighed. Unexpectedly, the MVP of this war will be a comrade at the Forging Gold level. We really should admit we're getting old. This is Huang Feng, the honorary general of the Divine Sky Legion, Li Kaming introduced. Elder Huang, Chen Kailing greeted him with clasped hands. The Wasp said with satisfaction, with young people like you in the future, the great Xia human race can prosper. After exchanging pleasantries, the three demigod-level experts left, as there were still many important matters awaiting their attention. The two ferocious beast legions will not let this retreat go easily, after all, their emperor has not yet made a move. Temporary rest area. As soon as they entered, Lianen tidied up a corner for them. Brother Kailing, sit here and rest. Anen is so considerate. Chen Moran smiled and ruffled Lianen's hair.
Yes, that's all I should do.
Lianan blushed slightly, then looked at Xia Yuning.
Sister Ning, please sit here. Good.
Seeing how thoughtful Lianan was, Xia Yuning unconsciously frowned.
In my daily life, I don't think I've ever paid attention to such details. I'm starting to feel a bit threatened.
The three had barely sat down when they heard Lin Yuan's voice coming from afar.
Boss, we're here.
Chen Moran looked up and saw Lin Yuan, Xian Yuan Haoan, and the others approaching.
Boss, you're so cool. The whole camp was talking about you on our way here.
Yes, they say you're practically a godlike king of soldiers.
Lin Yuan and Lu Qi were extremely excited.
You wouldn't believe it, when we asked for directions earlier, they were so friendly and respectful when they heard I was your teammate.
Lin Yuan sighed, it's just that you're a bit too strong, boss. It makes me feel like I'm not very useful.
Who says it's useless?
I have a task for you to complete right away. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, what? Chen Kailing, bring 3 meals over, I'm hungry. Lin Yuan, okay. While resting and preparing in Anbei City.
Ice Armor Sanctuary. A chilling and gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire mountain. The ice-armored Beast King and the evil Raven King, who were not present on the front lines, were now guarding a giant ice sculpture like protectors.
Boom!
Above the dome, lightning flashed and thunder roared, streaks of lightning ripped through the sky, and thick black mist swallowed everything.
The entire ice armor Holy Land became oppressive.
Upon seeing this, the ice-armored Beast King and the evil Raven King's expressions changed, and they actually bowed deeply. Congratulations to the Ghost Tree Emperor on his advancement to the ancestral level.
A snap. The giant ice sculpture shattered.
A 2-meter-tall, anthropomorphic being with tree bark skin and a head full of ghostly flowers emerged from within. This was none other than the Ghost Tree Emperor, who had broken through to the Emperor level and reached the Ancestor level.
Oh no. Now it should be called the Ghost Tree Ancestor. Is this the power of the Ghost Tree Flower Demon's bloodline?
I have waited far too long to obtain both the power of the spiritual vein and the precious bloodline at the same time.
I will never forget the contributions you two made in abandoning the Legion and stealing the spiritual veins of Tor's Canyon, which helped me advance in my career. The Ghost Tree Ancestor spoke indifferently, and behind it lay countless corpses of over 1,000 Ghost Tree Flower demons. These Ghost Tree Flower fairies were the first to awaken, absorbed the most essence, and were the highest level. Now, they have all become nutrients for the Ghost Tree King's ascension. At this moment, intelligence reports on the situation at the front lines began to arrive. After learning that General Ghost Tree had died but Chen Kailing was still alive, the Ghost Tree Ancestor's expression remained unreadable, though his voice grew colder. Divine Heaven Legion, Chen Kailing. It's time for me to settle the score with you.
Chapter 98 The Ancestor of Ghost Trees, the Suppression of Absolute Combat Power.
Night.
Inside the fortifications, a new round of combat council meetings began. Li Kaming pointed to the sand table and said, although the Ghost Tree Legion and the Ice Armor Beast Legion were defeated this time, their top forces are still intact. Including those 3 emperors, they are at least comparable to the 3 of us demigod-level powerhouses.
This doesn't even include the other generals.
If they continue to attack one place together, conservatively speaking, at least 2 more demigod-level powerhouses will be needed.
Upon hearing this, Wasp shook his head. It's unrealistic. Currently, the entire Divine Sky Legion is responsible for almost 1/5 of the defense of the North. Many alien races are watching the other battlefields closely. If they send reinforcements, it will have far-reaching consequences.
Inside the command room, there were only 5 pairs of spirit mediums: Li Kaming, Peng Bin, Huang Feng, Anbei Shijian, and Chen Kailing. Theoretically speaking, Chen Kailing's rank is not high enough for this meeting. However, his achievements and contributions were so significant that he was considered an exception. At this moment, Li Kaming noticed Chen Kailing's puzzled look.
Is there a problem?
Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow and asked, the leaders I met at school, like you, all held the position of deputy commander, right?
What about their level of competence? Upon hearing this, everyone laughed.
Li Kaming shook his head and explained. Our Xintian Legion, as the second largest strategic force in the north after the Northwest Army, is responsible for the defense of 3 key battlefields. These are the main battlefields, starting from Tor's Canyon and radiating to the 16 cities behind it, the battlefields along the entire front of the 2 provinces of Herkaz, and the East Valley Sea battlefield. Within the 10 war zone defense forces of Tor's Canyon, there is supposedly 1 commander-in-chief and 10 deputy commanders, but in reality, only I, Minister Zhang Zhe, and Peng Bin are actually able to personally participate in the battle. In peacetime, Pang Bin will essentially serve as the temporary commander of Tor's Canyon.
Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing gained a general understanding. Top-tier talent is still too rare. The fact that the enemy's 3 legions were not even among the top 10 alien races had already put enormous pressure on the Divine Sky Legion. It is easy to imagine how critical the current situation of the human race is.
Don't worry, the principal will step in when it really comes down to it, Li Kaming said with a smile.
Hey, I heard that the old headmaster has recently returned to Shintian, right?
At this moment, Wasp spoke up.
Li Kaming nodded, his old man.
Before the words were finished, thunder roared outside the command post. The once peaceful night was suddenly swept in by a torrential downpour, creating a suffocating atmosphere.
This aura, no. It's an ancestral-level ferocious beast.
Li Kaming's pupils contracted, he instantly armed himself with a magical artifact, soared into the air, and his voice resounded in all directions.
All soldiers, retreat towards the north bank of the city. But it was too late. Boom!
In the gloomy black mist of the sky, streaks of purple vines appeared like lightning, breaking through the clouds and instantly lashing across the battlefield.
Watchtowers, fortresses, soldiers, nothing could stop the rampage of the purple vines. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers had already died. Li Kaming reacted quickly, leaping into the air.
His dazzling sword light flew swiftly, blocking many of the vines like a barrier.
King of Ghost Trees? You've advanced to the ancestral level?
I let you escape a few days ago, yet this calamity has arisen. If you're so capable, come out and show yourself. Li Kaming looked at the figure behind the black mist and roared angrily.
Arrogant!
A powerful voice rang out, followed by 3 violent, purple lightning-like vines that charged forward. Li Kaming blocked with his sword, but was still knocked back by the distance, smashing the ground and creating a crater 100 meters wide. Above the clouds, the figure of the ancestor of Ghost Trees emerged from the air. Behind it were the ice-armored Beast King, the evil Raven King, and several Grandmaster-level powerhouses.
Under the influence of the power of the ancestor of Ghost Trees, scouts and detectives failed to detect anything.
In that instant, a sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts.
It is the ancestor of the Ghost Tree.
The Ghost Tree Legion has produced an ancestral-level ferocious beast.
Quickly, notify the principal and vice principal.
Only they can handle this situation. The appearance of the progenitor of the Ghost Tree was completely unexpected. It should be noted that ancestral-level ferocious beasts are often representatives of top-tier legions, and only the 10 major alien races have beings of this level.
Vines, ice, and wings of evil light instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the ancestor of the Ghost Trees also became a Ghost Tree flower demon, right?
In the crowd, Chen Kailing looked up and stared intently. Lianin's voice came through, that's right, but its power is too strong, I can't affect it at all.
Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing's heart sank. How is the evacuation of residents from Anbei City progressing?
Report. The vast majority of residents have been evacuated, but some are unwilling to leave, numbering approximately 150,000.
150,000? What the hell are you guys doing? Half a month and 3 days, and you're telling me there's still 150,000 left? They're not leaving.
An ancestral-level ferocious beast has arrived. Another city is about to fall.
Fear spread instantly.
Even seasoned elites find it difficult to control their instinctive fear when faced with such a disparate lineup. However, despite their fear, the sense of responsibility ingrained in their bones still compelled them to wield the sacred weapon. They charged towards the ferocious beast legion.
Captain Chen, hurry. I'll cover your retreat. The higher-ups have given orders.
The commander-in-chief will be there in at least 10 minutes.
The situation is extremely critical.
Zhang Sanshan approached Chen Kailing, while his teammates found Lin Yuan and others.
Retreat? The rest of our soldiers are still fighting fiercely, and you're telling us to retreat? Chen Kailing was stunned.
This is Colonel Pang Bin's order. You are the future of the Divine Sky Legion, especially you.
Not just you, the entire high-ranking reserve force is retreating. And right now, you are absolutely the person the ancestor of the Ghost Tree most wants to kill, without exception. No one on the entire battlefield can protect you.
The brutality of this war exceeded everyone's imagination. A single ancestral-level ferocious beast can instantly gather a vast ferocious beast empire if it so desires.
It can also instantly destroy a city. Zhang Sanshan received only one order. That is to escort Chen Kailing away at all costs before the ancestor of the Ghost Tree makes a move.
He was urging them on, while Chen Moran was communicating.
Yu Ning, Anan, will you support my decision? I don't want to retreat.
With me here, even if we can't guarantee victory, at least more people can hold on until dawn.
Whatever decision you make, I will support you.
Me too.
Okay, let's go. Chen Kailing made a decision. Captain Chen, it'll be too late if we don't leave now. Captain Chen?
As soon as Zhang Sanshan finished speaking, he realized that Chen Kailing had disappeared. Chen Kailing had already flown on his sword to the huge crater on the battlefield.
Teacher Li, are you alright? Let me treat your injuries. Are you crazy?
The ancestor of the ghost trees hasn't even come looking for you, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep.
Teacher Li,
there are no cowards in the Divine Sky Legion. I'll stand with you for the next 10 minutes.
The effects of the Shinon would spread, beginning to heal Li Kaiming's injuries.
Meanwhile, the warriors from all four sides also received healing buffs.
Is it him?
Beneath the dome, the ghost tree ancestor's gaze instantly swept over Chen Kailing. You mere forging gold-level cultivator, yet you single-handedly slowed down the offensive of 2 legions of 50,000 ferocious beasts.
Putting aside past grievances, I cannot let you live.
A thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The figure of the ghost tree ancestor flickered and arrived in front of Chen Moran in the blink of an eye, with sand and dust flying everywhere and a 10,000-foot tornado rising up.
Kid, you're pretty good. Snap.
The ancestor of the ghost tree reached out and grabbed Chen Kailing by the neck. No matter how much he struggled, it was as if he had sunk to the bottom of the sea.
I only have 1 resurrection. Can I really hold out for 10 minutes?
Chen Kailing's breathing became rapid, requiring only a slight exertion from the ancestor of the ghost tree. His last trump card will be rendered useless.
Chapter 99 Heavenly Dao Skills Display Power, Ancestral Level Ferocious Beasts Suffer Setback. Just as Chen Kailing had made preparations for his resurrection. Aurora Flash.
A flash of sword light appeared between him and the ancestor of the ghost tree, so fast that it was impossible to catch. The arm of the ancestor of the ghost trees has been severed. Immediately, Chen Kailing felt himself being lifted up.
Teacher Li? A pointless sacrifice isn't courage sometimes, just surviving is. I'm sending you on your way.
Li Kaiming was extremely fast. The surrounding scenery flashed by rapidly, and the sound of wind cutting through the air whistled in his ears. The sort of speed that is closest to the god level of the human race. Unfortunately, you are not at the god level, while I have already reached the ancestral level. The severed arm of the ghost tree ancestor grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored.
A loud bang.
The body of the ghost tree ancestor soared into the air, moving as fast as a shooting star, and almost instantly approached Li Kaiming. With one person in tow, Li Kaiming's already slightly slower speed became even slower.
Teacher Li. Teacher Li. If this continues, we'll both be caught up. Let's fight it out and hold out until the principal arrives. I can help you out then.
At this moment, Chen Kailing spoke, his gaze firm. Since Li Kaiming possesses speed approaching that of the ghost tree ancestor, under his suppression effect,
Li Kaiming at least had a chance to catch his breath. Moreover, he has more than just the tree god's suppression talent. In that case, let's fight. The teacher will do everything in their power to ensure your safety.
The next second, Li Kaiming stopped, put Chen Kailing down, and as the sword spun, a cloud of mist half a mile wide filled the sky.
Tree god. Suppress. Chen Kailing's skill release.
The ancestor of the ghost trees could instantly sense that his power was being suppressed.
It's simply unbelievable.
A human at the forging gold level can actually influence an ancestral level ferocious beast, just considering the portion of its power that has been suppressed.
That's enough to instantly annihilate thousands of alchemy level spirit mediums. Teacher Li. As long as I live, I can suppress 20% of its power.
Seeing the change in the expression of the ghost tree ancestor, Chen Kailing immediately called out. The countless sword lights, like scattered sand coalescing into refined iron, fell from the sky, tearing apart the eerie green night light. The ancestor of the ghost trees waved his hand to block, and what was originally an extremely easy task now became more difficult.
Teacher Li, let me give you another buff.
At the same time, under the protection and blessing of the tree god, the sword light became even stronger and was released faster.
Although Shinon Wood does not currently possess the ability to increase strength.
However, if spiritual energy recovers quickly, the skill release speed will be faster, and correspondingly, the damage dealt in the short term will be higher.
Sword slash.
Meanwhile, Chen Kailing was not idle either, and began to unleash sword energy remotely. That Heavenly Might skill's ability to ignore defense has a level restriction and is useless against the ancestor of ghost trees.
Want me to tickle you?
At this moment, the ancestor of ghost trees paid no attention to the firefly-like sword energy, since it couldn't break through his defenses. What's strange is that it can't dodge these sword energies. It seems to contain the power of a law that guarantees a hit. This child should not be allowed to live. The eerie green once again covered the heavens and earth, and the sword intent surged, like a ferocious beast breaking free of its cage, constantly tearing and overturning this domineering power. The aftershocks dissipated, and almost no one or any ferocious beast dared to approach the area. In the distance, the ice-armored Beast King noticed the strange situation of the ghost tree ancestor and quickly focused its attention on Chen Kailing.
This kid is too strange. In that case, I'll make a move.
The next second, countless tiny, needle-like ice blades rained down from the sky, hurtling through the air at breakneck speed.
Boom!
The next second, a powerful fist shadow, like a fortress, rushed in and blocked all the cold blades.
He is the pillar of strength on the battlefield. How can we allow you to lay a hand on him? The wasp strode in, its gaze indifferent. Tisk! A human and a beast fought together. The next second, the terrifying wings of the evil raven seemed to come alive, transforming into malevolent crows with incredible speed.
The target remains Chen Kailing. Clearly, his support abilities and terrifying suppressive power made these royal-level ferocious beasts somewhat anxious. The longer the ancestor of the ghost trees is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for them.
Don't be so hasty.
If it gets out that an ancestor level and 2 emperor level experts are so eager to kill a newcomer at the gold forging level, it will be a disgrace to the beasts. The intent of the gun enveloped all directions, like an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron, impossible to penetrate. The evil Raven King cast a cold glance at him.
Battle is imminent.
At this moment, on the battlefield below, not a single soldier of the Kanda Legion retreated. Their formidable fighting spirit and willpower caused the Beast Legion's blitzkrieg plan to completely fail.
Distance support message sent. 5 minutes have passed. One is at the alchemy level, and the other is at the demigod level. They managed to hold me off for so long. I will give you a dignified death.
The progenitor of the ghost tree also realized the time constraint, and his gaze gradually became serious.
Really? I think you might be dying soon.
The ancestor of ghost trees raised its arm and beams of light shot out from behind, covering its body.
In an instant, its aura expanded.
It actually increased the power that Chen Kailing had been suppressing. The two looked over and saw that the beams of light came from the day General Ghost Tree announced the retreat. The 300 Ghost Tree flower fairies that escaped.
You know nothing about the ancestral level.
The progenitor of the ghost trees sneered. This was originally a tactic it had planned to use against Yen Tian, but it was used ahead of schedule.
Oh no, it can still increase. Teacher Li,
I can suppress it 3 times, just wait for your chance.
Chen Kailing then shouted out.
After a brief moment of stunned silence, a scene flashed through Li Kaiming's mind, Long Yi's strange state during Chen Kailing's battle with Long Yi.
His skill is useful even against ancestor-level opponents?
After a brief moment of shock, Li Kaiming smiled, drew his sword, and unleashed a torrent of sword energy like a furious outburst, unleashing terrifying power.
How dare you face me directly? How arrogant!
As the progenitor of the ghost tree took a step forward, his power, like a vast ocean, continued to increase.
Divine judgment.
But in the next instant, it felt its own amplified attributes, including the power provided by the ghost tree flower fairy. Like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no ripple.
Laugh. In a duel between top-tier experts, a single moment of divine intervention can decide the outcome.
Just as it was stunned, endless sword light pierced through its body.
Damn human, I will kill you.
The ancestor of the ghost trees unleashed a murderous aura, about to explode the moment its power was restored.
A mere forged gold-level cultivator? If you're so capable, try suppressing me again. But the next moment. Divine judgment. The amplification power disappeared again.
This time, the sword light almost severed the limbs of the ghost tree ancestor. The moment the power was restored.
The ancestor of the ghost trees soared into the air, watching Chen Kailing from afar.
While waiting for his injuries to heal, he was shocked as if struck by lightning.
What's going on with this kid?
Having traversed battlefields for a century, it had never encountered such an ability before. It was as forceful and unreasonable as the laws of nature.
I don't believe you can still perform this.
The whereabouts of the ghost tree ancestor were unknown, and his pupils remained fixed on Chen Kailing. Upon noticing Chen Kailing raise his hand again, it immediately leaped up and distanced itself.
How many times can he actually use it?
If I'm seriously injured here, even if Yen Tian comes and seizes on Bay City, I still won't be able to hold on to it. Under Chen Kailing's continuous suppression of heavenly Dao skills for several rounds.
A dignified ancestral-level ferocious beast. Even so, they couldn't immediately overthrow this legion that only had demigod-level opponents. Chapter 100, Let all the ferocious beasts be buried with you. The moment it became an ancestral-level ferocious beast. The long-cherished wish of the ancestor of the ghost trees has finally been fulfilled, and it wants to proclaim it to the world. Another terrifying ancestral-level ferocious beast has been born. This war is the biggest show on its rise to power. But now, the program has been interrupted. The culprit was just a mere newbie at the gold forging level. How shameful it would be if word got out. I'd like to see how many more times you can suppress me. After a brief tug of war, the ancestor of ghost trees, refusing to believe in evil, simply stopped dodging and launched a fierce attack. Divine Judgment.
Chen Kailing used his skill again, and after sensing the suppression, the ancestor of ghost trees took to the air once more. During this time, Li Kaiming's attacks were fierce and swift, leaving countless bloody marks on its body. After the suppression ended, the ancestor of ghost trees stared incredulously at Chen Kailing below. Suppressed 3 times? I was suppressed by this human 3 times? At this moment, it even suspected that Chen Kailing was actually a hidden god-level spiritual medium. The difference between the two is as vast as the difference between the bright moon and a firefly. What kind of talent or skill could allow one's abilities to be suppressed 3 times? Below. Chen Kailing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The spiritual energy consumption of skills is only one aspect, the psychological pressure is even more serious. His trump cards have been completely exposed.
Kai Ling, you've done enough. Listen to me, let's retreat, Li Kaiming whispered as he appeared.
Chen Kailing, panting, shook his head in refusal. No, I still have a trump card.
Try to get as much time as possible for the principal to come over.
At this moment, the ancestor of the ghost trees in the sky had already noticed the subtle changes in the expressions of the 2 people below.
The chilling laughter echoed once more. Is this the end? This time, I'll see what other tricks you have up your sleeve.
As it descended from the sky, the power that the ancestor of ghost trees had been accumulating for so long was completely unleashed, and the entire sky was covered by thousands of miles of black clouds. Like ghosts, vines appeared and disappeared one after another, enveloping the sky and earth, exuding endless killing intent.
Tsunami Sword.
Li Kaiming leaped into the air, his swordsmanship unleashed, and towering waves surged forth from all directions, crashing against the sky.
The moment of collision.
The countless sword blades were completely shattered, and Li Kaiming, who had been fighting for a long time, was once again suppressed.
His body flew backward like a cannonball. Teacher Li!
Chen Kailing exclaimed in surprise, and was about to step forward to provide assistance when a chill enveloped him, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
You still have time to worry about him?
The sound pierced through his eardrums. The ancestor of the ghost tree took a step forward, bringing with it overwhelming pressure that made Chen Kailing gasp for breath. The countless warriors around him, upon seeing the ancestor of the ghost tree, were unable to even take a single step. They could only stare at this side with fear in their eyes. Chen Kailing trembled all over, the instinctive fear pressing down on his body. He didn't speak, but simply drew his sword and stepped forward. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, it's futile and overestimating one's own strength. The ancestor of ghost trees raised his hand, pinching the heavenly sword between 2 fingers. The sharp sword energy fell on it, but it was like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace.
It swung its wrist, and with immense force, snatched the heavenly sword away in an instant. The sword is a fine sword. Would you like to test its sharpness?
As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly sword was placed against Chen Kailing's neck, and the ancestor of the ghost trees was quite interested. However, it did not see fear in Chen Kailing's eyes, which made it somewhat uncomfortable. The next second, it flicked its wrist, and the blade of the heavenly sword pierced towards Chen Kailing.
Sky Flash.
At the same instant, a sword light shot towards the ancestor of ghost trees, so fast that it was almost impossible to react.
Of course, this excludes predictions. What do you think I'm waiting for by talking to him for so long? We've been waiting for you to walk right into our trap.
The ancestor of the ghost trees curled his lips into a smile. The next instant, countless vines burst forth from the eerie green light in the air, piercing through Li Kaiming's body in mid-air.
Laugh. Li Kaming's pupils contracted. Blood flowed down the vines, and all the power in his body was being absorbed by the vines. As time went on, this demigod-level expert, who was the fastest below the ancestral level, perished in this attack. Teacher Li! Chen Kailing exclaimed in surprise, daring not to hesitate for a moment, and activated his skill. Resurrection. Countless pale green rays of light emanated from the illusory Shinon wood surrounding him, instantly enveloping Li Kaming. This is the light of resurrection that only he can see. Kid, it's your turn. At this moment, the ancestor of the ghost tree looked at Chen Kailing with a mocking expression, wanting to see the fear in the boy's eyes. But soon, its smile faded. It showed no fear on Chen Kailing's face. Why aren't you afraid? The ancestor of the ghost trees turned indifferent. Why should I be afraid? You think you're omnipotent? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a clown who rose to power by borrowing my immense strength. Chen Kailing stared at the ancestor of ghost trees and sneered, each word dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the ghost trees narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, countless vines materialized out of thin air. Laugh. A vine pierced through Chen Kailing's left chest. Laugh. Another vine pierced through Chen Kailing's abdomen. The vines lifted him high, and a deadly amount of blood gushed out. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can grant you a quick death. Heh heh, Tay. Chen Kailing laughed and spat on the face of the ghost tree ancestor. Court death. Enraged, the ancestor of the ghost tree raised his hand and his palm pierced straight through the heart like steel. In that instant, the feeling of death overwhelmed Chen Kailing. Even so, the ancestor of the ghost tree still did not see it, and Chen Muron felt a little scared. All around was silent. Everyone stared at this scene, unable to recover for a long time, their hearts seemingly shrouded in gloom. Just then, a bolt of lightning tore through the dark clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Thunder roars, and everything in all directions rises and falls. Before the ancestor of the ghost tree could react, it was struck hard by a bolt of lightning. Its body flew backward and tumbled like a cannonball, smashing dozens of huge ice pillars along the way, and each collision with the ground created a huge crater. It's Yen Tian, the god of thunder shadow. The beast legion retreated en masse. The moment the vines disappeared, Chen Kailing's body plummeted to the ground. Then she was held in someone's arms. Child, I'm late. Chen Kailing's face was pale. He slowly looked up and saw that the person who came was Yen Tian, who had personally delivered the notice. But now he looked much older than when they first met, and his eyes were full of self-reproach. I saw everything that happened here through the little heavenly eye. You and Kaming joined forces to protect the entire Anbei city. Your contributions and achievements will not be forgotten by Anbei city, nor by Shintian. I'm late. At this moment, Xia Yuning, who had broken free of control, was finally able to freely revert to her girl form and rushed over, looking flustered. Yen Tian glanced at Xia Yuning, suppressing his almost overflowing anger, forced a smile, and gently saw Chen Kailing out. Then I'll trouble you to take care of things. Then, his gaze fell upon the ancestor of ghost trees, which had once again risen into the air. My child, I cannot give you a second chance at life, but at least I can let you see it before you close your eyes. All the ferocious beasts present will be buried with you. The next instant, the sound of thunder resounded throughout the universe, and the terrifying lightning seemed to bring the judgment of the gods. An aura more than 10 times stronger than that of the ancestor of ghost trees instantly sealed off the entire battlefield. The Divine Heaven Legion is hailed as the #1 legion below the 4 major legions. It's all because they have a top-tier, god-level spirit medium standing at the pinnacle of the Divine Weapon Hall. Chapter 101. The battle ends, ancestor-level ferocious beast dies. Inside the enormous crater, the ancestor of ghost trees rose, its entire body enveloped in a dense, eerie green light, and its injuries began to heal. Yen Tian, the god of thunder shadow, a peak-level divine medium, quite interesting. The progenitor of the ghost trees was slightly wary, but more than that, he was filled with fervor and excitement. Yen Tian clenched his fist, and a lightning ring in his hand shone brightly, with extreme destructive lightning bursting out all around. Once you reach the god level, your control over divine artifacts becomes incredibly precise. Like a thunderbolt from the heavens, the lightning struck precisely the bodies of the surrounding ferocious beasts, instantly reducing them to ashes. I'm here. You can now announce your last words. Yen Tian's voice was powerful and resonant, like a deep bell piercing through the entire battlefield and striking the souls of the ferocious beasts present. The spirit mediums were inspired, and their previously extinguished will was rekindled. Charge!
Slay all the ferocious beasts and avenge our fallen brothers. Kill. The mediums showed no fear and charged ahead without hesitation. The great battle has come to a complete end. The highlight of this match is naturally the battle between the two top experts in mid-air. Heh, last words? You know nothing about the vitality of the Ghost Tree clan. The progenitor of the Ghost Trees sneered. Then you can give it a try. Yen Tian spoke coldly and began to unleash his power. On the vast and boundless land, thunder relentlessly suppressed the vines, and the raging black clouds of thunderstorms, like giants wielding thunder hammers, wantonly destroyed everything in sight. The ancestor of the Ghost Tree's pupils contracted. From the very beginning, the battle was already showing a one-sided trend. The lightning coalesced into a gigantic spear, piercing towards the ancestor of the Ghost Trees. The destructive power of the thunder almost tore apart the surrounding space. The sound of it tearing through the air was deafening. The lightning instantly engulfed the vines and then spread mercilessly to the surrounding area. Each flicker of lightning represents the death of a ferocious beast. Yen Tian's manipulation went far beyond that. He even began to control the 8 directions of thunder to seal off the entire battlefield. Streams of lightning descended from the heavens, closely linked together, completely separating this battlefield from the map of the earth. At this moment, the aftershocks of the battle subsided. The ancestor of the Ghost Trees in the huge crater was charred all over, and its eerie green glow transformed into armor, restoring its strength and enhancing its defense. Damn it, if that brat hadn't suppressed part of my power, how could the gap between us be so vast? If you're so capable, wait until he's dead before you fight me. The ancestor of the Ghost Tree looked back at Chen Kailing, who appeared to be on his deathbed, and gritted his teeth. Just as it was preparing to burrow underground to completely kill Chen Kailing and resolve the 20% suppression, Yen Tian made his move, and lightning pierced through the darkness. Court death. Thunder annihilation, universe destruction. Thunder shook the universe, like raging dragons, devouring and tearing at the ancestor of the Ghost Trees. Boom! The resounding voice lingered for a long time, echoing in all directions. At this moment, Yen Tian truly stood like Thor, high above the heavens, his majestic eyes fixed on the ancestor of the Ghost Tree. The ancestor of the Ghost Tree was trapped among the thousands of thunder dragons, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Amidst the thunderous roar, its body dissipated piece by piece. When all fell silent and the battle's commotion subsided, the body of the Ghost Tree ancestor had vanished from the devastated battlefield. This ancestral-level ferocious beast was declared dead less than 3 minutes after Yen Tian arrived. Only a single emerald green blood droplet, brimming with spiritual energy, remained. From afar, Chen Kailing caught a glimpse of the blood drop spirit stone out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes widened in disbelief. If he wasn't mistaken, this also contained Lianen's vast spiritual power, which could be used for upgrading. However, at this point, he no longer had the energy to pay attention to that. When his life is on the verge of death, his resurrection skill will be automatically triggered, and he will fall into a short sleep, just like Li Kaming. On the battlefield, after picking up the blood drop spirit stone, Yen Tian's gaze swept over the other ferocious beasts, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. Those who offend our great Xia, though far away, shall be punished. Kill. Kill them. Leave no one alive. On the battlefield, Yen Tian's call to arms was met with overwhelming response, and the soldiers erupted in cheers. Under Yen Tian's leadership, the ice-armored Beast King and the evil Raven King had no chance of escape. Amidst thunderous roars, the main forces of the 3 ferocious beast legions were completely annihilated. We won. We won. The war is over. We've defended our home. Countless warriors were moved to tears as they embraced their magical weapon maidens with great enthusiasm. When the vast majority of soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Command post. Chen Kailing and Li Kaming were lying on stretchers, not breathing. The 3 spirit weapon girls who had formed a contract with the 2 were now unconscious. This is the powerful binding force of the spiritual contract. When the medium dies, the soul of the spirit artifact girl will also fall into a deep sleep. This war has cost us so much. Yen Tian looked at the 2 bodies and sighed softly. One is a potential future principal, the number 1 person below the god level. One was the future he saw as the most promising, as brilliant as a shooting star, yet it fell before dawn. The loss of 2 such talented individuals on the same day aged this top-tier, god-like spiritual medium considerably. If it weren't for Chen Kailing, Anbei City definitely wouldn't have survived until you arrived. Looking at the boy's still somewhat immature face, Wang Feng sighed. Who would have thought that the greatest hero who protected the city was actually a freshman in college? It's my fault, Ping Bin said, his face full of self-reproach.
I failed to protect him. If only I had been more decisive back then and taken him with me. Whether Anbei City can hold out until I arrive is still uncertain, Yen Tian patted his shoulder. Even I was fortunate to have his suppressive power when facing the ancestor of ghost trees, otherwise I might not have been able to hunt him down easily. He was a hero who dedicated himself to the survival of humankind until the very last moment of his life. Yen Tian looked at their faces, and then made up his mind. You too, protect their bodies. I'll go get the Sacred Heart Lotus. Sacred Lotus? Upon hearing the name of the prop, Huang Feng and Pang Bin were immediately shocked. The Sacred Lotus? Is that the divine treasure that can revive the dead and heal flesh from bones? But wasn't that a life-saving treasure left by the first principal of Shintian to his successor, to be used in critical moments? Yen Tian countered, isn't now a crucial moment? Pang Bin panicked, but you're about to enter the Sea of Death, a strategic battlefield. Yen Tian waved his hand and said, I'm old but still vigorous, I don't need it yet. The reason a treasure is called a treasure is that it's meant to be useful. If you never use it, isn't it the same as not having it at all? Besides, the Sacred Heart Lotus can only revive me once when used on me, but it can revive both of them when used on them. We made a profit. Yen Tian's smile returned. This. Pang Bin opened his mouth, but the word stuck in his throat. Alright, I'll be right back. You guys protect the two of them. As he spoke, Yen Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the horizon. Huang Feng and Pang Bin exchanged a glance. Until the commander-in-chief returns, no one is allowed to enter the command post. Just then, both of them felt a gaze upon them. I turned my head and looked. Li Kaming, who was originally dead, had actually sat up. Their eyes met. Holy crap! It's haunted. Chapter 102. After this battle, who in the world will not know you? What's going on? When Yen Tian returned to the command post with the Sacred Heart Lotus in his hand, he was stunned to see Li Kaming standing alive in front of him. This? I don't know myself, but I guess it's related to spiritual awakening. Li Kaming was also confused. He only remembered that before he died, a green glow appeared in front of his eyes. And that light came from Chen Kailing. Pang Bin and Huang Feng, who were standing to the side, remained silent. For a moment, they thought they had seen a ghost. I was really scared. Resurrection? Chen Kailing possesses such a terrifyingly powerful skill? Yen Tian was starting to lose his composure. As a top-tier, god-level spiritual medium, he was even more aware of the terrifying nature of this skill. It should be understood that humans are different from beastmen. Almost everything related to resurrection contains the power of the heavenly Tao. Let alone the forging gold level, even among the god level, this is an extremely rare existence. Otherwise, a Sacred Heart Lotus with resurrection properties would not be treasured by Shintian University. And what about him? This question arose in everyone's mind. At this moment, Chen Kailing felt as if he were surrounded by darkness. And in the darkness, a colossal tree suddenly appeared, bringing light and warmth. Slowly, he opened his eyes. It catches the eye. He noticed 6 pairs of eyes staring at him. Out of the blue. Chen Kailing was startled. He's awake. He's really awake. Pang Bin and the others immediately became excited. Yen Tian was also excited and laughed loudly. Good, good. Kai Ling, do you possess resurrection abilities? After Chen Kailing understood the situation, his mind cleared considerably, and he nodded, saying, that's right. After receiving Chen Kailing's affirmative answer, Yen Tian and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The forged gold level and the resurrection skill, two completely unrelated things, actually appeared on Chen Kailing at the same time. This level of scarcity is no different from a rooster laying an egg. Less than 3 minutes after Chen Kailing woke up, Xia Yuning and Lianen also woke up. Everyone still had something to say, but considering Chen Kailing's physical condition, they arranged for the 3 of them to go down and rest first. Principal, Li Kaming said, looking at Yen Tian before leaving. I have a suggestion, let's use the Sacred Lotus as a cover for our resurrection this time. In the past, some people were wary of your Sacred Lotus and remained hidden in the shadows, but now. Upon hearing this, Yen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. I will eradicate these cancerous cells of humanity sooner or later. The victory in this war practically declared that the Divine Legion had completely eliminated external threats in the Taurus Canyon area. Such a massive, Legion-level victory is almost impossible to replicate in the short term. After achieving such success,
the Divine Legion inevitably became the subject of numerous media interviews.
The interview transcript with Commander-in-Chief Yen Tian revealed the identities of several very important figures.
Among them, 3 demigod-level powerhouses, including Li Kaming, played a significant role within the high command of the Divine Heaven Legion.
The name Chen Kailing has been mentioned many times among the high-ranking reserve officers. Yen Tian was generous with his praise and appreciation. He even stated that without Chen Kailing's presence, Anbei City would not have survived until his arrival. The day the interview ended, a series of trending topics went viral across the internet. Shocking! A genius top scorer has emerged at Xintian University, a battlefield hero. Chen Kailing.
The Divine Legion achieves a resounding victory on the Northwest Front.
The reason behind it all is him.
The ancestral ferocious beast of the Ghost Tree clan has appeared.
Commander-in-Chief Yen Tian summons lightning to annihilate it.
If the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination made Chen Kailing known to the younger generation, then
so everything that happened on the battlefield of Tours made him a household name. From then on, who in the world did not know you?
Just as the topic of how to raise your own child to be the next Chen Kailing was gaining popularity,
Chen Kailing himself was lying on his dormitory bed, recovering his energy.
Resurrection was not as easy as he had imagined. In the short term, his physical functions were difficult to recover and his spiritual energy was blocked. At this point, he probably couldn't even defeat a ferocious beast of the same level. However, compared to recovering his health, Chen Kailing felt that he had a more important problem to solve now.
Ahem, Yuning, what we're saying is, there's no need to stick so close, is there?
At this moment, Xia Yuning was like a koala, clinging tightly to Chen Kailing and refusing to let go. Lianin, standing to the side, looked over here with a hint of envy in her eyes.
I'm just taking a normal rest, don't worry about it.
Xia Yuning replied in a light tone, but her eyes still shone with grief.
The moment when I, as a spiritual artifact, was placed on Chen Kailing's neck.
Her heart was about to explode. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of powerlessness. If Chen Kailing really died by his own hand, even if she dies and goes to hell, she will never be able to forgive herself. Chen Kailing had actually guessed the reason. He reached out and stroked the girl's cheek, comforting her.
It's all right, we're all fine here.
After gazing at Chen Kailing for a long time, Xia Yuning stood up, looked at Lianin, and solemnly thanked her.
Thanks to you this time. Lianin was startled and waved her hands repeatedly. Ah?
No, you don't need to thank me.
Chen Kailing thought that the 2 magical artifact girls had a pretty good relationship.
Then they noticed that Lianin's mood was off again. A person stood to the side, head down, lips pursed, seemingly very sad.
Chen Kailing?
Unfortunately, Lianin seemed to have mustered up her courage and took the initiative to look at Xia Yuning, saying,
I'm also a spirit weapon girl under Brother Kailing's mental contract, could you not be so formal?
Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing and the other person were stunned for a moment. After Xia Yuning finished listening,
Put.
She laughed, reached out and took Lianin's hand, and sat down to Chen Kailing's left. I don't mean it like a formality, I'm just expressing my heartfelt gratitude.
Then Lianin hesitated, a little embarrassed. Can I hug Kailing too?
She was actually very scared and wanted to get closer to Chen Kailing, especially after this near-death experience.
She didn't want to be alone anymore. But Xia Yuning's aura was too strong, making her difficult to approach.
Xia Yuning was taken aback, then smiled and glanced at Chen Kailing.
You don't need to ask me about this. We are all his spirit weapon girls.
For some reason, even though Xia Yuning was smiling, Chen Kailing felt a chill.
Okay, I won't ask anymore. Lianin was delighted and squeezed into the quilt to Chen Kailing's left.
This brush with death has helped her grow a lot. She's no longer as socially anxious and shy as before.
Xia Yuning?
She felt like she had said something terrible, but she couldn't take it back. With a determined look, she squeezed back into the right side of the bed. Hiss.
Chen Kailing felt a sudden, excruciating pain in the right side of his lower back.
You too,
I think I'm the one who's most seriously injured. I think I probably need to rest a lot.
Chen Kailing hadn't finished speaking.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock at the door.
Boss. We heard you've been resurrected. We've come to see you.
Lin Yuan rushed in, followed by Lin Yener and Xian Yuan Haohan's group. But when they saw 3 people crammed together in one bed.
Excuse me, please continue. We'll come back tonight. The group quickly retreated and closed the door. Chen Kailing? That's it, my innocence is gone. Chapter 103: A triumphant return to school, a grand award ceremony. The next day,
with the help of the field medic, Chen Kailing gradually recovered. Lin Yuan and others came to visit the sick man again. According to Lin Yuan, they will continue to clear the battlefield here until the originally scheduled battlefield training period ends. Of course, before coming here, Chen Kailing no longer needed to worry about the requirements for military merit. In the entire Divine Heaven Legion, there were only 2 people with higher battle achievements than him who hardly needed to accumulate any.
Noon.
Yan Tian came to say goodbye, as he still had matters to attend to in other war zones.
However, he stated that he would definitely be present on the day the reservists returned to school.
In addition, he also produced the ancestral core left behind by the ancestor of the ghost tree when it died.
Give this to me?
This is far too precious. It's the core of an ancestral level ferocious beast.
Chen Kailing stared at the ancestral level core, his eyes practically burning with anticipation. Yan Tian smiled and said, I've heard everything from Kai Ming. This thing should be useful to your second spirit weapon girl, right?
Ahem, I couldn't possibly accept that.
Alright, you're putting on an act now, aren't you?
You're practically drooling. We can even give you the Sacred Heart Lotus, let alone the ancestral core. Take good care of yourself and improve your strength as soon as possible. When you return to school, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to contribute.
After saying this, Yan Tian left.
He had just left. Li Kaiming arrived shortly after, exchanged a few pleasantries, expressed his gratitude, and then went back to handling military affairs. Being a high-ranking official is tiring. You've just been brought back from the dead, and you still have to work. Chen Kailing sighed, thinking that if he ever became a high-ranking official, he would probably enjoy being a hands-off manager. Those who have you as their leader are truly blessed, Xia Yuning said, peeling an apple beside her. On the other side, Li Anin was hand-washing Chen Kailing's clothes.
I think you are very lucky, and so is Anin. Really? It seems to me that you're the one enjoying the good life.
I am injured, so naturally I should receive the benefits for the injured.
Wanting perks so early in the morning?
Chen Kailing immediately became alert and covered himself tightly with his blanket.
Put.
Xia Yuning chuckled and stopped teasing him. Days passed by. After resting for another half-month, Chen Kailing fully recovered. The day before their departure, Li Kaiming took Chen Kailing on a tour of the camp, where they met many junior officers. These are his greatest assets in his future formal entry into the Divine Legion and his rise to power. All these officers showed the highest level of respect to Chen Kailing. The following day, before boarding the armed helicopter, Chen Kailing turned around and said goodbye to the officers and soldiers. When he turned around, what he saw was the Legion's strongest shield on the front line.
They were solemn and dignified. Attention, all. Salute.
All the soldiers saluted, expressing their sincere gratitude to Chen Kailing.
Boss, now you're a big shot in the army.
Lin Yuan smiled as he stood in front of the helicopter.
I just did what I was supposed to do.
Chen Kailing replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers as he saluted in farewell. On the way back, the group talked about their war achievements. Lin Yuan guessed, I estimate that the boss will definitely get a special merit award, and as for us, we'll at least get a second-class merit award.
Lu Qi nodded, the boss is undoubtedly the best, and there might even be additional rewards.
Xian Yuanhan and Wang Huayi had complex expressions, but more than anything, they were filled with admiration. Although they didn't say it aloud, they had already truly recognized this genius who was a year younger than them.
Registration day for new college students.
The day of the return of high-ranking reserve officers. The fact that these 2 dates coincided made Shintian City exceptionally lively today. In the past, the return of high-ranking reserve personnel was always done quietly. But times have changed.
Chen Kailing's popularity has already influenced people all over the country, especially those in Shintian City.
Everyone knows that this newcomer has made outstanding contributions to the defense of the northwestern front of the Divine Sky Legion. When the armed helicopters first entered the urban area of Shintian City, they did not go directly to the school's helipad, but landed nearby.
Are we getting off here?
Everyone was puzzled. The pilot turned around and smiled, saying, Welcome home, everyone.
The rest of the journey is up to you. Let's go.
Without much thought, Chen Kailing disembarked first, only to be immediately startled by the sight before him. The streets were packed with people, decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, and many people were holding banners that read Welcome home, heroes.
Great hero. I'm your idol. Can I get your autograph? Brother Chen. I love you. Do you need a girlfriend? Ah.
It's the real Chen Kaling. He's even more handsome than in the online videos. The crowd was extremely excited, and they never hesitated to praise the heroes who had protected the country's territory and its citizens.
Some even prepared lavish gifts, hoping Chen Kaling would accept them. At this moment, the most dazzling center in Shantian City undoubtedly belongs to Chen Kaling.
Chen Kaling stood there, stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and laughed. Let's go, it seems like this is a surprise the school has prepared for us. Beside him, Xia Yuning, dressed in a black dress, had a slender figure and looked as noble as a princess. After a long period of recovery, Lianin's figure has returned to normal. Wearing a refreshing off-shoulder tank top, black jeans, and white sneakers, she exudes youthful vitality. Handsome men and beautiful women walk side by side down the street, surrounded by flowers and cheers. Lin Yuan and the others followed behind him, their faces beaming with pride.
No one could refuse the honor of returning home in glory. Walk along the road to the school gate.
Banners welcoming new students and welcoming heroes home were placed on either side of Chen Kaling, and countless pairs of eyes from the new students were fixed on him, shining brightly. Holy crap, I heard Chen Xiong was in the same year as us.
Who can stand this?
I earned 8,000 yuan for living expenses in 2 months during the summer vacation, while he saved a city in 2 months.
Brother, stop talking.
I'm still taking out loans to cultivate, and my assets are currently showing a negative return.
Ugh. This is so stressful. Being classmates with such a terrifying person gives me goosebumps all over. Look at your success, so many people are envious. My girlfriend has been watching Chen Kaling's videos every day lately.
Bro, you'd better watch out. Those people who were shouting I love you just now, could one of them be your girlfriend? No, my girlfriend went to the bathroom.
Hey, why hasn't she come back yet? At the school gate.
Yan Tian, Li Kaiming, Master Wu Zhang, and others stood together under the sun, waiting for Chen Kaling's return.
The cards on the table are absolutely top-notch.
Principal, Teacher Li, Teacher Wu Zhang.
Chen Kaling held the flowers and greeted everyone one by one. How does it feel to be a hero? Yan Tian asked with a smile. If you went to one of the other 4 legions, you wouldn't get this treatment. Principal, stop testing me. I will never go to the 4 great legions again. From now on, Shantian will be my home.
Chen Kaling said righteously.
From this moment forward, everyone will know Chen Kaling's status at Shantian University. This effectively eliminated any possibility that the 4 major legions might resurface and try to recruit them. Hey, the kid's pretty sensible.
When their little scheme was discovered, Yan Tian and the others were not embarrassed at all, on the contrary, they were extremely happy. Come on, the school has prepared a lot of rewards for you this time, I guarantee you'll like them. Chapter 104 Genius is merely the threshold to my recognition. To be honest, before returning, Chen Kaling had guessed that the school would give him a lot of rewards. But when all these rewards were laid out before him, he was still genuinely overwhelmed. 10 portions of precision forging materials. 3 opportunities to forge attributes of the calcined gold grade. 50,000 divine heaven points. A freshman representative has the opportunity to speak on stage. Scholarship for outstanding freshmen. Even more outrageous is that this is only half. These are all rewards from the school, and the Legion has given you quite a bit too. When the topic of Legion rewards came up, Yan Tian's expression became more solemn. After deliberation and discussion by the Corps' High Command, it has been decided to award Comrade Chen Kaling a special merit medal and the title of second-class combat hero. At the same time, Comrade Chen Kaling will be awarded 5,000 military merits and an opportunity to be assessed for promotion to the rank of captain.
Captain rank?
Chen Kaling was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the opportunity for them to complete the Little Heavenly Eye mission should be that of a lieutenant. I never expected to jump directly to the rank of captain.
This is a big reward, Yan Tian said with a smile. Military rank is a reflection of grade and honor.
Although you don't have real power before you officially graduate and enter the army, the corresponding benefits and treatment are extremely high. Including but not limited to daily officer benefits and allowances. In addition, getting your official rank sooner will be very beneficial for your future. First year, you can become a captain. Second year, you have a chance to become a major. Third year, will give you a push, and you can become a lieutenant colonel.
By the time you graduate, you'll at least be a colonel.
Hearing Yan Tian's plan to not even bother with acting, even Chen Kaling was stunned for a few seconds.
Damn it. If that's the case, with further development, wouldn't I have a chance to become a general in my early 20s?
I know that high-ranking reserve officers graduate as officers, but I didn't hear that it was such a high-ranking officer.
Chen Kailing suddenly became excited. Seeing Chen Kailing's eager expression, Yan Tian couldn't help but laugh. He had gone through the same thing back then. However, I still kindly reminded them. Don't think it's that easy to get there.
The higher you go, the stricter the level requirements become.
To reach the rank of colonel, you'll need to be at least a master level. Otherwise, even if you had the chance, you wouldn't be able to pass the assessment. A senior master level student? Chen Kailing sighed. Principal, aren't your expectations of me a bit too high? Many people go through their entire lives and never reach the level of a master. Pretending again.
Even if I don't say it, everyone knows that it only took you 2 months to go from 0 to the alchemy level. Yan Tian patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, focus on your training. Pass the captain's assessment at the end of the year to get the allowance and other benefits, which will be quite a lot."
The end of the year? Do we have to wait that long? It's not that you have to wait. There are assessments every month.
However, to pass the captain assessment in one go, you need at least emerald level combat power. In terms of actual positions, that corresponds to company commander or even deputy battalion commander.
I want to take the exam this month. This month? Yan Tian frowned. The opportunity won't just disappear. What's the rush?
Chen Kailing chuckled. I just wanted to get a few more months of allowance. I had no choice. I was terrified of being poor before.
Every penny counts. Yan Tian said irritably. You little rascal, you want to take advantage of every little bit of trouble, don't you? Alright, I know your combat strength. You have a chance, but be careful. The assessment is quite dangerous. Okay.
Alright, go find Li Kaming and coordinate the student representative speeches this afternoon. I also need to arrange rewards for them.
Good. Afternoon.
On the Shintian playground, all the new students participated in their first major event of the semester, the new student enrollment ceremony. Sitting in the audience, the students' eyes showed excitement, anticipation, and expectation, but also nervousness and unease. The top scorer in the city, a high school prodigy who's always in the spotlight, has a playground here. Being in a place teeming with geniuses, it would be a lie to say there's no pressure, especially for this year's cohort. There is another figure who stands above the newcomers, Chen Kailing. A genius is merely the threshold to his discovery.
It's no joke that some students were distracted during Principal Yan Tian's speech.
But when freshman representative Chen Kailing took the stage to speak, everyone's attention was highly focused. The audience erupted in applause after Chen Kailing finished his speech.
Thank you, Chen Kailing, for your speech. I also hope that all of you will learn from Chen Kailing, forge ahead, and never forget your original aspirations during your 4 years of university life. Now, let's move on to the next segment. There will be a welcome party in the evening after the freshman enrollment ceremony.
To be fair, Shintian University has made the most of its time management.
However, Chen Kailing had already returned to his detached dormitory.
If he went to the welcome party, he might cause another disturbance.
I'd better not join in the fun. The rest of the time will be relatively easy.
After Xia Yuning underwent refined training, Lianin was then allowed to gradually absorb the spiritual power of the ancestral level core.
He would occasionally go to class to reject the advances of female classmates. Until the day before the captain's assessment.
Xia Yuning's stats have reached a terrifying 303 in combat and 257 in speed. Although its level is still at the 4th star of the Forging Gold grade, based on its numerical values alone, it is already approaching the limit of the Forging Gold grade. If combined with amplification stats, its combat power becomes even more terrifying.
However, things haven't gone so smoothly for Lianin.
Due to the powerful characteristics of the ancestral level ferocious beast, its core contained a violent force that Lianin could hardly absorb normally.
Chen Kailing tried many methods, but none of them worked.
In the end, he sent a message to Li Kaming.
It's probably the lingering soul of the ghost tree ancestor that's still causing trouble. I'll figure something out for you after your captain's assessment. Thank you very much, Teacher Li. Polite.
Putting down his phone, Chen Kailing looked at Lianin and smiled.
It's not a big problem.
After we resolve the soul remnants, with this ancestral level core, I estimate you'll advance to the emerald level faster than Yuning. The difference in attributes between different levels of Shinon Wood is not actually that great. The important thing is the skill changes brought about by major level breakthroughs.
That's truly defying the heavens.
Hearing this, Lianin smiled again and grabbed Chen Kailing's arm. Okay, thank you, Kailing Gij. Seeing that his arm was about to sink in, Chen Kailing subconsciously glanced at Xia Yuning. However, Xia Yuning seemed not to see it at this moment and remained very quiet.
Okay, get some rest. We have an assessment tomorrow. Chen Kailing effortlessly broke free from Lianin.
By the way, you two are not allowed to squeeze into my room tonight. Lately, every time Chen Kailing wakes up, there's always a Xia Yuning on his bed, and sometimes even a Lianin.
This troubled him quite a bit.
They all neglect cultivation and improving their strength, instead indulging in their own desires.
It's really going too far. That being said, that night,
when the door was opened and a cool breeze blew into the blankets, Chen Kailing still pretended to be fast asleep.
I know you're not asleep.
Every day, girls in your class confess to you, and with an intentional or unintentional seduction, you must be overjoyed.
Xia Yuning's slightly jealous voice whispered in my ear. Chen Kailing pretended not to hear. But he clearly underestimated Xia Yuning's determination. No response, huh? Let me see if it responds. Don't touch me there. Chapter 105 Officer Assessment, Breaking News. Fall into the sea. Night. Some people sleep very soundly, like Lianin. Some people simply can't sleep. Ahem, Yuning, let's talk this over.
Chen Kailing originally wanted to uphold the principles of Tao, but now those principles are in Xia Yuning's hands. Xia Yuning had anticipated this, but this time she was more shrewd and held her trump cards. Without hesitation, she replied in a slightly resentful voice.
You've already died once, are you still going to refuse me? These words struck me like a thunderbolt. Chen Kailing's resisting hand immediately became obedient. Yes. A medium can easily face death if they are not careful, even someone as powerful as a demigod.
There are only two things that are most terrifying for a man before he dies.
First, the money wasn't spent, but the person died. Second, how they arrived and how they left.
It's okay, I'll take care of it. Seeing that Chen Kailing had finally faced his feelings, Xia Yuning also completely let go. A clear, cool tremor reached my ears, and the air was filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl, like a flower bud. Chen Kailing was like a mimosa plant that had been tempted, obediently blooming and being caressed in Xia Yuning's hand.
Early the next morning.
While sitting at the dinner table, Lianin always felt that the food in her mouth didn't taste very good.
Ah, eat this.
Across from her, Xia Yuning sat on Chen Kailing's lap, using chopsticks in one hand to feed him, while supporting him with the other. Chen Kailing coughed lightly. Yuning, you can put it here, I can do it myself.
Xia Yuning raised an eyebrow. What, is that not allowed?
After being met with that cold stare, Chen Kailing stood at attention.
Yes. Xia Yuning then smiled again.
Chen Kailing felt like crying but had no tears left.
As expected. I was too easily won over. In the past, Yuning would ask herself, is it okay? But now she directly asks, is it not okay? Oh no, my position at home seems to be in jeopardy. After noticing the change in intimacy between the two, Lianin across from her pondered for a moment.
Then, her pretty face turned completely red.
These two slept last night. After breakfast, the assembly information had been sent to Chen Kailing's phone. The officer assessment is about to begin. Playground. A considerable number of people have already gathered here. These include sophomores, the current cohort led by Xian Yuan Haohan, as well as juniors and even seniors from the previous cohort.
Shentian University has high-ranking reserve officers in every graduating class, who go to the battlefield every year.
In this competition, the most dazzling figure on the battlefield is undoubtedly Chen Kailing. But the others also performed exceptionally well.
For example, Long Yi's team, consisting of only 5 people, managed to defeat an army of several thousand ferocious beasts, a feat that was equally terrifying. I didn't expect you guys to catch up so quickly. I only got the rank of lieutenant during my sophomore year of college, I was just lucky.
Long Yi looked at Xian Yuan Haohan and the others, and sighed. Xian Yuan Haohan shook his head and said, it was just good luck. If he hadn't completed that task, we wouldn't have gotten it. Luck is also a part of ability. Besides, the fact that you were chosen by him is also because of your ability, isn't it? Long Yi laughed.
The team had not yet set off, and everyone's eyes were fixed in one direction, waiting for a figure.
Nobody seemed to be in a hurry.
After all, the designated time hadn't arrived yet, and that person did indeed like to time things perfectly.
Really? 9:29. The figure arrived just in time. Team leader. Opening the spirit. Chen Kaling.
As soon as Chen Kaling arrived, he heard a series of voices around him.
He responded to each one. Upon seeing Long Yi and his group, he raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, do you guys still need to take an assessment? Long Yi replied, the assessments for colonels and officers have always been conducted simultaneously.
However, even though they are in the same area, the assessment content is different.
Chen Kaling nodded. Boss, did you know?
I heard that our assessment this time is in the Abyss Sea. Lin Yuan approached, her gaze somewhat uneasy.
The Abyss Sea? Chen Kaling wasn't very familiar with that place.
Lin Yuan immediately began to explain. The Abyss Sea is a forbidden area, although there are no powerful ferocious beasts or alien races there.
But that region itself is quite strange.
There was a conflict between a foreign country and our Great Xia, and then a fleet of 30,000 people was dispatched.
And guess what? That entire fleet vanished into the abyss.
Later, the foreign country even sent a god-level spirit medium to investigate, but they couldn't find a single piece of the fleet's wreckage.
Chen Kaling raised an eyebrow. Is it that strange?
Lin Yuan nodded repeatedly. Even Long Yi said at this moment, the content of your lieutenant's assessment should be on the edge.
So I advise you to never go to the core area.
It's not the Emerald Realm there, and there's a high probability that even the underwater turbulence won't be able to withstand it.
Chen Kaling nodded, remembering this piece of advice. Everyone.
At that moment, a clear voice rang out.
A portly soldier in military uniform, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel, walked towards the front of the parade ground.
I am the school officer in charge of this rank assessment.
My name is Li Taishan. Please feel free to contact me for anything that happens during this assessment.
Due to the characteristics of the abyss, teleportation arrays cannot reach it, so we will still be using armed helicopters this time. According to the rules, we must arrive at Sea Fish Island on the edge of the Abyss Sea before 8 p.m. tonight, or we will be disqualified from the assessment.
Board now, immediately.
Upon hearing that they could be disqualified from the assessment even before it was conducted, everyone immediately rushed towards the helipad.
9:40.
The armed helicopter is started. The helicopter roared to life with the roar of its propellers as it took off and headed toward its destination.
Time passed slowly. The journey is long.
On the helicopter, most of the people were resting with their eyes closed, preparing for the upcoming assessment.
And at this moment, headquarters of the Divine Legion. Inside the command center.
Yen Tian smiled as he looked at the nearly 50 helicopters taking off from various bases of the Divine Sky Legion on the screen. Where do you think would be the best place to crash their plane? Zhang Zai's gaze swept across the sand table, then he pointed to the edge of the sea and said with a smirk.
Let's do it here.
The plane crashed right into the sea, so let them get a taste of what the Navy does every day. Li Kaming glanced at Zhang Zai, shook his head and laughed. It's not far from Haiyu Island. I estimate that a large number of people will be finished before they even begin.
That's not right, Yen Tian said. The assessment began the moment they stepped into the helicopter. This is it. The first round of assessment, begin. Boom. Rumble.
The helicopter suddenly started shaking, and everyone in the cabin was swayed from side to side, instantly waking up.
Warning! Warning!
The helicopter has been attacked by a ferocious beast in the sea, lost power, and is about to crash. Before the mechanical electronic voice could finish speaking, the cabin door opened, and a powerful gust of air rushed in.
Phew!
The helicopter spun violently in the air, turning 90 degrees in reverse. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, everyone fell from the sky into the sea.
Chapter 106 Beneath the Sea, the Territory of Forbidden Beasts. Yu Ning. Nun. Good. Nu. The brilliance of the magical weapon manifested in mid-air.
Chen Kaling carried the phantom of the Shinon wood and stood on the Tianyuan sword, soaring through the air.
The advantage of having the ability to fly is now fully apparent. Chen Kaling spotted Lin Yuan among the falling crowd below at a glance.
The heavenly sword fell rapidly. Just as Lin Yuan was about to fall, Chen Kaling grabbed him. Lin Yuan, clad in armor, was not heavy. On the contrary, due to the properties of the armor, he was very light.
Holy crap, boss, love you, moi.
I almost ended up in the sea to be eaten by sharks and monsters.
Don't say anything disgusting yet, we've probably been set up. Ha? Set up a trap? What kind of trap?
There's no sign of any ferocious beasts around here, so it's really unlikely that the helicopter could be attacked.
Does the boss mean this is also an assessment?
Yes, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, and there are still 4 hours before we are supposed to land on the island. Our task is probably to quickly find our way and get to Haiyu Island.
Holy crap, does that mean we're doomed?
We're surrounded by a vast ocean, with nowhere to land.
How are we going to get across?
While the two were communicating, many people began to surface on the sea below. Some of them floated up thanks to the blessing of spiritual power.
Some can also float briefly thanks to the properties of their magical artifacts.
Others, with their meticulous planning, had already prepared items like water-controlling talismans and stood directly on the sea surface. The helicopter was filled with high-ranking reserve officers from Shinten University. There were practically no cowards or idiots inside.
Basic. So what do we do now?
Lin Yuan was somewhat anxious. After all, he had not prepared anything, and his only advantage was ground combat. Even someone who can't swim can still have more than 30% of their fighting strength when entering the sea.
As Chen Kailing was pondering, he heard Long Yi shout, "Are there any trainees skilled in naval warfare?"
Have. A third-year student raised his hand. The man's name was Zhang Su, and his magical weapon was the 5-star water control staff, which gave him the innate ability to control water. Their combat effectiveness on land is average, but they become exceptionally powerful at sea. Most importantly, he can manipulate seawater to transform it into a ship and sail on the sea. With Zhang Su there, everyone finally had a place to stay.
Chen Kailing, then I'll trouble you to do some reconnaissance from the air, is that alright? Long Yi looked up at Chen Kailing in mid-air. Chen Kailing nodded, okay. Long Yi acted quite quickly, using the map in his mind and his ability to determine direction to point out the course of travel.
As expected of Captain Long Yi, you have experience at sea.
We are so grateful to you, someone said gratefully.
Long Yi shook his head and said, no, it's just that this sea area is exactly where the foreign fleet disappeared back then. My previous internship mission was to follow my seniors to investigate, so I have some experience. If nothing unexpected happens, some of you from the past 2 years will also receive this internship assignment. After all, this can be considered one of the strange tales of the Great Xia dynasty.
Should we investigate places like this?
Chen Kailing's gaze swept around, the sea stretching endlessly, its surface as black as an abyss, making it impossible to imagine how deep it was. Even a fleet of 30,000 men would be like a stone sinking into the sea in the face of this area. Not to mention the underwater reefs and currents. Looking for it here is like trying to find a lost sword by marking the boat. If it were truly possible, it would have been found long ago. There's no need for the Divine Heaven Legion to control them or come to investigate from time to time. The ship sailed smoothly. However, Zhang Su's level is only 6-star at the Forging Gold level, so this speed is not something to be proud of. At our current speed, we're still too slow. Without ferocious beasts blocking our way, it's probably just right, but if we encounter them. Before Long Yi could finish speaking, Chen Kailing's voice called out from mid-air.
Something's wrong. The water level around you is rising. Everyone turned to look.
The sea was perfectly calm all around, but the area near their ship seemed to be rising steadily.
Everything happened silently. Long Yi's pupils contracted, and he quickly shouted, "Not good.
There's a ferocious beast under the ship.
Get out of the way." Boom! A whistling sound echoed in my ears.
The ship exploded in the next instant. The powerful column of ocean current shattered the ship, sinking everyone inside, including Chen Kailing, who was flying in mid-air on his sword.
This ocean current, like a whirlpool, sucked everyone directly into the seabed. Inside the command center. Is this also your arrangement?
That's interesting, Yan Tian said with a smile, looking at Zhang Zhe and the others. Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow and said, no, this is just a basic test. If everyone can reach Haiyu Island, then we've passed.
Yan Tian looked at the other senior executives and asked, was that your arrangement? I'm not that free. There are no ferocious beasts in this sea area, so why set up a trap? Are you just letting them go in for a bath? Same as above. Everyone present was stunned. Yan Tian's smile vanished. The next second, thunder roared in mid-air, and Yan Tian's figure disappeared into the horizon.
The people in the command post narrowed their eyes and murmured in unison.
Unless the foreign fleet incident breaks out again. Glug glug.
The moment Chen Kailing was swept away by the wave, he immediately held his breath and focused his mind, while doing his best to maintain the armed state of his spiritual weapon. If the three of them were separated in such turbulent waters, the chances of them perishing at sea would be quite high. Throughout the journey, Chen Kailing felt as if he were in the center of a vortex, experiencing excruciating pain all over his body. Fortunately, the restorative power of the Shinnon would allow him to maintain his best condition. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt as if he had suddenly been lifted out of the seawater, and a strong sense of weightlessness washed over him. The strong wind made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Not good. It looks like a cliff. Chen Kailing channeled all his spiritual power, preparing for the collision. Bang! Not long after, he bumped into it. But it seemed like I bumped into something soft, and it didn't hurt. Where is this place? Chen Kailing looked up and could still see the shimmering sea above him, seemingly less than 100 meters away. But he knew that was impossible at the speed of his fall. He was at least several thousand meters from the sea surface. And here, he could even breathe freely. Brother Kailing, quickly look around. At that moment, Lianin's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Kailing's gaze swept around, and he was immediately stunned. All around him was a vibrant, colorful landscape, like a fairyland. In the dense coral forest, ferocious jellyfish-like creatures with deep blue rings floated and gathered towards him. Just now, he bumped into a jellyfish. Ferocious beasts? How could there be ferocious beasts here? Wasn't it said that there were no ferocious beasts in the outer reaches of the Abyss Sea? This occurred during the time when Chen Kailing collided with the jellyfish. Above the abyss, dark clouds gathered for miles around Yen Tian, but as soon as he arrived, he sensed an extreme suction force. This sensation caused Yen Tian's pupils to contract. No, this area below is the territory of a forbidden ferocious beast. Forbidden territory of ferocious beasts. These are the territories of ferocious beasts hidden throughout the world, not appearing in the real world normally, but only opening their entrances at specific times and locations. No one can guarantee what's inside such territories. It's possible that the world is currently dominated by ferocious beasts at their peak, or that ferocious beasts don't exist at all. Furthermore, the entrance to such forbidden territories will either only be open for a moment or will remain open for 3 to 7 days. Clearly, it's the latter now. At the same time, foreign land. Inside the White Palace, an urgent report was delivered to a certain supreme being. Report. Signals from the vanished Homelander fleet have been detected. Chapter 107. What does the Great Xia territory have to do with you? Based on the analysis, the place where the fleet went missing is most likely a forbidden territory of ferocious beasts. After reading the report, the Supreme Ruler's gaze was cold as he issued the order. Inform Admiral Delshurs that all wealth belongs to the Empire. Yes. The moment when an underwater vortex appears and remains open for an extended period of time. Yen Tian knew then that this matter was complicated. Besides being dangerous, the Forbidden Beast territory has another major characteristic. That is, it contains at least one essential material that can help a demigod-level spirit weapon girl transcend to the god level. Taboo charm. The key difference is that while demigod-level spiritual mediums are common nowadays, god-level spiritual mediums are rare. It lies in the number of taboo divine charms. At this moment, Li Kaming caught up quickly and, knowing the seriousness of the matter, immediately said, "Do we need reinforcements?" After thinking for a moment, Yen Tian said, "Hu Jun is currently in the Netherworld battlefield and cannot be contacted. You hold this place for now, and I will go there myself. The existence of forbidden divine essence far outweighs the temporary consequences of certain battlefields." Lightning flashed, and soon they arrived at the Netherworld battlefield deep within the Northwest Army's territory. At this moment, under the cover of darkness, the war was almost over, and the enemy's ancestral-level ferocious beast had been killed. When it should have been time to enter the final cleaning stage. Yen Tian has arrived. Upon hearing the news, Hu Jun, at the Northwest Army headquarters, looked grave. "Are you sure that's a forbidden territory of ferocious beasts?" "Yes, Li Kaming has begun to direct troops to blockade the sea area, but I think it's not enough." "It's definitely not enough. The US has probably already received the fleet's signal." Deputy Commander Zhong. "Exist. This place is under your full command. Make sure all the Netherworld beasts are wiped out." "I will go to the Abyss Sea with Commander Yen." "Yes." Not long after Yen Tian left. Above the abyss, clouds gathered and surged, and beneath the vast dome, a rainbow of light appeared. 2 peak auras appeared. Li Kaming looked up and saw 2 people stepping out from within the rainbow. It was none other than the American Navy Admiral Delshur's and Admiral Murley's.
Behind them, thousands of soldiers gradually emerged from the rainbow light. Not a single person's aura was lower than that of a jadeite. Oh, someone actually got here before us? Delshur's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Kaming. Li Kaming looked solemn and raised his head, saying, "Gentlemen, is it inappropriate to enter the territory of my great Xia so openly? A demigod dares to talk about territory? When did this abyssal sea become your territory?"
"I seem to remember it being a small island nation." General Moradin sneered, wearing light gold magical armor and holding a knight's lance, exuding an aura of dominance.
"Watch your words. The Abyss Sea is the territory of my great Xia."
Li Kaming raised his longsword, his gaze sharp.
"Presumptuous."
Mliston raised his spear high, and golden light condensed into a spiral of light, which he thrust forward fiercely.
On the already converging sea surface, a towering wave was stirred up. Li Kaming's pupils contracted, and his figure retreated rapidly, quickly dodging the spiral of light. A demigod-level being can actually have this kind of speed?
Mliston raised an eyebrow, his armor gleaming, and an immense force of gravity instantly pressed down on Li Kaming.
Boom!
The golden spiral of light struck again, sending Li Kaming flying backward, severely injured, and nearly falling into the vortex.
"That's enough."
Delche glanced at him, raised his hand slightly, and said, "Begin sealing off the sea area. From this moment on, no one is allowed to enter.
Violators will be killed without mercy." "Joke." A cold snort rang out. Two figures emerged from the thunderclouds. It was Hu Jun and Yen Tian. "Oh, so you're actually willing to use the divine artifact's rainbow leap? Aren't you afraid of exhausting that old codger's life force?"
After scanning the crowd, Hu Jun's gaze fell on the rainbow glow behind them. When Delshur's saw Hu Jun and the other person, he frowned. After a few seconds of pause, he replied, "Commander Hu, are you trying to find out information about that person? There's no need to be so vigilant. Our common enemy is a ferocious beast, so we should join hands and move forward together. However, an elite fleet of the Empire is buried here, so we should investigate and bring the Imperial soldiers home."
Hu Jun asked directly, "Is it for the fleet, or the forbidden divine essence within?"
"Delche, this isn't the first time we've dealt with each other, so put those thoughts aside. This is the territory of Great Xia, and all its resources should rightfully belong to Great Xia." The words were spoken. The terrifying aura emanating from the two instantly enveloped the entire sky. The soldiers of the United States were all terrified. After all, the opponent was one of the 10 most powerful peak-level spirit mediums in the Divine Weapon Hall of the Great Xia dynasty. The two of them were comparable to an army of 10,000. Faced with this situation, Delshur's gaze turned cold, but after glancing at Yen Tian and Hu Jun, he still dared not openly break off relations.
"In that case, let's each compromise and send a team down, shall we?" Hu Jun shook his head. "Impossible.
How the resources of the Great Xia territory are allocated has nothing to do with you."
"How dare you?"
Mliston's eyes darkened, and he was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Delche just as he raised his hand.
"You're no match for him, don't act rashly."
Upon hearing this, Mliston was wary and dared not make a move. At this moment, Delshur spoke again. He knew that when these two arrived, they would no longer have the upper hand. Then the Empire will take another step back. "We are willing to pay a small price and allow your team to enter and explore for 2 hours first, how about that? The Imperial fleet is there, and according to international conventions, we have the right to enter." In the past, they would have seized the territory long ago using this excuse, but now that the Great Xia is powerful, that won't work.
Hu Jun sneered at this excuse.
Decades have passed since the fleet's wreck, and the remains have all turned to ashes, but the strategic materials on board still have value.
But what about paying for supplies?
They're treating the people of Daxia like idiots. But Hu Jun also understood that since the other side had even used the Rainbow Channel, it was unrealistic to force them to leave. The other side has a relatively small territory, but its spiritual mediums are comparable to those of the Great Xia dynasty, and its military forces are more numerous. Resources will be renegotiated, but we need to have a day to process them first. Upon hearing Hu Jun's words, Mliston immediately became anxious, but then he heard Delche say,
"Deal, let's sign the contract."
"We don't want to wait until a day later for a battle of credibility."
"Signing a contract is fine."
Yen Tian stepped forward, and at the same time, lightning gathered above the clouds, as if the heavens were raging.
Terrifying lightning, like a divine dragon from the heavens, descended upon Ristan in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble.
The lightning bolt sent Riston flying, crashing into the deep sea, his armor nearly shattering.
He went all out from the start, holding nothing back.
This time, Liston's injuries were more serious than Lee Kaming's.
Chapter 108: The Besieged Girl, a Fleet Survivor?
Silence reigned all around, and no one in the United States dared to speak. They were all intimidated by Yen Tian's domineering style. All eyes turned to Del Shur's.
Isn't that going too far? Del's eyes narrowed to slits.
Within the territory of my great Xia, anyone who injures a spirit medium of my great Xia, if it weren't for giving your lord some face, I would have killed him. Yen Tian responded calmly, while thunder gathered around him.
Asshole. Limsden leaped from the sea, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, ready to strike. But the next moment, Del Shur still stopped him, his eyes cold as he said, "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Limsden was filled with rage and could not tolerate anything. Just then, Del Shur transmitted his voice. "Don't rush.
Forbidden divine aura rejects beings above the demigod level, but with Hermas in our army, this forbidden divine aura must belong to the Empire."
Upon hearing the name Hermas, the anger in Limsden's eyes vanished instantly. "Now, can we sign the contract?"
Del Shur looked at Yen Tian and spoke calmly.
"Can. At this time.
Within the forbidden territory of ferocious beasts."
Chen Kaling looked around at the deep blue ringed jellyfish, and without the slightest hesitation, drew his sword and stepped forward.
Amidst the flashing swordlight, a piercing sword cry erupted. The sword energy swept across the surroundings. These dark blue ringed jellyfish are not of high grade, probably only reaching the level of calcine gold. However, upon death, it bursts forth a pool of deep blue liquid, which begins to spread through the air.
Almost immediately, Chen Kaling's body went limp and became weak, his entire body covered in circular tattoos.
These circular tattoos continuously injected toxins into Chen Kaling's body. The toxins were not hindered by spiritual power at all, on the contrary, they began to devour the spiritual power. Furthermore, once Chen Kaling circulated his spiritual power, the poison was absorbed even more rapidly.
Interesting. These jellyfish aren't high grade, but their venom is incredibly potent. Chen Kaling's lips curled up slightly. If this is used as forging material, hammering will increase the heavenly sword's additional attributes, then the blood poison talent will be beneficial. You can also get an epic boost. These jellyfish toxins cannot be absorbed by pooling together, Xia Yuning reminded her. We might need to capture one of a slightly higher level and then absorb it. Then let's find it. Chen Kaling paid no attention to the toxins here, thanks to his powerful heavenly protection skill. He is not afraid of any toxins or negative effects. However, this toxin is useless against us, but as for others. After slaying dozens of deep blue ringed jellyfish, Chen Kaling paused slightly. He looked around and saw that the area around him was now filled with poison. This area is strange. It should be in the sea, but Chen Kaling can see the water flow. It was also noted that these toxins could only spread so quickly in water. Yet he was able to move around as if he were on land. Could it be that this is the domain of forbidden ferocious beasts, shrouded in forbidden divine aura?
Chen Kaling had a slight guess in his mind about the information regarding the forbidden divine charm. He had only heard about it by chance before, and he didn't know much about the specifics.
We must find Long Yi and the others first.
Brother Kaling, I can sense that there are signs of human life in a place relatively close to us. At this moment, Lianin spoke.
No matter who it is, save them first, let's go. Amidst a deep blue poison.
The flames surged, but had no effect whatsoever. These toxins, like the darkness of night, mercilessly devoured the last rays of twilight beneath the setting sun.
Damn it, Yenner, these toxins are not right. I feel like my body is being hollowed out.
Lin Yuan was exhausted, and his body needed to rest after almost every punch he threw. And the spiritual energy within his body had already been depleted. During that war, his level had already risen to the 4th star of the forging gold level, and his spiritual power reserves had increased many times over. But even this is no match for the toxin.
Laugh.
The jellyfish-like beast came head-on, and its tentacles, once close to the armor, could unleash a piercing force. Almost instantly upon contact, Lin Yuan felt as if dozens of steel spikes had been driven into his body, which was covered by armor. The pain was unbearable, and blood was flowing from the armor.
Holy crap, are these jellyfish poisonous? They're so ferocious.
Lin Yuan used all his strength to swing his hand and strike, smashing the jellyfish to pieces.
With a loud bang, a deep blue toxin bloomed before his eyes. Not good. Lin Yuan sensed the danger. What if he absorbed all that intense speed?
Then he's really finished today. Escape! Lin Yuan turned and ran, but the ferocious jellyfish beasts around him had no intention of giving him the chance and chased after him directly. Jellyfish tentacles wrapped around him, pulling him into the air. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy rushed through his body, and the pain of being pierced by steel spikes struck his entire body once again.
Damn it, I'm doomed here today. Lin Yuan cried out inwardly, what bad luck.
Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the deep blue poison.
Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Who is that?
When the force of the punch swept across all directions, it cleared away all the poison in the surrounding area, and Lin Yuan was overjoyed.
It's Long Yi. Hurry up.
These toxins can not only devour spiritual energy and physical strength, but also cause the jellyfish's own blood to congeal and backfire. Long Yi grabbed Lin Yuan and quickly retreated, rushing towards the distant area that had not yet been contaminated by the toxins.
After finally finding a hiding place,
Long Yi glanced at the jellyfish in the distance, which had given up the pursuit and resumed its aimless drifting state, and said solemnly, "We must find Chen Kailing as soon as possible. He is the only one among us with the ability to heal." Lin Yuan turned around to observe and realized that Long Yi was also pale. Clearly, those experiences he just mentioned were all things he had personally learned.
At this time, following Lian's senses, Chen Kailing also found the life form.
In the waters completely polluted by deep blue toxins, jellyfish were chasing and intercepting a girl in tattered military uniform. Furthermore, among those jellyfish, there was one that was exceptionally large, approaching the emerald level. The girl being chased looked flustered, a water droplet floating in her hand, its luster preventing the poison from entering. But she was still forced to retreat against the jellyfish's tentacles.
The soul of a spirit weapon, is that a spirit weapon, girl? Chen Kailing frowned. Those uniforms seem to belong to American soldiers. Could they be the fleet that was swallowed up by the sea more than a decade ago?
More than a decade has passed, and there are still people alive.
Should we go save her? Something doesn't seem right.
With the strength of this spirit weapon girl, she probably won't live for more than 10 years. Xia Yuning found this very strange.
Who cares if she's right or wrong? We'll know once we save her. Besides, isn't that giant jellyfish just the right thing to replenish the blood poison? Chen Kailing smiled slightly.
The girl was too exhausted to run any further, and she was about to be pierced by the jellyfish tentacles.
A flash of swordlight came. Chapter 109 Blood Tide, the forbidden land of ferocious beasts amidst numerous dangers. Hello, how are you?
A flash of swordlight appeared before the girl's eyes, followed by a young man with a sword in his hand, his eyes shining like stars. The girl paused for a moment, then said excitedly, "Thank you."
You're from outside? Has the entrance opened? You can speak the Xia language?
Chen Kailing was taken aback for a moment, then asked the question directly.
Who are you? Why are you here? After taking a deep breath, the girl said, "You can call me Jasmine.
I am a soldier belonging to the vanguard of the third tier of ships in the American Navy."
The third sequence team, is it really the same team that disappeared more than a decade ago?
They're incredibly lucky to have lived this long.
What about your teammates? How many of them are still alive? Chen Kailing asked. Upon hearing this, Jasmine's expression immediately darkened. It's all gone. I'm all alone now.
But after she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Kailing, still in an agitated state.
Now that you've come in, it means both countries have noticed the open entrance, right? Can we leave now?
Before we begin, could you please introduce this place and your situation?
Chen Kailing interrupted the excited Jasmine. Jasmine apologized, "I'm sorry, we've been waiting for rescue for far too long." I understand.
Subsequently, with Jasmine's introduction, Chen Kailing gained a general understanding of the place. They hadn't actually explored the entire area. The place where the warship sank happened to be on the outskirts. According to the investigation, there is a huge race of ferocious beasts inside, which is conservatively estimated to have at least one demigod. Because the fleet's commander-in-chief, a demigod-level powerhouse, went in to investigate and never returned. However, the ferocious beast races inside seem to always abide by some kind of rule and never come to the outer perimeter. With only the ferocious beasts on the periphery as cover, the fleet had a fairly easy time in the first year, and its numbers even increased. They originally thought that the United States would definitely send people to rescue them. After all, given the Empire's capabilities and the fact that this place was most likely the territory of forbidden beasts and contained vast resources, it was impossible for them to turn a blind eye. However, as time went on, 2 years, 3 years, the fleet's resources were depleted, and the availability of external resources dwindled, and the situation began to deteriorate rapidly. They panicked. The opening of the entrance to the Forbidden Beast territory is almost entirely unpredictable, sometimes occurring multiple times in a short period, and sometimes only once every few decades. If they don't wait for it to be activated on its own, then all that awaits them is death. And that is indeed the case. Today, she is all alone. Upon hearing Jasmine's words, Chen Keiling's heart sank. If this Forbidden Beast territory opens in an instant again, then the next time it will be more than 10 years. Xia Yuning's voice was heavy. Ha? Does that mean we'll have to live in the countryside for more than 10 years? Lianin was suddenly frightened. It's alright, we're not afraid of the toxins from the outside world, so we can use many of our supplies directly. We'll definitely get through this. Xia Yuning was communicating with Lianin in a very serious manner. Hearing this, Lianin became even more frightened. Alright, Ningning, stop scaring her, Chen Keiling said, rubbing his forehead before looking at Jasmine. At this moment, Jasmine also noticed the change in Chen Keiling's expression. Clinging to her last glimmer of hope, she weakly asked. You're not one of those unlucky souls who just happened to be sucked in, are you? I'm sorry, Chen Keiling nodded, but that's the truth. Upon hearing this, Jasmine's face turned ashen. Just as Chen Keiling was about to leave to look for Lin Yuan and the others, strange wave patterns came from all around. But there was no feeling of ocean waves at all. Oh no! It's a blood tide. Run! Upon seeing the pattern, Jasmine was horrified and immediately told Chen Keiling to run away. Brother Keiling, there is a powerful life force within those wave-like patterns, which seems to be a kind of ferocious beast race. Ha! Chen Keiling was initially somewhat surprised, but as the rhythmic patterns drew closer, his pupils suddenly contracted. The patterns were composed entirely of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. These insects are like locusts wherever they go, nothing grows. Even though they weren't very close, Chen Keiling felt as if his blood was being drawn out. Those insects suck blood. Upon realizing the problem, Chen Keiling immediately followed Jasmine. Even though Jasmine couldn't run as fast as Chen Keiling didn't care and simply flew up on his sword, trapping Jasmine under his arm. Which way to escape? Over here. As long as we hide inside the fleet wreckage, we'll be fine. Following the direction Jasmine pointed, Chen Keiling and Na Yunwen engaged in a life-or-death race against time. About 3 minutes later, 5 warships appeared in front of them. Go to the captain's cabin on the main ship. The anti-beast formation there is still in effect. Upon arriving at the captain's cabin, Chen Keiling keenly noticed that the door was open. Oh no, has the formation failed? Jasmine panicked. Chen Keiling remained silent, placed Jasmine on the deck, and then swiftly charged inside with his sword. As soon as I entered, a fierce fist-shaped beam of light rushed towards me. Their eyes met. Long Yi? Chen Keiling? The two were momentarily stunned, then immediately stopped their attack. Boss! I'm so glad you're alright. We were just about to go out and look for you. Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Chen Keiling didn't respond, but immediately waved to Jasmine. Jasmine was extremely anxious. After entering, she immediately closed the door and then entered a password on the control panel in the captain's cabin. The anti-beast formation is still effective, but the door has been damaged and can no longer be closed. If we encounter a large-scale blood tide, it may cause problems. Jasmine pointed to the half-broken door. Chen Keiling looked at Long Yi and Lin Yuan. The two coughed lightly. Long Yi looked at Jasmine first and asked, "You're from this fleet, right? How many of you are still alive?" "It's just me." "Just you?" "Such a massive fleet, if they don't waste any resources, should be enough to conquer a medium-sized forbidden beast territory, right?" Long Yi was very puzzled. The resources in the forbidden beast territory are very abundant. Putting aside other factors, it's not a problem to maintain a fleet if you're frugal. Jasmine pointed outside and said, "The ferocious beasts on the outer perimeter are not strong, but there are poisonous ferocious beasts and blood tides everywhere. Once this blood tide touches you, it can drain a normal adult dry in seconds, and the effect is contagious. All the healers in the fleet died in the previous blood tide. The stockpile of antidotes simply won't last that long." Upon hearing Jasmine's explanation, Long Yi frowned deeply.
Everyone fell silent. In this situation, it's practically impossible to survive. There are no more supplies nearby. With your strength, you can't make any waves here. We have no way to survive. As Jasmine spoke, she squatted down in the corner of the captain's cabin. It seems they've already started waiting to die. Chapter 110. Life hangs in the balance. Searching for an antidote. This blood tide is difficult to withstand, except for the formation that can defend against ferocious beasts. I may need to go out. After looking through the glass of the captain's cabin and seeing the blood tide gradually receding from the outside, Long Yi spoke. Are you going to rescue your teammates? Let's go together. Chen Kailing said decisively. Then I'll go too. Lin Yuan followed behind. Is there any point in going out now? Your teammates would probably be dead by now if they weren't prepared. Jasmine said desperately in the corner, give up, I can't go on living like this. Chen Kailing glanced at her and said, what if this opening happens to be a long-term one? Don't you know that reinforcements might arrive in a few hours? Upon hearing this, Jasmine was stunned for a moment, then her whole body trembled. That's right. Jasmine thought it made sense. Then I'll go with you. I know the terrain here very well, and I know where it's good to hide. To be honest, having a guide makes finding people much easier. After all, the conditions for finding a hiding place to avoid ferocious beasts are almost fixed. The fleet has thoroughly explored these areas over the past decade. Under Jasmine's guidance, they found nearly 10 people in very little time. Although there were 2 pairs of corpses among them. There is another deep pit ahead, which is also suitable for Tibetans, Jasmine said, glancing around at the surroundings before continuing to lead the group. Before we had gone far, the familiar patterns came into view. No, those blood-sucking worms have surrounded the pit. There must be someone inside. Jasmine exclaimed. Chen Kailing and Long Yi made their moves almost simultaneously. Long Yi's momentum was even stronger, and with a swing of his fist, a huge fist shadow fell like a mountain from the sky. During this war, he rose through the ranks to reach the 2nd level of Emerald, greatly improving his strength in all aspects. Chen Kailing's speed was in no way inferior. With each strike, dozens of sword energies swept out. This batch of bloodsuckers was not large, far less than the batch they had encountered before. I'm here too. Lin Yuan, covered in full armor, charged in like a war chariot. With just a jolt, the blood-sucking worms all rushed toward Lin Yuan. Holy crap, why is everyone coming for me? Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, dozens or even hundreds of sword lights flashed before his eyes, and many of the blood-sucking worms were killed or injured. Without a powerful blood-sucking worm to lead them, the swarm of blood-sucking worms quickly fled. Be careful, the beasts here are very intelligent and they are good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chen Kailing walked past Lin Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. Lin Yuan scratched his ear awkwardly. It's Chen Kailing and Long Yi, they've come to rescue us. At that moment, a joyful sound came from the deep pit. Long Yi and his companion peeked inside and saw that Long Er, Long San, Xian Yuan Haohan, Li Huai, and Lu Qi were all there. However, Xian Yuan Haohan and Long Er were not in good condition at the moment. They were pale and seemed to have lost a lot of weight. They'd been poisoned by the toxins of the black-ringed jellyfish. Jasmine frowned. That's right, it was the venom of those jellyfish. The 2 of them were stung by a black jellyfish on the way while covering us to avoid these insect swarms. Lu Qi quickly responded. Black-ringed jellyfish? Chen Kailing looked at Jasmine. Jasmine explained, there are 2 types of jellyfish, the blue ones are less toxic, while the black ones are more potent. The only solution is to kill the source and find the water rust plant. Let me try to see if I can treat it. Chen Kailing entered the deep pit, and the protective light of the Shinon would shone on the 2 of them. Because of his relatively high level, Long Er quickly regained his composure. Xian Yuan Haohan recovered more slowly, but on the surface, he looked much better. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Kailing felt a poisonous substance flowing into his body along with his spiritual power. If it weren't for the Heavenly Sword's domineering heavenly protection skill, his tree god's protection would have had to exert its own power. The black-ringed octopus, like the blood tide, is contagious. Many of my comrades have died at the hands of these 2 ferocious beasts. Jasmine said decisively, either there is a purifying medium, or there is only the method I mentioned. Moreover, if poisoning lasts for more than half an hour, the toxins will gradually accumulate, and if it lasts for up to an hour, even a miracle won't save you. Boss, that black-ringed jellyfish, a 1-star emerald grade, is incredibly poisonous. You have to be very careful. Long Air spoke softly, offering a reminder. Don't worry, Long nodded, then looked at the others and asked, where did the black-ringed jellyfish go? Everyone shook their heads awkwardly. Don't worry, I know where the black-ringed jellyfish and the water rust plant are. At this moment, Jasmine spoke up. However, the two places are far apart, so I estimate you will have to split up. Black-ringed jellyfish are more dangerous. Where there are black-ringed jellyfish, there are bound to be blue-ringed jellyfish. But combined toxins are quite terrifying. Water rust grass is very risky. It usually grows in places where bloodslide insects often appear. If you are lucky, you can get it without encountering bloodslide insects. Upon hearing this, Long E looked at Chen Kailing. I'll leave the black-ringed jellyfish to you. I'll go get some water rust grass. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Jasmine was taken aback. Isn't that said backwards? The former is clearly of a much higher level than the latter, so why would they entrust the dangerous place to the latter? No problem. Chen Kailing nodded. His healing abilities and invulnerability to all poisons were already well known throughout the entire Divine Heaven Legion. He's the most suitable person to hunt jellyfish. Besides, the last time they said they would catch a jellyfish to absorb its toxins and refine it to the blood poison attribute of the heavenly sword, but that wasn't done yet. This time it just so happens. Are you really going to come with me to a more dangerous place? Chen Kailing looked at Jasmine beside him. Jasmine nodded and said, the growth area of the water rust grass is fixed, but the black-ringed jellyfish has several strongholds. If I don't follow you, there's a very high chance you'll get lost. Thank you very much. We owe you a favor this time, Chen Kailing said earnestly. Jasmine's willingness to help them was a favor, while her right not to intervene was simply her duty. You saved me once, it's only right, Jasmine smiled slightly, her smile was very sweet. Since hearing Chen Kailing's words of comfort, her mood has improved a lot. After walking through a coral sea, the two could see a large number of jellyfish in the distance. Among them, a black-ringed jellyfish stands out. You stay here, I'll be right back. After settling Jasmine in, Chen Kailing suddenly disappeared. Call out. A sword strike as swift as lightning. The sword energy surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the jellyfish. Enraged, the black-ringed jellyfish of Emerald Star 1 unleashed its tentacles like projectiles. But speed and power are clearly not its core strengths. Chen Kailing severed its 3 tentacles with a single sword strike. The moment the tentacle broke off, the massive toxin, like a frantic tadpole, desperately burrowed into Chen Kailing's body. Seeing Chen Kailing completely engulfed by the poison, Jasmine behind him was shocked. That's it? There was no resistance at all? We're doomed. 2 people were supposed to die. 3 are going to die now. Chapter 111 New Characteristics of Blood Poison. The Tough Crab Beast. Jasmine was hesitant about whether she should retreat immediately and go find reinforcements. But when she took 2 steps away and then turned back, she was stunned. What's going on? He's not dead? Still full of energy? In Jasmine's view, Chen Kailing practically burst out of the poisonous fog. The moment I stepped out. The sky was filled with sword energy, each strike containing immense power, which was quite terrifying. Buzz! The black-ringed jellyfish emitted a furious roar. The sword energy left terrifying damage on its body, and an increasingly concentrated toxin spread through the air. The nearby blue-ringed jellyfish, like peacocks spreading their tails, defiantly spread the toxins. But no matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain for Chen Kailing. After discovering that Chen Kailing was indeed immune to its toxins, the black-ringed jellyfish. Without the slightest hesitation, they fled. That's right, it was a ferocious beast of the emerald level, but when it discovered that its core techniques were ineffective, they simply ran away. Chen Kailing spent some time catching up, and the black-ringed jellyfish showed no sign of resistance. Why are all the ferocious beasts here as weak as shrimps? Chen Kailing exclaimed, took out the heavenly sword, and used the blood poison manual to absorb the toxins from the black-ringed jellyfish. Can you blame the black-ringed jellyfish for trying to escape? Imagine someone several levels below you unleashing a barrage of sword energy, each strike capable of inflicting massive damage. Even more terrifying is that it is immune to all the damage it causes. Is this normal? There's no point in struggling anymore. Running away is the only option. Crucially, even when it was trying to escape, it couldn't keep up with Chen Kailing's speed. After absorbing the toxins from the black-ringed jellyfish, Chen Kailing opened the control panel. The additional note for blood poison now includes the term hemoptysis. based on Chen Kailing's understanding of this toxin.
This characteristic means that a bomb has been planted inside the other person's body, which can be detonated by one's own spiritual power.
Even if it doesn't detonate, this bomb will absorb spiritual energy to make itself more abundant, waiting for an even more powerful hemorrhage.
Luckily, Long Air and Xian Yuan Haohan ran fast, otherwise if that black ring jellyfish had touched them, they would have exploded on the spot.
Chen Kailing sighed and walked outside. What's wrong? Chen Kailing noticed that Jasmine was hiding behind a rock, watching him cautiously. Is there something on my face? Jasmine shook her head and said, it's cool, but have the combat power of the spirit mediums outside developed to such a terrifying level? Your two spirit weapon girls are truly terrifying.
They are indeed very strong, Chen Kailing smiled and nodded, raising his wrist to check the time.
Good, we still have time. Let's go back. Long Yi hasn't returned yet? In the deep pit, Chen Kailing looked around the entire space but couldn't find any trace of Long Yi. Brother Chen, although it's a bit shameless of me to say this, could you please go and talk to our boss? Or could you take care of them?
Long Sen frowned and said, this concerns Long Air's life.
Boss will definitely be back within these 50 minutes. If he doesn't come back, then he might really not be able to come back. Chen Kailing also understood this principle. Alright, I'll go.
Otherwise, even a poisonous jellyfish you happen to encounter outside could take you down.
Thank you.
Long San and Long Si bowed and thanked them.
On the road, Chen Kailing and Jasmine inquired about certain aspects of the situation here. Didn't they say that the demigod-level medium leading your fleet died inside, and no one searched for him afterward? Jasmine nodded and said, we searched, but no one who entered the inner circle came out alive.
Chen Kailing nodded and murmured to himself, it seems that the ferocious beast clan inside is probably as strong as the ghost tree clan. Or perhaps, it simply contains a toxin even more terrifying than that of the black ring jellyfish, so they had no time to react before being poisoned.
This is, after all, the territory of forbidden ferocious beasts. If Chen Kailing didn't have any goals before, he believes his path is much clearer now. Whenever possible, we will do our best to seize the forbidden divine essence of this forbidden beast territory.
This is what he must have in the future, assuming the total quantity remains unchanged.
The value of taboo charm is simply immeasurable.
The birth of an ancestral-level ferocious beast can facilitate the advancement of a top-tier ferocious beast clan towards the pinnacle of ferocious beast clans. The birth of a god-level spiritual medium is equally terrifying. The reason why Xintian University has endured and become one of the 4 great universities is that every president of it has been a god-level spiritual medium. The same applies to the remaining 3 legions.
There are signs of a battle here. Just as Chen Kailing was pondering, Jasmine's voice came.
Chen Kailing turned his head to look. In this coral sea, there were traces of fist-shaped explosions everywhere.
Bang!
Just then, the sound continued to erupt in the distance.
He's over there, let's go. Chen Kailing's speed exploded instantly.
At this moment, in front of a huge skeleton, Long Yi was unleashing terrifying combat power, but he was still at a disadvantage. Opposite him, a ferocious alien beast that looked like a crab but carried a tortoise shell was attacking him.
It's the black crab beast. This race is the strongest beast race on the outskirts. Upon seeing the ferocious beast's appearance, Jasmine exclaimed, run! This beast's combat power and defense are maxed out.
Even those of the same level would find it difficult to counter, let alone you. This crab's level has clearly surpassed that of Dragon 1, reaching the 4th level of Emerald. During the battle, it blocked many of Long Yi's attacks thanks to its tough tortoise shell. Sorry, I found the location of the water rust grass, but it's blocking my way, so I can't get it. Upon seeing Chen Kailing arrive, Long Yi immediately apologized and asked, how's the situation on your end? The situation is alright, as long as we don't drag it out for too long, Chen Kailing said without hesitation, joining the battle. Now he understood why, even with Long Yi's strength, he couldn't deal with the crab in half a day.
This thing's defense is really like a turtle's, it's frighteningly hard.
Even his sword energy could only leave a slight scratch on the opponent's outer shell at most. If it weren't for the level restrictions of heavenly might, I would have cleaved you in a few sword strikes. Chen Kailing's sword strike only managed to leave a minor scratch on the opponent's outer shell, which made him grit his teeth in frustration.
Try attacking its front half. And the crevices in its shell. It will take at least 3 attacks to break its shield. Jasmine reminded her. The front half, that is, the part covered by the tortoise shell but not completely covered. The joints of the ferocious crab-like beast are almost all located in the front half of its body.
Because its rear half only has a few crab legs, and they are all fully armed under a tortoise shell. Roar! The crab roared to the sky, took 3 steps, and its agile claws pierced out like those of a hawk, displaying extraordinary momentum.
Chapter 112 Giant Crab, Revenge. I want revenge.
Long E charged forward, his fists radiating golden light, like 2 dragon claws striking out.
In an instant, a tremendous force impacted. Long E quickly took 2 steps back, his body trembling, indicating he was injured.
On the other hand, the ferocious crab was blasted dozens of meters away, creating a deep crater. But the ferocious crab-like beast remained unharmed. All the damage was absorbed by the tortoise shell.
I'll do it.
After observing for a moment, Chen Kailing immediately rushed out. This guy's shell is probably a great material for props, but it's a bit difficult to get it out. As Chen Kailing swung his sword to counter the attack, he saw flames constantly erupting from the shell of the ferocious crab-like beast, yet it remained unharmed. The light in his eyes grew ever brighter. In the forbidden territory of ferocious beasts, it is easy to find some ferocious beasts that have never been seen before and that possess special or outstanding abilities.
For example, jellyfish, bloodsuckers, and even this hybrid crab-like ferocious beast. If utilized and exploited properly, these resources are enormous. Laugh.
With Chen Kailing's speed boost, he swung his sword and pierced the crevice of the tortoise shell for the first time.
Awah! The crab was furious and its movements became faster.
Every time its 2 claws opened and closed, it felt as if it could crush even steel like tofu, which was quite terrifying. Careful. Long Yi spoke up, preparing to step forward.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
Chen Kailing was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he even had a smile on his lips.
It's not its anger that's scary, it's its excessive calmness. The angrier you are, the more flaws you will reveal.
The crab itself is not very large, about 1.5 meters tall, and under normal circumstances, its 2 shells cover almost the entire body.
Only during battle will the flesh and skin be exposed at the joints of the torso.
The higher its attack frequency, the higher the hit rate of Chen Kailing's sword energy.
Laugh. Laugh. Laugh.
Just as Chen Kailing had predicted, under the relentless barrage of sword strikes, the black crab was slashed by more than a dozen swords in a single exchange.
Awah!
The crab grew increasingly enraged, and just as it leaped high like a tiger, preparing to launch an even stronger attack, it saw that the young man opposite it was laughing.
Laugh? What are you laughing at? It couldn't even break its own shield, so why is it laughing? Abrupt.
A sense of foreboding arose in the heart of the ferocious crab. Just as its pincers burst forth with dazzling light, like a giant steel hammer falling, the sky was filled with the light of swords once again. But this time, the sword light was no longer sharp. Instead, it felt restless, piercing, and weak, as if its spiritual energy and blood might explode at any moment. Its pupils contracted, and it instantly realized that it had been poisoned. And the poison was from the neighbor's house.
What's going on? Did those jellyfish aid the enemy?
Almost instantly, the ferocious crab turned and ran, knowing full well that if it encountered these spiritual sword energies again, it would be doomed.
It's going to eat water rust grass.
Long Yi had been observing the movements of the black crab beast. At this moment, he saw that the black crab beast was going to eat the water rust grass for some unknown reason. Almost instantly upon being alerted, he rushed out and blocked the crab.
That's all the time we have. The blood toxins inside the crab were detonated. Bang! A loud bang. A series of explosions, like firecrackers, came from inside the crab.
Its outer shell remained undamaged, but its interior had already been shattered by the toxins. Upon seeing this familiar scene, Long Yi immediately understood why it was eating the water rust grass. And why the crabs live in this area.
Your sword energy can absorb toxins?
After putting the water rust grass into his pocket, Long Yi looked at the sword in Chen Kailing's hand with curiosity. The added attribute effect is not bad, Chen Kailing said with a smile.
I think you can add one too.
I'll pass, Long Yi said, waving his fist. There are too few slots for attaching special properties to a spirit weapon, it's a bit of a waste.
Is it too little? Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow.
He already had 3 traits, and they could increase as his level rose.
So, it seems the system is working again? Boom!
Just then, the ground beneath everyone's feet shook, and they began to sway from side to side. Earthquake?
Tsunami?
Looking around, the 2 men's expressions suddenly turned serious.
Click! Cracks appeared in the ground, resembling a spider web. At the same time,
a tremendous sense of oppression emanated from underground. The two of them looked down at their feet simultaneously, their serious expressions instantly changing.
Something's not right. One person wields a sword. One person jumps. Less than 2 seconds after the two left. Boom!
The ground where they were standing was completely shattered, and a giant crab burst out from it. It is over 5 meters tall and its entire body is covered by a black, patterned shell, making it as hard as a war fortress. From the moment it emerged, the crab's gaze remained fixed on the corpse of the previous crab.
Is this guy the father of that crab? They beat up the young one, and now the old one comes?
Chen Kailing and Luang Yi exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they turned and ran. Chen Kailing took off on his sword, and as he sped away, he didn't forget to bring Jasmine along as well.
Roar! However, a powerful shockwave struck from behind, enveloping the two of them.
Their spiritual energy froze.
The giant crab was incredibly fast, catching up in almost the blink of an eye. Bang!
The crab claws exploded like cannonballs.
Chen Kailing dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately unleashed his sword strike. Bang!
The powerful impact instantly negated his sword move, and almost in the blink of an eye, he was slammed hard into the ground. Before landing, Chen Kailing suddenly twisted his body and swung his sword energy towards the ground, using the powerful recoil to stabilize his body.
On the other side, Ryuichi's condition was almost the same. Neither of them had any power to fight back against this giant crab. Roar!
The crab's eyes were bloodshot as it looked at the two weak humans before it, filled with immense rage.
Damn humans, invading our territory and killing our own son. Revenge! We must brutally kill them.
They tore their flesh apart bit by bit and devoured their blood in blood.
Right at this critical moment. In the distance, a terrifying aura emanated.
The moment Yang Qinshin appeared in this space, the crab's pupils contracted. The blood red in its eyes vanished instantly, and it rushed directly toward the cave entrance.
Son, it's not that I won't avenge you. The newcomer is incredibly powerful. I am powerless as a father, so I will let you be my father in the next life.
Seeing that the crab was about to escape, Yang Qinshin's gaze sharpened, and his figure flashed even faster. In the blink of an eye, a terrifyingly violent halberd shadow fell.
Boom!
The earth was split apart. The bottomless cave entrance revealed its true form, and within that passage dwelled a gigantic black crab with terrifying defenses.
It was directly divided into two. Instructor Yang, the fact that you're here means that the entrance here is permanently open. Upon seeing Yang Qinshin, Chen Kailing's eyes lit up.
Yes, Yang Qinshin nodded, his gaze fixed on Chen Kailing, and said with relief, "It really feels like 3 autumns have passed since we last met.
Since you were transferred, there have been one report after another about you." Luckily, Chen Kailing laughed, then asked, "Besides Instructor Yang, how many other reinforcements have come in?" "It's gone."
"Oh, huh?
That's all?" Chapter 113 Departure. Exploring the end of the Forbidden Beast territory.
It turned out that the two legions had originally prepared a team of 100 men, but when they were about to enter, the situation has changed.
The surface of the entrance is smooth, but in reality, it cannot withstand a large influx of spiritual energy.
The limit it can withstand is approximately 2 masters at the 9-star level who are close to demigod level, or approximately equal to the number of spiritual mediums in this existence. After discussing it, Yen Tian and Hu Jun decided to prioritize quality over quantity in their military strategy. "So you became the only choice to enter the forbidden territory of the ferocious beasts," Chen Kailing nodded.
"After all, I've heard that you're the number 1 person below demigod, Instructor Yang, so it's really your turn." Yang Qinshin laughed. "What number 1 person below demigod?"
"Just an ordinary person who has been idle for a long time."
"What about the rest?"
Yang Qinshin glanced around and said, "I sensed a strong spiritual energy fluctuation here, so I came here directly."
"Oh right, their situation isn't good, we need to go back quickly." Chen Kailing clapped his hands, beckoned Jasmine over, and introduced her to Yang Qinshin.
"Hello, you." Jasmine seemed a little reserved when she saw Yang Qinshin, keeping her distance. Yang Qinshin didn't think anything of it and said directly, "Although you are a foreigner, in the territory of the ferocious beasts, we are all human. And you will also send a master-level 9-star expert from your side, so don't worry." Hearing this, Jasmine nodded excitedly, but a hint of anxiety flickered deep in her eyes.
"Are these all the remaining people?"
In the deep pit, Yang Qinshin glanced around and saw that the original 20 people for this military rank assessment had been reduced by a third, and he sighed.
It's my fault. I didn't find them immediately. Instead, I hid myself first. Long Yi took the blame.
When you arrive at a new territory of ferocious beasts, it's right to ensure your own safety first before investigating the situation. Yang Qianxin patted his shoulder.
Now, let's talk about the situation here. Long nodded, then looked at Jasmine. Jasmine looked at Chen Kailing. Chen Kailing blinked and coughed lightly, saying, "Jasmine, just give a normal introduction." Jasmine nodded.
After hearing the introduction, Yang Qianxin crossed his arms and pondered, saving you is the top priority on this mission.
But the importance of the taboo spirit should not be underestimated. The first thing we need to ensure is your safety, and this is for you.
As Yang Chen thought this, he took out a fragment of the small heavenly eye.
The little heavenly eye?
This is good. One person to stay here, and one person to search for the forbidden divine essence.
Perfect, Chen Kailing blinked.
The little heavenly eye is like having X-ray vision, allowing for reconnaissance from an extremely long distance, making it an indispensable tool for invading the territory of ferocious beasts.
Hearing this, Yang Qianxin said irritably, "Do you think this is a cabbage on the street? This one is the one you buried in the sea of ghost trees."
Okay, Chen Kailing shrugged. Let me communicate with the outside world first, Yang Chen said, activating his mental power. Then, the little heavenly eye shone brightly, and a holographic projection appeared. The projection showed the figures of Yin Tian and Hu Jun, and behind them, one could see thousands of fully armed spirit medium soldiers. We know the situation, Yin Tian said first in the video. According to our calculations, the exits are not yet open.
I will inform you as soon as they are open.
As for the demigod-level ferocious beasts in the core area, Commander Hu and I both believe it's impossible. If there were demigod-level ferocious beasts inside, the maximum number of mediums that the entrance could accommodate would be far from being so fragile.
Upon hearing this, Yang Qianxin nodded and said, "I think so too.
It must be a problem with the toxins in the core area.
For this problem, let's talk to Chen Kailing."
He's more professional, Yin Tian said, glancing at Chen Kailing with a slight smile.
Cough cough. Okay, I understand.
I'll make the decision on the spot.
After hanging up the holographic projection, Yang Qianxin looked at Chen Kailing and said, "Would you mind coming with me to the core area?"
I'll go.
My level is higher, so it's safer. Long Yi spoke. Yang Qianxin shook his head. You stay here to protect them.
Although Chen Kailing's combat strength is average, his support abilities are extraordinary, so he will be of greater use.
Good.
Upon hearing this, Long Yi said no more. Even if they hadn't seen it in person, Chen Kailing's reputation as a support player had already spread throughout the entire army. After giving Long Yi a few more instructions, Yang Qianxin prepared to explore the interior with Chen Kailing. Just then, Jasmine spoke up again.
I'll go too.
Although I've never been to the inner circle, I know a lot about the ferocious beasts here, and I'm also more familiar with the route. Yang Qianxin stared at Jasmine, somewhat surprised, and said,
Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go there? Jasmine shook her head and said, My master's body is also in the inner circle.
I at least want to find his remains. According to her, she was poisoned before entering the inner circle, so she left the team early, while her master, along with the first and third spirit weapon girls, entered the inner circle. So she was the only one who survived. I must say, foreign countries are quite open when it comes to finding spirit weapon girls, often having 3 or 4, unlike our great Xia kingdom, where some demigod-level spirit mediums only have 1.
Lin Yuan praised it. What, you want to find a few more?
After Lin Yenner's voice rang out, Lin Yuan's body stiffened, and she immediately fell silent.
Alright, in that case, you can come with us, but I want to make it clear first that we can only do our best to ensure your safety.
After confirming the identities of the people, the group left the pit and began heading towards the inner circle. Along the way, we encountered many ferocious beasts, but they were mostly jellyfish, blood tides, and a few crabs. With Yang Qianxin's strength, the 3 of them quickly reached the inner circle dividing line. This is a precipice, with the bottom seemingly bottomless abyss below.
It's impossible to tell how deep it is with the naked eye alone. Yang Qianxin activated the little heavenly eye, then shook his head and said, No, there is a power barrier here, so the basic detection of the little heavenly eye is useless.
Unless the little heavenly eye recognizes its master and can be used for advanced detection, we will have to go down and investigate ourselves. There should have been no danger when I first went down. It's been more than half a month since my link contract with my master was broken.
Jasmine said. Upon hearing this, Yang Qianxin shook his head, it's better to be cautious. You too, grab me and follow me down.
Okay.
Good.
Yang Qinshin grabbed the two people on the left and right, and then his spiritual power vibrated, turning into long strands of spiritual power that wrapped around his halberd. The halberd, like a guide, fell to the ground, with the three following closely behind. A strong feeling of weightlessness washed over Chen Kailing, and he felt as if he had experienced another fall. However, this time, the time was obviously much shorter. When they reached the end of the cliff, Yang Qinshin used his spiritual energy to create a cushion, allowing everyone to land smoothly. However, at the very moment he saw the scene before him, everyone was stunned. Chapter 114 Forbidden Divine Lotus. Petrification Power. Before my eyes, stone sculptures stood tall. These are all the people from that fleet who provided support? Even Yang Qinshin was stunned by what she saw. The stone carvings in front of us number in the thousands.
It's hard to imagine that so many people perished here.
The two of them, without prior arrangement, turned their attention to Jasmine. Jasmine ran quickly forward and then stopped in front of a burly man.
Is this your master?
Yes.
Please accept my condolences.
Fine. Jasmine quickly recovered from her sadness and then looked at a ring in the man's hand.
He said that if we get out of here, this ring will be mine. Chen Kailing sighed inwardly.
This is what happens when you set a goal, never set one lightly. Then, Chen Kailing saw Jasmine reach out and take the ring off the stone sculpture.
Seeing an object reminds me of someone, that's understandable.
As Chen Kailing was thinking this, he saw that Jasmine's mood suddenly improved.
Great. There's nothing wrong with these magical artifacts and items.
As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a contract of servitude from her ring and tore it up.
What are you doing?
Chen Kailing was stunned for a moment.
Jasmine asked doubtfully, this is my indenture. If I tear this up, I'll really be free. Goodness, I thought it was a deep and unwavering love. Result.
It's about the spirit of contracts. It seems that the petrification here is useless against magical artifacts and items.
You can take them if you need them.
Jasmine pointed to the stone carvings scattered all over the ground, and noted that many of the people on the ground had storage space rings on their hands. To be honest, foreigners are quite extravagant when it comes to magical artifacts and props. Seeing the supplies scattered all over the place, Chen Kailing and Yang Qinshin exchanged a glance and couldn't help but grin. Good heavens, this place is full of treasures. This wave of looting will definitely make us rich. What's important now isn't searching for supplies, Yang Qinshin said, still keeping his mission in mind. The forbidden divine essence is the most important thing. Their petrification doesn't seem to be a result of encountering a ferocious beast. At this moment, Chen Kailing discovered the situation. Why? Look at their expressions, there isn't much astonishment, only a very few are rather flustered. From this position, it looks more like a blood tide suddenly attacking. Chen Kailing pointed to the crowd, then they were the first to be petrified. When the people behind them found out, they did not run away immediately, but tried to resist.
Unfortunately, none of them escaped the fate of being petrified. Yang Qinshin nodded, agreeing with Chen Kailing's point.
No, Jasmine spoke up at this moment, her gaze sweeping over everyone.
The demigod-level captain isn't here.
Chen Kailing and the other person didn't know the captain, but since Jasmine said so, it must be true. If he's not here, then I just hope he's not alive either, Yang Qinshin sighed. The forbidden territory of ferocious beasts can only be entered by demigod-level powerhouses during the moment of chaotic rules. Under other circumstances, demigod-level spirit mediums are simply unable to enter the territory of forbidden beasts. If he were still alive, we would have no chance at all. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing nodded.
Let's keep going. It won't be fun if we don't find the demigod-level captain's corpse.
The three continued forward.
However, they encountered almost no ferocious beasts along the way. Even if we did encounter them, they would be petrified. Did something change here in an instant? Chen Kailing couldn't help but make this guess. After all, unless something unexpected happens in an instant, how could the entire core area be petrified? Could it be that the forbidden divine aura here has the attribute of petrification? Yang Qinshin was also making guesses. At this moment, outside. Commander Hu, have you ever heard of the forbidden divine charm with petrifying properties? Yen Tian frowned slightly. I've never heard of it before. It looks like another forbidden divine aura that has never been seen before. This kind of forbidden divine aura is even more powerful when a god-level spirit medium advances. The light in Hu Jun's eyes shone even brighter. Meanwhile, on the American side,
Suddenly, a rainbow of light descended, and 4 figures stepped out, among whom the medium attracted everyone's attention.
that person, demigod level? No, he hasn't grasped the essence yet, so he's a master level 9 star? This aura is a bit too strong.
On the Great Xia Kingdom's side, everyone felt the pressure.
Ha ha ha.
Meanwhile, in the United States, all that could be heard was Delsher's laughter.
Welcome, warrior of the Empire, Hermas. Hermas? Do you have any information about him?
Upon hearing the name, Yen Tian looked at Hu Jun, who pondered for a moment before immediately instructing his deputy to conduct an investigation.
At this time,
After a brief exchange, the 4 individuals, equipped with communication devices, entered the forbidden territory of the ferocious beasts.
5 minutes later, news about Hermas arrived.
Hermas, the youngest major general in the army, a rising star of the empire, a master level 9 star, wielding 3 powerful SSS-rank spirit weapons, gun, shield, and spear, once single-handedly hunted down a demigod level beast. After seeing this information, Yen Tian and the other man both frowned deeply. The United States has such a powerful master level spiritual medium.
Could there be some problems with Yang Qinshin? Within the forbidden land of ferocious beasts, the 3 traveled for a long time and came to a deep pool. The deep pool contains not water, but petrified rocks.
In the center of the deep pool, a stone sculpture of a burly man holds a lotus flower with a pale glow in its hand.
If I'm not mistaken, could it be forbidden charm?
Chen Kailing pointed at the lotus flower, his eyes narrowing.
That person, could it be that demigod level captain? It's him. Jasmine nodded.
Looking at the scene before him, and recalling his previous experiences, Yang Qinshin guessed.
I think I know what's going on.
Chen Kailing and Jasmine both looked at him. Yang Qinshin stepped into the deep pool, showing no concern for attacks, and walked towards the captain. If nothing unexpected happens, there are no powerful ferocious beasts in this core area, only this forbidden divine charm. This captain may be driven by greed, or he may want to take a gamble and prepare to absorb it without the help of any materials. You should know that the forbidden divine essence contains the power of the heavenly Tao. To absorb it, at least 2 demigod-level spirit mediums are needed to protect you, and you must simultaneously take the corresponding medicine to alleviate its effects. Otherwise, they will be directly devoured by the forbidden divine essence. Clearly, he made some preparations, but not enough. After absorbing them for a few days, he suffered a backlash. Just then, the fleet members from the outer perimeter came in to search, and were all petrified by the forbidden divine power that covered the entire core area. After saying this, Yang Qinshin placed his hand on the forbidden divine lotus flower, preparing to take it.
Just as he was about to pick it up, Master! That person isn't dead yet! Lianin's exclamation came from behind. Chapter 115: A series of twists and turns. A frenzied battle. Snap! Chen Kailing grabbed Yang Qinshin's hand and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Don't move, the captain isn't dead.
Upon hearing this, Yang Qinshin's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately put down the forbidden divine lotus in his hand. In other words, the petrifying power of this divine aura only temporarily suppressed him. After all, he is a demigod-level spirit medium.
Chen Kailing added, it's also possible that the forbidden divine charm influenced him.
It's not certain whether he's still the captain. The situation suddenly became complicated. If this forbidden divine lotus is taken away, the captain will awaken. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, given their demigod-level strength, our side definitely has no chance of obtaining it.
But if we don't take it, wouldn't this trip have been a waste? Could it be that we can only gamble that this guy will be very weak after he wakes up? While Yang Chen was pondering this, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the outside. Get out of the way.
Sensing the danger, Yang Qinshin did not hesitate at all and pulled Chen Kailing away.
Boom!
A long, silvery white spear stood imposingly atop the petrified pool, riddled with cracks that spread like a spider web for dozens of meters. After a whole day, we still haven't obtained the forbidden divine essence. As expected, the rumors that the Great Xia people are hesitant and weak are absolutely true.
Chen Kailing looked up.
Amidst the billowing dust, a burly figure approached, with a full head of blonde hair and tattoos covering both arms, resembling a gang leader. Behind him was a crimson spear and a black shield.
3 magical artifacts? Chen Kailing frowned. You're a master-level spiritual medium from America, right? We're all here to explore the Forbidden Beast territory. Is it appropriate to start fighting as soon as we meet?
Yang Qinshin held his golden yellow, red-tasseled spear horizontally, his gaze sweeping over Hermes, his tone icy.
Hermes laughed loudly and said, "Hypocritical. Everyone here came for the forbidden divine essence. If I didn't try to seize the forbidden divine essence, would I be here to play house with you?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Hermes took a step forward, and with a hum, the spear flew back into his hand.
Holding a gun in one hand and a spear in the other, Hermes exuded a terrifying aura. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die, otherwise."
Yang Qinshin stared intently at him.
Their eyes met.
"All right, then you can have it," Yang Qinshin shrugged and stepped aside.
Hermes sneered, "If you know what's good for you, then so be it. We retreat."
As Yang Qinshin spoke, he gave Chen Kailing and Jasmine a look and retreated towards the outside of the deep pool.
"Are we really leaving like this?" Chen Kailing murmured softly.
Yang Qinshin shook his head. "There's no other way, we have to get that forbidden divine essence eventually. If that captain has offensive capabilities, we can take him first, but that would mean fighting two people, which isn't worth it. And if that captain is incapable of fighting, it wouldn't be a loss for us to go and take him back."
Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow.
Instructor Yang's last sentence sounded a bit confident.
"Are you confident you can beat that Hermes?" Chen Kailing asked again in a low voice. Yang Chen thought to himself, of course he lacks confidence. He has 3 spiritual weapons, do you think I can fight him 3 against 1? Chen Kailing. Yang Chen smiled, put his arm around Chen Kailing's shoulder, and said, "Isn't it because we have a top-notch support like you? With you, that's enough. Remember to add some damage buffs." Chen Kailing, "Okay."
I never realized this instructor had such a big heart.
Right under the watchful eyes of the two of them,
Hermes paid no attention to the captain's condition and reached out to take the forbidden divine lotus flower.
"Ah, forbidden divine aura.
I've waited so long to advance to the demigod level, all for this forbidden divine aura, so that I can surpass the demigod level with all 3 of my spiritual artifacts at once."
He smiled. He laughed wildly. But just as his smile faded, a terrifying pressure descended upon him.
The demigod level captain suddenly broke free from his petrification state, and the divine broadsword in his hand fell from thin air.
Hermes' pupils contracted, and he immediately gripped the black shield on his back, instantly blocking the attack above his head. When? A tremendous, deafening roar.
Hermes knelt down on one knee, and the entire deep pool shattered completely, the powerful force continuing to spread. Oh, sure enough, after more than a decade, that demigod-level captain has long since lost his mind and is only drawing power from the forbidden divine lotus through his body's instincts.
Yang Qinshin had an expression that said, "I knew it." Chen Kailing was more concerned about the forbidden divine lotus flower, wondering, won't it cause any damage to the forbidden divine essence?
Yang Qinshin waved his hand. "No, as long as it's not fully absorbed, it won't have any effect."
"Let them fight, the more exciting the fight, the better." Bang! 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 Before Yang Qinshin could finish speaking, the two were already locked in combat. To be precise, it was Hermes who was passively responding to the attack. "Damn it, are you insane? How dare you attack me?" Hermes roared, brandishing both his spear and lance. Amidst the terrifying chaos of swords, spears, and flashing lights, Hermes appeared angry, but in reality, he had already analyzed many things. If the other party is in a state of confusion and causes me to get injured, wouldn't that just benefit those great Xia people?
Without hesitation, he unleashed astonishing speed in that instant and charged toward Chen Kailing and the other two.
Shifting the blame eastward? This guy isn't completely brainless, but unfortunately.
Yang Qinshin grabbed Chen Kailing and then shouted, "Grab that little girl too."
Chen Kailing reacted quickly and grabbed Jasmine. Sky Rift. The next second, Yang Qinshin swung his spear into the air, and a crack that looked like a black hole appeared in front of him.
Almost instantly, Yang Qinshin took a step and pulled the two of them to the other side of the deep pool.
The span is more than half a mile.
Hermes was about to rush towards Yang Qinshin and the other two when he saw their movements and was stunned. In that brief moment of hesitation, the demigod captain charged forward, his violent spiritual energy surging forth like a flood, showing no signs of the weakness he had felt after being trapped for over a decade. During their fight, which lasted for more than 10 minutes, the entire deep pool was almost shattered. During this time, Hermes tried to divert the trouble again, but it was to no avail in the face of Yang Qinshin's sky-splitting skill.
This Hermes is indeed powerful. He can fight to a standstill against a demigod-level medium.
If he joins forces against us, he'll be killed on the spot. Yang Qinshin watched from the shore and sighed aloud.
However,
He had just finished speaking. The two were then separated by an explosion. The forbidden divine lotus flew straight towards them, just as Yang Qinshin caught it. Opposite. The demigod captain gradually quieted down. After losing the backlash from the forbidden divine lotus, his pupils gradually became clear. The two exchanged a few glances and quickly communicated a few words before turning their heads to look at Yang Qinshin. Is something not quite right? Chen Kailing coughed lightly and looked at Yang Qinshin. Yang Qinshin. Chapter 116 Moral Blackmail? Take it if you want. Escape. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Qinshin grabbed Chen Kailing and tried to escape. Just kidding. One is a demigod, and the other is a 9-star master of 3 spirit artifacts. With this lineup, if they don't run away, they'll be beaten. However, even if you try to escape, it won't be that easy. The speed of a demigod is no joke. Kailing, you take the forbidden divine essence and escape first. I'll hold them off for a while. After tossing the forbidden divine lotus to Chen Mu, Yang Qinshin turned around, preparing to fight. Run first. You can't handle both of them by yourself. Chen Kailing immediately rejected the idea. They're catching up soon, this is the only way. Forbidden divine brilliance only appears once every few years. A divine-level spiritual medium represents the stability of a city, we can't just give it to them like this. Furthermore, while humanity unites against external threats, no one is willing to compromise on issues involving top-level power. Whoever takes the forbidden essence out first will be on their side. But now, even if Chen Kailing hadn't said it, Yang Qinshin would definitely not be able to withstand it and might even be seriously injured. Master, there is a powerful life force over there. Just then, Lianin spoke again. Chen Kailing looked over and saw a patch of gray mist, almost at the core of the entire Forbidden Beast territory. Is there life in such a place? Instructor Yang, look over there. Following Chen Kailing's gaze, Yang Qinshin looked towards the gray mist and immediately concluded. Stay away from there. That should be the birthplace of the forbidden divine essence, similar to a living womb without consciousness. Any life that enters will be forcibly instilled with the characteristics of the divine essence, even if the majority of it is within the divine essence. But it's not something that only God-level spirit mediums can enter. Upon hearing this, Chen Maran showed no fear in his eyes, instead saying, so you mean there are no stronger ferocious beasts? Impossible. Wait, what are you going to do? Yang Qinshin's pupils contracted, and then Chen Kailing whispered, I'll take the forbidden divine aura and the little heavenly eye to hide inside. What? Trust me, there won't be any problems. Yang Chen instinctively wanted to refuse, but thinking of the miracles Chen Kailing had achieved along the way, he still handed over the little heavenly eye. You know how to use it. Yes, that area is very large. If they have the guts, they can come in. If they don't, then this forbidden divine charm is ours. Your safety comes first, compared to forbidden charm. Good. Glancing at the two pursuers behind him, Yang Chen swung his heart-splitting spear, tearing open a black hole-like rift. Oh no! They've gone mad, they're trying to enter the Forbidden Land. Hermes's pupils contracted. The demigod captain, Raoul, was also filled with incomprehension and fury. Once someone enters the Forbidden Realm, they will almost never be able to get out. It's no different from being destroyed. These are the people of Great Xia. Would they rather destroy the forbidden charm than hand it over? That's utterly inhuman. Are you trying to ruin the future of humanity? Giving the forbidden divine essence to the Empire will still give humanity its strength. He shouted it out. Heh, who are you trying to morally blackmail? If it's for the sake of human strength, then why don't you just let us take them out? Chen Kailing made a sarcastic remark. Impossible. You're dreaming. Roll and Hermes spoke at the same time. Then what are you shouting about? You want the forbidden spirit, huh? If you have the guts, come in with me and find it. Chen Kailing sneered and charged directly toward the forbidden area. Stop him. The crimson thread in Luo Air's hand transformed into a long whip, stretching for 1,000 meters. However, a crack or black hole appeared before the long whip. The long whip entered the black hole and shot out directly from behind Luo Air and the others, piercing through the seabed. In just a short while, Chen Kailing had already entered the forbidden area. Damn it, this guy's a complete lunatic, he's risking his life. Hermes roared in anger, his gaze fixed on Yang Qinshin. If it weren't for the presence of two divine-level spiritual mediums from the Great Xia Kingdom, he would have killed the man before him without hesitation. However, if he could rescue Luo'er, his trip wouldn't have been in vain.
Let's go. Hermes took a deep breath and looked at Roll, showing no respect whatsoever for the demigod medium.
Luo'er frowned, his gaze fixed on the forbidden area, and then said, "That young man doesn't seem to be going there to his death."
What is a medium of the alchemy level going into the Forbidden Land if not suicide? Hermes waved his hand and was about to leave.
But soon, he also realized that something was wrong.
Yan Qinshin left far too calmly, as if she had some kind of certainty. Could it be that?
Does this young man at the forged gold level really have a way to deal with forbidden places?
Impossible.
How is that possible? After a moment of silence, Hermes and Roll exchanged a glance, and both of them had the same idea. Guard the exit and ensure that the forbidden charm stays here at least.
At this time,
both sides on the outside world have received this news. Chen Kailing, this child seems to have shown remarkable performance recently. Hu Jun still has a deep impression of this name. After all, he was the first young man to refuse invitations from the commanders-in-chief of the 4 legions at the same time. Moreover, he made great contributions in the recent battle at Tor's Canyon.
What, you're showing off your talent again?
This is the future heir of the Divine Heaven Legion, don't get any ideas about him.
Yen Tian looked wary. Hu Jun smiled and said, "Judging from your reaction, are you sure he can come out of the Forbidden Land alive?" Yen Tian nodded. "Don't let his youth fool you, this kid is incredibly shrewd and would never do anything impulsive."
Hu Jun didn't respond, but his gaze vaguely returned to the day he was rejected.
Is she incredibly cunning? So that's how it is. This kid seems to have made rapid progress all along. Forbidden Land. Damn, this place smells so dusty. Chen Kailing's nose was almost blocked as soon as he entered.
Master, since we came in, the life force here has become even stronger, as if it has noticed us.
It's best to be careful.
This is a forbidden place after all.
Let's find the exit on the other side and leave quickly. Lianen and Xia Yuning offered their reminders.
Okay. Chen Kailing immediately activated his little heavenly eye, his vision shifting as he continuously explored the distance.
A petrified beast. Petrified beast. It's still a petrified beast.
There are large numbers of petrified ferocious beasts here, clearly indicating that there were many creatures here before the Forbidden Land descended.
The exit is still quite far, let's keep moving forward.
Chen Kailing did not see an exit from the monitoring perspective of the small eye, so he continued forward. After he had been traveling for some time,
sudden, a blinding gray light struck, swift as lightning, impossible to dodge. Chen Kailing was hit. The next second,
Chen Kailing's limbs stiffened, turning him into a stone sculpture and merging into this forbidden land.
Chapter 117: A Desperate Gamble, a Fight to the Death. Heavenly Protector. Xia Yuning's Heavenly Dao skill was automatically triggered.
Chen Kailing's body gradually returned to normal, and the stiffness gradually subsided.
Is this the danger of the Forbidden Land? Too bad, I have a trump card.
There exists a heavenly protection skill that grants immunity to all negative effects. This is Chen Kailing's biggest trump card that allowed him to enter this place. This place is, after all, a place that nurtured forbidden divine essence we should leave as soon as possible.
Xia Yuning reminded her. Chen Kailing nodded, he understood this principle as well.
After all, if it were anyone else who came in, they would have been dead by now. The danger was undeniably high.
However, Chen Kailing had just taken one step.
Another beam of petrifying light shot out, its speed so fast that even though Chen Kailing was prepared, it was too fast.
There's simply no way to avoid it.
It's a speed comparable to that of a demigod.
Chen Kailing was petrified once again. 1 second later,
he activated his heavenly protection skill and was freed from the petrification effect. Damn it, I have to get out of here right away, Chen Kailing said without hesitation, and immediately prepared to fly away on his sword.
But before it could even begin, the petrifying light returned.
Being in a forbidden place is almost like being constantly surrounded by its magical effects. Even if Chen Kailing is immune, it still requires the heavenly protection skill to be triggered passively.
This is quite time-consuming. With each step, he was petrified.
At this rate, Chen Kailing felt that even if he walked for a month, he wouldn't be able to get out.
Immediately, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time it seems like they've gone a bit too far. If we can't get out, it could take more than 10 years. Meanwhile,
The forbidden lotus flower in his hand also began to change. The once vibrant forbidden lotus flower was now slowly oozing out petrifying power.
What's going on? Chen Kailing didn't know much about the forbidden charm. Immediately,
he released his spiritual power to communicate with Yen Tian and the others on the other side of the little heavenly eye. Outside, due to the barrier of the Forbidden Land, Yen Tian and the others were unable to see the specific situation on Chen Kailing's side.
But after hearing Chen Kailing's description, Yen Tian explained without hesitation, this means that the Forbidden Land is reclaiming the power of the Forbidden Divine Essence. If this continues for too long, the Forbidden Divine Essence will be reshaped and reborn. There's such a thing? Chen Kailing was stunned.
Yen Tian also said, after all, Forbidden Divine Charm appears very rarely, and there are relatively few cases like this.
I am just guessing.
Although it's just a guess, coming from Yen Tian, it's pretty much the truth.
Chen Kailing was now somewhat bewildered.
This is truly a regrettable situation.
Not only have they gotten themselves into trouble, but the Forbidden Charm is also about to be destroyed.
They lost both their wife and their army.
Wrong.
This time, even our Lord has been killed.
Depend on. Chen Kailing paced back and forth, trying to come up with a solution. But obviously,
even pacing takes time.
The current situation of petrification at every step is not over yet. Is there any way to resist the effects of the Forbidden Land in the long term? Chen Kailing seized the opportunity and asked again.
This time, it was Hu Jun who answered. He calmly said, either break through to the god level, or absorb forbidden divine essence of the same origin. Apart from that, there are those like you who have special talents and skills. Even though they had already entered the forbidden area, Chen Kailing could still communicate freely. It is clear that the talent he possesses is extremely special. Upon hearing this, Chen Kailing frowned. Of these three methods, the first one is definitely not feasible, and the second one is just courting death. The third option, however, can only save one's own life. In this situation, I could starve to death here. What if I absorb this forbidden divine essence, and then use a resurrection skill to revive myself? This idea came to Chen Kailing's mind. The Shinnong tree has 2 chances to revive each month, but only one of those chances can be given to the host. A month has passed since the last resurrection. This time, he has one more chance to be resurrected. However, resurrection also carries risks. Not to mention the time required for awakening, he has no control over what happens during that time. If the body is in the same condition as before after being resurrected, it will still be very troublesome. If we give it a shot, there's still a chance. If you don't fight, then it's truly over.
Damn it, let's do it. Chen Kailing took a deep breath and told Yen Tian and the other person about his current situation.
After all, the forbidden divine essence is too precious. Normally, after taking it out, it would definitely be left to Li Kaming or other demigod-level powerhouses. It helps them advance to god-level spiritual mediums. After a moment of silence, Yen Tian's solemn voice came through Xiao Tian's eyes. If I had known the Forbidden Land was so dangerous, I would have preferred to forego the forbidden divine charm and have Yang Qinshin save you first.
Remember, no matter what, you must get out alive.
Good. Chen Kailing took a deep breath, hung up the communication, grasped the forbidden divine lotus, and prepared to begin absorbing it.
Yu Ning, and then, let's try again.
Good.
We will definitely succeed.
In a desperate situation where he had no other choice, Chen Kailing began to absorb. The initial absorption proceeded smoothly, and the energy within the forbidden divine essence steadily entered the heavenly sword's body. The petrification effect is constantly countered by the heavenly protection skill of the heavenly sword. However, as time went on, when the immense power raged within his body, Chen Kailing felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. If we compare it to a human-sized balloon, then right now, this balloon is being filled with more water than the Pacific Ocean.
The two are not even in the same league. Anan, prepare to be reborn. Chen Kailing was in unbearable pain, his voice trembling as he spoke.
He had completely lost control of this power.
Bang!
The next instant, his body shattered like a broken pottery jar, scattering blood everywhere. If it weren't for the resurrection light of the Shinnong tree, he would have long since turned into a cloud of blood mist and vanished from the world. However, even so, he had already lost consciousness. However, the absorption process did not stop because of his condition.
Once the absorption of forbidden divine charm begins, it's like a boulder rolling down a mountain, it simply can't be stopped.
Over the next period of time, the power of the forbidden divine essence gradually merged with the heavenly sword.
Chen Keiling's body was constantly in a state of splitting and healing. In fact, Chen Keiling was really lucky this time.
If he were to force himself to merge with the boundless power of the forbidden divine essence, it would be enough to kill him hundreds or thousands of times over.
However, Shen Nongmu's skill judgment is quite powerful. As long as Chen Keiling doesn't regain consciousness, it won't be considered a complete resurrection. If there's a wound, then start repairing it. Even if the damage is repeated and far exceeds the tolerance limit.
Thus, Chen Keiling teetered on the edge of death. After a full day, the power of the forbidden divine essence was finally gradually assimilated and absorbed by the heavenly sword.
And when it all finally came to an end,
a beam of light carrying the aura of a forbidden land emanated from the heavenly sword, instantly enveloping the surrounding 3 kilometers like a dark cloud pressing down on a city.
Chapter 118: The Power of a Domain. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant again.
In this realm, everything seemed to stand still, with only streaks of petrified starlight wandering around.
Time passed slowly.
The closing time for the Forbidden Beast territory is drawing ever closer.
On the 3rd day, the entrance has been gradually expanded and stabilized. This is a sign that the exit is opening.
Led by Yang Qinshin, Long Yi and the others waited here. On the other side, Hermes and Roll did not go out either.
If he doesn't come out now, is he dead? Hermes guessed, his brow furrowed.
Looking at the exit, Luo Air was filled with excitement. No one knew how much he longed for freedom after being petrified for more than 10 years.
We don't know when this exit will close, so why don't we just go outside and wait? It'll be the same. He wanted to go out first. Hermes glanced at him and said indifferently, the same? There are 2 top-level divine mediums from the Great Xia Kingdom standing outside. Would it be the same if we went out?
Upon hearing this, Luo Air paused, his brows furrowing. He may covet the forbidden divine charm, but even if he manages to seize it now, it certainly won't be his.
He had made up his mind. If there is any indication that the exit may be closed, go out immediately.
On the other side, Yang Qinshin was also quite anxious at this moment. After all, it was already this late, and by all accounts, they should have come out by now.
Don't worry too much, Instructor Yang. Since the boss said he's confident, then he definitely can.
Compared to them, the most composed one was Lin Yuan. After all, our leader has created too many miracles.
The afternoon of the 3rd day. The entrance fluctuated slightly. Yang Qinshin immediately organized Long Yi, Lin Yuan, and others to leave, including Jasmine. When Luo Air wanted to leave, Hermes didn't stop him.
After all, he didn't take Yang Qinshin and Chen Keiling seriously.
Time continued to pass. In the Forbidden Land. Kai Ling. Wake up! Brother Keiling, we're running out of time.
If this continues, the passage will close. If he doesn't wake up soon, he really will have to stay here for another 10 years or so.
Chen Keiling's consciousness was still in a state of confusion, but he felt someone calling his name repeatedly.
He struggled to stay conscious and slowly opened his eyes. Then she saw Xia Yuning and Lianen kneeling on either side of her. Stop shaking, or your body will fall apart. With an in here, things won't fall apart.
How many days have passed?
Today is the 4th day, we must hurry up.
The 4th day? I slept for 2 days? Chen Keiling sat up in surprise.
This time, he felt that his body seemed to be in better condition than before he was resurrected.
What's going on? He looked at Xia Yuning.
On Xia Yuning's panel, several completely different pieces of information had appeared. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 7-star forging gold level. Sword slash, attributes increased. Sword slash, unleashes 80 sword energies with special enhanced attributes bleeding, freezing, blood poison. Battle stats, 333-400. Speed, 287-300. The heavenly sword has met the basic requirements for the path to godhood. Its subsequent upgrade speed will be greatly increased.
Awakened divine skill, bipolar petrification domain. Bipolar petrification domain, using the sword as a base, a divine domain is generated. All living beings within the domain will be petrified.
Note, this domain consumes a large amount of spiritual energy. Please judge the duration yourself.
Chen Keiling's eyes lit up. What terrifying domain skill!
As expected of forbidden divine charm, the effect is truly heaven-defying. Not only was the level increased, but the base stats were also significantly improved.
It also provides the god's domain skill.
It should be noted that even demigod-level spiritual mediums do not possess the skill of the god's domain. Only mediums who have absorbed forbidden divine essence and advanced to the god level can awaken the corresponding skills.
Even if his level is low now, he can't last long. A divine domain capable of forging gold is still a divine domain. Go, get out.
Chen Kailing glanced at the two of them, immediately entered his spirit weapon state, and flew towards the exit on his sword. If you miss the exit and stay here for more than 10 years, all your talent and skills will be for nothing.
Exit.
Yang Qinshin was paying close attention to the changes at the exit almost constantly.
Hurry up, are you really trapped in that forbidden place?
At this moment, he was eager to explore the area, but the forbidden land was not a place he could enter.
If we really go, it'll be suicide.
On the other side, Hermes also frowned. He didn't care about Chen Kailing's life, he only cared about whether that forbidden divine essence could be brought out.
It seems that you great Xia people are nothing special.
I thought you had some trump card to dare to enter that forbidden land, but now it seems that you were just courting death.
Hermes grew impatient and turned his gaze to Yang Qinshin with a mocking look. Yang Qinshin met his gaze with cold eyes. If something really happens to him inside, do you think you can get away unscathed?
Hermes, unconcerned, instead retorted sarcastically.
Heh, if you really had that kind of strength, would he need to hide inside? If the situation didn't prevent it, I would have killed you on the spot.
Yang Qinshin was about to speak when his gaze shifted to the distance.
The same applies to Hermes. Over there. A figure flashed over quickly. Open the spirit.
Yang Qinshin finally breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face.
Hermes, however, frowned. Strangeness. What about forbidden charm? They've hidden themselves? Boy. Hand over the forbidden divine essence, or don't blame me for being impolite. Hermes made a swift move. His speed was so fast that even Yang Qinshin couldn't react in time.
Once I catch him, I refuse to believe I can't obtain the forbidden divine essence. Unless, of course, he wants to stay here for the rest of his life.
Open the spirit.
Yang Qinshin's pupils contracted, and the sky-splitting spear in his hand slashed past.
However, we still couldn't catch up in terms of speed.
Hermes had already reached Chen Kailing and reached out to grab him.
The palm is covered with powerful spiritual energy, which can easily penetrate even steel. Do you think I'm still the same person I was before?
Chen Kailing's gaze was calm as he spoke softly.
The next second. Open the bipolar petrochemical zone.
Chen Kailing raised his sword, and a thick, mysterious radiance instantly spread out in all directions like a surging wave.
The first person I came into contact with was Hermes.
He remained in that position, but his entire body was frozen almost instantly. His limbs, body, and skin began to petrify.
This is the realm of gods. He absorbed that forbidden divine essence? Are you kidding me? Hermes's body was restricted, but his head was not. He was completely stunned.
A nobody at the level of a goldsmith.
We need a ranking system, but there isn't one.
We need materials, but we don't have any.
In conclusion, having nothing, how could he absorb the forbidden essence and still be alive and kicking? Could it even unleash a divine domain? The previous one forcibly absorbed forbidden divine essence. His name is Roll.
It was petrified for more than a decade.
Chapter 119. Since you don't want to live anymore, then I'll grant your wish. This is, you absorbed your forbidden divine essence? Not just Hermes. Even Yang Qinshin was extremely shocked at this moment.
He thought Chen Kailing was confident she could come out alive, but he didn't expect that Chen Kailing could absorb that forbidden divine essence.
How did you do that? Instructor Yang, stop daydreaming, let's go. Chen Kailing came to Yang Qinshin's side and greeted her.
At this moment, his spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted. Petrifying a master-level 9-star spiritual medium would be too much of a drain on him.
However, it seems to be because this is the birthplace of the forbidden divine charm.
Chen Kailing always felt that a spiritual force was constantly helping him maintain this petrified area. Normally, he estimates that he would limit it to a few seconds at most.
Trying to leave? No way. Hermes roared, unleashing his spiritual power in an attempt to break through the petrification. Resume petrification immediately, or else.
Once this petrification effect wears off, I want both of you to stay here forever. In that instant, the spiritual energy within Chen Kailing's body was consumed almost like an avalanche.
Hermes's body also subtly lost a few inches of its petrified state. Chen Kailing frowned, raised his longsword, and charged out. Hermes saw that Chen Kailing not only didn't hurry to escape, but was also getting closer. My head is full of question marks. What is he going to do? You talk too much? You're asking for trouble. Chen Kailing had never met anyone like this before. He could simply wait for the petrification effect to wear off and then leave. They have to say a few harsh words and show off. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll be letting myself down for absorbing this forbidden divine essence. Hermes never expected that Chen Kailing would dare to attack him. Just kidding, the two are on completely different levels, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. No matter how brave you are, you can't be this reckless. But he was wrong. Chen Kailing really is that kind of person. Moreover, his first move was a sword strike. Cut. The attack was released without any reservations based on the numerical values alone, it almost reached the level of emerald. Although there is still a world of difference between them and the masters. But don't forget. Hermes is still frozen in place, and doesn't even have a chance to defend. He could only watch helplessly as the sword fell upon him. Laugh. Hermes, half petrified, lost an arm, blood splattering from the wound. You bastard. Hermes had never suffered such an injury before, especially from a mere alchemist of the alchemy level. He'll be laughed at when he goes back. I'll break one of your arms to teach you a lesson so you'll remember to be more careful with your words in the future. After Chen Kailing gave him a lecture, Yang Qinshin happened to arrive at his side. The two exchanged a glance and immediately rushed towards the exit. Hermes stared intently at Chen Kailing's retreating figure, his killing intent palpable. You bastard, I'll definitely kill you. Hermes knew that once Chen Kailing and the other left this forbidden place, there would be no chance for revenge. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Maul, no matter the cost, use the light of evolution to accelerate that guy's spiritual energy consumption. As soon as he finished speaking, the shield on his back began to shine brightly. Almost instantly. Chen Kailing then sensed that his spiritual energy was almost depleted. Oh no, that guy has broken out of your petrification zone. Yang Qinshin was the first to sense the danger. After glancing back, she saw that Hermes had escaped and her brows furrowed. Quickly, let's speed up. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised the sky-splitting spear high and slashed through the air, creating a spatial rift. But the next second, a long spear came flying through the air and blocked their way. The very next second after the gunshot swept past, Hermes had already shot over like a bullet. He is still pestering me, Instructor Yang, stop him first. Without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Hermes's impolite attitude, Chen Kailing's eyes turned cold, and he didn't tolerate it at all. I'll buy you a second of time for this next attack. Just attack directly, he can't stop you. Also, create a spatial rift. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinshin was taken aback. He felt that Chen Kailing seemed to have underestimated Hermes. It's not that I look down on Chen Kailing. How can someone at the forging gold level possibly buy a moment of time when facing a master level opponent? Special skills? What skill could achieve such a terrifying effect? However, he knew. Chen Kailing's words were not baseless, so he immediately nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Without further hesitation, Yang Qinshin began to gather his strength. The sky-splitting spear in his hand descended with a swift and powerful force, like a mountain pressing down, and it grew even heavier. Heh, do you think your gun can break through my shield? Hermes showed no fear of his stance, on the contrary, he even displayed a hint of mockery. His shield is an absolute defensive asset, further enhanced by his talent. It's more than enough to easily block attacks from a medium of the same level. However, just as he charged forward, shield in hand, Chen Kailing slightly raised his hand and said coldly, Seeing how confident you are, I feel relieved. I'm not afraid of you forcing your way in, I'm just afraid you won't come at all. Divine Judgment. The next second, the Heavenly Sword's Heavenly Dao skill, Heavenly Judgment, was activated. The next second after the skill is activated, Hermes felt his spiritual energy stagnate and all amplification effects disappear. At the same time, Yang Qinshin's attack, which he thought he could easily suppress, was already upon him. He barely managed to raise his shield to defend himself. But this powerful force knocked his shield away almost instantly. He was completely exposed to the force of the gunfire. The next second, a sword thrusts forth. It pierced right through his chest, and blood dripped down the blade. He looked behind him in disbelief.
It turns out that the spatial rift that Yang Qinshin opened a second time wasn't for escaping at all. On the contrary, it's used to deal with ourselves. We could have parted amicably, but you refused. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Chen Kailing spoke calmly and then stabbed Hermes again. Hermes's face was contorted in pain. His anger was almost undeniably evident, anyone could see it at a glance. However, that's not all. Chen Kailing's next words were what truly plunged him into an ice cave. Speaking of which, do you have any communication devices or projection equipment on you? You bastard, what do you think you're doing? If there's no rejection, then it means yes. Since that's the case, don't blame me. After asking Yang Qinshin to control Hermes, Chen Kailing reached out and groped his body. In the end, they obtained a crystal bead. I'm warning you. This crystal bead can record everything that happens before my eyes. Hermes shouted angrily. In that case, let's just shatter this bead. However, Chen Kailing was more decisive and crushed the crystal bead directly. Hermes was stunned, a bad feeling suddenly creeping into his heart. Really? The sword strike came in the blink of an eye. The sword pierced right through Hermes's body. Yang Qinshin didn't move an inch. He had already understood Chen Kailing's meaning. Since the surveillance cameras have already been destroyed, it's better to leave a vengeful ghost behind. Why not let the forbidden land of ferocious beasts take the blame here? Feel sorry. Hermes is dead. He was killed by a ferocious beast from the sea. Chapter 120. If they're disloyal, I won't save them. If they're loyal, they're even less likely to be saved. At this time, as the video feed cut off, Delshurs and Ramsdan, watching from the outside, suddenly felt a bad premonition. That young man, he can't possibly be that bold, can he? What do you plan to do with his body? Looking at Hermes before him, Yang Qinshin felt a pang of emotion. In terms of direct combat ability alone, he is definitely at the peak level among masters. In the future, upon ascending to demigod status, they will possess absolute dominance. Unfortunately, the power of the forbidden divine essence in this forbidden land is far too heaven-defying. However, when they are outside, Chen Kailing's forbidden ability can only hold him off for a few seconds at most. Although I really want to see what he keeps in his storage containers, these are all stolen goods and evidence, so I have to reluctantly give them up. Chen Kailing looked at Hermes's body and analyzed the situation. This meticulous thinking earned Yang Chen's admiration even more. However, just because he can't take his things doesn't mean that the fleet soldiers can't take theirs. Chen Kailing smirked. Those soldiers had been dead for over a decade. What did it have to do with him? I just picked up some trash here. You'd better hurry, kid, the entrance might close at any time. If there's a real problem, don't you still have your sky-splitting spear? You can only use it 3 times at most before leaving. Then hurry up and go. Time is money. Alright. Wait, here's a thumb ring for you. It's spacious enough to hold other storage items. Thank you. Arriving at the petrified area on his sword, Chen Kailing moved swiftly, not caring about anything else, and immediately started attacking. All the storage items within sight were stuffed into the storage ring that Yang Qinshin had borrowed. After the tornado-like sweep, Chen Kailing quickly returned to the exit. Yang Qinshin was already prepared here the moment Chen Kailing arrived. He immediately unleashed the sky-splitting spear and prepared to leave. Please, take us with you. Just then, a voice rang out. The two looked down and saw that Hermes's 3 spirit weapon girls had all returned to their girl forms. Each of the 3 has its own unique characteristics. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Kailing and the other person, looking pitiful. Our relationship with him was just a regular contractual one. There were no feelings involved. Yes, we all saw it with our own eyes. He was killed by the ferocious beast, and he can testify for you after he gets out. We also know of many of his businesses. If you are willing to take us out, they are all yours. The 3 girls spoke with hopeful eyes. Chen Kailing glanced at the 3 of them and nodded. Indeed, you each serve your own master, so you're not wrong either. The 3 women were overjoyed. But what's the point of rescuing someone who can just abandon their contractors like that? Chen Kailing changed the subject, saying, if you could be more loyal, I might think more highly of you. Loyal? I am the most loyal. Actually, I went out to take care of his 80-year-old mother. That's right, we need to go back and take care of his family. Chen Kailing let out a long "oh," then smiled and said, then I'd be even more obligated to save you. With such loyalty, wouldn't you expose us? The 3 women were stunned. Put.
Yang Chenxin laughed directly. The next second, Chen Kailing gestured for Yang Chenxin to leave, completely ignoring the three women's screams. "They're out." At this moment, after the outside world noticed the ripples at the exit, all eyes turned to it. As soon as Chen Kailing and his companion came out, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Chen Kailing, in particular, has been targeted by Hermes and Ramsdan. Yen Tian and Hu Jun took a step forward and came to Chen Kailing's side. Yen Tian patted Chen Kailing on the shoulder and said with relief, "It's good that you're all right, let's go." Hu Jun glanced at Chen Kailing, even though the two had only been apart for 2 short months. However, he could hardly recognize the current Chen Kailing as the same person as the naive Chen Kailing he had first met. The difference between the two is simply too great. In just 2 months, he has already made a name for himself in one of the top 4 prestigious universities in the entire Great Xia, and there are even hints that he is being groomed to be the next generation's successor. This is definitely not something that can be achieved with a single SSS level talent. Forget about saving face, I'll ask again another time. Hu Jun's eyes darted around as he pondered. Just as the group was preparing to leave, a voice came from behind. Etc. Delscher's gaze was cold, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of spirit medium warriors behind him simultaneously entered spirit weapon-armed state. "What, you want to make a move on our territory?" Seeing this, Yen Tian shielded Chen Kailing behind him, looked at the people from the beautiful country, and smiled slightly. However, beneath that smile, the deafening roar of divine thunder echoed in all directions, with countless bolts of purple lightning flashing within. "The contract is still in effect. Are you already planning to tear it up for the sake of forbidden divine charm?" Hu Tian's gaze remained calm, showing no concern whatsoever for the other party's every move. Delsche coldly said, "Regarding the forbidden divine essence, I will act according to the contract. Whoever brings it out first, it belongs to them. However, they joined forces and killed my army's Hermes. This matter will absolutely not be left to rest." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Yen Tian sneered, "Isn't Hermes from your army known as the strongest master-level psychic medium? What? You think you could be killed by the two of us working together?" Delscher's frowned. The crystal ball Hermes carried was just an ordinary communication device. It only has monitoring and time-based video transmission capabilities, and cannot record anything other than the crystal ball itself. At this point, they had no evidence to offer. But there is no doubt that Hermes was just suppressed by that young man through the forbidden divine means. Then he deliberately destroyed the communication equipment. If you can't produce any evidence, don't act like a complaining woman and throw a tantrum here. Go home as soon as possible. Yen Tian said calmly. "You." Liston was enraged. If this were not Great Xia territory, he would have attacked without hesitation. "Enough. Your Divine Heaven University's divine artifact, the Heavenly Eye, was taken inside. Don't you know what happened?" Hermes said coldly, "Other things can be put aside for now, but your men killed our soldiers, and this matter will not be left unresolved." "Huh? What?" "The wind is too strong, I can't hear you." Yen Tian raised an eyebrow, made a gesture of covering his ears, and then said sarcastically, "What does our little sky eye have to do with you? I'll say it again, if you have evidence, produce it. If you don't, go home and have dinner." Hermes stared intently at Yen Tian, then glanced at Hu Jun, before fixing his gaze on Chen Kailing. "We will absolutely not let this matter rest." After saying that, the group left. After everyone had passed through the rainbow tunnel and left, Yen Tian and Hu Jun both frowned. Hermes is probably not so easy to deal with. When soldiers come, we'll deal with them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Let's go back first. Yen Tian patted Chen Kailing on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Let's go back and check on the forbidden divine essence within your spirit artifact, girl." Chapter 121. Taking the exam, escorted by the army. Outside the island. Inside a makeshift camp. After the examination, Yen Tian and Hu Jun both said that Xia Yuning's condition was extremely good. Even when a demigod advances, the level of compatibility is at most this level. "You little rascal, you're really lucky. Even the forbidden divine aura couldn't kill you." Yen Tian patted Chen Kailing on the back and laughed loudly. "You have no idea how worried I was when the communication was cut off." "Hee hee, thanks to the principal," Chen Kailing chuckled, then confirmed, "But is it really alright that I absorbed this forbidden divine essence?" "Don't worry, although we mobilized a lot of troops this time and paid a heavy price for this forbidden divine charm, it was all worth it." Yen Tian's gaze became more serious. "Even if the forbidden charm can be brought out, it's all thanks to you.
and I think it's worth it to use it on you.
Hu Jun glanced at him and said, "You must think it's worth it. Half of the troops expended were mine." "Ha ha, what's wrong, Commander Hu, do you still care about such a small sacrifice?" Yen Tian laughed it off.
Of course, Hu Jun nodded, his face thick with embarrassment. I gave up the Great Secret Realm strategy and stayed here for 3 days. For me, every inch of time is worth its weight in gold. In these 3 days, you should at least provide me with the corresponding military supplies.
You're asking for the moon, aren't you? If that's your logic, then I can't afford it. Since you can't afford it, how about letting Chen Kailing come to our Northwest Army for a few days of training? I'll give you a discount. Hu Jun remained calm, as if it were indeed true.
However, upon hearing this, Yen Tian immediately became displeased and chuckled, "Your little tricks are better suited for others. The training is a pretense. I think you really want to brainwash him."
Tisk.
Seeing that his attempt to fool him was futile, Hu Jun didn't waste any more time and simply waved his hand, saying, "All right, then I'm off.
Don't forget to give the compensation that is due.
Also, be careful of Hermas."
Okay.
After saying this, Hu Jun looked at Chen Kailing. "Chen." He was about to speak when Yen Tian pushed and shoved him out.
Take care, and welcome back next time.
After saying that, he closed the camp gates. Seeing this, Chen Kailing couldn't help but smile. "Principal, it seems you and Commander Hu have a pretty good relationship. Strictly speaking, he is my senior uncle, my teacher, and my senior brother, so we are naturally much closer, but..." Yen Tian stared at the door, as if he could see a strange scene through it.
The 4 legions seem to have gone astray. Did we go astray?
Chen Kailing raised an eyebrow, not yet understanding the meaning, when Yen Tian changed the subject.
Are you still participating in this officer assessment? If so, I'll have them send you there. What about Long Yi and the others?
They returned yesterday and, after a short rest, have already landed on the island. Given your special circumstances, the island entry assessment has been postponed as a whole and will begin in about an hour.
How am I supposed to get on the road an hour later? Chen Kailing was dumbfounded.
Even if he flew all the way on his sword, he would still be late and unable to participate.
What's the panic?
Seeing his expression, Yen Tian laughed and pointed at Yang Qinshin. "I'll have him lead the team and take you there."
Lead the team? So this is what the principal meant by leading a team.
Chen Kailing was dumbfounded when he saw the dozen or so warships in front of him.
That's way too exaggerated.
The one leading the group was none other than Yang Qinshin. He patted Chen Kailing on the shoulder and said,
"You're being watched by the Americans now.
You need to maintain the proper status and protection you're entitled to.
If anything happens to you, you'll have gotten that forbidden charm for nothing. TSK. That's a bit too much of a show of power."
Standing on the deck of the warship, with the sea breeze blowing in his face, Chen Kailing couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a warship, its speed is much faster than when I ride a sword.
The officer promotion test? Come to think of it, it's been many years since I last participated in one.
Looking at the short man in front of him, Chen Kailing suddenly felt that he had a story to tell. "Instructor Yang, you're clearly a master level 9-star expert, so why are you in a military rank?" Whether it was the first time they met or now, Yang Qinshin's military rank remains captain. This is the thing that Chen Kailing can't understand the most. Let alone captain, with Yang Qinshin's abilities, even senior colonel would be enough.
One more step up, and you could become a general.
That's easy, because I didn't participate in the military rank promotion assessment. Yang Qinshin said in a very casual tone. Back then, I was still very young, just a captain, but my military achievements had already put me on the verge of becoming a colonel.
I thought I could do whatever I wanted with the world. Later, I dragged my teammates directly to the colonel rank assessment, and then, that was it. Yang Qinshin's magical artifact girl is unremarkable in appearance and looks very ordinary.
She is usually quiet and reserved. But it was only at times like this that he spoke up, saying, "That's not your fault." Yang Qinshin shook his head and smiled. "If I hadn't been so eager to achieve something at a young age and to attain a higher military rank, none of them would have gotten into trouble."
So, is this why the strongest rank below demigod is still only captain?
My child, the world is pursuing the dazzling brilliance of youthful achievement, but the prologue of an old soldier is just as beautiful.
Only by living can there be a future. Yang Qinshin looked at Chen Kailing and gave him a word of advice. Chen Kailing nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, instructor." Haiyu Island.
At the entrance of a certain ruin, there is a table and a sign that reads Military Rank Promotion Assessment. At this time, several tents had already been set up around the area. Outside the tent stood hundreds of young men in military uniforms, all elites and key members of the Divine Sky Legion across various battlefronts. The highest rank among them was Lieutenant Colonel, and the lowest was Lin Yuan's group. At this moment, there were only 3 minutes left before the assessment began. The colonels in charge of proctoring the exam were staring at their watches. I wonder if Chen Kailing will be able to make it in time. You should be wondering whether you can survive. I heard from those other candidates that he entered a forbidden area. If we went into that kind of place, we would all die. It's a pity for such a young genius. Who cares if he's a genius or not? Our time is time, isn't it? Once the time is up, there's no way we can postpone it any longer. At this moment, a harsh officer expressed his dissatisfaction. Exactly. Postponing military rank assessments has never happened before. If we can't take the exam this time, we can just take it again in 6 months, right? Just as the two officers were complaining, the sound of warships cutting through the waves came from afar. The examiners and candidates looked up and were immediately shocked. One after another, warships sped across the sea like a mighty wave. Chapter 122. The rules have changed, but the goal remains the same while the time has been halved. What's going on? Why are warships here? Are there any new mission instructions? I'm not sure, but as a training island, Sea Fish Island shouldn't normally appear on the mission blueprint, right? Those present were all officers, and they couldn't help but be surprised to see the naval warship. Strange, the Ningzhou, the Zio, these naval ships should be in other sea areas, how come they're here? The junior officers with naval ranks recognized the warship's serial number and were even more surprised. It is important to know that the Legion is strictly disciplined, and all fleets operate in strict accordance with regulations and regions. Such a large-scale fleet crossing of its jurisdiction is unprecedented. Could it be that some big move is in the works? However, just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a spatial rift appeared before them. Alert! The instructors immediately held their breath and focused, as if facing a formidable enemy. As one foot stepped out, Chen Kailing followed behind Yang Chenxin. See, I told you, the warships are too slow to dock, it's faster to come with me. Yang Chenxin pointed to the warship still in the distance, then turned back to look at Chen Kailing and smiled. Chen Kailing gave a thumbs up. He would never normally expect such a pretentious entrance. Boss! Before anyone else could react, Lin Yuan had already shouted out excitedly. He walked over in a few steps, put his arm around Chen Kailing's shoulder, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, I knew you'd be alright, boss. That damn forbidden place couldn't possibly hold you. Upon hearing this, everyone else guessed Chen Kailing's identity. Is he Chen Kailing? It must be. Wow, isn't this a bit too much of a show of force, with warships escorting them? More than that, the person standing next to him is at least a master-level expert, and he also possesses rare spatial attributes. Tisk. Many people looked at each other with complicated expressions. Envy, jealousy. The examiners also realized what was happening, looked at Yang Chenxin, and saluted. This, officer? They had just addressed him as commander when they noticed that Yang Chenxin's rank was only that of a lieutenant. Certainly. They wouldn't be so foolish as to think that a master-level expert only has this rank. Sir, according to regulations, no one except those conducting the assessment is allowed to set foot on Haiyu Island. The square-faced examiner looked at Yang Chenxin with righteous indignation. Okay, I'll be going now. Yang Chenxin patted Chen Kailing on the shoulder and said with a smile, do your best on the exam, don't fail here. Military rank is very important. After bidding farewell to Chen Kailing, Yang Chenxin returned to the warship. However, everyone noticed that the warship did not seem to have left, and they immediately stared at Chen Kailing with strange looks. Good grief, not only are they sending it over, but they're also taking it back, huh? Chen Kailing understood perfectly well that this person was worried about being ambushed. After all, it's very difficult to provide support to such remote areas. Cough cough. Meanwhile, several instructors clapped their hands, drawing everyone's attention. This candidate, come over and sign in. Looking at Chen Kailing, the square-faced instructor shouted. Good. After signing their names, the instructors each picked up one of the 3 lists and called out names one by one. You will now undergo a 3-stage assessment. First, the first assessment task, which is also the most basic, is to hunt ferocious beasts. But unlike ordinary hunts, each of you will draw lots to determine your target beast, and then enter Sea Fish Island to hunt it. Just a heads up, there are many different kinds of ferocious beasts on Haiyu Island. Some of them are plentiful, some are few, and some are even on the verge of extinction. If you draw that kind of ferocious beast, you can go back directly. The instructor smiled knowingly and took out 3 bamboo tubes. Make sure you don't draw the wrong positions in the 3 batches of promotions to lieutenant, captain, and major. After saying that, the instructor asked everyone to come forward and draw lots. As everyone was drawing lots, the 3 instructors exchanged glances, each seeing a smile in the other's eyes. There's another point I need to make. Because this assessment took a long time, we have made corresponding adjustments to the rules. The original goal for this stage was to achieve the average score of previous assessments within 3 days to pass, but now, due to time constraints, it has been adjusted to 1.5 days. Everyone was stunned by these words. Report. I disagree. Why was our assessment time adjusted? This is against the rules. That's right. Even if we take a step back, they were only delayed because they accidentally got involved in the territory of the forbidden beasts. That doesn't make sense. Even if we take a step back and assume they've made a huge mistake, why should we all have to pay the price? Those present were either officers or elites who were about to become officers. Who can swallow this insult? They all protested. Rules? On Sea Fish Island, our rules are the rules. The 3 examiners stated directly. If you have any objections, you can leave now. For a moment, everyone gritted their teeth, and their eyes glanced at Chen Kailing, intentionally or unintentionally. Master, is this examiner targeting us? Lianin's voice was depressed. To break into the top 5% of the previous 3-day hunts in just 1.5 days is no easy feat. Xia Yuning analyzed, this is a bit dangerous for Lin Yuan and the others. Really? Chen Kailing nodded, looking completely indifferent, which made those watching him frown. What's up with this person? How can someone remain so calm after hearing such a rule? In fact, it wasn't that Chen Kailing was calm, it was just that the time seemed quite ample. With the forbidden petrification domain in place, his efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts is beyond what ordinary people can define. Of course, it also depends on what kind of ferocious beast you draw. Clang! Chen Kailing shook the bamboo tube, and a slip of paper fell out, which clearly read Wu Minghuan Beast. Chen Kailing, target beast, Wu Minghuan Beast. The examiner picked up his pen to register, his eyes gleaming. Chen Kailing is really unlucky. This Wu Minghuan Beast used to be a school-level assessment beast. That's right, and the reason for the downgrade is also because the number has decreased. The actual difficulty needs to be raised by 2 levels. The crowd, already paying attention to Chen Kailing and harboring resentment, became even more gloating. After everyone had finished drawing lots. You have 1.5 days. The countdown starts now. Anyone who doesn't return before the countdown ends will have points deducted. Is that clear? Understood. Alright, let's get started. The moment the instructor gave the order, everyone simultaneously entered their magical weapon armor. Chen Kailing, without any hesitation, charged ahead on his sword. In terms of speed, he has surpassed everyone else. Holy crap, running that fast, are they rushing to be reincarnated? Hee, the ferocious beasts have long since gathered together on Haiyu Island. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. That's right. Once he stirs things up, things will be much easier for us. Just as this group said. As soon as Chen Kailing entered the interior of Sea Fish Island, he was surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts. Chapter 123. Your target? Kill him if you want. There are quite a few ferocious beasts, but none of them are my target. Chen Kailing's gaze swept over the ferocious beasts, and at a glance, he could tell they were all bears and leopards. It has absolutely nothing to do with the bird, the Wu Minghuan. However, just as Chen Kailing was about to fly away on his sword, huge rocks were suddenly blasted towards him from beneath his feet. The stone cannon bears below all stared at Chen Kailing with bloodshot eyes, as if they had developed a red-eye disease. Far away. Everyone who had just entered this territory noticed what was happening here. What a reckless fool. He has no strategy whatsoever and just charges around recklessly. Is this the kind of place where he can just wander around as he pleases? A captain sneered. Yang Qi, isn't that your target beast, the stone cannon bear? Hurry up and go, or Chen Kailing will kill you. Another captain looked at him and said jokingly. Yang Qi scoffed. Lu Zhe, are you joking now? Those are stone cannon bears, each one is at least 9-star level in the forged gold grade, not to mention some are even at the jade grade or higher. Not to mention they also possess petrification bloodlines, giving them a certain probability of petrifying with each attack. Once you're petrified and pinned down, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he'd still be skinned alive.
Luze nodded. Of course I know that, but if I remember correctly, the probability of petrification isn't very high, is it? A 10% probability, isn't that high?
If it evolves, it can reach a terrifying 20% probability. After thinking about it, Yang Qi exclaimed, this probability is already quite terrifying. While they were watching the show, Long Yi, Lin Yuan, and the others rushed forward. They couldn't just stand by and watch Chen Kailing fight alone. However, soon, something completely unexpected happened. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from the sword in Chen Kailing's hand.
Forbidden Zone, open. Chen Kailing showed absolutely no intention of getting entangled with the ferocious beasts.
Since they want to die, I'll grant their wish.
Let me teach you how to use petrification.
As soon as he finished speaking, the light from the forbidden domain spread like fireworks, covering all the stone cannon bears in the vicinity.
In an instant, a truly breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes.
The once arrogant and ferocious stone cannon bear has now been completely turned into a stone sculpture, but it still retains its vital signs. Of course, vital signs are only considered before Chen Kailing takes action.
Sword Chi Slash.
Each sword aura, like a dazzling meteor, streaked across the sky, bringing absolute suppression and destruction. No ferocious beast could withstand this sword energy slash while petrified.
If so, Chen Kailing would not hesitate to deliver another sword strike. Boom boom boom.
The sounds of the stone carving breaking echoed through the crowd, making them tense. If this terrifying petrification ability were to fall on their heads, it would be a devastating blow.
Holy crap, what the hell is going on? What's with this domain? Don't tell me it's a god-level domain.
At this moment, someone with discerning eyes pointed to the luminous aura surrounding Chen Kailing. After comparing them, he could almost conclude that
this is clearly a characteristic of the god-level realm.
Specializing in one attribute and reaching its peak makes one an unparalleled being.
Petrification. The attribute of his divine level domain is petrification. And it's 100% petrification.
No, only 100% petrification can live up to the title of god-level domain.
Everyone was stunned by these words.
With so many people present, let alone reaching the god level, even being able to advance to the demigod level in the future would be a blessing from one's ancestors.
How did Chen Kailing manage to skip so many levels and directly possess a god-level domain? They still say it's not open? You can play this game if your account isn't banned.
I know, it must be that forbidden beast territory that accidentally dragged them in 3 days ago.
I understand now.
The forbidden divine essence of that forbidden beast territory resides within Chen Kailing.
In an instant, everyone realized what was going on. No wonder Chen Kailing needed a warship to escort him when he came here for the assessment.
So, they felt there might be danger here, and they had to protect this potential star who had merged with forbidden divine charm.
Holy crap, is the forbidden charm something you can just give away like that?
That's right, he's only at the forging gold level, and they've already given him the power to use it.
Isn't that a bit too biased? The spiritual energy required for this god-level domain is enormous.
He used it so ostentatiously because he probably has never experienced the feeling of spiritual energy being instantly emptied into the air.
Some were shocked, some were envious, and some gritted their teeth in jealousy.
After all, the forbidden divine power that Chen Kailing possesses is something that most people can never achieve in their lifetime.
Holy crap, the boss really got into it. Awesome. It has to be him.
Lin Yuan, Xian Yuan Haohan, and the others were all astonished by this scene and stopped their efforts to provide support.
Given this situation, is it necessary to provide him with support? If things turn out the other way around, we'll definitely need his support.
Just as Chen Kailing was moving swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye, he had dealt with all the stone cannon bears around him. Lu Qi realized what was happening.
Hey, Yang Qi, are you sure you're not going to make a move?
Your stone cannon bear is about to be gone. Yang Qi was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise.
Holy crap, my bear! This isn't a zoo you can find the ferocious beasts by following the signs.
If you're unlucky, the stone cannon bear here is the only den of its kind. Then his assessment has really ended ahead of schedule. Spare the bear's life. Yang Qi rushed out like a madman, trying to salvage the score of a few stone cannon bears from Chen Keiling's sword.
However, are we going to let the bear meat that's practically in our mouths escape?
Chen Keiling ignored all that nonsense and with one strike of his sword, wiped out all the stone cannon bears around him. Yang Qi arrived just as he chopped off the head of the last stone cannon bear.
How could you be so selfish? Yang Qi was furious and said, "Your ferocious beast isn't the stone cannon bear. Why don't you go find your crow cry beast? Why did you have to kill my stone cannon bear?"
Chen Keiling glanced sideways at Yang Qi, feeling that these words had completely smoothed out the deep wrinkles in his mind.
He's a remarkable person. Idiot.
After uttering 2 words, Chen Keiling turned around and prepared to continue preparing the Wuming Huan beast.
Stop right there. You think you can just walk away after killing my stone cannon bear?
Yang Qi shouted angrily, but he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth.
After all, the surrounding divine domain has not yet dissipated.
Well, whether I can leave or not is none of your business, but I think you can't leave. Chen Keiling glanced at him, then pointed his heavenly sword at him. Instantly, the pressure that poured in like a tidal wave made it hard for Yang Qi to breathe. In an instant, he felt his spiritual energy begin to stagnate and his limbs begin to stiffen. A domineering force that filled him with dread surged in.
Petrification.
The entire process took only a single breath, and Yang Qi remained frozen in his terrified state, completely petrified. The scene was completely silent.
I killed your target, so what? Chapter 124, Sheep into the Tiger's Mouth, or Tiger into the Sheep? Overbearing. It cannot be summed up by the single word domineering. Yes, I know that this is Chen Keiling's first time taking the officer assessment.
Those who don't know better could almost see the shadow of those domineering instructors in Chen Keiling.
Don't blame me for not warning you all. Don't tell me you all have your own goals. Later, any ferocious beasts that block our way will be killed on sight.
Chen Keiling glanced at the officers behind him and reminded them. If you need it, remember to get ahead of me, or pray that your target beast won't attack me. Having said all that, Chen Keiling didn't linger any longer. After nodding to Lin Yuan and the others, he took to the air again on his sword. Since the target beasts were not in the same area, there was no need to waste time forming a team.
Moreover, Chen Keiling was confident in the strength of Lin Yuan and the others.
His only concern now is the Wuming Huan beast. According to its living habits, the Wuming Huan beast would prefer a relatively dry and quiet area. On this island, there should only be such a place in the center of the island.
Xia Yuning analyzed.
That's right, but this island is too big, and the number of Wuming Huan beasts is scarce, so it depends a bit on luck.
Chen Keiling clicked his tongue lightly.
However, such places are generally also home to many powerful ferocious beast races. Lianin was somewhat worried. If I provoke too many ferocious beasts at once, I might not be able to recover. Don't worry, I'll use the divine domain less in the future, and you can recover slowly. After leaving the Forbidden Beasts domain, that was the first time Chen Keiling had tested his god-level domain.
There was only one feeling I had for him. That means it's edible.
2/3 of the almost overflowing spiritual power within him was consumed the moment he activated it.
If it weren't for Lianin's dedicated efforts to restoring his spiritual energy, he would have already exhausted it.
They also fly on swords. It's more like being surrounded and locked in a fierce battle by stone cannon bears. It was still a battle where spiritual energy was insufficient, and the energy was suppressed.
Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Keiling will not use his divine domain proactively.
After all, given this trend, if it were a petrification master or higher on this land,
I reckon I'll be drained in an instant. Call out. Just as Chen Keiling was pondering, an attack came from afar.
Chen Keiling suddenly twisted his body and dodged to the side. A black feather carrying a sharp edge swept past his eyes.
This is...
Chen Keiling turned around and was shocked to see a large crow, 2 meters long, hanging upside down on the mountainside, its eyes filled with predatory intent.
The crying cry beast? Such good luck. Chen Keiling's eyes lit up.
He hadn't expected that such a good thing would come knocking on his door so soon after he had just dozed off.
We were just saying we couldn't find the crow cry beast. Grumble.
After a sharp cry, the black crying beast spread its wings like a black curtain and charged forward in an instant. The surrounding air currents surged, forming a wind wall that blocked Chen Keiling's movements from all 4 directions.
Trying to stop me from moving? You're not completely stupid.
Chen Keiling glanced around, offered a compliment, then smiled slightly, took a step, and left the sword. On the other side, the Wuminghuan beast's pupils contracted when it saw Chen Kailing plummeting down in an attempt to escape. With its wings moving faster, the Crocry beast swooped down, not wanting to be left with a pool of flesh and blood. Chen Kailing spread his arms and calmly fell from the sky, the wind whistling past his ears. If it had one more pair of wings, it would be even better, Chen Kailing sighed as he gazed at the distant figure of the Crocry beast. Then, he suddenly turned and swung his sword. In an instant, dozens of sword energies were unleashed, and the terrifying damage caused the black crying beast to tremble. The Wuming beast swayed its body from side to side, but it was still struck by more than a dozen sword energies. With a shriek, it frantically flapped its wings, preparing to flee. It would occasionally look back. Chen Kailing resumed his sword riding stance and headed towards it, which frightened it so much that it fled even faster. It only felt relieved when Chen Kailing's figure gradually disappeared from sight. That human was terrifying. Thank goodness they escaped. However, in fact, Anan, are you sure we can still detect its vital signs at this distance? No problem, Brother Kailing, you can chase after it with peace of mind. Once it returns to its den, we'll catch it all in one fell swoop. That's right, Chen Kailing never intended to kill it. Once it returns to its lair, won't that Wuminghuan beast be at its mercy? Center of Haiyu Island. Halfway up a mountain in the Haingguan Mountains. An entrance to a cave is hidden among the trees on the cliff. The injured Wuminghuan beast performed a U-shaped maneuver around the stakes, avoiding the trees, and entered the cave. This is a giant cave with an extremely spacious interior, filled with luminescent minerals. The number of Wuminghuan beasts inside is outrageous, exceeding 100. It's no exaggeration to say that this is probably all the remaining Wuminghuan beasts on the entire Seafish Island. Grumble. As soon as the Wuminghuan beast entered the cave, it immediately attracted the attention of many of its kind. Grumble. Wuminghuan was communicating with his fellow clansmen, saying that he had encountered a very powerful human. Suddenly. Boom. The trees that were used to shield the cave entrance from the scorching sun were cleaved open by a single sword strike, and the intense sunlight poured in immediately. Oh, there are so many, it seems they're all here, right? As the sunlight faded into his silhouette, Chen Kailing calmly walked into the cave, his gaze sweeping over all the Wuming beasts, and smiled slightly. What? We have guests, and you don't even know how to welcome them? Upon hearing this, the Wuminghuan beast inside the cave immediately boiled over like scalding water. This was the first time they had ever seen humans dare to directly intrude into their base camp. Instantly, they all surged towards Chen Kailing like a tidal wave. At the same time, Haiyu Island test site. On a table, several screens were placed, displaying the actions of numerous test takers. At the very center of the scene was Chen Kailing fighting a horde of beasts all by himself. This guy is really brave. He dares to challenge an entire group of Wuming beasts all by himself? That confidence is truly astonishing. Several instructors sighed with emotion. Heh, how arrogant. How many times can his god-level domain withstand such consumption? Venturing into someone else's lair, isn't that like a lamb entering a tiger's den? One instructor disagreed, saying, as an officer, you need not only combat skills, but also courage and strategy. You can't be a hero when leading troops into battle. Really? I've seen his previous files, another instructor said, disagreeing with this statement and instead focusing his gaze. His handling of the ferocious beasts is quite appropriate and targeted. His current boldness might just be. He just felt that these ferocious beasts were too weak to be of any use for strategy? Even after these words were spoken, the examiner still did not agree. A person's energy is ultimately limited, and strength will eventually be exhausted. Chapter 125 Outrageous. One person chases and kills an entire tribe. Grumble. Inside the cave, a group of Wuminghuan beasts rushed up, and the surrounding air currents swept up. Without hesitation, Chen Kailing unleashed the sword energy of his heavenly sword, killing two black crying beasts first. With blood splattered, the sword's momentum was as powerful as a stream of light, and its sharp aura made many of the black crying beasts wary. Grumble. A sound came from deep within the cave. Chen Kailing looked up and saw a ferocious beast, much larger than the other Wuminghuan beasts, rush out. The leader of the tribe? Chen Kailing's movements did not pause at all. As the Wuminghuan beast charged forward, his sword energy continued to slash out. At this point, he could already unleash 80 enhanced sword energies at will. Even disregarding the numerical values, the skill itself is already quite terrifying.
Without the Shinnong Wood's regenerative abilities, the sword chi slash could completely replace the other skills, becoming the skill that consumes the most spiritual energy. And the effects of this are quite terrifying. As the leader of the clan, the Wuming Huan beast was already at the emerald level, 3 stars. Normally, a forged gold level beast would not be a match for it. But just as the Wuming Huan beast charged in, ready to teach this human who dared to trespass into its territory alone a lesson of death. What awaited it was a terrifying number of sword energies, like a torrential downpour, impossible to avoid and impossible to estimate. Sizzle! The sword energy swept across its body. The pain was only one aspect, but what made it feel even more uneasy was these sword energies are also enhanced with special abilities. In a fleeting moment, it felt the flow of spiritual energy within its body begin to slow down, and its wound healing ability decreased. What's even more terrifying is, it felt that the spiritual energy within its body was unstable, like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Grumble! Upon noticing something amiss with the young man before him, the Wuming beast roared to the sky without hesitation. Are you planning to call in your men to gang up on him? Chen Keiling's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and at the same time, he paused slightly in the movement of his longsword as he began to gather his strength. On the opposite side, the leader of the Wuming beasts charged forward with murderous intent in his eyes, as if he wanted to kill Chen Keiling in one strike. They're here. Chen Keiling focused intently and drew his sword. Draw your sword and strike. Just as he drew his sword, an unexpected event occurred. The Wuming Huan beast suddenly leaped out from above Chen Keiling's head with a burst of lightning as it took flight. At the same time, all the other Wuming Huan beasts turned into deserters and fled out of the cave. They want to escape? This scene left Chen Keiling, Xia Yuning, and the other 2 stunned. What a great man! He can bend and stretch. This is their lair, and they just handed it over to us like that? Quickly, after them. If these crow cry beasts escape, it will be extremely difficult for us to hunt them down again. Xia Yuning spoke urgently, reminding him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Keiling immediately flew out on his sword. The bad news is that these Wuming beasts dare not confront them head-on, making it difficult for Chen Keiling to make a move in the air. The good news is that they are migrating south like geese, in large flocks, and have not scattered too much. Hey, look at the sky. On this central island, many officers who were hunting their respective ferocious beasts noticed the commotion above them. Holy crap, so many crying celestial beasts. The first few dozen are all emerald level. Did they send out their entire force? I estimate that all the Wuming beasts are on this sea fish island. Isn't this the ferocious beast that Chen Keiling was targeting? Where is he? Seeing this, he's not scared anymore, is he? Among the group of officers, Lu Qi was the only one who didn't say much. His gaze kept shifting backward. Really? He saw that familiar figure. Damn it, you bunch of idiots, can't you see that group of Wuming beasts are running away, and there's someone chasing them? Are you kidding me? This is an entire Wuming beast clan. Who would bother to hunt them down? Besides, who has the strength to do that? The group was laughing at his statement, but when Chen Keiling appeared out of thin air, they were all stunned. Holy crap, there really is someone chasing us. Is Chen Keiling cheating? He's chasing an entire Wuming beast clan all by himself. No sooner had the man finished speaking than Chen Keiling dispelled his sword control, leaped onto the nearest cliff face, and simultaneously swung his sword. In an instant, a massive amount of sword energy burst forth, directly slaying the 5 crow cry beasts at the rear of the group. Taking off on his sword, Chen Keiling gave chase once more. Holy crap, does this guy use sword energy for free? Damn, this can kill in an instant. If it were given a more stable flight capability, it would be unstoppable, capable of covering all directions with attacks. Just as everyone was exclaiming holy crap. Grumble. Ahead, the leader of the Wuming beasts, seeing that Chen Keiling was still chasing after him, could no longer hold back. I gave you my house, and you still dare to chase after me? Fine, go ahead and chase me. I'll make sure you never come back. Without the slightest hesitation, the Wuming Huan beast led the group to land in a sloping forest. That place. Holy crap, isn't that violent tiger's territory? Soon, someone recognized the territory as the very beast territory that one of them had targeted. I understand. Those Wuming beasts want to join forces with the violent tiger to fight against Chen Keiling. To actually provoke 2 ferocious beast clans to join forces, Chen Keiling is truly defying the heavens.
However, no matter how powerful it is impossible to defeat two ferocious beast groups. At the very least, the violent tiger is a 9-star gold forging level beast, and its combat power is terrifying. Roar! As the group was analyzing the situation, a tiger's roar echoed through the forest, its power resounding in all directions. It's the Tiger King. This aura is at least at the 5th level Emerald rank. Quickly, while the Tiger King is distracted by Chen Kailing, let's go and kill those ordinary violent tigers first. The two, who shared the same goal as the ferocious beast, immediately showed joy. They had been struggling with how to deal with the Tiger King. Now that they've run into some unlucky guy, things are much easier for them. Who knows, in the end, they might even be the ones to snatch the Tiger King from behind and kill it, thus significantly boosting their score. Yu Ning, it's time to put in the effort. And then, max out my recovery efficiency. The moment he landed, Chen Kailing also saw a violent tiger charging out of the forest. It was over 3 meters tall, with muscles all over its body and claws that looked like they were made of steel. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and swung his sword, unleashing 80 sword energies. Under the flashing light, the Tiger King slashed out with its claws, showing no intention of dodging. Boom! The Tiger Claw released its powerful spiritual energy, which condensed into a giant claw and forcefully dispersed dozens of sword energies. Before it could make a move, dozens more sword energies slashed down, and many of them had already left wounds on its body. Roar! The Tiger King roared in fury and charged forward, its form resembling a colossal steel beast, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, Chen Kailing had no intention of indulging it. God-level domain petrification. The moment the Tiger King's iron claws struck, Chen Kailing activated his domain. That vivid and dazzling realm has blossomed once again. Chen Kailing's spiritual energy evaporated by more than half in an instant. However, what they got in return was that the Tiger King stood still, its body almost completely defenseless. Draw your sword and strike. This sword strike was dazzling and unparalleled, cleaving the Tiger King's body in two at the waist. All around, the air was completely silent. Several officers who were planning to take advantage of the situation were stunned on the spot after running out for a short while.